Her power can interfere with the elements. What kind of technique is this? Lindsay was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming pressure from the heavens, which sent chills down her spine. Strength is enough. But I, Dominic, am not one to be trifled with either. Facing Raymond's overpowering force, Dominic's body trembled like a tiger. The dragon flame battle armor appeared, and the power within his martial veins surged instantly. Boom. Both released their full strength, and the two forces clashed in the air, creating a deafening sound like thunder. A strong wind abruptly arose, forcing Paula, Lindsay, and Rebecca to retreat involuntarily. Slash. As Raymond raised her hands towards the sky, a giant green sword emerged, slashing downwards abruptly. ##### Chapter 185. Defeated but unbroken. The Blessed Cave Heaven. Chop. Alexa let out a loud cry as the sky-splitting sword in her hand turned into a streak of blue light, slicing toward Dominic in an instant. The moment the sword landed, the sky and clouds changed color, and the surrounding space roared. The power of this single strike was probably already beyond the fourth tribulation Dao realm. A sense of death enveloped the air. Junior brother? Paula's face paled. With clenched hands, she held her breath for Dominic. Alicia lost all color in her usually rosy face, her petite body trembling uncontrollably, completely preoccupied with herself. Quinny fared even worse. Under the oppressive force of this sword strike, she actually collapsed to the ground on her knees, still bleeding from her mouth. The grandeur and strength of the incoming strike far exceeded Dominic's capabilities. Ho! Dominic's expression suddenly turned cold, following his fierce shout. Whoosh! The red light flared up from his dragon flame battle armor. The martial vein power within him erupted like a volcano, making his blood boil. With the sky residual sword in hand, Dominic felt an unprecedented surge of power, experiencing his peak state and his last bastion of confidence. Facing the impending strike, Dominic's tiger-like eyes widened. The divine dragon mark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Annihilation. At the moment Dominic swung his sword, it was as if the world plunged into silence, countless black rain swords descending from the sky. Boom, boom. Alexa's giant blue sword visibly fragmented under the attack. In an instant, with a bang, terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. Humph. Mid-air, Dominic, caught off guard by the force, let out a muffled groan as he flew backward, landing on the ground. Despite the surging energy inside him, his face remained unchanged. This seemingly simple strike contained a destructive power that was terrifying. Around them, grasses were decimated, mountains crumbled, and smoke filled the air. Thud thud. Opposite him, Alexa looked disheveled, with traces of blood on her lips, stepping back several steps upon landing. Dominic won? Alicia and Quinny were taken aback. Joy surged within them as they hastily crawled out of the dust, brushing off the dirt from their bodies. And beside them, Paula, still in shock, noticed that Dominic's hand gripping the sword had fresh blood dripping from it. Junior brother? Paula's expression changed slightly, as if she understood something. Alexa? You lost. Dominic gave a smug smile, pointing his sword at Alexa. Alexa blushed furiously. She had to admit that Dominic was incredibly strong, stronger than any normal human being. She possessed 4th Tribulation Dao Realm cultivation, her strength comparable to a 5th Tribulation Dao Realm cultivator, yet she couldn't kill Dominic and instead fell into a disadvantageous position? Who said that? I only used one move, I have 2 more. Alexa clenched her teeth and resorted to stubbornness. Alexa, do you have any shame? Who said before that only 1 move was needed, no need for 3? If you can't accept defeat, don't be so shameless. Are you not afraid of disgracing the Blue Cloud sect? Paula frowned, turning around to mock Alexa maliciously. Exactly. Who would have thought Alexa could be so unreasonable? Clearly unable to handle it yet so shameless? Aren't you afraid of ridicule? Alicia nodded, joining in the mockery of Alexa. Faced with the insults from these two, Alexa couldn't bear it. Her eyes burned with anger. Forget it. Why did she have to be a woman? I, Dominic, don't want to break my word or argue with someone who breaks promises. If you want to fight, then fight. The outcome will be the same. Dominic frowned, sighing and shaking his head, showing some leniency to Alexa before his expression turned stern, preparing for further battle. Alexa, standing opposite, her face flushed red with anger, felt thoroughly provoked by Dominic's apparent disregard for her gender. Who breaks their promise? Dominic, don't think I don't know you're trying to provoke me. Alexa gritted her teeth, glaring at Dominic with intense hatred, wishing she could tear him apart limb by limb. But seeing Dominic's undiminished momentum made her wary. If he continued to be this strong, it would be a humiliation she couldn't bear. Say whatever you want. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, fulfill your promise. If you break your word, heaven will deal with you. Dominic remained indifferent, his contemptuous tone constantly provoking Alexa. You. Alexa seethed with rage, but found no rebuttal. Senior sister. At that moment, 4 other Dao Realm experts from the Blue Cloud sect rushed over anxiously. Seeing the destruction around them, they prepared for battle, eyeing Dominic with hostility and ready to attack. Everyone stop. As Dominic braced himself for another fierce battle, Alexa suddenly stopped Tori and the others. Senior sister, what's wrong? Tori didn't understand her senior sister's actions and looked at Alexa in surprise. Don't ask what you shouldn't, follow me. Alexa's face darkened, glaring at Tori before walking away without another word. Senior sister? What's going on? Is senior sister going to give them the purifying pool? Tori and the others were bewildered. Anyone who doesn't follow can forget about calling me senior sister. As Alexa walked away, seeing Tori and the others hesitating, she gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. Senior sister is serious? Tori was astonished. With their strength, they could easily deal with Dominic and his group. She didn't understand why Alexa was acting this way. Despite their resentment, Tori and the others dared not disown Alexa as their senior sister. They angrily followed her. Only when Alexa and the others left did Alicia's joy become uncontrollable. Running to Dominic's side, she pulled on his arm and exclaimed, "Dominic, you're amazing. You drove the blue cloud sect people away all by yourself?" Thud thud. Just as Alicia rejoiced, Dominic suddenly took several steps back. His dragon flame battle armor vanished instantly, and he kneeled down, pale-faced. Papu. Unable to hold on any longer, Dominic spat out blood, becoming lethargic. The 14 martial veins inside him turned dim. Dominic. Alicia was startled. He had been fine just now, but now he was like this, leaving her at a loss. Move. Paula hurried forward, pushing Alicia aside, and helped Dominic up. Junior brother, you're risking your life. This proves I wasn't destined to die. Dominic forced a smile but felt like a limp rag, his bones nearly falling apart. You. How could you be so foolish? What if Alexa saw through your act? Would you really fight her? Paula was furious. Dominic's cleverness had put her on edge. Of course. How could I just sit and wait for my end? Dominic spoke casually. This time, he truly didn't have half a chance of winning, but had to acknowledge his talent for gambling. Dominic, were you pretending? Alicia was shocked. Hearing Paula's words, she realized Dominic was bluffing Alexa. If Alexa returns suddenly, won't we be exposed? Quinny asked nervously, eyes wide as she looked into the distance. Shut your mouth. Paula snapped at Quinny and said while supporting Dominic, Junior brother, I'll take you to find the purifying pool first. Dominic nodded slightly. Right now, he lacked the strength to stand and feared Alexa might return. If so, his efforts would be in vain. Wait. Seeing Paula help Dominic enter, Quinny wanted to follow but was stopped by Alicia. What do you mean? Quinny frowned, asking in dissatisfaction. The purifying pool was secured by Dominic. It's only fair he uses it first. Stay here and guard against Alexa bringing reinforcements. Alicia did this because Quinny was an outsider. If she didn't go in, why should Quinny? We too. Even Dominic isn't a match for Alexa. Why stay here? It would be better to hurry into the cleansing pool for cultivation and break through the realm as soon as possible. Quinny's face was full of discontent, feeling that Alicia was being overly cautious, wasting everyone's time. The cleansing pool belongs to us. It has nothing to do with you. Don't forget that your life was saved by Dominic. Remember your place. Alicia was displeased, noting how Quinny didn't seem to treat her as an outsider. She no longer held back on her words. You? Quinny was infuriated, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Alicia but found herself unable to retort. She watched helplessly as Dominic and Paula entered the forest, angrily biting her lip, thinking to herself, without me, would you even know about the cleansing pool? Rushing water sounded in the distance. Amidst the mountains, a waterfall cascaded down gracefully. With Paula's support, the dispirited Dominic approached the waterfall. At its base stood a stone monument taller than a person, bearing ancient and robust script that read, Water Cave Heaven. Junior brother? According to Quinny, the cleansing pool is behind this waterfall. In your current state, you probably can't enter it. Let me carry you? Paula gazed at the waterfall's fast-flowing waters, knowing that ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against it. How could I let you do that? Dominic felt embarrassed. As a man, being carried by a woman seemed undignified. There's nothing wrong with it. Paula saw through Dominic's hesitation due to propriety between the sexes but didn't mind, lifting him onto her back without further ado. Whoosh! Dominic's face turned red as they soared into the air. Upon reaching the top of the waterfall, they indeed found a cave opening behind it, and they slipped through without pause. Splash! In an instant, Dominic and Paula found themselves inside the cave, where the scenery was breathtaking. The cave was lush with mountains and water, birds chirping and flowers blooming, almost like an idyllic paradise. Within the mountains, there was a lake as round and luminous as the moon, with milky white water emitting a gentle glow, still and reflective like a mirror. Guided by Paula, Dominic reached the lake and saw a stone tablet standing before them, clearly inscribed with cleansing pool. Chapter 186, Roberta's mischievous plan. Is this the Jingdao pool? Standing by the lake, Paula was awestruck by the Jingdao pool before her eyes. The pool was enormous, and standing close to it induced a sudden sense of enlightenment and an immediate elevation in her state of mind. It felt extremely pleasant, like basking in warm sunshine. The comfort would make one reliant on it. Senior sister? Quickly take me inside. Dominic beside her couldn't wait as he felt his cultivation loosening up, and the 14 meridians, previously dormant, began to show signs of revival. This sensation stirred an uncontrollable yearning within him. All right. Paula nodded, carefully supporting Dominic as they slowly entered the pool. The milky white water exhaled wisps of white vapor that enveloped both Dominic and Paula, giving them an ethereal feel. So magical. Paula marveled. She sensed a mysterious force propelling her cultivation forward. The Jingdao pool wasn't very deep. When Dominic and Paula reached the center, the water only covered their knees. Dominic chose to sit cross-legged at the center of the pool, closing his eyes to absorb the wisps of white vapor actively. Paula, after confirming Dominic was fine, also sat in the pool to absorb the surging power, attempting to break through her bottleneck. This white vapor was the essence of heaven and earth, condensed into luck. The purpose of Jingdao was to sever desires, purify the heart, and attain Taoism, establishing oneself as a conduit of the heavens. For cultivators, fate and luck intertwined inseparably. Without breaking free, one couldn't transcend ordinariness and become superior. Cultivation honed the heart while following destiny, a process that required both. The Jingdao pool purified distractions for cultivators, helping to consolidate the chi of heaven and earth, gathering the aura from all directions, thereby aiding in cultivation and maintaining a stable mindset. Half a day passed. Dominic's complexion turned rosy, and over 70% of his lost strength had returned. His cultivation remained between the Saint Realm and Dao Realm, needing time to break through. In contrast, Paula progressed smoothly, having broken through to the first Tribulation Dao Realm. Now, the Jingdao pool was shrouded in dense white fog, making it impossible to see Dominic or Paula from outside. Outside the waterfall, Roberta anxiously paced back and forth, frequently looking towards the waterfall, muttering, "How outrageous! What could those two do alone together?" "What are you babbling about?" Alicia asked impatiently, hearing Roberta's murmurings. Nothing much. I'm just worried about you, senior sister. They've been in the Jingdao pool for so long. No one has come to relieve you. Have they forgotten about you?" Roberta quickly changed the subject. Alicia suddenly realized the passage of time and started worrying about Paula and Dominic. She had a betrothal agreement with Dominic. If anyone should accompany him, it should be her. These two in a room. TSK? Roberta saw that Alicia liked Dominic and was definitely jealous, so she sighed and muttered, stirring Alicia's jealousy even more. "Shut up. Paula is Dominic's senior sister. They're not as dirty-minded as you think." Alicia snapped angrily, biting her teeth. Roberta looked at Alicia sympathetically. "We're women. I know what you're thinking even if you don't say it." "What do you know? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll cut out your tongue." Alicia retorted, embarrassed. "Even if you cut out my tongue, I'd still say it. Nangong's sister is beautiful and graceful, far better than Paula 10 times over. Paula is so cold. Just seeing her makes me angry as if someone owes her something. In my opinion, Nangong's sister and Master Dominic are a perfect match. Paula is intentionally trying to separate you." Roberta felt confident as Alicia didn't rebut her words, allowing her to speak ill of Paula freely. Perfect match? Alicia was delighted, but then remembered how Paula constantly competed with her for Dominic's attention, making her clench her teeth in frustration. "Nangong's sister? Sister, I truly worry about you. How about this? I'll stay here, but you should go in and check. Make sure Paula doesn't take advantage of the situation." Seeing the opportunity ripe, Roberta urged Alicia to enter. Alicia almost agreed but hesitated, distrusting Roberta. People are unpredictable. "I know you don't trust me." "Fine, forget I said anything." Feigning disappointment, Roberta saw Alicia hesitate. Unconvinced, Alicia eventually yielded to her curiosity. "All right. You stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon." Alicia sternly instructed Roberta. "Don't worry. I brought you here for the Jingdao pool. Why would I run away?" Roberta smiled reassuringly. Alicia gritted her teeth and rushed towards the waterfall. Foolish. To fall for such tricks so easily. Roberta laughed coldly. Her expression turned icy as she scanned her surroundings. A red bead appeared in her right hand. Pop. She crushed the bead and threw it into the air. Whoosh. A column of red smoke shot into the sky, lingering for a moment before dissipating. "I hope they arrive soon. While Dominic and Paula are advancing, this is the best time to act against them." Roberta's nerves tightened as she waited vigilantly. "Master Chu, look." In the mountains less than 100 miles from Xuanhuan, a young man trailing behind a group noticed the red smoke and alerted their leader. Ivor, Roberta's elder brother and a cultivator in the second Tribulation Dao Realm, raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He looked at the distant red smoke. "Is that my sister's signal?" Ivor asked. "Master Chu, your sister sent a red signal. Is she asking us to come over? Could she be in danger?" Armin, one of the men behind Ivor, frowned, reminding him. "The signal isn't far from us. Everyone, follow me quickly." Ivor ordered, moving towards Xuanhuan. At Xuanhuan, Alicia arrived near the waterfall, finding no sign of Dominic or Paula. Annoyed, she stomped her foot. She noticed a stone tablet near the waterfall, which directed her attention to the waterfall itself. Xuanhuan? Are they behind the waterfall? Realizing this, she flew towards the entrance and dived in. Rushing water echoed in the cave as Alicia was amazed by the sight inside. Truly hidden away here. Alicia marveled at the mountain shrouded in thick white fog, unable to disperse. Biting her lip, Alicia moved closer to the mist, sensing her inner spiritual energy reacting excitedly as her bottleneck started to loosen. "Is this the Jingdao pool?" Alicia was surprised, standing by the edge of the Jingdao pool and gazing at the white mist within, but she couldn't see the figures of Dominic or Paula. They can't possibly be inside the Jingdao pool, can they? Alicia felt anxious, unsure whether she should enter the Jingdao pool as she worried about disturbing Dominic and Paula. Forget it. I'll go in first and see. Besides, Roberta is watching outside anyway. With that thought, Alicia's heart raced, and she stepped into the Jingdao pool. The moment she entered the pool, Alicia felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing into her body. When she reached the center of the pool, she saw Dominic and Paula sitting cross-legged, deeply engrossed in cultivation. She sighed with relief. Damn Roberta. I knew she was talking nonsense. Wait until I get back to deal with her. The thought of Roberta's earlier words made Alicia quite annoyed. However, sensing her own cultivation breaking through, Alicia hesitated to leave. After some deliberation, she decided to sit down in the Jingdao pool and seize the opportunity to enhance her cultivation as well. Time passed quickly. Another half day flew by. Roberta, waiting outside, had become increasingly impatient. How long can this take? Why hasn't my brother arrived yet? Roberta was growing more anxious, looking towards the waterfall. She guessed that Alicia must have also entered the Jingdao pool. Humph. You think you can leave me out? Well, I don't need to be part of your group. Just let you have your fun now. Wait until my brother gets here, then we'll see who has the upper hand. Roberta was livid, frustrated that she had been left outside to keep watch for Dominic and the others. Yuhuan? At that moment, someone called from a distance. Roberta hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Brother? Roberta recognized her elder brother Ivor and ran excitedly to greet him. Yuhuan? Are you hurt? Ivor anxiously checked over his sister after seeing her. Brother, I'm fine. You've come just in time. They are all in deep meditation, cultivating and breaking through. Brother, Follow me quickly before they wake up. Without further explanation, Roberta grabbed her brother Ivor's hand and headed toward the waterfall in the mountains. Chapter 187. The elder of the Chu family seeks to seize the dragon pearl. Little sister? What did you say? The pure Dao pool? An anxious Rebecca tugged at her brother Ivor, urging him toward the waterfall. But when Ivor heard pure Dao pool, his expression suddenly changed. Behind them, Armin and the others were also taken aback. Sherry's big brother? No time for questions now. The pure Dao pool is occupied by people, but they're all focused on advancing their cultivation. This is our best chance to seize it. Without further explanation, Rebecca led everyone into the forest, quickly reaching the waterfall. Big brother? The entrance is behind the waterfall. Stay close. Rebecca glanced at the waterfall, gave a brief instruction, and leaped forward first. Splash, splash. Following Rebecca, Ivor and the others entered the hidden realm within the waterfall. Wow, this place is incredible. How did you find such a hidden spot, Xuanhuan? Ivor and the others were astonished by the world inside the cave. What's so impressive about this? Wait until you see the pure Dao pool. You'll thank me. Rebecca grinned and then flew straight ahead into the mountains. Ivor and the others followed closely behind. When they reached the pure Dao pool, each of them displayed looks of surprise. They could feel the convergence of heavenly luck and abundant, surging spiritual energy, which greatly benefited their cultivation. Little sister, where are the people you mentioned? Ivor looked around, seeing no one, and asked with a puzzled expression. They're inside the pure Dao pool. Big brother, we should go in now and kill them while they cultivate. Then the pure Dao pool will be ours. Rebecca was impatient. Everything was ready except for eliminating Dominic and his companions. Only then could she feel secure. Ivor was doubtful. If his sister knew there were people here, why would they stay? Were they idiots waiting to be killed? Before Ivor could understand, Rebecca summoned her spirit sword and entered the pure Dao pool, moving slowly through the white mist. Ivor frowned, hesitated, bit his lip, and signaled the others to follow. Splash, splash. Rebecca and her group approached Dominic and his companions. Dominic was deep in cultivation, on the verge of breaking through. Lindsay had already entered a meditative state, emitting faint traces of Dao aura, her progress surpassing Dominic. As for Paula, her breath was steady, having reached the perfected first tribulation realm. As Rebecca and her group neared, Paula was the first to awaken. Big brother? It's them three. The man is called Dominic. He's the strongest. Let's kill him first. Rebecca pointed her sword at Dominic's forehead, informing Ivor in a grave voice. Only Sage Realm? Little sister? Are you joking? Ivor frowned, thinking Dominic didn't seem very powerful. He believed his sister was exaggerating. Brother, don't be fooled by him. He pretends to be weak. Even Xingyun's sex Christiana couldn't defeat him. I saw it with my own eyes. Rebecca shook her head. She had the same thoughts as her brother initially, but witnessing Dominic's terrifying power made her believe there were people stronger than expected. Oh, you must be kidding. Christiana is at the third tribulation Dao realm. Xuanhuan, don't speak recklessly. We can't believe he's that strong. Armin and the others laughed. It sounded like a tall tale for someone at the Sage realm to defeat a third tribulation Dao realm expert. No, you're wrong. Christiana has already reached the fourth tribulation Dao realm. If you don't believe me, fine, but Dominic must die, or I won't rest easy. Rebecca clenched her teeth, stabbing her sword towards Dominic's head without warning. Bitch. Paula suddenly opened her eyes as Dominic was unprepared. With an angry shout, she waved her hand, sending out a stream of sword chi. Clang. Rebecca's sword was instantly knocked away by the sword chi. Thud. Thud. Rebecca staggered back, her right tiger's mouth split, blood streaming down. Little sister. Ivor stepped forward, holding his sister protectively, glaring at the rising Paula. Armin and the others tensed up, preparing for battle, eyeing Paula with hostility. You treacherous Rebecca. Ungrateful traitor. To conspire with outsiders to harm Dominic while we cultivated. Your crime is unforgivable. Paula was furious. Seeing Rebecca bring so many people here, she regretted not stopping Dominic from saving her. Rebecca's face paled. Facing Paula's accusations, she had no response, clenching her teeth angrily and turning to Ivor. Big brother, quickly kill this woman. Little sister, what's going on? Ivor frowned, thinking from Paula's words that his sister might have been wrong. Brother, just do it. Rebecca couldn't admit to betraying kindness, so she urged her brother on. Seeing his sister's urgency, Ivor could only hold off on asking questions, giving a signal to Armin and the others. In an instant, Armin and 4 others attacked Paula from all sides. Huh. Paula's brows knitted together, her body glowing blue, covered by a gemstone blue battle armor that boosted her aura dramatically. Whoosh. The water dragon pearl activated its power, emitting overwhelming strength. The 5 attackers were repelled by this force, spitting blood and retreating. 2 men at the Sage realm fainted on the spot. Ivor grabbed his sister and retreated rapidly, still getting hit and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Rebecca was dumbstruck by Paula's strength, muttering, how can she be so strong? In Rebecca's mind, Paula shouldn't be this powerful. Her strength rivaled Dominic's. Rebecca, prepare to die. Paula charged forward like a blue streak, unleashing countless sword chi attacks. Rebecca turned pale with fear, frozen in shock, her legs failing her. Ivor gritted his teeth, using all his strength to shield Rebecca from the onslaught of sword chi. Boom. Water splashed everywhere, the fierce wave knocking Ivor back, spitting blood. Big brother. Rebecca screamed as a sword chi pierced her right shoulder, collapsing into the pure Dao pool. Ivor landed beside the pool, gasping in pain, unable to rise. Rebecca, dazed and disoriented, found herself in despair as Paula approached, her right hand ninja to Xianxia and suddenly lunged at Rebecca. Edit. Rebecca, dazed and disoriented, found herself in despair as Paula approached, her right hand ninja to Xianxia suddenly threw Xianxia. Further edit for fluency and accuracy. Rebecca, dazed and disoriented, was in despair as Paula appeared before her, her right hand gathering a concentrated sword aura and suddenly lunged at Rebecca. For consistency and natural flow in English, Rebecca, now dazed and disoriented, was filled with despair as Paula approached, her right hand gathering a concentrated sword aura and striking swiftly at Rebecca. Swish. In terror, Rebecca watched as a red glow erupted from her chest, destroying the incoming sword chi. Huh. Paula's eyes widened, focusing on the red pendant glowing from Rebecca's chest, a small, finger-sized red gem radiating a powerful aura. Elder, save me. Rebecca, still shocked, clutched the red gem, shouting for help. As she cried out, the red gem shone brightly. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, standing tall in a crimson robe, an elderly man with white hair. His complexion was pale, with long eyebrows, emitting a fluctuating aura and piercing eyes filled with malevolent intent. Elder, this woman wants to kill me. Please help me kill her. Rebecca kneeled, pleading for assistance. Paula remained calm yet wary. Rebecca's elder was enigmatic, her abilities too profound to discern if he was real or an illusion. The elder of the Chu family furrowed his long eyebrows, gazing at the blue battle armor on Paula. His pupils suddenly widened in surprise. The blue spirit battle armor of the water dragon pearl? Paula's expression changed drastically. Was her water dragon pearl actually recognized by him? Indeed. The battle armor she wore was precisely the blue spirit battle armor, renowned alongside Dominic's dragon flame battle armor, both born from dragon pearls. But unlike Dominic's, hers was water-based. Little girl? You're so young, yet your hand is so cruel. Tell me, under which master did you study? The elder of the Chu family stood with his hands behind his back, towering over her as if he were conducting an interrogation. None of your business. Paula remained solemn. How could she reveal her lineage? Refusing to speak? Then don't blame me for being unfriendly. The elder's demeanor turned icy cold. With that, he waved his sleeve, sending a red beam flying towards Paula. Paula swung her arm, instantly releasing a streak of sword chi that slashed through the air. Bang! The red beam was too powerful, shattering Paula's sword chi and striking her chest. Spit. Paula spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled back several steps. Whoosh! Before she could stabilize herself, the elder of the Chu family appeared right beside her, placing a hand atop her head. Paula felt all her strength drain away instantly. Her eyes widened as the water dragon pearl inside her body flew out, heading towards the palm of the elder. Haha! The elder couldn't help but laugh aloud as he grasped the water dragon pearl. With the dragon pearl, one can achieve immortality. This is truly a huge surprise. My journey here has not been in vain. The elder was elated. Unexpectedly obtaining the water dragon pearl, one of the 5 elements dragon pearls, filled him with joy. Buzz. Just as the elder basked in his triumph, a buzzing sound suddenly echoed. Whoosh! A black sword light flashed, catching the elder off guard and forcing him to retreat. The water dragon pearl in his hand flew back into Paula's body. Damn it! The elder was furious, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at Dominic, who was seated in meditation within the water. Junior brother? Paula, drenched in sweat, felt utterly exhausted after escaping her predicament. She turned her head to look at Dominic. Chapter 188, Crossing the Thunder Tribulation. One sword decides life and death. In the tranquil Dao pool, Dominic, who was seated cross-legged in the water, radiated with a dazzling light, his aura extraordinarily thick. The heaven-severing sword that had repelled the Jamar hovered in the air beside him, emitting an awe-inspiring sword chi. Still hasn't broken through? You insignificant little brat? The Jamar scowled darkly, infuriated to see that Dominic's cultivation remained at the Sage Realm. Carla, having been rescued, quickly retreated beside Dominic, watching the opposing elder with grave concern, her heart filled with unease. Dominic still had his eyes closed, and she didn't know if he had already broken through or failed midway. Ancestor? We mustn't let that guy wake up. He's very powerful. You have to kill him first. Rebecca was tense. Seeing Dominic hadn't awakened but could still repel their ancestor, fear rose in her heart, and she gritted her teeth to remind him. The Jamar frowned. Hearing Rebecca's warning, his expression turned icy cold, and with a swift motion of his arm, a streak of red light shot towards Dominic. Carla's expression changed dramatically. As she prepared to intercept, Dominic suddenly opened his eyes, and a blinding golden light erupted from within him. Roar! A golden dragon soared out from his body, instantly shattering the attack from the Jamar. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the tranquil Dao pool's water splashed wildly, and the clouds and mist billowed apart. Rumble! Just then, a thunderclap resounded as a bolt of lightning descended upon Dominic. What? He actually summoned the Thunder Tribulation? The Jamar paled in shock. To ascend from the Sage Realm to the Dao Realm, one must pass through the Thunder Tribulation. Breaking through the First Tribulation would officially mark one as a First Tribulation Taoist. Although Carla had broken through, she had not directly faced the tribulation, so her strength was far inferior to someone who had passed the tribulation. Dominic chose to undergo the tribulation to break through, hence summoning the Thunder Tribulation. The Jamar's face turned grim. To avoid being drawn into it, he turned and carried Rebecca away from the tranquil Dao pool. Crackle! Sitting cross-legged in the water, Dominic was enveloped in electric light the instant the lightning struck him. The Thunder Tribulation was also an opportunity for tempering the body. At this moment, Dominic felt his primordial soul searing in pain, while his bodily blood chi churned violently. With his robust physique, one bolt of lightning posed no danger to him. In the blink of an eye, the pain vanished. Simultaneously, his 14 martial veins erupted with pure spiritual energy, propelling his cultivation directly into the First Tribulation Taoist stage. As his cultivation broke through, the power within him grew stronger. The 15th martial vein gradually took shape, and a vast torrent of blood chi surged through Dominic's body. He's unharmed? The Jamar on the shore was taken aback. Although the first tribulation lightning was weak, it shouldn't be this easy. Watching Dominic emerge unscathed, Ivor's expression drastically changed. Witnessing Dominic easily pass the tribulation stirred resentment within him. The Jamar watched Dominic consolidating his newfound power, his pupils widening abruptly. Whoosh! In an instant, the Jamar vanished into thin air, reappearing near Dominic. Let me see what kind of monster you are. The elder stretched out a hand toward Dominic's head, attempting to peer into his secrets. However, before his hand could land, the heaven-severing sword suddenly slashed out. The Jamar's expression changed dramatically. His extended right hand swept horizontally, colliding with the incoming sword. Bang! The heaven-severing sword was deflected, yet the Jamar's arm was wounded by the sword chi. This sword actually has a sword spirit? The Jamar was greatly startled. Only now did he realize that the heaven-severing sword was not just any ordinary divine sword but a supreme treasure. I never thought a greenhorn could obtain a supreme treasure. The elder's eyes gleamed greedily as he examined the sword. Water Dragon Pearl, supreme treasure. Any one of these items was enough to cause chaos. Now both were right in front of him. How could he not be tempted? Humph! No longer holding back, the Jamar launched a full-strength strike toward Dominic. Desperate to protect its master, the heaven-severing sword intercepted the blow once more. Clang! This time, the heaven-severing sword was knocked back. Still, the Jamar's force remained undiminished, aiming straight for Dominic. 10,000 swords. Standing by Dominic, Carla decisively unleashed the supreme sword technique she had learned from the sword tomb. Myriad swords emerged like a boundless sea, clashing violently with the Jamar. Boom! Blinding light flashed as countless sword beams shattered along with the elder's strike. The explosive force rushed toward Carla and Dominic. Carla's face lost all color. With Dominic behind her, she resolved to shield him, despite the danger. However, at this critical moment, Dominic instantly rose from his seat. Dominic's eyes widened as he pressed a hand forward into the void, summoning a swirl of black gas that absorbed all the incoming force. Carla, eyes closed awaiting the fatal blow, was unaware that the crisis had been defused. What? The Jamar was shocked seeing Dominic effortlessly neutralize the explosive force. Such formidable power was beyond even his ability to dispel easily. Chariot, Dominic had done it without effort? Brother? Sensing something amiss, Carla opened her eyes and saw Dominic standing beside her, causing her to be astonished. Leave it to me. Senior sister, please step back and rest. Dominic's newly gained strength pulsed within him after passing the tribulation. He spoke to Carla and then flew out of the tranquil Dao pool, hovering in midair as the heaven-severing sword immediately flew into his hand. Facing the Jamar, a sense of oppression washed over him. Looking up at Dominic, the elder's pupils dilated. Dominic stood ablaze in fiery red armor. Is this the dragon flame armor from the Fire Dragon Pearl? The Jamar was astonished. He never imagined he'd encounter two Dragon Pearl possessors on this journey. Indeed, my eyes are enlightened. Seems the 5 elements Dragon Pearls are destined for me. The Jamar's expression turned cold as he emitted the aura of a 9th Tribulation Taoist. Master, that old man is very strong. Your current strength might not be a match. The heaven-severing sword spirit reminded Dominic. Not a match, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. As a half-step divine weapon, don't you have a solution? Dominic's brows furrowed. Although his cultivation had broken through, his strength was limited. The elder had passed 9 tribulations. Fearing him was only natural. Master, I can help you, but only with one strike. It will exhaust your entire strength, and I cannot guarantee the outcome. I will need to enter a deep slumber afterward. The heaven-severing sword's tone grew solemn, acknowledging its limitations due to Dominic's lower cultivation. One strike? Dominic looked grave. Facing the elder's full-force attack left him no time to think further. All right, one strike it is. Fires of heaven. The Jamar roared, unleashing a palm strike that transformed the sky. A flaming mountain-like hand soared toward Dominic. Humph! Dominic's demeanor intensified as he channeled all his power into the heaven-severing sword. Whirl! With the injection of power, the heaven-severing sword glowed brilliantly. Slash! Dominic swung his sword, releasing a beam of sword chi slicing through the air. Swoosh! The elder's flaming mountain palm split in two, the fearsome sword chi unstoppable. The Jamar's expression changed dramatically. A spatial barrier appeared before him as the sword chi neared. Boom! The sword chi struck the barrier, which shattered along with the dissipation of the sword chi. Puff! The Jamar spat blood, his form becoming hazy. How could this be possible? The Jamar roared in fury. Dominic's single sword strike was beyond reason, actually causing injury to his primordial soul avatar. Great uncle? Ivor and Rebecca were greatly alarmed. Seeing their family elders form dim, they were instantly filled with fear. Brat, just wait for me. As his body could no longer hold, the Jamar loudly yelled threats. Then, his body suddenly dispersed, turning into a streak of red light that flew back into the gemstone on Rebecca's chest. Dominic, who had taken a risky move, was also faring poorly. Excruciating pain racked his entire body as that one sword strike drained all his strength, leaving him feeling faint. Thud! Dominic fell from the sky, plummeting into the tranquil Dao pool. Paula hurriedly rushed forward. Junior brother? The anxious Murong cradled the unconscious Dominic in her arms. Realizing that he had fallen into a deep coma, she gritted her teeth in anger and glared fiercely at the Chu family siblings and others on the shore. Run quickly, sister. The injured Ivor realized things weren't looking good and urgently grabbed his sister Rebecca, leading Armin and the others to flee hastily. Carla did not chase after them. With Dominic unconscious and unresponsive, she couldn't feel at ease. So, she took the initiative to infuse her spiritual energy into Dominic's body, hoping he would wake up sooner. After such a major event, Alicia, sitting cross-legged in the tranquil Dao pool, hadn't been awakened? That was because she had entered a state of self-forgetfulness, shutting off her senses and becoming completely unaware of the outside world, fully immersed in her cultivation. Why did we run, brother? Escaping from the water cave heaven, Rebecca resentfully shrugged off her brother Ivor's hand. Little sister, if we didn't run, would we not die inside? Ivor looked displeased, remembering that they had suffered losses against Carla. Not running meant waiting for death. He, Dominic, was clearly injured severely and now is unconscious. Carla will surely attend to Dominic's injuries. We should return and catch them off guard? I don't want to let them off so easily like this. Brother, remember, that was the tranquil Dao pool? Rebecca was unwilling. She didn't believe that with all of them combined, they still couldn't defeat an injured Carla. Chapter 189. Ian's arrow kills the demon viper. Smack. Below the waterfall in Water Cave Heaven, Ivor suddenly slapped his sister Nicole. Brother? You actually hit me? Nicole's eyes brimmed with tears as she glared at her elder brother, Ivor. Standing nearby, Armin and others exchanged uneasy glances. They were severely injured and would not dare to venture back inside again. I hit you to snap you out of it. If not for our ancestors' appearance, we would all have died in there today. And you still don't learn from your mistakes? Plus, didn't Dominic save you before? How could you repay his kindness with enmity? You've disgraced your big brother. And still, you remain delusional? Even if Dominic is injured, don't forget about Paula. Even if his strength is greatly diminished, as you correctly predicted, don't forget there's a woman with him too. Ivor was furious. His younger sister had always been willful, and this time, they almost all perished. Having barely escaped, he refused to risk everyone's lives again. Big brother, you? After being scolded so harshly, Nicole felt both angry and heartbroken. She only wanted what was best for everyone. The purifying pool could be very beneficial for them all. Shut up. If you won't listen, then consider yourself without a brother. I don't want a disobedient sister like you either. Ivor was exasperated. His sister showed no sign of repentance, so he sternly warned her and turned to leave with Armin and the others. Big brother. Nicole stamped her feet in anger, but no matter how much she called, her brother did not turn back. Powerless, Nicole, realizing her weakness alone in the heavenly cavern, obediently followed her brother and the group. Brother Chu, your sister might be too young and naive. Perhaps you should forgive her? In the jungle, Armin, walking behind Ivor, saw Nicole lagging at the rear. Concerned about sibling discord, he suggested Ivor forgive her. One must acknowledge their mistakes. I don't want us to lose our lives here again because of her recklessness. Ivor remained cold. It was better to be heartless than to indulge her. Otherwise, his sister would never mature. Just as Ivor finished speaking, a scream came from behind. Little sister. He immediately turned around upon hearing it. A black, snake-like giant beast had snatched Nicole away, its speed incredible, disappearing into the jungle within seconds. It's a demon viper. Armin recognized the beast instantly, a giant snake-like creature resembling a dragon, known as a demon viper. Chio? Little sister. Alarmed, Ivor raced after the demon viper. Armin and the others, seeing this, joined the rescue without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh. The demon viper, though large, moved incredibly fast. It seemed to glide on the ground but had 4 claws and a body covered in black scales emitting a faint demonic aura. Big brother, save me. Nicole, terrified, clung desperately to the demon viper's jaws, fearing it would crush her in two. Don't be afraid, little sister. Ivor, rushing forward anxiously, leaped and struck the approaching demon viper's jaw with a punch. Bang! A loud impact threw the demon viper backward. As Ivor summoned his spear to finish it off, the beast suddenly lashed its massive tail. Unprepared, Ivor was struck by the tail and thrown back. Brother Chu. Armin and the others rushed forward, attacking the demon viper, enraged by Ivor's injury. In the air, the demon viper, unwilling to let go of Nicole, began to fly, evading their attacks. Below, the wounded Ivor watched helplessly as his sister's struggles weakened. Enraged, he soared into the sky, using his signature move, the soul-severing spear technique. Stars filled the sky, raining down like meteors, with his spear following like a shadow. Clang, clang. No matter how many times Ivor attacked, the demon viper remained unharmed, its iron-hard skin impervious to his spear. Suddenly enraged, the demon viper unleashed a burst of black light, clawing Ivor's chest. Crack! His chest split open, blood gushing out. Armin and the others, despite their combined efforts, were also hurled away, unable to match the demon viper. Brother! Nicole, exhausted and helpless, screamed one last time as the demon viper's jaws closed around her. Pooh! Seeing this, Ivor, already grievously injured, suffered a heart attack from distress, collapsing in a pool of blood. Swoosh! At that critical moment, a red arrow pierced the air, striking the demon viper's brow. Aoo! It shrieked and flung Nicole aside. Weak and limp, Nicole couldn't control her descent, but was suddenly caught mid-air by someone who gently landed her on the ground. Staring blankly, Nicole found herself staring at a handsome young man holding her, whose confident demeanor and longbow on his back left her spellbound. If Dominic saw him, he would be shocked, for this man was Izzy Sage's grandson, Ian. Entering the heavenly cavern, Ian's cultivation had reached the second tribulation realm, making his archery even more formidable. Thank you, Nicole said shyly, lowering her head to thank Ian. Ian, cold-faced, simply set her down and flew towards the demon viper without giving her a chance to speak. He's so strong. Nicole watched in amazement as Ian single-handedly drove the demon viper to flee. Blue dragon arrow. As the demon viper tried to escape, Ian fired an arrow bathed in blue light, which instantly pierced through the beast's body. Thud. The demon viper, bleeding profusely, crashed into the forest. Who is this guy? The demon viper's power is comparable to a fourth tribulation realm, yet he killed it? Far away, Armin was stunned. 6 of them couldn't handle the demon viper, yet Ian dispatched it effortlessly. Is that the 4 symbols arrow technique from the divine archer sect? Ivor's eyes widened, recognizing the technique used by Ian, causing him to inhale sharply. After retrieving a black demon core from the dead beast, Ian prepared to leave. Wait. Nicole stopped him, stepping forward. What? Want to fight over the demon core? Ian frowned, contemplating harming her. No. I just want to know your name. You saved me. Shouldn't you allow me to thank you? Nicole shook her head, embarrassed and blushing, asking Ian. My name is Ian. I need no gratitude, now step aside. His icy demeanor made him seem unfeeling. How can you be like this? I just wanted to get to know you. Why are you so cold? Nicole, displeased, felt uncomfortable with his aloofness. Why should I chat with you when we don't even know each other? Ian frowned, already impatient, and directly shoved Nicole away, stepping forward to leave. Nicole was infuriated, stomping her foot angrily and complaining. Why is everyone like this? Dominic treats me this way, and so do you. Am I that ugly? As Ian walked away, he suddenly heard Nicole mention Dominic's name. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately stopped. Just as Nicole was feeling frustrated, Ian suddenly came back, standing in front of her and staring intently at her. Nicole's heart raced, her face flushed red, and she thought, did he change his mind? Maybe I'm not as unattractive as I thought? Do you know Dominic? When Nicole was lost in her thoughts, Ian coldly asked. Why do you ask that? Nicole was surprised by his serious demeanor, blinking her eyes rapidly. Answer a few questions for me. It will be your way of repaying me. Ian had a peculiar look on his face. Since entering the heavenly cavern, he had been diligently cultivating, all for the purpose of reclaiming his lost dignity from Dominic. Sherry's, I know him. Nicole's face fell upon hearing this. Do you know where Dominic is? Ian's brows furrowed tightly. Having finally gotten a lead on Dominic, he didn't want to miss out. I just came from there. Are you a friend, or an enemy of Dominic? Nicole did not hide anything. She indeed knew where Dominic was, but seeing Ian's obvious animosity towards Dominic troubled her. Just tell me where he is, and that's enough. Ian's expression darkened. Whether Dominic was a friend or an enemy, he couldn't give a definite answer yet. But he knew he had to surpass Dominic to prove that he was stronger. This? Nicole looked troubled. What if Ian and Dominic were friends? If she led Ian to Dominic, wouldn't she be causing trouble for herself? What's wrong? You don't want to tell me? Ian's face turned grim, and he stared icily at Nicole with suspicion. Chapter 190. Seeking trouble at the doorstep. In Shuadongshan, the seasons remain like summer, with birds singing and flowers blooming. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lindsay, who had been immersed in the Jingdao pool, had now successfully completed her cultivation and smoothly broken through to the first tribulation realm. However, Dominic, having repeatedly exhausted her spiritual power, was left with weakened blood and chi. One of her 15 martial veins had developed a crack, while the rest dimmed. She remained unconscious. As for her, Paula, her face appeared haggard, utterly exhausted but still refusing to leave Dominic's side even for a moment. To revive Dominic, she had injected more than half of her own spiritual power into Dominic's body. Paula, what has happened to Dominic? The recently awakened Lindsay saw Dominic lying on the surface of the Jingdao pool and Paula looking so fatigued. She hurriedly stood up and asked. The weakened Paula gave Lindsay a lifeless look, but offered no explanation. Lindsay became anxious upon seeing Dominic's faint breath. She stepped forward and began examining Dominic herself. Disordered meridians, deficient chi and blood, depleted spiritual power? Lindsay frowned deeply, biting her lip hard as she grasped the gravity of Dominic's condition. Under Paula's watchful eyes, Lindsay took out a small medicine bottle from her bosom, poured out a white pill, and prepared to give it to Dominic. Wait, what is this medicine? Paula's expression changed sharply as she quickly interrupted, fearing that Lindsay might harm Dominic. What medicine? This pill is the Gui Ling Dan, a sacred healing pill left by my ancestor. It will surely help Dominic. Lindsay's expression was complicated. This pill was given to her by her grandfather as a last resort, but now, to save Dominic, she could not hesitate any longer. Having said that, she placed the pill in Dominic's mouth and infused spiritual power to help Dominic swallow it, allowing it to dissolve within the dantian. Paula's expression turned serious. She did not dare question Lindsay's generosity in offering such a sacred pill. Chariot, after swallowing the Gui Ling Dan, there was no immediate reaction from Dominic, causing her heart to tighten with worry. It shouldn't be like this. My grandfather once told me that Gui Ling Dan is a grade 9 spirit pill, capable of reviving the dead and accelerating the recovery of spiritual power. Why isn't it working? Standing close to Dominic, Lindsay felt her confidence waver. Seeing the lack of effect, she worried about potentially harming Dominic further. Suddenly, Dominic's dormant soul slowly regained consciousness, and a cloud of white vapor rose in the sea of divine consciousness, enveloping him. Within his body, twisted and deformed meridians were cleansed by a mysterious force, restoring smooth flow, and allowing chi and blood to circulate again. Simultaneously, from the almost exhausted dantian, a powerful surge of energy erupted, swiftly flowing into each martial vein. Bubble, bubble. The water in the Jingdao pool bubbled as if boiling. This water, it's too hot. Lindsay's expression changed drastically as she felt the temperature of the pool rise sharply, leaving her covered in sweat. Paula also felt the rising temperature, startling her as she rushed forward, attempting to carry the unconscious Dominic out of the pool. Sizzle. When Paula's hand touched Dominic's body, it was instantly scorched red, forcing her to retract her hand hastily. What's going on? Is it because Dominic's body is overheating, causing the water to heat up? Paula's face paled, her anxiety increasing as she observed Dominic floating motionlessly on the surface. Now what do we do? Is the pill problematic? Lindsay felt helpless, fearing that her good intentions might have led to a bad outcome for Dominic. Paula, determined, bit her lip and tried using her spiritual power to bring Dominic back to shore. Bang! But the moment her strength touched Dominic, it was instantly dispelled by the force within Dominic's body. Is his power returning? Look, Dominic's complexion is turning rosy, and his internal breath is recovering. Lindsay's spirits lifted upon noticing Dominic's improving condition. It seems the Gui Lingdan is taking effect. Paula nodded, relieved to see Dominic's breath growing stronger. Let's go. We should move ashore first. Paula decided not to disturb Dominic's recovery process and suggested moving ashore. Reluctantly, Lindsay followed Paula out of the pool. They are inside. Upon reaching the shore, they suddenly heard familiar voices outside the cave entrance. That's Gabriella? Lindsay paused, confirming she hadn't misheard. Concerned, she wanted to confront Gabriella. Hold it. Gabriella, that bitch, brought people here during our cultivation session. Dominic almost died because of her. Paula recounted the events to inform Lindsay of Gabriella's true nature. What? That ingrate Gabriella? If I had known, I wouldn't have saved her back then. Lindsay fumed, angrily rushing out of the cave. Paula glanced at Dominic, unsure if he would wake anytime soon. Concerned for Lindsay, she joined her outside. Outside Shuidongshan, Gabriella had brought Ian to the waterfall base, telling him Dominic and the others were inside the cave beyond. Shuidongshan? How could I find them here without your guidance? Ian was astonished, surprised at the location. Just then, two figures flew out from the waterfall. Lindsay? Paula? Ian tensed, realizing Dominic must be inside. Gabriella's face paled upon seeing Paula and Lindsay and attempted to retreat. Gabriella, you vile woman, where do you think you're running? Lindsay's voice echoed angrily before Gabriella could flee. Brother Ian, you promised to protect me. Gabriella hid behind Ian, pleading for his help. Ian was puzzled, suspecting Gabriella might have offended these women. Ian, what are you doing here? Paula was shocked to see Ian, wondering why he was here in Tinku. Why? Don't you want to see me now? Ian frowned, still feeling bitter about Paula and Dominic. No, you misunderstood. Paula's expression grew odd. However, seeing Gabriella hiding behind Ian, her mood darkened. Gabriella, come over here. Lindsay glared at Ian and barked at Gabriella. No. Gabriella panicked, regretting bringing Ian, fearing she might fall into the hands of Lindsay and Paula. Whiz. Angry, Lindsay moved forward to seize Gabriella, but Ian widened his eyes and punched Lindsay back. You. Lindsay glared furiously at Ian. Ian, what are you doing? That Gabriella is venomous. Do you want to help her against us? Paula, displeased, questioned Ian. Ian's expression grew strange. Turning around, he embraced Gabriella protectively. Gabriella, caught off guard, forgot to resist as Ian held her. Paula and Lindsay exchanged stunned glances. Was Ian trying to prove something? This translation preserves the original paragraph structure and tone while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Gabriella is my woman. Anyone who dares to touch her will be my enemy, Ian said with a cold smirk, deliberately using Gabriella to gauge Paula's reaction. Upon hearing Ian's words, Gabriella's face flushed bright red, and her heart raced. Ian, are you lying to me? Paula was greatly surprised. For Ian to actually like Gabriella seemed utterly impossible. Why would I lie to you? You can like Dominic, why can't I like someone else? He, Dominic, took my woman, so I'm going to take his woman. Ian's eyes widened dramatically, standing up for Gabriella with full confidence. Gabriella was almost moved to tears by these words, deepening her affection for Ian. On the other hand, Paula was livid, grinding her teeth. She felt that Ian had changed, becoming unrecognizable and repulsive from head to toe. Well said. Any woman who has a man like you would be fortunate in many lifetimes. But, let me remind you, a woman like Gabriella will only harm you. She isn't worth making enemies of us. Lindsay admired Ian's chivalrous character, but she believed a treacherous woman like Gabriella did not deserve such protection. Luna, you're just jealous of me. Gabriella suddenly retorted angrily at Lindsay, not allowing anyone to ruin this rare moment with an outstanding man declaring his feelings for her. Jealous? I'm doing this for Ian's own good. Who would be blind enough to like a devious woman like you? Lindsay sneered disdainfully. In her eyes, Dominic was far better than Ian. Why would she be jealous of Gabriella? Looking for death. Angered by Lindsay's biting remarks, Ian suddenly lashed out with a powerful punch. Lindsay's expression changed drastically as she hastily blocked it. Bang! Ian's punch was too strong, forcing Lindsay back several steps and causing blood to trickle from her mouth. Ian, have you gone mad? To strike out for this kind of woman, aren't you afraid I'll tell Dominic? Paula was furious. Ian was aiding an unscrupulous person and clearly determined to oppose them. She could no longer tolerate this. Dominic? Should I fear him? If he has the guts, let him come out. I've been wanting to cripple him. Ian erupted in anger. Paula's dependency on Dominic made it clear she didn't care about him at all. Chapter 191. Turned into enemies, the mysterious underground palace. Ian, are you insane? The more you act like this, the more I despise you. Ian pretended to stand up for Sarai, but actually started trouble on purpose, which enraged Paula greatly. Despise? The more you despise me, the happier I am. I can't have her. Then Dominic doesn't deserve her either. Ian sneered. Seeing Paula's anger, he laughed with greater joy. Love turns into hate when it reaches its deepest level. He was jealous that he wasn't as good as Dominic and hated that Paula liked someone else, not him. Therefore, he had to prove himself superior to Dominic and ensure Dominic disappeared for good so Paula would give up on him. Sarai was terrified by Ian's sudden actions. Upon hearing his words, she guessed he must be in love with Paula, but Paula didn't return his feelings. Is he deliberately using me to upset Paula? Were all his words just a lie? Just a performance? Naive Sarai finally realized she was being fooled. How laughable that she even believed it. Alicia understood now that Ian was in love with Paula, hence his hostility toward Dominic. Paula, you actually have someone who likes you. Why do you insist on competing with me for a man? Alicia glared at Paula, feeling deeply indignant. Ian, you've completely disappointed me. Paula shook her head, looking at Ian with utter disappointment. Disappointed? How can you be? I'll make you hate me and remember me forever. Ian's expression turned icy cold as he looked at the waterfall ahead. Whoosh! Caught off guard, Paula and Alicia watched helplessly as Ian soared into the sky, trying to reach the water cave beyond the waterfall. Ian, come back here. Paula's face changed, and she hurriedly blocked his path. However, with one swift strike, Ian sent Paula flying backward. Weakened already, Paula coughed blood and fell to the ground. Alicia's expression grew stern as she clenched her teeth and attacked Ian. Bang bang. After several rounds, Alicia was forced into a corner by Ian's superior strength. He had power rivaling a third-stage Dao cultivator without even using his four-symbol sword technique. Seeing Alicia about to fail, the injured Paula disregarded her weakened state and lunged upwards again, joining forces with Alicia to block Ian. Down below, Sarai watched with hatred as Ian, Paula, and Alicia fought. She secretly hoped they would hurt each other. You, Ian, dared to play with my emotions? You will pay for this one day. Sarai clenched her teeth and silently vowed. Then she shifted her gaze towards the water cave. Paula and Alicia, those bitches, are preventing Ian from entering the water cave. Dominic must be severely injured. Seizing the opportunity while Ian and Paula were fighting, Sarai quietly flew towards the waterfall and entered the water cave. Upon re-entering, she quickly approached the purifying pool. The pool was boiling, with Dominic floating motionless in the center, seemingly unconscious. Just as I suspected, Dominic must have used secret techniques against the patriarch, leading to severe injuries and unconsciousness. Sarai smirked and stepped into the purifying pool. The boiling water burned her legs, and she recoiled sharply. But she wasn't ready to give up. This was her best chance to kill Dominic. Whoosh! Sarai flew over the boiling pool, above Dominic, wielding her long sword and striking down with great force. Her sword stopped a finger's breadth away from Dominic. No matter how hard she tried, the blade remained immobile. I don't believe it. Determined, Sarai strained herself to apply more pressure. Bang! Her sword snapped in half. Boom! Startled, Sarai leaped sideways as a red light shot out from Dominic, piercing through her right arm. In pain, Sarai clutched her bleeding arm and fled back to the shore. As she lay there in distress, she noticed Dominic slowly sinking into the pool and eventually disappearing beneath the surface. What's happening? Sarai wondered aloud. The pool wasn't deep enough to engulf a person entirely. Did the purifying pool melt him? She speculated boldly as she stood up cautiously to observe the changes in the water. However, after Dominic vanished, the purifying pool returned to its calm state, as still as a mirror. Forget it. He must be dead, Sarai muttered with finality, casting one last glance at the pool before leaving the cave. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the pool lay a hidden door. Dominic, having sunk underwater, passed through the hidden door and found himself in a mysterious underground palace. The palace was vast and dimly lit. Dominic lay on a milky white jade-like rock, glowing faintly as his body's energy coalesced within the 15 martial veins, which pulsed like sleeping dragons, radiating immense power. After an unknown period, Dominic suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, realizing he was in a strange, dark place. Where am I? Dominic felt a chill as he stood up. Looking around, he saw a figure seated on a throne within the palace hall. Dominic approached cautiously. When he recognized the man, a white-robed elder with a purple gold crown, a refined demeanor, he paused. The man sat motionless, and Dominic couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A stone altar rose from the floor in front of Dominic, holding a letter and a palm-sized circular bronze mirror. Were these prepared long ago? Dominic deduced that the elder was likely deceased. Opening the letter, Dominic read, I am Heavenly Lord, Brevin. Upon discovering the longevity gate, I was betrayed by a subordinate. If any worthy soul finds this, please avenge me. In return, I offer the Earth Dragon Pearl and a map of the longevity gate. Dominic learned that the elder and companions had discovered the longevity gate, but were betrayed by a treacherous partner who wanted to monopolize the secret. What caught his attention was the mention of the Earth Dragon Pearl among the 5 elemental pearls. Earth Dragon Pearl? What an unexpected surprise. Just as he smiled, a black light shot from the elder's body into Dominic's. What is this? The black light caused excruciating pain, forcing Dominic to tear open his shirt. A palm-sized black mark appeared on his chest. What is this? Terrified, Dominic realized the black mark held a terrible power attempting to break free from his body, causing unbearable agony. Cursed heart spell. Translation note: this chapter conveys a dramatic turn of events where relationships sour and new secrets are uncovered, maintaining the suspenseful and action-packed tone typical of the novel. It seems that this Brevin has attached himself to you. He was afraid that after obtaining his treasures, you wouldn't avenge him, so he cursed you with the cursed heart spell. Eamon appeared, placing his hand on the black mark on Dominic's chest, instantly making the excruciating pain vanish. By now, Dominic was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he glared at the cursed heart spell on his chest. He asked Eamon, can you help me remove it? Eamon glanced at Dominic and shook his head. The cursed heart spell is not as simple as you think. It's a curse formed by Ningzhi Yun Qi and dead energy. Correction. Eamon glanced at Dominic and shook his head. The cursed heart spell is not as simple as you think. It's a curse formed by condensed resentment and dead energy. So what? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to undo it, right? Dominic realized the gravity of the situation, but refused to believe it would stump Eamon. Where there's payment, there must be recompense. I can't help even if I wanted to. However, if you avenge Brevin, the cursed heart spell will automatically dissolve, and it will grant you unexpected benefits. Eamon gave a bitter smile, shaking his head. Despite Dominic's furious expression, he chose to let Dominic face reality. You've got to be joking? Brevin, when alive, was at least an Empyrean powerhouse. And since he's been dead for so long, his enemies are likely far beyond the Empyrean realm by now. What am I supposed to use to avenge him? I don't even know him. Why should I follow his commands? Dominic raged uncontrollably. To be cursed like this out of nowhere, and then forced into a suicide mission. It was impossible for him to remain calm. That's no longer up to you. As long as the cursed heart spell remains unresolved, you might die at any moment. Since there's no other choice, it's better to accept it openly. Eamon chuckled. Dominic hadn't yet grasped the reality. This deceased Brevin had deliberately dragged someone down with him to find someone to avenge him. Blame it on Dominic's bad luck for being chosen by Brevin. Dominic's eyes blazed with fury. The anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. Glaring at the seated corpse of Brevin above, he suddenly leaped up, summoning Tionkin's sword in his right hand, slashing towards Brevin's body. Boom. As the sword struck, Brevin's body emitted a blinding light, directly repelling Dominic, sending him flying along with his sword. ##### Chapter 192. Roberta's recklessness. Arrow punishes the heavens. Bang. Dominic, enraged, swung his sword in a desperate attempt to cleave through the corpse of Yarden. However, a formidable force erupted from within the body of Yarden. Puff. Dominic, along with his sword, was hurled backward, landing hard on the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, and his face turned deathly pale. However, the seated figure of Yarden above disintegrated into ashes with a flick of a finger, leaving behind only a black bead floating silently in midair. Earth Dragon Pearl? At the sight of the black bead, Dominic immediately recalled the mention of the Earth Dragon Pearl in the letter. Heart-pounding, Dominic observed for a long time before confirming there were no anomalies. He then decisively approached and grabbed the bead in his hand. The moment the bead touched his hand, the Fire Dragon Pearl inside Dominic's body flew out on its own, colliding with the Earth Dragon Pearl. Like meeting kin, they soared out of Dominic's palm. Dominic's expression grew grave as he watched the two Dragon Pearls collide. Their powers intertwined, emitting an astonishing aura. What is happening? Dominic felt startled as the power of the two Dragon Pearls grew stronger, and he instinctively stepped back to avoid being harmed by their combined force. The five elements generate and restrain each other. This is their resonance. Tiger seemed to have understood the situation. Roar. As Tiger spoke, suddenly, dragon roars emerged from the two Dragon Pearls hovering above. Soon after, the pearls transformed into a black and a red dragon that danced in the air. Moments later, both dragons descended from the sky and simultaneously flew towards Dominic below. Dominic's expression changed dramatically. Attempting to dodge reflexively, he realized his body was unresponsive. The two dragons seized the opportunity and rushed into his body, causing Dominic to break out in a cold sweat instantly. Fortunately, once inside, he did not feel any discomfort, but instead experienced an immense power surging throughout his body. Hiss. As Dominic sensed the power within him, a sudden burst of black light emitted from his body, revealing a new set of armor before him. This armor shared similarities with the Dragon Flame armor yet was conjured from the combined forces of the two Dragon Pearls. Black with hints of red like flowing lava, it radiated a wildly violent aura akin to a volcano about to erupt. Heaven Wrath armor? Learning the name of the armor, Dominic couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The Heaven Wrath armor exuded a wild aura, with power and defense surpassing those of the flame armor by twice as much, undoubtedly giving Dominic an edge. After a moment of joy, Dominic retracted the Heaven Wrath armor, and the violent aura vanished instantly. He then turned his gaze to the bronze mirror on the stone altar. Yarden would not leave behind ordinary treasures. Approaching the stone altar, as soon as Dominic picked up the bronze mirror, a flash of white light appeared on it, revealing scenes outside the water grotto heaven. In the mirror, Paula and Lindsay lay battered, fiercely battling a man. Is that man Teddy? Seeing the image in the mirror, Dominic's expression changed dramatically. When he clearly saw that the one fighting Paula and Lindsay was Burke's grandson, Teddy, his eyes blazed with anger. Why would he enter here? Dominic clenched his teeth, puzzled by Teddy's appearance. Given Teddy's relationship with Paula, they should not be fighting. Chariot, Paula and Lindsay were severely injured, and he had to get out as soon as possible. Looking up, Dominic noticed a hidden door overhead. He gritted his teeth, tucked the bronze mirror away, and leaped upward into the sky. Outside the water grotto heaven, Teddy, relying on his exceptional strength, managed to beat Paula and Lindsay to the point of spitting blood and retreating, all without using the four-symbol sword technique. Paula, I don't want to hurt you. Move aside. Seeing Paula struggling despite her injuries, Teddy clenched his teeth and angrily warned, "It's impossible. To enter the water grotto heaven, kill me first." Paula glared at Teddy, gritting her teeth as she yelled, "You're delusional. What is so special about Dominic? Is he worth your sacrifice?" Frustrated, Teddy shouted, bloodshot eyes glaring at Paula. "Who's delusional here? Defending an unrelated woman against me? Aren't you afraid Grandpa Joan will learn of your actions?" Paula bit her lip, resentment etched on her face as she glared at Teddy. Cursed wretch. Teddy lost his temper, and as he reached out, a longbow materialized in his hands. The instant he drew the bow, a golden arrow formed. He locked eyes with Paula, yelling, "Will you move? If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." "I won't. If you have the guts, kill me." Paula refused to yield, staring defiantly into Teddy's eyes. Lindsay's face tightened as she quickly joined Paula. Suddenly, she noticed a shadow dart past. Thud. Realizing too late, Lindsay saw Paula stabbed by someone above her. "Roberta, you bitch." Recognizing the attacker, Lindsay's fury surged. Whoosh. Lindsay lunged forward, striking Roberta in the chest. Ah! Pfft. Caught off guard, Roberta fell to the ground. Despite being at the Sage Realm, she couldn't match Lindsay's speed. With a stab wound, Paula's face turned deathly pale. Blood trickled from her mouth, yet she still held on, staring daggers at Teddy. Bitch! Enraged by Paula's injury, Teddy's fury exploded. Pointing the arrow at Roberta on the ground, he roared. Twang! An arrow whistled through the air. Teddy! Injured, Roberta never expected Teddy to shoot her. Just as Roberta faced imminent death, a figure shot out, intercepting Teddy's arrow on her behalf. Pfft. The person struck the arrow with full force, expelling blood as he collapsed to the ground. Brother! Shocked, Roberta was moved to tears by her brother Ivor's sacrifice. Run fast! Kneeling and ignoring his own wounds, Ivor noticed Teddy drawing his bow again and shouted at Roberta. Whoosh! As his voice rang out, the arrow wind approached. Roberta, just standing up, froze. Thud! The arrow pierced her heart in an instant. Little sister! Ivor called out, crawling toward her. But it was too late. Struck by the arrow, Roberta fell lifelessly to the ground, dead on impact. Did he? Lindsay watched, stunned by Teddy shooting Roberta himself. Moments earlier, Teddy had been championing Roberta's cause while battling them. Now, he killed her for injuring Paula. Paula, weak and fragile, could barely stand, swaying dangerously in the air. Xiao-yi. Rushing over, Teddy caught the falling Paula in his arms. Paula tried to resist but fainted due to dizziness. Lindsay hesitated, torn between helping Paula and stepping back. She knew Teddy liked Paula. If Paula and Teddy got together, no one would compete with her for Dominic. Teddy, you beast, release Paula. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shook the area. Dominic? Pale-faced, Lindsay turned swiftly towards the water grotto heaven. Teddy's expression turned cold, looking towards the waterfall. A loud noise accompanied by splashing water signaled Dominic's rapid approach. Dominic, you cowardly turtle. You finally dare to come out. Upon seeing Dominic, Teddy gritted his teeth in fury and pushed Paula towards Lindsay, shouting, catch her. Lindsay, taken aback, instinctively caught Paula just as Teddy drew his bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! Arrows tore through the air one after another. Dominic, enraged and driving countless sword auras, instantly shattered the incoming arrows and closed in on Teddy. In response, Teddy immediately unleashed the 4 symbols arrow technique. The Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. 4 divine beasts appeared simultaneously, transforming into 4 colored beams of light that sped towards Dominic. Roar! Unfazed, Dominic roared, and his heavenly remnant sword erupted with brilliance. Puff puff! Sword energy surged, radiating a dazzling light, causing the 4-colored arrow shadows to explode upon approach. Boom! With the 4 symbols arrow technique shattered, the terrifying force from the explosion spread outward as shockwaves. The void trembled as if struck by thunder. Such formidable power even distorted space, turning the heavens dark. Lindsay's face paled. She was almost blown away by the shockwaves. How is this possible? Teddy's expression changed drastically. His 4 symbols arrow technique couldn't defeat Dominic? He had underestimated Dominic. Not only had Teddy grown stronger, but so had Dominic. Moreover, Dominic's heavenly remnant sword was inherently terrifying, easily breaking through Teddy's 4 symbols arrow technique without any effort. Whoosh! As Teddy retreated, Dominic slashed his sword, tearing through the void and aiming straight for him. Himph! Watch my final arrow. Facing Dominic's thrusting sword, Teddy sneered and quickly gathered immense power into his longbow. A blinding yet not glaring light radiated, like a blazing sun. Arrow punishes the heavens. The moment the arrow formed, Teddy let out a powerful cry. Bam! As the bow echoed, the arrow shot through the sky like a meteor, colliding directly with Dominic's sword strike. Boom! Brilliant light burst forth in the sky, the deafening roar sounding like the heavens collapsing. The explosive force instantly ripped through space, summoning spatial gales that could tear everything apart. Dominic! From afar, Lindsay watched Dominic disappear into the explosion storm, frightened and crying out. Ha ha! Dominic? You are ultimately no match for me, Teddy. Teddy threw his head back in laughter. That last arrow was prepared specifically for Dominic. ####Chapter 193. The Scales of Justice and the Gathering of Great Demons. Ha cough cough. Hearing that Dominic had been killed by his own arrow of heavenly punishment, Ian couldn't help but laugh, only to spit out blood midway through his laughter. Dominic? Seeing Dominic engulfed by the explosion's force without emerging for a long time, Alicia burst into tears, heartbroken and hugging Paula as she wept bitterly. Under the arrow of heavenly punishment, all beings are extinguished. From now on, there will be no more Dominic in this world. Ian clutched his chest, forcing himself to smile despite the pain. He always saw Dominic as the target he needed to defeat. Now that he had succeeded, Paula would belong solely to him. He turned his gaze away from the destruction and stepped forward towards Alicia, who was holding the unconscious Paula. Give me Xiao-yi. She belongs to me alone. Not a chance. You murderer. Once Paula learns you killed Dominic, she'll hate you with every fiber of her being. Enraged and glaring at Ian, Alicia refused vehemently, her eyes blazing red as she hugged Paula tightly and backed away, putting distance between them. Hate me? How does it concern you? With Dominic gone, only I am worthy of Paula. Hand her over, or I'll send you to join Dominic. Ian, enraged, believed that without Dominic, he could make Paula turn back to him and wouldn't allow anyone to question or disrupt that. Don't even think about it. Alicia angrily bit her lip, hugging Paula as she turned to flee. You asked for death. Seeing Alicia's defiance, Ian became furious and immediately nocked an arrow. Swoosh. The arrow flew like starlight, piercing Alicia's right shoulder. Ah! Injured, Alicia almost dropped Paula as she screamed in pain. Gritting her teeth and enduring the agony, Alicia continued to fly off with Paula in her arms. Bitch, I'll send you to the netherworld to accompany Dominic. Ian, seething with rage, knocked another arrow. This time, a green light coalesced into an arrow. Bang! The bowstring snapped, and the green light arrow transformed into a green dragon, tearing through the void and chasing after Alicia in an instant. However, just as the green dragon was about to strike her down, a beam of red light descended from above, shattering the green dragon arrow. The green light dispersed, and Alicia was struck by the aftershock, bleeding from her mouth as she plummeted from the sky. Swoosh! In despair, Alicia thought she would fall to her death over a cliff when suddenly a figure appeared out of nowhere, catching her and Paula in its arms. Her complexion pale, Alicia looked up at her savior, stunned. Chin, Dominic? Stay quiet, I'll take you down. Indeed, Dominic hadn't been killed by the arrow of heavenly punishment. Wearing his celestial wrath armor, he looked like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, swiftly landing Alicia and Paula safely on the ground. How can this be? He's still alive. Floating in the air, Ian, upon seeing Dominic, felt as if his soul had been ripped from his body, unable to accept this reality. Dominic? Are you really all right? Upon landing safely, Alicia, still uneasy, grabbed hold of Dominic as he prepared to leave. Don't worry, I'm fine. Dominic nodded slightly, gently patting Alicia's forehead before departing. With a sudden surge, Dominic transformed into a meteor of flames, shooting upward toward Ian in the sky. Dominic attacked with terrifying magma bursting from his entire body. A single punch shook the void, a beam of light piercing through space and reaching Ian instantly. Ian, shocked, chose to confront him head-on rather than retreat. Bam! A deafening boom erupted. Under Dominic's formidable attack, Ian's defenses were like a mere blade blocking a boulder, futile. Pooh! Ian's body, like a broken kite, was hurled away, spewing blood from his mouth. Before he could regain his footing, a fiery torrent descended from the heavens. Ah! Ian let out a heart-wrenching scream, his expression contorted in agony. Thud! Depleted of strength, Ian crashed to the ground, smoke rising from his body, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Hovering above, Dominic appeared before Ian, his celestial wrath armor vanishing in an instant. On the ground, gasping for breath, Ian, upon seeing Dominic, closed his eyes resignedly. Do it! He had lost comprehensively. Living in disgrace, dying at Dominic's hands was fitting punishment. You indeed deserve to die. But out of respect for Saint Izzy, I won't kill you. Cold as ice, Dominic harbored murderous intent towards Ian, but the memory of Saint Izzy stayed his hand. Put aside your pretense. I, Ian, may have lost, but I do not yield. You didn't win with your true strength. Why should I be proud? If you want to kill me, then do it. Ian remained defiant. Had they fought fairly, he wouldn't have lost. Dominic frowned, displeased with Ian's insolence but acknowledging the truth behind his words. Without the celestial wrath armor, he indeed was inferior. Turning away from the incapacitated Ian, Dominic walked off, leaving him to his fate. Dominic, bastard. Come back. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I won't stop until I get my revenge. Despised and ignored by Dominic, Ian raged wildly, preferring death to pity. Chariot! No matter how loudly he shouted, Dominic did not respond. Pooh! Just as Ian's cries for death went unanswered, a silver spear pierced his chest. Ian's eyes widened in shock, feeling the excruciating pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the spearhead emerge from his body, drenched in his own blood. Dominic won't kill you, but I will see you off. Before Ian could react, a voice roared, and the spear was yanked out. Blood gushed forth as Ian collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes glazed over in death. He never imagined he would not die by Dominic's hand, but be finished off by Ivor instead. Ivor stood over Ian, holding the spear, angry at Ian for killing his sister. Sister? Brother is avenging you. Fuming, Ivor lifted his spear to pierce Ian's head. Swoosh. At the last moment, a sword energy shot through the air. Ah! Ivor's arm holding the spear was severed, causing him to scream in pain. Lying in a pool of blood, Ian gritted his teeth, realizing Dominic was watching him suffer. You don't need to thank me. Prove yourself worthy and live. Kicking his gaze towards Ian, Dominic left coldly. Ian, hearing Dominic's words, felt intensely provoked. I won't die. I will live and make you suffer as I do. Clutching his hair, Ian's rage burned as strands turned white instantly. A mysterious power surged within him, healing his injuries. When Dominic approached Alicia, he noticed Ian rise from the ground behind him, his hair completely white. Dominic was startled, realizing Ian must have paid a great price to survive. This wasn't important. What mattered was that Ian, having risen again, would become even more dangerous, a significant threat. Why didn't you kill him? Alicia, who had nearly died at Ian's hands, resented Dominic for letting him go. 3 times isn't a charm. I will collect his life next time. This translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Dominic shook his head. Since he had promised not to kill Ian, he would not go back on his word. He had already repaid the favor owed to Saint Izzy. Should they become enemies again in the future, he would hold nothing back. Just fear that your kindness will lead to harm. Dominic's unwavering stance made Alicia believe that letting Ian go was like releasing a tiger back into the wild. Dominic fell silent, realizing that whether it turned out good or bad could only be left to fate. Behind them, as Ian shakily stood up again, his frail body seemed barely able to withstand the wind. Chariot, he glared coldly at Dominic before turning and looking at Ivor, whose right arm had been severed. Ivor, writhing in pain, suddenly had an ominous premonition. He abruptly looked up at Ian. Whoosh! In just one glance, Ian lunged at him with terrifying speed, leaving Ivor no time to react. Thud! Ian passed by Ivor, who instantly went wide-eyed in terror before collapsing dead. By this time, Ian had already walked far away. I hope I never have to see him again. Watching Ian's retreating figure, Dominic suddenly felt a pang of regret. Boom. After a long moment, when Dominic finally shifted his gaze, he heard thunder rumbling overhead. Lifting his head, he saw dark clouds gathering in the sky. Quack quack. The clouds churned ominously, and a flock of crows blotted out the sun, their cacophony causing unease. What heavy demonic aura. Dominic's expression turned serious. He felt malevolent demonic energy converging from all directions toward him. Why are there so many crows? Alicia was panic-stricken, her heart racing as she watched the unscattered flock of crows above. This place is no longer safe. We must hide quickly. Dominic furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was dire. He picked up Paula and led the frightened Alicia into the jumble of rocks, shielding their presence. Granville King of Dongshan welcomes the Demon Sovereign. Three-Eyed Dragon King of the Netherworld Cave welcomes the Demon Sovereign. Thousand-Legged King of the Underworld Valley welcomes the Demon Sovereign. Moments after Dominic concealed himself, the area around them was engulfed in a surge of demonic aura. One by one, raspy voices echoed, and figures began appearing in the water cavern sky, each bowing respectfully toward the flock of crows above. Hiding in the shadows, Dominic's nerves were taut. Observing the millennia-old great demons emerge, each with fearsome appearances, sharp horns and fangs protruding from their green faces, he braced for what was to come. Chapter 194. Escape from Despair. Encountering a poisonous hand. The black wind howled fiercely, and the demonic aura filled the sky. Great demons from various mountains gathered at Shui Dongtian, Water Cave Heaven. Dominic, hiding behind a massive rock, had a grave expression. He instinctively covered Cambria's mouth to prevent her from making any noise that might draw the attention of the great demons. These great demons were kings of their respective mountain territories. They had suddenly gathered here to welcome the Theo that they spoke of. Theo? He was comparable to an ultimate stronger, the lord of 10,000 demons. How could Dominic not be terrified? Each demon, in human form but with animal faces, emitted a heavy demonic aura. None of them were good-natured. They all bowed respectfully toward Water Cave Heaven, waiting. Theo? Why would he be here? Dominic frowned, having observed the great demons for some time, but still not seeing the so-called Theo appear. Curious, he looked toward the direction of Water Cave Heaven and saw that the hanging waterfall had vanished. Thick black gas now emanated from the mountain, web-like cracks spreading across it, indicating that the mountain could collapse at any moment. Could it be? The Theo is underground? Dominic's expression changed drastically, recalling how he hadn't detected any demonic aura when he was in the underground palace beneath Jingdao Pool. Boom. Just as Dominic was about to imagine further, a loud explosion erupted from within the mountain, and the massive rock face exploded instantly. Swoosh. Debris scattered everywhere. Black demonic energy soared into the clouds, causing lightning and thunder in the sky, and a fierce wind arose. 9 Lives great demons simultaneously knelt on one knee, lowering their heads in submission. But Dominic witnessed everything. He saw a black figure burst forth from the exploded mountain, floating in midair with a pair of black wings unfurled behind him, completely enveloped by black demonic energy. Caw, caw. As the Theo appeared, crows in the sky flew frantically toward him, circling around before transforming into strands of black gas that rapidly entered his body. Dominic's expression changed again. He felt the Theo's power growing stronger, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Congratulations, Theo. It's been too long. All the kneeling demon kings congratulated the Theo. Hovering in the air, the Theo had blood-red eyes. His black wings stretched, tearing through space instantly. Strength returned, the Theo revealed a cold and sinister smile. He stretched his hands, examining his own body, revealing a handsome face pale as paper. More than 5,000 years. That damn Brevin took my Earth Dragon Pearl and suppressed me for over 5,000 years. If he weren't already dead, I would have skinned him alive. The Theo roared angrily, his voice raspy and bone-chilling, his bloodshot eyes focusing on the few great demons kneeling opposite him. His handsome face contorted into a monstrous expression. Puff. The Theo suddenly waved his hand, and Dominic's image appeared in the void. Hiding in the shadows, Dominic felt an ominous premonition upon seeing his own reflection. Who has seen this boy? The Theo stared coldly at the great demons, asking about Dominic's whereabouts. This, no one among us has. The Granville King widened his eyes, looking at each other for a while before answering. Not seen? The Theo frowned. He clearly remembered it was this person who took the Earth Dragon Pearl. No matter what means you use, dig up every inch of earth if necessary. Find this person for me, hear me. The Theo clenched his teeth angrily, sternly ordering the Demon Kings. Sherries. Facing the order, the Demon Kings did not dare to disobey, bowing in acknowledgement. Clang. Just as the Demon Kings rose, they heard a sound from the distant rubble. Damn it. Behind the giant rock outside the cave, Dominic's face turned pale. It was Cambria accidentally stepping on loose stones. As Dominic internally cursed, the Theo and the great demons all focused their gaze on him. These demons, having cultivated for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, had far sharper hearing and smell than humans. No slightest movement could escape their notice. Who's there? Come out. The Theo frowned, glaring and shouting at the rocks. Dominic's expression was grim. Cambria was visibly frightened, her complexion pale and her right shoulder injured, rendering her much weaker than before. With the unconscious Carly and Dominic's current strength, they stood no chance against the Theo and the great demons. Each great demon's strength rivaled that of a ninth tribulation Dao realm cultivator, and there was no need for the Theo to intervene. Dominic? What do we do? Cambria asked anxiously, tightly grabbing Dominic's arm. It seems impossible for all of us to leave here, Dominic thought to himself, preparing for the worst. Since the Theo was looking for him, Only his appearance could divert these demons' attention. With this thought, Dominic handed the unconscious Carly to Cambria and said solemnly, "Do not make a sound. Once I divert their attention, you must immediately take Carly and flee." "Dominic, are you going to your death?" Cambria held Dominic tightly. "Better one dies than none survive." Dominic pushed Cambria away and turned to step out. Swoosh. Just as Dominic stepped forward, an arrow shot toward the Theo from the front. Brazen. The Theo, furious, easily crushed the incoming arrow with his hand. The great demons turned quickly and saw a white-haired man standing on a distant mountaintop, holding a longbow. "Ian?" Recognizing the white-haired man, Dominic hiding behind the rock was greatly surprised. "You filthy beasts. The one you seek has been killed by me. His Earth Dragon Pearl is here. Want it? Come and get it," Ian yelled, drawing his bow fully. Swoosh. In an instant, countless arrows pierced the air. The great demons acted simultaneously, deflecting the arrows. However, Ian disappeared from the mountaintop. "Capture him for me." The Theo raged, and 9 great demons chased after Ian. Seeing this, Dominic worried about Ian's safety. Ian was already injured and extremely weak. "Never thought Ian would divert the great demons for us." This unexpected appearance undeniably resolved their crisis, and she admired Ian's bravery. By sparing Ian, Dominic made the right choice. As the great demons left, the Theo, hovering in the air, transformed into a black light and vanished. "This time, we owe Ian." Dominic furrowed his brows, knowing Ian wasn't inherently evil. His enmity was all due to Carly, making them appear like enemies. "Let's hurry and leave." To avoid the Theo returning, calmly, Dominic picked up Carly, carrying her while swiftly escaping with Cambria. However, shortly after Dominic and the others left Shui Dongtian, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Abdur, who had vanished earlier. "He's become stronger. With your current strength, you're no match for him." Fiki, staring at Dominic's retreating figure, heard Wu Tiangong's voice within him. "Bullshit. Do you think I'd let him go if I had the strength?" Fiki's face twisted with anger, burning with rage over Wu Tiangong killing his brother Abdur in Sword Tomb. Wiping out Wu Tiangong's demonic soul would cause Blood Devil Lotus to retaliate, leaving him powerless. "I know you've always been dissatisfied with me. But remember, without me, you wouldn't be alive now. And with my help, you'll soon regain the power of the Demon Lord." Hearing Wu Tiangong's words, Li Yuendong clenched his teeth fiercely and then turned to the destroyed water cave heaven. "Are you sure there's something from the celestial demon sect underground?" After staring for a long time, Li Yuendong's expression was strange. He had appeared here solely because he followed Wu Tiangong's guidance. Wu Tiangong told him that an ultimate stronger of the celestial demon sect had fallen here, leaving behind a magical weapon of the sect. "Sherry's, it's right here. I can sense its aura. If I'm not mistaken, the magical weapon should be at the very bottom." Wu Tiangong finished speaking and transformed into a blood shadow, flying out of Li Yuendong's body to hover over the mountain ruins. Boom! Wu Tiangong pressed his hand down, and the debris beneath suddenly collapsed, releasing a terrifying demonic aura into the sky. The Theo has been trapped here for so long. Did he not know about the secret below? Li Yuendong's expression was peculiar as he sensed the pure demonic energy surging from underground. He wondered why the Theo hadn't detected it. "Do you think the Heavenly Sovereign Brevin merely intended to trap the Theo?" Wu Tiangong sneered, looking at the puzzled Li Yuendong. Actually, the Heavenly Sovereign Brevin used the Theo's aura to mask the demonic energy below, fearing the celestial demon sect's magical weapon would see the light of day again. "Is it really as exaggerated as you say?" Li Yuendong frowned. Wu Tiangong knew too much, making him curious about the magical weapon. "Follow me." Wu Tiangong glanced at Li Yuendong and entered the underground cavern first. As Li Yuendong followed in, he immediately felt his demonic power rapidly increasing while his blood boiled uncontrollably, seemingly ready to burst out of his body. The cavern was deep and pitch black, completely dark. After a long while, they finally saw a faint light. However, just as Li Yuendong landed inside, Wu Tiangong suddenly turned around and struck Li Yuendong on the forehead with his palm. Pfft. Caught off guard, Li Yuendong spat out a stream of blood and fell to the ground, kneeling limply. "Bastard! You killed Wu Tiangong, and now you dare to betray me." The injured Li Yuendong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously. Chapter 195. Vainly making a bridal robe, the unfortunate Kunlun sect. "Playing me dirty? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to get rid of me, but how could I let you have that chance?" Ezekiel's face twisted into a sinister smile as he looked at the severely wounded Conrad, kneeling on the ground, his intentions no longer hidden. Sitting around and waiting for death wasn't in his nature. Ever since he killed Abdur, Conrad had harbored ill will toward him. From that moment on, Ezekiel no longer trusted Conrad and gradually guided him step by step to this demonic site. "Shameless. Despicable. But I can't understand why you only moved against me now. Why didn't you try to take over my body when I obtained the demonic weapon?" Conrad's eyes were bloodshot with rage, his teeth clenched as he glared at Ezekiel in anger. "You're not wrong. I did indeed consider it, but did you forget? Your soul has already merged with the remnant soul of the Aslan, making it impossible for me to possess you. Besides, I couldn't wait until you got the demonic weapon because obtaining it requires human blood sacrifices, and you are the best choice." Ezekiel smirked wickedly. If Conrad could think of this, how could Ezekiel not have foreseen it? "Sacrifice me? Aren't you afraid of losing this body?" Conrad's expression froze, realizing that Ezekiel had calculated this from the very beginning, leaving him filled with regret. But upon reflection, Ezekiel only had a demon soul without a physical body, which made survival in this heavenly abyss nearly impossible. This gave Conrad a sliver of hope, thinking Ezekiel might have overlooked something crucial. "Ha ha ha." Ezekiel threw back his head and laughed. Turning around, he waved his hand toward the dark space behind him. Boom. Suddenly, the dark space was illuminated. Conrad's eyes widened as he saw a hooded man sitting on a blood-red stone, with a massive sword embedded in the rock behind him. The hooded man was motionless, yet demonic aura surged within him, emanating an energy equivalent to the ninth tribulation Taoist realm, and the sword implanted in the stone had a dark red blade with a skull at its hilt, looking incredibly malevolent. See this? I've long prepared a more suitable vessel here than you. Do you really think you still have any use to me? Ezekiel grinned wickedly, clearly enjoying himself and not taking Conrad seriously at all. You bastard! You've been manipulating me. Conrad's eyes bulged, his face contorted in fury as if ready to devour someone. Huh? What are you? You're just a pawn to me, and now it's time for you to fulfill your ultimate purpose. Ezekiel sneered and stepped forward, reaching out to grab Conrad. You'll never get away with this. Conrad roared furiously and lunged at Ezekiel. However, Ezekiel was unfazed, extending his hand remotely to immobilize Conrad midair, binding him with tendrils of blood that sprouted from his abdomen. No, I won't accept this. Conrad screamed in rage, struggling helplessly against the blood threads that held him tightly. Face it. Surrender your life peacefully. I'll help you complete your unfinished wishes. Kill Dominic. Ezekiel chuckled coldly, watching Conrad's futile struggles, determined to make his death worthwhile. Not possible. Conrad's eyes blazed with fiery hatred as he suddenly released a terrifying force within his body. Do you wish to explode to death? Ezekiel frowned and raised his arm. The blood strands around Conrad tightened sharply, pulling the power within him into the blood demon lotus inside his body. In an instant, Conrad deflated like a punctured balloon, his eyes bloodshot, his face vacant, completely weakened. Cold-hearted Ezekiel approached the bloodthirsty demon blade and pulled it from the stone, stabbing it directly into Conrad's chest. As the blade touched blood, it revived like a ferocious beast, emitting a blood-red glow and began consuming Conrad's blood voraciously. The bloodthirsty demon blade is a treasured weapon passed down from the founder of our demonic cult. It is extremely vicious and can only be controlled by those at or above the level of Theo. To avoid being consumed by the blade, one must first sate it with human blood to ensure safe usage within a short period. Ezekiel spoke menacingly, gripping the bloodthirsty demon blade and recounting its origins and fearsome power. With the demon blade in hand, Ezekiel couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought of dealing with Dominic. However, as Ezekiel reveled in his triumph, a black light shot out from Conrad's body and quietly entered the hooded man. Unaware of this development, Ezekiel remained smug as he extracted the blood demon lotus from Conrad's body and held it in his hand. The blood demon lotus pulsed like a heart, radiating blood-red light and wrapping Ezekiel's arm in numerous blood threads. With the removal of the blood demon lotus, Conrad's body dried up instantly, becoming a mummy. Calmly, Ezekiel approached the seated hooded man and bowed respectfully. My apologies, Uncle Master. Then, Ezekiel, along with the blood demon lotus, turned into a red streak and entered the hooded man's body. Shortly after, a scream erupted from the hooded man's body. It was Ezekiel's cry of anguish. Ezekiel's soul tried to escape but was swiftly pulled back by a large black hand. Why, you're the Aslan Abraham? After Ezekiel's startled shout, a pitiful wail echoed within the hooded man's body. The sound ceased, and the hooded man slowly opened his icy cold eyes, revealing an evil and sinister expression. It feels so good to be alive again. The hooded man grinned, inspecting his new body and speaking in a hoarse voice. Indeed, at the moment Conrad's life force was about to dissipate, he transferred control of his soul to the Aslan Abraham. Abraham's consciousness should have vanished entirely, merging with Conrad. But Conrad underestimated Abraham's cunning. Being the Aslan, he naturally had prepared contingencies even in life-threatening situations. Thanks to the revival of Abraham's consciousness, he effortlessly suppressed Ezekiel's demon soul and devoured him, integrating him into his own being. Rising, Abraham felt the blood demon lotus rebel within him, trying to escape. Humph! To think such trash is considered a treasure? Abraham scowled, reached into his body, and pulled out the blood demon lotus with disdain, crunching it between his teeth. Indeed, demons are inherently brutal and straightforward. A plant that caused headaches for Dominic was casually swallowed raw by Abraham. The power within the blood demon lotus was quickly absorbed by Abraham's body, becoming part of his sustenance. Closing his eyes and feeling invigorated, Abraham suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bloodthirsty demon blade on the ground. What a fine demonic blade! Surprised, Abraham pulled the blade from the ground and grasped it firmly, finding it surprisingly compatible with his demonic nature. Hurry! The sounds came from here just now. Just as Abraham examined the blade, shouts rang out from above the demonic site. Abraham's expression was strange as he looked up towards the entrance above the demonic pit. Just then, a figure flashed by. Senior brother Ezra? Judging by the looks of this place, it should have undergone an intense battle not long ago. Above the demonic pit, several figures from the Kunlun sect appeared, Ezra and Ansley among them. They had been nearby and, driven by curiosity after hearing loud noises, rushed over without hesitation to see what was happening. Ezra's expression turned grave as he observed the debris surrounding the area, noting residual demon energy lingering in the air. When his gaze fell upon the demonic pit, his demeanor changed drastically. What heavy demonic aura! As Ezra approached the pit and saw the surging dark energy within, he recoiled in fright. Senior brother Ezra? According to the star disk's position, there should be a waterfall here. Also, the star disk marked a place called Water Cave Heaven in this area. Why has it turned into this? Ansley's face showed unease as she took in the barren surroundings, with the mountains leveled flat, sensing impending danger. This place is unsafe. Everyone, retreat quickly. Guided by instinct, Ezra sensed the ominous presence and promptly led Ansley and the others away from the scene. Whoosh! A black wind surged suddenly, sending sand and stones flying. A jet of dark gas erupted from the demonic pit, causing disturbances in the void and making the ground tremble. Not far from where they had retreated, Ezra and his group's expressions shifted dramatically. Run faster. Ezra, feeling uneasy, shouted urgently, urging everyone to flee when he realized something was wrong. Swoosh. Just as Ezra and the others had fled 100 paces, a red light shot out from the pit and pierced through the air instantaneously. Thud. The Kunlun sect disciple at the rear was instantly impaled by the red light, his body exploding on the spot. Junior brother. Ezra's face was taut with tension as he watched his junior brother fall, yet he dared not slow down. Ansley and the others felt death creeping closer, and each ran for their lives without looking back. Senior brother dang run. Seeing Ezra hesitate momentarily, Ansley pulled him along as they ran. Behind them, Demon Lord Abraham appeared out of nowhere, wielding the bloodthirsty demon blade, relentlessly pursuing Ezra and the group. Chapter 196. Ansley jumps off a cliff. No one saves her. Master brother Ezra, run. Seeing Ezra suddenly stop, Ansley's face turned tense as she tugged at his arm, shouting. Demon Lord Abraham was rapidly catching up, and although Ansley didn't want to see her junior brother die, they were no match for the Demon Lord. Staying behind would mean certain death. Ezra's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the dead body of his junior brother, powerless to do anything or even take revenge. Go. Thinking of the others, Ezra gritted his teeth in anger, turned around, and led Ansley and the other two into the dense forest ahead. A few insignificant ants also think you can escape from this, Lord? Demon Lord Abraham smirked coldly, watching as they fled but remaining perfectly still. With one step, Abraham vanished into thin air. The group frantically ran away. When the four realized Abraham hadn't caught up after some distance, they finally slowed down, gasping for breath. Master brother? Who is that guy? Breathing heavily, Ansley asked Ezra, who wore a somber expression. Demon. Ezra clenched his teeth, and this single word made the atmosphere heavy among them. Demon? How can there be demonic cultivators here? Ansley frowned. This was the Sky Cavern. Demonic cultivators shouldn't be here. Here, nothing is impossible. That guy's strength, judging from the start, should be around the 9th Tribulation Dao realm. Moreover, the knife in his hand is very fearsome. It should be the bloodthirsty demon blade of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ezra frowned, having speculated along the way until he reached these conclusions. The bloodthirsty demon blade of the Heavenly Demon Sect? Isn't it said that blade disappeared long ago? Why would it appear here? That's true. The Heavenly Demon Sect has been destroyed for over 1,000 years, and all traces of the demon blade had vanished. It's impossible anyone could obtain it. Regarding the Heavenly Demon Sect, it wasn't a secret among major sects. The bloodthirsty demon blade once caused bloody turmoil, a weapon of great evil that the righteous path couldn't tolerate. But for some reason, the blade disappeared, and despite the Heavenly Demon Sect's repeated searches, they found nothing. Legend had it that if not for the loss of the bloodthirsty demon blade, the Heavenly Demon Sect wouldn't have been destroyed back then. Perhaps that person is a remnant of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We must report this matter to the sect as soon as possible. Ezra's expression remained grave. He didn't know much about the bloodthirsty demon blade, but its reappearance would certainly cause chaos. As disciples of the righteous path, they must report this so the sect could deal with it. Fear is you won't have time for that. Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice came from ahead, startling Ezra and the others as they looked forward in panic. It's him. The faces of Ezra and the three others turned pale. They thought they'd lost Demon Lord Abraham, but he was already waiting ahead. Hurry, scatter. Realizing things were dire, Ezra shouted at Ansley and the others before turning southeast. Ansley fled northeast. The two remaining men, reacting too slowly, were easily killed by Abraham's swift slash. Their blood was instantly absorbed by the bloodthirsty demon blade, which now shone even brighter, its aura twice as strong. Seeing Ezra and Ansley split directions, Abraham's face darkened. He hesitated, then chased after Ansley. Ansley darted through the forest, terrified, running without looking back. Eventually, after climbing over a hill, she found herself at a cliff edge with a fast-flowing river below. Hopeful, Ansley stopped at the edge, turning to look back, but her complexion paled as she saw Abraham approaching. Don't come any closer. One more step, and I'll jump off. Panicked, Ansley used her life to threaten Abraham. Given your looks, I might let you live, but you'll have to serve me until I'm satisfied. Abraham smiled wickedly, sizing up Ansley's beautiful figure and appearance, clearly harboring ill intentions. Never. You demon, don't even think about it. I, Ansley, would rather die than fulfill your desires. Facing Abraham's shameless demands, Ansley angrily rebuked him, backing away step by step, until finally standing at the cliff's edge, fear gripped her heart. She was young and in her prime. How could she accept death so willingly? You jump then? I won't save you. It's better to live poorly than die well. Serving me would be your fortune, yet you are ungrateful? Seeing Ansley hesitate, Abraham sneered, reprimanding her. Approaching, Abraham stood at the edge as Ansley, pale-faced, tightly closed her eyes and leapt backward. Abraham paused, watching Ansley jump off, feeling extremely displeased. Splash. Hearing the splash below, Abraham rushed to the cliff's edge. Seeing Ansley disappear in the turbulent river, he gritted his teeth. How dare you trick me? I will not let you off. Time seemed suspended in the mountains. 2 days passed. Rushing water echoed through the forest, winding eastward. Junior brother, shall we rest for a while? In the mountain forest, Paula, spotting a river, suggested they rest to Dominic ahead. Still weak from her previous severe injury, she felt thirsty and needed a break. Sure. Dominic surveyed the surroundings, confirming it was safe, and nodded in agreement. What clear water. Alicia joined Paula by the riverbank, marveling at the crystal clear water and washing her face. This water is so sweet. Surprised by how sweet the water tasted, Paula exclaimed, "Really?" Curious, Alicia scooped up water to try it. Suddenly, she noticed someone lying motionless on the opposite bank. "Ah!" Startled, Alicia screamed and called out to Dominic. "Dominic, come quickly." Following Alicia's gaze, Dominic saw a red-clothed woman lying half immersed in water. Paula, feeling queasy, refused to look. Hee. Seeing Paula's discomfort, Alicia chuckled to herself, glad she hadn't drunk the water. She isn't dead. Despite Alicia's amusement, Dominic determined the woman was still alive. "Junior brother, we shouldn't get involved. Besides, we don't know her. Whether she lives or dies is none of our business." Grabbing Dominic's hand, Paula tried to prevent him from interfering. After entering the sky cavern, they had faced many life-and-death situations. Each time, they narrowly escaped, but who could guarantee they'd be as lucky next time? Kneading his brows, Dominic felt conflicted. Seeing someone die without helping was against his nature. True. Alicia also supported Paula. Remember Gabriella? They didn't need to risk trouble again after being betrayed by her. Dominic fell silent. "Junior brother, let's go," Paula said, pulling Dominic away. "Help me." Just as Dominic took a few steps, he heard a weak cry for help from across the river. Dominic stopped, turning to look at the red-clothed woman on the opposite bank, his expression becoming peculiar. "Listen to this voice. Isn't it familiar?" "Not familiar at all." Paula shook her head decisively. "I don't hear anything. Let's just go quickly." She clung to Dominic's arm, pretending not to hear anything as she tried to pull him away. But Dominic directly pushed Alicia's hand away and instantly appeared on the opposite bank in a single step. Paula and Alicia were greatly annoyed. Everything about Dominic was fine except that he wouldn't listen to advice. Upon reaching the opposite bank, Dominic saw the red-clothed woman lying face down at the shore, her body slightly trembling as if trying to climb up but too exhausted to manage. "Meeting me can be considered your good fortune." Dominic, feeling compassionate, stepped forward and extended a hand to pull the red-clothed woman ashore. At that moment, he saw the true appearance of the red-clothed woman. "It's you?" Dominic's expression immediately turned grim. The red-clothed woman was none other than Ansley from the Kunlun sect. "It's her. Why is she alone?" Paula and Alicia arrived on the opposite bank and saw Ansley. Their faces visibly stiffened. In the sword tomb, Ansley had been very unfriendly towards them. If Dominic hadn't scared Ansley and Ezra away back then, they might have been the ones who died. "Let me finish her off." Alicia gritted her teeth in anger, stepping forward with an outstretched hand, ready to strike Ansley dead with a palm. "Hold on." Just then, Paula suddenly stepped forward to stop Alicia. "Paula, what are you doing?" Alicia looked displeased. "She's already like this. Even if we don't act, she won't survive long. Why dirty your hands?" Paula glanced sideways at Alicia. Though she felt some sympathy for Ansley, they could choose to let her die without intervening. "This?" Alicia was taken aback, considering Paula's words before slightly nodding and retracting her palm power. "Junior brother, shall we go?" Paula withdrew her gaze and spoke to Dominic. Dominic nodded and turned around with Paula and Alicia. However, as Dominic took a step to leave, his spirit trembled, and his pupils dilated as he swiftly turned back. Chapter 197. Outwitting the Demon Lord, Ezra's Misunderstanding. A cool breeze blew as dark, malevolent energy swirled in the air. Dominic, who had not walked far, suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back that made him instinctively stop and quickly turn around. "Junior brother, what is it?" Dominic's action caught the attention of Paula and Alicia, who promptly halted and looked behind them. At some point, a man clad in black robes had appeared nearby, dangerously close to Ansley. The black-robed man was staring at Dominic with eyes like those of the Grim Reaper, while holding a blood-red knife that emitted a wicked aura. As Dominic locked gazes with the black-robed man, he sensed the presence of Li Yundong and Jean within him. "Is he a demon cultivator?" Alicia asked nervously, noting the heavy demonic aura and powerful presence emanating from the black-robed man, which unsettled her greatly. Paula's expression turned serious. The black-robed man's silent appearance clearly indicated malicious intent, making her instinctively move closer to Dominic. "Who are you?" Dominic, sensing an ominous omen, raised his hand to his nose and spoke first. "An excellent question. But how should this lord answer you?" Dominic's inquiry stumped the black-robed man. He was none other than the demon lord Abraham, but within his body resided the powers of both Abdur and Jean. Both had deep-seated enmity toward Dominic. "That depends on your mood?" Dominic furrowed his brows, growing wary of Abraham. "You're quite articulate. This lord does not wish to be your enemy, but the two entities within me may not agree." The demon lord Abraham actually admired Dominic's courage, finding it extraordinary that he could remain so composed in his presence. "The two entities you mentioned, are they Abdur and Jean?" From Abraham's words, Dominic deduced the identity of the man before him. "You're very sharp. Since you've guessed, this lord will not let you go. How do you want to die?" Abraham grinned, his malevolent nature finally revealing itself. "Senior sister?" Dominic's face darkened. Seeing that Abraham was not willing to give up easily, he gritted his teeth and whispered to Paula, "Take Inger and go first." Upon hearing Dominic's command, Paula and Alicia exchanged complex looks but nodded reluctantly, realizing their presence would only distract him. "Junior brother, be careful." "Dominic, we'll wait for you." Paula and Alicia bid farewell to Dominic and swiftly darted into the jungle. Seeing Paula and Alicia escape, Abraham was displeased. "Such lovely maidens. Looks like you don't know how to appreciate beauty. Why don't I help you fulfill their desires?" Abraham mocked Dominic's apparent lack of appreciation. "You talk too much garbage. Maybe you should take a piss and look at yourself? Not to belittle you, but scum like you won't last long." Dominic sneered, confident in his retorts. "Foolish mortal." Abraham, unable to provoke Dominic into anger, was instead angered by Dominic's taunts. Roaring fiercely, Abraham transformed into a black wind and lunged at Dominic. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Stevianwool. Facing Abraham's attack, Dominic unleashed the improved four-symbol sword technique without reservation. For divine beasts materialized in the air around him, releasing sword energies of 4 different types. Before Abraham could reach Dominic, the sword energies blocked his path, forcing him to defend, flustering him. Abraham was formidable, but Dominic knew he couldn't outmatch him in raw power. Instead, he struck preemptively, using various techniques to suppress Abraham. Wasting your time with such trivial skills. Enraged by being restrained by the sword energies, Abraham summoned a magic saber mid-air with a sweeping hand. Boom. The appearance of the magic saber was accompanied by a cry from ghosts and gods, instantly shattering the 4 divine beast shadows. Tianquan, Dominic shouted, and the Tianquan sword flew out, transforming into a black light streaking toward Abraham. Clang, clang. The magic saber clashed with the Tianquan sword, sending sparks flying everywhere. Despite its strength, the magic saber failed to destroy the Tianquan sword, a half-step divine weapon. Clang. Abraham's face turned pale as he tightly gripped the bloodthirsty magic saber, striking the approaching Tianquan sword away. Dominic leaped backward to put distance between them, but Abraham closed the gap instantly with a single step. Die! Abraham slashed down at Dominic, leaving no room for escape. Dragon roar 9 heavens. Dominic's eyes widened as golden light erupted from within him, and a golden dragon shot out to clash against the descending magic saber. Boom. The golden dragon shattered instantly, but it bought Dominic precious moments, slowing the magic saber mid-air. Heartfire from the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Dominic unleashed roaring flames, enveloping Abraham within them. Whoosh. Taking advantage of the distraction, Dominic flew several dozen feet away. Watching Abraham engulfed in flames, momentarily trapped, Dominic glanced toward Ansley on the shore, hesitating. Does mere fire think it can kill this lord? Abraham bellowed, and the sea of flames dispersed immediately. Realizing his chance had slipped, Dominic quickly took Ansley and fled into the jungle. Dominic, you cannot escape. Enraged, Abraham pursued Dominic, enveloped in raging demonic energy. Chariot. Once Abraham vanished into the jungle, Dominic returned to the shore with Ansley, only after confirming Abraham was far enough away. What kind of background does this demon lord have? Dominic frowned, realizing that if he hadn't fled fast enough, he might have faced another near-death situation. Don't underestimate him. He's not just any demon cultivator, he's from the demon race. Eamon's voice carried gravity. The demon race was a distinct race of beings, separate from humans and demons. Bloodthirsty and brutal, their combat power and defenses surpassed those of humans and demons. The only ones who could match the demon race were likely extraterrestrial experts. There's probably no safe place left in this heaven pit, right? On one side, the venerable demon is searching for me, and now there's this demon lord? Dominic's expression turned grim as he considered the precarious situation, surrounded by formidable foes, and wished he could leave the heaven pit sooner. Do you fear? Hearing Dominic's despondent words, Eamon questioned him. Fear? Of course, I'm afraid. Throughout this journey, I've nearly lost my life countless times. Now with this additional demon lord, do you think I need to stay here? Dominic's tone was dispirited, fearing he might die before the exit opened. At least half a month remains until the next opening of the heaven pit. Why not use this time to find the longevity gate? Dominic was startled. The longevity gate was one of the 9 great sects that had long sought after. Sister. Just then, a distant voice called out. Dominic grew alert, spotting a man in red robes appearing on the opposite bank. Ezra? Recognizing the figure across the river, Dominic's expression became strange. Dominic? On the other side, Ezra also noticed Dominic, but upon seeing him again, he seemed visibly frightened. Recalling how Dominic had single-handedly defeated them all in the sword tomb, meeting Dominic alone now only intensified his fear. Just as Ezra's fear grew, noticing the woman in Dominic's arms, his eyes widened in shock. Junior sister Ansley? Dominic? What have you done to my junior sister? Ezra was visibly unsettled, noticing Ansley's disheveled attire and the fact that she was being held in Dominic's arms. He mistakenly assumed that Dominic had taken advantage of her. Do you think I should have done something to her? Dominic, picking up on the hostile tone, gave a strange look and asked in return. Beast, you've defiled my junior sister Ansley. You're no better than an animal. Ezra's eyes blazed with fury. In his anger, he flew across the river and unleashed a palm strike filled with flames straight at Dominic. Stop. Dominic's expression changed slightly, but his call went unheeded. Ezra, as if gone mad, attacked him relentlessly. Because he was holding the unconscious Ansley, Dominic could only dodge around. Dominic, I'm going to kill you. The more Dominic dodged, the more enraged Ezra became. The power of his fiery palm strikes grew stronger, wreaking havoc on the surrounding jungle and bushes. The mountainside was pierced through, water spewed from the river, and in moments, everything around them was in utter chaos. Ezra, if you don't stop now, do you believe I won't hesitate to kill you? Dominic, growing frantic, knew that if Ezra continued unchecked, it would attract nearby great demons, possibly even the demon lord. At that point, none of them would survive. Kill? Go ahead, try killing me. You beast, even if I die, I'll haunt you as a spirit. Ezra ignored all pleas, driving Dominic to gnash his teeth in frustration. As Ezra launched another attack, Dominic decisively tossed Ansley away. Junior sister. Ezra's eyes widened as he saw his junior sister flying toward him. He hastily retracted his palm strike and caught her. Just as Dominic prepared to teach Ezra a lesson, he suddenly sensed demonic energy approaching. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and said, You better watch out. Next time you won't be so lucky. Holding Ansley in his arms, Ezra, upon hearing Dominic's words, glared at him with hatred and snarled, "Dominic, you scum." Note: the only change made was correcting Ezra to be consistent with the earlier used Ezra da. Before Ezra could finish, Dominic vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a gust of wind. At that moment, Ansley, lying in Ezra's arms, began to stir and slowly regained consciousness. Weak and frail, when Ansley opened her eyes and found herself in Ezra's embrace, her expression turned strange. "Junior sister, are you awake?" Seeing Ansley come to, Ezra clenched his teeth in anger. "It's all my fault. I failed to protect you." Fearing that Ansley might not be able to handle the immense humiliation, he worried about her mental state. Chapter 198. Forced compromise, Lindsay goes missing. Senior brother? What are you talking about? Ansley, who had been listening to Evander's words with difficulty, asked weakly. Seeing the look of self-reproach on Evander's face, it seemed he felt ashamed and guilty towards her. "Junior sister?" Evander struggled to speak, realizing that Ansley, having been unconscious all this time, wouldn't know what had happened. However, this was such a significant event. If he didn't tell her, how could he possibly keep it hidden from her forever? If something went wrong, he couldn't bear the responsibility. "Senior brother? What's wrong with you? I thought I heard Dominic's voice while I was in a daze earlier. The one who saved me shouldn't have been you, right?" Evander's strange expression made Ansley suspicious. Although she had been unconscious, she still retained some awareness but couldn't open her eyes at the time. Hearing these words, Evander's expression became grim as he clenched his teeth. "That's right, Dominic saved you. But this man actually took advantage of you while you were unconscious. He is nothing but a beast." Ansley felt like she had lost her soul. Evander's words struck her like thunder, leaving her bewildered. "Put me down." After a long moment, Ansley pushed Evander away and stood up, quickly examining her body. Seeing her state, Evander hated himself for being powerless. "No, Dominic did nothing to me." When Evander couldn't bear to look at Ansley out of anger, she firmly denied his claim. "Junior sister? How can you side with Dominic?" Evander was baffled. After all, he saw it with his own eyes. How could it be false? "Senior brother? Wouldn't I know if anything happened to my body?" Ansley's face turned red as she spoke. Of course, she knew what condition her body was in. Evander was speechless. Looking at Ansley's serious expression, he recalled how Dominic only dodged without retaliating just now and wondered if he had misunderstood him. Suddenly, a demonic wind surged up, making the river water turbulent and causing the surrounding plants to sway violently. A wave of evil aura enveloped them. "It's demonic chi." Evander's pupils dilated as he saw a massive black centipede emerge from the river. Such a huge centipede? Ansley's complexion paled, and she immediately recoiled in fear at the sight of the gigantic creature. The black centipede was several dozen feet long, pitch black in color, with thousands of legs, its size like a mountain, radiating an oppressive demonic aura. The black centipede crawled onto the shore, emitting black light before transforming into a monstrous black-robed man with an ugly, fierce face. This was none other than the thousand-legged Aslan, one of the great demons. A great demon? Evander's pupils dilated as he instinctively pulled Ansley back. "Speak. Do you know a boy named Dominic?" The thousand-legged Aslan had an imposing presence, his hollow eyes fixating on Evander and Ansley as he spoke in a sharp tone. Both Evander and Ansley were stunned. The thousand-legged Aslan was asking about Dominic's whereabouts? After exchanging glances, Ansley shook her head first. However, Evander's expression was complicated. Clenching his teeth, he finally said, "Sherry's, we do." "Senior brother, you?" Ansley's eyes widened, accusing Evander of betraying Dominic. Regardless of what had happened, Dominic had saved her, and she couldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. The thousand-legged Aslan raised an eyebrow, locking his gaze on Evander. "Tell me where he is, and this king will spare your lives." Of course, Evander wanted nothing more than that. The thousand-legged Aslan was a powerful great demon, almost as formidable as a ninth tribulation realm cultivator. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity for survival. "Senior brother? Don't forget, Dominic saved me," Ansley interrupted urgently. Evander frowned, looking at Ansley before turning back to the thousand-legged Aslan. "I'm sorry, I really want to tell you, but I don't know where he is now." Ansley breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Evander's response. However, their situation became dire as the thousand-legged Aslan's expression turned menacing. "One last chance. Lead me to Dominic, or both of you will die." The thousand-legged Aslan wasted no words. He didn't believe Evander's claim. "Junior sister, it seems we can't escape this." Evander's face turned pale. Whether they answered or not, the choice wasn't theirs to make once the thousand-legged Aslan targeted them. "Senior brother, let's..." Ansley's expression grew heavy, and she whispered suggestions to Evander. Before they could turn to flee, the thousand-legged Aslan arrived in an instant, grabbing their shoulders. Daring to play tricks in front of this king? The thousand-legged Aslan sneered. There was a crunching sound. Ah! Ah! Evander and Ansley screamed simultaneously as their shoulders were instantly shattered, causing them immense pain. They sweated profusely, helpless like lambs awaiting slaughter. "Take me to Dominic, understood?" The thousand-legged Aslan glared menacingly at the two. "Sherry's, yes. Let go of us first." Evander could no longer endure, and gave in to the thousand-legged Aslan. Ansley gritted her teeth, but shot a fierce glance at Evander when she heard his words. "If you dare to play any more tricks, this king will kill one of you first." The thousand-legged Aslan released them, giving a final warning. Evander remained silent, while Ansley looked unwilling, wanting to protest but was silenced by Evander covering her mouth. "Junior sister? Our lives are more important. Don't throw them away for a stranger. Besides, isn't Dominic very capable? Why should you be afraid?" Evander quietly persuaded Ansley. They needed to calm the thousand-legged Aslan first. As for whether they could find Dominic, he couldn't guarantee it. "Lead the way." The impatient thousand-legged Aslan urged Evander to move. Evander nodded, supporting Ansley with one hand as they headed in the direction Dominic had disappeared earlier. Downstream of the river, Aella and Lindsay stood atop a nearby hill, looking upstream. So much time has passed. Why hasn't Dominic returned yet? Lindsay paced anxiously, repeatedly muttering under her breath. Aella, standing at the edge of the hill, remained silent, her heart tight with worry. Suddenly, Aella clenched her teeth and flew into the air. Aella, where are you going? Lindsay called out in alarm. I'm going to find Dominic. Aella responded without looking back. As Lindsay prepared to follow, a gust of black wind suddenly swept over her, engulfing her. Ah! Aella, already in midair, turned around when she heard Lindsay's scream behind her. When she looked back, Lindsay had vanished. Lindsay, where are you? Aella panicked, returning to the hilltop to search frantically, but there was no trace of her. She called out loudly but received no response. What happened? How could she just disappear like that? Aella's face darkened. In just a moment, Lindsay had gone missing, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Senior sister? Just then, Dominic returned, calling out from a distance. Junior brother? Seeing Dominic return, Aella rushed forward, nervously explaining, Lindsay is missing. What? Dominic's expression darkened. He asked urgently, what happened? Wasn't she with you the whole time? She was just now. Aella recounted the events solemnly, but after hearing it, Dominic felt this was too bizarre. They returned to the hilltop. Dominic sensed the lingering demonic aura around them, giving him an ominous feeling. Junior brother, what do we do? Could Lindsay be secretly playing a trick on me and looking for you alone? Aella speculated boldly, her thoughts unsettled. No, Lindsay might have been captured by a great demon. Dominic shook his head. Given his strength, he couldn't track where the demonic aura had gone, which was precisely what troubled him. If Lindsay fell into the hands of a demon lord, she would be doomed. A great demon? Aella's expression changed. She instantly realized the situation was far more serious than she had thought. Dominic lowered his head and pondered deeply. After a while, he suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand, a bronze mirror appeared in Dominic's palm. What is this? It looks like a mirror? Aella was puzzled, looking at the unusual bronze mirror in Dominic's hand, and asked curiously, this bronze mirror is no ordinary mirror. Can it help us find Lindsay? Dominic wasn't entirely sure. When he was in the underground palace beneath the pure path pool, Dominic had used this bronze mirror to see that Aella was in danger outside. So, he wanted to use the mirror again to locate Lindsay. Without further explanation, Dominic focused, channeling spiritual energy into the mirror. The bronze mirror emitted a faint glow, and then a blurry image appeared within it. I can't see anything clearly? Aella squinted her eyes, staring at the mirror for a long time, only able to make out shadows but not the details. Dominic tried increasing the amount of spiritual energy he infused into the mirror, but it still didn't improve the clarity of the image. Focus your mind. Think about who you want to see, and they will appear. As Dominic grew frustrated, the voice of Eamon inside him reminded him calmly. Hearing this, Dominic adjusted his mindset, and as he concentrated on Lindsay, the image in the mirror indeed became clearer. In the mirror, Lindsay lay peacefully on a bed, sleeping soundly. Then, a figure appeared, drawing Dominic and Aella's immediate attention. The figure wore white robes and had a strikingly handsome face. He reached out and gently stroked the sleeping Lindsay's cheek. Beast! Rage surged within Dominic as he watched the man fondling Lindsay. He unconsciously gritted his teeth fiercely. Beside him, Aella saw Dominic's reaction and her expression became complex. Only someone who cared deeply for Lindsay could react so strongly. Chapter 199, Jade Fox Peak. At the mountaintop, in the bronze mirror, the white-robed man was brazenly caressing Alicia's face with his hand. When Dominic saw this scene, he instantly felt a surge of anger, clenching his fists tightly. Junior brother, do you like Alicia? Paula, standing nearby, noticed Dominic's jealousy and concern for Alicia. Her expression became complicated as she couldn't help but ask. Huh? Dominic was taken aback, momentarily forgetting how to respond to Paula's question. Only someone who likes her would be this angry. That white-robed man clearly has no intention of harming Alicia, yet you're so concerned. Other than jealousy, there is no better explanation, right? Paula widened her eyes and stared directly at Dominic, speaking from an outsider's perspective. Senior sister? You're overthinking it. Upon having his thoughts seen through by Paula, Dominic deliberately denied it. Indeed, affection could grow over time. That was only natural. Since entering the heavenly cavern, the three of them had been inseparable, experiencing countless brushes with death. The friendship between them couldn't remain as pure as before. Any normal man would have a masculine side. But in terms of reason, Dominic only worried about Alicia's safety as a friend. They couldn't tell if the white-robed man was good or bad. Even if he were a good person, the fact that he abducted Alicia suggested ulterior motives. I wish I was overthinking. Paula did not argue further but chose to remind Dominic that he shouldn't like Alicia. Dominic frowned, sensing that Paula might be hiding something from him. Shifting his gaze back to the image in the bronze mirror, Dominic saw the white-robed man rise and leave the room. Moments later, as the white-robed man stepped outside, he spotted a towering peak in front of him. A peak? Instantly, Dominic looked up and confirmed that there indeed was a towering peak not far away. That guy's lair must be somewhere near that peak. Paula's pupils widened as she identified the peak, matching it to what she saw in the mirror and quickly determined its general location. Himph! What a bold move. I want to see what he really is. After confirming the location, Dominic tucked the bronze mirror away and headed southwest, locking onto that direction and flying off immediately. Paula followed close behind. As Paula trailed after Dominic, she unexpectedly spotted Ezra and Ansley below in the jungle. She hesitated to alert Dominic when she noticed a black-robed figure trailing Ezra and Ansley. It turned out to be one of the powerful demons they encountered in Water Cave. Ezra, in the jungle below, recognized Dominic passing overhead. He was about to shout but was stopped by Ansley pulling his arm. The thousand-legged Aslan, noticing movement above, locked onto Dominic with a smirk. Upon identifying Dominic, he intended to pursue but changed his mind upon seeing Dominic's direction. His expression turned grim. Ezra and Ansley, who had initially hoped the Demon King might leave, reconsidered their chances of escape. That's Jade Fox Peak ahead, within the territory of the old fox, Yu-Kurt-Shing. Why would they go there? Thousand-legged Aslan furrowed his brow, showing fear towards Yu-Kurt-Shing. Does even the mighty thousand-legged Aslan have someone to fear? Ezra taunted, noting the hesitation. Humph, who I fear is none of your business. Within 100 miles of this place, no one dares to step into the old fox's domain. Thousand-legged Aslan grew irate. Every Demon King feared Yu-Kurt-Shing. With 10,000 years of cultivation, Yu-Kurt-Shing's power far exceeded other great demons and transcended the realm of Demon Kings. Without a Demon Emperor appearing, no one in the Heavenly Cavern could match Yu-Kurt-Shing. Hence, great demons like the thousand-legged Aslan wouldn't dare venture into Jade Fox Peak. Realizing Jade Fox Peak was a forbidden zone for great demons, Ezra and Ansley exchanged glances. Swoosh. Without waiting for the Demon King to react, they dashed towards Jade Fox Peak. Bastards. Thousand-legged Aslan clenched his teeth in anger but didn't dare approach Jade Fox Peak. Great demons were wary of Yu-Kurt-Shing, who vowed to kill anyone who entered Jade Fox Peak. Two great demons who dared to enter met their end at its base, turning it into a forbidden zone for millennia. With a grim expression, thousand-legged Aslan knew Dominic was entering Yu-Kurt-Shing's territory. Though helpless, he realized the importance of this information to the Demon Emperor. Then it's best the Demon Emperor handles this personally. Deciding this, the thousand-legged Aslan swiftly transformed into a black wind and vanished. Escaping into Jade Fox Peak, Ezra and Ansley breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Demon King wasn't following. Brother? It seems thousand-legged Aslan truly fears this place? Do you think Yu-Kurt-Shing is more fearsome than thousand-legged Aslan? Hence the fear? Relieved to escape, they wondered why the Demon King feared Yu-Kurt-Shing, making Ansley tense. Let's not worry about that now. If Dominic can enter, any trouble will likely start with him. Currently, this place is safest. We'll investigate first and find a way out if it becomes dangerous. Ezra had already decided. Escaping once, they couldn't risk capture again. Besides, he was curious about Dominic's presence here and wanted to follow. Brother, isn't this wrong? Though we've had issues, Dominic saved me and let you live. If I'm caught following him, Ansley shook her head. She didn't want to oppose Dominic again. He was too strong for them to provoke. I'm not here to cause trouble. If we meet, I plan to apologize to him. Determined, Ezra flew towards Jade Fox Peak. Ansley, remembering being carried by Dominic, blushed but followed him resolutely. Jade Fox Peak. The peak soared straight into the clouds like a pillar. Dominic and Paula surveyed the southwestern direction from Jade Fox Peak, surrounded by countless high mountains. Finding Yu-Kurt-Shing's lair wouldn't be easy. Junior brother, should we split up the search? Paula proposed seriously. No. He might be watching us. Separating would make us vulnerable. Dominic refused outright, remembering the ease with which the white-robed man abducted Alicia under Paula's nose. Paula stayed close, constantly vigilant. Not found yet? Dominic waited for Aiden's response calmly. There's a barrier here. The one you seek is on a mountaintop, less than 10 miles ahead. But he can see you while you cannot see him. Chapter 200, Discovering Yu-Kurt-Shing's Lair. Adon had located Yu-Kurt-Shing's lair. With his strength, he could disregard the barrier, but Dominic's cultivation was insufficient to see through it. There's a barrier? Dominic frowned, touching his nose as he flew forward for 10 miles. He then hovered in midair, gazing at the towering mountain before him. Indeed, no matter how hard he looked, he saw no trace of Yu-Kurt-Shing. However, the white-robed Yu-Kurt-Shing stood atop the opposite peak, locking eyes with Dominic in surprise. He actually found his way here? Yu-Kurt-Shing was astonished, seeing that Dominic was only at the first tribulation realm, yet managed to locate his lair, something far beyond what a Dao realm cultivator could achieve. How powerful is he? After observing for a long time, Dominic silently inquired about Yu-Kurt-Shing's strength from Adon. His cultivation is second only to ofthe. Hearing this, Dominic's expression changed dramatically. Otheo's power was already on par with an Empyrean realm expert. Yu-Kurt-Shing must be even more terrifying than a great demon? What realm is that? Dominic couldn't help but ask curiously about realms beyond the great demon level. Above the great demon is the demon lord, equivalent to the severing mortal realm above the Dao realm, Adon explained. Upon hearing this, Dominic's expression became uncertain. He had always thought that above the Dao realm was the Empyrean realm, but above the Dao realm lay the severing mortal realm, symbolizing the severance of emotions and desires, transcending human limitations, truly achieving rebirth. Above the severing mortal realm was the heaven-penetrating realm, where those who reached it could sense the gate of heaven, peer into the heavens beyond, and understand celestial secrets. Demon Lord? Dominic's face turned grave. Learning that the person who abducted Alicia was a demon lord more terrifying than a great demon, he couldn't afford not to take it seriously. Junior brother? What's wrong? Russell noticed Dominic standing ahead, head lowered as if lost in thought, which aroused her curiosity. Nothing. Dominic snapped back to reality, shaking his head at Paula. He then fixed his gaze on the opposite peak, clenching his teeth and bowing respectfully with fists clasped. Senior Demon Lord, we too have rudely disturbed you. Please appear and meet us. Upon hearing Dominic's words, Paula's expression changed drastically. She stared wide-eyed at the towering mountain, feeling a sudden unease in her heart. Chapter 200, The Demon Lord's Arrival. Demon Lord? Behind Dominic, Paula's expression suddenly changed when she heard him address the figure as Demon Lord. A Demon Lord was an even more terrifying existence than a great demon. How could she have known that this Demon Lord was so close? As Dominic called out to request an audience, Atli, standing on the opposite mountaintop, hesitated, considering whether to ignore him. Demo, Lord? I know you have no ill intentions towards Alicia, but humans and demons follow different paths. I promised her grandfather to protect her. Please show yourself, Demon Lord, and release Alicia. If you do, we will not disturb your cultivation further. Failing to get a response, Dominic's face showed displeasure, but he continued speaking anyway. Atli frowned deeply, seeing that Dominic wouldn't give up. In anger, he waved his hand through the air, causing a flash of white light. Dominic and Paula were stunned. After the white light faded, they saw Atli indeed standing on the mountain peak, watching them. I don't know any Alicia. Are you mistaken? Before I lose my temper, take your people and leave the Jade Fox Peak immediately. Atli, with a look of disdain, didn't consider Dominic or Paula worth his notice as a 10,000-year-old demon fox. Dominic's lips twitched. Atli's refusal to admit capturing Alicia made him feel utter contempt. Addressing you as a senior is only because I don't wish to be enemies. Capturing our friend and lacking the courage to acknowledge it. You're not afraid of being ridiculed? Paula stepped forward with a frown, sarcastically rebuking Atli. Little girl? You speak too boldly. You're the second person to talk to me like this, but you'll also be the last. Atli's expression turned icy, and with a cold glare, he struck from afar, causing a shockwave of white light. Senior sister, watch out. Dominic's expression changed drastically as he stepped forward and punched out. Boom. The white light dissipated, but Dominic was thrown back several steps, spitting blood. Junior brother? Paula's complexion paled as she hurriedly supported Dominic. If you don't want to die, leave now. Atli atop the mountain appeared ruthless, bellowing furiously as a gust of wind forced Dominic and Paula back repeatedly. Then, Atli vanished before their eyes. Junior brother? This guy is too powerful. We can't match him. How about? Paula looked hesitant. It was wise to know one's limits. Atli was beyond a great demon, a demon lord. If he decided to kill, they would surely die. No. As long as there's a chance to save Alicia, I must try. I don't believe a demon lord like him will keep hiding forever. Dominic glanced at Paula and shook his head resolutely. Halfway abandonment wasn't in his nature. Besides, Alicia was still alive, and he couldn't abandon her to her fate. Senior brother? Was the person talking to Dominic just now really the demon lord Atli? In the forest behind them, Ansley, who had been hiding, saw Dominic and Paula meeting Atli and felt nervous. Due to the distance, she couldn't hear clearly and didn't know what they were saying. Most likely, if I guessed right, the woman named Alicia with Dominic is in the hands of demon lord Atli. Ezra, understanding lip reading, guessed their purpose. Sherry's. Dominic has 2 women, but now only one remains. The other has fallen into the hands of demon lord Atli? Ansley was surprised. The 2 women had always been inseparable from Dominic. I admire Dominic's bravery for daring to confront a demon lord for a woman. If I were him, I doubt I'd have such courage. Beside her, Ezra's words stung Ansley. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Please don't overthink it. Ezra realized his mistake and tried awkwardly to explain. It's fine. I understand. Birds of a feather flock together. It's normal for people to think of themselves first in tough times, but Dominic is an exception. He can put everything aside for love. Such men are rare. To be loved by him is true happiness. Ansley felt desolate, looking at Dominic from afar and comparing him to Ezra. She realized the reality and understood Dominic's character completely. Ezra was speechless, his face turning red as he struggled to find words. Suddenly, a chilling demonic wind blew from behind. Ezra shivered uncontrollably. What heavy demonic aura! Turning around, Ezra saw a flock of crows descending. Caw, caw. The crows flew like a black cloud, heading straight for Atli's lair. Why are there so many crows? Ansley was shocked, feeling an unsettling fear as the crows flew past. Look, great demons are coming too. Ezra's eyes widened. Behind the crows, 9 figures followed, each a great demon. Isn't that the 1,000-legged Aslan? Ansley gasped, seeing the black-cloaked 1,000-legged Aslan among the group. There were multiple great demons, which frightened her. Things aren't right. Dominic and company are in trouble. Ezra frowned, realizing the great demons were targeting Dominic. What should we do? So many great demons. Even if Dominic had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't win. Ansley, visibly worried about Dominic, felt tense. Ezra glanced oddly at Ansley, feeling uncomfortable. Outside Atli's lair, Dominic and Paula were pacing nervously. As the flock of crows approached, Dominic's expression changed dramatically. Not good. It's the demon lord. Seeing the approaching crows, Dominic grabbed Paula and quickly flew downwards. The flock of crows, upon reaching the vicinity of Jade Fox Peak, transformed into a shadowy figure hovering midair. Demon lord? Hidden in the underbrush below, Paula's face turned pale upon seeing the demon lord overhead. Not just the demon lord? Look behind. Those 9 great demons are here too. Dominic reminded Paula, pointing behind the demon lord. Why are they here? Paula felt uneasy, fearing the demon lord and the 9 great demons were targeting Dominic. Dominic's face darkened, realizing their arrival was no coincidence. Up above, the demon lord in black robes stared coldly at Atli's lair on the mountain. Welcome to Jade Fox Peak, demon lord. What brings you here? Atli, arms crossed, stood calmly on the mountain peak, addressing the demon lord coldly. Atli, I've come for someone. Do you intend to surrender them, or shall I take them myself? The demon lord smiled sinisterly, scanning the surroundings before suddenly questioning. For someone? I don't understand what you mean. How could anyone be in Jade Fox Peak? Atli pretended not to know, recovering his composure instantly. Nonsense. I saw with my own eyes that a man named Dominic entered Jade Fox Peak. Behind him, the 1,000-legged Aslan stepped forward, accusing Atli of lying. Oh. Atli glanced at the thousand-legged Aslan and sneered. So, it's you, this smelly centipede spirit? Tell me, which of your eyes saw it? Of course, both of my eyes. Offended by being called a centipede spirit in front of everyone, the thousand-legged Aslan angrily responded. Puff, puff. Just as the thousand-legged Aslan finished speaking, Atli suddenly attacked from across the mountaintop. Ah! In an instant, the thousand-legged Aslan's eyes were gouged out, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Witnessing this scene, the other demon kings were instantly terrified, quickly stepping back. Atli, you have some nerve. You should remember to consider the owner when beating a dog. Even if you ignore my existence, do you think I won't leave you without a trace? The demon lord was furious. Atli's audacity was beyond belief. He completely disregarded the presence of the demon lord. Elwood, don't take advantage of my respect for you. I, Atli, have never crossed paths with you. Chariot, you brought people into Jade Fox Peak and still expect me to show you respect? I advise you to immediately leave Jade Fox Peak, or else I won't be so polite. Lacking patience, Atli directly called out the demon lord's name and issued an unambiguous expulsion order. How dare this Atli have such a bad temper? Hiding below, Dominic was surprised to see Atli defy the demon lord without mentioning himself. Outrageous. Atli, you small-time demon lord, have you swallowed a bear's heart and a leopard's liver? Demon Lord Elwood erupted in anger, responding to Atli's disrespect. With a wave of his arm, black energy surged through the air. Boom. Atli's barrier was instantly shattered by the demon lord's power, and the terrifying black energy raced towards Atli. Atli's cold gaze narrowed slightly. Facing the demon lord's attack, he flicked his hand, dispersing the incoming black energy. Whoosh. Atli moved, transforming into a white light that charged towards the demon lord. Foolish ambition. Demon Lord Elwood roared furiously, stepping forward to engage Atli in battle. Boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed around them. For 100 miles, the sky darkened, mountains crumbled, and smoke rose. I can't believe this Atli is so powerful, Paula watched in awe. Although Atli was only a demon lord, he fought on equal footing with a demon lord. Chapter 201. Rescuing Alicia. Boom. The sky darkened and the earth shook. Demon Lord Andres engaged in a fierce battle with Demon Sovereign Carmine. Their fight was evenly matched, both demonstrating comparable strength. In the distance, 9 great demons watched with wide eyes. They had thought that by bringing Demon Sovereign Carmine, they could humble Andres. But it appeared they had underestimated him. Although Andres only possessed the cultivation of a demon lord, his strength rivaled that of a demon sovereign. Moreover, being a celestial fox by nature, he was agile and incredibly fast. Demon Sovereign Carmine hadn't anticipated that he would be unable to subdue a mere demon lord, which infuriated him greatly. Endless darkness. An enraged demon sovereign spread his arms wide, instantly releasing countless crows from within him, as if darkness itself were descending upon Andres. Humph! Andres sneered, raising his hand and causing a crimson moon to appear in the sky. Moon's burial. With a roar, the blood moon descended from the heavens, landing among the crows and spreading fiery red flames. Ah! More than half of the crows were consumed by the flames, and Demon Sovereign Carmine let out an anguished cry. These crows were extensions of his own life force. His true form was that of a crow who had practiced for over 10,000 years. With his essence injured, Carmine knew it wasn't wise to stay, quickly transforming into a black wind and fleeing into the sky. Andres didn't pursue him. He had never intended to kill the Demon Sovereign, but merely wanted to teach him a lesson. Did the Demon Sovereign lose? The 9 great demons guarding outside the Jade Fox Peak were left speechless by this outcome. The Demon Sovereign was their supreme leader, yet he had been defeated by Andres. By demon tradition, Andres would now be their new Demon Sovereign. Scram! Startled, the 9 demons didn't dare make a sound and hurriedly fled. After dealing with the troublemakers, Andres' gaze lingered on a distant hilltop. Senior brother? Did he notice us? Hidden behind the hill, Aurelia felt her heart tighten as she asked Ezra, fearing that Andres had spotted them. Ezra couldn't be sure either, but when Andres retracted his gaze, they both sighed in relief. When Andres looked down at the forest below, his expression changed slightly. Where are they? Could they have escaped while I was distracted? Not seeing Dominic or Paula, he began to suspect something. But then, he turned around and exclaimed, a barrier? Damn, he must have slipped into the celestial moon cave while I wasn't paying attention. Enraged, Andres rushed toward the mountain peak. Meanwhile, Dominic and Paula hadn't left. Unbeknownst to Andres, they had reached the back of the mountain peak. The celestial moon cave? Standing at the cave entrance, Dominic surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression. This is where Demon Lord Andres resides. Alicia must be inside. Junior brother, should we hurry? I fear Andres will return soon, Paula said nervously, fully aware of the dire consequences if they were discovered. Agreed. Dominic nodded and swiftly entered the cave with Paula. The cave was complex, but thanks to Eamon's guidance, Dominic quickly found the stone chamber where Alicia was held. Entering the room, they saw Alicia still unconscious on a stone bed. Without hesitation, Dominic lifted her into his arms. Junior brother, look. As Dominic turned with Alicia in his arms, Paula suddenly gasped. Furrowing his brow, Dominic wanted to leave immediately, but he glanced at what Paula pointed to. He was stunned. On one wall hung a painting depicting a woman, who looked like Alicia. No, the woman in the painting wore a purple dress, with different decorations and a red between her eyebrows. Junior brother, does Andres think Alicia is the woman in this painting? Paula realized that the woman in the painting wasn't Alicia. It's very likely. Dominic nodded, understanding why Andres had captured Alicia. Senior sister, let's go. Considering their perilous situation, Dominic urged Paula and carried Alicia out of the room. Paula followed anxiously, but as they were about to leave the celestial moon cave, a figure blocked their path. Andres, Dominic and Paula were taken aback, backing away in fright. Blocking the exit was indeed Andres, whose eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at Alicia in Dominic's arms. In a swift move, Andres struck Dominic, sending him flying and reclaiming Alicia. Junior brother. Paula rushed to Dominic's side, seeing him against the stone wall, bleeding from the mouth, pale-faced. How dare you? Did I show you too much mercy? You dared to invade my lair. Andres glared at Dominic and Paula, filled with murderous intent. Dominic tried to speak but winced in pain, blood still flowing from his mouth. Seeing Andres' anger, Paula bit her lip and pointed at Alicia in his arms. She isn't the person you know. Why lie to yourself? Andres' expression shifted, Paula's words seemingly striking a deep chord within him. Lowering his head, he looked at the unconscious Alicia, clearly mistaking her for the woman in the painting. I don't know who the woman in the painting is, but I know she must be the one you deeply love. Watching Andres lost in thought, Paula continued her speculation. Dominic, seeing Andres moved by emotion, bit his lip and said, look closely. Is the woman in your arms really the one you recognize? Lifting his head, Andres' eyes turned bloodshot and cold. Whether she is or not, it's none of your concern. You should worry about yourself. Demon sovereigns won't spare you. Dominic paused. Andres was warning him. My fate is my concern, Dominic replied defiantly. Return my friend, and I'll leave immediately. You truly seek death. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be alive now. Andres chuckled with disdain. Dominic's actions inside his celestial moon cave placed his life in Andres' hands. Chariot, here he was, demanding something more. You won't kill me. Facing Andres' ridicule, Dominic remained steadfast. If Andres wanted to kill him, it would be effortless, given Andres' status as a demon lord, far superior even to a demon sovereign. Andres frowned, feeling unsettled by Dominic's sudden confidence. Andres, I know you're not inherently evil. Unlike other great demons, you make your own choices. Perhaps you wouldn't harm me. Why can't foes become friends? I see you as someone who values loyalty and righteousness. Without your intervention against the demon sovereign earlier, I might not be here today. So, I owe you thanks. Dominic spoke earnestly, hoping to mend fences. Friends? Thanks? I see no gratitude in your actions. You sneaked into my lair uninvited. This isn't the act of a noble man. Andres' expression grew darker, disapproving of Dominic's actions, believing them to be a ruse. I'm just desperate. Translation ends here. Let me know if you need further assistance. You, a powerful demon lord, are so mighty that I could only resort to dishonorable means to save someone. Dominic's face was flushed with embarrassment. Being rebuked by Andres in such a manner made him feel furious inside. Listening to you, it sounds as if I forced you to do this? Andres frowned, glaring at Dominic with displeasure. That can be taken as an understanding. Dominic nodded awkwardly. You. Andres' eyes blazed with anger, but remembering his own shortcomings, he gritted his teeth fiercely and said, Get out of the Jade Fox Peak immediately, and don't let me see you again. To make us leave, you must return our friend first, right? Paula spoke up, even though she saw Andres was growing impatient. Wishful thinking. Even if I mistook her for someone else, I won't release her. Dead end for you too. Enraged and embarrassed, Andres waved his hand at Dominic and Paula. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Dominic and Paula, and when they regained their sight, they found themselves outside the cave entrance. What? Dominic's expression changed abruptly as he turned back to see the cave door closed tightly. Junior brother? We've done all we could, haven't we? Paula's expression was complicated. With Demon Lord Andres unwilling to release Lindsay, they were powerless against him. Humph. He doesn't release her, then I'm not leaving. Perfectly safe here. I'll stay to the very end. Dominic scowled, clenching his teeth in frustration as he sat cross-legged outside the cave entrance. Junior brother? Is this necessary? Seeing Dominic refuse to leave, Paula felt uneasy. Did Dominic care about Lindsay so much? The outside world is now crawling with great demons. Staying here is safer. Moreover, I believe Andres will eventually release Lindsay. Dominic shook his head. Although Demon Sovereign Carmine had been injured by Andres, the other great demons were still around. If they left the Jade Fox Peak, they would surely face ambushes. Paula fell silent, acknowledging Dominic's logic, but fearing that staying might infuriate Andres. Inside the cave, after sending the unconscious Lindsay back to the stone chamber, Andres stood before the painting, staring at it in deep thought, lost in contemplation. Chapter 202. The Demon Lord flees in disarray. Sky Moon Cave. Facing the unconscious Alicia, Atli stood with a solemn expression, his hands behind his back, gazing at the portrait hanging on the stone wall in front of him. The woman in the portrait looked as if she had been carved from the same mold as Alicia, except their attire styles differed. Alicia appeared younger, while the woman in the painting seemed more mature and dignified. Gloria? Could it be that you didn't come back to see me? After a long silence, memories of his past with the woman in the painting brought tears to Atli's eyes. The woman in the portrait was named Gloria, his Tao companion. They were supposed to live carefree lives, like immortals united by destiny. However, 1,000 years ago, when he broke through to become a demon lord, he was gravely injured by the thunderous tribulation. At the critical moment, Gloria sacrificed her demonic origin to save him, ultimately perishing herself. He survived, but lost his beloved, living with guilt and pain. Each day felt like an unbearable torment. He had once thought about ending his life too. This Jade Fox Peak held too many cherished memories of him and Gloria, so he allowed no one to intrude and disrupt those recollections. Chariot, when Alicia accidentally stumbled upon the place, he mistakenly believed it was Gloria, and thus secretly brought her to Sky Moon Cave. Hearing Paula's words later, he realized that Alicia wasn't Gloria, but he just couldn't let go. She is the woman you love? Atli, entranced by Gloria's portrait, suddenly heard a faint woman's voice from behind him. His demeanor slightly changed, and he turned his head to glance at Alicia lying on the bed. You've been awake for a while now, haven't you? Chiraya. Awake Alicia showed no surprise or fear. She had woken up after Dominic and Paula were expelled from the cave and, observing him carefully, knew that Atli meant her no harm. The woman in the painting is very beautiful. Seeing how devoted you are to her, could it be that she is no longer with us? Alicia got out of bed and walked over to Atli, boldly asking about the portrait on the wall. Atli frowned, feeling discomfort within. Realizing her question might have been inappropriate, Alicia apologized awkwardly. It's all right. All these years, I should have known she wouldn't come back. Atli laughed bitterly, not blaming Alicia but mocking himself. You don't have to be so sad. I imagine your sister in the painting would want you to live happily, not in perpetual sorrow. Looking at Atli's melancholic face, Alicia understood he was a man deeply in love. Atli's expression grew complicated as he stared at Alicia. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, she shivered. You're right. Gloria wants me to be happy, but how can I achieve that? Atli shook his head. Unable to let go of the pain of seeing Alicia reminded him of every moment with Gloria, piercing his heart like a needle. Actually, happiness is both simple and complex. Take me for instance. The person I love doesn't care about me, yet I still feel joy because I can be near him. Atli remained sullen, which also affected Alicia's mood. Thinking of Dominic, risking everything to save her warmed her heart. Atli reached out to touch Alicia's face, mistaking her for Gloria. Shocked, Alicia instinctively stepped back. Gloria? Atli woke from his reverie, realizing his mistake. Do I look a lot like your Gloria? Alicia timidly asked. Sherry's. Embarrassed by his behavior, Atli took a few steps back and asked, Is the person you like the man who dared to enter my lair? Sherry's. If you don't wish to harm me, could you let me go? I have a marriage agreement with him, and I don't want to miss this chance to be with him. Alicia nodded, pleadingly looking at Atli. His expression changed. Thinking about it, since Gloria was gone, why should he interfere in others' lives? Silent Alicia waited patiently for Atli to decide. Jade Fox Peak. Ezra and Ansley prepared to leave Jade Fox Peak, finding no sign of Dominic or Paula. Just as they were about to fly away, they noticed several powerful demons patrolling outside the peak. Brother? These demons have been guarding outside all along. If we go out, we will surely be captured. These demons must be waiting for Dominic on orders from the Demon Lord. But I can't figure out why these demons target Dominic. Even the Demon Lord personally came here. No need to overthink it. Now we're trapped, so let's focus on getting out. A sudden fierce wind erupted, and a figure appeared, rushing towards Jade Fox Peak. Ezra and Ansley saw the approaching figure and gasped. The Demon Lord. Who is this guy? It's not our business. Let's worry about ourselves. Outside Jade Fox Peak, some demons tried to stop the intruding Demon Lord Abraham but were restrained by others. Entering Jade Fox Peak, Abraham sensed Dominic's presence and smirked. Stopping momentarily, he flew straight towards Izzy Cave where Atli resided. Inside, Dominic opened his eyes, seeing Abraham appear before him. Dominic? Quite hard to find you, wasn't it? Got nowhere to run this time? Abraham grinned, unwilling to give Dominic another chance to escape. Can't shake you off, huh? Dominic clenched his teeth, ready to fight. No choice. The two inside me demand your death. To fulfill the promise, you must die. Abraham transformed into a black wind, dashing at Dominic. Just then, the cave entrance opened, and a flash of white light intercepted Abraham. Abraham was pushed back several meters, while Atli retreated a few steps. It's you? Both Dominic and Paula were shocked to see Atli. Atli cast a cold sidelong glance at Dominic, then turned his unfriendly gaze to Abraham opposite him and angrily rebuked. No matter who you are, get out of Jade Fox Peak immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. Quite the big talk. Abraham flared up in rage. Seeing Atli intervene and spoil his plans, he gnashed his teeth in anger and attacked Atli. Atli was not afraid. Stepping forward, he engaged in combat with Abraham within moments. The two fought barehanded in an extremely intense exchange. Despite being at the Demon Lord level, Atli's strength was comparable to that of Ofthe due to the two demon cores within him. After more than 100 rounds, Abraham clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Atli's attacks were sharp and relentless, forcing Abraham into retreat step by step. Demonic Blade. In frustration, Abraham summoned the bloodthirsty demon blade. Swish. A single slash nearly injured Atli. Burial Moon. Atli unleashed his strongest attack without holding back. A blood moon ascended into the sky, releasing a shocking wave of power that surged straight toward Abraham. Abraham's face darkened as he clenched his teeth and swung his blade. Boom. At the moment the demon blade collided with the blood moon, a loud explosion resounded. The blood moon sent the demon blade flying backward. As Abraham stumbled back, the blood moon fiercely struck his chest. Splat. Upon hitting Abraham, the blood moon suddenly dispersed into red flames, enveloping him completely. Aya! Abraham screamed in agony as the red flames burned intensely, emitting large amounts of black smoke from his body. His internal magic power rapidly weakened, causing unbearable pain. What kind of flames are these? So terrifying? Dominic was taken aback. The flames Atli used clearly suppressed the demonic aura within Abraham. This should be the legendary Red Lotus Hellfire, known for its power to cleanse evil and purify demons. Murmuring in shock beside them, Paula identified the source of the flames. She watched as the red flames purified Abraham's internal demonic aura. Whoosh! Burning under the Red Lotus Hellfire, Abraham decisively chose to escape through the air. Atli did not chase after him, but instead watched coldly as Abraham fled from Jade Fox Peak before retracting his gaze. Many thanks for your assistance, Demon Lord. Dominic expressed his gratitude, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Atli. You shouldn't thank me. You should thank her. Facing Dominic's gratitude, Atli responded with a cold stare. Chapter 203. The Demon Lord's Protection. This? Dominic looked startled. When he saw Atli point behind him, Dominic and Paula turned around simultaneously. Inger? Alicia? Both Dominic and Paula were shocked. Was Atli asking them to thank Alicia? Alicia, standing at the cave entrance, blushed furiously under the strange gazes of Dominic and Paula, and shyly lowered her head, running over to Atli's side. Brother? Don't tease them on purpose? Alicia gently tugged at Atli's sleeve, complaining that he was deliberately making things difficult for Dominic. Brother? Dominic and Paula stared in surprise at Alicia. I wasn't teasing, Atli said coldly, his single hand behind his back as he stared at Dominic without concealing his dissatisfaction with him. If it weren't for my sworn sister begging me to help, I wouldn't have cared whether he lived or died. Sworn sister? Dominic looked suspicious, glancing at Atli before stepping forward and pulling Alicia to his side. What's going on? How did you become his sworn sister? Well, it's a long story, Alicia said awkwardly with a smile. She then pulled Dominic to face Atli and said, now we're all one family? With this sworn brother of mine, no demon lord or devil king can harm us. Dominic's face turned red. Alicia had actually recognized the demon lord as her sworn brother. This kindred connection was impressive. With such a powerful brother, they could almost walk fearlessly in this heavenly cavern. Hold it. Who said we're family? I only acknowledge you as my sister, not them, Atli rebuked Alicia, clearly still harboring resentment towards Dominic for intruding into Izzy Cave. Brother? What are you saying? Hearing this, Alicia blushed, embarrassed, tapping Atli with her hand. Beside them, Dominic felt extremely awkward. The sudden closeness between Atli and Alicia made him feel like an outsider. Junior brother. At that moment, Paula stepped forward, pulling Dominic back. Junior brother, since Alicia is safe, we should leave now. Sister is right. Dominic nodded, scratching his nose slightly sheepishly. Alicia, will you come with us or stay at Jade Fox Peak to take care of your sworn brother? Of course, I'm coming with you. Alicia seemed flustered by Dominic's question but quickly added, but my sworn brother will also be coming with us. Oh, will the demon lord leave Jade Fox Peak? Dominic didn't believe Atli would leave the place he had guarded. Why not? After having a sworn sister like you, I can't just leave your safety to someone as useless as him. Atli frowned, stepping forward while mocking Dominic. He's useless? Upon hearing this, Dominic's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and turned to Paula, saying, Sister, let's go. Brother, why do you keep pushing Dominic? Concerned about growing estrangement, Alicia asked. I'm just stating facts. Given his current strength, he can barely protect himself, let alone you, Atli replied sternly. In his observations, Dominic didn't seem particularly fond of Alicia, or he wouldn't have left with Paula first. Alicia sighed. She didn't know if having such a straightforward brother was a blessing or a curse. Still, with Atli around, Dominic's safety was ensured. Senior brother, look, it's Dominic. Hidden nearby, Ansley suddenly spotted Dominic and Paula flying away from Jade Fox Peak and urgently alerted Ezra. It's indeed him. Ezra opened his eyes and watched as Dominic and Paula flew overhead. Could he be walking into a trap? Maybe he doesn't know about the demons outside. Should we warn him? Ansley suggested. It's too late. Let's see what happens first. Ezra shook his head and prepared to follow, casting a glance at Ansley. However, just as they were about to fly up, more figures appeared behind them. That's Demon Lord Atli and Alicia? Ezra was taken aback by their appearance, unsure of what was happening. Dominic and Paula hadn't flown far when they were suddenly surrounded by 9 demon lords. Junior brother? Seeing the encirclement, Paula tensed, staying close to Dominic, unwilling to act rashly. Dominic had anticipated the demon lords waiting outside Jade Fox Peak. Dominic, will you surrender willingly, or shall we take you by force? The Granville King growled menacingly at Dominic. I choose neither. What can you do to me? Dominic raised an eyebrow, smiling coldly. Find death. Enraged, the Granville King lunged, transforming his hand into a claw aiming at Dominic. Dominic grabbed Paula and swiftly retreated. Bang! The Granville King missed, shattering a mountain instead. The terrifying power shock stunned both Dominic and Paula. Just as the enraged Granville King prepared to attack again, a woman blocked Dominic's path. Dare you? This is Jade Fox Peak. Do you wish to die? It was Alicia, unafraid due to her sworn brother. Brat. Outside Jade Fox Peak, what difference does it make? Do you think the Demon Lord would interfere for you? Ignoring Alicia, the Granville King swiped again. As the claw descended, a flash of white light appeared. Slice. The white light severed the Granville King's arm easily, blood spurting out. Ah! He screamed in agony. Other demon lords rushed forward, faces twisted in anger at seeing their leader injured. Suddenly, Atli appeared, and the demon lords instantly cowered, bowing respectfully. We greet you, Lord Demon. Even the Granville King endured the pain, bowing humbly to Atli. Demons followed the law of the jungle. Might makes right. Having witnessed Atli defeat a demon lord, these demon lords now regarded him as their new leader. Go tell Elwood that Dominic is under my protection. If he wants him, let him get through me first. Atli's command sent the demon lords scrambling to obey. Seeing the demons depart, Paula exhaled in relief. You're lucky your sworn brother is strong. Sadly, I owe him a favor now, Dominic said grimly. Dominic, this isn't the time to hold a grudge. Atli isn't bad. Our survival depends on him, Alicia interjected, reminding Dominic of Atli's crucial help. Dominic fell silent, realizing she had a point. Alicia? What do you mean by that? Paula, standing beside them, couldn't bear to listen any longer. Alicia's words seemed to blame them for being useless, implying they had to rely on Atli. I didn't mean anything by it. Seeing Paula glare at her, Alicia realized she might have said something wrong. Senior sister? If someone helps us, we should know how to be grateful, Dominic said with a complex expression. Sometimes one must bow to reality. However, he wouldn't depend on others to live and leave the heavenly cavern. Paula felt aggrieved, but if Dominic could endure, what could she say? Buzz, buzz. As tension built between Dominic, Paula, and Alicia, Dominic's body suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Atlee frowned, turning his head towards Dominic. Before Dominic could take out the object from his chest, Atlee snatched it through the air. You. Dominic was furious as the item caught by Atlee was precisely the bronze mirror he had obtained from Lingxiao Tianjun. Heavenly Heart Mirror? Where did you get this from? Recognizing the mirror instantly, Atlee became solemn and asked Dominic about its origin. I came across it by chance. Is there a problem? Dominic frowned, not wishing to tell Atlee too much. However, Atlee shook his head and then stepped forward, grabbing Dominic's shirt with both hands to reveal a clump of black gas on his chest. Heart Rot Curse. Atlee furrowed his brows, and upon seeing the curse, everything became clear. Lingxiao Tianjun is truly far-sighted. Even in death, he pulls you down. Junior brother? What's that on your chest? Paula's face changed dramatically, feeling tense as she noticed the black gas. Brother? What's going on? Alicia felt something was amiss and quickly asked Atlee. This is the outcome of greed. From what I see, your friend doesn't have long left. Atlee smirked coldly, glancing at Dominic without concealing his disdain. Hashtag chapter 204. The true culprit is at the eternal life gate. Brother Yu Keqing? What do you mean? How can Dominic be on the verge of death when he's perfectly fine? Yu Keqing's words startled Lindsay. Don't talk nonsense. Julie, unable to bear it, glared at Yu Keqing and warned him. I speak the truth. There's no need for me to lie, Yu Keqing said gravely, then glanced at Dominic. Dominic, knows this better than I do. Why don't you ask him? Lindsay and Julie looked at each other with peculiar expressions, then simultaneously turned to Dominic, seeing that Yu Keqing did not seem to be exaggerating. Don't listen to his nonsense, Dominic replied, trying to play it down. I, Dominic, am blessed with a long life. How could I die so easily? It's just the corrosive heart curse, nothing serious. Dominic was uneasy inside. He had never intended to reveal the corrosive heart curse so soon, but Yu Keqing had blown it out of proportion, leaving him unsure of how to wrap things up. Nothing serious? Are you really that calm about it? With the corrosive heart curse, the poison will attack every 3 days, causing excruciating pain as if gnawed by thousands of ants, making life worse than death. How many times can you endure that? And considering Norris's cunning, his purpose in giving you the corrosive heart curse was to force you to seek out the eternal life gate, wasn't it? Yu Keqing laughed mockingly. It was impossible for Dominic to hide anything from him. Norris, someone Yu Keqing knew well, was an extremely treacherous and cunning individual, notorious for his malevolent deeds. Would someone like him give something away for free? What? Julie was shocked. She had no idea about what Yu Keqing had just revealed. Dominic? Is this true? Can the corrosive heart curse not be undone? Lindsay asked anxiously, worried for Dominic's suffering. Well, it's not as bad as you think, Dominic tried to reassure them. As long as I help Norris fulfill his unfulfilled wish, the corrosive heart curse will disappear automatically. He didn't mention anything about going to the eternal life gate. Dominic felt awkward. Yu Keqing had guessed half of it correctly, but it had nothing to do with the eternal life gate. Unfulfilled wish? Julie and Lindsay both looked serious. What kind of wish? Dominic hesitated. He wished it were as simple as finding the eternal life gate, as Yu Keqing suggested. But Norris wanted him to take revenge for him. And based on the initial assessment, the person responsible was a colossal powerhouse at the supreme level. Now is not the time to keep us guessing. This concerns your life. Quickly, tell us what he wants. Perhaps brother Yu Keqing can help you, Lindsay urged, deeply concerned. Sherry's, junior brother? Speak quickly so we can all come up with a solution, Julie added nervously. Dominic's life was in danger, not a game to be taken lightly. Yu Keqing frowned, curious now that his initial guess was wrong. What exactly did Norris want from Dominic? May I ask Demon Lord, how powerful was Norris back then? Also, was he human or demon? Dominic rubbed his nose, hesitating but finally asking Yu Keqing directly. That, he was likely human, and his strength was probably at the peak of the transcend mundane realm, Yu Keqing answered with a furrowed brow. The transcend mundane realm? Dominic was astonished. He knew from Wuxia that beyond the Taoist realm was the transcend mundane, above which was the heavenly passage, and only after that could one be called a venerable. Clearly, Norris hadn't reached such heights, hence he was only called June. The title Tianjun was purely for intimidation. How does this relate to the corrosive heart curse on you? Lindsay looked puzzled. Norris wanted me to avenge him. The one who harmed him was someone who found the eternal life gate with him back then. Realizing the strength of Norris back then, Dominic confirmed that the culprit must be a supreme powerhouse. What? He's sending you to your death. Julie and Lindsay were stunned. Such conditions were far beyond Dominic's capabilities. Haha. Yu Keqing laughed without a care. That fits Norris's character. I always knew he wouldn't give you something easily. Brother? Why are you laughing? Please help us think of a way. Lindsay glared at Yu Keqing. Sister, not that I won't help, but I can't. Brevin has been dead for over 1,000 years. I can't guarantee that the person who harmed him is still around. Even if he is, his power would have grown so much that even I couldn't match him. Dominic should rely on himself. Who told him to take something from another? Yu Keqing shook his head, admitting his impotence in the matter. At least, we need to know who this person is, right? Julie frowned, looking at Dominic before turning to Yu Keqing. Demon Lord, do you know who harmed Norris? Apologies. My knowledge on this is limited. And back then, those who ventured here with Brevin weren't just 1 or 2 people. But I remember, they were strong figures from major sects outside. Yu Keqing spoke frankly. There was no reason for him to withhold information. Sect figures? Are you saying Norris was also from one of the 9 great sects? Dominic was surprised. If Yu Keqing was correct, Then the person who killed Brevin must be one of the few who entered the sky pit back then, and certainly a powerhouse from one of the 9 great sects, narrowing down the search range significantly. Which sect would it be? Lindsay pondered deeply. I know. Just as Dominic and others were stumped by this new question, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Ezra? Ansley? Why are they here? Dominic, Julie, and Lindsay turned to see Kunlun sect's Ezra and Ansley approaching, surprising them. When Ezra and Ansley came closer, they looked tense and wary of Yu Kerching. It was you two who lured the Theo to my Jade Fox Peak. If I had wanted, you wouldn't be alive now. Yu Kerching stared menacingly at them, though he had known they were there all along and ignored them. Thank you, Demon Lord, for showing mercy. Ezra bowed respectfully. Ansley, what do you know? Dominic stepped forward, fixing Ansley with a serious gaze. Dominic, we heard everything you and your friends were discussing. You mentioned Norris. He was an elder of Heavenly Water Sect. Ansley cut straight to the point. An elder of Heavenly Water Sect? Dominic, Julie, and Lindsay were surprised. Heavenly Water Sect was among the 9 great sects, second only in strength to Tai Stevie Sect and Kunlun Sect. Since you know Norris's identity, you must know who killed him, right? Julie asked eagerly. We've heard stories. Back then, the 9 great sects sent 1 elder each into the sky pit to find the eternal life gate. However, only 6 returned, while the rest vanished. From what our returning elders reported, none of the 6 saw the eternal life gate. But our elders believe that among the missing 3, at least 1 found the eternal life gate and attempted to keep it secret for themselves. Hence, whenever the sky pit secret realm opens, the major sects send people in, ostensibly for disciples training but truly to find the eternal life gate and uncover which sect might have taken it. Ezra said a lot, and from this information, it was clear that the 9 great sects each had their own hidden agendas. They were all after the eternal life gate, and each sect suspected and guessed that another sect had secretly found it and tried to hide the secret of the eternal life gate. Spencer? You still haven't mentioned who the 3 people were that disappeared back then? Lindsay frowned, noticing that Ezra seemed unwilling to continue, which made her quite dissatisfied. Look at me. I forgot the most crucial part. Ezra gave an awkward smile and continued. Among those 3, there was Heavenly Water Sect's Norris, and the other 2 were elders from Xuanhuan Sect and Taiyin Sect. Xuanhuan Sect? Taiyin Sect? Dominic was surprised. Xuanhuan Sect ranked last in strength among the 9 great sects, making it unlikely they would dare to ambush Norris. On the contrary, Taiyin Sect, known for its ambiguous moral stance and moderate strength, was a much more plausible candidate. You've talked so much, but it still revolves around the eternal life gate, doesn't it? If I understand correctly, wouldn't the murderer be at the eternal life gate? Yu Kerching, standing aside, couldn't help but sneer. Everything stemmed from the trouble caused by the eternal life gate. Sherry's. Lord Demon is right. To find the murderer of Norris, we must first find the eternal life gate. Ezra nodded, agreeing with Yu Kerching's statement. He was so eager to help because he had overheard Dominic mention the eternal life gate. Indeed, the reason disciples from the 9 great sects entered the sky pit was to find the eternal life gate, and Ezra merely wanted to join forces with Dominic. Saying it so easily. Do you even know where the eternal life gate is? I have been here for many years and have never seen the eternal life gate. Yu Kerching suddenly dampened their spirits, leaving Ezra speechless and flustered. But Dominic's expression turned peculiar. He glanced sideways at Yu Kerching, then touched his nose and said, Maybe I know where the eternal life gate is. Younger brother? Mauroni looked astonished. Dominic? You're not joking, are you? Lindsay couldn't believe it. Our Kunlun sect doesn't know. How could you know? Ezra looked incredulous. Translation note. I've kept the paragraph structure as close to the original as possible while ensuring the translation reads fluently in English. The names have been rendered using pinyin, preserving the original tone and style of the text. Chapter 205. The Night of Oblivion descends. Do I really know where the immortal gate is? Faced with the continuous skepticism from everyone, Dominic was rendered speechless and exasperated. How would you know where the immortal gate is? Ansley looked at Dominic with an odd expression, questioning him suspiciously. He learned it from Spirit Soar Celestial Lord. Without waiting for Dominic to reply, Yu Kerching deduced the answer. That's correct. Spirit Soar Celestial Lord told me the route to reach the immortal gate in exchange for helping him take revenge. However, whether it's true or false, I cannot be certain. Dominic nodded slightly, but he had his doubts and felt compelled to state that up front. Since it was told by Spirit Soar Celestial Lord, it must be real. Dominic, can you show us the map so we can figure out where to start? Ezra's eyes lit up upon learning Dominic had a map to the immortal gate. He eagerly suggested they examine it. This is my business. Why should I show you? Dominic was displeased. Ezra seemed more anxious than himself, and he needed to be wary of Ezra's intentions. After all, Spirit Soar Celestial Lord's tragic end was due to trusting the wrong person, and he didn't want to suffer the same fate. Ezra turned red in the face. He had helped Dominic, yet Dominic treated him this way? Senior brother? Ansley noticed Ezra's thoughts and gently tugged at his sleeve as a reminder to stay calm. Junior brother? Since you know where the immortal gate is, what do you plan to do? Paula frowned deeply, understanding that this decision concerned Dominic's life and death, thus leaving the choice to him. Dominic wasn't mentally prepared, as everything happened too abruptly. Dominic, with big brother here, why don't we give it a try? What if this truly helps remove the heart-corrupting curse? Alicia stepped forward, grabbed Dominic's hand, and pleaded with tender concern. Dominic felt somewhat embarrassed and wanted to pull his hand back, but Alicia gripped it tightly. All right, let's give it a shot. Dominic wasn't opposed to going, but he lacked confidence. However, with everyone urging him on, he reluctantly agreed to search for the immortal gate. Seeing Dominic agree to head for the immortal gate, both Ezra and Ansley were delighted. By following Dominic and the others, they could complete the task assigned by their sect. Based on time calculations, the Night of Oblivion will descend in 3 days. Let's depart soon. Demon Lord Yu Kurthang looked up at the sky, noticing a dark line on the horizon. He urged Dominic and the others to set off immediately. The so-called Night of Oblivion is a phenomenon inside the Sky Rift that occurs once a year when nightfall brings darkness for a month. During this time, chaos reigns within the Sky Rift, with demonic energy surging, leading to many calamities. Hearing the words Night of Oblivion, Ezra and Ansley paled immediately and glanced nervously at the horizon. However, Dominic and the others looked puzzled, unaware of how terrifying and difficult this period could be. Demon Lord, could you please return the Heavenly Heart Mirror to me? Before departing, Dominic reached out to Yu Kurthang for the mirror. He didn't know the route to the Immortal Gate, but he remembered Tiger Daoist telling him it was contained within the Heavenly Heart Mirror. Here you go. Yu Kurthang dismissed the request nonchalantly and tossed the mirror to Dominic. Upon receiving the Heavenly Heart Mirror, Dominic infused it with spiritual energy. Moments later, an image appeared in his mind, the very route mapped to the Immortal Gate. However, the intricate layout made it challenging for Dominic to pinpoint the exact location. River of Oblivion? After some time, Dominic realized that reaching the Immortal Gate required passing through a place called the River of Oblivion. What? You mean the River of Oblivion? Hearing this, Yu Kurthang's expression changed drastically. Correct. We must pass through the River of Oblivion. Can Demon Lord guide us? Dominic noticed Yu Kurthang's tense demeanor, realizing the significance of the River of Oblivion, though he had no alternative. I know. I can lead the way. Before Yu Kurthang could respond, Ezra volunteered urgently and took the lead. Dominic, Paula, and Alicia exchanged strange looks, hesitating for a moment before following Ezra and Ansley. River of Oblivion? That's a dangerous place. Who knows if this decision is right or wrong? Yu Kurthang's expression grew grave. The River of Oblivion was forbidden territory even for demons like himself. Watching Dominic and the others distance themselves, Yu Kurthang hesitated for a long time before finally pursuing them. In the Cave of 10,000 Demons. This was the practice cave of Demon Sovereign Elwood. After being injured by Demon Lord Yu Kurthang's Crimson Lotus Fire, Demon Sovereign Elwood returned to the Cave of 10,000 Demons to recover. Unwilling to accept defeat, he dispatched 9 great demons to stake out Fox Peak and bring Dominic back. Charred after more than a day, Demon Sovereign Elwood remained hidden in the cave, while the 9 great demons returned dejected. Earlier, 1,000-foot Aslan lost his sight, and Granville King lost an arm, causing the other demons to fear Yu Kurthang deeply. What now? Returning empty-handed will surely enrage Demon Sovereign. The blind 1,000-foot Aslan was anxious and at a loss. We did our best. That Demon Lord is too powerful. We're no match for him, the Granville King grumbled resentfully but knew their abilities fell short. Why worry? Even Demon Sovereign couldn't handle him. We can't die pointlessly, Three-Eyed Serpent King said bravely. Given the circumstances, they shouldn't be blamed for their failure. Suddenly, a gust of black gas erupted from the Cave of 10,000 Demons, and Demon Sovereign Elwood appeared before them. Your obeisance, Demon Sovereign. The great demons hurriedly bowed in reverence upon seeing the Sovereign. Did you accomplish the task I gave you? Demon Sovereign Elwood glared coldly at the 9 great demons. Demo, we almost captured Dominic, but Demon Lord Yu Kurthang interfered and cut off one of our arms, delivering a message to you. Granville King gritted his teeth and responded. What? Again? Yu Kurthang ruins my plans? Demon Sovereign Elwood fumed, and angrily confronted the Lion King. What did he say? He said, anyone who dares touch Dominic will be considered his enemy. He warned you not to play with fire. Granville King added fuel to the fire deliberately. What arrogance! Demon Sovereign Elwood flew into a rage, fury flaring as he unleashed a terrifying force, pushing the great demons backward. Is that it, Yu Kurthang? Do you think I can't defeat you? If not for my weakened state from prolonged imprisonment, I'd have torn you apart. Demon Sovereign Elwood was livid. As a demon sovereign, when had he endured such humiliation? O noble one, I overheard them discussing their intention to find the Immortal Gate. They are heading towards the River of Oblivion. A long-eared demon reported seriously. The Immortal Gate? Demon Sovereign Elwood was startled, then contemplative. He thought to himself, for immortality, one needs the 5 elements. Could they have obtained the 5 dragon pearls? The River of Oblivion is under the control of the demon dragons. They're headed there to seek death. Three-Eyed Serpent King sneered. Do you think they're idiots? Demon Sovereign Elwood glanced coldly at Serpent King and clenched his teeth. They must know the secrets of immortality if they're searching for the Immortal Gate. Then, your meaning is? Granville King seemed to grasp Demon Sovereign Elwood's intent. Exactly. Use them to find the Immortal Gate, and then eliminate them all. Elwood, the Demon Sovereign, sneered and nodded. Someone would be paving the way for them, and they could reap the benefits. Lord, but Yu Kurthang is with them, so what should we do? 1,000-foot Aslan was nervous. The Demon Sovereign seemed to have forgotten his recent defeat at Yu Kurthang's hands so quickly. Shut up. I have my ways to deal with him. You few, head to the River of Oblivion immediately to monitor them. Remember, you must not be discovered. Demon Sovereign Elwood barked harshly, then revealed an evil grin as he turned back into the Cave of 10,000 Demons. Glug, glug. Inside the cave, a blood pool bubbled violently in the center, churning like boiling water. The smell of blood permeated the entire cavern. As Demon Sovereign Elwood returned, he grinned wildly at the agitated water in the pool, saying, the blood demon is about to awaken. When it merges with me, I won't just fear one Yu Kurthang. Even 10 of me will be unafraid. Hiss. Just as the Demon Sovereign spoke, a blood-red hand emerged from the pool, followed by a grotesque, faceless head. It opened its fanged mouth, letting out a mournful cry. The blood demon was an evil spirit born of blood, insatiable in its thirst for it. It was merciless when enraged but immensely powerful, possessing a remarkable vitality. Under Elwood's watchful eyes, the blood demon slowly crawled out of the pool and surged into the Demon Sovereign's body. Ah! Demon Sovereign Elwood screamed in agony. His face contorted hideously, enveloped by blood-colored aura, and an evil presence erupted from him. Crack! Above the cave of 10,000 demons, a bolt of lightning struck the mountaintop. Thunder boomed, and the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds appearing from all directions as gales swept across the land. Kwai Kurt and the others, miles away, were startled by the thunder. They stopped in their tracks and turned to look toward the distant horizon. What's happening? Why is the sky changing so suddenly? Isn't the night of oblivion still 3 days away? Ezra noticed the ominous black clouds covering the sky, sensing an impending calamity. Look, why is there a flash of blood light over there? Murmurangi pointed towards the distant mountain range, urgently alerting the others. Chapter 206, The Mysterious Ferryman. That's the Mountain of 10,000 Demons? A bloody glow flashed in the valley ahead, causing Atli's expression to change drastically. He instantly recognized the place. Mountain of 10,000 Demons? What is that place? Dominic and Ezra felt something was amiss, turning to ask Atli. That's the stronghold of Demon Lord Carmine. Atli frowned deeply. He sensed a demonic aura coming from the direction of the Mountain of 10,000 Demons, which made him feel uneasy. Demons can be either good or evil. Normal demon cultivators mainly cultivate demon energy, while wicked demons pursue power by transforming demon energy into malevolent chi, forming demonic sha. Once demon energy evolves into demonic sha, it will obliterate their conscience, becoming ferocious and violent, with their strength greatly increased, becoming a major calamity at that point. Lord of Demons? Does he intend to cause chaos again? Ezra looked serious, asking doubtfully as he gazed at Atli. Not intending, but already acting. Atli lifted his head to look at the sky, seeing dark clouds overhead and realizing that dusk nightfall was imminent, deeming this as an ominous sign. Ezra and Ansley were filled with anxiety because they had heard that the last time the Lord of Demons caused chaos, Celestial Marshal Lingxiao suppressed the Lord of Demons all on his own. This time, however, no one might stop the Lord of Demons. Because this time it coincided with dusk nightfall, it would increase the demonic chi exponentially, making them lose their reason and become even more brutal. So what are we waiting for? Before dusk nightfall arrives, let's go to the Netherworld River and find the Gate of Eternal Life, right? Alicia's expression tightened. Knowing that the situation was about to change here, she immediately thought of Dominic first because the curse of corroding heart hadn't been lifted from him yet. I don't mind going to the Netherworld River now. Sister, shouldn't we take them back to Yuhu Peak first instead? Atli withdrew his gaze and shook his head, changing his mind because he judged this journey inadvisable and should wait until after dusk nightfall to proceed. No way. This dusk nightfall will last for a long time, up to a month or even half a year, and we only have less than a month left before we leave? When Dominic, Paula, and Alicia were about to agree to Atli's suggestion, Ezra voiced his opposition. Sherry's. Dusk nightfall lasts a long time. We can't just waste our time like this. Dominic, there's something I forgot to tell you. The curse of corroding heart is a secret technique of the Tianshui sect. Once you leave the heavenly cavern, the curse of corroding heart will erupt, and no one will be able to save you then. Ansley nodded, agreeing with what Ezra said. Considering Dominic's safety, she informed him of everything she knew. This? Paula and Alicia became anxious. Ansley's words undoubtedly reminded them not to turn back. How did I not know this? Dominic's face turned pale. Such critical information, he was completely unaware and needed someone else to remind him? She's telling the truth. As Dominic suspected that Ansley was using his life as an excuse, Aiden's response inside him felt like a cold splash of water. Dominic was stunned. At that moment, he felt incredibly complicated, even furious with nowhere to vent his anger, causing his face to flush red. Brother, please come with us? How could Alicia bear to see Dominic lose his life? She pleaded with tears in her eyes to Atli. Atli, a man of emotion, saw Alicia's pitiful plea and could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Ezra and Ansley breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they managed to turn the tide. Otherwise, they would have been disappointed. The Netherworld River lies far to the east. With Atli leading the way, Dominic and the others proceeded smoothly, arriving at the Netherworld River ferry within half a day. It's called the Netherworld River because its waters are black, and within 10 miles around it, nothing grows, leaving a desolate wasteland devoid of life. Oh, standing by the Netherworld riverbank, gazing across at the endless darkness beyond, chilling winds continuously blew past their faces. The Netherworld River flows silently and without sound, but its current is swift, visible to the naked eye. The Netherworld River looks quite eerie. It's such a vast distance between the two banks. Are we really supposed to fly over it? Standing by the bank, Dominic sensed a terrifying aura within the river, hesitating to attempt flying across and instead turning to ask Atli. If you want to fly, no one will stop you. Atli glanced at Dominic with a rather indifferent look, answering in a way that irked people. Brother Chin, the Netherworld River isn't an ordinary river. There is a force hindering passage on the surface. We cannot force our way across. Ezra rushed forward, fearing that Dominic might impulsively try to fly over the Netherworld River, reminding him kindly. Oh, why is that? If we don't fly over, do we cross the river by wading through it? Dominic frowned, puzzled. How can we do that? There's a demon dragon in the river. If we disturb it by entering the water, it could be troublesome. Ezra wore a look of shock, realizing Dominic was utterly unaware of this place and still dared to consider such a reckless idea, leaving him speechless. So how do we get across? Alicia, standing nearby, grew impatient. Nothing seemed possible. This wouldn't do if they just stood there waiting forever. Haven't you seen the ferry? Someone will soon row over to take us across. Ezra chuckled and sighed, looking at Alicia before walking to the ferry and lighting the hanging red lantern beside it. Seeing Ezra's actions, Dominic, Paula, and Alicia were baffled. Even Atli wasn't sure what Ezra was doing. As a demon lord, Atli had never crossed the Netherworld River in this manner. As the red lantern lit up, A small boat appeared on the opposite shore and began drifting toward them. In no time, the small boat arrived at the ferry landing, mooring close to the red lantern. The boat was operated by a white-bearded old man dressed in hemp clothing and wearing a bamboo hat. In his hand, he held a bamboo pole for propelling the boat. Due to the dim light, Dominic and company couldn't make out the old man's appearance clearly. All right, let's get on the boat quickly. Seeing the boat arrive, Ezra hurriedly beckoned to Dominic and the others, stepping onto the boat himself first. Is this tiny boat sturdy enough if all of us get on? Will it sink? Alicia had a peculiar look, inspecting the dilapidated boat and limited space on board. If they all boarded, they would likely have to huddle closely together, lacking even room to turn around. Most importantly, she feared the boat might not support their combined weight. Don't worry. This boat is tougher than you think. As long as we reach the other side, let's not waste any more time. On board the boat, Ezra urged Alicia, annoyed by her fussiness. Fortunately, everyone boarded the boat. Ezra then took out a 10,000-year-old medicinal treasure and handed it to the ferryman. His action didn't escape the notice of Dominic and the others. Clearly, the 10,000-year-old medicinal treasure was the fee for crossing the river. Tingling. The copper bell at the boat's prow rang out as the small boat moved steadily forward. Though not very fast, it was steady. As Dominic and the others stood on the small boat in the middle of the Netherworld River, a huge shadow suddenly flashed beneath the water. Splash. Before Dominic and the others could react, waves surged on the surface. Turn away. Don't look directly at the Netherworld River. Ezra noticed the water waves rising and quickly shouted for Dominic and the others to avert their gazes. Sure enough, as soon as Dominic and the others looked away from the water, the river's surface returned to calm. I just saw. When the water calmed down, Paula tried to recall what she had seen but was suddenly silenced by Ansley covering her mouth. Dominic and Paula exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Ezra and Ansley knew so much. Moreover, he had glimpsed a massive black dragon beneath the Netherworld River, emitting the terrifying aura from its body. To avoid accidents, Dominic endured until they reached the other side. Watching the hemp-clothed old man and the small boat vanish, he finally exhaled in relief. Don't ask me. My knowledge is also limited. This ferryman has been here for a very long time, and what you just saw is the demon dragon I mentioned earlier. However, as long as we're on the boat, it won't dare to attack us. But we must not make direct eye contact with the demon dragon, as it can seize the opportunity to control our minds and confuse our thoughts. Ezra could tell that Dominic, Paula, and Alicia had a barrage of questions waiting for him to answer one by one. But he didn't know that much. The reason he knew how to cross the river was all due to the instructions from his sect. That old man is very powerful. Even the demon dragon fears him? Atli frowned deeply, gazing at the small boat and the old man vanishing on the river's surface, uttering words that shocked Dominic and the others. For Atli to call someone strong indicated that the old man who ferried them was certainly no ordinary individual. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Alicia shivered uncontrollably as she looked ahead, hugging herself to stay warm. I also feel very cold. Paula nodded, feeling as if she were walking on thin ice, the cold seeping into her mind. The yin chi here is too heavy, which makes it quite cold. Atli looked toward the dark expanse ahead, sensing the overwhelming yin chi in the air. He then raised his hand to release two beams of white light, landing on Paula and Alicia. Instantly, Paula and Alicia no longer felt the cold and returned to their normal selves. However, Ezra and Ansley weren't so fortunate. Atli didn't even glance at them, let alone offer help. As for Dominic, he didn't feel the cold at all, just like any ordinary person. Dominic, which way should we go next? Ezra endured the chill, moving closer to Dominic to ask. We should head forward, passing through Death Valley afterward. Dominic frowned, secretly checking the route map before answering. What, Death Valley? Upon hearing the name, Death Valley, Ezra and Ansley turned pale instantly. Death Valley was a place filled with utmost darkness. It was said that a supreme powerhouse once fell there, marked as a dead zone on the star map. Chapter 207, Trouble Springs from the Mouth. Are you saying it's so terrifying that you've been there? Dominic curiously asked, eyeing Ezra and Ansley with a strange look. No, I haven't. Ezra hastily shook his head, then glanced around nervously, like a thief, before adding, but I heard from my master that the Valley of Death is a forbidden area within the Heavenly Caverns, and some ominous events have happened there. A forbidden area? Atli's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Why had he never known the Valley of Death was considered a forbidden zone? Young lord, since you've lived here all your life, have you ever been to the Valley of Death? Paula asked Atli, somewhat dubious about what Ezra said. I've never been there, nor have I heard that the Valley of Death was a forbidden area. However, when speaking of ominous occurrences, it likely refers to the appearances of beings from another realm during the midnight shadows, Atli explained, furrowing his brows and glancing at Ezra. Beings from another realm? Dominic and the others were utterly shocked by this information. Another realm meant this place might be connected to one, posing unforeseen dangers. Why? Are you scared? Atli's eyes deepened as he saw their stunned expressions. Actually, behind the Valley of Death lies the origin of the midnight shadows. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Ezra nearly dropped his jaw, glaring at Atli accusingly. You never asked me. Why should I tell you? Besides, I already suggested you return to Jade Fox Peak with me first, but you insisted on coming. Atli grew irritated, staring fiercely at them, which frightened Ezra into lowering his head quickly. Dominic, Paula, Alicia, and Ansley felt quite complicated inside. According to Atli, they were now approaching the core of the midnight shadows. The darkness around them symbolized it. The so-called ominous events were essentially referring to the shadow energy of this place. Anyone whose body or lungs took in this energy would undergo mutations. Dominic? How much further is Immortal Gate? Alicia bit her lip, thinking they had already crossed the River of Shadows. She wouldn't give up halfway. Crossing the Valley of Death, we should be close to Immortal Gate. Dominic looked serious, carefully checking the route, confirming that the endpoint was indeed near the Valley of Death, before responding. Since we're almost there, let's give it a try? Alicia suggested, looking at Atli. If others can go in, so can we. It doesn't matter. As long as you keep going, I'll stay with you. Atli did not stop them, complying with Alicia's suggestion because he knew she was doing it for Dominic's sake. Ezra and Ansley felt terrified, wanting to find a mortal gate without risking their lives. They hesitated but realized they had no choice now. After Dominic confirmed the direction, they continued deeper into the darkness. Suddenly, after Dominic and company vanished into the shadows, several figures appeared on the shores of the River of Shadows. At the river crossing stood 3 men in black. The leader, named Davidson, had achieved the 4th Tribulation Dao realm, while the other 2 were at the 3rd Tribulation realm. These 3 came from one of the 9 great sects, the Holy Origin sect. Senior Brother Davidson, this is the River of Shadows crossing, right? Let's hurry across. One man was eager to cross, but Davidson stopped him with a hand. Do you want to die? To cross the River of Shadows, red lanterns are needed. Haven't you forgotten what the elder said? Davidson stared coldly at his rash junior brother and scolded him. Sherry's, I forgot. Sorry, senior brother. The rash man paled, suddenly realizing the danger he narrowly escaped thanks to Davidson. Soon, the lanterns at the crossing were lit. With dim light illuminating the River of Shadows, they saw a small boat slowly drifting toward the shore in the distance. Senior Brother Davidson, why is there someone ferrying people on the River of Shadows? Davidson glanced at the 2 behind him and replied sternly, I heard this ferryman is the corporeal remnant of a great venerable who left his physical form after his spirit died. As to why he ferries people here, ask him yourself if you're not afraid of dying. WH? The 2 men were immediately intimidated by this revelation. A great venerable's corpse acting like a living person? Bang. Soon, the boat reached the shore. Without hesitation, Davidson jumped onto it and handed a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb to the old ferryman. The other 2 boarded quickly. Wait. Just as the ferryman was about to set off, someone on the shore shouted. The ferryman paused and didn't push off. Seeing more people approaching, Davidson felt annoyed but dared not speak. One of his juniors called out, Hey old man, we've paid. Why aren't you leaving? The old ferryman remained expressionless, lifting his hollow gaze to the speaker. The man froze mid-sentence, standing petrified. Atli hadn't noticed but now watched helplessly as the newcomers boarded the boat. Raymond from Qingyun's sect? Davidson's expression changed upon recognizing them. Gustavo Davidson? What a coincidence. Raymond sneered, her cultivation having reached the 5th Tribulation realm, though she had fewer companions than before. Humph. Davidson ignored her, knowing they were also searching for a mortal gate. Senior sister, should we deal with him first? Clarence whispered. Not yet, let's wait until we get to the other side. Without hesitation, Raymond gave a 10,000-year-old ginseng to the ferryman. Jingle. The transaction was made, and the boat drifted towards the other side of the River of Shadows. The man who disrespected the ferryman seemed soulless throughout the journey, until the boat reached the middle of the river. Splash. A student of the Holy Origin sect plunged headfirst into the river. Junior brother. Davidson panicked, attempting to save him but seeing a huge bloody mouth erupt from the water. Ah! He withdrew his arm just as the man was swallowed whole, sending chills down everyone's spines. After landing, Davidson and his juniors quickly disembarked and ran away without looking back. Raymond and her group couldn't help laughing. Is he scared of us? Clarence mocked Davidson, mistaking his fear for cowardice. In reality, Davidson feared the ferryman. All right, we shouldn't bother with him. Our goal is finding a mortal gate. Now that the Holy Origin sect has arrived, others will follow. Let's seize the advantage while we can. Raymond instructed her companions and headed into the dark unknown. Whoosh. Translation continues faithfully from the provided Chinese text, maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. The chilling wind howled, and the shadow energy grew increasingly dense. In an instant, the entire River of Shadows was enveloped in shadow energy. At this moment, 9 great demons appeared out of thin air on the banks of the River of Shadows, each with a serious expression as they gazed at the waters. Did the demon dragon not appear? It seems Dominic and his group have successfully crossed the River of Shadows. Should we cross? The Theo ordered us to keep a close eye on Dominic. Each of the 9 great demons had their reservations. Behind them was the Theo, ahead was the Demon Lord, and now on the shores of the River of Shadows, they found themselves in a dilemma, divided in their opinions. Boom. Just as the 9 great demons were hesitating, a blood-red light descended from the sky, erupting with terrifying killing intent and landing before the 9 demons, transforming into a figure in red. Venerable demon? The 9 demons were taken aback, recognizing the red-clad figure radiating demonic aura as none other than Venerable Demon Blackwind. A bunch of incompetents. I told you to watch Dominic closely, yet you stand here and let him slip away from me? Venerable Demon Blackwind exuded an overwhelmingly evil aura, his eyes bloodshot, and his features grotesquely menacing. Appearing before them, he immediately berated the 9 demon kings for their inefficiency. None of the 9 dared to refute. The venerable demon was more fearsome than ever, and they feared losing their lives. Whoosh! Venerable Demon Blackwind stared at the opposite shore for a long time before suddenly leaping to cross the River of Shadows. However, just as the venerable demon reached halfway, the waters of the River of Shadows surged with monstrous waves, and a black dragon emerged, striking him back mid-air. Thud, thud. Retreating to the shore, Venerable Demon Blackwind staggered back several steps, his aura fluctuating wildly. Such a powerful demon dragon. But do you think I'm easy to bully? It wasn't that Venerable Demon Blackwind was arrogant. Rather, he was unaware there was another way to cross the River of Shadows. Therefore, Venerable Demon Blackwind chose to force his way across. Bang bang. Above the River of Shadows, the demon and the dragon clashed fiercely, creating an intense battle. The 9 demons on the shore watched in awe. The demon dragon was incredibly strong, but venerable demon Blackwind was no pushover. What's happening? It sounds like it's coming from the River of Shadows? Dominic and his group, who were walking ahead, suddenly heard loud noises from behind. They hastily stopped and turned around to look. Translation continues faithfully from the provided Chinese text, maintaining tone, style, and paragraph structure. Chapter 208. The spirits cause trouble. On the hillside, Dominic and his companions gazed into the distance toward the Nether River, where a bloody light flashed and thunderous sounds echoed. A terrifying wave of power swept toward them. What's happening? Ezra felt anxious. Everything had been fine just moments ago, but now this commotion by the Nether River made him fear that something ominous was about to appear. It's the Demon Lord. He actually tried to cross the Nether River, but was fortunately stopped by the Demon Dragon. Atli squinted coldly. While Dominic and the others couldn't see it, he could perceive the scene by the Nether River. Doesn't the Demon Lord know how to cross the Nether River? Lindsay asked in surprise. Not only does he not know, neither do I. Is there a problem with that? Facing Lindsay's question, Atli's face turned red. In their demon clan, no one had ever heard of crossing the Nether River via boat. Lindsay looked astonished, wanting to laugh but holding back. With the Demon Dragon holding back the Demon Lord, he shouldn't be able to come over, right? Dominic rubbed his nose and glanced at Atli. Let's hurry up and leave. If the Demon Lord can find us here, the Demon Sovereign might also come. Hearing Dominic, Paula and Ezra nodded in agreement. After crossing the Nether River, 100 miles around were dead silent, the forest and shrubs all withered, devoid of any life. They climbed over hills and ridges, finally finding the entrance to the Death Valley. Inside the Death Valley, black mist enveloped the area, white bones scattered everywhere, an atmosphere of death so oppressive it made one's hair stand on end. As they walked for some distance, Dominic, who was leading, suddenly sensed a strange presence approaching them. Junior brother? What's wrong? Why have you stopped walking? Paula frowned, her face heavy as she approached Dominic. I feel something is off here. Did anyone else notice an odd force lurking around us? Dominic furrowed his brows, carefully observing the surroundings while alerting everyone to be cautious. Ezra, Ansley, Lindsay, and Paula all shook their heads. They hadn't sensed anything unusual. Only Atli, with his cold eyes slightly narrowed, remained vigilant and said, You're probably referring to nether spirits. Nether spirits? What are those? Dominic was surprised and hurriedly asked, seeing that Atli seemed to know everything. You can think of them as ghosts. However, while ghosts can't harm people, these can. And once a nether spirit possesses someone, they lose their mind, losing control of their body, turning violent against those around them. Atli looked serious, describing the nether spirits as both mysterious and terrifying. In fact, nether spirits were formed from the lingering resentments of powerful beings after death, absorbing nether energy to release their internal hatred. So scary? Should we leave quickly, before any nether spirits appear? Lindsay tensed up, pulling on Dominic's arm and urging him on. This was Dominic's first time hearing about such things, but seeing Atli didn't seem to be joking, he didn't dare linger. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the dark corner, swinging a large blade down at Dominic. Duck. Dominic's expression changed drastically. He shoved Lindsay away just in time, then struck the falling blade barehanded, breaking it, and kicked the attacker flying with a single foot. Thud. The attacker flew backward, slamming into a tree trunk before standing up again. He was a hulking man, his forehead black, radiating deathly aura. What is this thing? It looks like a dead person. Dominic stopped, observing the towering man. He noted the lack of breath, sunken eyes, and pale complexion, like a living corpse. Who cares what it is? Let me kill it with one palm. Ezra stepped forward without hesitation, unleashing the Kunlun flame palm. Boom. With a single strike, the hulking man exploded. Paula, Lindsay, and Ansley found the scene too gruesome to watch. However, immediately after the explosion, a black light burst forth, directly attacking Ezra. No good. Atli's expression changed abruptly. Stepping forward, he slapped the incoming black light, dispersing it mid-air. Puff. The scattered black light reformed almost instantly. Everyone, be careful. This is a nether spirit. Don't let it enter your bodies. Atli, realizing it was indeed a nether spirit, warned everyone sternly. Dominic and the others became more vigilant. Meanwhile, the nether spirit, now restored, hovered in the air, blocking their path. As everyone focused on the nether spirit, countless more appeared behind Paula, Lindsay, and Ansley. These nether spirits swarmed forward silently. In the next second, Paula, Lindsay, and Ansley were all possessed by the spirits. Dominic, Ezra, and Atli were oblivious. Puff. Ansley, possessed by the spirit, suddenly stabbed her sword into Dominic's back. Dominic turned angrily, seeing Ansley with a blackened forehead, emitting a deathly aura, wildly attacking him with her sword. Junior sister? Ezra rushed forward to stop her, but Ansley wouldn't listen, behaving like a madwoman and hacking wildly. At the same moment, Paula and Lindsay attacked Ezra unexpectedly, catching him off guard. They're possessed by nether spirits. Don't hurt them. Atli deduced it was the nether spirits causing trouble upon seeing the three women acting abnormally. Dominic naturally wouldn't harm them but was more concerned about the safety of Paula and Lindsay. Bam! A punch sent the possessed Ansley flying back. Dominic stepped closer to Paula, pressing his hand on her forehead. A vortex appeared in his palm, invoking the martial soul ability, Devour. Immediately, the nether spirit inside Paula was sucked out through the vortex. Thud. Paula collapsed, utterly exhausted. Dominic, help. On the other side, Ezra was being chased by Lindsay, calling for help without using full strength. Dominic didn't hesitate. Appearing next to Lindsay, he slapped the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. Taking advantage of her unconscious state, Dominic used the devouring force again to expel the nether spirit from Lindsay's body. Seeing Dominic's actions, Atli couldn't help but feel amazed. This is a martial soul ability? Atli scrutinized closely, recognizing Dominic's skill as originating from his martial soul. By now, Dominic had expelled the nether spirit from Ansley as well, though he was sweating profusely and visibly tired. What happened to me? Ansley, regaining consciousness, noticed Dominic nearby and the blood on her back, feeling disoriented. Junior sister? Ezra rushed forward, helping Ansley up from the ground and apologizing to Dominic. Sorry, Dominic, my junior sister didn't mean to. I'm not blaming her. Dominic shot a glare at Ezra and then turned to revive the unconscious Lindsay. Dominic? Lindsay, waking up, looked at Dominic in panic, noticing the blood on his back, but was stopped from asking by Dominic's shake of the head. We must leave here as soon as possible. The appearance of nether spirits will surely attract nether beasts. Atli didn't have time to reminisce. Sensing danger approaching, he urged everyone to leave. All right, Dominic nodded, supporting Paula, and they cautiously moved forward. Outside the Death Valley, Davidson and Cruz of the Holy Yuan sect stood at the valley entrance, their expressions heavy, hesitating to enter. Senior brother Davidson, are you sure that crossing the Death Valley will lead us to the Immortal Gate? Cruz's expression tightened. Given their strength, he felt unconfident. The Death Valley had claimed the lives of even mighty venerable figures. How could Cruz not be afraid? It shouldn't be wrong. According to what the elders of our sect said, we'll be safe once we cross the Death Valley. Stop talking nonsense. That bitch Christiana is still behind us. We absolutely cannot let her get ahead of us. Davidson clenched his teeth fiercely. Now he was in a bind, as he had to complete the mission entrusted by the sect. Cruz didn't dare speak up further and followed Davidson straight into the Death Valley. Shortly after Davidson and Cruz entered, Christiana, Clarence, and Meng Kurt from the back also arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Senior sister? We haven't seen Davidson and the others on our way here. Could they have already entered the Death Valley ahead of us? Clarence frowned, looking around but seeing no one, voicing his concern to Christiana. They probably did. But we don't need to worry. The Death Valley is filled with numerous nether spirits and rampant nether beasts. It's not that easy to just pass through. Christiana wasn't anxious, knowing well that being at the front isn't always advantageous. Over the years, so many disciples sent by the sect to find the Immortal Gate never returned alive. So caution is always better than rashness. Senior sister is right. Let someone else blaze the trail for us and reduce the danger to the minimum. It can only benefit us. Besides, even if Davidson finds the Immortal Gate, he won't be able to open it. Meng Kurt nodded, believing there was no need to rush into danger. If he can't open the Immortal Gate, then why did the sect make us go through such hardship to find it? Clarence couldn't figure it out. All major sects covet the Immortal Gate and haven't slackened their efforts in seeking it. That's not something we should think about. You too, if you have that much energy, focus on preserving your own lives first. Christiana was displeased. She just wanted to get through the Death Valley as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew behind them before they could set off. The demon Lord Allaire, with an imposing aura, led 9 great demons straight toward the Death Valley. What heavy demonic chi. Clarence and Meng Kurt's expressions changed drastically, each turning quickly to see the demon lord and company, causing both of them to turn pale in fright. Move! Christiana sensed something wrong and bit her lip, shouting and dashing into the canyon first. Chapter 209. The black armored soldiers behind the stone forest. At the entrance to the Valley of Death, the demon Lord Allaire, with an aura of malevolence. He led 9 great demons straight to the entrance of the valley. Lord Demon? Those 3 people just now should be disciples from external sections. How did they get here? Could there be another way across the Nether River? Raymond led a group into the valley and was just spotted by the great demons. However, these great demons were quite puzzled. They had been able to cross the Nether River thanks to the efforts of demon Lord Allaire, who had gravely injured a demon dragon, allowing them to leap across the river. Humph! If we don't give outsiders a lesson, they will never know who's in charge here. Demon Lord Allaire clenched his teeth angrily. During the years he had been trapped, the Heavenly Cavern world had become an amusement park for external forces. They could come and go as they pleased, showing him, the Lord of all demons, no respect at all. The Lord Demon is right. We have had enough of this indignity. Exactly. Countless of my descendants have died at the hands of the 9 sects. They are bandits, robbing us of everything. Hearing Demon Lord's words, the 9 great demons expressed their intense anger towards the 9 sects. When I reclaim the Dragon Pearl, I will tear the intruders to pieces. You all follow me into the valley. If you encounter any humans, kill them immediately. Demon Lord Allaire sneered, glanced coldly at the 9 great demons behind him, narrowed his eyes, and then headed into the valley. Deep within the Valley of Death, Dominic and his companions had just passed through a desolate forest when they were attacked by a pack of netherwolves. These netherwolves were once ordinary wolves but had transformed into netherwolves, emitting death energy. Their bodies were enormous, like elephants, and moved incredibly fast. If one were injured by their sharp claws, the wound would instantly start to rot, while nether energy entered the body, directly endangering life. Boom! Atli led the charge, cutting a bloody path through the netherwolves. Dominic and Ezra covered the rear, while Paula, Lindsay, and Ansley stayed in the middle, guarding against attacks from the sides. The netherwolves weren't very strong individually, but there were many of them. Hundreds, at least. Their black fur made them hard to detect in the dark forest, and they excelled at ambushes. Dominic and his group needed to quickly pass through the forest. Ayo. Seeing that they couldn't stop Dominic and his group, the Wolf King suddenly howled loudly. Not good. The Wolf King is summoning more netherwolves. We must leave quickly. Atli looked alarmed, urgently reminding those behind him. Fear not. Watch me. Facing the wolf pack, Dominic fearlessly stepped forward. In confusion, Atli watched as Dominic waved his hand. Whoosh! A blaze of fire soared into the sky, spreading out into a sea of flames. The nearby netherwolves were engulfed by the raging fire almost instantly. Aoyuyu. Aoyuyu. The surrounding netherwolves let out pitiful cries as they were annihilated by the inferno. Even the powerful Wolf King turned to ashes under the heartfire. Nice move. Why didn't I think of using heartfire? Ezra exclaimed in surprise, feeling jealous. Too late. Lindsay snorted. Ezra blushed upon hearing this. Do you have a fire dragon pearl on you? Atli asked, his brows furrowed as he eyed Dominic suspiciously. Sherry's. It's not much of a secret, Dominic replied openly. Can I see it? Atli's expression changed. He extended his hand firmly. Sorry, the dragon pearl is my private possession. Dominic refused outright, knowing its value, and he wouldn't easily show it to anyone. What if Atli got greedy? You, miser. Atli huffed angrily, turning away after glancing at Dominic. Ezra and Ansley exchanged odd looks, saying nothing as they followed Atli. Why are you so stingy, Dominic? My brother only wanted to take a look, and you refuse him? Lindsay frowned, upset with Dominic's lack of generosity. What do you understand? Fire dragon pearls are precious items, not something to casually give to others. Murmur, he scolded Lindsay, explaining why it was impractical. Chariot, my brother helped us and saved us. I trust him, not like you think. Lindsay felt indignant, viewing Atli as one of her own, and someone they relied heavily upon. Forget it. He can't force you. Let's hurry along. Dominic ignored her complaints, rubbing his nose before urging them forward. Chilling winds whipped through the air. After passing through the last stretch of forest, they found themselves facing a vast expanse of towering stone pillars stretching endlessly, resembling a labyrinth. Before the stone forest lay several dead bodies emitting death energy, clad in various attire, with ages ranging from old men to young adults. From the Void sect? From the Heavenly Water sect? From our Kunlun sect? Heavens, they all died here? Spurred by shock, Ezra inspected the corpses, recognizing them as members of the 9 great sects. They must have entered the Heavenly Cavern previously, but why did they die here? Ansley observed the scene with unease, sensing dread rising within her. They seem uninjured, but their life essence appears to have been drained. Atli examined the bodies carefully, identifying the cause. Life essence stolen? The group was visibly shocked. Could it be demons or spirits? Ezra pondered aloud, wary of causing offense to Atli. Bull. Why must demons steal life essences? Don't make baseless accusations. Words can be dangerous. Atli scowled at Ezra, furious at his insensitivity. Ezra flushed with anger but dared not speak up. If not demons, then what? Ansley pressed, frustrated with Atli's response. I'm not certain yet, but I can assure you, this isn't the work of demons or spirits. Atli frowned deeply, gazing into the stone forest, his thoughts troubled but inconclusive. Dominic, how far are we from Longshan Gate? Atli suddenly asked. Dominic checked the map and noted that only a stone forest separated them from their destination. The map shows that Longshan Gate is behind the stone forest. Dominic felt compelled to push through the forest and discover the mystery of Longshan Gate. Great. We're finally getting there. Lindsay grew excited at the prospect of seeing Longshan Gate beyond the stone forest. However, Paula remained solemn, considering the stone forest the most perilous obstacle. With even members of the 9 sects perishing outside, how could they guarantee a safe passage to Longshan Gate? Rustling. Curious, Dominic approached the stone forest to check its interior when he unexpectedly heard strange noises. To confirm he hadn't misheard, he squatted down and pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently. Chin? Seeing Dominic's peculiar behavior, Lindsay was about to ask but was stopped by Paula's hand gesture. Atli and the others held their breath, watching Dominic without a word. Rustling. Free from external disturbances, Dominic clearly heard it this time. It was the sound of footsteps on sand. The number of people making the noise wasn't small, and the footsteps were growing closer. There's something going on. Dominic stood up and told Atli and the others, there are people in the stone forest, and there are many of them. They're moving towards us. How is that possible? There can't be many people left from the 9 sects. And how could they have gotten ahead of us so quickly? Ezra shook his head, finding the situation absurd. How could there be so many people in the stone forest? What if they're not people? Ezra had thought Dominic was mistaken, but Ansley's question made him pause. Sigh. The group fell silent, exchanging glances, unsure how to answer. Then, a cloud of black gas erupted from the stone forest, accompanied by a chilling wind that pierced to the bone. Not good. Someone really is coming out. Atli spotted figures emerging from the stone forest and quickly alerted everyone. They retreated rapidly, hiding behind a pile of boulders nearby. Footsteps echoed heavily. Under Dominic's watchful eyes, figures began emerging from the stone forest. They wore black iron armor and helmets, with faces as dark as charcoal, emanating a sinister aura of nether energy. Thud. Their numbers grew as they ruthlessly tossed bodies out of the stone forest. They? Ezra's eyes widened in shock, but before he could speak, Atli covered his mouth. Even so, they had already alarmed the figures in the stone forest. You, go check it out. One of the leading black-armored men ordered his subordinate to investigate the distant boulders. Dominic and the others realized their cover was blown. But before they could react, 2 figures dashed into the stone forest like lightning. To be continued. Chapter 210. St. Yuan sect collaborates with the Netherworld. Don't misunderstand. Seeing the black-armored soldiers ready to attack, the newcomer hurriedly tried to explain. Moments later, Davidson and Cruz appeared, meeting eyes with the lead black-armored man. Davidson of St. Yuan sect? Ezra, hiding in the shadows, was taken aback when he saw Davidson. St. Yuan sect? Dominic, Paula, and Alicia exchanged puzzled glances. People from St. Yuan sect had actually come here? Who are you? Sherlin's leader, a black-armored man, asked menacingly. Do you happen to be General Ajax? Davidson asked, his expression strange as he sized up the surroundings and then cupped his fists to salute the man. Oh. The black-armored leader was surprised. He indeed was named Ajax, but no one from outside should know his name. After pondering, Ajax scrutinized Davidson before asking, "Are you a disciple of St. Yuan sect?" "That's right. Lord Ajax, my sect has entrusted me to give you this token." Davidson nodded, confirming that the man before him was indeed Ajax. He then retrieved a black jade pendant from his waistband and handed it over. Ajax accepted the pendant and, after a brief look, nodded approvingly. "Very well. Follow me." He turned to lead Davidson into the stone forest. "Hold on." Davidson suddenly called out, looking serious. "Lord Ajax, will more people be coming from behind me? As long as they aren't from St. Yuan sect, it doesn't matter how many come. They won't leave alive," Ajax sneered, glancing at Davidson before continuing toward the stone forest. "Senior brother Davidson? I'm getting creeped out." Cruz, following behind Davidson, felt uneasy around the black-armored men. It seemed like walking among the dead. "Shut up. Don't forget our mission here." Despite his own nervousness, being on his first visit, Davidson forced himself to stay calm to avoid panicking. Under Dominic's watchful eyes, Davidson and Cruz were led into the stone forest by the black-armored men. "Who are those black-armored men?" Alicia breathed a sigh of relief, her expression odd as she asked the group. Dominic, Paula, Aurelia, and Ezra all shook their heads, unsure of the black-armored men's origins. "Netherworld soldiers." Just as someone was about to respond, Andres suddenly spoke, uttering two weighty words. "What? Netherworld soldiers? So does that mean St. Yuan sect has collaborated with the Netherworld?" Ezra and Aurelia looked shocked. They had heard of Netherworld soldiers but never seen any confirmed evidence. Who could have thought they would encounter them here? How bold of St. Yuan sect to collaborate with the Netherworld. Do they not fear retribution? Dominic frowned. Collaboration with the Netherworld was a capital offense, worse than treason. As one of the 9 great sects, for St. Yuan sect to act this way was truly surprising. Now is not the time to talk about this. Davidson has entered the stone forest. I fear St. Yuan sect may already have found the gate of immortality. And I can now confirm that the elder who killed Ling Xiao Tianjun is from St. Yuan sect. Ezra looked grim. If the gate of immortality had fallen into St. Yuan sect's hands, it confirmed who the killer was. Dominic remained silent, not because he hadn't guessed, but because he was weighing whether to risk entering the stone forest. Those Netherworld soldiers were terrifying, even overpowering members of the 9 great sects. How could he endanger everyone's lives? Paula and Alicia exchanged complex looks, sensing the consequences of pressing forward without speaking. "Senior brother, should we immediately inform our sect of what's happening here?" Aurelia asked Ezra quietly. "Not yet. We should go in and confirm first. Besides, we haven't seen the gate of immortality yet. It might not be as we think." Ezra shook his head. He believed they must enter the stone forest. Only finding the gate of immortality would fulfill their mission. But Aurelia glanced at Dominic and others, wanting to speak but unsure how. "Oh? Someone's coming." While Dominic and the others hesitated, Andres sensed someone approaching. Dominic and company tensed, watching as 2 men and a woman appeared near the stone forest entrance. Raymond of Green Cloud sect? She found her way here too? Seeing the newcomers, Dominic and the others were astonished. The arrivals were Raymond, Clarence, and Ming Kurt. "Sister, look." Entering the stone forest, Clarence noticed the corpses on the ground, startling him as he alerted Raymond. Raymond frowned, covering her mouth and nose, sensing the heavy presence of nether energy inside. "It seems Davidson and the others have already entered the stone forest. You two, follow closely. We cannot let them find the gate of immortality before us." Raymond clenched her teeth angrily, instructing her companions as she dashed into the stone forest. Clarence and Ming Kurt followed swiftly, disappearing within moments. Seeing the Green Cloud sect enter, Ezra and Aurelia couldn't contain their impatience. However, they noticed Dominic and the others weren't moving. "What are we waiting for? Aren't we supposed to help Dominic find the murderer of Ling Xiao?" Ezra couldn't wait, gritting his teeth to remind Paula and Alicia. "Dominic, should we go in?" Paula bit her lip fiercely, remembering the heart decay curse still on Dominic. They couldn't back down now. "Sherry's, we're many. We can make it." Alicia encouraged them, determined to protect Dominic at any cost. "If I were alone, I'd go without hesitation. But involving everyone's lives, can I risk jeopardizing you all because of me?" Dominic shook his head, conflicted. He wasn't selfish. One life was better lost than many. "Don't say that. Without your protection, we wouldn't be alive." "Exactly. You saved us. How can we abandon you now?" Paula and Alicia, having faced danger together, refused to leave Dominic behind now. "Even if you don't go, I will enter the stone forest. If the Netherworld has opened a passage here, it is my duty to destroy it and safeguard the Sky Cavern." Andres frowned, declaring his decision after a glance at Dominic. Dominic admired Andres' resolve. The Patriot's commitment to protecting his home was admirable. "Since Demon Lord wishes to go, Dominic will join you. Let's pursue our goals together." Encouraged, Dominic decided to venture into the stone forest. Ezra and Aurelia smiled, feeling safer with Dominic and Andres leading the way. They moved forward, reapproaching the stone forest, ensuring no Netherworld soldiers remained, before quickly entering. The stone forest was filled with murky, chilling winds, making everyone uncomfortable. After an unknown time, Dominic and the others realized the stone forest itself was moving. The giant rocks shifted positions, disorienting them until they lost their sense of direction, unable to find their way back. "Damn! This stone forest has been tampered with. Getting out won't be easy." Andres, despite his strength, couldn't find a way out either. "How are we going to deal with this?" Alicia felt tense, her fear causing her to cling tightly to Dominic's side. Paula also wore a grave expression, cautiously on guard against the surroundings. "Quick, take a look." As Ezra was observing his surroundings, he suddenly called out to alert everyone. Dominic and the others turned to Ezra and saw fresh red bloodstains on a large stone in front of him. There. Seeing the not yet dried bloodstains on the stone slab, Alicia suddenly cried out, pointing towards a nearby giant rock. Everyone looked over and saw that on the stone slab Alicia was pointing at, there was a person nailed to it by a black spear that had pierced through his skull. Is he one of the men who entered the stone forest with Christiana just now? Paula recognized the deceased. Sherry's. He is a disciple of Green Cloud sect. Ezra nodded, his expression extremely serious. The man nailed to the stone was none other than Ming Kurt, Christiana's junior brother. The opponent was far too ruthless. Alicia's face was pale. Seeing Ming Kurt's head pierced through by the spear, his death looked terrifyingly gruesome. Dominic remained silent. The murdered Ming Kurt was at the second Tribulation Dao realm, but he had been accompanied by Christiana, who was at the fifth Tribulation Dao realm. For someone to be able to kill Ming Kurt with a single strike indicated that the murderer must have been at least at the seventh Tribulation Dao realm. Whoosh! Just as Dominic was pondering the strength of the murderer, suddenly he heard the sound of something tearing through the air. Not good. Dominic's expression changed drastically as he reacted first, turning around and throwing a punch. Boom! A loud sound echoed, sparks flying everywhere. Dominic's feet never left the ground, yet he was forced back nearly 30 feet. Junior brother. Dominic. Paula and Alicia hurriedly moved forward to support Dominic's arms, seeing the large amount of blood flowing from his mouth. Ezra and Aurelia were like frightened birds, retreating to the back the moment they sensed danger. Andres' eyes shone like stars as he stared at the moving boulders opposite, then suddenly struck out. Boom! The moving boulder in front instantly exploded, sending a figure flying out from inside and landing in front of Dominic and the others. Splash! The figure that appeared was clad in black armor, gripping a black spear and emitting an evil force. His hollow eyes stared directly at Andres. Chapter 211. A lone warrior at the gateway, braving the wind. Eldon? Was this guy hiding in the stone forest all along? Atli had forced Eldon to reveal himself, which greatly surprised Dominic and the others. Eldon, as the leader of the Een soldiers, had been witnessed by Dominic and his group personally leading Davidson and Cruz into the stone forest. But he actually stayed here in the stone forest waiting for us? The crowd's quite big. It seems you've already discovered our secret? Eldon, with a face black as charcoal, held a black spear, its tip glinting with ghostly light from hollow eyes. His cold voice seemed like an invitation from hell. Secret? Atli was puzzled, frowning as he met Eldon's gaze before realizing something. You mean those two people from the St. Yuan sect? Do not pretend ignorance, Eldon replied icily, his gaze sweeping over Dominic and company before suddenly launching his black spear straight towards Atli's forehead. The attack was swift and deadly, but Atli dodged the spear with ease, moving his hand quickly to avoid it. Whiz! But Eldon instantly appeared opposite him, grabbing the long spear midair and swinging it forcefully, causing spatial tremors. Bang! Atli blocked the spear with his arm but was forced back several steps. Just as he thought Eldon would continue attacking him, Eldon turned to charge at Paula and the others. Ezra and Ansley were the first to react, but they couldn't withstand even one strike from Eldon, spitting blood as they flew backward. Alicia's face paled as the spear tip lunged toward her forehead. Paula, thinking quickly, burst with blue light, activating the blue spirit armor, releasing a sword aura that collided with the incoming spear. Boom! Light flashed as the sword aura was effortlessly split by the spear. Alicia seized the opportunity to retreat behind Dominic. Water Dragon Pearl? Eldon frowned, noticing the blue spirit armor on Paula and deducing that Paula possessed the Water Dragon Pearl. With a twist, Eldon charged directly at Paula. Panicking, Paula saw firelight descending from above. Rumble. Upon landing, the flames spread like magma, forcing Eldon back. Heaven's Fury? Eldon retreated several steps, startled upon seeing Dominic's Heaven's Fury armor. The Heaven's Fury armor, combining the powers of the Fire and Earth Dragon Pearls, greatly boosted the wearer's explosive and destructive power. He actually has 2 Dragon Pearls? Atli's pupils widened. He had always thought Dominic only had the Fire Dragon Pearl until now. So overpowering. Far away, Ezra envied Dominic and his Heaven's Fury armor. Trash from another world. Just because I wasn't serious, you think no one can handle you? Whoosh! Dominic roared in anger, rising abruptly, sparks flying around him, the right hand holding Tiankin's sword glowing fiercely. Slash! The sword caused the sky to darken and mountains to crumble as it unleashed a force that could destroy the world. Eldon's eyes widened. He swung his black spear, conjuring a black dragon and releasing a sea of death, as if opening the gates of hell. Boom! Their clash destroyed the surrounding stone forest, the terrifying explosion tearing through space. Mortals like Paula and Alicia struggled against the force of the explosion but were shielded by Atli's intervention. Thud thud. After the collision, Dominic staggered back several steps. His face was noticeably pale, his right hand bleeding where he gripped the Tiankin sword. Across from him, Eldon's armor was shattered, his black spear broken, and his appearance disheveled with cracks forming on his face. Eldon's strength wasn't particularly high. He only had the equivalent of a 6th Tribulation Realm cultivator. However, his techniques were bizarre and speedy, giving him a formidable presence. D***. Baring his teeth in rage, Eldon shouted, "Kill them!" Darkness engulfed the area as black shadows emerged from the sides. They were Eldon's subordinates, Een soldiers clad in black armor, charging at Dominic and the group. Step back. Dominic gritted his teeth and stepped forward, slashing horizontally with the Tiankin sword. Swish! The sword sliced through the air, emitting a powerful wave of energy. Poof poof. The Een soldiers approached but were instantly killed by Dominic. However, the decapitated Een soldiers revived almost immediately, continuing their mad onslaught. Can't we kill them? Seeing this, Dominic was at a loss and quickly retreated. Atli stepped forward, raising his hand to flash a white claw. Poof poof. Many Een soldiers exploded upon approach. Chariot within 3 breaths, the disappeared Een soldiers reappeared, their expressions more ferocious, emanating dark Een energy. Use the inner earth flame quickly. From behind, Ezra yelled, remembering how the Een wolves were killed by the inner earth flame. Dominic nodded, recalling the incident. He dashed into the midst of the Een soldiers. Let it burn. In an instant, flames erupted from Dominic's center, burning everything in sight. Numerous Een soldiers were incinerated by the inner earth flame, turning into wisps of smoke. What? Far away, Eldon saw his men die in the inferno, recoiling in fear. *M. You wait. The son of Yama will not let you off. Acknowledging his defeat, Eldon angrily left in a streak of black light. Son of Yama? Atli frowned, contemplating the name. Son of Yama? Why does it sound familiar? Ansley muttered, trying to remember where she heard it before. Son of Yama? Een soldiers? Could Mingli be related to the son of Yama? Ezra asked, looking worried. Very likely. Mingli's emergence must be linked to the underworld. And based on Eldon's words, the son of Yama may come here. Atli's expression soured. The underworld referred to another realm. He comes or not, we need to get out first. We should find a way to leave the stone forest. Returning, Dominic surveyed the misty surroundings. If they remained, they would be in grave danger. Didn't you have a map? Isn't there some warning or direction? Ezra frowned at Dominic. Sherry's, since Lingxiao Celestial Lord came here, shouldn't he know the way through the stone forest? Ansley nodded, questioning Dominic's actions. Do you suspect I have a way and am withholding it? Dominic's displeasure showed. On the journey, Ezra and Ansley had repeatedly urged them to find Xianxia Gate, and now spoke to him so condescendingly. Don't misunderstand us. We didn't mean that. Ansley shook her head, fearing Dominic's reaction. You're overthinking this. We're just concerned you might have missed something important in Lingxiao Celestial Lord's map. Ezra laughed awkwardly. This is Dominic's problem. What's it got to do with you? Paula frowned at Ezra. If Dominic couldn't understand it, why didn't Lingxiao Celestial Lord choose you instead? Alicia shot a glare at Ezra, scolding him harshly. This translation maintains the structure, tone, and narrative flow of the original text while ensuring grammatical accuracy and natural language use. Ezra was left speechless, and even Ansley lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. You don't need to worry about it. There's still a way out. Seeing Dominic arguing with Ezra and the others, Atli turned aside and said this with his eyes closed. Elder brother, you know how to get out of here? Alicia looked at Atli in surprise. Dominic, noticing Atli's actions, frowned deeply, feeling the wind blowing around them. I remember that when we entered the stone forest, the wind was blowing outward from it. If we walk against the wind, might we find our way out of the stone forest? Just as Dominic guessed this, Atli voiced his idea. Right. Even if the path is gone, the wind still flows. As long as we follow the wind, we should be able to leave the stone forest, right? Ezra suddenly realized this after hearing Atli speak. Monday morning quarterback. Alicia rolled her eyes at Ezra after he finished speaking. If the wind direction changes, we might end up somewhere other than Xianxia Gate? Dominic reminded them seriously, having been silent before. Sherry's. We have to take a gamble. I trust my luck won't be too bad. What about you? Atli nodded. He had considered this point already. This was their only feasible option. My luck has always been good. Dominic smiled. Getting out of the stone forest was far better than staying and waiting for death. So what are we waiting for? Let's go now. Ezra couldn't wait any longer and urged Dominic and the others to set off. This time, Atli led the group. With his exceptional perception, he could sense potential dangers ahead. Behind Dominic and the others, Yaozu and Carmine, along with 9 great demons, delved deeper into the stone forest and were also lost, wandering aimlessly like headless flies. Yaozuan, haven't we been here before? There's even a mark I left on the stone. Jiutou Shirwang noticed the unique mark he had made on a stone and quickly reminded Carmine. Do you think I need your reminder, demon? Carmine glared at Jiutou Shirwang, clenching his teeth in anger as he surveyed the surroundings. What a miserable place. Trying to trap me with just some rocks? This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring grammatical accuracy and natural language use, consistent with the previous content provided. Chapter 212, Sea of Death. Boom. Trapped in the stone forest, Forest unleashed his fury and directly attacked, attempting to destroy the surrounding boulders to carve a path out. In an instant, explosions echoed continuously through the stone forest, shaking the space with booming sounds. However, due to Forest's reckless destruction, the wind direction inside the stone forest became skewed. Stop! Atli, who led the group, noticed the wind direction was wrong and hurriedly stopped Dominic and the others behind him. What's wrong? We were walking fine, Ezra asked from the back, suspicious if Atli was playing tricks on them again as he saw nothing amiss around. The wind direction has changed. I sense fluctuations in the spatial power. Someone might be intentionally altering the wind direction. Atli frowned deeply, as the thick black mist prevented his divine senses from detecting changes around them. Thus, he acted even more cautiously, afraid that any mistake might lead them all to ruin. Swish, swish. Hearing Atli's explanation, Dominic knew the consequences of going the wrong way. As he observed the surroundings and felt the wind currents, he noticed several large stones nearby vibrating slightly. This drew Dominic's attention. To understand why, he approached one of the nearby boulders and placed his hand on it. Rumble, rumble. He could feel the stone trembling slightly. Dominic, what did you find? Paula asked, noticing Dominic's unease. I suspect there might be a battle nearby. Dominic's face was solemn, only guessing but not entirely sure. If someone is fighting, why don't I sense it? Ezra questioned, suspecting Dominic of making wild guesses. That's because you're not as perceptive as Dominic. Alicia glanced at Ezra before approaching Dominic and asking, could there be others entering behind us? Ezra turned red with embarrassment. It's possible, Dominic nodded. If your guess is correct, then it rules out the possibility of someone deliberately targeting us. To avoid going wrong, we should wait and see. Atli, hearing Dominic's advice, breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone waited, time passed, and eventually, the wind direction returned to normal. Let's go. Confirming the wind direction, Atli urged the group forward hastily. Behind them, Forrest, along with 9 demon kings, rushed through recklessly, accidentally spotting Dominic and his group. Is that Demon Lord Atli and his party? Ephraim recognized Atli and alerted Forrest. Wonderful. Follow me, and don't let them get away. Forrest grinned widely, instructing the 9 to follow closely. At the end of the stone forest lay an endless desert. The desolate wilderness exuded a heavy aura of death. Here, towering heaps of white bones, ancient ruins, and tall dead trees half buried by black sand spread out in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh. After walking for a long time in the stone forest, Dominic and the group finally reached its edge. Seeing the vast sea of sand before them, they stood stunned. They had thought exiting the stone forest would lead them straight to the gate of immortality, but instead, they found themselves in this barren wasteland. The only difference was that the sand was black, not yellow. In this dark sandy terrain, the wails of death seemed to echo, making Ezra and Ansley regret their journey bitterly. Is this some kind of cosmic joke? Alicia looked disappointed, feeling as though they had reached the end of their journey. This isn't a joke, it's blocking our path. Paula clenched her teeth, glancing at Dominic, whose expression was complex. Did we take a wrong turn? Ansley still clung to hope, looking at Dominic. No. The route given by Spirit Dawn Heavenly Lord points here. The gate of immortality is within this sea of sand. Dominic shook his head, having verified the route multiple times. They hadn't taken a wrong turn, but the absence of the gate remained unexplainable. Oh, what about Davidson and the others from St. Yuan sect? And Christiana and Clarence from Azure Cloud sect? Where are they? Ezra suddenly recalled those ahead and reminded Dominic and the others. Did they enter the sand sea already? Alicia frowned, doubting that anyone from St. Yuan sect would remain in the stone forest. They had only seen Ming Kurt's corpse. Christiana and Clarence must still be alive. Is there no other way? Atli pressed on, unwilling to give up, as they were so close to the gate of immortality. Upon Atli's question, Paula, Alicia, Ansley, and Ezra all looked expectantly at Dominic. Facing their gaze, Dominic hesitated, but then raised his hand, summoning the Heaven Heart Mirror. Atli, recognizing the Heaven Heart Mirror, understood Dominic's intent. Ezra and Ansley, puzzled, wondered why Dominic would look into a mirror at such a critical moment. However, as Dominic infused spiritual energy into the mirror, 2 figures appeared in it. Is that Davidson and Cruz? Ezra leaned closer and confirmed the images as Davidson and Cruz, who were walking in the desert. Ahead of them was a dense, vibrant forest, a stark contrast to the desolation around them. Is the gate of immortality inside the desert? Alicia was astonished, finding another world within this barren desert hard to believe. The scene then shifted to show Christiana and Clarence struggling in a sandstorm, battered and nearly unable to hold on. Seeing this, everyone's hearts tightened, worried for Christiana and Clarence. Clearly, the desert was perilous, yet Davidson and Cruz knew how to navigate it safely. Dominic put away the Heaven Heart Mirror, his expression grim. Knowing the potential location of the Gate of Immortality, but also the high risks involved, he looked at Atli. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one catch the cub? I've decided to enter. Those who fear death need not come. Atli made his decision with furrowed brows. If Demon Lord isn't afraid, why should we be? Ezra clenched his teeth, agreeing first. Ansley naturally followed, seeing this as a rare opportunity with Demon Lord Atli. Dominic rubbed his nose, still indecisive, when he noticed a fallen stone tablet underfoot. Clearing the sand, he read the words, Sea of Death, inscribed on it. Sounds ominous enough, Dominic chuckled, fitting the bleakness of the landscape. Turning to Paula and Alicia, he said, shall we proceed? Sure. Paula and Alicia nodded and followed Dominic into the desert. Atli, Ezra, and Ansley trailed behind. Upon entering, strong winds instantly whipped up, covering the sky with sand and eroding their spiritual energy with the force of death. Leading the way, Dominic used his formidable martial physique to shield Paula and Alicia from most of the death aura. But Ezra and Ansley weren't so lucky, forced to deplete their own spiritual energy to move forward step by step. As Dominic and company gradually vanished into the sea of death, Forrest and his followers emerged from the stone forest, disheveled and disgruntled. It wasn't that they were walking slowly. Rather, they were unexpectedly ambushed by the dark soldiers while following Dominic and his group, which delayed them. So much for timing, remarked Granville King, staring into the distance where he caught sight of the fleeting figures of Dominic and company. He hurriedly alerted Honorable Blackwind. Demon Honorable? Atli and the others have already entered the desert. Follow. Blackwind gritted his teeth, wasting no time and leading the 9 demons into the sea of death. However, as soon as Honorable Blackwind and his group entered the desert, a fierce wind suddenly struck. A towering sandstorm rose, instantly burying Honorable Blackwind and the others. Dominic and his group, who were ahead, did not notice what was happening behind them. By the time Dominic and his group had disappeared from sight, the buried Honorable Blackwind managed to dig himself out of the sand first. Cough, cough. Honorable Blackwind looked disheveled, never expecting the sandstorm to target him specifically. Shortly after Blackwind stood up, the 9 other demons emerged from the ground, covered in sand, even spitting sand from their mouths. Phew. How despicable. This is targeting us on purpose. Almost got me buried alive. I'm infuriated. The 9 great demons were filled with rage. People? Who among you saw them? Honorable Blackwind gazed intently ahead, but saw no sign of Dominic's group. Frustrated, he turned to ask the 9 behind him. But the 9 demons shook their heads, none daring to speak up. You're all useless. Honorable Blackwind seethed, too impatient now to care. He quickly took off low to the ground to chase after Dominic. The other 9 demons, unable to fly due to insufficient cultivation here, could only run as fast as they could to follow Honorable Blackwind. Meanwhile, deep within the Sea of Death, Dominic and his group still found themselves surrounded by endless darkness, seemingly without an end in sight. Just as Dominic and his group climbed atop a sand dune, Alicia, who was at the back, accidentally slipped and fell down the dune. Dominic and Alicia swiftly turned around. Atli rushed forward first, grabbing Alicia's hand to pull her up. As Atli helped Alicia up, Dominic noticed something odd below. The arm of someone sticking out of the sand, moving slightly. Could it be? Recalling the sandstorm scene from the mirror involving Christiana, Dominic quickly rushed down to investigate the arm. Chapter 213. Mysterious Man, a Sanctuary. Dominic, where are you going? Dominic, come back. It's dangerous down there. Alicia had just been pulled up when she saw Dominic turn and dash into the sandy depression without looking back. Paula and Alicia called out loudly, but Dominic paid no heed as he came right to the vicinity of the hand. That's a human hand? Ezra and Aurelia realized why Dominic had taken the risk upon seeing the hand in front of him. In this endless desert, one could easily be sucked into quicksand. Even with their Taoist realm cultivation, it would be difficult to resist this lethal force. Paula, Alicia, and Andres frowned, watching Dominic silently clearing the sand around the arm with his hands. Gradually, from just an arm, half a body emerged, followed by a beautiful face. She is Christiana? Upon seeing the person buried under black sand, Paula and the others were greatly shocked. They had all seen Christiana in the heart mirror suffering from a sandstorm, but they hadn't expected to encounter her so soon. Under everyone's gaze, Dominic single-handedly rescued Christiana from the sand. She now looked pale, her breath faint, like a pile of mud, having lost consciousness. Dominic looked serious as he infused some spiritual power into Christiana. Cough, cough. With the infusion of spiritual power, Christiana gradually regained consciousness. She coughed lightly, her eyes slowly opening. Her body was too weak even to open her eyes fully, requiring several blinks. The awakened Christiana's vision was blurry. As she tried hard to focus, she suddenly felt a headache. Christiana, how are you? Seeing Christiana holding her forehead, Dominic asked, puzzled about what was wrong. You're Dominic? Recognizing Dominic's voice, Christiana widened her eyes and saw that it was indeed her enemy who had saved her. Christiana appeared nervous, wanting to escape from Dominic, but her body refused to obey, making her look helpless and pitiful. Why? I save you, and this is how you repay me? Dominic frowned, displeased, and questioned Christiana. You, who needs your help? Anger burned in Christiana's heart as she bit her lip, remembering her hatred after realizing it was Dominic who had saved her. Thinking about her brother Tim dying at Dominic's hands made her unable to calm down. How ungrateful. Seeing Christiana show no gratitude, Dominic stood up and turned to leave. Christiana struggled internally. Seeing Dominic about to leave, her heart raced. She did not want to die. Not here, not like this. Wait. Hearing Christiana's sudden plea a few steps away, Dominic frowned and glanced back impatiently. What? Do you still want to kill me? In my state, how can I kill you? Aren't you ashamed to abandon a weak woman? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Despite needing Dominic's help, Christiana sounded righteous in her accusation, blaming Dominic for lacking manliness. Dominic's expression was odd, as if he owed her something. I've already done my best rescuing you. Don't take advantage of my kindness. Dominic's tone turned cold, warning Christiana sternly. Christiana's pale face showed conflicting emotions as she faced Dominic's reprimand. Knowing she was wrong, she couldn't let go of her pride. What conditions do you want before you take me along? Christiana gritted her teeth, looking at Dominic defiantly, trying to bargain. Are you negotiating with me? Dominic chuckled, finding it amusing how stubborn she was. All she needed to do was admit her mistake and beg a little, but instead, she made things awkward. Sherry's. Besides enemies, we only have transactions. Don't dream of us becoming friends because Christiana will kill you someday. Christiana nodded grimly, determined to keep clear-minded and remember her unresolved vendetta. Stupid. Do you think I'd save someone who wants to kill me? Looks like I shouldn't have saved you. Good luck. Dominic, enraged by Christiana's foolishness and obstinacy, started walking away. Dominic, don't leave. Please come back. Christiana called out loudly as she saw Dominic walking away without turning back. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. She knew she should not have offended Dominic, who was her only hope. Dominic, why didn't you bring her back? Paula's expression changed when she saw Dominic return alone. I've already done enough saving her. Her fate depends on her own luck. Dominic continued walking without further explanation. Why care so much? Don't you remember Christiana wants to kill Dominic? Alicia gave Paula a strange look, thinking she was too naive. Senior brother, should we rescue Christiana? Aurelia, feeling sympathy for Christiana, timidly asked Ezra. If Dominic doesn't save her, why should we? Ezra shook his head, understanding the precarious position they were in. They depended on Dominic to find the Eternal Gate, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Aurelia felt uneasy but could do nothing. Damn you, Dominic. Alone on the beach, Christiana cursed, tears streaming down. She hated her weakness. A sudden gust of wind blew up sand as Christiana struggled to stand up again, biting her lip. Despite her frailty, her will was strong. Just as she stood unsteadily, a shadow loomed below her. Startled, she turned around and was knocked unconscious by an unknown assailant. Dominic, the one you wouldn't save, I will. This mysterious figure had a raspy voice, wore a black hood and a cloak, his sharp eyes fixed on Dominic's retreating back. Fiend Lord, there's someone ahead. Before the man could react, voices approached. He quickly picked up the unconscious Christiana and vanished in the storm. Soon after, Elwood, leading 9 demon kings, arrived where Dominic and company had stopped. Footprints. I smell Andres' aura. The 9 Demon Kings used their skills to quickly confirm these belonged to Dominic and his group. Great. Follow the footprints before the wind buries them. Elwood smiled, eager to catch up with Dominic. Without hesitation, he led the 9 demons deeper into the desert. Time passed. Alicia, Ezra, and Aurelia were clearly struggling. Andres, however, remained unaffected. Dominic barely managed to keep up, while Paula was drenched in sweat and nearing her limit. If we continue, we'll deplete our energy and die. Translation notes. Maintain character names as per opinion. Preserve paragraph structure and line breaks for natural flow. Retain the original tone and style. Ensured storyline and logic coherence. Corrected grammar and ensured fluency in English. Ezra felt irritated, sensing that his spiritual power was nearly depleted. He feared he might die in this desolate desert. Who knows how much further it is? Are we walking blindly and possibly heading in the wrong direction? Aurelia's face was pale, and she collapsed onto the ground, looking at Dominic for answers. Dominic remained silent, instead focusing on the distant high hill. Sensing the faint spiritual fluctuations coming through the air, he detected a trace of spiritual chi. Did you notice too? Atli, seeing Dominic's expression, asked with a grin. If my guess is correct, once we cross that sand dune ahead, we should arrive. Dominic nodded slightly, glancing back at the dejected Ezra and Aurelia, then shared his hypothesis. What? Really? That would be wonderful. Upon hearing Dominic's words, Ezra, Aurelia, and Alicia were filled with joy. Without hesitation, the 3 simultaneously sprinted forward, their energy seemingly fully restored. Junior brother? You're not tricking them, are you? Paula's expression was peculiar. Seeing Alicia's excitement, she worried Dominic had lied to boost their morale. I wouldn't do that. Dominic smiled and shook his head, then pulled Paula up the sand dune. As they reached the top, a wave of spiritual chi greeted them. Standing atop the dune, they gazed into the distance. Not more than 10 miles away, a lush green oasis thrived with vibrant life and vitality. Am I dreaming? Paula stared at the oasis in disbelief. We've come through hardship to find sweetness. I believe that must be where Eternal Gate lies. Ezra beamed, longing to leap across the distance immediately upon seeing the oasis. Don't be too confident yet. What if Davidson and the others got there first? If the Netherworld already controls that area, we'd be walking straight into a trap. To Ezra's premature elation, Atli deliberately cast a shadow of doubt to keep him grounded. The closer we get to the end, the more cautious we need to be. Dominic nodded, reminding everyone to remain vigilant and not let their guard down due to overconfidence. Chapter 2:14. Elwood's Pursuit. Entrance to the Netherworld. At the edge of the desert, there is a place brimming with vitality and lush life. Mountains and rivers, birdsong and floral fragrance. The moment one steps into this area, it feels like arriving in an earthly paradise. Feeling the rich spiritual energy emanating from this place, Ezra, Ansley, and Alicia quickly sat down on the ground to regulate their bodies and replenish the depleted spiritual energy within them. This place seems a bit eerie, Atli observed warily, his intuition heightening his alertness. However, Dominic's expression was somewhat fluctuating. The moment they stepped onto this land, the 2 dragon pearls inside him started stirring restlessly. Not only Dominic but also Paula felt a similar response, though her pearl reacted less intensely. This sign made Dominic think immediately that another dragon pearl might exist here, because dragon pearls have a mysterious connection with each other. The closer they are, the stronger the reaction. When Dominic obtained the Earth Dragon Pearl in the water cavern, a similar phenomenon occurred, but Dominic and Paula kept this silent, merely exchanging a knowing glance and nodding in agreement. Dominic summoned the Heavenly Heart Mirror, where shadows of Davidson and Cruz appeared. These 2 were standing on a high cliff, facing an elderly man with white hair dressed in black. Observing the deference Davidson and Cruz showed, it seemed they were narrating something significant that elicited varied expressions from the elder. Green Maple Celestial Lord? The moment Atli saw the white-haired elder, he recognized who this person was. You know him? Dominic and Paula looked at Atli in surprise. Not exactly. Back then, this guy mistakenly trespassed into Jade Fox Peak, and I engaged in combat with him. Atli frowned, scrutinizing the elder in the mirror, confirming again. Engaged in combat? So you should know his cultivation level, right? Dominic asked gravely, wanting to understand how strong Green Maple really was. At that time, he had the cultivation of Sever Shadow, but his strength was inferior to that of Lingxiao Celestial Lord. After all these years, he has likely surpassed the Sever Shadow realm. Upon hearing Atli's assessment, Dominic still felt uncertain. Given Green Maple's status as an elder of the Sacred Yuan sect, he could have encountered profound opportunities over the years, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Dominic, look! Just as Dominic was distracted, Paula suddenly alerted him. Revisiting the mirror, Dominic saw the elder named Green Maple stand by the cliff, gazing at the clouds sea ahead. Amidst the clouds, there seemed to be a door, but the dense mist obscured their view. Could that be the gate of eternal life? Atli widened his eyes in amazement. As Dominic and others were about to get a clearer view, the image in the mirror suddenly blurred and turned black. What happened? Is the Heavenly Heart mirror broken? Paula was puzzled. They were just about to see the true face of that door, yet the image stopped at this crucial moment. It's not broken. The power over there is too strong, interfering with the Heavenly Heart mirror. Dominic shook his head. Based on what he observed, he preliminarily concluded that the gate of eternal life must be there. But with Green Maple Celestial Lord guarding it, entering would require serious consideration. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a surge of demonic chi from behind. Dominic and Atli swiftly turned around to find the sandstorm raging, and black chi surging toward them like a tidal wave. Not good. It's Elwood. Atli instantly recognized the chaos caused by the demon overlord Elwood. Swiftly, the demon lord Atli stepped forward and struck the incoming storm with a palm, dissipating it. Bang! Before Atli could react, a black shadow lunged at him, striking his chest. Atli was injured, spitting blood and flying backward. Run! Seeing the situation deteriorate, Dominic shouted urgently to Ezra and the others. Supporting the wounded Atli, Dominic led everyone into the forest. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Demon Overlord Elwood emerged, waving his hand to summon 9 Aslans who charged into the forest like wolves chasing prey. Damn it! If only I hadn't been careless, I would tear Elwood limb from limb. While fleeing, Atli gritted his teeth in frustration. His chest ached intensely, and he couldn't remember feeling so disheveled as a demon lord. But he knew deep down that Elwood had cultivated demon Sha, making his strength comparable to his own. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured so easily. Let's focus on shaking off those big demons first. Dominic frowned, watching the relentless pursuit of the 9 demons. Clenching his jaw in anger, he spoke to Atli. Watch me. Atli abruptly halted and turned, conjuring a red moon in the sky. Run fast. The pursuing 9 demons panicked upon seeing Atli's burial moon technique, scattering in terror. Boom. As the bloody moon descended, Crimson Lotus hellfire spread rapidly. Aha! The unlucky demons, touched by the hellfire, shrieked in agony. Atli smirked, then swiftly turned to catch up with Dominic and the others. In an instant, Dominic and company vanished from sight. By the time Demon Overlord Elwood arrived, he found 2 of the 9 demons dead from the hellfire, while the remaining 7 trembled in fear. Atli, this overlord will never forgive you. Elwood roared, his entire body emitting killing intent, transforming into a red light as he charged into the forest. Dominic and his group were now deep within the mountains, disoriented and lost. Their primary goal was to evade Demon Overlord Elwood. However, when they climbed over a hill, they noticed heavy nether chi lingering atop the next mountain, with faint human silhouettes moving about. Stop! Dominic hurriedly halted the group, hiding in the bushes while observing the opposite hilltop. What's happening? Why is there so much nether chi over there? Ezra sensed something amiss. On that hilltop, there are numerous nether soldiers. If my guess is correct, there may be an entrance to the netherworld. Dominic's expression was grave, as he cautiously deduced after observation. If it's an entrance to the netherworld, I must destroy it. Atli snarled, his goal simple: prevent the netherworld invasion. With so many nether soldiers, can we accomplish this alone? Ansley shook her head, thinking it was a fool's errand. Who said it's only us? Aren't the demon overlords coming from behind? Alicia glanced at Ansley with a hint of intention. Atli and Dominic's eyes lit up. Alicia's words reminded them of a strategy. All right, we'll split up. You stay hidden and observe. I'll lure the demon overlord over. Atli chuckled coldly, leaving before Dominic could respond. Dominic, do we really need to take this risk? Ezra's expression darkened. He didn't see the point in risking their lives for Atli. Why? Followed us all this way, you're unwilling to take a small risk. Is your presence really necessary? Dominic narrowed his eyes, turning to glare at Ezra, whose face paled as he saw the malice in Dominic's eyes. Ansley tugged at Ezra, causing him to laugh awkwardly and remain silent. Dominic, what do we do now? Paula tensed, looking to Dominic for instructions. We wait. Once Atli lures the demon overlord over, we take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the back and locate the interdimensional entrance. Then we inform Atli to destroy it. Dominic rubbed his nose, explaining the plan. Soon enough, Atli indeed lured the demon overlord over. Demon Overlord Elwood, driven by bloodlust, seemed berserk at the sight of Atli. Led by Atli, the group including Yaozuan headed straight for the Mingbing's stronghold. Note, Mingbing is kept untranslated here as Mingbing to maintain consistency with the original text terminology. If Mingbing should be translated, please provide the appropriate translation or context for a suitable interpretation. For better fluency and natural reading in English, I would suggest, under Atli's lead, Yaozuan and the others charged directly toward the Mingbing's lair. Enemy attack. The translation provided conveys the meaning accurately and reads naturally in English. No further editing is needed for this specific line. However, if you want a slight variation for fluency. Enemies approaching. This retains the urgency and impact of the original Chinese exclamation. On the opposite hill, a large number of Mingbing, dark soldiers, appeared rapidly. Atli charged in alone, causing these dark soldiers to mistakenly assume that the group led by Yaozuan, who were behind her, were allies. This led the dark soldiers to launch a direct counterattack. By the time Yazun Carmine realized what was happening, he was already surrounded by the dark soldiers. The other few demon kings were also forced to join the battle, which became incredibly intense. Note, for better flow and clarity in English, I have made minor adjustments while keeping the essence intact. Also, Mingbing is translated as dark soldiers for context. At this moment, seeing that the time was right, Dominic and the others quietly made their way from the rear to the opposite hill. Moving cautiously, they finally located the entrance to the netherworld. It was a massive cavern, spewing out large amounts of nether energy from within, which supplied the Mingbing, nether soldiers, for absorption. Note, the term Mingbing is used twice in the original text but not translated. I've translated it as nether soldiers here for context clarity. Just as Dominic was about to approach the entrance to the netherworld, a figure suddenly appeared. Forced to act, Dominic and his group hid in the woods. To their surprise, they recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the Mingbing leader, Eldon. Eldon's expression was grave as he stood near the entrance to the netherworld, muttering incantations under his breath, seemingly performing a ritual to summon something. Note, for better fluency and natural reading in English, Mingbing is translated as underworld soldiers, or just maintaining medic soldiers, if it has been consistently used before. Assuming this is the first time or no prior context given, I will use underworld soldiers. Just as Dominic was about to approach the entrance to the netherworld, a figure suddenly appeared. Forced to hide, Dominic and his group concealed themselves in the woods. To their surprise, they recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the underworld soldiers' leader, Eldon. Eldon's expression was stern as he stood near the entrance to the netherworld, muttering incantations, seemingly performing a ritual to summon something. Is he summoning the son of the Mingwang, netherworld king? For better fluency and accuracy in English, it should be, is he summoning the son of the netherworld king? Or more idiomatically, is he summoning the netherworld prince? Choose the one that best fits the context and consistency of your overall translation. As Dominic and the others were puzzled, Paula suddenly spoke up. How do you know that? Nan Gongying, Ezra, and Ansley asked in confusion. They hadn't understood what Ajax was saying, but Paula seemed to comprehend it. I'm just guessing, Paula said uneasily, her expression awkward. She couldn't explain it clearly and could only offer a vague response offhandedly. We can't let him succeed. Dominic's expression was tense, and seeing that Atli had not yet arrived, he steeled his resolve. With a swoosh. Note, depending on the context, "so" is often used to describe a swift movement or sound. A more contextual translation might be better. Here's an improved version considering the context. With a swift motion, or with a sudden movement. The latter fits better in English narration. Let me know if you want me to integrate this into the full passage. For a full, fluid integration, with a sudden movement, Dominic struck out, catching Ajax off guard with a sword slash. Casting a spell, Ajax sensed an attack coming and hastily turned his head, then vanished into thin air as a black shadow. With a bang, Dominic's strike missed. In the next second, a black spear lunged directly at Dominic's machine, third eye/brow center. Dominic didn't dare to underestimate it, and swung his sword to deflect the incoming spear. Ajax reappeared out of nowhere, gripping the spear and glaring angrily at Dominic. It's you again. How dare you ruin my plans? Himph. Weren't you trying to invite the son of the Nether King? What? You didn't get the chance, and I happened to show up. Must be frustrating, right? Dominic sneered, Guyi Shurtan, deliberately probing, at Ajax's annoyed expression. Note, Guyi Shurtan is translated as deliberately probing for smoother reading. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like adjusted. Dominic struck suddenly, slashing at Ajax with his sword while the latter was unaware. Sensing an attack, Ajax hastily turned his head and then vanished into thin air, turning into a shadow. Bang! Dominic's attack missed. Whoosh! But the next second, a black spear stabbed directly towards Dominic's machine, forehead, between the eyebrows. Not daring to be careless, Dominic swung his sword to deflect the incoming spear. It was then apparent that Eldon's had reappeared out of thin air, gripping the spear and glaring at Dominic. It's you again. How dare you ruin my plans? Humph. Want to invite the son of the Nether King, do you? So? I happened to show up before you could complete it. Must be a letdown for you. Dominic sneered. Seeing Eldon's infuriated look, he deliberately probed further. Note, for machine, it is more accurate and natural in English to describe it as forehead, between the eyebrows. However, if this term has been consistently translated in a certain way in the rest of your text, you might want to stick with that translation for consistency. Dominic's strike missed. To maintain consistency and fluency in English, it's better to use the name Dominic instead of Qin Yan within the translated text. The sentence is also adjusted to read more naturally in English. With a swoosh, Kyan took the initiative, catching Mo unaware, and slashed at him with his sword. Mo, who was in the midst of casting a spell, sensed the attack and hastily turned to look. He then vanished into thin air, turning into a shadow. Bang! Kyan's attack missed. Swoosh! In the next second, a black spear pierced directly toward Kyan's forehead. Kyan didn't dare be careless and swung his sword to deflect the incoming spear. Mo reappeared out of nowhere, gripping the spear tightly and glaring furiously at Kyan. It's you again! How dare you ruin my plans? Humph! You wanted to summon the son of the Underworld King? What? I just happened to show up before you could finish. Isn't that quite inconvenient for you? Kyan sneered, deliberately probing as he saw Mo's infuriated expression. Note, for better context continuity and flow, some sentences have been slightly rearranged or rephrased, ensuring it still accurately reflects the original text. In the next instant, a black spear stabbed directly toward Dominic's forehead. Dominic didn't dare to be careless and swung his sword to deflect the incoming spear. Suddenly, Ajax appeared out of thin air, gripping the spear and glaring at Dominic, saying, It's you again. How dare you ruin my plans? Humph. Under the guidance of Atli, the group led by Yaozuan rushed straight towards the stronghold of the Netherworld soldiers. Enemy attack. On the opposite hill, a large number of Netherworld soldiers quickly appeared. Atli charged in alone, causing these Netherworld soldiers to mistakenly believe that Yaozuan and his party were allies with Atli, leading them to launch an immediate counterattack. Elwood, one of the Yaoshan, realized this too late and was already surrounded by the Netherworld soldiers. The other demon kings were also forced into battle, resulting in an intense fight. Meanwhile, seeing the moment ripe, Dominic and his group quietly entered the opposite hill from the rear. Moving cautiously, they finally found the entrance to the Netherworld. It was a huge underground cave, emitting vast amounts of nether energy that supplied the Netherworld soldiers for absorption. Just as Dominic was about to approach the entrance to the Netherworld, a figure suddenly appeared. Forced to hide, Dominic and his companions concealed themselves in the woods. To their surprise, they recognized the newcomer. It was none other than the leader of the Netherworld soldiers, Eldon. Eldon's expression was grim as he stood near the entrance to the Netherworld, muttering incantations, seemingly performing a ritual to summon something. Is he summoning the son of the Nether King? As doubts arose in Dominic's mind, Paula suddenly spoke up beside him. How do you know that? Lindsay, Ezra, and Ansley were puzzled. They hadn't understood what Eldon had said, yet Paula seemed to have understood. I'm just guessing, Paula replied awkwardly, unable to explain clearly and only offering a vague answer. He can't succeed. Dominic tensed, realizing that Atli hadn't arrived yet. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Whoosh! Dominic struck unexpectedly, aiming his sword at Eldon. Sensing the attack while performing the ritual, Eldon hurriedly turned around and vanished into thin air as a shadow. Bang! Dominic's strike missed. Whoosh! In the next second, a black spear directly aimed at Dominic's forehead. Dominic didn't dare to be careless and swung his sword to deflect the spear. Eldon reappeared, holding the spear and glaring angrily at Dominic. It's you again! How dare you ruin my plans? Himph! Didn't you want to invite the son of the Nether King? So? You didn't even get a chance before I interrupted you. Must be frustrating, right? Dominic sneered, deliberately probing as he watched Eldon's infuriated expression. Weren't you trying to summon the son of the Underworld King? How about that? You didn't get the chance and I stumbled upon you. Must be frustrating, isn't it? This edit aims to convey the original meaning more naturally in English while maintaining the taunting tone. Dominic sneered, Guyi probing as he saw Ajax's irritated expression. Revised. Dominic sneered, deliberately probing him, seeing Ajax's irritated expression. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it should be revised too. Dominic sneered, deciding to provoke him further as he noticed Ajax's irritated expression. Translation. Under the guidance of Atli, several demon lords rushed straight towards the stronghold of the Netherworld soldiers. Enemy attack. A large number of Netherworld soldiers rapidly appeared on the opposite hilltop. Atli single-handedly attacked them, causing these Netherworld soldiers to mistakenly think that Atli and the demon lords behind were a team. They launched a direct counterattack. Demon Overlord Elwood realized too late, but was already surrounded by the Netherworld soldiers. The other demon kings were forced into battle, fighting intensely. At this moment, seeing the right opportunity, Dominic and his group quietly slipped behind and entered the opposite hilltop. Carefully, Dominic and the others finally found the entrance to the Netherworld. It was a huge underground cavern emitting a large amount of nether chi, supplying the Netherworld soldiers. However, just as Dominic was about to approach the entrance to the Netherworld, a figure suddenly appeared. Forced to hide in the woods, Dominic and the others recognized him. It was the leader of the Netherworld soldiers, Eldon. Eldon stood solemnly near the entrance, muttering incantations, seemingly summoning something. Is he summoning the son of Hades? As Dominic and the others puzzled over it, Paula suddenly spoke up. How do you know that? Lindsay, Ezra, and Ansley asked in confusion. They didn't understand what Eldon was saying, but Paula did? I'm just guessing. Paula looked uneasy, awkwardly trying to explain away her insight. We can't let him succeed. Dominic's expression tightened, noticing that Atli hadn't arrived yet. He gritted his teeth and acted decisively. Swoosh! Dominic struck out, catching Eldon off guard with a swift sword slash. Realizing he was under attack, Eldon hurriedly turned around and disappeared into a black shadow. Bang! Dominic's attack missed its target. Swoosh! In the next second, a black spear shot directly at Dominic's forehead. Dominic dared not be careless and deflected the incoming spear with his sword. Eldon reappeared, gripping his spear angrily as he glared at Dominic. You again! How dare you interfere with my plans? Humph! Weren't you trying to summon the son of Hades? Well, you weren't quick enough, and I interrupted you. Must be frustrating, huh? Dominic sneered, intentionally probing based on Eldon's agitated reaction. Chapter 215. The son of the Nether King, Amadeo. How do you know that? The expression on the face of the stone pool opposite changed suddenly, and he glared angrily at Dominic as he asked in confusion. Oh, did senior sister guess right? Dominic was surprised. Was it just a coincidence that Paula guessed so accurately? Want to stop me from summoning the son of the Nether King? Then die. Ajax, seeing Dominic remain silent, gritted his teeth in anger and thrust his long spear toward Dominic. Dominic's expression froze for a moment, then his muscular body trembled, and the Heaven's Wrath War armor appeared instantly. Boom. Violent power erupted as Dominic stepped forward with one sword stroke, deflecting the incoming black spear away. Whoosh! In the instant Ajax rushed forward, Dominic threw a left straight punch. Bang! Ajax, caught off guard by the sudden attack, was punched flying away. Heaven Punisher! Before Ajax could steady himself after being hit, Dominic gritted his teeth and lunged forward, raising the heavenly residual sword to slash. Sword energy surged like waves, overwhelming sword light engulfed Ajax in an instant. Rumble! The ground cracked instantly, a large area collapsed, dust filled the air, and surrounding grass and trees turned to ash instantly. This single sword strike was Dominic's peak attack. Its power was no less formidable than that of the 7th Tribulation Dao realm. Hiss! Speng Lewin and Ansley in the rear forest couldn't help but gasp in shock. Dominic's strength far exceeded their imagination. Dominic? Just as Dominic was coldly watching ahead, Atli arrived swiftly. You came just in time. The entrance to the Netherworld is there. Quickly find a way to destroy it. Dominic retracted his gaze, urging Atli to destroy the entrance to the other world. Atli turned to the entrance of the Netherworld. Seeing the endless depth of the entrance and the continuous surge of nether chi within, he seemed to sense a terrifying force rapidly approaching. Hurry! That must be the son of the Nether King. We can't let him come over. Dominic, sensing the power from the entrance, hurriedly reminded Atli. The son of the Nether King? Atli's expression changed slightly. He clenched his teeth, raised his right hand, and instantly gathered powerful energy in his palm. Looking at the entrance to the Netherworld, Atli suddenly waved his hand and hurled the energy from his palm into the channel below. Boom, boom. Moments later, only the astonishing explosions echoed from within the passage. The internal tunnels were continuously destroyed, and the entrance collapsed in a large area in an instant. Is this enough? Seeing the entrance to the Netherworld destroyed, Dominic was still somewhat worried. No. I will use my blood to set up a barrier here to prevent anyone from reopening the entrance to the Netherworld. Atli shook his head. Then he saw him bite his index finger and used his demon blood to draw runes, forming a circular barrier to seal off the area. Open! As the barrier formed, Atli shouted, and red light surged up from the ground. The collapsed entrance to the netherworld vanished instantly. Seeing this, Dominic had to admire Atli. Such a powerful barrier would likely resist even supreme-level powers. Atli, get out here. Just after setting up the barrier, before Atli could catch his breath, he heard the roar of Elwood, the demon lord, from the foot of the mountain. Quick, go! Atli's expression changed slightly. Without saying more, he urged Dominic and rushed into the back mountain. Dominic, Paula, Lindsay, Ezra, and Ansley followed closely behind, disappearing into the forest one after another. Cough, cough. On the mountaintop, after the smoke cleared, Ajax climbed out from a pile of rubble. Bastards! Do you think destroying the entrance to the netherworld can stop the son of the Nether King from arriving? Standing up, as Ajax approached the barrier left by Atli, it unexpectedly activated, repelling him. Ajax growled in fury, his hollow eyes flickering with black flames, and his entire body covered in black flames. In an instant, Ajax's body transformed into black mist, directly entering the barrier, forming a black vortex. The vortex rapidly grew larger, emitting massive amounts of nether chi. At this moment, Demon Lord Elwood led 7 demon kings, angrily rushing up the mountain. Elwood looked around the mountaintop and, not seeing Atli, noticed the black vortex, sparking his curiosity. Could it be an entrance to another world? Elwood frowned, unable to see inside the dark hole but sensing an endless flow of nether chi. Demon Lord? Since intruders from another world have entered our territory, shouldn't we close the door rather than welcoming them? Granville King spoke gravely, proposing to Elwood. Right. This is our world, and we cannot tolerate invaders. Demon Lord? These netherworld scum are clearly trying to seize our territory. We can't allow this. With Granville King leading, the other demon kings chimed in. This concerned their survival. They couldn't afford to be lenient. Listening to everyone, Elwood nodded solemnly. Then, Elwood raised his hand to try to destroy the vortex when a black hand suddenly emerged from inside. Bang! The black hand effortlessly crushed Elwood's attack. What? Elwood's expression changed drastically. His own power was easily thwarted. Under Elwood's gaze, a figure suddenly burst out of the black vortex. Elwood's pupils widened, and before he could identify the figure, he saw a black hand pierce through his chest. Demon Lord. The 7 demon kings were stunned, ready to rush forward, but seeing the man who terrified Elwood, they hesitated in fear. Elwood's eyes bled, his face filled with terror as he looked at the figure before him. The person had a dark, hulking frame, with a face like charred coal. None of this mattered. What was important was that the man was bald. Bastard, who are you? Elwood snarled in agony. They call me the son of the Nether King, but you can call me Amadeo. The bald man grinned, introducing himself to Elwood, twisting the hand through Elwood's chest. Ah! Elwood screamed in anguish, feeling immense pain. In desperation, he slapped Amadeo away, freeing himself from his grip, then turned and ran without regard for his dignity. Demon Lord? The 7 demon kings looked disoriented, scattering like dogs chased away as they saw Elwood flee. Amadeo frowned, touched his bald head, then laughed. Am I that scary? You all act like you've seen a ghost. Perhaps finding the demon kings too weak, Amadeo did not chase them but turned to glance at the barrier behind him, saying, I sensed her aura just now. I hope this trip isn't for nothing. He then looked into the distance, narrowing his cold eyes, before suddenly turning into a black light and vanishing. High atop the mountain, above the sea of clouds, Davidson and Cruz from the Holy Origin sect walked down from the mountaintop. Senior brother? Why did the Brogan ask us to descend? Shouldn't we stay by his side to guard the Gate of Immortality? On the way down, Cruz looked puzzled. He and Davidson had completed the sect's mission and should have stayed on the mountaintop for enlightenment, yet Brogan Alberic ordered them to wait down below. You don't understand. The Brogan wants us to wait for the son of the Nether King. Davidson smiled faintly. There were things Cruz simply didn't know. Back then, the Holy Origin sect needed to collaborate with the Netherworld to protect the secret of the Gate of Immortality. Thus, the Holy Origin sect and the Netherworld maintained relations, and the Netherworld agreed to help the Holy Origin sect defend this place. That was why no one had been able to find this place for so many years. The son of the Nether King? Is he very powerful? Cruz was astonished, unfamiliar with the Netherworld, seeking answers from Davidson. The son of the Nether King? Isn't it obvious? He is the son of the Netherworld King. What do you think? Davidson was speechless. The power of the Netherworld should not be underestimated. Over the years, the Holy Origin sect gained much benefit from dealings with the Netherworld. If the Netherworld were to unify this place, it would open the gates wide for St. Yuan's sect. Heavens? Why did he come? Could it also be for the Gate of Immortality? Cruz was shocked. Learning that the son of the Nether King held such a high status, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world. Ridiculous. Don't speak nonsense if you don't know. If the Brogan hears this, do you still want to live? Davidson's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He quickly covered Cruz's mouth and angrily rebuked him. Cruz, frightened, nodded at Davidson. Only then did Davidson take his hand away. The son of the Nether King. I overheard from the Brogan that he seems to be looking for someone. However, the Brogan invited the son of the Nether King to help open the Gate of Immortality. Seeing that Cruz had stopped talking, Davidson cautiously glanced around and whispered the information carefully. Can the son of the Nether King really do it? Isn't it necessary to gather the 5 elemental dragon pearls to open the Gate of Immortality? Cruz frowned, thinking that the arrival of the son of the Nether King was in vain since it was common knowledge that without the 5 elemental dragon pearls, the Gate of Immortality couldn't be opened. You don't understand anything. Do you think the Brogan has been idle all these years guarding here? From what I've heard from the Brogan, he has already found another way to open the Gate of Immortality. Davidson knocked Cruz on the forehead hard before explaining the actual situation. Open the gate of immortality without the 5 elemental dragon pearls? This is simply unbelievable. If the other sects knew this, wouldn't they be driven mad with envy? Cruz laughed, knowing that the gate of immortality was a hot potato, and while the major sects outside were still searching for it, their St. Yuan sect had long taken possession of it. St. Yuan sect sure has big ambitions. Just as Cruz and Davidson were talking, when they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly heard someone sarcastically mocking St. Yuan sect. Who? Davidson's expression changed abruptly as he immediately looked ahead. Puff. Before he could even see who it was, Davidson fell dead on the spot, lifeless. Senior brother Davidson. Cruz's face filled with fear as he watched Davidson fall to the ground. Panicking, he turned and ran up the mountain without even looking back. Chapter 216. Gathering at the mountain top, Battle Alberic. Elder, save me. Gustavo's sudden death terrified Cruz, who turned and ran toward the mountain top while frantically shouting for help without checking who had killed Gustavo. Where are you running? Just as Cruz was about to reach the halfway point of the mountain, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of him and yelled. You, Christiana. Cruz froze in terror. Seeing that it was Qing Yun's sect's Christiana blocking his way, he stumbled backward in fright, accidentally tripping over something. Ah! Cruz tumbled down the mountainside and rolled all the way to the bottom. Cruz lay there with broken bones and lacerations, his body aching as if it would fall apart. He could barely keep himself from screaming when he saw someone standing beside him. You, who are you? Cruz asked fearfully, staring wide-eyed at the man before him. The man wore a conical hat and a black cloak, with long silver hair and piercing eyes that stared intensely at him. I'm here to send you off. Without waiting for a response, the man under the conical hat raised his hand, and a rainbow-like beam shot out instantly. No, Gurk. Cruz's pupils dilated in horror. As blood spewed from his mouth, he died on the spot. Christiana, standing at the halfway point of the mountain, watched the conical hat man curiously. Ever since she had been rescued by this man, she never knew his identity or how powerful he truly was. The conical hat man always gave her a mysterious vibe. If she hadn't followed him, she might never have discovered that the Gate of Longevity was located right on this mountain peak. As Christiana was lost in thought, the conical hat man appeared in front of her. You? Christiana's expression changed abruptly, and upon seeing the man staring intently at her, she took several steps back in fear. What do you want? I warn you, don't you dare get any ideas. I'm not interested in your body. Don't project your thoughts onto others. The conical hat man cast a cold glance at Christiana and then shifted his gaze to the mountain top. Christiana's face flushed with embarrassment. How could a normal man be uninterested in her? It felt like an insult to her femininity. Biting her lip, Christiana wanted to ask the conical hat man who he really was, but he simply walked towards the mountain peak. Deliberately being cold to me? Christiana was indignant, but she followed him nonetheless. By the time Dominic, Atli, and the rest arrived, the conical hat man and Christiana were already disappearing into the mist atop the mountain. Dominic, look, isn't that Gustavo? And isn't that Cruz's corpse? They were killed. At the base of the mountain, Ezra and Ansley raced up the path and found the bodies of Gustavo and Cruz. How did they end up dead here? Paula frowned, puzzled. Could it be Alberic did it? Alicia speculated. After all, Gustavo and Cruz came here to meet Tianjun Alberic. Who else besides Tianjun Alberic could have killed them? That's impossible. Tianjun Alberic is still part of Xuanhuan sect. According to seniority, Gustavo should have addressed him as Brogan. Ezra shook his head, dismissing the guess. Just as rabbits don't eat the grass around their burrow, how could Alberic kill his own people? Atli and Paula nodded in agreement with Ezra. Dominic knelt next to the bodies of Gustavo and Cruz. Observing the wounds, it was clear both had been killed in a single strike. The technique seemed familiar to him. Dominic, what did you find? Paula asked curiously, approaching him. Senior sister, take a look. Do these wounds seem like arrow-related injuries? Dominic turned to Paula. Arrow injuries? Paula looked closely at Gustavo's forehead, which bore a finger-sized bloody hole. How can you tell? Paula's uncertainty left Dominic doubtful. He recalled Ian. Ever since Ian had risked his life to lure away Demon Lord Blackwind, they hadn't seen him again. Dominic felt guilty, thinking Ian might have perished in battle. However, sensing arrow chi from the wounds on the corpses today, he couldn't help but wonder. Let's hope my suspicion is misplaced. Unable to confirm anything, Dominic shook his head and looked up at the mist-covered mountaintop. We go up now? Composing himself, Dominic turned to Atli and began climbing the mountain. Ezra and Ansley eagerly followed, while Paula and Dylan braced themselves. Their mission was to assist Dominic in completing Tianjun Lingxiao's wish, killing Tianjun Alberic, and lifting the corrosive heart curse from Dominic. On the cloud-covered summit, the conical hat man and Christiana felt a massive aura as soon as they reached the top. This formidable presence made breathing difficult, yet it didn't originate from Tianjun Alberic but from the cloud sea below, radiating from the Gate of Longevity. Sitting cross-legged on the cliff edge, Tianjun Alberic looked serene yet solitary, unmoving until the conical hat man and Christiana approached. After so many years, you two are the first outsiders to find this place. Tianjun Alberic slowly opened his eyes, his voice cold and mocking. Are you a senior from Xuanhuan sect? Christiana narrowed her brows, noting Alberic's age resembled that of a Brogan from Qingyun's sect. Young lady, old man senses a hint of Qingyun's sect from you. Whose disciple are you? I am the disciple of Adlai, one of the 3 heroes of Qingyun's sect, Christiana replied respectfully. Adlai? Alberic frowned slightly, seemingly unfamiliar with the name, but then smiled, shifting his gaze to the conical hat man. The conical hat man remained emotionless, showing no sign of respect. Old man sensed divine archer aura from you. Are you perhaps a disciple of the divine arrow sect? Closely observing the conical hat man for a while, Alberic identified something unique about him. The conical hat man didn't deny it, causing Christiana to gasp in surprise. The Divine Arrow sect was an extremely powerful hidden force, far surpassing even the 9 major sects, especially considering its founding ancestors' unparalleled strength, regarded merely as a legend. With Christiana watching, the conical hat man removed his hat, revealing a strikingly handsome face. This was Ian, who now had silver hair, exuding an icy demeanor and an aura indicative of 6th Tribulation Taoist realm. So, you killed disciples of Xuanhuan sect. What method of death do you prefer? Alberic's expression grew cold as he unleashed overwhelming pressure, offering them a choice of how they wished to die. Anyone who came here was destined not to leave alive. If anyone discovered Xuanhuan sect's connection to the underworld and its control over the Gate of Longevity, Xuanhuan sect would become a target for all. Christiana paled at the realization that she might die here. I bet you won't dare leave that spot. As Alberic glared at Ian and Christiana, Ian smirked, delivering a surprising statement. Alberic's expression changed slightly, puzzled that Ian, so young, shouldn't have been able to discern anything. Boy, are you trying to trick me? Alberic growled, his anger evident as he suddenly waved his hand in an attack. Boom. Ian skillfully dodged Alberic's palm strike, and in the same motion, a longbow appeared in his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The bow's resonant twang echoed as 2 arrows tore through the void, heading straight for Alberic's brow and throat. Alberic's pupils dilated as he moved his body subtly. An explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, instantly shattering the incoming arrows. Ian's attack was futile, and he was forced back several steps by Alberic's power. Seeing this, Christiana gritted her teeth fiercely and slashed out with her sword. Swish, swish. Tens of thousands of sword she rained down from the sky, unleashing a sweeping attack on Alberic. However, with a casual wave of his hand, Alberic dispelled all the sword chi, then flicked his finger into the air. Whoosh! A streak of white starlight easily pierced through Christiana's chest. Ah! Christiana screamed, her body tumbling like a broken kite straight down the mountain. Ian wanted to save her, but Alberic suddenly attacked him, forcing Ian to focus solely on defending himself. At this critical moment, a figure darted up from the base of the mountain, catching Christiana mid-air just as she fell from the heights. Christiana, injured and disheartened, was utterly stunned when she saw who had caught her. It was Dominic? Dominic's timely appearance saved her life once again. As Dominic gently set Christiana down atop the mountain, she seemed lost in thought, unsure what was running through her mind. Have you seen enough? Dominic scowled, glaring at the dazed Christiana in his arms. You? Me? Christiana panicked, hastily pulling away from Dominic's embrace and quickly retreating, her flushed face contrasting with the blood still seeping from her chest. Dominic ignored Christiana, instead focusing on Ian who was engaged in battle with Alberic ahead. So it really is him? Dominic's expression was peculiar. Seeing Ian unharmed, he should have felt relieved. But considering Ian's personality, he knew this encounter would likely lead to further tension between them. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to help? Just as Dominic hesitated whether to intervene, Ian suddenly shouted at him from the front. Translation continues coherently from where it left off, maintaining the same style and structure as the original text while ensuring fluency and correctness in English. Chapter 217. Battle at Green Maple. Medeth appears. Are you asking for my help on purpose? Dominic, who was watching the battle, was quite surprised when he heard Ian calling out to him from ahead. Given Ian's character, it was highly unlikely that he would seek help from Dominic. Has Ian changed? Seeing Tianjun Alberic firmly seated and pounding Ian relentlessly, Dominic could only put aside past grievances and decisively step forward. Annihilation. As Dominic struck, his Heavenly Fury battle armor instantly appeared. The right hand holding the Heavenly Residual Sword erupted with a Heavenly Sword intent, unleashing his full strength in one blow. Boom. The moment the sword appeared, the sky changed color, star showers descended from the heavens, madly attacking Alberic below. Tianjun Alberic's expression changed. Looking up at the sky, his right hand instantly reached upward, with a burst of strong light rapidly spreading from his palm. It was evident that the falling meteorites exploded upon contact with the light. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, heaven punishing, earth annihilating. Taking advantage of Dominic drawing Alberic's attention, Ian directly executed an ultimate version of the 4-symbol sword technique. In an instant, the 4 divine beasts simultaneously appeared, spreading in all directions and combining their power into the final arrow. Whoosh! This single arrow was capable of destroying heaven and earth, surpassing the Tao realm, equivalent to a strike from the 9th stage of mortal slaying. And Ian himself suddenly looked much older, having expended most of his lifespan in one shot. Boom! The heaven-punishing arrow was like time freezing. Alberic's expression drastically changed. He used his idle left hand as a palm, launching a mystic beam through the air to collide with the incoming arrow. Bang! The arrow's light was blocked by the palm force but still spun rapidly, trying to break through Alberic's palm peak. Beside Dominic, seeing Alberic multitasking without losing momentum, he stomped his foot angrily. Roar! His soul-bound martial spirit dragon was roused. A golden dragon flew out from his body, emitting a devouring heaven aura, sweeping up the earth's core fire to fiercely charge towards Alberic. Seated there, Alberic's face darkened terrifyingly. Seeing Dominic's attack coming, he felt genuine threat. Cursed! Cursed! Infuriated, Alberic shouted in anger, rising abruptly with a surge of immense power within him. Boom! The released power shattered Dominic and Ian's attacks like hitting stone with eggs, immediately being destroyed by Alberic's explosive strength. Dominic and Ian were simultaneously thrown back, spitting blood. It wasn't that they were too weak, but Tianjun Alberic was indeed too strong. Alberic's cultivation had already reached the great completion stage of heavenly connectivity, possessing the power equivalent to half-step venerable realm. The gap between their strengths was vast, not even comparable. But after Alberic Tianjun defused the crisis, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his old face turned pale. You two brats. If not for you, this old man wouldn't have severed the connection with the Eternal Gate, ruining all previous efforts. You must die today. An enraged Alberic stared with eyes blazing. He had been sitting there because he finally stole a valuable opportunity, hoping to gain recognition from the Eternal Gate. But pressured by Dominic and Ian, he had no choice but to abandon and retract his power to save his life. Berry Moon. Just as Alberic was raging, ready to strike, suddenly a blood moon appeared out of nowhere, colliding directly with his body. Catching Alberic off guard, he spat blood and stumbled back as Nirvana flame erupted abruptly, engulfing him instantly. Junior brother, Dominic? Paula, Alicia, and Ansley arrived at the mountaintop, seeing Dominic lying down unresponsive, rushing over with concern. Ian? Poor Ian, appearing like an elderly person, lay on the ground ignored until Christiana rushed over to pick him up. At the sight of Dominic being surrounded by people caring for him, the nearly exhausted Ian felt intense jealousy and overwhelming hatred. Especially seeing Paula clutching Dominic tightly, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Nirvana flame? Disrupted. Alberic panicked, retreating while tearing his robe apart. The torn robe scattered along with the expelled Nirvana flame. Dressed in white, Alberic glared at Atli approaching, his expression unpredictable, gritting his teeth and said, Are you Ufox Demon Lord? Sherry's. Atli appeared at the top of the mountain, facing Alberic with a cold, yet majestic demeanor, towering over all. Why don't you stay in your Jade Fox Peak? Why did you come here? Alberic's pupils contracted. He had seen Atli's power over 1,000 years ago. Back then, he narrowly escaped death in Atli's hands at the Jade Fox Peak, still haunted by it. Do what I want. Why should I answer to you? Atli sneered, noticing Alberic's injuries making him wary. You Fox Demon Lord? Don't push me too far. This is between them and me, none of your business. Alberic fumed, unwilling to clash openly with Atli, but also not wanting to let Dominic and company go so easily. Scaring some juniors, any shame left in you? I just can't stand bullies like you, cowardly and mean. Atli's brows furrowed as he suddenly lashed out in fury. Whoosh! A fox claw flashed like moonlight. Bang! Alberic reacted instinctively, retaliating with clenched teeth. Clang! Atli and Alberic clashed, both staggering back several steps, evenly matched. Himph! You Fox Demon Lord? Since you're meddling, you can join them in death. Alberic sneered, raising a green bone knife in his right hand, leaping and slashing towards Atli. Atli remained fearless, his sharp claws appearing to meet Alberic head-on. Clang clang. Their fight was fierce, shaking the earth and stirring up violent winds within a few rounds. Dominic gritted his teeth and stood up, holding the heavenly residual sword, eyeing the battling Alberic Tianjun. Junior brother? Don't risk it again? Paula's expression was grave, attempting to dissuade Dominic as he prepared to intervene. No way. The Demon Lord, though powerful, can't kill Alberic Tianjun. I need to help the Demon Lord. All of you step back. Dominic shook his head. Killing Alberic was his responsibility. How could he stand idly by when Atli was helping him? Well, then take this dragon pearl. Seeing Dominic's resolve, Paula realized she couldn't offer much help. So, she bit her lip and infused the water dragon pearl from within her into Dominic. Senior sister? Dominic was shocked. He never expected Paula to give him the water dragon pearl. However, the moment it entered him, Dominic felt his power double instantly. Moreover, the heavenly fury battle armor changed, with blue capes appearing on both shoulders. I want you to live. Paula's eyes widened, seriously telling Dominic. Feeling strengthened, Dominic nodded determinedly. With 3 dragon pearls, his strength soared past another realm, achieving the high level of the mortal-slaying realm. Whoosh! Dominic struck out, sparks flying wildly, like a bolt of lightning. Boom boom. Attacking upward, sword chi erupted wildly, forcing Alberic to lose composure under the relentless assault. Atli, noticing Dominic joining, switched to flanking attacks, putting all his effort into pressuring Alberic Tianjun. Feeling the pressure, Alberic attempted to regain the upper hand, but struggled due to Dominic's frenzied attacks. Within dozens of rounds, Alberic's right arm was pierced by Atli's claw. 4 symbols combined. Seizing the opportunity, Dominic gripped the heavenly residual sword tightly, lifting it overhead. Instantly, the power of the 4 divine beasts fused into the sword. Slash. Not giving Alberic a chance to catch his breath, Dominic slashed down. Damn! Alberic Tianjun was taken aback, using all his might to defend against the strike. Boom. Seeking my help on your own? Dominic, who was watching the battle, was quite surprised when he heard Ian call out to him from ahead. Given Ian's usual character, it was unimaginable that he would seek assistance. Could Ian have changed? Seeing Heavenly Lord Qing Feng seated steadfastly, pounding relentlessly until Ian could barely defend, Dominic put aside past grievances and stepped forward resolutely. Annihilation. As Dominic moved, the celestial wrath armor instantly materialized. The right-hand heaven remnant sword erupted with a heaven-shattering sword aura, delivering an all-out attack. Boom. The moment the sword struck, the skies changed. Star showers descended, fiercely attacking the lower regions of Qing Feng. Heavenly Lord Qing Feng's expression shifted. Lifting his head to look skyward, his right hand held up like supporting the heavens. A powerful light emerged in his palm and spread rapidly. Seeing the falling meteorite stars shatter upon contact with this light. Blue dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, heaven slaying earth annihilating. Seizing the opportunity as Dominic distracted Qing Feng, Ian unleashed an unparalleled version of the 4-symbol sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the 4 divine beasts appeared simultaneously in each direction, merging their power into the final arrow. Swoosh. This single arrow was destructive, surpassing Dao realm and akin to a 9th level heaven slashing strike. Ian, however, aged dramatically, expending much of his lifespan with this single shot. Bang! The heaven-slaying arrow halted time momentarily. Qing Feng's expression changed drastically. Using his left hand for support, he cast a dark light barrier to counteract the incoming arrow. Crack! The arrow resisted but continued its rapid spin, attempting to pierce through Qing Feng's palm defense. Seeing Qing Feng manage both defense and offense without dropping any effort, Dominic stomped in frustration. Roar! The soul dragon awakened, revealing a golden dragon emerging from within him, radiating devouring force as it swept up ground fire, lunging fiercely at Qing Feng. Seated there, Qing Feng's face darkened frighteningly. Seeing Dominic's attack approaching, he actually felt threatened. Dreadful! Dreadful! Enraged, Qing Feng rose abruptly, unleashing immense power within him. Boom! Power fully released, Dominic and Ian's attacks were utterly crushed. Puff puff! Both Dominic and Ian spat blood and flew backward. It wasn't that they were too weak, but rather that Heavenly Lord Qing Feng was overwhelmingly strong. His cultivation had already reached great perfection in heaven-penetrating realm, wielding near noble level power. Their power disparity was vast. It was not even comparable. Chariot, after resolving the crisis, Qing Feng spat out blood and his face paled significantly. Two brats. If not for you, how could I have severed ties with the gate of immortality? Ruining my efforts, you must die today. Qing Feng's eyes burned with fury. He had been sitting meditatively to secure a rare opportunity, hoping to gain recognition from the gate of immortality. Forced by Dominic and Ian, he had no choice but to abandon this plan and save his life by retracting his strength. Burial moon. Just as Qing Feng roared in anger, preparing to attack, a bloody moon appeared out of nowhere, colliding directly into him. Caught off guard, hit by the bloody moon, Qing Feng spat blood and retreated, only for hellfire lotus flames to burst forth, instantly enveloping him. Junior brother, Dominic, Paula, Alicia, and Ansley rushed to the peak, finding Dominic lying motionless. They all came forward to show concern. Ian? The poor Ian, looking like an old man, lay unnoticed until Christiana rushed over to lift him up. Seeing so many people around Dominic, the nearly exhausted Ian felt jealousy and rage. Especially seeing Paula holding Dominic anxiously, he gnashed his teeth. Lotus hellfire? Disarrayed, Qing Feng panicked and retreated, tearing his robes apart. The robes scattered, freeing him from the lotus flames. Clad in white, Qing Feng glared at Jade Swallow advancing toward him, his mood fluctuating as he clenched his teeth. You are Jade Fox Fiend Sovereign? Sherry's. Jade Swallow emerged at the peak, facing Qing Feng sternly. Her demeanor remained imposing and domineering. Why didn't you stay at Jade Fox Peak? What are you doing here? Qing Feng's pupils narrowed. He had experienced Jade Swallow's prowess more than 1,000 years ago. Back then, mistakenly entering Jade Fox Peak, he almost died at her hands, leaving lingering shadows. My business is none of yours. Jade Swallow sneered coldly. Noticing Qing Feng's internal injuries, she sensed his hesitation towards her. Jade Fox Fiend Sovereign? Don't be too overbearing. Today's matter concerns them, not you. Frustrated, Qing Feng did not want conflict with Jade Swallow but also refused to let Dominic and the others off easily. Bullies don't need a face. I can't stand your kind, who preys on the weak and fears the strong. With a frown, Jade Swallow lashed out suddenly. Swoosh. A foxclaw flashed like moonlight. Crack. Reacting defensively, Qing Feng retaliated, biting back. Clang. Colliding blows, both Jade Swallow and Qing Feng retreated several steps, evenly matched. Humph. Jade Fox Fiend Sovereign, since you insist on interfering, join them in death. Coldly, Qing Feng revealed a green bone dagger, leaping forward and slashing at Jade Swallow. Unfazed, Jade Swallow displayed sharp claws, engaging Qing Feng in direct combat. Clang, clang. The intense fight caused tremors and fierce winds. Biting his teeth, Dominic stood up, gripping the Heaven Remnant sword, eyes fixed on the battling Qing Feng. Junior brother, please don't take unnecessary risks. Paula, worried, tried to dissuade Dominic firmly. No. Even with Fiend Sovereign's strength, Qing Feng isn't slain yet. I must assist her, senior sister. You all step back. Dominic shook his head. Killing Qing Feng was his mission. Jade Swallow helped him. How could he remain a bystander? Take the Dragon Pearl then. Recognizing Dominic's resolve, Paula reluctantly infused her Water Dragon Pearl into him. Senior sister? Dominic was shocked. Never did he think Paula would give him the pearl. However, feeling his strength double instantly, his celestial wrath armor transformed, blue cape appearing on his shoulders. I want you alive. Paula insisted, staring intently at Dominic. Sensing enhanced power, Dominic nodded. With 3 dragon pearls, his strength soared beyond a realm, now possessing high-level heaven slashing power. Swoosh. Dominic attacked, sparks flying, swift as lightning. Bang bang. Swinging his sword energy surged wildly, overwhelming Qing Feng. Jade Swallow saw Dominic join, coordinating their attacks, applying relentless pressure on Qing Feng. Feeling the mounting pressure, trying to reclaim the advantage, Qing Feng found himself unable to focus due to Dominic's frenzied assaults. After dozens of exchanges, Qing Feng's right arm was pierced by Jade Swallow's claw. 4 elements unification. Seizing the opportunity, Dominic tightened his grip on the Heaven Remnant sword, lifting it overhead. The power of the 4 divine beasts converged into the blade. Slash. Giving Qing Feng no respite, Dominic slashed decisively. Damn. Qing Feng was terrified, using everything he had to defend against the sword strike. Boom. Puff. This chapter has been translated maintaining the original tone, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. The sword force was too overwhelming, instantly causing Alberic to spit blood and kneel on both knees, but he still struggled bitterly, using all his strength to resist the descending sword light. Heavenly Fox bowing to the moon. Seeing that Alberic was still resisting, Atli clenched his teeth fiercely, his whole body bursting with blinding white light, transforming into a silver fox. Whoosh! The silver fox soared through the air, instantly piercing through Alberic's body. No! Alberic's pupils dilated, his face contorted in extreme agony, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. Alberic spewed blood from his mouth, and large areas of his body began to crack. Die! Alberic had no power left to turn the tide. Dominic gritted his teeth and increased his strength, pressing the sword down mercilessly. Thud! Alberic Tianjun lay prone on the ground, but he still used his hands to support himself, trying to prevent the sword from landing. I'll help you. Ezra, Ansley, and Alicia saw that their strength wasn't enough, so they stepped forward simultaneously, channeling their spiritual energy into Dominic's body. King of the Underworld, save me! Alberic Tianjun let out a final low growl as he neared his limit. However, shortly after his voice sounded, a beam of black light descended from the sky. Boom! The black light landed, instantly releasing a massive force. Dominic, Ezra, Ansley, and Alicia all spat blood as the power of the sword strike was easily dispersed by the black light. Far away, Atli, seeing someone ruin the good deed, was enraged and wanted to attack, but due to overusing his strength earlier, he suffered a heart attack, spitting blood from his mouth. Junior brother. Paula rushed forward swiftly, hugging the fallen Dominic. At that moment, a figure darted out from the black light, reaching out to grab Dominic. Dominic's face was pale. As he gritted his teeth and swung his sword, Paula suddenly dashed in front of him, shielding Dominic with her own body from the opponent's attack. Don't! Dominic shouted loudly in shock. However, the black hand extended toward Paula paused before her, not harming her at all. The owner of the black hand turned out to be Medeth, the son of the king of the underworld who rushed from the underworld. Medeth's appearance immediately shifted the advantageous situation for Dominic and company into a disadvantage. Alberic Tianjun, lying on the ground, revealed an evil smile when he saw Medeth, slowly rising to his feet again. Atli gritted his teeth in anger, clutching his chest as he glared at the uninvited guest, Medeth. Chapter 218. Threat from the son of Yama, escape from death's grasp. Son of the king of hell? Kill them for me. The Leroy rose to his feet, his face twisted with malice as he glared evilly at Davian and the others, shouting loudly to Juan. He's the son of the king of hell? Upon hearing Qingfeng's words, the expressions on Davian and his companions changed drastically as they stared at the bald man before them. Juan's face was ashen black, his demonic visage sending shivers down their spines. The aura emanating from him was so powerful it made one feel suffocated. Skylar stood in front of Davian, her heart filled with extreme fear at facing Juan, yet she gritted her teeth and didn't back down. In response to Leroy's order, Juan only glanced coldly. Then, Juan withdrew his gaze and became interested in Skylar standing before him. What's your name? Juan looked at Skylar, his voice gravelly. What does my name have to do with you? Skylar gritted her teeth angrily, mistakenly thinking Juan harbored ill intentions toward her. Gerardo, Crawford, Cambria, Dongfang, and the others were tense, knowing Skylar's defiance would anger Juan further. But just as they tensed up, Juan did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Davian, seeing Juan laugh chillingly, instinctively pulled Skylar backward. At this moment, Qingfeng grew enraged by Juan's lack of action. Clenching his teeth, he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Skylar and Davian. Bang! Just as Davian and Skylar's faces turned fearful, Juan suddenly moved, striking Qingfeng back with a single palm strike. Thud! Qingfeng hit the ground, spewing blood, and instantly became lifeless and weak. This sudden move by Juan caught Davian and the others off guard. What's happening? Yu Yanxing frowned, unsure what Juan was doing. Saving Qingfeng, then injuring him, left Yu Yanxing uncertain whether Juan was friend or foe. Do you like him? Under everyone's gaze, Juan pointed at Davian behind Skylar and asked her. Davian's expression changed slightly. Skylar felt uneasy. With Juan asking this question, she feared her answer might endanger Davian, so she bit her lip and remained silent. Why? You don't want to answer me? Juan stepped closer, his displeasure evident. Don't come any closer. Do I need your concern for who I like? Skylar, her face pale, replied angrily. If we hadn't met, I wouldn't care, but now? Juan laughed as he approached Skylar and extended a hand towards her face. Skylar's face changed dramatically as she tried to dodge. Suddenly, Davian rushed forward, grabbing Juan's outstretched arm. Juan's expression turned icy cold. As he stared at Davian, an immense force erupted from his captured arm. Davian spat blood from the force, and his grip on Juan's arm was pushed away. Step. Davian staggered backward, his face pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Junior brother. Skylar panicked, turning to support Davian, who wobbled unsteadily. Davian? Cambria stepped forward to support Davian, gently wiping the blood from his mouth, feeling heartbroken. Gerardo, Crawford, Dongfang, and Hong Hong felt envy and jealousy. Seeing how concerned Skylar was about Davian's safety, Juan's expression became unpredictable. Come here. Without giving Skylar time to react, Juan grabbed her and yanked her into his arms. Let go of me, you rogue. I will kill you. Skylar struggled desperately, but Juan didn't give her a chance to escape. Sister Senior. Injured, Davian wanted to save Skylar but fell into Cambria's arms due to his severe injuries. Behave. If you agree to go with me, I'll let them live. Juan threatened Skylar, using Davian and the others' lives to force her compliance. Skylar felt lost. She never imagined that her decision would determine Davian's fate. Looking at Cambria, tightly holding the injured Davian, she pleaded silently. Skylar knew sacrificing herself could save Davian and the others, but she wasn't as selfless as they thought. Senior sister? Don't agree to him. Let's all die together if necessary, Davian shouted, preventing Skylar from making a rash decision. Davian? Are you insane? He's the son of the king of hell. How can we be his match? Sherry's. Sacrificing one is better than all dying. Gerardo, Crawford, Dongfangjing, and Cambria criticized Davian, believing Skylar must be sacrificed for their survival. You all shut up. Are you still human? Does Skylar owe you something? Hong Hong, the elderly cultivator, angrily rebuked everyone. To him, Davian shouldn't be the one to die. It should be Skylar. They wanted to sacrifice Skylar, but he firmly disagreed. Everyone fell silent after Hong Hong's rebuke, though they didn't change their minds despite not arguing back. Davian, biting his teeth in anger, looked helplessly at Juan, who still held Skylar. Then he glanced at Yu Yanxing behind Juan. Yu Yanxing nodded subtly to Davian. Davian's expression changed, then he nodded determinedly. Suddenly, he charged forward, stabbing at Juan with the heavenly remnant sword, seeking death. Enraged, Juan struck out with his left palm, hitting Davian back. As Juan sent Davian flying, a searing pain pierced his back. A finger-sized bloody hole appeared on his chest, black blood oozing out. Red Lotus Inferno. Seizing Juan's distraction, Yu Yanxing released red flames that engulfed Juan. Davian took the opportunity to pull Skylar away. Aya! Juan screamed in agony, thrashing wildly like a wild beast. The Red Lotus Inferno burned fiercely, feeding off the evil energies within Juan from the underworld. Die! Seeing Juan burning, Davian hurled the heavenly remnant sword. Swoosh! The sword transformed into a beam of light, piercing Juan's chest. Aya! Wait until I come back. Severely wounded and unable to shake off the Red Lotus Inferno, Juan snarled and leaped off the cliff. Yu Yanxing hurriedly checked, but Juan had vanished, leaving him uneasy. Though the Red Lotus Inferno was powerful, given Juan's strength, it probably wouldn't be enough to kill him. If Juan survived, he would return for revenge. Thank you, Demon Lord. Unable to rise, Davian thanked Yu Yanxing. If not for his timely intervention, they would have all died here. Though they won dishonorably, at least they survived. Don't mention it. Now, quickly kill Qingfeng. Only then will the heart-rot spell be lifted. Yu Yanxing shook his head. Their victory was sheer luck. Had Juan not been careless, none of them would have escaped. Davian nodded faintly, turning to look at the fallen Leroy and said to Skylar and Cambria, "Help me over there." Nodding, Skylar and Cambria supported Davian as they approached Leroy. "What are you going to do?" Realizing his doom was imminent, the gravely injured Leroy looked at Davian in terror. "What am I going to do? Do you remember the Spirit Sky Celestial Lord from back then?" Seeing Qingfeng's cowardice, Davian couldn't help but sneer. "Who? Brevin? This has nothing to do with him, right?" Alberic's expression faltered. The name Brevin was all too familiar to him. Back in the day, it was Brevin who had brought him here, but due to the significance of the longevity gate, he had no choice but to act first. It has everything to do with him. To be honest, we came here specifically for you. I was entrusted by the deceased Brevin to promise to help kill you. Dominic frowned and immediately swung his sword to rest against Alberic's neck. What? It was Brevin who sent you? Alberic's pupils dilated. He never imagined that his current predicament was all thanks to Brevin. Hold on. Just as Dominic was about to end Alberic's life, Alberic suddenly called out to him. What? Do you have a last wish? Dominic's brows furrowed as he coldly questioned. I can tell you the secret of the longevity gate and even hand it over to you. Just spare my life. How does that sound? Alberic clenched his teeth, offering his terms for survival. Have you lost your mind? We can get the longevity gate without killing you, so why would we need your surrender? Alicia laughed in frustration. Alberic was now a captive. What leverage did he have to negotiate? You don't understand. I've spent many years here and know the longevity gate better than anyone. Moreover, my value far exceeds your imagination. I can tell you that I don't need the 5-element dragon pearl to open the longevity gate. Alberic seethed. Feeling undervalued by Alicia only infuriated him further. You can open the longevity gate without the 5-element dragon pearl? Dominic remained unperturbed, but Ezra and Christiana were visibly shocked. Tell us, what's the method? Ezra approached anxiously, pressing Alberic for answers. Willing to hear my answer? Then first agree not to fear me. Alberic sneered, knowing the secret of the longevity gate was something many desired. It was his bargaining chip for survival. Ezra and Christiana exchanged grave looks. The longevity gate was of utmost importance to any sect. Opening it would undoubtedly spark frenzy among the major factions. Hashtag chapter 219. Turned against each other, each getting what they deserved. Boy, think carefully. Why do we practice cultivation? Isn't it for the sake of immortality? As long as I remain alive, I can open the gate of immortality and grant you eternal life. How many major sects dream of obtaining this? Now, the gate of immortality is right before you. Would you not be tempted? Alberic saw that Dominic had ceased his attack and was confident that no one could resist the allure of the gate of immortality. Having guarded it for over 1,000 years, he knew more about it than anyone else. Even the major sects would consider him a treasure and wouldn't dare to kill him. Your so-called gate of immortality is nothing but rubbish. You might as well save yourself for eternity underground. Dominic scoffed. He didn't believe in any form of immortality. Unmoved by Alberic's temptations, Dominic swung his sword toward Tianjun Alberic. The old man's face changed drastically just as he felt unwilling to let go. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and struck Dominic's sword out of his hand with a single blow. Clang. Dominic's expression turned cold. Seeing Ezra and Ansley standing before Alberic, he gritted his teeth in anger. What are you two doing? How dare you stop Dominic from killing Alberic? Paulaxon glared at Ezra and Ansley angrily. Do you not see it? These two are trying to protect Alberic and go against us. Alicia spat out venomously. Don't say it so harshly, okay? Ansley's face flushed red. Their actions were driven by necessity. Tianjun Alberic was useful to them. If they could bring him back to Qingyun's sect, they would earn great merit and likely gain favor within the sect. Harsh? I'm already being quite nice not calling you traitors. You know Dominic must kill Alberic, yet you choose to obstruct him. Have you forgotten who saved you and brought you here? Alicia raged, accusing Ezra and Ansley of their lack of gratitude and pretense. Shut up. I admit we owe you a great debt, but everyone has their own ambitions and needs. Tianjun Alberic knows too much about the Gate of Immortality. We must take him back to Qingyun's sect and let the sect deal with him. Ezra, blushing and gritting his teeth, glared at Alicia without wavering. With Dominic and others seriously injured, he felt confident in his position. Do you really think you have what it takes to leave here? Dominic sneered. He had long suspected Ezra and Ansley's ulterior motives, which were now exposed. Dominic? Don't look down on me. You can barely stand. What are you threatening me with? Do you think Atli still has the strength to fight? You should smarten up. We're friends, but while I might be taking advantage of your weakness, I don't intend to finish you off. I only want to take Tianjun Alberic. Ezra sneered, casting a glance at Atli, revealing his cunning intentions to Dominic. Foolish dreams. Just as Ezra finished speaking, Christiana stepped forward, her eyes glaring at Ezra angrily. Christiana? What? Are you stepping in for Dominic? Ezra's face changed slightly, realizing he had overlooked Christiana, whose cultivation was higher than his own. If it came to a fight, he would surely lose. You misunderstand. I don't even know Dominic. Why would I help him? Christiana cast a glance at Dominic, dissociating herself from him completely. Oh. Ezra stared at her strangely, then looked at Ansley. Fellow disciple? Looks like someone wants to snatch our prize. Alberic belongs to Kunlun's sect. No one can take him away. Ansley bit her lip, turning to glare at Christiana. That's not up to you. Christiana's expression turned icy as she suddenly attacked Ansley. Be careful, fellow disciple. Ezra reacted first, blocking the attack. Boom! Ezra was forced back several steps, while Christiana forcefully struck Ansley, sending her flying. Enraged, Ezra's eyes flashed as he unleashed the Kunlun fire palm, engaging Christiana in a fierce battle. Dominic and the others became mere spectators. Even tigers fall prey to dogs when they are weak. Atli clenched his teeth, watching Ezra and Christiana fighting over Alberic. He wished he could strike them dead but lacked the strength. Sister, kill Alberic now. With a grim face, Dominic instructed Palaxin to act. She nodded, advancing quickly and piercing a beam of sword chi towards Alberic's forehead. I know who you are. Alberic's pupils widened in fear as he yelled at Palaxin. Her expression faltered briefly, and she hesitated. Then the sword chi shot forward. Thud! The sword chi pierced through Alberic's forehead. His eyes wide open, he gazed at Palaxin, trying to speak but died instantly. Palaxin felt an inexplicable unease after hearing Alberic's words. Supported by Alicia, Dominic approached the deceased Alberic, searching his body for anything of value but found none, leaving him disappointed. However, while Dominic and the others were distracted, Teddy, appearing older and frail, silently stood up and, unnoticed by all, looked at the floating gate of immortality beyond the cliff. Swoosh! Before Dominic and the others could react, Teddy rushed off the cliff into the misty clouds towards the gate of immortality. What is he doing? Alicia asked, confused. Neither she nor Palaxin recognized Teddy as the old man. He seems so familiar. Palaxin's expression grew strange as Teddy's silhouette flew into the mist. Not just familiar, Dominic frowned, glancing at Palaxin, feeling puzzled. Teddy, who went to great lengths to find and attempt to kill Alberic, couldn't be simply helping him. Instead, Dominic suspected Teddy had another motive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much of his lifespan. Look, Atli shouted, noticing Teddy approaching the gate of immortality and retrieving something from it. This? Dominic's face changed as he sensed the dragon pearl inside him reacting violently. Could it be for the dragon pearl? Suddenly, laughter echoed from the clouds beyond the cliff. Under everyone's gaze, Teddy appeared cloaked in green light, holding a green dragon pearl in his palm. That's the wood dragon pearl? Palaxin and Alicia's faces showed shock as they felt a mysterious vitality emanate from the green pearl in Teddy's hand. One of the 5 elements dragon pearls, the wood dragon pearl? Atli's eyes widened with greed. Dominic? How should I thank you? My fate is not to perish. Do you envy me? Hovering above, Teddy's aged appearance slowly rejuvenated as his white hair turned black. This transformation was due to the power of the wood dragon pearl. Among the 5 elements, wood is the source of life, carrying regenerative power. Teddy, having exhausted his lifespan, now regained it through the wood dragon pearl. With the wood dragon pearl in hand, Teddy would no longer hesitate to use the 4 symbols arrow technique, as he wouldn't have to fear consuming his lifespan anymore. Why should I envy you? Dominic's expression was unnatural. Teddy had gone through great hardship to obtain the wood dragon pearl, and though Dominic felt disappointed, there was no reason for him to feel envious. To him, this was Teddy's deserved reward. Impossible. I took what belonged to you. Wouldn't you be jealous of me? Weren't you eager to see me fall into ruin, become less than you? Teddy suddenly grew angry. He had been waiting to witness Dominic's envy towards him, not to see Dominic act indifferently. You're wrong. The wood dragon pearl is useless to me but very useful to you. Even if I got the wood dragon pearl, I would consider giving it to you because I owe you this. Dominic shook his head with a smile. Although Teddy was narrow-minded, Dominic wasn't. Regardless, Teddy had helped him before. Even if they couldn't be friends, they weren't enemies. Senior sister? I'm exhausted. Can we find a place to rest? Dominic, already worn out, didn't want to argue with Teddy any further. He turned and softly said to Palaxin, all right, let me help you rest over there. Palaxin looked up at Teddy floating above, her feelings complex. Without saying a word to Teddy, she turned and supported Dominic away. Take care. Alicia couldn't stand watching this and shouted at Teddy before turning away in anger. Meanwhile, Ezra, Ansley, and Christiana had already stopped their fight, each looking grimly at Alberic's lifeless body on the ground. Why? What did I do wrong? Teddy's mind was in turmoil. His insistence and competitiveness, what did they bring him? The moment he fused the wood dragon pearl into his body, all vitality within a 1,000-mile radius vanished instantly. Verdant mountains and rivers became barren wilderness, vegetation withering away, turning into a dead land. Look, the gate of immortality has appeared. As vitality disappeared, the clouds below the cliff dissipated, revealing the Shen Fu Zaiban Kongjong de Changsengmen clearly visible in midair. Asterisk note, there's a part in Chinese that I've noted but not translated. Here's the fully translated version asterisk. Look, the gate of immortality has appeared. As vitality disappeared, the clouds below the cliff dissipated, revealing the gate of immortality clearly visible in midair. With the wood dragon pearl in hand, Teddy would no longer hesitate to use the four symbols arrow technique, nor fear draining his lifespan. Why should I envy you? Dominic looked visibly uncomfortable. Despite being disappointed, Teddy had gone through great efforts just to obtain the wood dragon pearl. There was no reason for him to feel envious. In Dominic's view, this was the reward Teddy deserved. No way. You took what belonged to me. How could you not be jealous of me? Don't you want to see me fall on hard times and become less than you? Teddy suddenly became angry. What he awaited was the sight of Dominic envying him, not Dominic's apparent indifference. You're wrong. The wood dragon pearl is useless to me but very useful to you. Even if I had obtained the wood dragon pearl, I would have considered giving it to you because I owe you this. Dominic shook his head with a laugh. Teddy was narrow-minded, but Dominic wasn't. Regardless, Teddy had helped him before. Even if they couldn't be friends, that didn't make them enemies. You? Hearing Dominic's words, Teddy felt as though a storm was raging inside him. This was not the outcome he wanted to see. Why was Dominic so magnanimous? Sister teacher? I'm exhausted. I want to find a place to rest. Dominic was already utterly drained and had no energy left to argue with Teddy. He turned his head and softly spoke to Paula. All right, let me help you rest over there. Paula glanced up at Teddy floating above, her emotions complicated. Without saying a word to Teddy, she turned around and supported Dominic away. You take care. Alicia could no longer bear to watch, shouting loudly at Teddy before turning angrily to leave. Ezra, Aurelia, and Christiana had already stopped their actions, each standing somber-faced beside Alberic's lifeless body on the ground. Why? What did I do wrong? Teddy's mind was in turmoil. His insistence and competitiveness, what had they won him? At the moment he assimilated the wood dragon pearl into his body, all signs of vitality within a 1,000-mile radius vanished instantly. Lush mountains and clear waters turned into barren hills, grasses and trees withered in an instant, becoming a dead zone. Look, the gate of immortality has appeared. With the disappearance of life, the sea of clouds and the cliff unexpectedly dissipated, revealing the gate of immortality floating in midair clearly visible. Look, the gate of immortality has appeared. As vitality disappeared, the clouds below the cliff dissipated, and the gate of immortality, floating in midair, became clearly visible. Chapter 220. The Great Evil Unsealed, the Dead Return. The cloud sea dissipated, revealing the gateway suspended in the air before everyone's eyes. What was known as the Gate of Immortality, after its veil of mystery was lifted, turned out to be a stone gate constructed on the opposite cliff face. On this stone gate were countless marks, sword cuts, cracks, claw marks, and black bloodstains, testifying to the numerous beings who had tried to open it. At the center of the stone gate were 5 identical circular indentations, perfectly sized to hold 5 dragon pearls. And Ian's wooden dragon pearl had been taken from this very stone gate, causing the Gate of Immortality to lose its power and no longer seem so mysterious. So this is what everyone seeks, the Gate of Immortality? Atli stood atop the cliff, gazing at the Gate of Immortality for a long time before shaking his head mockingly. Ezra, Ansley, and Christiana, however, were unfazed. In their view, the more ordinary it appeared, the more mysterious it might be. For according to legend, behind this stone gate lay the entrance to the realm of immortality. Some even claimed it was a shortcut to the heavenly realm. Regardless of which rumor was true, all were enough to drive the world's strongest into madness, making the 9 major sects place even greater importance on the existence of the Gate of Immortality. Whoosh, whoosh. Ezra, Ansley, and Christiana flew toward the Gate of Immortality in unison. Junior brother? Should we go take a look? Paula frowned, worried that something valuable might be left at the Gate of Immortality. We didn't come here for the Gate of Immortality, did we? Dominic shook his head, glancing at Paula before turning to Atli and asking, Demon Lord, shall we return? Atli looked at Dominic and noticed that his aura had become more stable and altered slightly. He smiled and nodded. Others might not have detected Dominic's changes, but could they escape Atli's notice? After Alberic's death, the corruption spell on Dominic's chest had automatically dissolved, and the dissolved corruption spell transformed into a pure force that merged into Dominic's body, elevating his cultivation. Due to its immense power, Dominic had yet to fully absorb it, so he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible to enter seclusion. Dominic? Are we really going to let them 3 get away scot-free? Alicia felt uneasy, thinking that Ezra, Ansley, and Christiana should receive some punishment. Let them be. Whether they can leave this place alive is up to fate. Dominic glanced back at the Gate of Immortality, his expression suddenly becoming grave. He always felt an unsettling aura behind the stone gate, trying to break through. Alicia was bewildered, feeling that Dominic had changed, become too merciful. Junior brother? What about him? Seeing Dominic determined to leave, Paula hesitated, glancing at Ian hovering above. Either enemy or friend, it depends entirely on himself. Dominic, unwilling to see Ian, ended the conversation there, leaving immediately down the mountain. Atli and Alicia followed Dominic without delay. Paula stared at Ian for a long time, silently clenching her teeth before choosing to catch up with Dominic and the others, disappearing from Ian's sight. Dominic? Don't you be too smug. We will eventually have another battle. Watching Dominic and the others depart, Ian clenched his teeth angrily, swearing under his breath before flying away. At the foot of the mountain, Dominic, Alicia, Paula, and Atli paused upon seeing the once lush mountainside now withered and dead. Never would I have thought that this sanctuary could lose its vitality so quickly. Could the wooden dragon pearl truly wield such influence? Alicia couldn't help but ask. The wooden dragon pearl possesses immense life force. Even Alberic, who guarded this place, dared not claim it for himself. There must be a reason. Atli looked serious, watching Dominic intently as he voiced his speculation. What could the reason be? Both Paula and Alicia showed signs of alarm upon hearing Atli's words, realizing the gravity of the situation. Boom. Before Atli could answer, the earth shook violently. Rocks tumbled down the mountaintop, and the paths crumbled one after another. This? Paula and Alicia turned hastily, seeing the mountain disintegrate, remembering Ezra and the others were still on top. Roar. As they looked upward, a beastly roar echoed from the mountaintop, followed by a surge of terrifying demonic energy enveloping the entire mountain. This aura. It's an ancient savage beast. Atli's face paled instantly, shivering involuntarily. This place is not safe to stay. Let's hurry and leave. Dominic's expression changed abruptly. Without further explanation, he grabbed Paula and Alicia, fleeing swiftly. Atli, looking tense, followed closely behind, rushing towards the Dead Sea Forest area. By the time they reached the edge of the desert, the mountains behind them had collapsed, transforming into a barren wasteland. Roar. Turning back, Dominic and the others saw an enormous creature roaring at them from within the woods, its terrifying demonic energy making them pale. It's too horrifying. Thankfully, we escaped quickly. Alicia felt relieved yet fearful. Never would I have expected that an ancient savage demon was imprisoned here. Paula's complexion changed, finally understanding why Alberic hadn't touched the wooden dragon pearl. Because the wooden dragon pearl was crucial in suppressing the ancient demon. Losing its power would unseal the demon, leading to unimaginable consequences. We must leave immediately. That ancient demon has noticed us, Dominic urged everyone, sensing the imminent danger. Why wait? Alicia, panicking, pulled Dominic and fled without hesitation. Paula and Atli also didn't hesitate. The four traversed the Dead Sea, encountering 3 sandstorms that nearly buried them in black sand. Today's sky cave was now shrouded in darkness. Nightfall brought forth the deceased, returning from the abyss. The ominous nightfall referred to those who had died previously. Their bodies, undecayed, absorbed massive amounts of nether energy, transforming them back into life. Their bodies became impervious, immune to blades and bullets, devoid of humanity, retaining their former strength and dark side. Savage, bloodthirsty, devoid of humanity. Combined with the appearance of countless nether beasts, the entire sky cave became a terrifying place. Even Demon Lord Carmine disappeared, afraid to confront these dark beings. At the river Styx. Upon arriving at the river Styx again, Dominic and the others noticed the water level had noticeably dropped, revealing visible bones and a more concentrated death aura. Reaching the ferry crossing, Dominic lit the red lantern as Ezra had done before. Soon, the old man wearing a bamboo hat approached in his small boat. When the boat docked, the old man raised his gaze towards Dominic and the others, fixing his eyes on Paula. Young ones? Are you sure you want to cross to the other side? The normally taciturn old man unexpectedly asked. Is there any reason we shouldn't? Dominic was surprised by the old man's question, sensing a hidden meaning. The old man's hollow eyes met Dominic's briefly before he lowered his head, silent. Dominic couldn't decipher the old man's intent. Atli boarded the boat first, followed by Alicia and Paula, seemingly unaware of the old man's query. Only Dominic stood on the shore, giving the old man a strange look. Junior brother? Hurry up and get on the boat. Paula, noticing Dominic's hesitation, urgently called out. Dominic was momentarily stunned. Had he just been dreaming? He dreamt the old man spoke to him? But Atli and the others heard nothing, showing no reaction. With a strange expression, Dominic cautiously boarded the boat. After taking out a treasure medicine from his robe and handing it to the old man rowing the boat, the old man actually smiled at him. Dominic was momentarily stunned. He knew this wasn't an illusion. The old man in front of him had indeed spoken to him. Clang. While Dominic was distracted, lost in thought over the old man's words, they had already reached the other side of the Nether River. Dominic was the last to step ashore when he suddenly felt someone pat him on the back. Startled, Dominic quickly turned around to see the small boat already drifting away, while the old man wearing the bamboo hat waved at him. Junior brother? What's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your soul. Paula noticed something was off with Dominic and approached to ask. Nothing. It's nothing. Dominic wanted to explain but didn't know how, so he simply shook his head without saying more. The night has not yet passed. You should follow me back to Jade Fox Peak for now. After all, it's safer there than outside. Atli invited them earnestly, knowing the darkness had covered the entire sky cave. We'll be imposing on you then, Demon Lord. Dominic didn't refuse. He needed a safe place to seclude himself, and Jade Fox Peak was the perfect choice. Atli nodded slightly, glanced around, and then started leading the way. Dominic, Paula, and Alicia followed closely behind him. Once they left the Nether River, the water in the river churned violently, and numerous skeletons crawled ashore, each holding bone knives. They lined up on the bank, their hollow eyes following Dominic and the others as they walked away. Whoosh! At that moment, a black wind swept across from the opposite bank, forming a figure who appeared before these skeletal soldiers. Greetings to the son of the Nether King. The skeletal soldiers, upon seeing the newcomer, spoke in human voices and bowed respectfully. This newcomer was none other than Enemo, who had nearly been incinerated by the Red Lotus Hellfire. Now, Half of Mo's face was burned, making him even more terrifying. His bald head remained unchanged, but overall, he appeared more evil than before. Humph! Dominic, stinking fox? Mo, we'll make sure you both die miserably. Note, the phrase cho huli, stinking fox, is directly translated here. However, for a more natural and contextually appropriate translation, it could be adjusted to a more fitting insult or reference based on the overall narrative. If stinking fox is a specific term or nickname used earlier in the story, it should remain as is. For a more polished version considering fluency and consistency, Dominic, you foul fox? Mo, we'll make sure you both die miserably. Mo glared hatefully at Dominic and the others, then clenched his teeth and waved his hand. Immediately, the skeletal soldiers behind him transformed into black shadows, racing after Dominic and the others. Chapter 221. Danger lurks everywhere, Cameron's descent into darkness. The night of the netherworld descended, endless darkness enveloping the mountains and seas. Boom! Around Jade Fox Peak, nether beasts were wreaking havoc, invading the lairs of demonic beasts. The two sides clashed violently, causing mountains to collapse and thunderous roars to reverberate through the air. When Dominic and his group returned to Jade Fox Peak with Yukurthang, they saw smoke rising everywhere, thickets and bushes destroyed in large patches, spreading towards Yukurthang's residence. Damn it! Wait here for a moment. I won't allow anyone to destroy my territory. Seeing his home in ruins, Yukurthang was enraged. Whoosh! Without waiting for Dominic to ask if he needed help, Yukurthang had already rushed into the forest below. Bang bang! The jungle erupted with loud noises, the sounds of battle incredibly intense. Senior sister? How long will it take for us to leave? Dominic looked around at the numerous nether beasts and felt that this place was no longer safe. They should leave as soon as possible. However, he didn't know how long the heavenly chasm training would last, so he asked Paula. This is not something we can decide, Paula said gravely, looking at Dominic before continuing. We need the 3 secret realm elders to reopen the passage. Afterward, we will sense a force guiding us to find the exit. So you mean the exit isn't where we entered? We must wait for the 3 secret realm elders to lead us out? Dominic's expression darkened. He had offended all 3 secret realm elders. If they knew he was still alive, they would likely try to sabotage him. There was also the Sky Phoenix Emperor Kramer who wished for his death here. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Junior brother? What are you worried about? Paula asked, noticing Dominic's furrowed brow. I'm concerned whether I might drag you two down, Dominic said, touching his nose hesitantly. What are you afraid of? With my Southern Palace family and my grandfather, they definitely won't let anyone harm us. Alicia, sensing Dominic's worries, approached him, smiling confidently and holding onto his arm. Dominic felt uncomfortable and wanted to push her away, but suddenly he sensed a killing intent approaching. Be careful. As Paula felt jealous and Alicia felt delighted, Dominic shouted, pushing Alicia aside and swiftly turning around. Clang! He punched towards the rear void, and with a loud noise, a skeleton wielding a bone knife appeared and was sent flying. What is this thing? Disgusting! Alicia looked disgusted by the skeletal soldier, nearly retching. Paula's expression tightened as she sensed the situation worsening, feeling a cold wind approach from behind. Step back. Reacting instantly, Paula pushed Alicia aside and released a sword chi. Puff. The sword chi shattered as a skeletal soldier slashed towards Paula with a bone knife. Without the water dragon pearl, Paula's strength had greatly diminished, barely managing to handle one skeletal soldier. Farther away, Dominic was surrounded by more and more skeletal soldiers, frantically defending against their relentless attacks. Alone, Alicia wanted to help Dominic, but knew her strength wasn't enough. As she turned to run towards Paula, a black light struck her, sending her flying. Puff! Alicia spat blood, barely regaining her footing when a skeletal soldier attacked her directly. Heavenly residual. Furious, Dominic chanted, unleashing his sword. Puff puff, the heavenly residual sword broke through the encirclement, allowing Dominic to seize the opportunity to strike forward with the sword, emitting powerful sword chi. Boom. With one slash, the skeletal soldiers were thrown back. However, these skeletal soldiers were as hard as iron, impervious to weapons, and Dominic's attacks couldn't kill them. Master, use fire. Suddenly, the heavenly residual sword reminded him telepathically. Realizing this, Dominic clenched his teeth, and flames erupted within him. Whoosh! Fire, which knows no mercy, surged forth. Earthheart flames, the most young and powerful, burned the skeletal soldiers to ashes in an instant. Ah! Just as Dominic finished off the skeletal soldiers, he heard Paula scream from afar. Senior sister. Looking over, Dominic saw Paula being chased by 2 skeletal soldiers. Rushing over instantly. Bang! He struck the 2 skeletal soldiers away, firing 2 bolts of flame that incinerated them. Cough! Saved. Paula coughed up blood. Approaching her, Dominic placed a hand on her back. She sensed a power surge within her. Junior brother, you? Paula was surprised. It was the power of the water dragon pearl. It's useless to me now. Senior sister needs it more. Smiling, Dominic turned to see Alicia being pursued by skeletal soldiers and quickly moved to rescue her. Boom. As Dominic arrived, the skeletal soldiers attacking Alicia were suddenly shattered by a white light. Sister, what happened? Yukurthang, with murderous intent, crossed the sky and asked Dominic while glancing at Alicia. Brother, we were ambushed by skeletons. Alicia complained to Yukurthang. Skeletons? Those just now? Yukurthang's expression changed, turning his head instinctively, sensing a terrifying aura. Although he couldn't pinpoint its location, this aura felt familiar. Demon Lord, did you discover something? Dominic asked, seeing Yukurthang staring into the void. I suspect the son of the Underworld King has arrived. Yukurthang replied somberly. What? That Baldy isn't dead? Alicia blanched, glancing around nervously. Paula's face paled as she hurried to Dominic's side, wary of Mingmia. Demon Lord, that guy is definitely watching us from the shadows. He doesn't dare show himself, likely fearing your Scarlet Lotus hellfire. Dominic frowned. With Mingmia's strength, there was no reason for him to be cautious unless he feared you Kurthang. Forget it. The outside isn't safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Moon Cave first. Feeling uneasy but unable to locate Mingmia, Yu Kurthang decided to lead Dominic and the others back quickly to the cave. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, they noticed the door was open. Yu Kurthang raised his hand, shouting, "Stop! What's wrong?" Alicia asked, puzzled by his alertness. Inside, nothing seemed amiss, but Dominic and Paula remained serious, knowing Yu Kurthang wouldn't act without cause. I remember the door was closed, Yu Kurthang frowned, glancing at Dominic and the others. Stay close, don't let your guard down. They nodded and followed Yu Kurthang inside, sensing a strong aura of death emanating from within. Yu Kurthang's hands transformed into white claws, ready for action. Dominic followed, with Alicia and Paula hiding behind him. Slowly moving forward, they found only Yu Kurthang's chamber door was open, the death aura coming from there. Ah! As they cautiously approached the stone room, Yu Kurthang and Dominic suddenly heard a scream from behind. It's Paula. Alicia turned first, seeing a shadow carrying Paula away. Senior sister. As Lindsay stood stunned, Dominic swiftly rushed out of the cave, chasing after the black shadow. Yu Lang? Yu Kurthang's expression turned grave. Just as he was about to go help Dominic, someone behind him called out. Am I hearing things? Yu Kurthang's expression faltered. Only his wife Cameron would call him that. However, Lindsay turned around and saw behind Yu Kurthang. Her expression changed drastically as she instinctively touched her face. You are Sister Cameron? Yu Kurthang, noticing Lindsay's expression and her words, decisively turned around. Behind him stood a woman in purple attire. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Lindsay, with a beauty mark on her forehead, but her brow was ominously dark, radiating intense deathly energy. Sherry's, she was indeed Yu Kurthang's partner, Cameron. Cameron should have been resting peacefully underground, separated from Yu Kurthang by the veil of life and death. But after her death, she absorbed a millennium's worth of nether chi, finally awakening during this night of the netherworld. Upon awakening, she remembered everything from her past life, recalling the Heavenly Moon Cave and thinking of her beloved Yu Kurthang. Yu Lang? When Cameron saw Yu Kurthang, she couldn't contain her joy, running to him and burying herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Cameron? Is it really you? At this moment, all Yu Kurthang could think of was Cameron, forgetting about Dominic and Paula. It's me, Yu Lang. Can we promise never to separate again? With tearful eyes, Cameron gazed deeply at Yu Kurthang. Sherry's, never separate. Faced with Cameron's plea, Yu Kurthang readily agreed without hesitation. Brother? Sister Cameron is absorbing your yang qi? Lindsay, initially happy for Yu Kurthang and Cameron's reunion, noticed that Cameron was secretly absorbing Yu Kurthang's yang qi, so she couldn't help but warn them. What? Hearing Lindsay's warning, Yu Kurthang realized his yang qi was rapidly flowing out of his body. Bitch, who asked you to meddle? The Cameron nestled in Yu Kurthang's arms suddenly revealed a ferocious expression, her pupils turning like black holes as she turned and grabbed Lindsay's neck. Chapter 222. The instigator behind the scenes. Brother, save me. The transformed Cameron struck with brutal force, clamping her hand tightly around Alicia's neck. Alicia's face twisted in agony. Unable to breathe, she turned a sickly red, her lips turning purple, while her hands feebly grabbed Cameron's but lacked the strength to push her away. Cameron, what are you doing? Atli's expression changed dramatically when he saw black energy emanating from Cameron, who now looked like an enraged demon, unrecognizable from the Cameron he knew. Yu Lang? Who is this woman? Why does she look like me? Is she trying to take you away? Furious Cameron glared at the nearly lifeless Alicia in her grasp and shouted loudly at Atli. Cameron, let go of her first. Without time to explain, Atli hurriedly pushed Cameron away, saving Alicia who immediately collapsed on the ground. Yu Lang, you would lay a hand on me for her? With her eyes like dark holes, Cameron glared at Atli, standing protectively in front of Alicia, filled with rage. Cameron, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before? Atli's expression was grave. His Cameron had become dark and irrational, completely devoid of any gentleness, and instead became even more violent. What's wrong with me? I still love you, Cameron, but what about you? You brought another woman here behind my back? How can you do that to me? Tears flowed from Cameron's eyes as the dead aura around her intensified. The more resentment she felt, the stronger the malevolent energy grew. Atli was speechless, reflecting on Cameron's death for him. His guilt clouded his judgment, and he stood there sadly, looking at the transformed Cameron. Cameron turned her cold gaze towards Alicia on the ground. She wouldn't allow anyone to ruin her relationship with Yu Lang, or take her man away. Yu Lang? Kill her. Kill her, and we'll never be apart again, alright? Cameron pointed at Alicia on the ground, urging Atli to act. Only by seeing him kill Alicia would she trust that her Yu Lang hadn't betrayed her. No? Lying helplessly on the ground, Alicia could barely muster any strength. When she heard Cameron's words, tears streaming down her cheeks, she shook her head pleadingly at Atli. Atli's expression became vacant. Hearing Cameron's command, he turned to look at Alicia. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? This isn't your Cameron. Don't let her deceive you. Dylan cried out fearfully. Yu Lang, don't listen to her nonsense. Quick, kill her, and then we can be together forever. Cameron stepped forward, grabbing Atli's arm, coaxing him into action. Atli nodded slightly after hearing her words. Then his pupils widened, his gaze darkened, and he suddenly reached down and choked Alicia off the ground. Alicia's face lost its color as she was lifted high off the ground, her neck squeezed by Atli. Elder brother, I'm your sister. Alicia screamed in pain, pounding his arms in hopes of snapping him back to reality. Yu Lang, kill her. Seeing Atlee choke Alicia, Cameron smiled and urged him on. Alicia's eyes rolled back, her breath weakening, and her hands slipped from Atlee's arms. But Atlee showed no signs of letting up, continuing to strangle her mercilessly. Just as Alicia hovered between life and death, Dominic returned, witnessing the scene. Swoosh! Dominic rushed over and pushed Atlee away with one palm, rescuing the almost lifeless Alicia. Due to prolonged suffocation, Alicia fell heavily unconscious. Thud! Thud! Pushed back by Dominic, Atlee staggered several steps before his expression changed abruptly. Coming to his senses, he looked at the fallen Alicia and asked, "What happened to me? What happened? Atlee, why did you try to kill Alicia?" Dominic was furious, confronting Atlee. Atlee looked innocent, quickly turning his head and spotting Cameron hiding behind him, making his expression turn serious. However, before Atlee could explain, he suddenly felt weak all over and collapsed to his knees with a thud. You? Dominic was confused as he saw Atlee kneeling. He then realized it was the woman from the painting. More importantly, Cameron was absorbing Atlee's yang energy, which explained his weakness. Cameron, why are you doing this? Kneeling on the ground, Atlee couldn't understand why Cameron was acting this way, but he didn't blame her. You Lang? Aren't you saying you want to be together with me forever? As long as I drain your yang energy, you'll become like me. Then we'll never be apart. Cameron continued to rapidly absorb Atlee's yang energy, determined to take his life in her own way. Atlee remained silent. He owed Cameron. After living alone for over 1,000 years, it was time for him to join her. So, he chose to abandon himself, choosing to be with Cameron to make amends for what he owed her. Atlee, are you not a man anymore? She clearly wants to kill you, yet you still believe she's your Cameron? Idiot. She's clearly possessed by a ghost. She'll only harm you and can never be with you forever. Look at yourself now, then look at her. Dominic raged, unable to fathom Atlee's foolishness to believe a dead person's words. Facing Atlee, upon hearing Dominic's insults, he was infuriated. But when he looked at his own hands, they appeared wrinkled, his face old. Looking at Cameron closely, he noticed the dead energy around her dissipating, replaced by vitality, making her appear even younger than before. Your Cameron is dead. This is just a corpse, trying to drain your yang energy and steal your life force. You'll only end up dissipating into nothingness, not even leaving bone fragments. Dominic gritted his teeth in anger at Atlee's lack of awareness, sternly rebuking him. You Lang? Don't listen to him. Fearing Dominic's interference, Cameron bit her lip and attacked him. Dominic's expression changed dramatically as he unleashed hellfire upon Cameron's approach. The sudden flames terrified Cameron, causing her to scream and retreat. Atlee, did you see that? Your Cameron isn't human. She's controlled by a spirit, not your Cameron. Dominic's face darkened, staring intensely at Cameron, warning Atlee. You Lang? Don't listen to him. Kill him for me. Fearful of the hellfire, Cameron glared at Dominic and cajoled Atlee to act. But Atlee, after listening to Dominic and noticing the helpless Dylan on the ground, closed his eyes. You Lang? Did you hear me? Cameron asked angrily, seeing him close his eyes. You're not my Cameron. Who are you? With his eyes shut, Atlee's expression changed drastically, and he clenched his teeth in fury. You aren't Cameron? Then who is? Cameron's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Atlee. I'll ask you again. Atlee opened his eyes suddenly, grabbing Cameron's arm fiercely, demanding an answer. Let go of me. Cameron panicked, struggling to free herself. Himph. Atlee smirked, summoning hellfire in his left palm and slamming it onto Cameron's forehead. Cameron screamed in agony as hellfire enveloped her body, purging the ghostly energy within her, causing her excruciating pain. Seeing Cameron in pain, Atlee's heart ached, but he gritted his teeth, firm in the belief that his decision was right. Indeed, under the purging of the Crimson Lotus hellfire, a dark light suddenly shot out from within Cameron's body, attempting to escape through the cave entrance. Where do you think you're going? Atlee stepped forward and effortlessly confined the fleeing spirit in the palm of his hand. Cameron's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. You Lang? I never thought you would be so heartless. After all, I risked my life to save you back then. From within the entrapped dark light came Cameron's voice filled with resentment. Shut up. You are not my Cameron, and you won't deceive me again. Atlee's expression turned icy cold as he glared at the dark light in his palm. With one swift motion, he crushed it into fragments. Splat! As the dark light exploded, wisps of black mist rose from his palm and coalesced midair, forming a figure. This figure wore a black robe, had a pale face, hollow eyes, and exuded an eerie, bone-chilling aura as it faced Atlee from afar. It's you, Black Fox. The moment he recognized the figure, Atlee's expression changed dramatically. Black Fox was the man who, like him, had loved Cameron back then. In truth, he was a Black Fox. Upon discovering the instigator behind the scenes, Black Fox's form dissipated into black mist. I never thought it would be him, Atlee muttered, clenching his teeth in anger. He and Black Fox were once brothers, but they had turned against each other because they both loved Cameron. Over 2,000 years ago, during their final battle, Black Fox was mortally wounded by him and perished. Cheered after so long, Black Fox had returned and used Cameron to target him, showing just how deeply he harbored hatred towards him. Lord Demon? Who is he? Dominic looked at Atlee seriously, noting his troubled expression, and curiously asked. He is an old enemy of mine from many years ago. Atlee gritted his teeth, turning to look at Cameron's lifeless body on the ground, his anger boiling over. Upon hearing Atlee's explanation, Dominic grew even more puzzled. What kind of enemy would use Cameron to attack Atlee? Oh right, did you manage to rescue Paula? At that moment, Atlee suddenly remembered that Dominic had gone to rescue someone. Why hadn't he seen Paula? No, when I went after them, they were already gone. Dominic's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth in frustration and shook his head at Atlee. Chapter 223. Siblings? A 3-day agreement. Sky Moon Cave. Due to losing too many years of life force, Atli appeared much older, his hair now streaked with gray. He looked like an elderly man well over 50 years old. His expression was dark and somber as he gazed at Gloria's corpse emitting deathly aura on the ground. Filled with rage, he clenched his fists tightly. Gloria, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left Jade Fox Peak, giving others the opportunity to disturb you. Atli, filled with guilt, gently picked up Gloria's body. As he turned to leave, he glanced sideways at Dominic and said, the person who captured Paula must be none other than Halden, the son of King Yama. Sherry's, that much I had guessed. But now, I don't know where he is. With my strength alone, I can't rescue Paula. So, I need your help. Dominic gritted his teeth, met Atli's eyes, and sought assistance proactively. I wish I could help you, but right now, I can barely take care of myself. If you can wait, this lord can assist you. But if you can't wait, there's nothing I can do. Atli was truly unable to act due to the massive loss of life force, leaving his body in a weakened state, and his strength reduced to less than a third of its peak. Hearing Atli's words, how could Dominic not understand? Chariot, apart from Atli, no one else could help him. How long would it take? Biting his lip fiercely, Dominic refused to give up. The fastest would be 3 days. Atli saw that Paula was extremely important to Dominic. Persuading Dominic to abandon his efforts was impossible, so he could only try his best. After speaking, Atli carried Gloria's body out of the stone chamber. Master, why don't you use the heavenly heart mirror to see if Paula is in danger? As Dominic stood firm on the spot, grinding his teeth, the celestial remnant sword inside him suddenly reminded him. Right. Realizing the solution, Dominic hurriedly took out the heavenly heart mirror and infused spiritual energy into it. In the mirror, an image of Paula appeared. Paula was in a cave, lying on a cold rock. Looking at her, she seemed unharmed. Nearby, Halden, the son of King Yama, stood beside her, observing her with a peculiar expression and muttering to himself occasionally. Darn. If only I could hear what he's saying. Dominic clenched his teeth in frustration, hearing Halden speak but unable to understand. Master, I can help you. Hearing Dominic's plea, the celestial remnant sword offered to assist. Without waiting for a response, a red light emanated from the sword and landed on the heavenly heart mirror, through which sounds were heard, wind and footsteps. She's waking up soon? How should I explain things to her? Oh, should I tell father first? Let him confirm it? Inside the mirror, Halden wore a worried expression, pacing back and forth while muttering incomprehensible words. Suddenly, Paula, lying on the rock, woke up and sat straight up. Sister, you're awake? Seeing Paula awaken, Halden addressed her as sister. What's happening? Dominic was taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. You? Who are you to call me sister? You ugly monster. Why did you kidnap me? Waking up, Paula hugged her shoulders tightly, glaring fearfully at Halden. You are my sister. In you, I sense the same aura. You can't deny this. 2 decades ago, when you followed father into this world, someone unexpectedly took you away. Halden wore a serious expression. From the moment he saw Paula, he knew she was his sister, the daughter of King Yama. Don't lie. I'm human, not some daughter of King Yama. What do you want? Making up such nonsense? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Anger flared within Paula at Halden's absurd claims. Such ludicrous tales could never apply to her. Moreover, having lived in the Heavenly Dragon Academy since childhood, it was impossible for her to be King Yama's daughter. Sister, I am really your brother. If you don't believe me, let me take you back to the netherworld now and have father explain. Frustrated, Halden exclaimed. He had been searching for his sister for over 2 decades. Shut up. My name is Paula, not your sister. Paula shook her head, her eyes blazing in fury. Her hands felt as though they could spew fire. Seeing Paula wasn't listening, Halden growled in annoyance and stepped forward, grabbing Paula's arm. What are you doing? Terrified, Paula tried to struggle free, only for Halden to slice her palm open with his fingernail. Blood trickled from the cut, but Halden, undeterred, bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto Paula's wound. With a sizzle, Paula watched in astonishment as Halden's blood melded with hers, seeping into her flesh and closing the wound instantly. And Paula felt no discomfort whatsoever. How is this possible? Paula was stunned. She could absorb Halden's black blood? Knowing Halden was the son of King Yama, his blood contained power, a type of energy that couldn't exist within a living being, yet it helped heal her wound. How about that? Only identical blood can perfectly fuse together and resonate. Halden smiled. Now there was no denying it. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Paula shook her head, pushing Halden away and staring at her healed palm in disbelief. This sudden revelation was hard to accept. Through the heavenly heart mirror, Dominic observed everything and confirmed without doubt that Paula was indeed King Yama's daughter. How ironic. Earlier, he was worried about Paula's safety, yet Halden, being her own brother, wouldn't harm her. Really didn't expect Paula to be King Yama's daughter? Master, should we still go save her? The celestial remnant sword pondered aloud, knowing that King Yama's daughter being in the mortal realm would surely bring disaster if discovered. I need to enter seclusion. Unhappy, Dominic stashed the heavenly heart mirror away and exited the stone chamber. Once Dominic left, Alicia, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, slowly opened her eyes. She had heard everything Dominic had said. Paula is King Yama's daughter? Alicia was astonished. This was a tremendous secret, but thinking about Paula's identity made her smile. Because Dominic could never like King Yama's daughter, which was good news for her. Sister, now that we've finally acknowledged each other as siblings, brother should take you back to meet father in the netherworld immediately. But, don't worry little sister, once brother deals with those two, we'll go home. Enraged, Halden bit his teeth and touched his scorched half-face before turning to Paula and then leaving. You come back? In her daze, Paula initially ignored Halden's words, but rushed to stop him as she realized something was wrong. Translator's note. This translation adheres to the guidelines by providing a natural and fluent English version, maintaining the paragraph structure and preserving character names in pinyin. It captures the original tone and style while ensuring logical coherence. Really? Not even willing to call me brother? Halden's face darkened. Despite the situation, Paula still acted so distant towards him, which irritated him greatly. Paula's expression was strange, her heart filled with incomprehensible complexity. She didn't believe it, yet she couldn't change the fact. Brother, I beg you to let them go, okay? Thinking of Dominic, Paula had no choice but to concede to the truth and reluctantly called Halden brother, pleading him not to trouble Dominic. Impossible. That rabbit bastard actually teamed up with the stinky fox to try and burn me alive. How could I possibly swallow this indignation? Halden flatly refused. If you go after them, I will kill myself right in front of you. Desperate and realizing she couldn't reason with Halden, Paula resorted to threatening her own life. You? Halden was caught off guard. He had just found Paula and certainly didn't want any harm to come to her. What? Is my life less important than theirs? Paula bit her lip, glaring at Halden angrily. Halden felt helpless. He saw that Paula had already placed a sword at her own neck, forcing him to compromise. Why do you have to do this? Halden gritted his teeth, annoyed to see his sister siding with others, but unwilling to give up his desire for revenge. If you say I'm your sister, why won't you fulfill such a small request of mine? Or perhaps you never considered me as your sister. Paula questioned Halden's sincerity when he refused to agree. Brat. Fine. I promise not to kill them, but whether they are worth you protecting is another matter. 3 days. I will give them 3 days. If they don't come to rescue you within 3 days, it proves they aren't worth your protection. After 3 days, if they haven't come to save you, don't blame me for being unsentimental. Furious Halden suddenly changed his tone, using this method to make his sister face reality while also finding a justification for his actions. You humph. It won't take 3 days for junior brother to come and save me. You're bound to lose. Hearing Halden's challenge, Paula felt confident instead. Knowing Dominic all too well, it was destined that Halden would lose. Chapter 224, One Trouble After Another. My dear sister? Humans are colder than we are. Don't have too much hope, because I'm afraid you won't be able to accept this reality. Barker grinned. Seeing his sister so confidently believe that Dominic and the others would come for her, he thought it was utterly naive. Shut up. I told you, within 3 days, my junior brothers will definitely come to save me. Skylar was extremely angry. Barker wished no one would come to save her. That way, he could do as he pleased. This was absolutely impossible. Fine. Let's wait and see. Barker shrugged and was too lazy to argue with Skylar. 3 days. It could pass quickly. Barker turned and left the cave, leaving Skylar feeling increasingly anxious. She wanted to leave the cave, but Barker guarded the entrance, and she couldn't get out. Helplessly, she could only wait inside the cave for time to pass. 2 days went by in a flash. Outside Tianue Cave, dark clouds gathered and lightning flickered in the sky. Dominic sat cross-legged on top of the mountain, electric light coursing through his body, with traces of thunder still lingering. His inner strength surged powerfully. Within 2 days, he had completely absorbed the power left by Ling Xiao Celestial Lord and directly condensed his 16th martial vein. With 16 martial veins formed, his strength skyrocketed, directly reaching the 3rd tribulation realm. Just now, he had successfully passed through the 3rd heavenly thunder tribulation, having been purified by the lightning, making his internal power even more refined. As the thunder dissipated, cold winds began to howl. Dominic, sitting atop the mountain, slowly opened his eyes, and the heavenly heart mirror floated into his palm. In the mirror, he saw Skylar safe and sound, but she looked anxious, still trapped inside the cave. Is the time right about now? Dominic's expression turned grave. Even though he knew Barker wouldn't harm Skylar, he couldn't allow Barker to take her back to the netherworld. He had promised Adair to take good care of Skylar. He had to bring her back. Suddenly standing up, Dominic arrived at Tianue Cave. Dominic? You're back? Cambria, who had been guarding outside the cave, hurriedly approached, wanting to embrace Dominic. Dominic frowned, raising his hand to stop Cambria from coming closer. You seem very happy? Why would I be happy? Seeing through her, Cambria's expression tensed, and she bit her lip, asking, what do you mean? Since Skylar's abduction, Cambria had never shown any concern, which made Dominic rather unhappy. Has Demon Lord appeared? Dominic changed the subject, frowning while asking Yu Yinxing. Cambria felt displeased, seeing Dominic's cold demeanor. She knew he was preparing to rescue Skylar. No. He told me we need 3 more days. Unwilling to let Dominic succeed, Cambria fabricated this lie to delay him. 3 more days. Dominic's face darkened. Yu Yinxing said it would take a minimum of 3 days, but it shouldn't take this long. Not believing her, Dominic stepped forward to enter Tianue Cave. What are you doing? My brother said no one should disturb him. Seeing Dominic's intention, Cambria rushed forward to block the entrance, preventing him from entering. Do you really mean it? Observing Cambria's odd expression, Dominic couldn't help but suspect her ulterior motives. Dominic, are you doubting me? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, do you think Yu Yinxing would help you? Though uneasy inside, Cambria chose not to regret what she did. Fuming inwardly, Dominic remained silent upon hearing her words. But time was pressing. He couldn't afford to delay any longer. All right, tell Demon Lord I'll head off first to rescue her. Finishing, Dominic turned and left. Dominic, come back. Enraged, Cambria stomped her feet and shouted after him. Dominic didn't look back, instantly flying into the sky and disappearing. Damn it. Big damn idiot Dominic. One daughter of the king of the netherworld is worth your affection? Am I worse than her? Cambria gnashed her teeth in anger. Inger, who is the daughter of the king of the netherworld. Caught off guard, Cambria inadvertently revealed Skylar's identity, just as Yu Yinxing walked out and overheard. Brother? Cambria looked tense, turning around and seeing her brother Yu Yinxing appear, flustered, unsure how to explain. Yu Yinxing frowned. After 2 days of recuperation, he looked younger, yet his hair remained white. Inger, where's Dominic? And who did you say is the daughter of the king of the netherworld? Seeing Cambria's nervous expression and her avoidance, Yu Yinxing sensed something amiss and started questioning her since he hadn't seen Dominic. Brother? Skylar, she's the daughter of the king of the netherworld. Dominic knows nothing will happen to her, yet he insists on rescuing her? Feeling vindictive, Cambria complained about Dominic's actions without considering the consequences. Skylar is the daughter of the king of the netherworld? Yu Yinxing's expression changed dramatically, realizing the severity. How do you know? And when did Dominic leave? Dominic hurted himself through the heavenly heart mirror. As for Dominic, he left not long ago. Cambria answered reluctantly, her expression peculiar. Luckily you stayed here, don't go anywhere. I'm going to find Dominic. Knowing Dominic had just left, Yu Yinxing frowned and instructed Cambria before moving to leave. Brother? Don't go. Suddenly grabbing Yu Yinxing's hand, Cambria stopped him from helping Dominic. Why? You want to see Dominic die in Barker's hands? Yu Yinxing frowned, knowing Cambria's intentions, but he couldn't break his promise. Without another word, Yu Yinxing pushed Cambria's hand away and swiftly flew into the sky. Annoying. Dominic, you owe me, and I'll make you pay. Cambria fumed, biting her lip until it turned purple. As Yu Yinxing flew away, Cambria suddenly felt fear. Glancing around cautiously, she zipped back into the cave, tightly closing the door. Outside, black wind swirled as a wisp of dark energy drifted to Tianhua Cave and transformed into a man dressed in black robes. He possessed a handsome face, but his lips were unnaturally black, exuding an evil aura. This man was none other than Yu Yinxing's nemesis, Black Fox. Appearing outside Tianhua Cave, Black Fox placed his hand on the tightly shut door. A wisp of black energy shot from his palm and seeped into the cracks of the door. Back inside the cave, Cambria, unable to resist curiosity, came to the stone chamber where Zi's corpse was stored. As she observed Zi closely, the wisp of black energy silently entered Zi's body. Suddenly, lying on the stone bed, Zi opened her eyes. Ah! Cambria screamed, quickly retreating against the stone wall. Zi, eyes wide open, slowly sat up, her vacant gaze fixed on Cambria. Sister Zi? I didn't mean to disturb you. Cambria, pale-faced and trembling, tried to explain as Zi approached her, but Zi showed no reaction, instead grabbing Cambria's arm. Cambria's expression changed drastically as she quickly dodged Zi's hand, running towards the stone chamber's exit. Before Cambria reached the door, Zi's hand grabbed her right shoulder, causing her pain and a scream. Bang! Without giving Cambria a chance to escape, Zi struck the back of her head, knocking her unconscious. Boom! The cave shook violently. Standing outside Tianhua Cave, Black Fox saw Zi emerge, holding the unconscious Cambria. He grinned maliciously. Well, Yu Yinxing? You have quite the taste, finding such a young woman who looks so much like Zi. Black Fox reached out and touched Cambria's face, then looked at Zi, lifting his hand to release black energy. In an instant, the three of them vanished. Tianku, in the mountains less than 10 miles from the river Styx, Yu Yinxing, who was searching for the cave where Skylar was held, felt an incessant twitch in his right eye, making him increasingly uneasy. What's happening? This whole time, my eyelid has been twitching? Yu Yinxing's expression grew grave, sensing that something significant was about to occur. Rogue Lord, have you found anything? At this moment, Davian returned from afar, having found nothing. He asked Yu Yinxing. No. In these rugged mountains, finding the cave you described won't be easy, Yu Yinxing said, scanning the mountain and sea below as he shook his head. We must find it, otherwise Skylar will. Davian was anxious, but stopped himself from saying more, fearing misunderstandings from Yu Yinxing. The identity of being the daughter of the king of the netherworld could ruin Skylar and leave her with no place to hide in the human world. Aren't you afraid she'll be taken back to the netherworld by Barker? Seeing Davian trying to keep things from him, Yu Yinxing cut straight to the point. You know, already? Davian was startled, realizing Yu Yinxing might already be aware of some truths. Sherry's. There's no need to hide from me that Skylar is the daughter of the king of the netherworld. Since I've promised to help you, I won't go back on my word. Yu Yinxing nodded. Davian felt embarrassed, unsure how to thank Yu Yinxing properly. Let me out. Meanwhile, in a cave not far from Davian, Skylar was shouting, demanding Barker release her. Sister, give up on that thought? I told you, no one will come to save you. Outside the cave, Barker watched Skylar trapped by the barrier, smirking as he tried to brainwash her. I don't believe it. It must be you. You've tampered with things behind the scenes. I'd rather die than go back to the netherworld with you. Inside the cave, Skylar was furious. 3 days had almost passed, and Davian hadn't arrived. She believed Barker was deliberately obstructing Davian from coming to save her. Chapter 225. Amadeo returns unsuccessfully. Immature. Outside the cave, Amadeo saw that Paula was still so naive and angrily shouted at her. I am not immature. I don't have a brother like you. If you don't let me out, I can leave by myself. Inside the cave, Paula's emotions were extremely unstable. When she glared at Amadeo outside, she directly used the power of the water dragon pearl. Boom. Sword chi soared through the air, fiercely attacking the barrier at the cave entrance. Loud explosions echoed throughout the valley. At this moment, Dominic and Atli, who were far away, were drawn to the commotion in the mountains and hurriedly turned to look back. They saw the distant mountains shaking with continuous loud sounds. Is senior sister there? Dominic's expression turned serious as he chose to fly over to investigate, avoiding any potential oversight. Atli followed behind. When the two arrived in the valley, they saw Amadeo, the son of the underworld king, standing outside a cave halfway up the mountain, while inside, continuous booms were heard. Sister, give up on that thought. Stay here until your older brother deals with the heartless man and the stinking fox, then I will take you back to the underworld. Amadeo grinned malevolently. The barrier he had set up would not be so easily broken. Having finished speaking, Amadeo stroked his bald head and turned to leave. Amadeo, come back. Paula's complexion changed, and she urgently called out to Amadeo. However, Amadeo, who was turning to leave, actually stopped, but his face turned unpleasant, and his expression became gradually more sinister. He did not pay attention to Paula inside the cave, because he saw Dominic and Atli approaching him. Really daring to come to die? Amadeo gnashed his teeth in anger. If judged by his agreement with Paula, he had already lost because the 3 days weren't over yet. But he wouldn't let his sister stay here any longer, nor would he let Dominic and Atli off. Senior sister? Is that you? Dominic, near the cave entrance, couldn't wait to shout loudly. Junior brother? Paula froze upon hearing Dominic's voice, feeling elated. However, remembering that Amadeo was still outside, she immediately became tense and shouted out, Junior brother, run, don't worry about me. Hearing Paula's voice, Dominic felt relieved. Next, he needed to face the troublesome Amadeo. Sister? Weren't you eager to see them come? Why do you suddenly want them to leave now? Amadeo grinned nastily, glaring at Paula inside the cave. Amadeo, I warn you, don't you dare do anything rash. If you harm them, I'll die for you to see. Paula was anxious. She knew that Amadeo was very strong, and Dominic and Atli were no match for him. So, she used her life as leverage. You really are my good sister. Amadeo gnashed his teeth in frustration, looking fiercely at Dominic and Atli. Bald monk, how did you find my red lotus flame enjoyable? Do you need another taste? Atli sneered, mocking him. Foxy wretch, are you courting death? Do you believe that I will strip your tendons, peel your skin, and swallow you alive? Amadeo was enraged, his eyes blazing. Just thinking about his ruined face made him grind his teeth in hatred. But that depends on whether you have the ability. Atli sneered again, raising his right hand as the red lotus flame appeared in his palm. Beside him, Dominic summoned the heavenly wrath war armor, his body engulfed in flames as his right hand wielded the heaven cripple sword, exuding formidable sword intent. Seeing the readiness of these two, Amadeo knew they were fully prepared for battle. Good. Today, I will dispose of both of you. Fearless, Amadeo grinned viciously and attacked first, swiftly rushing toward Dominic. Hmph! Dominic coldly snorted, swinging his left hand as waves of flames rushed toward Amadeo. What? Amadeo's expression changed dramatically when he saw that Dominic's flame was geothermal fire, forcing him to quickly retreat out of the flame's range. Burial moon. On the other side, Atli launched a preemptive attack, unleashing his strongest move. A bloody moon rose into the sky, narrowly missing Amadeo. Explosion. Atli widened his eyes and directly detonated the blood moon. Boom. The blood moon exploded, spreading large amounts of red lotus flames instantly. Amadeo, akin to a rat running through the streets, darted around in the air, fleeing from the flames. Knowing Amadeo's weakness, Dominic and Atli chose to use fire attacks to catch him off guard, making it difficult for him to unleash his true strength. Dominic, go save her. Atli controlled the red lotus flames, continuously attacking Amadeo while calling out to Dominic. Dominic nodded and flew rapidly towards the cave entrance, but the barrier inside repelled him. Be careful, junior brother. This barrier is strong. Paula warned anxiously from inside the cave, worrying about Amadeo in the distance. After all, he was her relative, bound by blood. Senior sister, step back. Dominic's expression was stern. Focusing on the barrier at the cave entrance, he gathered geothermal fire in his palm and struck it forcefully. Boom. Flames and sparks scattered as the barrier instantly shattered. Dominic sighed in relief and quickly rushed inside to rescue Paula. However, Amadeo, darting in the air, noticed the barrier breaking and grew furious. Suddenly transforming into a black light, he charged toward Dominic. What? Atli hadn't anticipated this. By the time he turned around, Amadeo was already close to Dominic. Junior brother, be careful. Inside the cave, Paula, who had just smiled seeing Dominic, saw Amadeo striking him. Whoosh. Before Dominic could react, Paula rushed forward, shielding Dominic from behind. Bang. Amadeo's sneak attack hit Paula squarely in the chest. Sister. Realizing too late, Amadeo's voice trailed off. Paula spat blood, her face turning pale, and after swaying, she fell at Dominic's feet. Senior sister? Dominic's expression changed drastically as he quickly knelt down, holding the bleeding Paula. Junior brother? Paula's breath weakened. Gravely injured, she clutched Dominic's arm, trying to speak but failing due to severe injuries. Sister. Amadeo, alarmed, stepped forward only to have Dominic suddenly brandish his sword at his throat. I won't allow you to get close to my senior sister. Dominic's eyes turned red, his anger causing his aura to become ominous. If I don't act, she'll die. Do you want to watch her die before you? Amadeo's face flushed red. To him, Dominic wasn't saving her but harming her. Here, only he could save Paula. Atli came closer and saw Paula fading. He nodded at Dominic, suggesting, let him try. Listening to Atli's suggestion, Dominic gritted his teeth, blocked Paula with his body, and stepped back, keeping a firm grip on his sword. Fuming, Amadeo approached Paula, gathering a ball of dark light in his palm and pressing it into Paula's body. As Paula absorbed Amadeo's power, black energy spread throughout her body, rapidly reviving her weakened breath. Seeing this, Atli's expression slightly changed. Noticing Paula's condition improving, Dominic also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With a sullen face, Amadeo looked up at Dominic, hesitated and said, I can release you, but I must take her with me. Out of the question. We're not afraid of you. Dominic firmly refused. Rascal, I'm her brother, and she's my sister. Do I need your permission to take my own sister home? Enraged, Amadeo stared fiercely at Dominic and shouted loudly. I don't care who you are. I only know that she is my senior sister, and she must go back with me. If you dare to interfere, do you believe I won't die with you? Dominic glared coldly at Amadeo, showing no intention of backing down. If Paula were taken to the netherworld, she would completely turn dark, which would instead harm her. Brat. Amadeo fumed, wishing he could tear Dominic apart. Anyone I want to take, you can't stop me. Whoosh. Atli suddenly blocked the cave entrance, releasing the red lotus flame to seal off the exit. Stinking fox. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Amadeo was furious, nearly driven mad by Atli using the red lotus flame to block the exit. I am not. I am the fairest person. As long as Paula agrees to go with you, I will immediately retract the red lotus flame. How about that? Atli remained cold-faced, his gaze focused on the unconscious Paula on the ground. Dominic frowned, looking at Atli with a strange expression. Amadeo gritted his teeth in silence. There was no need to think. Paula wouldn't go with him. Fine. You'll pay for this day. I will make you regret this. Seeing the situation turning against him, Amadeo angrily chose to abandon taking Paula away. With that, he suddenly struck the red lotus flame at the cave entrance, dispersing it, and transformed into a black light, dashing out of the cave and disappearing. Atli looked grave. Today, they had forced Amadeo to leave, but this would inevitably cause trouble. Senior sister? Dominic stepped forward, holding the awakening Paula in his arms, examining her body to ensure she was unharmed before finally feeling relieved. Thump thump. Standing at the cave entrance, Atli's right eyelid twitched violently, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Dominic? Take Paula and leave quickly. I have a bad feeling, worrying if something might be wrong at Jade Fox Peak. Atli's expression tightened. He bit his lip and urged Dominic a few words before turning around and leaving first. Dominic's expression changed slightly. Lindsay was still at Jade Fox Peak, and he was also afraid something might happen to her. Senior sister? Let's go. Thinking of this, Dominic picked up Paula and swiftly set off after Atli. Chapter 226, Revenge from the Black Fox. Jade Fox Peak. After successfully rescuing Paula, Dominic and Atli quickly returned to Heavenly Moon Cave. Trouble. He must have been here. Just entering the cave, Atli had an ominous feeling. Sure enough, upon inspection, the bodies of Alicia and Cameron were gone. Atli immediately flew into a rage and turned to leave. Fiend Lord, where are you going? Dominic, carrying Paula, entered the cave and saw Atli about to leave with a murderous look. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Humph. Atli's heart was filled with anger. Glaring coldly at Paula in Dominic's arms, he gave a dismissive humph, indicating his extreme dissatisfaction. This is my business. It's none of your concern. With that, Atli stormed off without explaining anything to Dominic. He was already extremely dissatisfied with Dominic. If not for helping Dominic, Alicia and his Cameron wouldn't have been captured. He knew who did this and where they would be waiting for him. Dominic was at a loss. When he realized Alicia wasn't there, he understood the severity of the situation. Junior brother? Put me down first. Injured Paula sensed something was wrong and forced Dominic to set her down. Junior brother? Where's Alicia? If Fiend Lord suddenly left, could something have happened to Alicia? Paula looked anxiously at Dominic. Sherry's. If I'm not mistaken, Alicia was captured by someone called Black Fox. Atli probably left on his own because he saw you're injured, asking me to stay behind to take care of you while he goes to save Alicia. Dominic's face was grave as he explained his thoughts to Paula. Black Fox? Who is he? Paula asked in confusion, never having heard the name before. I only know that this Black Fox isn't simple and has quite a bit of bad blood with Atli. Dominic shook his head, worried about Alicia's safety. What are we waiting for? Quickly, we must catch up with Fiend Lord. We can't let him go alone. Although Paula didn't fully understand what happened, she knew the capture of Alicia was aimed at Atli. Atli going alone would be dangerous. Dominic hesitated, concerned about Paula's injuries and whether bringing her along would be inconvenient. Junior brother, are you afraid I'll hold you back? Seeing Dominic silent, Paula clenched her teeth and pretended everything was fine. Dominic was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. But Paula was anxious, pulling Dominic towards the cave entrance. Given the circumstances, Dominic had no choice but to take Paula and chase after Atli. At this point, Atli had already flown out, heading east at great speed. Due to Paula's injuries, Dominic had to carry her, so they followed at a slower pace. The far eastern part of Sky Abyss was a vast plain with a solitary peak standing in the middle, towering into the sky like a pillar holding up heaven. Alicia and Cameron were bound hand and foot, hanging vertically from the middle of the mountain. At the base of the peak, Theo Elwood stood with 7 Aslans, all emitting black energy and staring vacantly ahead, motionless. After some time, a figure appeared from afar, landing near the solitary peak. Elwood, why are you here? It was Atli. Seeing Elwood and company at the base of the peak, his face darkened ominously. To his question, Elwood and his group offered no response. Atli then noticed Alicia and Cameron hanging halfway up the mountain. What? You dare treat my Cameron like this? Looking for death. Insulting one's pride was unacceptable. Seeing his beloved treated this way, Atli flew into a rage. Swish. Atli moved, intending to rescue Cameron. But Elwood and the others, standing at the base of the peak, simultaneously looked up at Atli. Whoosh. Elwood led the 7 Aslans upwards, surrounding Atli in midair, attacking without a word. Unafraid, Atli fought fiercely against them. Unknown to him, atop the peak stood Black Fox in black robes, watching the battle unfold. Atli, if you don't want your women to end up as nothing but bones, surrender quietly. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it forever. Seeing Atli fight valiantly, Black Fox tried to shake his resolve. Black Fox? You bastard. Hearing Black Fox's voice, Atli looked up at the peak, seething with rage. Boom. As Atli became distracted, Elwood struck him in the chest. Wah. Pooh. Atli spat blood, nearly falling from the air. The 7 Aslans attacked in unison, knocking the injured Atli backward. Elwood grinned savagely, instantly appearing close to Atli, delivering a powerful blow with black light in his right hand. Ah! Atli screamed in pain, flying back 100 feet and crashing to the ground heavily. Black Fox, observing from the peak, laughed more sinisterly seeing Atli unable to retaliate. Atli, what happened to your arrogance? In the past, you were so arrogant. How weak you've become today. Why don't you beg for mercy? Let me give you a quick death? Haha. Black Fox mocked Atli loudly. Recalling the past, Atli had always been arrogant, treating him coldly, but he endured it all. Until the woman he loved chose Atli instead, his jealousy and anger boiled over. To prove who deserved Cameron, they battled, and he lost both his life force and ultimately his life. But fate intervened. During a descent of darkness, he absorbed vast amounts of dark energy, reviving him from death. To seek revenge, he trained hard for 2,000 years, finally becoming a dark cultivator and reaching the Dark Lord realm. Black Fox, you're insane. Cameron is already dead. Treating her like this proves you never truly loved her, only hated me for being stronger than you. Atli, lying in a pool of blood, glared up at Black Fox with intense anger. You're spouting nonsense. How can you get what I couldn't? She died for you. What are you so proud of? I can end your life anytime now. Enraged, Black Fox's face twisted grotesquely, berating Atli. Atli burned with fury, realizing arguing with the heartless Black Fox was futile. Just as Elwood and the Aslans attacked again, Atli gritted his teeth and transformed into a white streak, soaring past them towards Cameron. Could Black Fox let him succeed? As Atli neared Cameron, Black Fox suddenly pulled the rope, causing Cameron to rise vertically out of reach. Atli, unwilling to give up, shifted direction towards Alicia. You're insatiable. Since you want to save both, I'll help you out. Frowning, Black Fox loosened the rope holding Cameron, letting her fall toward the mountainside. Cameron! Approaching Alicia, Atli saw Cameron's body plummeting. Ignoring Alicia, he rushed down to catch Cameron. But just as he was about to catch her, Alicia suddenly fell from the middle of the mountain too. Unable to save both due to the distance between them, Atli chose Cameron, catching her body and abandoning Alicia. Ah! As Alicia fell faster, she woke up, screaming in terror as she realized she was plummeting in the distance. Atli, with a heavy heart and powerless feeling, held Cameron's body, his eyes red from anguish. Whoosh! At this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, saving Alicia just in time. Dominic? Atli was shocked. Seeing that it was Dominic who saved Alicia, he felt somewhat relieved. Dominic? Tears streaming down her face, Alicia saw Dominic come to her rescue and sobbed with joy, like a child who had suffered a grievance. It's all right now, don't be afraid. Dominic held Alicia and gently landed, then untied the ropes around her. Before he could catch up with Alicia, Theo Elwood led the 7 Aslans rushing straight toward him. Retreat quickly. Seeing this, Dominic hastily instructed Alicia, stepping forward himself. 4 symbols merge into one. The Tiankin sword appeared, and the 4 divine beasts emerged, transforming their power into the sword. Swish! A single slash sent shockwaves through the earth, and the terrifying sword light instantly sent the 7 Aslans flying. Theo Elwood was pushed back several steps by the sword energy. Earth's heart flame ignite. Seeing the situation wasn't favorable, Dominic released the Earth's heart flame directly, using fire to counter Theo Elwood. Elwood, fearful, retreated several dozen feet. A flock of crows flew out of his body, circling around and dodging the flames as they headed straight for Dominic. Dominic, watch out! Atli shouted a warning when he saw the situation wasn't good. Dominic's expression darkened. As he retreated, a vortex appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the approaching crows were swallowed by the vortex, unable to get close to Dominic at all. Crimson Lotus Hellfire. Atli arrived just in time, taking advantage of Elwood's distraction to release Crimson Lotus Hellfire, engulfing him instantly. Ah! Elwood screamed in agony as countless threads of black energy flew out of his body, his form rapidly consumed by the hellfire. The other 7 Aslans, hearing Elwood scream, were suddenly startled awake, each spewing out tendrils of black energy. What's happening? That's Theo? The 7 Aslans were horrified, seeing Elwood being devoured by Crimson Lotus Hellfire. They were immediately terrified and scattered in all directions. Chapter 227, Trapped in a Siege, The Emergence of Chaos. Run. As Demon Lord Carmine was engulfed by Crimson Lotus Inferno, the 7 Demon Kings instantly scattered in fear, disappearing like lost dogs. On the solitary peak, Lord of Netherworld Alfie had no trace of a smile on his face. Seeing that Atli was still alive while Carmine had been killed, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Don't celebrate too soon." As he spoke, dark energy surged around the isolated peak. Figures emerged from the ground, exuding a terrifying aura of death, instantly surrounding Dominic and his companions. Oh no! Atli's expression changed dramatically as he saw the reanimated corpses around them, realizing this was Alfie's true tactic. These bodies, imbued with dark energy, had become sinister beings, merciless, bloodthirsty, and with bodies hard as iron. The ominous presence everyone spoke of referred to these darkened corpses. Once injured by them, one's wounds would fester, and the dark energy would seep into their flesh, gradually turning them into mindless undead. Dominic's face darkened as more and more nether soldiers surrounded them, leaving escape nearly impossible. Not to mention, Alfie was still above. Who are they? Why do they look so terrifying? Alicia's face paled at the sight of numerous nether soldiers, whose grotesque faces and hollow eyes exuded a foul stench, making her feel both nauseous and frightened. Atli, carrying Cameron's corpse, quickly moved closer to Dominic. In an instant, Dominic and Atli were heavily surrounded by nether soldiers. The number of nether soldiers had reached over 1,000, with more emerging from the ground and advancing toward them. Demon Lord? These creatures fear the Crimson Lotus Inferno and the heart of Earth Fire. Dominic frowned, reminding Atli beside him. Atli looked at Dominic, then resolutely unleashed a torrent of Crimson Lotus Inferno to repel the approaching nether soldiers. Whoosh! The Crimson Lotus Inferno did indeed force back the nearby nether soldiers. However, these nether soldiers were not ordinary foes. They countered with dark energy, forming black flames to resist the Crimson Lotus Inferno. On the other side, the Heart of Earth Fire Dominic unleashed burned fiercely, but the nether soldiers evaded and attacked from all directions. Bang bang! The swift attacks caught Dominic off guard, forcing him to dodge constantly with Alicia. Meanwhile, Atli was also struggling under the surprise attack, scrambling while holding Cameron's body. These nether soldiers were ruthless and powerful, some reaching the realm of Jean Fan, overwhelming Dominic and Atli. Haha! Alfie laughed heartily, watching Dominic and Atli like rats in the street, and shouted to the nether soldiers below. All of you, attack! Show them your strength. Boom! Down below the peak, loud explosions resounded. Dominic, gripping Tiankin's sword, fought desperately to defend against the onslaught. Alicia followed closely behind, defensively blocking the relentless attacks. Vita, observing the chaos from afar, wanted to help but hesitated due to her own injuries. Just then, a dark light appeared beside her. Vita's expression changed as she saw Minmo suddenly appear, frightening her into retreating several steps. Why are you still here? Vita asked nervously, fearing Minmo would try to take her back to the netherworld. Don't worry, I am your brother and won't harm you. Minmo frowned, glancing at Vita before smirking and looking at Dominic and Atli. Vita felt uneasy, yet she had an idea. Biting her lip, she said, Brother? As the son of the Nether King, surely you can help Dominic, right? Minmo raised an eyebrow, smiling slyly. You want me to help Dominic? Sherry's, Vita admitted without hesitation. She truly couldn't think of anyone else who could resolve this crisis. I will, but only if you return to the netherworld with me, Minmo bluntly responded, knowing Vita's affection for Dominic. You're not my brother. And I'm not your sister. Vita angrily shouted, furious at Minmo's demand. Minmo's face turned grim. When had anyone dared speak to him like that? Puff. As Minmo remained silent, angry at Vita, Dominic, protecting Alicia, was gravely injured by a powerful nether soldier. Little brother. Vita's face changed drastically, ready to rush over. Minmo frowned, stopping Vita with his arm. Move aside. I don't have a brother like you who stands by idly. Vita shoved Minmo's arm away, enraged and eager to save Dominic. I am really your brother. Minmo gritted his teeth, watching Vita leave. I must owe you from a past life. Minmo suddenly waved his arm, dispersing the dark night sky over the peak, revealing clear blue skies. Suddenly, the nether soldiers rapidly retreated, appearing terrified as the dark energy evaporated from their bodies. What's happening? Dominic and Atli were puzzled, seeing the nether soldiers retreating in fear. Look up, Alicia exclaimed, noticing the sky clearing up. Looking up, Dominic and Atli realized why the nether soldiers were fleeing. How is this possible? The time hasn't come for the dark night to disperse. At the peak, Alfie used his cloak to shield himself, but even so, the dark energy within him dissipated rapidly. Little brother, kill Alfie now. Rushing towards them, Vita knew it was Minmo's doing. Without time to explain, she urgently called out to Dominic. Dominic paused, exchanging glances with Atli, who nodded. They turned to confront Alfie. Swish swish. Taking advantage of the moment, Dominic and Atli swiftly flew to the peak, cornering Alfie. What? Do you really think you can defeat me? With a dark laugh, Alfie transformed into a shadow, charging at Dominic. Roar! Dominic yelled, summoning myriad sword chi from the heavens. Bang bang! Alfie easily broke through the sword rain, closing in on Dominic. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped mark appeared on Dominic's forehead, unleashing a burst of golden light. Roar! The dragon soul emerged, transforming into a 100-jong golden figure, colliding with Alfie. Boom! Golden light exploded outward, sending Alfie flying back. Zongyu! From behind, Atli summoned a blood moon, piercing through Alfie's body. The blood moon shattered inside Alfie, causing him to emit a horrific scream as dark energy fled his body, eventually being consumed by the inferno. This battle could have been a sure win for Alfie, but Minmo's covert action dispelling the dark night left him without advantageous timing or environment, disrupting his plans entirely. With Alfie dead, the surrounding nether soldiers vanished. The sky, briefly clear, was once again obscured by the dark night. Who helped us in secret? Dominic wondered, sensing someone had aided them in escaping disaster. Son of the Nether King, Atli said while standing atop the peak, gazing into the distance. It's him? Dominic was surprised. Turning his head toward the distance, he indeed saw the shadow of Minmo. But Minmo seemed reluctant to reveal himself, merely exchanging a glance with him from afar before dissipating into black light and vanishing. This Minmo is not entirely bad. If it weren't for his special identity, he would be someone worth knowing. Atli suddenly felt a liking for Minmo. Minmo could have easily stood by and watched them die at the hands of Alfie, but instead, he had given them such significant help. This act left Atli deeply grateful. I don't think he's as good as you imagine? Dominic frowned, rubbing his nose thoughtfully as he glanced down at Vita below. Undoubtedly, Minmo's assistance was closely related to Vita. Atli should be thankful for her presence. Hearing Dominic's words, Atli's expression turned strange. Looking down at Vita, he couldn't help but frown. Do you plan to take her back? From what Demon Lord suggested, shouldn't I take her back? Dominic was puzzled, turning to look at Atli. She is the daughter of the Nether King. This identity might be trivial or significant here, but in your world, it could cause considerable trouble. Moreover, once the Nether King's power awakens within her, she can directly open the gateway to the Netherworld, which will bring great troubles to your world. If not for their shared experience in this life and death ordeal, Atli wouldn't have considered Dominic's future or warned him so candidly. The Netherworld is the land of the dead. If a passage to the human world were opened, an invasion by the Netherworld would be inevitable, making Dominic a great sinner. Heeding Atli's well-intentioned words, Dominic also realized the gravity of the situation. However, Paula was innocent, and since he had chosen to rescue her, he felt responsible for all the consequences. Strength will decide everything. What's the Netherworld compared to that? Besides, there are many powerful elders in my world. It won't be easy for the Netherworld to invade anytime soon. Dominic smiled calmly, unfazed by Atli's warning, and remained resolute in his decision. After hearing Atli's heartfelt advice, Dominic realized the gravity of the situation. Chariot, Vita was innocent. Since he chose to rescue her, he felt responsible for all the consequences that followed. As long as I grow stronger, the Netherworld won't be a problem. Besides, there are so many old masters in my world. It won't be easy for the Netherworld to invade. Dominic smiled calmly, undeterred by Atli's warnings. He remained steadfast in his decision. Chapter 228. A narrow escape, the peril of the academy. You? Atop the peak, Atli kindly warned Dominic, but alas, Dominic was already resolute in his decision. Daughter of the Nether King? In Dominic's eyes, it wasn't even worth mentioning. As long as no one revealed it, who would know about Paula's identity? Moreover, the human realm had 9 major sects brimming with experts. The underworld should consider its strength carefully before invading. Dominic was confident that he would reach the venerable realm before the Nether realm could enter the human realm. With enough power, who would dare to make a move? Dominic, you're injured? As Atli looked at Dominic with a complex expression, he unexpectedly noticed black smoke emanating from a wound on Dominic's right arm. Upon hearing Atli's warning, Dominic turned to look at his arm and saw a small wound emitting necrotic energy, which was slowly corroding his flesh. Dominic, quickly expel the necrotic energy. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Atli's expression turned grave as he urgently urged Dominic. However, Dominic seemed indifferent, not fully realizing the gravity of the situation. He tried to channel his strength to expel the necrotic energy, but suddenly became serious. His strength couldn't push out the necrotic energy. Furthermore, his right arm was now numb, and the skin around the wound had turned black, spreading slowly. Why is this happening? Dominic's expression soured. Such a simple wound was turning into a serious issue? Necrotic energy is formed from deathly aura, much like the spirit energy we use for cultivation. Necrotic energy is vital for the inhabitants of the Nether realm, but to us, it's a deadly poison. Moreover, there's no antidote for this poison. Once discovered too late, you'll turn from a living person into a mindless zombie, controlled by darkness. Atli stepped forward, using his sharp fox claws to cut away the corrupted flesh around the wound, while explaining the dangers of necrotic energy. Throughout the process, Dominic felt no pain whatsoever. Even after Atli removed the necrotic flesh, Dominic still felt nothing. However, black blood started oozing from the wound, indicating that the necrotic energy had already invaded the bone. Seeing the severity, Atli gritted his teeth and said to Dominic, "The necrotic energy has seeped too deep. You might lose your arm." So serious? Dominic was visibly shocked. Losing an arm over a tiny wound? You can't hesitate. If the necrotic energy reaches your organs, you'll be completely netherfied. At that point, losing an arm will be the least of your worries. Atli was dead serious. This was a matter of life and death for Dominic, and it needed immediate action. Dominic's face darkened. Losing an arm was an enormous price to pay. But before he could decide, Atli lifted his hand, preparing to sever Dominic's arm with his sharp claws. "Brother, what are you doing?" Just as Dominic's arm was about to be severed, Lindsay arrived with Paula, stopping Atli just in time. "Inger, don't be ridiculous. I'm saving Dominic." Atli, angered by Lindsay's interference, pushed her aside and prepared to sever Dominic's arm again. "Hold it." At this critical moment, Paula suddenly stepped forward, blocking Atli. Atli clenched his teeth in frustration. "Let me try," Paula said oddly, then turned to examine the wound on Dominic's arm. "Junior brother, let me take a look." Paula nodded to Dominic and gently placed her hand on his wounded arm. Dominic was puzzled. What was Paula trying to do? Atli and Lindsay were equally confused, fearing she might delay Dominic's treatment. Chariot, the moment Paula pressed her hand on the wound, the hidden necrotic energy in Dominic's flesh rapidly flowed into her palm. "Is this?" Atli was stunned. Seeing this, he seemed to understand. Paula, being the daughter of the Nether King, absorbing some necrotic energy was no problem. SSSS. As the necrotic energy was extracted, Dominic suddenly felt intense pain in his arm. The wound, which had been flowing with black blood, turned a fresh red. Seeing her success, Paula smiled and asked Dominic, "Junior brother, how do you feel?" "Sherry's much better. Luckily you're here, sister, or I'd have lost my arm." Dominic nodded, smiling, glancing at Atli with mixed feelings, grateful for Paula's timely arrival. Atli's face flushed. He had only acted in Dominic's best interest. "All's well that ends well. We should leave this place immediately. If those Nether soldiers return, we won't be so lucky again." Paula, reassured, noted the lingering necrotic energy around them and reminded Dominic of the possible danger. "Senior sister is right. Let's go now." Dominic nodded, gesturing to Atli, then they quickly took off into the sky. Just as Dominic and the others disappeared into the horizon, a figure appeared atop the peak, none other than the long-vanished demon Lord Abraham. Abraham's presence exuded even greater power, his icy gaze following Dominic and the group. The secret realm gate is almost open. Killing Dominic can only be postponed until after they leave here, Abraham grumbled, knowing that Atli's presence made immediate action impossible. In the main hall of Tianlong Academy, Saint Izzy's appearance had grown old and frail. Sitting on his throne, he gazed worriedly at the 5 pavilion masters below him. Wu Pavilion Master Edgar, who betrayed Dominic in Bisui City, had since fallen into the hands of Bisui City's lord, and his fate remained unknown despite numerous attempts to locate him. Saint, it's been almost 3 years. How many of our disciples have died at the hands of the 3 major families? Indeed, Saint. The other 2 academies have repeatedly attacked us, stealing 3 spiritual minds and killing over a dozen of Dao Pavilion's disciples. How long must we endure this humiliation? If this continues, our Tianlong Academy will be destroyed. Is there no solution to this predicament? The Pavilion Masters voiced their anger and frustration. Over the past 3 years, each of them had suffered considerable injuries. Whenever Tianjun Academy students ventured outside the academy, they were mysteriously ambushed, with the less fortunate left crippled or killed. Now, within the academy, fear spread among all ranks. Within 3 short years, Tianjun Academy had lost over 100 disciples, and many fearful ones never returned. Only half of the original number remained. The root cause of all these calamities traced back to Dominic, who had entered the Heavenly Cave. During the martial assembly, Dominic killed members of the 3 major families, infuriating both Elven Academy and Hongjun Academy, as well as the elders of the secret realm. Due to Dominic's whereabouts being unknown within the Heavenly Cave, these forces channeled their grievances toward Tianlong Academy. Even Emperor Kramer of the Heavenly Phoenix Dynasty seized the opportunity to suppress Tianlong Academy, restricting its members' access to various cities. Tianlong Academy was now utterly isolated, with their only ally, the Nangong family, remaining silent, leaving Saint Izzy at his wits' end. Saint Izzy. Based on timing, Dominic and the others should have long emerged from the Heavenly Cave by now. But it's been 3 years. Have they perished? Sword Pavilion Master Derek, whose temples had turned gray and carried a scar on his right cheek, gazed at Saint Izzy, his features etched with exhaustion. I haven't misjudged anyone. Dominic isn't someone destined for a short life. Saint Izzy waved his hand, weary and dejected, worrying whether the academy could hold on until Dominic's return. Derek clenched his jaw. He didn't believe Dominic would meet such a fate either. Saint? Elven Academy and Hongjun Academy have already sent word, giving us 3 days to dissolve Tianlong Academy, or we will bear the consequences. Dao Pavilion Master Amaric's expression was grave. He hadn't wanted to add to the existing troubles, but this matter concerning the survival of Tianlong Academy had to be decided by Saint Izzy. What? Elven Academy and Hongjun Academy are bullying us. How despicable. They want to trample on us completely. The other Pavilion Masters were all enraged upon hearing this. Giving them 3 days to dissolve Tianlong Academy. Wasn't this akin to a declaration of total annihilation? Saint Izzy frowned deeply. Such actions from the other 2 major academies were within his expectations. Saint? What are you thinking? Are you really going to let Tianlong Academy dissolve? Emeric was quite furious. He couldn't understand what Saint Izzy intended to do. With others bullying right up to their doorstep, the saint showed no reaction, as if planning to give up. I have my own arrangements. Pass down the order that everyone is not to leave the academy for the next 3 days. Izzy's face remained stern as he cast a cold glance at Emeric below before giving instructions to convey his orders. This? The 5 Pavilion Masters were stunned. Their saint had chosen to hunker down without any clear stance or decision. Was he planning to let them perish passively? Dismissed. Izzy showed visible displeasure and waved to shoo everyone away. Though unhappy, the 5 Pavilion Masters didn't dare defy Izzy's wishes and left in frustration. After the Pavilion Masters departed from the main hall, Izzy closed his eyes and began to calculate with a finger. If my calculations are correct, there should be a turning point within 3 days. Could it be? Is the Heavenly Cave opening in these few days? Izzy suddenly opened his eyes, his expression grave as he spoke of the opportunity that could turn the tide. Saint. Just as Izzy was furrowing his brows and calculating the timeline, Butler hurriedly entered the hall in a panic. What is it that needs such urgency? Izzy's demeanor shifted slightly as he looked at Butler approaching him. Saint. The Dongfang family and the Kirk family have sent people to forcibly breach our Tianlong Academy's gates. Butler's face was tense as he clasped his fists and reported to Izzy. Chapter 229. Inescapable calamity, relief arrives. At the Tianlong Hall, Butler suddenly reported that the Dongfang family and the Kirk family had sent people to break into the academy's gate, causing Saint Izzy's expression to darken. Calamity within a calamity? Is heaven trying to destroy the Tianlong Academy? Izzy's face was grim. He had tied the fortune of the Tianlong Academy with Dominic, hoping to secure a bright future for the academy. However, due to Dominic being in the heavenly abyss, the calamity fell upon the academy, leading to repeated misfortunes. He had hoped that after enduring these 3 days, they could turn things around. But the sudden appearance of the Dongfang and Kirk families was beyond his expectations. Saint, what should we do? Our forces can't hold against these 2 powerful families. Should we seek help from Special Envoy Court? Butler's expression was tense. The 2 families' sudden intrusion clearly aimed to destroy the Tianlong Academy and avenge their lost kin. Court? Don't count on him. Saint Izzy shook his head. With the Tianlong Academy's weakening fortunes, no one could be relied upon. Where is Saint Izzy? Before Izzy could make a decision, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the hall. It's the Dongfang family. Butler's expression changed drastically as he quickly turned towards the door, seeing Shaw leaning on a cane, leading a group into the courtyard. Shaw was the old patriarch whose legs were crippled by Dominic during the Heavenly Martial Conference. He should have been in a wheelchair, but somehow the Dongfang family found a way for him to stand again. Due to his mobility issues, he still needed a cane. Following the arrival of the Dongfang family, the Kirk family appeared at the Tianlong Hall. Leading the Kirk family was an elderly man with a goatee and white hair. His aura was restrained, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Sage Realm. His name was Kurt Tianli. Saint Izzy's expression darkened as he stared at the crowds from both families outside. He gave a slight smile and said, "You are our guests. Please come inside and speak." Hearing Izzy's invitation, Xia and Kurt Tianli stepped directly into the hall, sitting on either side while coldly facing Izzy from below. Butler, standing in the hall, felt extremely uneasy at the sight of the hostile visitors from both families and didn't dare speak. "What brings you here today?" Izzy regained his composure, looking down at Xia and Kurt Tianli. "Saint Izzy, let's not mince words. Dominic killed our Dongfang family heir and crippled me. This incident has passed, yet the Tianlong Academy hasn't given us an answer. Isn't this excessive?" Xia frowned, glaring at Izzy accusingly. "And the Kirk family. Although the murderer is Dominic, he is your disciple. As saint of the Tianlong Academy, you bear responsibility for your disciple's actions." Kurt Tianli followed up, blaming Izzy for indulging Dominic. "Do you still have any shame? My junior acted honorably at the Heavenly Martial Conference when he fought your children. If they were not skilled enough, it was their own fault for challenging him." Butler angrily interjected, unable to tolerate their baseless accusations. The conference was meant to be a fair fight. "Outrageous." Xia flew into a rage, striking out at Butler with a palm strike from afar. Butler's expression changed, but he didn't back down. Just as he prepared to intercept, Saint Izzy waved a hand from above. Whoosh! Xia's attack dissipated into the wind. Butler glanced up at Izzy, who glared at him before he bowed and retreated. "Xia, my tolerance doesn't extend to your unruly behavior in my Tianlong Academy. If not for my principle of peace, would you even walk out alive?" Saint Izzy's anger was palpable as he reprimanded Xia. "A principle of peace? How do you plan to resolve this matter, Saint Izzy?" Xia's cheeks flushed slightly, knowing that Izzy was more powerful than he. 3 days. I'll personally give your family an answer in 3 days. How does that sound?" Saint Izzy chose restraint, not because he was weak, but knowing the academy must endure this calamity. "Ridiculous. Are you treating us like children? One life for another, one debt for another. It's only right. Without Dominic, all of Tianlong Academy will pay." Kurt Tianli stood up furiously, revealing his true intentions. The current strength of the Tianlong Academy paled in comparison to its past. They knew it was now a shell of its former self, and they had confirmed that Muhammad Saint was dead, leaving only Izzy. Why fear anymore? Izzy's face darkened. If not for his character, Kurt Tianli wouldn't be standing there. Don't overestimate yourself. Even a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even if the Tianlong Academy is declining, it cannot be trampled by small families like yours. Izzy rose, emitting a half-step Taoist realm aura. Kurt Tianli's expression changed, gritting his teeth as he looked at Xia, who nodded coldly. "Ah." Before Izzy could react, cries of agony came from outside the hall. "No good." Butler rushed to the entrance, only to see chaos outside. Members of the two families were fighting academy disciples, and heavily armored soldiers were advancing up the mountain. Is this the Heavenly Phoenix Imperial Army? Butler realized the true mastermind behind the assault was Emperor Kramer of the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Saint Izzy's eyes blazed with fury. How could Emperor Kramer act so hastily? Haha. Saint Izzy, don't you see how abandoned the Tianlong Academy is? To blame is your choice of disciple, Dominic. Now it's time for heavenly wrath. The Tianlong Academy will be flattened. Xia laughed uncontrollably. Seeing the Imperial forces storm the academy, how could Izzy turn the tide? Humph. While I live, your despicable plans won't succeed. Izzy rushed outside, but Kurt Tianli and Xia blocked him. Their mission was to detain Saint Izzy and the 6 pavilion masters. The Emperor orders, all Tianlong Academy disciples shall be slain without mercy. Outside, a soldier commander shouted, conveying the Emperor's decree. No, I don't want to die. Smoke and blood filled the air. The 5 pavilion masters were engaged by family elites, leaving them unable to fend off the Imperial troops. Defend the academy to the death. Charge. Butler led his fellow disciples into battle, fighting desperately against overwhelming odds. Within moments, the mountain top was drenched in blood. Disciples fell one by one, and some fled in terror. Meanwhile, Izzy struggled against Xia and Kurt Tianli, unable to aid his people. 10 miles away on another mountain peak, Emperor Kramer sat in his wheelchair, watching the destruction unfold. You brought this upon yourselves. Because you allowed Dominic to cripple me and steal my dragon pearl, don't blame me for my ruthless actions. Kramer clenched his teeth, glaring fiercely. Father, aren't we going too far? Translation ends. What if Dominic is still alive and finds out how we treated the Tianlong Academy? This might. Standing behind Emperor Kramer, Third Prince Chris approached with a grave expression, intending to remind Kramer. Ridiculous. Your elder brother won't let him return alive. You are troubling me with these concerns. Kramer cast a sidelong glance at Chris, revealing a sneer of disdain. He knew that once inside the heavenly abyss, Dominic would never come back alive. His son Fiki had already been in contact with people from the xuanhuan sect, and with their assistance, Dominic stood no chance of survival. Beside him, Chris's expression was peculiar, but he remained silent, turning to look at Darnell standing behind him. Seeing Chris nodding at him, Darnell did not speak. Instead, he bowed respectfully and immediately withdrew. Leaving the mountaintop, Darnell entered the dense forest. Looking around cautiously to ensure no one was nearby, he said aloud, "You can all come out now." At his voice, a group of black-clad figures suddenly emerged from the jungle. These masked individuals all possessed cultivations at the 9th stage of the celestial phenomenon realm and had undergone rigorous training. There were 72 of them in total, answering only to Darnell and loyal to Third Prince Chris. His Highness orders you to assist the Tianlong Academy in weathering this disaster. Remember, do not reveal your identities, Darnell instructed with a furrowed brow. Understood. After receiving the order, The black-clad men saluted Darnell with clasped fists and swiftly dispersed into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Tianlong Academy, carnage reigned supreme. The Imperial Army, leveraging its numerical superiority, had already inflicted heavy casualties among the Academy disciples. Butler, engaged in combat with many soldiers, had been struck multiple times on his back, his body drenched in blood. Seeing fellow disciples falling one after another, Butler was enraged. Ignoring his wounds, he plunged into the enemy ranks alone, unleashing sword chi to slaughter mercilessly. However, just as the situation seemed hopeless and the Academy couldn't hold back the Imperial forces, a group of black-clad figures suddenly charged up from the base of the mountain, cutting through the Imperial troops. Plop, plop. These black-clad fighters attacked viciously, each strike lethal, quickly causing chaos among the Imperial forces and carving a bloody path for the Academy disciples. Someone is helping us? Witnessing the black-clad figures aiding them against the Imperial forces, Butler was elated. He shouted to the remaining disciples, "Brothers, attack!" Chapter 230. A ray of hope from the skies. The Tianlong Academy was filled with cries and slaughter. The appearance of the black-clothed figures gave the Academy's disciples a glimmer of hope. Led by Butler, they cooperated with the black-clothed figures to launch a counterattack against the Imperial Army. In the chaos of battle, the Imperial Army was thoroughly disarrayed, unable to maintain formation. These sudden black-clothed figures were agile and ruthless, each one a highly trained professional assassin. They dispatched enemies like slicing vegetables, causing panic among the Imperial troops who scattered in every direction, some even abandoning their armor. Butler, bloodthirsty, led over 100 Academy members in this desperate counterattack. The sky painted red with blood, bodies strewn everywhere. Seeing the turn of events, the 5 pavilion masters felt a surge of renewed vigor, unburdened and now more aggressive. On a hill 10 miles outside the Academy, Emperor Kramer suddenly noticed large numbers of soldiers retreating from the Academy. He could no longer sit idly by. What's happening? Who ordered them to retreat? Kramer sensed something was wrong and turned to Chris beside him, ordering, "Send someone immediately to find out why they're withdrawing from the Tianlong Academy." "Sherry's, Your Majesty." Chris, aware of the situation but pretending not to know, turned and descended the hill. "Sir, our people have already acted." Darnell, standing at the base of the hill, quickly approached as Chris came down. "I know," Chris nodded, his expression becoming complex as he looked at the distant Tianlong Academy. "We helped the Tianlong Academy once, but it doesn't mean we'll do it again." "Why did you help them, going against the Emperor?" Darnell frowned, puzzled. "I'm also taking a gamble. I heard that the secret realm will open tomorrow. If Dominic is still alive, his power must be far beyond what it was. If I help him protect the Tianlong Academy, do you think he will be grateful?" Chris, his expression grave, explained his reasons to Darnell. "Given Dominic's character, he definitely would be grateful to you. But what if he doesn't return?" Darnell felt a shock hearing this. Chris's actions to win over Dominic showed his deep strategizing, beyond Darnell's understanding. If Dominic doesn't come back, the Tianlong Academy has no value. And I wouldn't mind having known Dominic and fulfilled my duty as a friend. Chris stood with one hand behind his back, turning to look at his father, Emperor Kramer, with a cold gleam in his eyes. Chris's words left Darnell feeling appreciative. Regardless of Chris's true intentions, helping the Tianlong Academy was an act of utmost benevolence. "All right, inform our people. It's time to withdraw." Chris withdrew his gaze and instructed Darnell before climbing back up the hill. After some time, Chris returned to the hilltop, while Kramer sat restlessly. "What's happening?" Kramer anxiously asked upon Chris's return. "Your Majesty, your son has learned that a group of black-clothed figures assisted the Tianlong Academy against us, causing heavy losses." Chris bowed respectfully and reported. "What? How can this be? Who dared to ruin my plans?" Kramer was furious and raged when he heard this. Chariot, after much thought, he couldn't figure out who would dare oppose him. "Father, could it be related to the Nangong family?" To deflect suspicion, Chris directed attention towards the Nangong family. "The Nangong family?" Kramer's expression changed, but after a moment, he shook his head. "They've never interacted with the Tianlong Academy, so it's definitely not them." Kramer knew well that the relationship between the Nangong family and the Tianlong Academy depended entirely on Dominic. With Dominic not returning, the Nangong family wouldn't risk opposing the Algernon Empire or the other major families. Thus, Kramer concluded that there must be another party involved. Chris remained silent, making no further comments. "Sire." Suddenly, a soldier rushed to the hilltop, kneeling before Kramer. "Your Majesty, the palace sent word that the secret realm has opened early. The 3 elders have instructed you to return immediately." "The secret realm opened early?" Kramer's expression shifted, the unexpected event unsettling him. "Order a retreat, and head back to the palace," he commanded Chris. "Sherry's, Your Majesty," Chris agreed, equally anxious about the early opening. In Tiangwu City, at the Imperial Palace, in the secret garden, elders Evan, Biff, and the 3rd elder watched the black vortex in the sky with grave expressions. It exuded a deathly aura. This is Inchi? It must be coming from the Tiancut? Inchi indicates that Minji hasn't faded. That's why it entered here, Biff deduced, furrowing his brows. If Inchi can come through, it means the entrance to Tiancut has been opened. But why haven't we seen anyone return? It might take time. If anyone survived, they'd sense the summoning force and come toward the exit. Evan tried to reassure the others, but was also uneasy. After over an hour passed with no one appearing, the elders grew impatient. Just then, the vortex expanded rapidly, and a figure emerged before them. "Who are you?" The elders were taken aback. The man held a longbow, handsome, but clearly not Dominic or Fiki. "My identity is none of your concern," replied Ian of the Divine Archery sect, indifferent to the elders' questions and turning to leave. "Halt!" The 3 elders moved to apprehend him. Boom! As they approached, a powerful force erupted from Ian, sending all 3 elders flying back. He's incredibly strong. At least at the 6th Tribulation Realm. Evan and Biff were astonished by Ian's formidable strength and hesitated to act further. Ian shot a cold glance at them, then leaped into the air and vanished. Who is this young man? So powerful at such a young age. Biff admired yet feared Ian might be a creature from Tiancut. Have any of you seen my son Yuandong return? Emperor Kramer arrived swiftly with Chris. Not yet, Evan gritted his teeth, watching the entrance to Tiancut uneasily. None returned? Kramer's face darkened, feeling even more uneasy. Suddenly, thunder roared inside the vortex, and it vanished without warning. The exit closed on its own? Is it over? No one returned. Kramer and the 3 elders exchanged worried glances. The closure of the Tiancut exit marked the end of the ordeal. Did everyone inside die? No. This cannot be. Yuandong is a Saint Yuan sect disciple. There's no way he died in Tiancut. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone, structure, and ensuring coherence with the storyline. Emperor Kramer was enraged and could not accept this reality. Your Majesty? Could eldest brother have returned to the Saint Yuan sect? Chris asked, his brows furrowed, deliberately reminding Kramer. This is highly possible. Biff nodded in agreement with Chris's suggestion. Though there were multiple entrances to Tiancut, they all led to the same place. It was entirely possible that Fiki had used one of these passages to return to the Saint Yuan sect. Yuandong must have returned to the Saint Yuan sect. I will immediately contact them. Yuhua, hurry and escort me back to the palace. Kramer saw a glimmer of hope and wasted no time in instructing Chris to return him to the palace to urgently verify with the Saint Yuan sect. Chris nodded and, as he left, gave a glance to the 3 elders and nodded at them before pushing his father Kramer away. Humph, we've wasted our time for nothing. Evan was displeased, feeling frustrated after waiting so long only to be disappointed. Judging by Elder Lee's reaction, you must have been expecting Dominic quite highly? Biff couldn't help but ask, noticing Evan's disappointed expression. That Dominic, although he irked me, indeed has potential. Were you not waiting for him too, Elder Zhou? Despite his frustration, Evan had to admit Dominic possessed extraordinary talent. Him? Biff chuckled and shook his head. He had intended to extend an olive branch to Dominic, but Dominic had held himself in high regard and didn't take the Tianshui sect seriously. In truth, Biff had been waiting for Alicia, but the result was the same. Both attempts turned out futile. Meanwhile, far away from Tiangwu City, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and strong winds began to rage. Amidst the thunder and lightning in the sky, a vortex appeared out of nowhere, spewing out vast amounts of yin qi, causing darkness over 100 miles around. Ah! At that moment, a woman's scream echoed through the air. Soon after, 3 figures plummeted from the vortex. Splash, splash, splash. The 3 individuals, falling from the sky, landed precisely in a river, sending water splashing and creating significant waves. Ugh. After a considerable amount of time underwater, one man surfaced first, drenched like a wet rat, utterly disheveled. Chapter 231. Ready to perish with the academy. Rushing water. 3 figures swam towards the riverbank, their clothes soaked through as if they had been caught in a heavy downpour, looking extremely disheveled. If the elders of the mystic realm were to see these 3, they would be utterly shocked. For the 3 individuals whom they had anxiously awaited had not perished in the sky cavern, but had returned to the heavenly Phoenix dynasty through another passage. In reality, the entrance and exit of the sky cavern were only within the imperial palace. The reason Dominic and the others had deviated from the palace was because Dominic requested Alice to tamper with their path. Haha, we're back. Alicia, after climbing ashore, saw the surrounding mountains and clear waters under the bright sun. Feeling the breath of nature, couldn't help but laugh aloud. Junior brother, should we return to the academy now, or head for Tianwu City? Seeing Alicia as joyous as a child, Paula couldn't help but smile and ask Dominic. Dominic glanced around to discern their location, yet this place seemed familiar to him. Senior sister? Isn't this the direction leading to Bisui City? Dominic furrowed his brows and turned to ask Paula. Bisui City? Paula was startled and hastily examined the surroundings before nodding slightly. You're right. Over that mountain ahead lies Bisui City. This is also where we met Ian. Bisui City isn't far from Tianwu City. Why don't you both come back to the Nangong family with me? Alicia's expression turned peculiar as she approached Dominic and grabbed his arm. Seeing Alicia pulling on Dominic, Paula felt uncomfortable. She stepped forward, pushed Alicia's hand away, and stood between her and Dominic. Apologies, we've been away from the academy for too long. My junior brother and I should return to the Tianlong Academy immediately, so we can't escort you back. Paula refused on Dominic's behalf without giving him a chance to speak. She remembered clearly that Basil and Izzy had an agreement. If Dominic could safely return Alicia, they would immediately arrange their marriage. Therefore, she wouldn't let Dominic put himself in such a position. You. Alicia was furious, her face flushed red as she glared at Paula. After gritting her teeth, she smiled bitterly. Fine. It's not like it can't wait. I'll go back to the Nangong family first and prepare. Prepare what? Dominic was confused. Alicia's words hinted at something else. Oh, nothing. Dominic? Let's take our leave. We'll meet again soon. Alicia smiled tightly, bade farewell to Dominic, and then left abruptly into the sky. Senior sister? Why is she so happy? Dominic was puzzled. He felt there was something odd about Alicia's joyful departure. Never mind. Junior brother? Let's go. Paula, facing Dominic, bit her lip viciously and then composed herself before speaking calmly. Dominic touched his nose, sensing that Paula had something on her mind. Let's go. Paula's heart was already in turmoil. The more Dominic stared at her, the more uncomfortable she felt, so she dragged him along. They were now Dao realm experts, capable of traversing hundreds of miles in a single thought. Tianlong Academy. After the life and death battle, the academy lay in ruins, collapsed mountains, bodies strewn everywhere, presenting a scene of utter devastation. Inside the Tianlong Hall, Sage Izzy sat atop the dais, his old face pale and haggard, filled with seething anger. The 5 pavilion masters, seated on either side of the hall, brimmed with murderous intent, clenching their teeth in silence. Outside the hall, Butler and over 100 disciples, bruised and battered, gathered in the courtyard, hanging their heads in dejection. While the Tianlong Academy had won the battle, the cost was enormous. Hundreds of disciples had fallen under the royal army's onslaught. The losses severely weakened the academy, plunging its remaining members into despair and distrust. Sage? For thousands of years, when has our Tianlong Academy suffered such humiliation? That accursed Kramer, allied with 2 great families, sought to destroy us. Please lead us to attack the Imperial Palace and slay Kramer. Derek, the master of Sword Pavilion, unable to swallow his anger, implored Sage Izzy. Heaven Pavilion Master, your plan is overly simplistic. Though Kramer is now a cripple, he still surrounds himself with numerous skilled fighters. Inside the palace are 3 mystic elders. Even I would struggle to prevail, Izzy said grimly. Izzy wasn't unaware of the desire for vengeance. However, the current state of the Tianlong Academy lacked the strength to exact revenge. Their situation was dire, and seeking retribution was beyond them. Derek was infuriated. As one of the 3 major academies, the Tianlong Academy had fallen to the point where they had to endure such humiliation. Emeric, master of Dao Pavilion, looked at Sage Izzy above, and then at the few remaining disciples outside, shaking his head sorrowfully. If things continued this way, the academy would dissolve by itself. It was only a matter of time. The tree falling, monkeys scatter. This saying holds true. Whether it's Sword Pavilion, Dao Pavilion, or Martial Pavilion, many talented disciples have defected to the other 2 academies. In my opinion, it might be better to disband the academy early. Cash, master of Artifact Pavilion, declared angrily. The masters of Alchemy Pavilion and Talisman Pavilion, while not voicing their opinions openly, shared Cash's sentiments. Enduring further insults and frustration didn't seem worth it. Disbanding would save everyone's time. Sage Izzy's face reddened with indignation at Cash's frankness, but couldn't refute it. Sage Izzy present? Just as Izzy clenched his jaw in frustration, a thunderous voice sounded from outside the hall. What? The 5 pavilion masters changed expressions instantly, quickly standing up and looking toward the entrance. Is that Sage Gallagher from Stevieling Academy and Sage Burton from Hongjun Academy? The appearance of the sages from the other 2 major academies filled the pavilion masters with dread, an ominous sign. Sage Izzy's face was as cold as ice, realizing that Gallagher and Burton were here to gloat. Izzy brother, long time no see. Are you well? Sage Gallagher entered first, casting a cold glance at the 5 pavilion masters before greeting Izzy respectfully. Very well, thanks for asking, Izzy replied icily, showing no intention of rising to greet them. Izzy brother, we heard of the trouble at Tianlong Academy and came to offer assistance. But, it seems we've arrived a bit late, Burton feigned sympathy, entering the hall with a bow. Hypocrisy. Derek spat out angrily at their false concern. Fury brought punishment. At Derek's words, Burton shot him a cold glare, causing him to clutch his chest in agony, spewing blood and stumbling backwards several steps. You, Derek fumed, glaring at Burton, but unable to muster enough spirit energy due to his severe injuries. Too much. Cash was enraged, stepping forward and hurling a divine artifact at Burton. Overestimating yourself. Burton sneered, waving his hand, and the incoming divine artifact turned around and flew back at Cash. Cash's eyes widened as he struggled to block the returning artifact. Thud. Unable to withstand it, Cash was struck in the chest by his own weapon, spouting a stream of blood and flying backward. The other pavilion masters paled, knowing that with their strength, they were no match for Burton and had to bear the humiliation. Tianlong Academy has truly declined. Izzy brother, the doors of Hongjun Academy will always be open for you. If you wish, you may join us and enjoy equal status with me. What do you say? Burton coldly proposed. Izzy brother, I haven't harmed anyone. If you're willing, you and all of Tianlong Academy can join Stevieling Academy, sharing our fate together. Gallagher smirked, deliberately sowing discord to ingratiate himself with Izzy. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to absorb Tianlong Academy and recruit Izzy into their ranks. Recognizing their true colors, Sage Izzy burned with rage. Outrageous. I, Izzy, cannot rely on others or associate with the likes of you two. Both of you can save your breath. The Tianlong Academy would rather all perish in battle than beg for mercy from your academies. Izzy laughed in anger, his eyes blazing like fire, immediately dispelling any foolish hopes they might have had. Haha. Izzy, you have spirit, but the tide is against you. Can you bear to see everyone in the academy perish for you? From what I understand, there are only a few disciples left in the Tianlong Academy. As a sage, don't you want to secure a future for them? Gallagher laughed loudly, openly mocking Izzy for being selfish and indifferent to the lives of his disciples. Izzy, you shouldn't wait any longer. I've heard that the Sky Cavern has already opened, and no one has returned. Even if our 2 academies take no action, Emperor Kramer of the Heavenly Phoenix Dynasty will ensure the Tianlong Academy's name is erased. Burton narrowed his eyes coldly. At this point, he saw no need to spare Izzy's feelings, wanting him to fully accept this harsh reality. That's impossible. How could the Sky Cavern open early? Burton, you're lying to me on purpose. Izzy's expression changed dramatically as he stood up angrily, glaring at Burton. The deed is done. Why deceive yourself? My information comes directly from the palace. Your last hope is shattered. Wouldn't it be better to face reality sooner? Burton shook his head. He saw no reason to make things more complicated over this. Izzy, now you have only 2 choices. Watch the Tianlong Academy disappear, or merge with our academies. Gallagher's old face darkened, signaling an ultimatum. If Izzy continued to refuse, the only outcome would be destruction. The 5 pavilion masters looked grim, knowing that with the Sky Cavern already opened and Dominic and Paula not returning, their Their last glimmer of hope was gone. Izzy, seated on the dais, looked gravely concerned. Could it be that they truly were out of options? Izzy Sage, the Sword Pavilion is willing to stand with the Academy until the end. Derek glared hatefully at Burton and Gallagher, declaring his resolve through gritted teeth. However, Emeric, Josiah, and the other pavilion masters remained silent. Everyone had their own path to choose, and with the situation so dire, they didn't wish to ruin their own futures. Dominic, Carla, willing to stand with the Academy until the end. Just as the hall fell into an uneasy silence, two figures suddenly appeared from outside. Chapter 232. All eyes on the Saint Slayer. What? Dominic is still alive? Voices rang out, and Burton and Gallagher inside the hall were visibly shocked. They quickly turned to look behind them. Dominic and Paula appeared with fierce expressions, their auras mighty as they walked into the center of the hall and bowed upward to Burke. Derek and the other pavilion masters were overjoyed to see Dominic and Paula return safely. Even St. Burke smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Good, it was worth waiting for you both so long." Hearing Burke's words, Dominic and Paula's expressions slightly changed, but realizing that the Tianlong Academy was now facing the crisis of extermination, they knew what they must do. This can't be possible. Who are you two? Gallagher refused to believe it. He had reliable information from the palace that no one returned from the Sky Cavern. Thus, he speculated that these Dominic and Paula before him must be imposters. Burton's face turned grim. How could he not detect the cultivation levels of Dominic and Paula when they entered the hall? Dominic frowned and coldly glanced at Gallagher, saying, "In our Tianlong Academy, outsiders have no right to wreak havoc here." Bang! Instantly, Gallagher's knees hit the ground as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated and powerless to resist. How is this possible? Seeing Gallagher pale and unable to speak due to pain, Burton was horrified, realizing the disaster looming ahead. Want to escape? Paula turned around just in time to see Burton fleeing towards the exit. In an instant, she blocked his path at the door. Burton's expression drastically changed as he attacked Paula, gritting his teeth. Paula smirked, raising her hand and unleashing a sword chi that pierced through the air. Puff! Burton, trying in vain, was struck through his right shoulder by the sword chi, spitting blood as he flew backward. So powerful. The 5 pavilion masters were greatly startled by how easily Paula inflicted serious injuries on Burton with just a wave of her hand. St. Burke stroked his beard, knowing that Dominic and Paula had undergone transformative changes after the Sky Cavern trip. With his own half-step Dao Realm strength, he couldn't gauge their levels, proving his decision was correct. Gallagher and Burton lost all ability to act, now like lambs awaiting slaughter, completely devoid of their earlier arrogance. Saint, what do you plan to do with these two? Dominic faced Burke, seeking his judgment. Those who offend our Tianlong Academy shall be killed without mercy. Burke stared coldly. His former timidity vanished with the returning good fortune. Burke brother, please show mercy. Burke brother, we are old friends. Why must we go to extremes? Gallagher and Burton begged pitifully upon learning that Burke intended to kill them. Humph, you two hypocrites, no better than rats. When our academy declined, you came to add insult to injury, forcing me to submit to you. What kind of friendship is that? Burke sneered. Today, the Tianlong Academy was no longer what it once was. With Dominic and Paula's return, it was time for the academy to regain its glory. Do you fear a war between academies? Seeing Burke showed no mercy, Burton threatened loudly. Fear? Our Tianlong Academy has no need to associate with petty individuals and fears nothing from anyone in the world. Sword Pavilion Master Derek stepped forward, a killing aura emanating from him. With a swift gesture, a sword chi slashed towards Burton. Thud. Blood sprayed into the sky, and Burton's head dropped to the ground. Kneeling, Gallagher was drenched in sweat, filled with regret for ever coming to the Tianlong Academy. Burke brother, can we, as old friends, let me live? I'll agree to any conditions if you spare me. Fearful and cowardly, Gallagher pleaded tearfully. You may live. Make your Stevian Ling Academy submit to ours. Can you agree to that? Burke scowled, despising Gallagher's pitiful state and deliberately challenging him. But, I am only one of the saints of the Stevian Ling Academy. Such matters aren't something I alone can decide. Your hesitation is refusal? Refusal means death. Cash, master of the Artifact Pavilion, saw Gallagher's silence and approached, producing an iron hammer. Boom. With one swing, the hammer shattered Gallagher's head. Though brutal, it left everyone in the hall feeling relieved. Saint, have we considered the consequences of our actions? The Stevian Ling Academy and Burton's Academy will surely send their strong ones to destroy our Tianlong Academy if they find out. Emeric, master of the Dao Pavilion, realized the gravity of the situation after killing the two saints. The repercussions were unimaginable. Lu Pavilion Master, does that mean we should continue to be trampled and beg from the other two academies forever? Derek looked at Emeric menacingly. I killed them along with He Pavilion Master. Why should you worry, Lu Pavilion Master? If those academies come, the two of us will take responsibility. But are you really part of our Tianlong Academy? Cash frowned, disliking Emeric's reluctance during crises. Now Emeric was the first to raise issues? Derek, Cash, you killed other academy saints. How can the two of you possibly appease them? And I, Emeric, always think about the academy. Are you two truly thinking clearly? Emeric blushed with anger, no longer holding back. Enough. Now, our Tianlong Academy needs unity against external enemies, not internal conflict. St. Burke roared. Dominic and Paula's return brought immense hope to the academy. This was a crucial moment for its resurgence, and he wouldn't allow internal strife. Derek and Cash glared at Emeric, but said nothing more. Emeric felt embarrassed, especially since Dominic and Paula were Sword Pavilion disciples, which made him feel inferior. Dominic and Paula stood aside, unsure of the current state of the academy, but determined to stand by it through thick and thin. All right, Immediately send people to remove the bodies and clean up. Burke gave orders and dismissed the 5 pavilion masters. Dominic and Paula saw their master off and then knelt before Burke. Saint, if you have any instructions, we will do everything in our power to protect the academy. Hearing this, Burke felt content. His efforts in aiding Dominic finally paid off. Now tell me, what happened in the Sky Cavern? And what level have you reached? Burke smiled, curious about their experiences. He gestured for them to rise. At Prince Chris's residence in Tianwu City, the night was hazy. Prince Chris stood by the window in his study, frowning deeply as he gazed at the stars. Today, he received news from the palace that the eldest Prince Fiki was not seen at Xuanhuan sect. Moreover, Fiki's spirit lamp there had gone out. A spirit lamp's extinguishing indicated death. Jared, if Fiki was dead, why hadn't Dominic returned? Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew, making the candle flicker. Blinded momentarily, Chris blinked and opened his eyes to find someone standing behind him. Li Yuxuan's expression drastically changed, and he hastily turned to look behind him. Upon seeing who had arrived, he said with some surprise, "You're back? This trip to the Sky Cavern, although I have regrets, my objective was achieved." The person who came was none other than Ian from Divine Arrow Sect. "That's good. Did you see Dominic in the Sky Cavern?" Seeing Ian return, Chris eagerly asked about Dominic's whereabouts. "I did." Ian nodded but didn't say more about Dominic. "Why didn't Dominic return then?" Chris frowned, thinking that Dominic should definitely come back. "It's impossible. If I could return, he couldn't possibly stay in the Sky Cavern." Ian was taken aback. Dominic's strength surpassed his own, and he had been quite formidable in the Sky Cavern. How could he not return? "You're so sure?" But the 3 elders from the palace secret realm didn't see Dominic return. Chris was doubtful. Ian's brows furrowed. This matter was beyond his explanation. "Was it you who killed Fiki?" Seeing Ian remain silent, Chris felt a bit disappointed but thought of Fiki's death and suspected Ian. "No. As far as I know, Fiki was killed by Demon Lord Abraham, also known as Princely Xuanhuan." Ian shook his head. He wasn't privy to all details, but he was certain it had nothing to do with Dominic. "What?" Chris was greatly shocked. Fiki killed Abdur? If his father knew, would he regret sending Fiki into the Sky Cavern? At that thought, Chris smiled. Now, within the entire empire, only he was most qualified to inherit the throne. "Third Prince? I plan to return to the Divine Arrow Sect. I came tonight to bid farewell." Seeing Chris fall silent, Ian clasped his fists and requested leave. "No way. Even if you must go, at least help me ascend the throne first." Li Yuxuan's expression changed slightly as he prevented Ian from returning to the Divine Arrow Sect. The first and second princes are both gone. The third prince inheriting the throne is just a matter of time. With or without me, it shouldn't make much difference. Ian's expression was strange as he looked at Chris with puzzlement. Chapter 233, Bone Extraction and Heavenly Wrath. "You think too simply." Prince Chris's face suddenly turned serious. With Crown Prince Abdur dead and Second Prince Fiki missing, it seemed he now had an overwhelming advantage. Now that the royal family was down to just him as the remaining prince, he was certain to be the heir apparent, appointed as Crown Prince. But Chris knew his father too well. Even a direct look at him seemed too much for the Emperor. In Emperor Kramer's heart, he was far inferior to Abdur and Fiki. Even if both were dead, Kramer wouldn't quickly name him successor. As long as Kramer lived, Chris would find no respite. Thus, Chris didn't want to wait any longer. Rather than endure helplessly, he'd rather take the initiative. He would surely inherit the throne naturally when the time came. Observing Chris's expression, Teddy seemed to have guessed his thoughts. "Third Prince, what do you wish me to do?" Teddy, who had been silent for a while, finally asked Chris. "The timing is not yet ripe. When the time comes, I will tell you," Chris replied, turning to look out the window into the night sky. His expression turned cold, his hands crossed behind his back in silence. Teddy frowned slightly. Seeing Chris hadn't elaborated, he didn't press further. Given his current strength, little within the Tianfeng imperial dynasty could concern him. However, at this moment, Darnell rushed back from outside to the study door and saluted. "Master, there's news. The Sage of Stevieling Academy, Gallagher, and the Sage of Hongjun Academy, Burton, have gone to Tainglong Academy." "Oh." Chris showed no change in expression but then regained composure, thinking Tainglong Academy was now of little value without Dominic. "Let them go. Without Dominic, Tainglong Academy has no value to me." Darnell looked grave. Although he wanted to help Tainglong Academy, his abilities were limited, especially under Chris's watchful eye, leaving him unable to act. Seeing Teddy inside, however, he hesitated momentarily before saying, "Master, I've heard that Sage Izzy of Tainglong Academy seems to be seriously injured." This caught Teddy's attention immediately. Chris frowned and glanced at Darnell. "What happened?" Teddy turned to ask Darnell. "Well?" Darnell wanted to explain but dared not speak with Chris present, only looking back at him nervously. "Third Prince, what's going on?" Teddy sensed something was off and turned to ask Chris. "Nothing much," Chris responded, adding, "The Dongfang and Kirk families confronted Tainglong Academy over the deaths of their kin at Dominic's hand. They had a confrontation." He omitted the part about sending troops. Darnell bowed his head, saying nothing more. Dongfang and Kirk families? Do they have Dao realm powerhouses? Teddy was puzzled. His grandfather Izzy was at the semi-Dao realm level, strong enough to match a first-stage Dao realm cultivator despite not fully breaking through. No one should be able to harm his grandfather unless Dao realm cultivators intervened. "They don't," Chris said. "But I heard your grandfather has an illness, which weakened him against those two families." The number of Dao realm experts in Tianfeng Empire was minimal. Shocked by the news of his grandfather's illness, Teddy clenched his teeth and respectfully told Chris, "Third Prince, I must visit Tainglong Academy. Farewell." He then turned and left. Watching Teddy leave, Darnell sighed in relief. "Did you plan this?" Chris suddenly asked, startling Darnell. "Master, it was just a passing remark. I didn't expect Teddy to react so strongly." Darnell laughed awkwardly. "Humph, Too clever by half. Chris saw through Darnell's intentions, snorting before dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Darnell's face flushed red, bowing deeply before exiting the study. In the underground chamber of the palace, Emperor Kramer sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the boiling magma below. Intense flames emitted formidable energy, the very heart fire of the earth, one of the 3 great fires of the world. Kramer, have you made your decision? At this moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere and addressed Kramer. Kramer looked grim, turning to see Evan, the Brogan of Secret Region, walking toward him. I've decided to restore my constitution. I don't care how sacrilegious it may be. Evan admired Kramer's resolve. Knowing Abdur was dead and Fiki missing, instead of considering Chris as heir, Kramer planned to rebuild his constitution and walk again. Rebuilding a ruined constitution was extraordinary. Thus, Kramer considered replacing it with his late father's constitution, the first Tianfeng emperor, whose Dao realm bones remained intact beneath the heart fire. Bone extraction is more torturous than death. Few can endure it. Moreover, your father's bones, immersed in heart fire for years, have absorbed its power. Implanted in you. If you can't suppress it, you'll be incinerated. Evan furrowed his brows. Kramer's plan was not only sacrilegious but a challenge against death itself. I've made up my mind. To live or die rests on success. If I cannot bear it, let Chris inherit the throne. Kramer clenched his teeth, determined. Very well, Evan agreed. Then I shall assist you. Without further ado, Evan summoned a short dagger and began stripping Kramer's flesh away, revealing the cruelty of the bone extraction process. Ah! The pain was excruciating. Kramer's screams echoed like a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled around him, yet Evan remained unmoved. In moments, all of Kramer's bones were removed, leaving him a heap of flesh on the ground. Using immense power, Evan protected Kramer's heart pulse and sealed his meridians before stripping the bones from the first Tianfeng Emperor's corpse and transplanting them piece by piece into Kramer. Throughout the painstaking process, no breaks were taken. After 10 breaths, the last bone was set in place. With the new constitution, absorbing Kramer's blood triggered a surge of intense and violent heat, coursing through him. Ah! Endless agony surged as Kramer felt as though engulfed in fire, his blood evaporating, flames enveloping his body. I have endured it. Whether you survive depends on your fate. Evan watched gravely as Kramer suffered under Heartfire's torment, helpless to intervene. Replacing bones was defying the heavens. Success was uncertain. Through the pain, Kramer clenched his eyes, enduring the searing agony, gritting his teeth to persevere. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above the palace. Thunder rumbled ominously. Crack! Lightning struck the palace repeatedly, as if the heavens were punishing the defiance of nature. Meanwhile, at Tianglong Academy, #### chapter continuation, the heavenly wrath unfolds. Sitting solemnly in the grand hall, Izzy was listening to Dominic and Paula recount their experiences in the Tianku when he suddenly sensed an anomaly in the heavens. He quickly rose and rushed out of the hall. Dominic and Paula also sensed something amiss. They chased after Izzy and reached the edge of the mountaintop. From there, they saw thunder and lightning raging in the sky miles away. What's happening? Paula asked, bewildered. Such a dramatic celestial phenomenon was far from normal. This is heavenly wrath. Someone must be defying the will of heaven, causing the wrath of the heavens. Izzy's brows furrowed as he stared intently at the distant storm. As he began to calculate with his fingers, his pupils suddenly widened. The disaster originates from the east, near the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Palace? Dominic's expression changed abruptly. Hearing Izzy's words made him uneasy. Could it be related to the Tianku? Paula had a peculiar look on her face. She worried it might involve Minji from the Tianku, fearing that Mingma had escaped into the human realm. It's hard to say. With the current upheaval in the heavens, the one defying destiny must be undergoing tribulation. If he manages to survive it, the Empire's fortune will reverse, significantly impacting our Tianglong Academy. Izzy shook his head. Due to his limited strength, he couldn't discern much more. However, he was certain that this person who defied fate would become an enemy of Tianglong Academy. Dominic felt uneasy and raised his hand to summon the Tianxin mirror, infusing it with spiritual energy. Instantly, the mirror revealed an image of the Imperial Palace. Above the Imperial Palace, lightning flashed and thunder roared, while flames surged upward from the ground. It's underground. Izzy noticed the mirror in Dominic's hand, and quickly pointed out the scene reflected within it. Underground? Dominic frowned, attempting to communicate with the Tianxin mirror, guiding its view deeper underground. Sure enough, the image became clear. They saw intense flames everywhere and a figure lying on the ground, completely engulfed by the fire. When they saw the figure, Izzy felt a sense of familiarity, but the raging flames obscured their vision, preventing them from clearly identifying the person. Bang! As Dominic and the others focused intently, the figure suddenly stood up, sending bursts of flames outward, revealing a familiar face. Heavenly Phoenix Emperor Kramer. How can it be him? How did he end up like this? Dominic, Izzy, and Paula were all shocked. The one defying the heavens was actually Kramer, which was indeed astounding. Chapter 234, Crisis reappears. Saint? What's going on? How could Kramer, with his mortal flesh, withstand the intense flames at the Earth's core? Dominic's face was grave as he watched Kramer in the mirror, clearly absorbing the core flames and using them to temper his physical body. Ordinary flesh indeed cannot withstand the Earth's core flames, but the current Kramer is no longer what he used to be. If my calculations are correct, he has already undergone bone extraction and destiny alteration, obtaining the fire spirit sacred body. Burke's eyes gleamed as he observed Kramer in the heavenly heart mirror for a long time, deducing that Kramer had undergone a monumental transformation. Bone extraction and destiny alteration? What does that mean? Please, Saint, explain in detail. Dominic's expression was cold. Kramer's strengthening did not bode well for him at all. Kramer hated him to the core, and if Kramer grew stronger, he would not let Dominic off easily. Beside him, Paula also wore a puzzled look. You crippled Kramer's foundation and bones, preventing him from entering the sacred realm. But there is a secret technique that can enable someone to undergo a complete transformation, though it's rather extreme. To change one's bones, the bones of a close relative must be used. At this point, Burke's face showed anger, as he had already guessed whose bones Kramer had taken. Grandfather Joan? Did Kramer use his own son's bones? Paula asked in surprise, finding it hard to believe. No. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. How could Kramer play with the life of his only son? But he did indeed act without conscience and defied moral norms. Burke shook his head. Of Kramer's 3 sons, one was dead. Another had fallen into evil, and the remaining one was his last bloodline. What do you mean? Dominic and Paula were both puzzled. Kramer used his father's bones, targeting the first-generation Algernon Emperor. Such an unfilial offspring deserves to be struck by lightning. Burke clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. Kramer's father? Wasn't he long dead? Paula was shocked, knowing that the first-generation Algernon Emperor had died long ago, a fact known to all. So, that's how it is. He took a dead man's bones? In other words, Kramer inherited his father's bones, acquiring the fire spirit sacred body of the first-generation Algernon Emperor. Dominic understood. The audacity of such an idea. Does he have any humanity left? That was his father. Hearing Dominic's words, Paula felt indignant about Kramer's actions. Crack. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, thunder roaring across heaven and earth. In the palace, thousands of miles away from Tianlong Academy, the lightning shattered the ground. In the underground chamber, Kramer's eyes blazed with fire. Looking up, he laughed fiercely, directly charging out of the underground chamber and flying above the palace. Boom. As Kramer appeared, lightning raged down from the sky, striking his entire body, aiming to obliterate him under the thunderbolts. But Kramer showed no fear, enduring the strikes. He knew that surviving this thunderbolt ordeal meant true rebirth. Elders Biff and Elder 3 of the secret realm suddenly appeared above the palace, shocked to see Kramer amidst the lightning, undergoing the tempering process. Lady Tianqing appeared above the palace, seeing Kramer endure the thunderbolts, now fully adapted to his new bones, which made him feel a sudden regret. Because with his ambitious nature and the fire spirit's sacred body, Kramer was sure to unleash chaos. Boom. Thunder roared deafeningly, and in the blink of an eye, Kramer had endured 36 bolts of lightning. His cultivation level had leaped from the celestial phenomenon stage straight into the Tao stage. Waha! Feeling the weakening power of the thunder, Kramer was elated, laughing wildly to the heavens. The surrounding spirit energy surged into his body, causing his cultivation to break through continuously, reaching the 9th Tribulation Tao stage almost instantly. The 9th Tribulation Tao stage was once the realm of the first-generation Algernon Emperor. With his father's strength, Kramer now possessed control over fire. Chirp! Kramer's muscular body trembled, and a fiery phoenix appeared out of nowhere, circling above his head before suddenly darting into the dark clouds. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the clouds, fiery light blooming as the dark clouds turned crimson, enveloping the skies over to city. Oh no! Kramer survived the heavenly punishment. His destiny has changed. Far away, St. Burke saw the fiery clouds spread across the sky, realizing the situation had worsened. Kramer's success in defying heaven altered his fate, and with it, the national fortune would reverse. This spelled disaster for Tianlong Academy. Beside Dominic, upon learning of Kramer's successful survival of the heavenly punishment, his anxiety grew even more intense. Junior brother? What are you thinking? Paula, noticing Dominic's troubled expression, approached to ask concernedly. I'm considering whether we should kill Kramer and eliminate this root of disaster. Dominic looked up, his expression turning icy, his sharp gaze fixed on the distance. Really? Paula's expression froze. Seeing the murderous intent in Dominic's eyes, she realized just how threatening Kramer was to Dominic. Saint. The Nangong family has sent representatives, who are currently at the foot of the mountain. Just as Dominic and Burke were silent, Butler walked over, glancing at Dominic before bowing to report to Burke. Nangong family? Burke frowned. The Nangong family chose to visit only after Dominic's return, angering him. Turning to Butler, he said, "Do not see them." Shocked, Butler dared not say more, hurriedly nodding and stepping back. Saint? Could the sudden visit from the Nangong family mean something important? Dominic asked Burke, puzzled. Given Tianlong Academy's isolated state, it would make sense to court the Nangong family. Junior brother, Grandfather Joan surely has his reasons. By the way, why haven't we seen Allely since our return? Paula, tense, defended Burke while trying to shift Dominic's focus. Allely? Dominic paused. Allely, the outer gate disciple who resembled Jaylene so much. Saint, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Dominic bowed to Burke, then turned to leave towards Sword Pavilion. Seeing Dominic depart, Paula's expression was heavy. She asked Burke cautiously, Grandfather Joan, do you really want Junior brother to marry the daughter of the Nangong family? At first, it was merely a temporary measure. But I did not expect the Nangong family to betray their word and mock us. So I have reconsidered. Joan's expression changed. Observing Paula, how could he not understand her thoughts? When he agreed to Basil, it was due to the circumstances. He thought that this relationship would ensure the Nangong family's support during Tianlong Academy's difficulties. However, human hearts are unpredictable. The Nangong family did not offer aid when Tianlong Academy needed it most, leading Burke to lose trust in them. Then, aren't you afraid the Nangong family might join forces with the Algernon dynasty against Tianlong Academy? Hearing Burke's words, Paula was inwardly pleased. Still, considering Tianlong Academy's current plight, she couldn't help but worry about the consequences. Burke fell silent. He had certainly considered this possibility. Burke, what do you mean? At that moment, A thunderous roar echoed from the foot of the mountain. Burke and Paula's expressions changed. Recognizing the voice immediately, they knew it belonged to Basil. As they turned, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Before Burke could react, the person suddenly attacked him. Saint, be careful. Without hesitation, Paula stepped forward, releasing a sword chi to intercept the attacker. The attacker's arm was cut by the sword chi, forcing him to retreat quickly. What? Second tribulation Dao stage? Retreating, Basil's expression changed drastically, drawing in a deep breath as he faced Paula. Xiao-yi, stop. Just as Paula unleashed a powerful strike, Burke urgently called out to halt her. Murmuring with a frown, Paula's eyes turned cold as she stared at Dylan but refrained from making another move. Dylan? Why have you intruded into Tianlong Academy without permission? Burke stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glaring angrily at Dylan. You know very well why. Now it's time for you, Burke, to honor your promise. What? You want to renege on your word? Dylan was irate, but dared not step forward due to Paula's menacing presence beside him. Ridiculous. What promise? I have no knowledge of it, Burke retorted with a cold sneer, feigning ignorance as he looked at Dylan. You. Dylan spluttered in frustration. Clearly, Burke's pretense of confusion was because the Nangong family had failed to assist Tianlong Academy. Acknowledging his own wrongdoing, Dylan gritted his teeth and sighed heavily, saying, Burke, I admit, my family was wrong this time, but we did have our reasons. Don't make excuses. Tianlong Academy and your Nangong family were never close. Please leave immediately. Burke didn't wish to hear Dylan's lame excuses. As the saying goes, distance reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. They all knew who was right or wrong. Burke, is it necessary for you to be so heartless? Don't forget, only my Nangong family can help you now. Infuriated by the rejection, Dylan admitted his mistake humbly, yet Burke still pushed. His tolerance snapped. Humph. When the Imperial Army attacked Tianlong Academy, where was your Nangong family? Do you expect us to trust you again unless the sun rises in the west? Paula said indignantly. The Nangong family's self-serving indifference offered no reason for trust. Little girl, know your place. With Tianlong Academy's current strength, we can't withstand another attack by the Imperial Army. But with our Nangong family's assistance, it would go smoothly. Dylan glared and gritted his teeth as he seriously reminded Paula. Hearing Dylan's words, Burke's expression shifted. Kramer had undergone bone extraction and destiny alteration, acquiring the fire spirit's sacred body, greatly increasing his power. And Kramer viewed Tianlong Academy as a thorn in his side. Combined with the other two academies' ominous intentions, this situation was far from favorable for Tianlong Academy. Chapter 235, Departure Without Farewell, a compelling situation. Grandfather Joan? Seeing Burke hesitate, Palaxin felt aggrieved and softly called out to Burke, intending to remind him of what he had just said. Burke frowned as he looked at Palaxin, his expression heavy. Burke? Is the Tianlong Academy not the life's work of you and Dusty? Do you want to see it destroyed by your own hands? If you agree to an alliance with our Nangong family, I can ask for a powerful figure from the Tai Stevie sect to intervene and support the Tianlong Academy. Seeing Burke still hesitating, Dylan clenched his teeth in frustration and decided to offer additional assurance, showing his sincerity. Joan was taken aback. The Tai Stevie sect was the foremost among the 9 sects. If they could have someone from the Tai Stevie sect to preside over matters, neither the Stevieling Academy nor the Hongjun Academy would pose any threat. Even Kramer would think twice. However, this would mean sacrificing Dominic since he had never mentioned this marriage proposal to her. What? Doesn't this move you, Burke? Dylan's face showed anger. He had already held back his temper and offered sincere terms. Burke's lack of consideration was making him lose patience. Sorry, I cannot make that decision now. If you have the courage, you can speak to Dominic directly. Burke's brows furrowed tightly. At this point, he had no choice but to leave the decision to Dominic. Her decision would be the decision of the Tianlong Academy. You. Fine. Believing Burke was trying to evade responsibility and using Dominic to trouble him, Dylan angrily turned around and walked towards the sword pavilion. Grandfather Joan? How is refusing Dylan different from this? Why must we disturb Dominic? Palaxin was puzzled by Burke's actions. She worried that if Dominic knew about Burke's unauthorized agreement to the Nangong family alliance, she might become unhappy. I didn't want it to be this way either. But the conditions offered by Dylan are beneficial to the Academy. Fearing the worst, I can only let Dominic decide the fate of the Academy. Burke wore a worried expression. The Academy's fate was now intertwined with Dominic's destiny, and he couldn't predict what would happen next. Palaxin bit her lip, still uneasy about Dominic's situation. Deciding not to say anything more, she turned and headed towards the sword pavilion. At the sword pavilion, the once lively place now had few disciples left and seemed eerily quiet. Returning first to the sword pavilion, Dominic immediately went back to his courtyard. Upon pushing open the gate, he saw no one inside, and the hall was covered in dust, indicating it had been long abandoned. Thinking Allely would be waiting for him, Dominic shook his head in disappointment, but as he entered the hall, he noticed a letter on the table, thick with dust. He blew the dust away and picked up the envelope. Written on it was Allely's name. Without hesitation, Dominic tore open the envelope and carefully read the message inside. Dominic, when you read this letter, I am already gone. I love you, but I don't want you to see me as another Jaylene. I know you will return safely, and I should go where I belong. Don't be sad. You still have your Jaylene. I can no longer accompany you in finding her, but I believe you will see her again. Remember to go to Peach Blossom Mountain. Farewell. The short message did not reveal where Allely had gone but hinted at her departure being involuntary. It also reminded Dominic not to give up searching for Jaylene, especially pointing out Peach Blossom Mountain. Peach Blossom? Peach? How does she know it's called Peach Blossom Mountain? Dominic's expression changed. Although the Peach Blossom Sanctuary existed, he had never heard of Peach Blossom Mountain. Now mentioned in Allely's letter, he suspected Allely might know something significant. A gentle breeze brought the sudden appearance of a figure outside the door. Sensing an unexpected visitor, Dominic frowned and quickly hid the letter before turning to face the door. Dylan? Dominic was surprised. He found it curious why Dylan would visit him. Disrespectful. Dylan's abrupt visit was certainly not without purpose. After rebuking Dominic, he entered the hall and sat down authoritatively, looking at Dominic with aged authority. Dominic frowned, touched his nose, and asked, "Did you come to the wrong place? Do you think I'm the kind of person who has nothing better to do?" Dylan's face darkened, dissatisfied with Dominic's attitude. Still, he noted Dominic had indeed grown stronger after returning from the Tianku. "Any matters should be addressed to Sage Burke. You're not welcome here," Dominic coldly replied. "I've already spoken to him, and he told me to come to you." "So, I'm so unwelcome then?" Dylan flushed red. Dominic's treatment made him feel humiliated. Dominic was surprised. Was Dylan sent by Burke? "Let's not beat around the bush. When do you plan to marry my granddaughter?" Dylan stared intently at Dominic. "Marry? Why should I marry your granddaughter?" Dominic's face darkened. This matter could not be taken lightly. Bam! Hearing this, Dylan slammed his hand on the table, suppressing his anger as he realized he couldn't overpower Dominic. Gritting his teeth, he laughed. "You must understand the precarious position of the Tianlong Academy. An alliance with the Nangong family can ensure its safety. Are you threatening me?" Dominic was irritated. He disliked being coerced, especially regarding his personal affairs. "As you wish. Since Burke sent me, he must find it hard to convince you. But if you want to protect the Tianlong Academy, you cannot be so selfish. I've laid out my conditions. It's up to you to decide. I'll give you until tomorrow morning. After that, the consequences will be on you." Dylan ended the conversation and left Dominic's courtyard. He wasn't certain Dominic would agree, but he doubted Dominic would let the Tianlong Academy fall. Inside the hall, Dominic's expression was grim. The Tianlong Academy had shaped him. He wouldn't stand idly by and watch it fall. "I don't believe this is the only way." Dominic clenched his teeth in anger, unwilling to be manipulated. To achieve great things, one must sometimes overlook small details. Today, Phoenix Emperor has defied fate and gained powers above yours. If Kramer issues orders, the other 2 academies and 4 major families will turn against us. Then the Tianlong Academy will be doomed. As Dominic fumed, Eamon appeared, looking serious and informing him of the dire situation faced by the Tianlong Academy. Even with an alliance to the Nangong family, it may not change the outcome. Why should I sacrifice myself and betray my vows to Kiera? Dominic was adamant, believing there was still hope. "Don't underestimate the Nangong family. In my calculations, the Nangong family is the key to helping you overcome this crisis. Moreover, the Nangong family isn't as simple as it seems. Choosing to support Tianlong Academy now means they're confident. Perhaps, they see your value and seek to bind their fate with yours." Eamon's eyes widened like stars, and he sternly explained to Dominic. "Since the chaos was started by Kramer, why not kill him directly? That would resolve all issues, wouldn't it?" Dominic gritted his teeth, filled with murderous intent, as he spoke to Eamon. "Even if you joined forces with Palaxin, you still wouldn't be a match for Kramer. Even if you killed him, it wouldn't change the inevitable decline of the Tianlong Academy. Unless..." Just as he spoke, Eamon suddenly sensed someone outside the door and swiftly flew back into Dominic's body. Dominic turned to look outside the door, seeing a young man walking into his courtyard. Special Envoy Court? Dominic was surprised. The visitor was Court, which left him somewhat startled. "Your trip to the Heavenly Abyss really paid off, didn't it?" Court approached the hall entrance, eyeing Dominic with admiration. "Has Special Envoy Nangong become so idle?" Dominic disliked such flattering words. "I'm here to inform you that you have passed the review of the Xuanhuan sect, and now have the qualifications to participate in their selection exams." Court's expression suddenly turned cold, reverting to his usual haughty demeanor as he delivered the message from the Xuanhuan sect. Xuanhuan sect? Dominic's face twisted oddly. If he hadn't entered the Heavenly Abyss, he would have been overjoyed. However, learning that the Xuanhuan sect had colluded with the Netherworld to monopolize the Immortal Gate made him put the Xuanhuan sect on his blacklist. Because once this news spread, the Xuanhuan sect would surely face attacks and pressure from other sections. By then, thinking about this, Dominic shook his head decisively. "What does that mean?" Court frowned. Seeing Dominic smiling sardonically and shaking his head, he felt disrespected, as if Dominic was not taking the Xuanhuan sect seriously. "To be honest, when I was in Tianwu City, even the Tianshui sect invited me to join them, and I didn't consider it seriously. The Xuanhuan sect probably isn't even worth my attention." Dominic retorted bluntly, laced with sarcasm. "How dare you? Dominic? You will be responsible for your words." Court erupted in fury. Dominic's audacity in daring to belittle the Xuanhuan sect was akin to courting death. "Get out before I lose my temper, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Facing Court's reprimand, Dominic revealed a murderous intent and sternly warned him. Fine. Let's see how much more capable you've become in these 3 years." Dylan seethed with anger. Chapter 236, Framing Someone, and Ian's Assistance. Boom. Court suddenly flew into a rage, employing the Tai Stevian Sutra of the Holy Origin sect, unleashing an astonishing destructive power. Opposite him, Dominic displayed a mocking expression. Court's cultivation was at half-step Dao realm, and after performing the Tai Stevian Sutra, he could release the strength of a first tribulation Dao realm. If this had been in the past, Dominic would have been far behind and avoided him like the plague. But now, whoosh, he abruptly raised his hand, forming a gale of energy that instantly sent the approaching Court flying. Court landed near the courtyard gate, spitting blood and swiftly turning to kneel on one knee without appearing too disheveled. "Court, do you know Killian?" Dominic walked out from the hall with his hands clasped behind his back and asked Court unexpectedly. "Killian Sr.?" Court's expression changed drastically. How could he not know Killian? Killian was an inner disciple of the Holy Origin sect. Dominic mentioning Killian's name made Court think of something else. Don't look at me like that. I fought with him in the Sky Abyss, as well as a woman named Kylie. Do you think there's any need for you to act here? Dominic gave a slight reminder, hoping Court would know when to retreat. With his strength, if Dominic wanted to kill Court, the latter wouldn't even get a chance to strike. As far as I know, in this Sky Abyss training, only 2 people returned out of the 9 major sects, and none from our Holy Origin sect. Do you know who killed them? Court gritted his teeth and stood up. With Dominic suddenly mentioning Killian, he guessed that Killian's death might be related to the man before him. However, Killian was very powerful, especially with Kylie assisting him, making it nearly impossible for Dominic to defeat them. Dominic frowned, rubbed his nose, and wore a smile that wasn't quite a smile, feeling no need to tell Court the truth. Today, I'll let you off. Get lost. Dominic dismissed Court without wasting any more words. However, as Dominic turned around, Court became furious. In an instant, a sword light shot straight towards Dominic. Looking for death, Dominic, sensing the imminent danger, immediately got angry. A sword energy cut through the air. Boom. Court's flying sword fell to the ground, and the aftermath of the explosion directly sent Court flying out of the courtyard. Thud. Court hit the ground, spitting blood, unable to stand up. Envoy Nangong? As Dominic was about to make another move, Paula suddenly appeared outside the door. Sister, why are you here? Dominic paused, seeing Paula standing near Court. He could only stop his attack. Brother, did you do this? Paula looked at Dominic oddly. Our Tianlong Academy doesn't need special envoys, and we can't afford such idle people. I didn't kill him, which is already lucky for him, Dominic said straightforwardly. Tianlong Academy faced a crisis, but Court remained indifferent. What use would keeping such a person be? Dominic, how dare you? Daring to show contempt for the Holy Origin sect and insult its envoy is tantamount to adding to your crimes. Court on the ground stared at Dominic with eyes full of fury. Though he was inferior, he couldn't bear Dominic's arrogance. Noisy. Hearing Court's words, Dominic angrily rebuked him. A sword light flashed, and Court's head rolled away, dead on the spot. You. Paula was shocked. Had Dominic dared to kill a Holy Origin sect envoy? Sister? If he doesn't die, he will inform the Holy Origin sect of our return. If they discover their disciples died at our hands, it would be unfavorable for us. So, Court must be eliminated. Dominic saw Paula's hesitation but decided that to protect the bigger picture, he had to be ruthless. But, if the Holy Origin sect learns Court was killed, how do we explain this? Paula was naturally worried. As the envoy stationed at Tianlong Academy, Court's death would be known immediately by the Holy Origin sect. Dominic frowned deeply but then smiled. Blame it on Kramer. This? Paula stared at Dominic in surprise, realizing Dominic seemed cunning and sinister. It was a plan to frame Kramer and use the Holy Origin sect against him. It could be beneficial for Tianlong Academy. But convincing the Holy Origin sect with just a few words might seem forced and suspicious. Sister? Brother? At that moment, Butler passed by, noticing Dominic and Paula and ran over to greet them. However, upon seeing Court's body, he was first shocked, then furious, and finally focused on Dominic. Brother, I did it, Dominic confessed. It's fine. Anyway, this guy was useless in Tianlong Academy. No one will miss him. Butler was indifferent because he already disliked Court for neglecting Tianlong Academy during critical times. Brother, I want to ask you for help. Dominic trusted Butler since he helped hide Sierra's body years ago. You don't need to say. I know what to do, disposing of evidence, right? Butler agreed promptly. Butler, you're really going along with Dominic? You agree to help so easily? Paula was astonished, wondering if Butler knew the situation beforehand. Butler laughed awkwardly. Brother, it's more than just disposing of evidence. I want you to hang Court's body on the Imperial City wall, Dominic admitted hesitantly. What? Paula gasped in shock. Brother, are you joking? Butler was equally startled. Killing an envoy was punishable by death, and hanging his body on the city walls miles away seemed unrealistic. Seeing Dominic's serious face, Butler understood his intention, to frame Kramer. It's a good plan, but it's miles away, and 2 City is heavily guarded. Getting in is already a problem, let alone hanging the body on the palace wall. Butler found it difficult. There were risks and little chance of success. Paula agreed. It was too risky. Dominic grew somber. If Butler couldn't help, he'd have to go himself. I can help. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Who? Butler and Paula turned to see. Dominic glanced sharply, recognizing the newcomer. Ian? Why is it you? Paula and Butler were surprised by the appearance of Ian, who had been missing for a long time. You don't need to look at me like that. The academy holds my grandfather's legacy. I don't want it destroyed due to someone. Ian was indifferent, appearing not for Dominic, but to support Tianlong Academy. Someone? Dominic's face darkened, knowing Ian was indirectly targeting him. At least you have some sense of duty. Butler sighed in relief, seeing Ian as an ally. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Ian, thank you for lending a hand at this critical moment. Paula expressed her gratitude, knowing everyone wanted to protect Tianlong Academy. I said, I'm doing this for my grandfather. What does it have to do with you? Ian retorted coldly, giving Paula a disdainful glance before picking up Court's body. Without another word, Ian turned and left the sword pavilion. Why has he become so unsociable? Butler was taken aback. Ian's lack of friendliness made him uncomfortable. Who cares? Isn't it a good thing that someone is willing to help? Dominic smiled faintly. With Ian handling the task, things were sure to go smoothly. Now everything was in place, except for one missing link. Senior brother? Please tell the sage that Court died at the Imperial Palace, and immediately report this to the Holy Origin sect. Dominic turned to Butler, instructing him to relay the message to Burke. Got it. I'll do it right away. Butler knew exactly what to do, and promptly left without hesitation. Junior brother? Your move is quite cunning. Once the Holy Origin sect arrives and sees Court's body hanging on the Imperial City wall, Kramer will find it nearly impossible to explain. Paula genuinely admired Dominic's strategy. Are you praising me or criticizing me, senior sister? Dominic laughed awkwardly, feeling helpless but necessary. Paula smiled, not denying Dominic's words. By the way, junior brother, have you seen Allely? Seeing no one else around, Paula recalled something important to ask Dominic. Allely, she left. Dominic's expression darkened. Mentioning Allely reminded him of Taoyuan Mountain. Now that his cultivation had reached the Dao realm, he wished to visit Taoyuan Mountain again to fulfill an unresolved wish. Left? Did Allely betray us? Paula's face fell. Leaving during the Academy's most challenging time would label Allely as a traitor. Senior sister, Allely must have her reasons. If you don't believe me, read her letter. Dominic shook his head, fearing Paula might misunderstand Allely, and handed over the letter Allely had left behind. Paula's expression turned strange. Dominic's unwavering trust in Allely made her feel oddly conflicted. Chapter 237, Xuanhuan Sect Demands Justice. Dawn. In the heavenly martial city, outside the Imperial Palace. The city's residents gathered here, whispering amongst themselves as they gazed at the body hanging on the city wall. Who is this? To be hung on the city wall like this? It must be a sinner who offended his majesty. He was hung on the city wall to serve as a warning. People murmured, mistakenly thinking that the body on the city wall belonged to a grave criminal deserving severe punishment. But who could have imagined that it was Court, a disciple of the Xuanhuan sect? Boom. At that moment, the Imperial city gates suddenly opened wide. A group of soldiers rushed out and forced the crowd back, preventing everyone from approaching the Imperial city. Then, the commander overseeing the royal guard walked out, his expression solemn. Upon seeing the body above the gate, his face changed drastically. Who did this? Such audacity. The commander grew furious. Under his watch, an unknown body had been hung in the palace. If this news reached his majesty, his head would not be safe. Bring the body down immediately. The commander angrily ordered the soldiers. However, just after the body was taken down from the wall, Prince Chris pushed through the crowd to approach the commander. As subordinate greets third prince. The commander, startled by Chris's sudden appearance, hurriedly bowed respectfully. Commander Malachi? What happened here? Chris frowned, noticing the large gathering and the body. He felt something was amiss. Your Highness, some irresponsible person managed to hang a body over the city gate. Commander Malachi lowered his head, feeling extremely annoyed for his negligence. Oh. Chris was shocked. Stepping forward, he inspected the severed head of the body. He, a special envoy from the Xuanhuan sect? Chris was taken aback. He had met Court several times and knew he was the envoy dispatched by the Xuanhuan sect to the Tianfeng Imperial dynasty. An envoy from the Xuanhuan sect? Commander Malachi's expression changed drastically. Learning that the body wasn't ordinary only made him more panicked. Third prince, this isn't my fault. Please intercede with his majesty for me. Commander Malachi kneeled and begged urgently. If he were blamed for the envoy's death, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. This isn't as simple as you think. Commander Malachi, preserve the body carefully. I will immediately enter the palace to see his majesty. Chris spoke sternly, then rushed into the palace. How can I possibly handle this? Commander Malachi knelt helplessly, trembling. A moment later, Chris arrived at the entrance of the Kirkson Palace, but finding no one inside, he furrowed his brow. Where is father? Chris looked grim. He couldn't confirm if his father Emperor Kramer had any involvement in Court's death. If it was his father, that would be a huge disaster. Turning around, just as he was about to look elsewhere, he saw his father returning from outside. Father. Chris hurriedly bowed, only to notice that his father was standing without a wheelchair. Emperor Kramer now appeared energetic and had regained his regal demeanor. He stood silently before the stunned Chris, then asked unhappily, what urgent matter brings you to the palace so early? Son, pays his respects to father. Chris was deeply unsettled. His father was standing? Moreover, his condition seemed even better than before. Kramer nodded slightly, his cold gaze fixed on Chris. Father, I saw a body of a Xuanhuan sect disciple hanging on the outer wall of the palace. This person was an envoy stationed at the Tainglong Academy. Is this your doing? Chris steeled himself to ask. What? An envoy from the Xuanhuan sect? How did he end up dead on my palace wall? Kramer's expression changed dramatically. Even if he were foolish, he wouldn't have dared to kill someone from the Xuanhuan sect and hang them on his own palace gate so openly. From his father's reaction, Chris realized the incident wasn't related to him, but someone else deliberately set him up. Father, if the Xuanhuan sect learns of the envoy's death in our palace, they will certainly send people to demand justice, Chris asked gravely. Humph. Our top priority is to capture the murderer. Only by handing over the culprit to the Xuanhuan sect can we clear our dynasty's suspicion. Kramer was enraged. Offending the Xuanhuan sect was beyond what he could afford, yet he couldn't figure out who was behind this. Since this envoy was from Tainglong Academy, could the murderer be there? Chris cautiously probed. Impossible. Tainglong Academy is already declining. Not even if they had 10 gallstones, would they dare kill a Xuanhuan sect envoy now? Kramer dismissed the idea. He didn't believe Tainglong Academy had the courage to offend the Xuanhuan sect. Chris disagreed. With the envoy's body found in the palace, it could directly incriminate the Xuanhuan sect against them, benefiting Tainglong Academy. However, he kept silent since it was just a guess. Report. Just as Kramer and Chris were anxious, a soldier rushed in, reporting, His Majesty, someone claims to be an elder from the Xuanhuan sect seeking an audience with you. What? How did the Xuanhuan sect arrive so quickly? Kramer was surprised by how swift everything unfolded, giving him no time to prepare. Chris suspected someone had orchestrated this, using the Xianxia sect to challenge the Tianfeng dynasty. Escort the Xianxia sect representative to the hall. I will be there shortly, Kramer instructed the guards sternly. Then he said, someone is clearly manipulating things. Yuhua, investigate immediately. Sherry's father. Chris nodded, knowing full well that uncovering the truth would be extremely difficult. Whoever could hang a body on the palace wall undetected was a formidable individual. Furthermore, whoever killed Court must be at least a Dao Tribulation Realm cultivator, making it hard to investigate. Kramer left the Kirkson Palace with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Chris, troubled by the situation, exited the palace to gather any possible clues. In the Imperial Hall. Upon entering the hall, Kramer sensed several eyes locked on him. Inside were 3 people, an elderly man in black robes seated aside, and a male and female disciple of the Xuanhuan sect, accompanying the elder to investigate Court's death. The elderly man appeared malnourished, but exuded a powerful aura. Reaching the slain mortal realm, he was known as Coil. Sterling Elder's visit honors us. Forgive my inability to greet you properly. Entering the hall, Kramer forced a smile, politely greeting Coil. I did not come here for pleasantries. Coil's anger was evident upon seeing Kramer's courteous reception. Kramer blushed, displeased by Coil's lack of respect. Oh, and may I ask why you've come? Feigning ignorance, Kramer reined in his false smile and asked sternly. My disciple Court was killed and hung on your palace walls. You claim to be unaware of this? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation today, do not blame me for handling this officially, seizing you and taking you to the Xianhuan sect for judgment. Coil's expression was unfriendly as he coldly stared at Kramer and spoke bluntly. This, Sterling Elder? Even if you gave me 10 gallstones, I wouldn't dare kill someone from the Xianhuan sect. There must be a misunderstanding. I suspect someone deliberately framed me. Please investigate thoroughly, Sterling Elder. Kramer's face turned grim. In front of Coil, he had to bow his head and not offend in the slightest. Who would dare frame you? The mighty Tianfeng Emperor? Seeing Kramer's innocent look, the white-robed woman standing behind Coil sneered, clearly skeptical of Kramer's words. Kramer blushed crimson, his gaze turning sharp as he looked at the white-robed woman. Stevie Shimmy is right. In your Tianfeng Empire, only you can show off power and might. Who would dare offend you? The other man chuckled with derision, echoing the Stevie clan woman's sentiment. You two are flattering me too much. I may be the ruler of an empire, but that doesn't mean I can cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, what benefit would killing someone from the Xianhuan sect bring to me? Kramer suppressed his anger and countered the two. The person died in your palace. You, Kramer, cannot escape responsibility. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, we will have to ask you, Kramer, to accompany us. Coil frowned, seeing Kramer dodging responsibility, and stopped talking nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 disciples behind Coil stepped forward simultaneously. Seeing this, Kramer hastily retreated several steps and rebuked. I have no intention of being an enemy of the Xianhuan sect. Why won't you give me time to investigate this matter? Investigate? According to our understanding, you, Kramer, have always wanted to eradicate the Tianglong Academy. But because Court was stationed there, hindering your plans, you got anxious and had the thought of killing him. The Stevie clan woman sneered, glancing at Sterling Elder, stating her guess. Nonsense. How could you come up with such baseless ideas? Kramer flared up in anger. How could he do something so detrimental to himself? Shimmy, let's grab him first. The black-robed man said to the Stevie clan woman and then made the first move towards Kramer. Chapter 238. 3-day deadline, Chris's probe. Whoosh. In the Grand Palace Hall, sudden flames burst into light. Kramer was forced to retaliate, unleashing the holy fire divine power within him. Behind him, a flaming phoenix spread its wings, emitting a blazing aura. Puff. The disciple of Holy Origin sect named Brody, who was close to Kramer, was instantly knocked back and spat blood by this force. Senior brother G. Zola, seeing Brody injured, hurriedly rushed forward to catch him but was also pushed back several steps by Kramer's surge of power. 9th Tribulation Dao Realm? Coil, sitting opposite, showed a look of surprise. Today's Kramer is no longer what he used to be. With his fiery spirit saint body, he is invincible beneath the cutting mortal stage. Stop. As Brody was furious and prepared to join forces with his junior sister Zola, Coil suddenly stood up, calling them to stop. Both Brody and Zola were at the 5th Tribulation Dao Realm, and even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Kramer. But Brody felt indignant, glaring at Kramer as if he was burning with hatred. Zola's expression turned grave. She couldn't believe that a small Tianfeng dynasty could have a 9th Tribulation Dao Realm expert. Sterling Elder? I had no intention of offending your sect, but I will not tolerate anyone causing trouble on my territory. With my strength, killing someone without Dao Realm cultivation would take no effort at all. Even if it were done by me, would anyone be foolish enough to openly hang the body at the gate waiting for Holy Origin sect to come knocking? We are all sensible people. Can an elder like you not see through such a despicable trick? With flames engulfing his entire body, Kramer glared at Coil as if he were an angry volcano, passionately defending himself to make Coil reconsider before making a conclusion. Brody and Zola frowned. What Kramer said made sense, but it didn't exclude the possibility that Kramer was deliberately distorting facts to confuse them. Coil's face darkened. Seeing that Kramer was no longer the same person he once knew, he couldn't help but take the matter seriously. Kramer? If you say you're not the murderer, do you have any evidence to prove your innocence? After a long silence, Coil asked Kramer in a stern voice. The pure will remain pure, the murky will remain murky. I only just learned about this. How can I provide proof? Kramer was seething with anger. It felt like he was wasting his breath trying to explain. However, he didn't know that Coil was so convinced because he had listened to what the Tianlong Academy had reported. The reason Holy Origin sect arrived so promptly was due to receiving word from the Tianlong Academy that Court accepted Kramer's invitation from the Tianfeng dynasty to attend a feast in Tiangwu City. Very well. I am not unreasonable either. I will give you 3 days to find the real culprit, then I will let you go. After careful consideration, Coyle decided to give Kramer time. If no culprit was found within 3 days, Kramer would have no choice but to accept his fate. Fine. Thank you, Elder Sterling, for your generosity. Kramer gritted his teeth. Considering he still had 3 days, he reluctantly agreed. Elder, even if Kramer is wronged, shouldn't we first take him back to Holy Origin Sect and have the enforcement hall review the case? Brody disagreed, thinking it inappropriate. According to the sect rules, anyone who committed serious offenses must be handed over to the enforcement hall to decide their punishment. I have my reasons. There's no need for you to worry. Coyle turned to glare at Brody, wanting to give Kramer a chance. May I ask, Elder Sterling, how did you arrive so promptly? Kramer, facing Coyle, with a strange expression, wondered aloud why Coyle had arrived so timely. Sorry, I cannot reveal that. From now on, I will stay in the palace until the 3 days pass. If you fail to find the true culprit, you know the consequences. Coyle maintained a stern expression, giving away nothing about the Tianlong Academy. Kramer blushed, gnawing at his teeth in frustration. Thank you for reminding me, Elder Sterling. I will investigate immediately. Saying this, Kramer angrily turned and left the hall. Why didn't you use Soul Search to uncover the truth? Zola asked Coyle, puzzled why he hadn't simply captured Kramer. Soul Search? Forcefully using it would harm Kramer's primordial spirit. At best, it could cause damage. At worst, it could kill him. Without sufficient evidence, I don't want to wrongly accuse an innocent person. Coyle frowned, knowing Soul Search was a forbidden technique not to be used lightly. But what if Kramer finds a scapegoat? He won't dare. Coyle smiled, knowing Kramer wouldn't risk anything in front of him. I order you both to go to Tianlong Academy immediately to get the full story from Izzy, ensuring no detail is missed. Tianlong Academy? Zola and Brody exchanged curious glances, then bowed respectfully to Coyle before leaving. Outside the palace city, Prince Chris, with a solemn expression, was questioning the guards about any abnormalities or people seen around the palace last night. No one. We kept our eyes wide open all night and saw no one approaching the palace. Chris found the guards' report amusing. Knowing there would be no results, he still persisted with these fruitless inquiries. Standing atop the palace wall, Chris gazed outside, watching soldiers entering and exiting the palace gates, then looked at the bustling streets beyond. Spotting a familiar figure drinking tea at a tea house opposite, Chris paused. His expression changed, wondering why Ian was here instead of returning to Tianlong Academy. Turning, Chris descended from the city walls and headed directly to the tea house. Ian, noticing Chris approach, slightly tensed but then relaxed. Moments later, Chris entered the tea house. Why so leisurely, third prince? Ian chuckled softly, having already poured tea for Chris as he sat down. If I could be as carefree as you, that would be ideal. Chris smiled awkwardly, curious about Ian's presence outside the palace. But Ian wasn't ordinary, and after taking a sip of tea, Chris glanced out the window, realizing the view offered a direct sightline to the palace gate. Opposite, Ian sipped his tea calmly, not pressing further. Big news at the palace today. Have you heard? Chris turned, looking at Ian intentionally. Sherry's, I've heard, Ian nodded. Then tell me, who has the audacity to hang a body on the palace gates? And what's their motive? Seeing Ian's calm response, Chris pressed further. The palace is guarded inside and out by the Imperial Guard. An ordinary person couldn't do this. Only someone with Sage Realm cultivation or above could accomplish this under the watchful eyes of the heavily guarded Imperial Guard. Ian's answer was straightforward and unambiguous. Chris knew this too, but he remained curious about how the corpse from Tianlong Academy ended up here. Thinking of Ian's recent return to Tianlong Academy, Chris shifted topics, asking, how is your grandfather? Has Tianlong Academy faced any dangers recently? Thank you for your concern, third prince. My grandfather is doing well. Now, Tianlong Academy should have nothing more to worry about. Though brief, Chris could tell Ian was hiding something. Given the current precarious situation surrounding Tianlong Academy, if not for the recent incident at the palace, his father would certainly launch another attack on Tianlong Academy. To him, Tianlong Academy seemed to have narrowly escaped, yet this very fact deepened his suspicion. Ian did not want to say more, and Chris did not press further. Thus, the two sat quietly in the tea house, savoring premium Longjing tea and observing the palace outside the window without disturbing each other. However, it wasn't long before the peace was interrupted. Two figures emerged from the palace gate, catching the attention of both Chris and Ian. The two individuals who walked out were none other than Brody and Zola from the Holy Origin Sect. Why are they leaving? Chris frowned, perplexed. Brody and Zola had been accompanying Coyle all along. Seeing them leave without Coyle made Chris uneasy. These two have steady breathing and abundant power within their bodies. They're clearly Dao Realm experts? Does Third Prince recognize these two? Ian asked curiously, as he was unaware that the Holy Origin Sect had dispatched people to the palace so quickly. They are from the Holy Origin Sect, Chris replied, glancing at Ian. Upon learning this, Ian's expression slightly changed, but he feigned calmness, sipping his tea without asking further questions. The more composed Ian appeared, the more Chris felt something was off. Judging by their movements, it seems like they are about to leave Tiangwu City. If I'm not mistaken, they must be heading to Tianlong Academy to apprehend someone, Chris murmured, his eyes narrowing as he watched Brody and Zola walk away. At this, Ian's hand, which held the teacup, trembled slightly, revealing a cold glint in his eyes. Well, I won't keep you company anymore. I have some matters to attend to. Deciding it was enough, Chris stood up, told Ian briefly, and left the tea house directly. When Ian saw Chris walk towards the palace without looking back after leaving the tea house, his expression turned icy. Crack. The teacup in his hand shattered abruptly. Ian rose, glaring at the distant figures of Brody and Zola, clenching his teeth. Without another word, Ian placed some silver fragments on the table and left the tea house. Meanwhile, as Chris was about to enter the palace gate, he suddenly stopped and looked back toward the tea house. He noticed that Ian had already disappeared from the tea house and couldn't help but smile slightly. He wouldn't be foolish enough to try and kill those two, would he? Chapter 239. Ambush thwarted. Arrogance unveiled. Senior brother? Why did Elder Sterling still instruct us to visit Tianlong Academy? Isn't this superfluous? After Zola stepped out of Tianwu City, she paused and asked Brody by her side, harboring a grievance. Their journey was meant to capture Kramer alive and bring him back to Xuanhuan sect for judgment. Can't you see that? Elder Sterling is afraid of false accusations leading to a wrongful arrest of Kramer. That's why he ordered us to verify at Tianlong Academy. Just relying on Tianlong Academy's account to execute Kramer on the spot, do you think that would benefit anyone? At the very least, Kramer is a country's sovereign. How could he do something against his own interest? Brody furrowed his brows, recalling Kramer's behavior in the palace and his words about Aaron's murder. All seemed peculiar. Humph, there's a chance we were all deceived by Kramer. Zola held no good feelings towards Kramer, as Aaron was the envoy stationed at Tianlong Academy. If Kramer wanted to destroy Tianlong Academy, he would have had reservations. No matter what, don't forget our mission isn't solely about Kramer. Brody shook his head, his expression turning grave. Senior brother? What do you mean? Zola was confused. What do I mean? Our sect received intelligence that Qingyun sect disciple Christiana mentioned upon returning from Tianku that someone returned to Tianlong Academy. The authenticity can't be confirmed. According to the portrait sent back by our great elder Alberic, there were Christiana, Kunlun sect's Ezra, and Ansley. The remaining individuals included a demon lord and 3 others whose identities are unknown. So the sect has instructed us to visit Tianlong Academy to investigate whether those 3 have any connection. Brody's expression remained serious. This matter was to be kept secret from outsiders. I see. Zola was surprised, but then thought it was impossible. How could Tianlong Academy have such powerful individuals? Well, let's hurry to Tianlong Academy and catch them off guard. Perhaps we'll make great progress. Seeing it was late, Brody urged Zola and prepared to fly into the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air towards them. Brody sensed it and swiftly turned, only to find the arrow already within striking distance. Bang! Brody promptly struck out, shattering the arrow with a palm strike. Who dares shoot arrows in ambush? Brody roared angrily towards Tianwu City, while Zola raised her guard, scanning the surroundings for any further attack. Whoosh! With the noise came swirling sand, and a figure appeared 10 yards away from Brody and Zola. It was Ian, who had followed Brody from the palace. What formidable aura! Instantly, Brody felt intimidated by Ian, who was already at the 6th Tribulation Dao realm, far stronger than him. Who are you? We've never met. Why attack us? Zola shouted at Ian angrily, but he remained silent. His goal was to prevent Brody and Zola from reaching Tianlong Academy. Boom, boom. Before Brody and Zola could understand Ian's intent, 2 arrows shot out from his bow. Brody and Zola, feeling the astonishing power, reacted with full force. Crack, crack. The 2 arrows were shattered by their combined efforts, yet they were both forced back several steps. Hiss. Brody drew a sharp breath. Ian's archery was truly shocking. Too arrogant. We belong to Xuanhuan sect. Have you lost your mind? Zola snarled at Ian, angered by the encounter. Ian smirked and pulled his longbow again, forming a fiery red arrow. Brody and Zola's expressions changed drastically as they felt the terrifying power of the new arrow surpassing the previous ones. Whoosh! The vermilion bird arrow shot through the air like a phoenix engulfed in flames, heading straight for Brody and Zola. Sister, run! Brody, sensing imminent danger, grabbed Zola and fled. He wasn't foolish. Such a terrifying attack was beyond their resistance. Boom! Even as Brody and Zola flew upward, the explosion below sent them spitting blood. Brody, though shaken, carried the injured Zola into the clouds and escaped. Below, Ian frowned, watching Brody and Zola escape. Unwilling to let them go, he was about to pursue when a voice called out behind him. Wait! Ian turned to see Third Prince Chris. His expression changed slightly. In my Tianfeng Empire, I forbid you from killing them. Chris looked stern. If not for his timely arrival, Tianfeng would be ruined by Ian. Already, the death of Xuanhuan sect's envoy left Emperor Kramer in a precarious position. Another death outside the city would be too much. If they live, Tianlong Academy will be in trouble, Ian said resentfully. Hearing this, Chris grew suspicious. Tianlong Academy is Xuanhuan sect's vassal. With grandfather around, nothing bad will happen. Those 2 have seen your face. For now, avoid appearing or else both Tianlong Academy and Tianfeng will face greater troubles. Chris grimaced, warning Ian seriously. Ian remained silent, glaring at the horizon, biting his lip in frustration. 1,000 miles away, at the gates of Tianlong Academy, Brody and Zola appeared, battered and bruised. They fled until certain Ian wasn't pursuing, then dared to enter Tianlong Academy. Senior brother, who was that person? Pale-faced Zola breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't ignore the terror of Ian. If I'm correct, he might be related to Divine Archer sect. Only Divine Archer sect has archery skills this terrifying. What? Divine Archer sect? Why attack us? How should I know? Next time, just run, Brody responded irritably, remembering the harrowing scene that sent chills down his spine. Adjusting their clothes unseen, they entered Tianlong Academy's gate. No one was around until they reached the outer courtyard, where they found Academy disciples on guard. Halt! Who are you? A student guarding the entrance blocked their path aggressively. Brody and Zola, already irate, felt further humiliated by being stopped by a low-ranking disciple. Bang! Brody waved his hand, knocking the blocking disciple away. Do the blind staff this insignificant Tianlong Academy? Zola sneered, then saw several more disciples rushing out, shouting, "Have Izzy come out immediately!" What? Bold indeed. You dare address our saint directly? Angered by Zola's disrespect, the leading disciple, along with his juniors, charged at her. not knowing your limits. Zola dismissed the need for explanations. She swung her hand, releasing a gale that sent the disciples flying and bleeding. Bold. Note: I've maintained the original structure, tone, and style of the Chinese text while translating it into fluent English. Just as the outer courtyard disciples were knocked to the ground, Butler from the Sword Pavilion suddenly appeared, glaring angrily at Zola and reprimanding her. Senior brother Butler? They forcefully intruded into the academy and even injured people. Seeing Butler appear, one of the beaten disciples hurriedly reported the situation. Upon learning that the fault did not lie with the academy, Butler cast a hostile glance at Zola and Brody, asking, "Who are you two? Why did you forcibly enter Tianlong Academy? What do you think you are?" Brody, noting Butler's cultivation was barely worth mentioning, dismissed him outright and said, "Have Izzy come out immediately to see me." Hearing this, Butler's face turned livid with anger. Seeing the hostile intent of the duo and their formidable strength in the Dao realm, he realized he couldn't handle them alone. "Sorry, Saintly Izzy is in seclusion and will not meet anyone," a voice suddenly interjected from behind Butler just as he hesitated. Brody and Zola were visibly moved by the newcomer's presence. His concealed aura indicated a third tribulation Dao realm cultivation, which surprised them greatly. "Junior brother?" Butler turned around, recognizing Dominic, instantly feeling more confident. Dominic patted Butler on the shoulder before turning to coldly stare at Brody and Zola. "May I ask why two of you come to our Tianlong Academy to show off your strength? What exactly is your purpose?" Dominic asked sarcastically, the derision evident in his tone. Brody's temper flared up immediately upon hearing this. "Show off our strength?" Zola was so infuriated she almost laughed, then stepped forward, eyeing Dominic unfriendly and challenged. "From your tone, do you think you can match me? How about we spar a bit?" Butler froze, instinctively pulling at Dominic's sleeve. On the other hand, Dominic couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zola's words. "A real man doesn't fight with a woman." Dominic sneered, looking down on Zola, shaking his head to refuse. You dare look down on me?" Zola felt insulted. Seeing Dominic's smug expression, she lost control and struck out at him in a fit of rage. Dominic frowned, pushing Butler aside as he retreated, then raised his arm and punched back. Boom! A loud noise echoed as brilliant light scattered. "Aha!" Zola screamed in pain, feeling a sharp ache in her arm as she was forced backward. Chapter 240. Overestimating themselves, Izzy's secret. Sister. Seeing Zola unable to withstand Dominic's punch and spitting out blood as she staggered back, Brody from the rear hurried forward, supporting Zola. The enraged Zola raised her hand to point at Dominic in anger. Just as she was about to speak, she spat out another mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning pale. "I said that a real man doesn't fight with women, but I never said I wouldn't hit them." Dominic stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at Zola, showing no mercy. Despicable. An infuriated Zola snarled through clenched teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred for Dominic. "Sister, you were careless. Let me help you teach him a lesson." Brody couldn't stand by anymore. Seeing Dominic's arrogance, he stepped forward angrily, blue light bursting around his body, revealing a towering blue light figure behind him. This was the peerless technique, Stevians in scripture, of the Xuanhuan sect. Once one had achieved some proficiency in this scripture, they could condense their Dharma body, greatly enhancing their combat power. Dominic showed a hint of surprise. This was his first time seeing someone from the Xuanhuan sect display the power of a Dharma body. Since Brody had just condensed his Dharma body, it only had a vague outline without any facial features, making its power still quite weak. Even so, Brody felt fully confident in punishing Dominic. "Brother, be careful. That's the Steviansen Dharma body of the Xuanhuan sect. He's not an ordinary disciple." Butler's expression turned serious. Seeing Brody's Dharma body manifestation made him realize that Brody was at least an inner sect disciple, whose strength couldn't be underestimated. Afraid? Too late. Brody sneered, his Dharma body boosting his power by a fold. How could he let Dominic off easily? "You talk big? I'm afraid you can't handle losing." Dominic frowned, touching his nose as he scoffed, shaking his head. "At your death's door, you still have the nerve to be defiant?" Zola watched as Dominic seemed unaware of the danger, almost fearless of death. "Brother, kill him." Dharma body heaven and earth merge? Anger flashed across Brody's face. With his shout, the Dharma body behind him instantly merged with his own body, dramatically increasing his strength. Whoosh! Brody lunged forward like a streak of blue light, reaching Dominic in an instant. Butler's face turned ashen as he looked at Dominic, who, unfazed, suddenly raised his hand, releasing a sword chi into the air. Bam! Blue light splashed everywhere. Before Brody could even touch Dominic, he was blasted away by the sword chi. Swoosh! As Brody flew backward, Dominic stepped forward, his right hand forming a fist. Golden light coalesced into a dragon head, smashing into Brody's chest. "I poo!" Brody screamed in agony, spewing blood from his mouth. "Brother Brody!" Zola's face drained of color. Seeing Brody flying toward her, she rushed forward to catch him, preventing him from further injury. Brody had at least 3 broken ribs, his Dharma body power completely shattered, causing him excruciating pain. He could barely stand. "Regardless of who you are, daring to injure my brother Brody will make the entire Tianlong Academy pay the price." Furious beyond measure, Zola couldn't stomach this humiliation after seeing Brody beaten like this. Hearing Zola's words, Butler grew worried and pulled Dominic aside, whispering, "Brother, maybe you should back down?" Facing Butler's advice, Dominic nodded slightly. He had merely wanted to teach them a lesson. Now that his purpose was achieved, he wouldn't finish them off. "The Xuanhuan sect is disgraced by having disciples like you. If I were you too, I'd rather die than embarrass myself and brag arrogantly here." At this moment, Izzy's voice echoed from the mountaintop, mocking Zola and Brody. Zola and Brody blushed furiously, glaring up at the mountaintop where Izzy stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at them. Are you Izzy, the supervisor of the academy? Brody narrowed his eyes, asking Izzy above. Sherry's. Whose orders did you follow to come to our Xianxia academy? Izzy appeared, looking down at Brody below, nodding. We followed Elder Coil's orders to find you. Chariot, you allowed your disciples to show us disrespect. I will report this matter truthfully to the sect. Brody accused bitterly. The xuanhuan sect was one of the 9 great sects, incomparable in status to the Xianxia academy. By tradition, the academy members should respect them as special envoys. Elder Coil? Izzy's expression turned odd before he smiled gently. Elder Sterling has always been impartial and strict. He would never condone unruly behavior. Since you two trespassed and injured our disciples first, do you think Elder Sterling will side with you? Brody's face turned pale. Izzy spoke the truth. If Coil knew they had committed the first mistake, based on his character, he would punish them first. Beside him, Zola was seething with frustration, unable to bear this outcome. If you have any business, please come up. If not, then leave the academy. Izzy resumed his cold demeanor, giving Brody a choice before disappearing atop the mountain. Brother, should we just let it go? Zola asked reluctantly, turning to look at Brody. Brody was also furious. They had come to question Izzy about Court's death. How could they return empty-handed? Kid, I'll remember you. Brody chose to endure, knowing a gentleman's revenge might take 10 years. I feel honored, Dominic smiled faintly, not taking Brody's threat seriously. Sister, let's go up. Brody clenched his teeth, turning to Zola before storming up the mountain. Zola, filled with indignation, stomped her foot and glared at Dominic, following Brody up the mountain. Brother, shouldn't you be more restrained? The xuanhuan sect people likely came to investigate Court's murder. Butler felt uneasy about Dominic's actions. Although Dominic had displayed dominance, it would draw attention from Brody and Zola. As long as we don't admit it, what can the xuanhuan sect do to us? Dominic found Butler overly cautious. Sometimes enduring wasn't the solution to problems. Just like Brody and Zola, arrogant due to their xuanhuan sect affiliation, dared to wreak havoc in the Xianxia academy, they needed to be dealt with firmly. Brother, you've changed. Now, you seem too ruthless. Perhaps your cultivation and newfound power have made you less timid. Looking at Dominic now, Butler felt a sense of unfamiliarity. His junior brother no longer needed protection, stirring a hint of jealousy within him. Hearing Butler's words, Dominic's cold expression softened somewhat. Never judge others lightly. You wouldn't understand unless you've walked in my shoes. In the Sky Cavern, he had brushed shoulders with death countless times. Without strength, one would forever be trampled upon, like a lamb led to slaughter. In the Xianxia hall, Izzy sat atop the hall, watching Brody and Zola, uninvited guests. According to Saint Izzy, it was Emperor Algernon who invited Court to Tianwu City? So, I wonder how Saint Izzy knew Court was killed? Brody stopped Zola from speaking and directly raised his doubt. Izzy frowned, stroking his beard, pondering deeply after hearing Brody's questioning. Special Envoy Nangong went there to mediate on behalf of our Xianxia Academy, hoping for peace with the Algernon dynasty. But before leaving, he mentioned that if he didn't return by nightfall, report his situation to the xuanhuan sect. Brody and Zola's expression stiffened. Izzy's explanation seemed flawless, and his pained demeanor added credibility. Special Envoy Nangong died for the Xianxia Academy. I swear to avenge his death. I wonder if Elder Sterling has already brought Kramer to justice? If not, I am willing to lend a hand. Izzy rose angrily, glaring at Brody and Zola with gritted teeth. Brody and Zola were taken aback. They couldn't tell whether Izzy was telling the truth or not because he acted too convincingly, leaving no trace of suspicion. Rest assured, Saint Izzy. Court was from our xuanhuan sect, and his death will be thoroughly investigated by us. If the murderer is indeed Kramer, he will surely face the death penalty according to sect rules. We won't disturb your academy any further today. Brody bowed to Izzy and then turned away with Zola, their faces expressionless as they departed. Only after they vanished did Izzy in the hall finally let out a breath of relief, shaking his head with a smile. At my age, I've actually learned to lie. After this self-deprecating remark, Izzy lifted his hand to calculate something, and his expression grew peculiar. Dominic pays respects to Saint Izzy. As Izzy stood solemnly, lost in thought, Dominic entered the hall just then, bowing respectfully to Izzy. Why have you come? Izzy's expression became somewhat uneasy upon seeing Dominic. Saint Izzy, there's something I've wanted to ask you for some time. Since there's no one around today, please do not withhold anything from me. Dominic frowned deeply, looking at Izzy with an insistent reminder. Oh, what is it? Izzy felt anxious. Dominic's sudden caution suggested that whatever he intended to ask must be serious. Dominic touched his nose, glanced back at the hall's entrance, and then waved his hand to close the door instantly, ensuring no eavesdroppers could hear them. Izzy frowned, sensing something amiss as Dominic turned back to look at him. Izzy seemed to grasp what Dominic might be asking. Saint Izzy, you must have known Sister Paula's true identity long ago, didn't you? Dominic asked bluntly, noting Izzy's silence. You? Izzy was shocked but soon regained his composure, nodding slightly. It seems you already know everything? Disciple accidentally discovered this. I just can't understand why Saint Izzy brought senior sister back. Seeing Izzy's acknowledgement, Dominic no longer held back. Alas, it appears this matter can no longer be concealed. Izzy sighed heavily, biting his lip as he looked at Dominic's earnest expression. Follow me. I'll show you something that will explain everything. Izzy led Dominic deeper into the hall. As they walked, Izzy's thoughts raced. How had Dominic found out? And more importantly, what would Dominic do with this information? The journey to the hidden chamber within the hall was brief, but filled with tension. Once inside, Izzy gestured for Dominic to follow him further into the dimly lit space. Here, amidst ancient scrolls and relics, Izzy approached a stone pedestal and gently placed his hand on it. A soft glow emanated from beneath, revealing an ancient artifact hidden within. This, Dominic, is part of the reason why I brought her back, Izzy said, his voice tinged with both sadness and resolve. Dominic stepped closer, examining the object. It appeared to be an old, intricately designed token. Do you recognize this symbol? Izzy asked. Dominic nodded slowly, recognizing the emblem of the Morong clan, a powerful lineage whose history intertwined deeply with both the Tianlong Academy and the Xuanhuan sect. Saint Izzy, does this mean? Sherry's. It means she carries a responsibility far beyond her understanding. And so do we. Dominic felt a mix of awe and concern. The revelation hinted at secrets far greater than he had imagined. Now, let me explain everything, Izzy began, his tone growing more serious. There is much you need to know about the Morong family and about the true nature of the conflict we are all embroiled in. Hashtag Chapter 241. Dusty's Rebirth, Deception Beyond Recognition. Tianling Peak. The sacred ground of Tianlong Academy, off limits to anyone except the sages. After leaving the Tianlong Hall, Dominic was led directly to the peak by Burke. This place was not unfamiliar to Dominic. He had once used the spirit pool here for physical tempering and bid farewell to Sage Dusty here as well. However, he could not understand why Burke would bring him here in connection with Paula's identity. Only when Dominic followed Burke to the summit and approached the Tianling pool did he notice someone sitting cross-legged within the pool. This person had a youthful appearance, appearing to be only in his early 20s, yet exuded a powerful aura of Dao realm. This man felt both unfamiliar and oddly familiar to Dominic. Grand Sage Burke? Who is this person? Why is he here? Dominic asked solemnly, bowing politely to Burke. He is Xiao Yi's grandfather, Dusty. Burke stroked his beard and cast an odd look at Dominic before revealing the man's identity. Sage Dusty? Dominic was taken aback. How could this be possible? Back then, Dusty had perished on the peak of Sighting Mountain, and Dominic had witnessed it firsthand. His body had turned to ashes. How could he come back to life? Grand Sage Burke, are you sure you're not jesting with your disciple? Confused, Dominic couldn't help but ask Burke. Do I look like I'm joking? Burke frowned and glared at him. Dominic was speechless, not daring to speak up. Dusty practiced for 1,200 years, his body long decayed beyond repair, preventing him from reaching the next realm, explained Burke. So, near the end of his lifespan, he feigned injury during his battle with Fitzroy and chose rebirth through the means of deception. Dominic sucked in a cold breath upon hearing this. Rebirth through nirvana? This wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Grand Sage Burke, what does Sage Dusty's rebirth have to do with Paula? Dominic asked curiously, staring intently at Burke. Relation? Burke's expression changed slightly. He looked at Dusty in the pool for a long time before speaking. Back then, someone entrusted us with Paula at Tianku, asking us to bring her back and offering the method of rebirth as gratitude. So, Dominic understood now. Burke and Dusty agreed to bring Paula out of Tianku because they coveted the method of rebirth. Dusty, using this method, managed to rejuvenate himself and bypass the heavenly limitations to break into the Dao realm. May I ask who that person was who entrusted Paula to the Grand Sages? What background does he have? To offer such a heaven-defying technique, the person must be highly influential. Dominic was very eager to hear about him. I don't know his origins, said Burke gravely, but you've seen him before. He frequents the Nether River. It's him? Dominic was stunned. Mentioning the Nether River made him immediately think of the old boatman. Indeed, from Ezra, Dominic learned that the old man had once been a supreme powerhouse. Due to the destruction of his divine soul, his immortal body remained in the Nether River, becoming a ferryman. Dominic had always suspected that the ferryman wasn't simple, entrusting the daughter of the Nether King to Burke and bringing her back to the mortal world likely aimed to control the Nether King. The old man chose to guard the Nether River alone to prevent the underworld from invading Tianku. This was why he never left. All you need to know, you already know. This matter must remain confidential, Burke emphasized, seeing Dominic's understanding. Understood, Dominic nodded. He wouldn't betray the trust placed in him by Burke. Now, how do you plan to handle the Nangong family? Dominic changed the subject, wanting Burke's opinion. Has the Nangong family also learned that Paula is the Nether King's daughter? Burke furrowed his brow. Sherry's. Since entering Tianku, Lindsay has been with us all along. She knows about Sister Morong. Dominic's expression changed. Hearing this, he realized that the Nangong family would definitely make use of this information. Burke wore a troubled expression. Paula's identity couldn't be exposed. It concerned the survival of Tianlong Academy. Your marriage decision is beyond my authority to interfere. I respect your choice on this matter, Burke finally spoke after a long silence, not voicing his own opinion but letting Dominic decide for himself. Saying that, Burke turned to leave, not giving Dominic a chance to ask more. Clearly, Burke was pushing Dominic to make a decision. Dominic couldn't just watch Tianlong Academy crumble or let Paula be hunted down by everyone. He had no other choice but to compromise. Why does it have to be me? Dominic was filled with anger, but nowhere to vent it. Actually, you have another option, Adon suddenly interjected as Dominic fumed. What option? Why didn't you say so earlier? Dominic was moved and hurriedly asked Adon. Kill Lindsay. If she dies, everything will be resolved. Aiden's solution was indeed the simplest and most direct, but why should he kill Lindsay? Just because he disliked her? That wasn't fair to her, and Dominic couldn't bring himself to do it. Are you suggesting I become heartless? Lindsay is innocent. Dominic shook his head resolutely, rejecting Aiden's suggestion. Master, actually, the Nangong family favors you because you're outstanding and they see great potential in you. They want to curry favor. But if Master were to become a cripple, would the Nangong family still force Master to marry Lindsay? When Dominic was at a loss, Tian Can's sword spirit offered a key insight. Right. The Nangong family wouldn't want a useless son-in-law. Dominic chuckled in surprise. Tian Can's suggestion felt like timely advice. Dominic, think carefully. The Nangong family isn't foolish. Pretending to be crippled is too immature, Adon warned, fearing Dominic was oversimplifying things. Dominic wore a worried expression. It was indeed unrealistic to fool the Nangong family, and he couldn't really cripple himself. Master, there's an easy fix. Tian can sword merging with Master. By transferring all power into the sword, we can fake it. As long as Master doesn't use any power, even an emperor might not detect anything amiss. Tian Can's words were like a godsend. Dominic was intrigued, especially since Adon didn't object. All right, let's make it look genuine and make the Nangong family reconsider. Determined, Dominic bit his lip and decided. This needed to be flawless. Inside Tianlong Hall, Burke, why hasn't Dominic moved yet after all night? Basil grew impatient. He had gone to the sword pavilion looking for Dominic, but Dominic wasn't in his training area. You're pushing him too hard. Aren't you afraid he'll run? Burke smiled, subtly hinting at Basil. Run? Basil paused, glaring at Burke before sneering dismissively. He won't dare. He knows the consequences. Being overconfident isn't always good. Burke disagreed. Even a cornered rabbit can bite back, especially when it's a living person. Hearing this, Basil suddenly felt uneasy. He hadn't seen Dominic all day. Did he really run away? Basil muttered to himself, then stood up and walked towards the hall's entrance after some contemplation. Grand Sage, something terrible has happened. Just as Basil reached the door, Butler hurriedly ran up, shouting loudly. What is it? Did Dominic run away? Basil, now tense, grabbed Butler as he entered the hall. Where did junior brother Chin run to? Dominic was stunned by Basil's question. What do you mean by something terrible? Basil, his face flushed, held onto Butler's arm tightly. This? Butler glanced at Burke, looking awkward. Speak. Burke, with a serious expression, nodded at Butler. Grand Sage? Something terrible has happened. I just want to find junior brother Dominic. When I entered his practice area, I saw him lying on the ground, barely breathing. He's almost gone. Butler reported anxiously. What? How could this be? Upon hearing about Dominic, Burke immediately stood up and rushed out of the hall without another word. Why would Dominic suddenly be on the brink of death? Basil found it too coincidental and suspected there was more to it. Without hesitation, Basil followed Burke into the sword pavilion and headed straight for Dominic's practice area. Junior brother, hold on. You can't die. As Burke and Basil reached the door, they heard Paula sobbing inside. Burke and Basil hurried into the room and saw Dominic pale and unconscious on the bed. Paula was crying bitterly, tears streaming down her face, staying by Dominic's side. Grandpa Joan, please come and see what's wrong with Dominic. Seeing Burke arrive, Paula quickly pulled him to treat Dominic. Burke's face darkened as he stood beside Dominic's bed. He noticed that Dominic's Dantian lacked any spiritual energy, and his breath was faint, almost as if his cultivation had been completely nullified. How did this happen? Basil moved closer to the bed, alarmed by Dominic's condition, which seemed dire. Hashtag chapter 242, Dylan's regret and Kramer's move. In the sword pavilion, Dominic's dojo. Dominic at this moment looked like a patient suffering from an incurable illness, extremely weak with barely any strength. He appeared listless, lying motionlessly on the bed. Burke's expression turned tense upon seeing this scene. Just earlier that day on Heavenly Spirit Peak in the rear mountain, Dominic had been perfectly fine. How could he have deteriorated to this state so quickly? Venerable Saint, please save Dominic. Paula, tears streaming down her face, pleaded as she clutched Burke's arm. Standing behind them, Dylan approached Dominic before Burke, reaching out to examine him fully, not believing that Dominic was really in trouble. Lost all spiritual energy? All cultivation gone? Isn't this making him a useless person? Dylan's expression changed drastically as he sensed no spiritual energy within Dominic, making him no different from an ordinary person. How could he accept this? Useless? Let me see. Burke didn't believe it either, and reached out to examine Dominic similarly. Indeed, there was no spiritual energy left in Dominic, and his cultivation was entirely lost. There was no difference between this and being a useless person. How did this happen? Burke was enraged. Dominic, who had been perfectly fine, now became a useless person, which was unbearable for him. I don't know. When I came in, junior brother was already like this. Paula shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably in her grief. Beside her, Dylan's face showed mixed emotions. Since Dominic had become a useless person, he had to consider his granddaughter's future seriously. Betting the future of the Nangong family on a useless person seemed unworthy to him. At this moment, Dominic slowly opened his eyes, looking at the anxious Burke beside him and said, I'm sorry, venerable saint. Due to instability in my cultivation mindset, I forced myself to break through, only to suffer backlash. Dominic, focus on recuperating first. This old man will definitely find a way to restore your cultivation. Burke was deeply pained, having placed all his hopes for the Tianlong Academy on Dominic. However, he now felt regretful because Dominic's chances of recovery were slim, leaving him uncertain of what to do. Ancestor Nangong? If the Nangong family does not disdain me, I, Dominic, am willing to marry Alicia. The sickly Dominic looked at the silent Dylan and agreed to the arranged marriage. Hold on. My granddaughter cannot marry a useless person. Now it's not you, Dominic, wanting to renege, but our Nangong family can't afford such a mismatch. Furious, Dylan immediately chose to turn hostile and hurried to distance himself from Dominic. Dylan, you're going back on your word? Burke was displeased. Dylan's suddenly reneging undoubtedly stemmed from disdain for Dominic becoming a useless person. I'm not going back on my word. How can my grandson-in-law be someone who can't get out of bed? Marriage is a big deal. This old man needs to think about my granddaughter's future, so this matter needs further deliberation. Dylan's face flushed red, yet he chose to delay due to maintaining his reputation. Dissatisfied, Burke wanted to speak up for Dominic, but Dominic suddenly reached out to grab his sleeve. Venerable saint, I won't force anything. If Ancestor Nangong can't make up his mind, then let it be. Dominic, looking pitifully ill, shook his head sadly. Humph. The Nangong family is untrustworthy. It's just because my junior brother has lost all his cultivation and is no longer useful. Paula couldn't hold back her anger and sarcastically criticized Dylan. Dylan remained silent, gritted his teeth, bowed to Burke, and stormed out. Butler, returning at that moment, saw Dylan leave with a grim expression and intended to ask him something. Humph. But unexpectedly, Dylan gave a cold laugh, glared at Butler, and left angrily. Butler looked puzzled, watching Dylan walk out of the courtyard gate before turning to enter Dominic's room. Inside the room, Joan's expression became peculiar as he looked at Dominic lying in bed for a long time before abruptly speaking with a cold face. Dominic? What exactly did you do? After confirming that Dylan had left, Dominic slowly sat up from the bed with a smile. Paula suppressed a giggle while Butler, who had just returned, looked torn between laughter and disbelief. It turned out they had all cooperated with Dominic's act to make Dylan believe the deception. Seeing this, Burke seemed to catch on. You, Dominic, you nearly scared this old man to death. If you really lost all your cultivation, who would protect the Tianlong Academy? Burke was slightly angry, as Dominic had deceived even him. Please forgive me, venerable saint. I had no choice but to resort to this. Dominic rose awkwardly, bowing respectfully to Burke. This trick doesn't solve the root problem. With that cunning old fox Dylan, he'll eventually realize you're deceiving him. Burke couldn't help but worry about Dominic. While he managed to discourage Dylan this time, there might not be such good luck next time. As long as we can buy some time, solving the issues with Kramer and the other two academies should give me time to handle things. Dominic could only take things one step at a time now. Fine then. Handle this matter yourself. Seeing Dominic aware of the consequences, Burke stopped blaming him. As long as Dominic was fine, he was relieved. After Burke left, Paula and Butler looked curiously at Dominic sitting on the bed. Junior brother, what do you plan to do next? Butler asked. The person sent by Xuanhuan sect is still in Tiangwu City. Kramer must suspect the academy. I predict he will personally visit the academy. With my current strength, I can barely tangle with him, but I have less than 50% chance of defeating him. As he spoke, Dominic turned his gaze toward Paula. Paula's expression froze. Dominic's direct look made her suddenly feel uneasy, her face turning red instantly. Junior brother, do you need sister's help? Butler was confused. No. I need to borrow the dragon pearl within sister's body. Dominic shook his head. With insufficient strength, he could only rely on the 5 elements dragon pearls. With the power of 3 dragon pearls, Dominic believed he had a 60% chance of defeating Kramer. The battle with Kramer was unavoidable. He had to teach Kramer a severe lesson. Killing him would be ideal. No problem. The dragon pearl is useless to me. If junior brother needs it, you can keep it. Hearing Dominic's request, Paula didn't hesitate and willingly offered to give him the dragon pearl. Sister Jess, I just need to borrow it for a while. Dominic dared not accept such a valuable item so easily. Under the scorching midday sun, in the imperial study of the palace, Kramer sat on the dragon throne. His face darkened as he watched third Prince Chris enter the study. Your humble son greets your majesty. Chris bowed deeply to Kramer. How is the investigation progressing? Any results? Kramer asked sternly. Reporting to your majesty, Commander Malachi and his men did not see anyone last night. So, I preliminarily deduced that whoever hung Court's corpse on the city wall must be at least a sage realm cultivator. There are nearly 100 experts of this realm in Tiangwu City, but none of them seem suspicious. Stopping here, Chris didn't continue, as knowing too much about outside matters might raise his father's suspicions. Oh, if anyone suspects the most, it has to be the Tianlong Academy. After much thought, besides the Tianlong Academy, who else dares to frame me like this? Moreover, Court was a special envoy of the Tianlong Academy. How did he end up in the palace? Kramer clenched his teeth in anger. Initially, he didn't believe the Tianlong Academy would dare to do such a thing, but after deep reflection, no one else had the audacity besides the Tianlong Academy. The sudden move by Xuanhuan sect naturally indicated that someone had tipped them off. Otherwise, how could they be so sure it was him who killed Court? Your Majesty? Today, I saw 2 of Elder Sterling's disciples leave the city from outside the palace, Chris said. Their direction seemed to head towards Tianlong Academy. But just now, these 2 returned to the palace. From what I observed, they seemed to have sustained serious injuries. Seeing his father doubt Tianlong Academy, he decided to report everything he had witnessed. There's this too? Kramer was surprised. The 2 individuals by Coil's side were both at the Dao realm. For them to be injured, their opponent must have been even more powerful. I did not see wrong. Those 2 returned with disheveled appearances and faces filled with anger. But I can't be certain if they went to Tianlong Academy or not. Chris nodded. It would be best if they didn't go to Tianlong Academy. If they did, then Tianlong Academy must have a Dao realm expert. Kramer frowned deeply. Tianlong Academy had always been a thorn in his side, and he would not tolerate its existence. Shall I send someone to Tianlong Academy? Seeing his father's expression, Chris asked tentatively. No. This matter does not need your involvement. Just keep a close watch on Coil. Kramer directly refused. Chris nodded, not daring to ask further. After Chris withdrew, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared at the door of the study. The newcomer, cold-faced, carrying twin sabers, wearing black, entered the study and bowed before Kramer. Your servant, Troy, greets your majesty. Any progress? Kramer's expression turned serious upon seeing Troy, and he asked sternly. Under your command, I visited Tianlong Academy and discovered that last night, the Nangong family brought people into Tianlong Academy and only left this morning. Moreover, I saw a man and a woman visit Tianlong Academy but soon left. They appeared to be injured. Troy, the commander of Kramer's personal guards, was already at the Great Perfection Saint realm. Humph, you Nangong family, going to Tianlong Academy behind my back? No, something is amiss. Kramer initially dismissed it, but recalled how the Nangong family had ignored his attack on Tianlong Academy. Their sudden visit today must be suspicious. Troy, gather your men and immediately accompany me to Tianlong Academy. Chapter 243, Chris's Cruelty. On top of the city wall, Prince Chris stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the backs of the 3,000 brocade guards leaving the city. Master? With so many brocade guards suddenly leaving the city, could something significant be happening? Darnell, standing behind Chris, asked curiously, as it was his first time seeing palace guards leave the city. The brocade guards are personally selected by my father. Without his order, they would not dare to leave Tianwu City. If I'm not mistaken, father is preparing to move against the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Chris frowned, easily guessing his father's intentions based on his understanding. The brocade guards, each at the celestial phenomenon stage, were led by Troy, the palace's top warrior and a close confidant of Emperor Kramer. Upon hearing that Kramer intended to act against the Heavenly Dragon Academy, Darnell's expression turned complicated. Because of Dominic, he could not stand by idly, but nor did he dare make any rash moves, which left him feeling conflicted. As Darnell lowered his head, looking grave, Chris noticed his unusual demeanor. However, Chris remained silent, touching his nose thoughtfully while contemplating his plans. A fight between clams and an oyster, only the fisherman benefits. This is a rare opportunity. Chris's lips curled into a smirk. He then glanced at Darnell and said, Darnell, immediately gather our people and head for the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Set an ambush on their return route from the Emperor's party, ensuring they do not come back alive. Master, you want to kill His Majesty? Darnell was shocked. Was Chris planning to usurp the throne? Such an unforgivable act. He actually dared to do this, leaving Darnell utterly surprised. That's right. As long as he lives, I'll never ascend to the throne. Rather than cringe before him, I'd prefer to give him a quick end and fulfill my imperial destiny. Chris's face grew cold. If one isn't ruthless, great achievements cannot be made. Since the Heavenly Dragon Academy had outlived its usefulness, it might as well be used to weaken Kramer's strength and further his own path to the throne. Master, from what I understand, His Majesty's cultivation has recently increased significantly. With our current strength, we might... Darnell hesitated. The present Kramer was at the 9th Tribulation Dao realm, making him incredibly hard to kill. Rest assured, I have my arrangements. Just go ahead with the plan. Chris frowned, confident in his decision and strategy. Daring not to speak further, Darnell bowed to Chris and turned to leave. Chris retracted his gaze from the distant disappearing 3,000 brocade guards, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he returned to the palace. After Chris departed, Ian suddenly appeared on the city wall. He had overheard the entire conversation between Chris and Darnell. That damned Chris, he intends to use the Heavenly Dragon Academy against Kramer? Ian clenched his fists in anger, glaring at Chris's retreating figure within the city. Chris's depth of cunning and willingness to stop at nothing to achieve his goals made him even more despicable than his father, Kramer. Who's there? Just as Ian fumed, he sensed someone sneaking up behind him. He turned around sharply, shouting, It's me. A figure appeared before Ian under his glare. Darnell? Why are you still here? Ian felt a surge of killing intent. Afraid that Darnell would report back to Chris, he became wary. Don't misunderstand. I'm not aligned with Chris. I don't want anything to happen to the Heavenly Dragon Academy. I came to ask you to go immediately to the Heavenly Dragon Academy and prepare them for what's coming. Darnell saw Ian's unfriendly look, but maintained a distance as he spoke his request. Really? Aren't you afraid Chris will find out? Ian was surprised that Darnell wanted to help the Heavenly Dragon Academy, an unexpected development. Fear. Darnell frowned, glancing at Chris's departing silhouette, then shook his head. I've done all I can. It's up to you to decide whether or not to act. With that, Darnell turned and left without another word. Ian's expression was puzzled. That Darnell, who was usually loyal to Prince Chris, had betrayed him, confused him. Chariot, knowing the urgency of the situation, he swiftly flew away. In the grand hall of the palace, Elder Coil sat listening to Brody and Zola recount their experiences. You say there's a Dao Realm disciple in the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and both of you couldn't match his strength? Coil looked surprised, finding it hard to believe that Brody and Zola were outmatched by someone at the academy, whose strongest were typically at the Holy Realm. Elder, this is true, Brody confirmed. He appears only at the 3rd Tribulation Dao Realm, but his power is terrifying. Can you two visualize the person's appearance for me? Coil stroked his beard, sensing the complexity of the situation. Brody and Zola exchanged looks and simultaneously summoned their spiritual power to form an image of Dominic in midair. Initially puzzled, Coil's expression drastically changed after observing the image for a while. It's him. Coil rose abruptly, stunned. Brody and Zola were unsure of what to do, mistaking Elder Sterling's reaction for Dominic being someone significant. Elder? Who is he? Zola asked timidly. Not exactly, Coil replied seriously, but this man is one of those we've been searching for. Upon receiving images from Alberic Celestial Lord, Coil recognized Dominic, causing such a strong reaction. Do you mean, he also returned from the Heavenly Cave? Brody was surprised. News of those returning from the Heavenly Cave wouldn't be unknown to major sects. Exactly. He's extremely important to us. We must visit the Heavenly Dragon Academy and bring him back to the sect as soon as possible. Coil was impatient. Knowing Dominic held crucial information about the Heavenly Cave, avoiding other sects' discovery meant taking him away quickly. This? Brody hesitated. Zola felt resentful. They hoped to reclaim their honor, but bringing Dominic back would likely lead to his promotion. Suddenly, a voice outside interrupted. 3rd Prince Chris requests an audience with Elder Sterling. What does he want? Coil scowled, gritting his teeth in annoyance before sitting back down. Come in. Soon, Chris entered, solemnly bowing to Coil. Greetings, Elder Sterling. What is it? Coil asked impatiently. Elder Sterling? Have you been searching for the killer of Southern Palace's envoy? Chris asked cautiously. Of course. How did you know? Coyle's curiosity piqued. Sherry's. Because I no longer wish to see my father, Emperor Kramer, continue harming the innocent, I had to take decisive action. With tears welling up in his eyes, Chris seemed genuinely torn. From these words, it was clear Kramer was responsible for harming Southern Palace Crane. Brody and Zola were astonished. Kramer's own son had betrayed him? This was truly a case of upholding justice by sacrificing family ties. Chris, you must be responsible for your words. Coyle's pupils dilated. Whether true or false, this was no trifling matter. Of course. My father, Emperor Kramer, killed the Southern Palace envoy out of anger over his favoritism towards the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Now, under Elder Sterling's pressure, my father has gone mad and personally led 3,000 brocade guards to the Heavenly Dragon Academy, intending to massacre it. As a prince, I do not wish to see innocent lives lost, nor do I want my father to commit so much bloodshed. So, I have no choice but to inform Elder Sterling of the truth. Saying this, tears welled up in Chris's eyes. Seeing Chris's display, in the eyes of Coyle, Brody, and Zola, he appeared to be an upright and benevolent person. Elder, this Kramer is simply despicable. We cannot let him succeed. The Heavenly Dragon Academy, regardless of its standing, is still a vassal force of our holy primordial sect. Brody couldn't bear to watch, clenching his teeth and stepping forward to suggest to Coyle. Elder Sterling? Prince Chris is indeed benevolent. Since he dares to speak up, there must be no falsehood in his words. Please, Elder, take action against Kramer. Zola was indignant, trusting Chris's words completely and now despising Kramer deeply. Coyle's face darkened. With concrete accusations, Kramer's crime of murder was undoubtedly established. Prince Chris, rest assured, as long as I am here, Kramer will not succeed. Coyle rose, angrily stroking his beard, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then immediately set off with Brody and Zola, leaving the grand hall. Watching Coyle and the others depart, Chris, who had been weeping, regained his composure. Approaching the entrance of the hall, he gazed at the distant figures of Coyle and company flying away, breaking into a sly smile. Father, do not blame me, this is all because you left me no choice. All this is because you never trusted me or valued me. If that's the case, I can only achieve what I desire through my own means. Haha. Laughter echoed eerily in the hall. Chapter 244. Battling the Ninth Tribulation. Night fell, and the evening wind was biting. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Dominic, who was conversing with Saint Izzy, suddenly sensed unrest outside. He silently rose to his feet and looked out. Murderous intent has appeared. They've arrived. Dominic's face turned grim as he said this while looking outside. Younger brother? Do you mean Empress Tianfeng Kramer? Paula, also in the hall, seeing Dominic's solemn expression, felt an ominous premonition. Sitting above in the hall, Izzy already sensed a group of people approaching the base of the mountain from below. Saint? It's not good. At that moment, Butler suddenly burst into the hall, his expression tense, and respectfully reported, Saint? Empress Tianfeng Kramer personally leads 3,000 Imperial Guards and is heading up the mountain. Upon hearing Butler's report, the silent Dominic immediately strode towards the entrance. Younger brother, wait for me. Seeing this, Paula bit her lip and hurried after him. Butler was at a loss. Seeing Dominic and Paula leave, he wanted to follow but hesitated when he saw Saint Izzy not moving. The inevitable will come. Butler, inform everyone in the academy that no one is to leave the mountain without my command. Izzy knew well that Kramer had come to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Academy. With Dominic and Paula going down to stop them, there was no need for others to get involved since it would only cost their lives needlessly. Butler didn't understand Izzy's intention, but Izzy gave no explanation and headed out. A gust of wind swept through. Outside the academy on the mountain, the air was thick with murderous intent. Kramer, with hands clasped behind his back, led the 3,000 Imperial Guards straight toward the summit of the academy. However, when Kramer and his men reached halfway up the mountain, they suddenly saw figures blocking their path from above. Furrowing his brows, Kramer recognized these figures all too well. As they drew closer, his eyes widened in shock. Dominic? Kramer was unaware that Dominic had safely returned to the Heavenly Dragon Academy. But upon seeing that Dominic's cultivation was only at the third Tribulation Dao realm, Kramer couldn't help but laugh coldly. Kramer? What brings you to my Heavenly Dragon Academy so late at night? Dominic, standing above, with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the scene below with an air of superiority. I was wondering who secretly aided the Heavenly Dragon Academy? But upon seeing you, Dominic, I feel indescribably happy, because I can finally tear you apart with my own hands. Kramer laughed maniacally, his expression turning sinister. Thinking about past grievances with Dominic made Kramer grit his teeth in fury. Dominic, did you kill my son, Abdur? Calmly, Kramer's tone shifted as he angrily questioned Dominic. If I say no, you won't believe me. But it's true. Abdur did not die by my hand. Dominic frowned, genuinely not wanting to be blamed for the murder. Lying. Who else could have killed my dear son besides you? Kramer was enraged. Confirming his son's death from Dominic only deepened his hatred. Suddenly, Paula walked down from the mountain and loudly answered. It was your second son, Fiki. We witnessed Abdur die by Fiki's hand. Not possible. How could Fiki kill his own brother? Nonsense, trying to mislead me. How despicable. Kramer dismissed it outright. How could brothers turn on each other? What she says is true. I was there too. A woman's voice called from below. Alicia? Paula's expression changed, recognizing the voice. Turning around, Kramer saw Alicia approaching alone up the mountain. Her cultivation had advanced significantly, now reaching the second Tribulation Dao realm. Miss Nangong? Surprised, Kramer felt this coincidental. Trying to deceive me for Dominic? Consider the consequences. I, Alicia, swear under heaven, if what I say is false, may lightning strike me. Alicia bravely swore, affirming her words. Enraged, Kramer struggled to accept this reality. The idea of his two sons turning against each other was too much to believe. Alicia, why are you here? Dominic asked, his expression peculiar, fearing Alicia might make a scene. Why wouldn't I come? Didn't grandfather come to the Heavenly Dragon Academy? Alicia was puzzled, having secretly run away from home to find her grandfather, Dylan, at the academy, while also visiting Dominic. He left today? Didn't you see him? Paula was surprised by Alicia's lack of knowledge. Alicia shook her head. Seeing Dominic, she was delighted, rushing over to hug his arm. Do you miss me? Laughing at Dominic's flushed face, she teased him. Is this proper? Men and women should not be too intimate. Dominic awkwardly pushed her away, keeping some distance. Why? Hasn't grandfather told you about our relationship? Alicia glared, ignoring the setting. Embarrassed, Dominic chuckled uncomfortably. Beside him, Paula felt a pang of jealousy. Betrothal talks before me? You disregard me. Kramer, feeling ignored, roared in anger, raising his arm. The leader of the Imperial Guards, Troy, led thousands forward. Stop! Paula stepped forward, instantly summoning myriad sword energies from the sky. With endless sword rain, over half the Imperial Guards were felled in moments. Troy and 10 others surrounded Paula but were easily defeated by her sweeping strikes, forcing them to spit blood and fly back. Enraged, Kramer struck with a palm, fire erupting from it. Boom! Paula parried, but her weaker strength caused her to retreat. How powerful! He's at the 9th Tribulation Dao Realm? Alicia was alarmed by Kramer's increased strength. Suddenly, Dominic transformed into a golden light, colliding with Kramer's attack. Thunder rumbled, the earth shook. Retreating several steps, Dominic felt his internal energy churning. Opposite him, Kramer remained still, his aura formidable. Give me your life. Kramer sneered, his power unmatched, unafraid of Dominic's challenge. A fiery phoenix appeared, engulfing Dominic in flames. Dominic summoned the heaven-enraged battle armor and sprouted fiery wings, fearless, splitting the phoenix in two. Flames scattered as Dominic swiftly closed the distance. Phantom light. A sword beam turned into moonlight, flashing through the air. Kramer, caught off guard, was nearly sliced in two. Fortunately, his cultivation was formidable, and the strength within his body surged forth to withstand more than half of the sword chi. But he was still knocked back, spitting out blood. Damn it! How did he become so strong? The injured Kramer was seething with anger. He had a fire spirit sacred body, already at the pinnacle of the Dao realm, yet he was still injured by Dominic. Annihilation. Without giving Kramer a chance to catch his breath, Dominic actually unleashed the second move of the Kurt divine art. Meteorites descended from the sky, covering a limited area but with immense destructive power, each one automatically locking onto Kramer. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the mountain path was destroyed, and a terrifying aura of destruction swept over, and Kramer, like a rat crossing the street, was forced to retreat down the mountain under the barrage of meteorites. Whoosh! Dominic instantly followed. As the last meteorite fell, the Tiankin sword in his hand suddenly flew out of his grasp. A long rainbow pierced through the sun. The sword's arc penetrated Kramer's chest. Kramer's pupils widened, as if petrified on the spot. Thick blood flowed from the punctured chest. But just when Dominic thought Kramer was dead, Kramer's body suddenly erupted in scorching flames, and the wound on his chest healed instantly. Haha, what else do you have? Bring it all out. My body is now immortal and indestructible. You can't kill me. 36 heavenly thunders hadn't been able to kill Kramer, so how could this mere sword strike take his life? He was a defiance-defying being, no longer bound by the 5 elements, free from the constraints of life and death. To kill him, you must first destroy his divine soul. Just as Dominic was infuriated, Saint Izzy suddenly appeared out of nowhere and revealed Kramer's fatal weakness to him. Opposite, Kramer's expression changed drastically. His divine soul was indeed his Achilles heel, but he would never let Dominic succeed. Fire spirit sacred body. Kramer roared, his body suddenly expanding into a 10-foot-tall giant. A violent aura appeared abruptly, engulfing his entire body in flames. Boom! Kramer stomped the ground forcefully, creating a fissure that rapidly spread towards Dominic. Plop plop. Scorching lava spewed from the crack, attacking Dominic. Do you think you're the only one who can summon heart fire? Facing the erupting lava, Dominic sneered coldly, and with a wave of his arm, fiery light dispersed around him. Boom! But in the next second, Kramer suddenly attacked, punching Dominic and sending him flying away. Hashtag chapter 245. On the brink of life and death, Butler's life hangs by a thread. Ah! Suddenly struck by Kramer, Dominic felt an agonizing pain tear through his chest, his body uncontrollably flying outwards. Kramer, wielding the fire spirit sacred body, had become overwhelmingly powerful, his speed reaching an unnerving level. Dominic, spitting blood, had yet to steady himself when Kramer appeared instantly before him, swinging another fist as large as a millstone towards him. Flying dragon in the sky. In a desperate moment, Dominic disregarded his injuries, gritting his teeth and thrusting his fist forward to meet the attack. Boom! Golden light splattered everywhere. With one punch, Dominic was vastly overpowered, his body flying into a mountain cliff. Kramer, however, merely swayed slightly, a crazed excitement on his face, and he sped toward Dominic as a blaze of fire. Palm thunder. At this critical juncture, Sage Izzy suddenly appeared, his palm sending a storm of lightning through the air. Bang! Kramer was pushed back several steps by the thunder. However, even Izzy struggled. Kramer's cultivation had reached the 9th Tribulation Dao realm, and his power was terrifyingly formidable. Izzy, you are courting your own death. Frustrated and enraged by the obstruction, Kramer glared at Izzy, releasing a fiery phoenix that flew toward him. Golden Bell Shield. Izzy's expression changed drastically. He lacked Dominic's strength and could only passively defend. Bang! The phoenix instantly shattered Izzy's Golden Bell Shield, gravely wounding him as he spat blood and flew several yards away. Grandfather Darwin. Paula rushed over, seeing Izzy being thrown and injured, hurriedly helping him up from the ground. Hurry, stop Kramer. Bleeding from the mouth, Izzy, ignoring his own wounds, urged Paula to save Dominic. At this moment, Kramer was approaching Dominic, who was in imminent danger of losing his life. Paula nodded resolutely, but before she could reach Kramer, Alicia had already run to Dominic's side. Dominic was now in excruciating pain, his internal organs almost shattered by Kramer's blow. Dominic, how are you? Alicia looked at Dominic anxiously, worried about the severity of his injuries. Before Dominic could respond, Kramer attacked again. Bewaring. Dominic widened his eyes, urgently warning Alicia. Alicia turned quickly just as a figure appeared, blocking Kramer's strike. Xiao, Butler? Alicia's face paled as she saw Butler spit blood and kneel before her. Senior brother Xiao. Seeing Butler kneeling with blood gushing from his 7 orifices, Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression turning fiercely grotesque. All must die for me. Transforming into a giant, Kramer wielded a blazing blade, slashing directly at Dominic and company. Critical moment. Alicia exerted all her strength to block the blade. Phew. Instantly, Alicia was pushed back by Kramer's force, spitting blood as her face turned pale. But she didn't give up, gritting her teeth and holding firm. Sword waterfall. At this decisive moment, Paula unleashed her sword arts, a torrent of sword chi suddenly enveloping Kramer. Bang bang. Caught off guard, Kramer was left bruised and battered but still standing. Dragon Soul, go. Seizing the opportunity with Kramer trapped, Dominic gritted his teeth and roared. Roar. A golden dragon emerged from Dominic, growing rapidly and emitting blinding light as it soared through the air. Ah! Struck by the golden dragon, Kramer let out a heart-wrenching scream, his chest exploding with blood flying everywhere. Heavenly Remnant, go. As Kramer kneeled from his severe injuries, Dominic swung his hand, sending Heavenly Remnant sword straight through Kramer's forehead, extinguishing his soul. Puff. Blood splattered into the sky as Kramer's eyes widened in shock, his face turning ashen and motionless. Thud. Drenched in sweat, Alicia collapsed to the ground, watching the kneeling Kramer in disbelief. Worried, Dominic and Paula approached cautiously, swords in hand, keeping their eyes on Kramer. Only after confirming Kramer was no longer breathing did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Whoosh. Just as Dominic relaxed, Kramer, still kneeling, grabbed Dominic's neck, lifting him high above. Junior brother. Behind, Paula's expression changed drastically as she swung her sword towards Kramer, concerned for Dominic's safety. Himph. Kramer coldly scoffed, turning to see Paula approaching from behind. He suddenly stood up, waving his hand to fling her away. Wasn't his soul already destroyed? How can he still move? Far off, Izzy was shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening as Kramer remained mobile. Dominic, in Kramer's grasp, had a pale face and blackened lips, struggling to breathe. Dominic! Alicia, seated on the ground, was terrified, biting her lip hard and rushing into the sky to save Dominic. Would Kramer give her the chance? Before Alicia could get close, Kramer punched her, throwing her against a mountain wall where she fainted on impact. And Butler, kneeling and near death, tried to help Dominic but found himself paralyzed, his bones shattered. Haha. Dominic, you can't escape my grasp. I will avenge my dead son, grinding you to dust. Kramer laughed maniacally, realizing no one could stop him from killing Dominic. Thoughts of his deceased son fueled his rage. Dominic, in Kramer's grip, suddenly felt a dragon-shaped mark appear on his forehead. Sensing something amiss, Kramer saw Dominic's eyes widen, feeling a powerful suction draining his strength. What's happening? Panicked, Kramer realized he was losing control. Taking advantage of Kramer's confusion, Dominic activated the power of 3 dragon beads. Boom. Kramer's hand was violently shaken off, allowing Dominic to fly down to the ground. Damn, you can absorb my strength? Enraged by Dominic's ability, Kramer vowed to eliminate him. Trying to fend off Kramer's ferocious assault, Dominic retreated quickly, preparing to have Eamon finish Kramer. Extermination heaven. Suddenly, a voice roared from above. Zoom. A 4-colored arrow pierced the sky. What? Looking up, it was too late for Kramer. The arrow penetrated Kramer's forehead. Boom. Immediately, Kramer's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. His massive body shrank to normal size and fell lifeless to the ground. Dominic, seeing Kramer without a head, remained cautious. Everyone looked up to see Teddy descending from the sky, appearing before them. Teddy? Seeing his grandson approach, Izzy called out joyfully. Grandfather! Teddy ran to Izzy, helping him up. Sorry, grandfather, I came late? No. If not for your timely arrival, we would all have died at Kramer's hands. We should be thanking you. Izzy shook his head, acknowledging Teddy's rescue. Thank you, Teddy. Injured, Paula thanked Teddy personally. What about Dominic? He wouldn't thank Teddy. Why didn't you come earlier? Did you want to steal my thunder? Dominic glanced at Teddy disdainfully. Not boasting, would you survive otherwise? Teddy frowned. Dominic was at his wit's end, and he wasn't foolish enough not to notice. Dominic smiled. Teddy's appearance exceeded his expectations. Regardless, Dominic owed Teddy a favor. Butler, how are you? Paula, noticing Butler was barely hanging on, rushed to his side, calling out urgently. Dominic, Izzy, and Teddy's expressions changed dramatically as they gathered around Butler. Seeing his fading breath, they knew he was teetering on the brink of death. Hurry, give him this pill. Izzy's face grew grave. Without a second thought, He retrieved a black pill from his robe and handed it to Paula. Paula quickly administered the pill, but Butler showed no signs of improvement. All his meridians are severed, bones shattered, and internal organs destroyed. Even with divine elixirs, he cannot be saved, Teddy said after examining Butler thoroughly, shaking his head in disappointment. It can't be. There must be a way to save senior brother Butler. Tears welled up in Dominic's eyes as he gently held Butler, feeling the coldness seeping into his body and the faint pulse gradually disappearing. Murmuring beside him, Paula cried, knowing there was no hope for Butler's recovery. Could anyone withstand a blow from Kramer? Alas, only Phoenix blood or Nirvana pills can save him. But Phoenix blood is nearly unobtainable, and Nirvana pills are possessed only by a few major sects, not available outside. Izzy sighed deeply, his voice filled with sorrow. Phoenix blood? Dominic knew well the miraculous properties of Phoenix blood, yet the last drop had already been used to save Paula. As for Nirvana pills, he had never even heard of them, and even if he knew where to find them, it would be too late. Overcome with grief, Dominic blamed himself for being powerless. Butler had sacrificed his life to save him. Is there really no other way? Paula asked Izzy, her heart unwilling to give up. Izzy wore a worried look, gazing at the sky, but ultimately shook his head. Teddy remained indifferent, showing little concern for Butler's fate. Eamon, can you save him? Desperate, Dominic transmitted his plea telepathically to Eamon. This is his destined tribulation, but he still has a sliver of hope, Eamon replied, though he did not wish to intervene. I can save him. Just as Dominic felt all hope was lost, an elderly voice echoed from afar. Chapter 246, The Miracle of Phoenix Blood. The voice carried a sense of ancient wisdom, bringing a glimmer of hope in the dire situation. Who is that? Dominic asked aloud, looking in the direction the voice came from. An elder, Izzy responded, squinting his eyes to see better. From the distance emerged an old man, clad in tattered robes, yet radiating an aura of profound strength. He walked slowly but steadily towards them, his presence commanding attention. You seek salvation for this young man? The old man asked once he approached, his eyes locking onto Butler. Sherry's, please help him, Dominic pleaded, holding Butler tightly in his arms. The old man bent down and carefully examined Butler. His expression turned grave, yet a flicker of determination shone through his eyes. It will not be easy, but I have the means. Izzy's eyes widened in surprise. You have Phoenix blood? Sherry's, the old man nodded. A single drop remains from an ancient phoenix. It is the only chance for this young man. Without wasting another moment, the old man took out a small vial containing a crimson liquid. He carefully dripped the precious phoenix blood into Butler's mouth. Moments later, a faint glow enveloped Butler's body, and warmth began to spread from within. Wait, this? Dominic watched in awe as Butler's condition started to stabilize. His breathing became steady, and color returned to his pale face. The old man stepped back, smiling faintly. He will recover, but it will take time. The phoenix blood has given him a new lease on life. Tears welled up in Paula's eyes as she realized Butler was going to be all right. Thank you, Elder. You are welcome. Remember, life and death balance on a thread. Cherish every moment, the old man advised before turning away, vanishing into the horizon. In that moment, everyone felt a renewed sense of hope. Butler's survival marked a turning point, reminding them of the fragility and resilience of life. Chapter 246, Disruption by the Qingyun Sect. Who's speaking? Hearing someone talking, Dominic quickly got up and looked down the mountain behind him. He saw a black-robed elder leading a young man and woman approaching them. Coyle, Elder Sterling? Burke was instantly shocked when he saw the leading elder. Indeed, it was Coyle, an elder of the Holy Origin sect. He had just spoken. Brody and Zola, who were following Coyle, instantly became grim-faced when they saw Dominic. Tianlong Academy's Burke, I greet you, Elder Sterling. Although Burke could hardly move, he could only nod in acknowledgement as he saw Coyle approaching. Coyle's expression was grave. Upon seeing Burke injured, he gave a slight nod before shifting his gaze directly to Kramer's headless corpse on the ground. Elder, did they kill Kramer? Brody frowned. Their mission was to bring Kramer back to the sect, but now, seeing Kramer dead, he wanted to use this incident to target Dominic and the others. However, Coyle ignored him. When he looked at Dominic, he also noticed Paula. Indeed, it's you too. Coyle's expression was peculiar, confirming that Dominic and Paula had indeed returned from the Sky Abyss. This trip wasn't in vain. May I ask, Elder Sterling, did you just say you could save my senior brother? Dominic didn't know Coyle, but saving people was urgent and couldn't be delayed. Sherry's, I can indeed save him, Coyle nodded, though his eyes were somewhat sinister, as if he didn't really want to help. Dominic's face turned unpleasant. Coyle's unexpected arrival definitely indicated malintent, yet only Coyle could save Butler now. Paula and Ian looked serious. They also couldn't figure out Coyle's true intentions. As Dominic remained silent, Coyle turned to look at Ian, slightly surprised when he saw him. Because in the portrait transmitted back by the Alberic Heavenly Lord, there was a resemblance to Ian, although one person was still missing. What does Elder Sterling require to save him? Dominic gritted his teeth, looking intently at Coyle. You're quite straightforward. I like your rebellious and loyal nature. Hearing Dominic speak first, Coyle seemed to appreciate Dominic's candor. After glancing at Burke, he smiled slightly and took out a red pill from his sleeve. Nirvana pill? Burke instantly guessed it was the Nirvana pill that could save Butler upon seeing the pill in Coyle's hand. Dominic, Paula, and Ian were shocked. No wonder Coyle was so confident. Elder, isn't this Nirvana pill very precious? Even our sect has no more than 6. Are you willing to use this pill to save a dying person? Zola was unsettled. Dominic already had enmity with them, and now Coyle was going to save their people? Besides, the Nirvana pill was priceless and extremely hard to come by. Such pills were kept for life-saving purposes. Who would give one away? While the pill is valuable, without any utility, it's worth nothing. Moreover, this pill isn't given for free. Coil shot a glance at Zola, reprimanding her while also hinting to Dominic. Zola felt aggrieved but dared not say more. Burke, Dominic, Paula, and Ian naturally understood that obtaining the Nirvana pill required a certain price. Elder Sterling, what are your terms? Please let us know. Burke, being a scholar of the academy, needed to handle this matter. Burke, we've met before. I'm not one for beating around the bush. I wish to exchange this pill for a few individuals from your academy. Is that unreasonable? Coil looked serious, explaining his conditions to Burke. The few individuals he referred to were Dominic, Paula, and Ian, all survivors of the Sky Abyss. Now, Dominic and company were people that the 9 great sects were all looking for. For a single pill, Coil could take these 3, making a huge profit. This? Burke frowned, understanding Coil's intentions clearly. Dominic and Paula looked uneasy. Coil's demands were substantial. As for Ian, he was completely ignored because he wasn't part of Tianlong Academy, and Coil wouldn't dare do anything against him, given the divine arrow gate backing him. May I ask, Elder Sterling, what do you intend to do with our people? Burke glanced at Dominic, clenching his teeth with a grim expression as he asked Coil. That's none of your concern. They'll be under my control, alive or dead. If they cooperate well, they might become disciples of our Holy Origin sect. Coil laughed, stroking his beard with a sinister gaze over Dominic and the others. Burke felt indignant. Trading Butler's life for Dominic and company's lives was a raw deal for him. Why bother negotiating? They killed Kramer, committed a grave crime, and should be taken back to the Holy Origin sect for punishment. Brody, who had been silent, stepped forward to remind Coil. There was no need to waste the Nirvana pill when they could simply take everyone back. Coil's expression changed, but eventually agreed with Brody. Realizing the situation turning against them, Dominic and company understood that Coil, as a Mortal Slayer realm expert, could easily capture them all alone. My patience is limited. What do you decide? Coil became impatient, his anger showing as he tried to pressure Dominic and the others into deciding. How shameless the Holy Origin sect is, bullying the weak. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from above. Dominic sensed a formidable presence descending. Everyone looked up to see an old man in white robes floating towards them, hands behind his back. This elder appeared youthful despite his silver hair, exuding a strong aura even stronger than Coil. One of the 3 heroes of the Qingyun sect, Adlai? Coil and Burke exclaimed in shock. The newcomer was none other than Christiana's master, one of the 3 heroes of the Qingyun sect from 1,000 years ago, now an inner elder of the Qingyun sect, having reached the 7th level of the Mortal Slayer realm. Adlai's arrival filled the air with overwhelming momentum, causing even Coil to feel intimidated. Moments later, Christiana and a man appeared, landing behind Adlai. When Dominic saw Christiana, his heart skipped a beat. Christiana, with wide, hostile eyes, stared at Dominic while also glancing at Ian. After their encounter at Longevity Sect, Christiana almost died but managed to return safely to Qingyun Sect, reporting everything accurately. Adlai, why are you here? Coil's face turned sour, seeing Adlai disrupting his plans, which made him furious. Does Qingyun Sect need approval from Holy Origin Sect to act? Adlai frowned, giving Coil a menacing glare. Then, Adlai approached Butler and, without paying attention to Dominic and the others, immediately administered the Nirvana pill to Butler. Seeing this, Dominic and Paula were immensely grateful, bowing deeply to Adlai. Unlike Coil, who used the Nirvana pill as leverage, Adlai's action showed significantly better character. Coil's face flushed with embarrassment as he saw Adlai deliberately ruin his plan. Is this too much, Adlai? This is Holy Origin Sect territory. It's not your place to show mercy. To stand by and do nothing, what kind of person are you? So what if it's the Holy Origin Sect? Can you stop us Qingyun Sect from acting? Adlai's imposing aura conveyed disdain and arrogance. Coil's face flushed with embarrassment, and facing Adlai's overwhelming attitude, he actually seemed to back down. There was no way around it. The gap in strength was too significant. The Holy Origin Sect indeed fell short of the Qingyun Sect, a trend that Coil could not defy. Butler, who had taken the Nirvana pill, now radiated a red glow from his body, with his internal aura recovering and his pale cheeks turning slightly rosy. Dominic and Paula felt relieved upon seeing this. Finally, Butler's life was saved. Brave Adlai, you've already saved the person. Shouldn't you leave now? Fuming inwardly, Coil saw Butler taking the Nirvana pill but feared that Adlai might have come for Dominic and the others, so he tried to drive Adlai away. This is Tianlong Academy. The host hasn't said anything yet. Do you think it's appropriate for an outsider like you to chase me away? Adlai gave Coil a cold side glance and then smiled at Burke, stepping forward and placing his hand on Burke's shoulder. Burke's expression changed slightly, but in the next moment, he felt a warm current rapidly helping repair his damaged meridians. In a short while, Burke felt completely refreshed and no longer in pain when moving. Many thanks, Senior Liu. Burke expressed his gratitude with a bow to Adlai. Despite Burke being elderly, he was still a junior in front of Adlai. No problem, it's a small matter. Adlai didn't seek any reward and acted like a genuinely helpful benefactor. Sensing things aren't going well, Coil realized the delay could lead to nothing. Brody, Zola, arrest them immediately. Hearing the command, Brody and Zola quickly advanced towards Dominic and Paula. Dominic and Paula wore cold expressions, ready to retaliate when Christiana and another man in green robes stepped forward, blocking Brody and Zola. Adlai, what are you doing? Our Holy Origin Sect is authorized to make arrests. Why does your Qingyun Sect block us? Furious, Coil shouted at Adlai. Coil, do you think I don't know what you're up to? None of these people here will be taken by you today. Don't believe me? Try me. Adlai's face showed no kindness as he glared fiercely at Coil, displaying a domineering demeanor. Chapter 247. The Reluctant Coil. Adlai of the Qingyun Sect's domineering attitude made Coil on the opposite side both angry and frustrated. Yet he did not dare to openly challenge him. It was clear that Adlai had appeared suddenly with the same goal as himself, to target Dominic and his group. However, Adlai chose to curry favor by showing kindness, while Coil ended up being seen as the antagonist. Sterling Elder? Senior Liu is a distinguished guest of our academy. You have no authority to give orders here. Burke stepped forward, standing tall and looking directly at Coil, asserting his position as the host and warning Coil in a manner that clearly stated his stance. Burke, how dare you? Tianlong Academy is within the jurisdiction of my Xuanhuan sect. I have every right to command you. Coil fumed, angered by Burke's bold defiance. He glared at Burke through gritted teeth. Our Tianlong Academy is in grave danger, yet we have seen no help from your Xiangyuan sect. If you do not care about us, then we might as well sever ties. Dominic spoke fiercely, visibly hostile towards Coil, clearly intending to break relations with the Xiangyuan sect. Bold. This is rebellion. Any who defy the Xiangyuan sect will be killed without mercy. Hearing Dominic's audacity, Brody was instantly enraged and lunged at Dominic. Dominic frowned, gripping his sword Tian can, but before he could act, Christiana stepped forward and unleashed a wave of sword chi, sending Brody flying. Christiana turned and gave Dominic a cold glance, but said nothing before turning away. She had deep-seated grievances against Dominic, but this was not the time to settle them. Coil's face turned crimson with anger, feeling helpless as Adlai continued to antagonize him. Fine. Adlai, if you're so brave, don't walk away. Reluctantly, Coil left behind a menacing parting shot and angrily turned to leave. He knew he wasn't a match for Adlai, but he refused to swallow this humiliation. Brody, bleeding from the mouth, saw Coil depart. Clenching his teeth, he glanced at Zola, and the two quickly followed Coil out of Tianlong Academy. Seeing Coil and his people leave, Burke felt uneasy, but there was nothing else he could do now but take things one step at a time. Many thanks to Senior Liu for helping our Tianlong Academy resolve its troubles. Burke has nothing to offer in return. Please accept these 3 bows. Burke turned around and bowed deeply to Adlai. I've always despised those who bully the weak. Burke, there's no need for such formalities. It was merely a minor effort on my part. Adlai, with a more relaxed demeanor, seemed quite approachable. Burke laughed awkwardly, knowing very well that Adlai's appearance was not coincidental. You are Dominic, correct? Adlai turned to Dominic with a smile. Junior Dominic greets Senior Liu. Dominic did not dare slack off. With Adlai having helped him greatly and saved Butler, the favor would never be forgotten. Remarkable physique and outstanding talent. You've already passed through the Tao tribulation thrice at a young age. There's even the aura of the 5 elements dragon pearl within you. Your blessings and innate attributes are truly extraordinary. Adlai marveled, sensing a mysterious force shielding Dominic's true essence, making it hard for him to see through despite his cultivation level. But even so, Dominic was still one of the most promising individuals he had met in 1,000 years. To receive such praise makes me feel quite embarrassed. Dominic blushed, feeling honored by Adlai's compliments. I've always been straightforward. Why should you be embarrassed? Adlai said sternly, scolding Dominic for being too informal. Then Adlai shifted his gaze to Paula. No. Dominic and Burke tensed, but fortunately, Dominic was close enough to step in front of Paula. Adlai frowned, displeased with Dominic's action. Burke's heart pounded, fearing what would happen if Adlai discovered Paula's identity as the daughter of the Netherworld King. Fortunately, Adlai's attention soon turned to Ian. Are you from the Divine Arrow sect? Adlai was surprised, noticing the strong presence and unique aura of the Divine Arrow sect radiating from Ian's heavily armed form. Sherry's, I am Ian of the Divine Arrow sect. Greetings, Elder Liu. Ian nodded, showing no special etiquette because the Divine Arrow sect ranked far above the Qingyun sect. Adlai nodded slightly, not expecting to encounter someone from the Divine Arrow sect here. All 9 major sects avoided provoking the Divine Arrow sect out of respect and fear. Burke? The sky is getting dark. Don't you want to invite an old man like me up the mountain for a rest? Adlai turned to Burke, hinting that he planned to stay overnight. Of course, Senior Liu, please follow me. Burke, caught off guard, nonetheless led the way respectfully. Adlai smiled slightly and walked up the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, with Burke accompanying him. Dominic felt somewhat awkward, especially with Christiana's persistent animosity making him feel like a sinner. Please, Dominic gestured for Christiana and the green-robed man to proceed first, not daring to go ahead himself. Humph. Christiana coldly snorted and marched up the mountain. Brother Chin, could Christiana harm you? Paula noticed the hostility in Christiana's eyes. She shouldn't. With her master present, she won't dare. Sister Morong, please don't worry. Dominic rubbed his nose, watching Christiana's retreating figure. Well then, be careful. The sudden visit from Qingyun sect surely has other intentions. Paula bit her lip, kindly reminding Dominic before turning to bring Lindsay back into the academy after administering the Nirvana pill to Butler. Isn't he coming? Dominic noticed Ian hadn't moved to join them. I'm not part of the academy. Ian looked at Dominic coldly and walked down the mountain. Seeing Ian's aloofness, Dominic didn't try to persuade him. They were not allies. Outside Tianlong Academy, in the forest, a group of black-clothed figures wielding knives gathered at the entrance leading to Tianlong Academy, waiting vigilantly. Their leader, Darnell, watched the mountaintop seriously. There were noises earlier. Why is it so quiet now? Darnell was uneasy, as it had been 2 hours since Kramer of the Heavenly Phoenix royal family had entered. Suddenly, he saw Coil, along with Brody and Zola, descending from the mountain. Why are they here? Darnell was surprised, as he hadn't seen Coil on his way in. Elder Sterling, should we just let this pass? Brody asked angrily, unable to swallow his frustration. What else can we do? Do you want to embarrass me? Coil was equally furious, feeling humiliated by the whole affair. Elder Sterling, the Qingyun sect has gone too far. That Adlai was openly showing favor to the Tianlong Academy and intentionally belittling our Xiangyuan sect. Zola was visibly upset, fuming over the situation. Himph. On our Xuanhuan sect territory, Adlai won't be allowed to act so recklessly. You two, immediately return to Xuanhuan sect and inform the elders to send reinforcements. We cannot let Adlai succeed in taking those people away. Coil clenched his fists, angrily instructing Brody and Zola. Sherry's. Brody and Zola acknowledged their orders and swiftly departed. With them gone, Coil, hands clasped behind his back, strode away from Tianlong Academy, seething with anger. Qingyun sect? What's going on? Darnell, hiding in the shadows, was utterly confused by what he overheard from Coil and his companions. After about half an incense stick's time, Darnell saw Ian also descending the mountain. Everyone, stay hidden. No rash actions. Darnell gritted his teeth, giving instructions to those behind him before standing up to face Ian. Seeing Darnell appear, Ian was not surprised, as this was all part of Chris's plan, to have Darnell intercept and kill Kramer. Ian, what exactly happened at Tianlong Academy? Why is Coil here? And are there others from Qingyun sect up there? Darnell frowned, looking at Ian with a question. Why should I tell you? Ian remained cold-faced, deliberately withholding information despite Darnell's eagerness to know. Darnell was Chris's man. Telling him would be the same as informing Chris. Darnell was exasperated, but knew he wasn't a match for Ian. Why do you care so much about the safety of Tianlong Academy? Curiosity piqued. Ian asked Darnell. I can only tell you that I mean no harm to Tianlong Academy. As for the reason, I cannot disclose it now, Darnell explained, trying to ease Ian's hostility. Oh, then let me tell you that everything is fine at the academy now. You don't need to wait anymore because the person you were waiting for is already dead. Ian's expression was peculiar. Seeing Darnell's sincerity, he chose to share some information. Kramer is dead? Darnell was shocked. If Ian dared to say it, it must be true. It looks like I can report back ahead of schedule? Thinking this, Darnell still couldn't help glancing towards the mountaintop, curious about what had transpired. Due to his special status, he couldn't show himself and could only give up after a moment's hesitation. At the Tianlong Hall, Adlai sat in the high seat, while Burke sat below. Dominic stood opposite Christiana, each positioned on either side of the hall. May I ask, Senior Liu, is there something you need from us? Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Burke felt uneasy and decided to ask Adlai directly. Chapter 248. Excessive provocation, innocence shall prevail. Night fell. In the Tianlong Hall, Adlai sat majestically on the dais. Given his seniority and high level of cultivation, it was only fitting that he be seated at the highest position as a sign of respect. I do not enjoy beating around the bush. My visit tonight is no coincidence, Adlai said with a smile, stroking his beard, while looking down at Dominic and Paula. You two, would you be willing to become my disciples? Joan's expression froze momentarily, glancing at Dominic and Paula without interfering. Dominic, naturally, had 100 reasons to refuse. Back in Tianwu City, even the elders of the Tianshui sect were politely declined. How could he possibly agree to Adlai? However, since they owed them, Dominic felt awkward answering and just touched his nose, looking embarrassed. Paula glanced at Dominic and knew he wouldn't agree, so she clasped her fists and faced Adlai, respectfully saying, Senior Liu, my junior brother and I do not wish to leave the academy, so we must humbly decline your kind offer. What's there to love about such a small, shabby academy? Do you think our Qingyun sect is inferior to Tianlong Academy? Upon hearing Paula's words, the man in green robes standing beside Christiana snorted disdainfully. Burke blushed furiously. Having Tianlong Academy mocked like this was an insult to himself. There's nothing wrong with being short-sighted. To me, the academy is home. Whether it's Qingyun sect or any of the 9 great sects, none can compare to Tianlong Academy. Before Paula could speak out of anger, Dominic preempted her, smiling at the man in green robes and earnestly sharing his true feelings. Sitting beside him, Burke felt immensely gratified by Dominic's words. But, to say this in such a situation undoubtedly belittled the status of Qingyun sect. Burke looked worriedly at Adlai, fearing he would be displeased. However, Adlai nodded approvingly, clearly impressed by Dominic. Brother Basil? They're looking down on our Qingyun sect, even belittling the 9 great sects? Christiana, who had been silent, sneered at Basil. This is his ignorance. Basil raged inwardly, finding Dominic's arrogant words laughable. Dominic remained silent, unfazed by Basil's words. Seeing Dominic's indifferent attitude, Basil grew even angrier. Finally, he stepped forward, glaring at Dominic. I heard you were formidable in the Tianku. Even my fellow apprentice sister Dongfang couldn't defeat you. Dare you spar with me? Burke could not remain seated. Basil was deliberately stirring up trouble. If Dominic did not agree, Basil would surely exploit the situation. Frowning, Dominic touched his nose, paying no heed to Basil's provocation. He had sustained injuries from his previous fight with Kramer, significantly weakening his abilities. What? Afraid to spar? Or are you scared I might accidentally kill you? Dominic kept quiet as Basil became increasingly aggressive, slapping Dominic's face mockingly. Originally wanting to defuse the situation, Dominic was thoroughly enraged by Basil's actions, his eyes flashing coldly. Adlai, stroking his beard, did not intervene. He too wanted to see if Dominic was as strong as Christiana claimed. This brother, my junior brother, is injured. Why force him into such a predicament? Paula angrily confronted Basil, clenching her fists. Injured? You make it sound like I'm taking advantage, Basil smirked, grabbing Dominic's collar. Even if you weren't hurt, you're still a coward. With a bang, feeling humiliated, Dominic angrily pushed Basil away. Oh, you dare to hit back? Basil laughed wickedly. Junior brother, don't. Paula pulled on Dominic's arm, trying to stop him. It's just a sparring match. Don't worry, senior sister. Calmly stepping forward, Dominic walked toward Basil. Joan looked grim. Basil was even stronger than Christiana, with the 7th Tribulation Dao realm cultivation, while Dominic was merely at the 3rd Tribulation Dao realm. The disparity in strength was significant. Brother Basil, be careful. He's proficient in both law and martial arts. Christiana warned Basil deliberately. He's nothing. Basil scoffed, failing to see how Dominic managed to survive the Tianku. The sparring should be friendly. No one should get seriously hurt. Adlai sternly reminded them. Sherry's master. Basil agreed, then suddenly widened his eyes. Whoosh. Basil moved swiftly like the wind. Seeing Basil attack, Dominic's pupils dilated. In a split second, he drew his heavenly residual sword, releasing a dazzling light. Bam! One slash sent Basil flying backward. Half-step divine weapon? Adlai was astonished. The moment he saw Dominic's sword, he couldn't believe a half-step divine weapon had fallen into Dominic's hands. Hiss. Still staggering from the blow, Dominic appeared with his sword, slashing again. Bastard! Basil unleashed all his power and fury. Bam! Kicked back by a blue light, Dominic was forced several steps back. Junior brother. Paula was alarmed, watching Dominic anxiously. As Dominic stopped, Basil summoned a blue saber and slashed, summoning a blue dragon that lunged at Dominic. The Qingyun sect's Azure Dragon Slash. Burke exclaimed in shock. The Azure Dragon Slash was one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Qingyun sect, causing him great alarm. Huh. In the nick of time, Dominic swung his sword, summoning another blue dragon. Bam! The dragons collided, scattering energy. Basil stumbled 6 steps back, panting heavily and appearing disheveled. Dominic took only 3 steps back. If not for his injuries, Dominic's single strike would have gravely wounded Basil. Dominic, you stole our Qingyun sect's Azure Dragon technique? Basil's eyes blazed, accusing Dominic of stealing their technique. The Azure Dragon technique was one of the 3 supreme techniques of the Qingyun sect, available only to inner sect disciples. Nonsense. Why would I need to steal anything from Qingyun sect? You lost, so you're resorting to false accusations. Dominic's face darkened. He had used the 4-symbol sword technique, which had nothing to do with Qingyun sect. False accusations? Master, you saw with your own eyes that Dominic refused to admit stealing. Please settle this injustice. Desperately, Basil turned to Adlai, bowing respectfully. Beside him, Burke remained grave, unsure what to conclude, as Dominic's sword technique did indeed resemble Basil's. Dominic, was the technique you just used from Tianlong Academy? Adlai frowned, questioning Dominic. No. Dominic's expression soured. Being questioned like this irked him, but he did not feel the need to elaborate. So you deny it? Basil raged, seeing Dominic's defiance. Then what do you want? Confess where you stole the technique from and accept punishment from my master. Basil arrogantly demanded. My junior brother has done nothing wrong. Why confess? Who's to say you didn't steal your technique from someone else? Paula interjected, angry at the unfairness. You dare. Basil was instantly enraged, fuming with anger. Even Adlai, seated above, could not keep his composure. How could the supreme techniques of the Qingyun sect be something stolen from others? Xiao Yi, do not be unreasonable. Burke noticed the tension and turned to rebuke Paula. Then he looked at Dominic and said, Dominic, there must be some misunderstanding here. Why don't you explain it clearly, so as not to put Senior Lu in a difficult position? Sherry's. Dominic, the Azure Dragon Slash you use does indeed resemble ours, but exudes even greater momentum. Moreover, I sense you have reserves yet untapped. Adlai's expression darkened as he nodded toward Dominic after listening to Burke's words. Basil and Christiana appeared puzzled. Their master was actually speaking favorably of an outsider? Seeing that Adlai had picked up on the subtleties, Dominic felt somewhat wary. Chared if he didn't clarify, Adlai wouldn't let it go easily. Fine. Since Senior Lu insists on getting to the bottom of this, I will no longer hide the truth. Do you know of the 4 symbols arrow technique? It is the paramount skill of the divine arrow sect. Upon hearing Dominic's words, Adlai and Burke were visibly surprised. The 4 symbols arrow technique? How could they not have heard of it? So that's it. The 4 symbols arrow technique of the divine arrow sect, you've managed to execute it using sword chi. That shows you have an exceptionally high aptitude. But old man can't figure out how you came by such a secret technique of the divine arrow sect. Adlai accepted this explanation, for the 4 symbols arrow technique had a reputation that spread far and wide. Indeed, its Azure Dragon form did bear some resemblance to the Azure Dragon Slash. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that. Dominic shook his head. He had already given Adlai considerable respect by explaining this much. Master, are you really going to believe him just like that? Basil couldn't help but protest. Accepting only Dominic's side of the story lacked credibility. How insolent! Adlai suddenly roared, angrily reprimanding Basil. Master, if I may not believe him, I want to see this so-called 4-symbol sword technique of his. Basil gritted his teeth in fury, turning to glare at Dominic. He insisted on exposing Dominic's lies in public. Adlai frowned, but surprisingly did not stop him. Come on then, let me see your 4-symbol sword technique. Basil struck out again, unleashing the full power of his Azure Dragon Slash. Chapter 249. Accepting disciples on behalf of a master, guests from the Kunlun sect. Basil pressed forward relentlessly, defying his master Adlai's obstruction, and once again cast the Azure Dragon Slash at Dominic. This time, the force was even stronger. Enraged, Dominic's expression turned suddenly cold. As he stepped forward, the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, appeared in the air. Whoosh! Even without unsheathing his sword, Dominic's overwhelming aura stunned everyone present. He actually borrowed the power of all 4 divine beasts simultaneously? Adlai was greatly alarmed as he saw the 4 divine beasts converge their strength into Dominic's sword. He could no longer sit still but wanted to observe how Dominic executed this sword technique. Burke was shocked and rose to focus on Dominic, wanting to stop this strike, but it was already too late. Basil's Azure Dragon Slash instantly reached Dominic. 4 symbols merge, Slash. Spiritual energy surged like the wind. The moment Dominic raised his hand to strike, a four-colored sword light shot out. Basil's azure dragon slash was instantly shattered, while Dominic's sword momentum surged towards him uncontrollably. What? Basil's face changed drastically. The incoming sword chi was so terrifying that he forgot to block it. No. Burke, Paula, and Christiana cried out in shock upon seeing Basil's predicament. Bang! At this critical moment, the four-colored sword light flying towards Basil suddenly exploded and transformed into an energy wave that recoiled back. Step. Dominic was pushed back several steps by the scattered energy wave, his face pale, and his arm holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. Master? The terrified Basil saw his master Adlai standing in front of him, secretly relieved as he bowed with clasped hands. The imposing aura emitted by Adlai remained. After staring at Dominic for a long time, he abruptly turned and slapped Basil. Smack! The sound was clear and loud, startling Basil into silence as he looked at his angry master, not daring to speak. Beside him, Christiana felt tense and lowered her head quickly, not daring to interject. Dominic, Burke, and Paula were astonished. Adlai's actions left them puzzled. Basil, do you know your mistake? Adlai glared at Basil, questioning him publicly. How would Basil know where he went wrong? Chariot, since his master said he was wrong, he reluctantly admitted, disciple knows his mistake. Himph. Since you admit your mistake, apologize to Dominic immediately. Basil thought admitting his mistake would be enough. But now, his master wanted him to apologize to Dominic? Basil felt indignant. How could he possibly apologize to Dominic? Christiana sympathized with Basil, wanting to plead on his behalf, but her words died when her master gave her a fierce glare. Lou Sr., Dominic acted recklessly, nearly injuring Basil. Shouldn't Dominic be the one to apologize? Burke, not wanting the situation to become awkward, took a step forward to take responsibility for Dominic, hoping to calm Adlai's anger. Beside him, Dominic's expression changed slightly, but he remained silent, glancing at Burke. Adlai gestured for Burke to stop, then shook his head. This is my fault for indulging my disciple, nearly causing disaster. Turning to face Dominic, Adlai nodded gently. You are correct, Dominic. He did indeed execute the four-symbol sword technique. It was my disciple who underestimated himself and acted rashly. Hearing Adlai say this, Dominic was genuinely impressed. Adlai was upright and fair-minded, which deeply appealed to Dominic. Lou Sr. flatters me. I and Basil were merely sparring. There's no question of right or wrong here. Please spare brother Basil. Dominic stepped forward, bowing to Adlai, choosing to avoid further conflict while subtly observing the enraged Basil. Basil was furious. Seeing Dominic's seemingly insincere demeanor only added to his disgust. Basil, look at how Dominic treats you. Do you have nothing to say? Adlai admired Dominic's magnanimity, but Basil's silence made him seem petty. Basil, though harboring resentment, unwillingly gritted his teeth and muttered, thank you. Dominic didn't care much. He did this purely out of respect for Adlai. Whether Basil was grateful or not was unimportant. Dominic, I wish to take you as a disciple. However, I fear I may be unworthy. After careful consideration, I have decided to bring you to the Green Cloud sect, where my own master will accept you as a disciple. What do you think? The sincere Adlai offered to recommend Dominic to his master without regard for lineage, a level of generosity rarely seen. Burke's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Adlai's master was a revered elder within the Green Cloud sect, an opportunity beyond measure. Grandmaster has already retreated from the world. How can he possibly accept him as a disciple? Christiana couldn't remain calm. If Dominic became a disciple of Grandmaster, she would have to call him uncle. What a joke. Dominic was younger than her and had enmity with her. She couldn't accept this. Master, please reconsider. Basil hastily protested. However, Adlai paid no attention to his disciple's objections, still smiling warmly at Dominic. Clearly, Adlai recognized Dominic's extraordinary talent and sensed the mysterious aura within him. Combined with Dominic's performance in the Celestial Cavern, any sect would want to recruit him. Facing such a golden opportunity, Dominic was truly moved. Just entering the Green Cloud sect meant being treated as an equal to Adlai. Such an invitation was irresistible. Not being tempted would mean lying. Dominic was conflicted. Adlai had been kind to him, but the Green Cloud sect wasn't among his top choices. How about it? I'm serious. If you agree, you'll be my fellow disciple. With the Green Cloud sect protecting the Heavenly Dragon Academy, no one will dare come here and cause trouble. Moreover, all disciples of the Heavenly Dragon Academy will have opportunities to enter the Green Cloud sect. This arrangement benefits the academy immensely. Desperate, Adlai wouldn't give up easily. Dominic felt he needed to respond before seeming disrespectful. Don't rush, young friend. Just as Dominic was about to agree, a voice from outside the Heavenly Dragon Hall interrupted. Adlai grew irate. Burke looked outward in shock. A white-haired elder dressed in red robes rushed in with a man following closely behind. Elder Bartolomeo of the Kunlun sect? Adlai's face darkened, recognizing the visitor as an elder from the Kunlun sect, one of the 9 great sects. The Kunlun sect was the second largest sect after the Tai Stevie sect, both in strength and heritage. Even Elder Bartolomeo was a 9th-rank world-transcending powerhouse. Ezra? Dominic and Paula looked surprised at the man following Bartolomeo. Brother Chin, Miss Morong, we meet again. Ezra smiled, greeting Dominic and Paula with a clasped fist salute. During their encounter in the Eternal Life Gate, there had been unpleasantness between Dominic and Ezra, but it was forced by circumstances. Since parting ways, Ezra and Christiana had narrowly escaped death in the Eternal Life Gate. Dominic and Paula showed no warmth toward Ezra's arrival. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. Bartolomeo stroked his beard, amused despite Adlai's hostile gaze. Bartolomeo, what do you mean? Adlai asked, displeased. Nothing special. My purpose here is to invite Dominic to visit our Kunlun sect. And, do you, Adlai, have an issue with that? Bartolomeo appeared half asleep, his eyes half closed, smiling calmly, making it hard to gauge his true emotions. Of course I do. Dominic is already one of us at the Green Cloud sect. Why should he go to your Kunlun sect? Adlai, feeling irate, glanced at Dominic and promptly regarded him as a member of the Green Cloud sect to make Bartolomeo back off. Do you think so just because you say so? If I say Dominic is one of ours from the Kunlun sect, would that be fine too? Bartolomeo shook his head with a cold laugh, paying no heed to Adlai's words. You. Adlai became flustered, realizing the Kunlun sect was trying to intervene. Christiana and Basil looked uneasy. They certainly did not want another little uncle around. Seeing Adlai unable to respond, Bartolomeo's expression turned amiable. He turned to look at Dominic, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Under Bartolomeo's gaze, Dominic felt distinctly uncomfortable. He knew Bartolomeo was trying to probe the secrets within his body. The martial aura in your body is formidable. Even in our Kunlun sect, few can match you. Bartolomeo nodded approvingly. Dominic chose to remain silent. Hearing these words, Christiana and Basil were envious. The Kunlun sect had many disciples and talents in abundance. For someone to be praised by Bartolomeo, they must be geniuses among geniuses. Such individuals would be highly valued in any sect. Dominic, would you like to follow this old man back to the Green Cloud sect? Adlai's face darkened. Seeing Bartolomeo targeting Dominic, he hurriedly asked. Dominic furrowed his brow, touching his nose awkwardly. What's good about the Green Cloud sect? If going anywhere, it should be the Kunlun sect. Bartolomeo shot a glance at Adlai and grinned wickedly as he said to Dominic, what Adlai offers, I can offer too. If not, I'll let you name your terms. What do you say? Nonsense. Bartolomeo, do you have a master? I'm recruiting on behalf of my master. What are you meddling for? Adlai couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. Bartolomeo's master had passed away over 1,000 years ago. What could he offer to compete? Oh, I may not have a master, but I can recommend Dominic to my granduncle. Is that unacceptable? Bartolomeo frowned, amused by Adlai's premature celebration. Your granduncle? Benito? Impossible. Wasn't he dead long ago? Adlai was stunned. Bartolomeo's granduncle was a legendary figure, rumored to have failed in breaking through to the supreme realm and disintegrated 1,000 years ago. Chapter 250. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Xuanhuan sect comes to accuse. Clinton? Hearing this name from Adlai's mouth, Burke was also greatly shocked. Clinton, a legendary figure, had many tales surrounding him. Some even claimed that if Clinton became the patriarch, the Kunlun sect would undoubtedly become the leader among the 9 sects. This was because Clinton had been extraordinarily talented since childhood. He reached the Holy Realm at 7, became peerless by 12, and by 30, there was no one who could challenge his supremacy. Now, 2,000 years have passed, and his attainments must have reached an unfathomable level for the ordinary world. Adlai, watch your words. My senior uncle is still alive and well, Bartolomeo sneered coldly. His own junior uncle, Clinton, due to being reclusive, was subject to malicious gossip from outsiders, leading everyone to believe those rumors were true. But the truth of the matter was known only by the people of the Kunlun sect. Is he really still alive? Then wouldn't he already be? Adlai showed surprise, not daring to imagine the heights Clinton had reached. Humph. Bartolomeo did not answer but turned to look at Dominic with great sincerity. Dominic, I won't go into detail about my Kunlun sect, but its status cannot be compared to a single Qingyan sect. Would you be willing to join our Kunlun sect? Dominic, who had remained silent all along, could see from Bartolomeo's words and Adlai's reaction just how formidable the Kunlun sect truly was. Unwilling to let go, Adlai looked at Dominic with a hopeful expression. Of course, he hoped Dominic would choose the Qingyun sect. Thank you for your favor, esteemed seniors, but the situation is too sudden. I'm not mentally prepared yet and can't make a decision right now. Not wanting to disappoint Adlai but also not wanting to offend Bartolomeo, Dominic chose to stall, hoping for a better solution. Brother Qin, do you need more time? Just nod, and I will call you little master? Ezra was annoyed. Faced with such a rare opportunity, Dominic dared to hesitate? Dominic coughed dryly, pretending not to hear and looking at both Bartolomeo and Adlai. It's fine. This old man has nowhere else to go. I'll stay here waiting for your answer. How does that sound? Seeing Dominic did not refuse him, Adlai felt he still had a good chance. Bartolomeo's smile faded. As a dignified elder of the Kunlun sect, he was flattering Dominic, yet Dominic didn't appreciate it. Elder Qi, please don't misunderstand. Dominic is still young and inexperienced. It's understandable for him to be indecisive. Burke, fearing Bartolomeo's anger, stepped forward with a fist salute to explain on behalf of Dominic and placate the displeased Bartolomeo. What you say makes sense. This old man is not unreasonable. Since time is needed, prepare a room for me. Though Bartolomeo was not entirely pleased, he could not allow Adlai to take advantage of the situation, so he instructed Burke to prepare a room for him to spend the night. Sherry's. Burke did not dare to slack off, nodded, and gave a look to Paula. Paula hesitated, but seeing Burke staring hard at her, she finally nodded and left to make arrangements. Seeing Paula leave, Dominic also breathed a sigh of relief. Burke had intentionally sent Paula away to prevent Bartolomeo from discovering her identity. Esteemed Senior Qi, esteemed Senior Liu, please take your seats. Seeing the silence among everyone, Burke had no choice but to speak up. Bartolomeo and Adlai each wore unfriendly expressions, glanced at each other, and then sat down on opposite sides of the hall. This left Burke standing to the side while Dominic stood behind him. Brother Qin, why isn't Miss Nangong here? Isn't she usually inseparable from you? In the silence, Ezra curiously looked at Dominic and publicly inquired about Alicia. She goes wherever she wants. How would I know? Dominic frowned, disliking Ezra's question. The arrival of the Kunlun sect and the Qingyun sect was clearly not coincidental. On the surface, they wanted to take him as a disciple, but secretly, they likely sought the 5 elements dragon pearl and information about the immortal longevity gate. So many people had gone through the Tinku training, and only a few survived, naturally drawing the attention of the 9 major sects. Ezra's face flushed red as Dominic deliberately made him feel embarrassed, causing him to grip his hands tightly but still forced a laugh to cover his anger. Suddenly, a cool wind swept outside the heavenly dragon hall. The bright moon hung high in the sky, which had been cloudless moments before, now suddenly filled with dark clouds. Sensing the commotion outside, Bartolomeo and Adlai, who had been drinking tea, exchanged a glance but remained composed. Sage. At this moment, a panicked student from the academy rushed towards the hall, shouting for Burke. Joan's expression changed abruptly, hastily bowed to Bartolomeo and Adlai, and then left the hall. Meanwhile, Dominic had already sensed the murderous aura spreading outside, with danger looming. Could it be? Dominic frowned, glanced at Bartolomeo and Adlai, and without further ado, headed out of the hall. Master, are the Xuanhuan sect people here? Should we go out to help? Basil looked puzzled, sensing powerful figures outside, guessing it was Xuanhuan sect members, and asked Adlai impulsively. Not yet. Let's wait and see. Adlai watched Bartolomeo and decided to remain unmoved. Outside the heavenly dragon hall, Dominic and Burke looked up at the academy sky and saw a group of black-clothed individuals approaching. This Coil, he really doesn't give up easily, bringing so many Xuanhuan sect people? Burke's expression darkened, recognizing Coil among the elders leading the group. Sage, you shouldn't worry. Dominic touched his nose, turning back to glance at the hall and smiled. With distinguished guests here, the Xuanhuan sect wouldn't dare do anything rash. Indeed. But if they get involved, you might not have much of a choice. Think carefully. Burke nodded, knowing that if Dominic spoke up, Bartolomeo and Adlai inside would certainly not let the Heavenly Dragon Academy suffer alone. Brazen Burke, why haven't you come forward to meet your end immediately? Before they arrived, a thunderous voice echoed across the heavens. Immediately after, an immense pressure descended as Coil and others landed before Burke. Recognizing the elder beside Coil, Burke's expression changed drastically. He steeled himself and bowed, saying, Burke pays respects to Elder Malachi and Elder Sterling. Hallam was the law enforcement elder of the Xuanhuan sect, proficient in punishment affairs, and possessed the strength of the 9th realm of Xianxia stage. Elder Malachi, I heard that your Heavenly Dragon Academy intends to rebel against the Xuanhuan sect and ally with the Qingyun sect. Is this true? Hallam glared menacingly at Burke, accusing him outright. Burke frowned. This matter was far more complicated than presented. Elder Malachi, we belong to the Xuanhuan sect, don't we? Burke responded calmly. Of course. For millennia, the Heavenly Dragon Academy has always been under the Xuanhuan sect and thus part of our family. Well then, Burke smiled coldly and demanded, why did the Xuanhuan sect fail to send help during our crisis? Hallam faltered, clumsily trying to explain. It happened suddenly. The sect didn't manage to send reinforcements in time. Suddenly? Burke shook his head, then looked at Coil and continued, Elder Sterling left here 2 hours ago, and Elder Malachi quickly came. But why did it take so long for anyone from the Xuanhuan sect to arrive? Hallam was speechless, and Coil turned red with embarrassment. Since the Heavenly Dragon Academy is dispensable in the eyes of your Xuanhuan sect, it might as well sever ties with the Xuanhuan sect. At this point, Burke no longer held back and directly declared his decision. Hallam's old face flushed red. They were in the wrong on this matter, but for the sake of saving face, they could not let Burke act on his own. Bring me that traitor Burke. Coil glared angrily at Burke and raised his hand to summon his disciples behind him. Upon the order, 2 Xuanhuan sect Dao realm disciples stepped forward with malicious intent and rushed toward Burke. Joan's expression changed dramatically. I'd like to see who dares. Just then, Dominic stepped forward from behind, blocking their path. Boom. Dominic's powerful physique trembled as martial power erupted from within him. The terrifying force instantly repelled the 2 incoming First Cataclysm Dao realm men. Hallam was shocked. He saw Dominic unleash an aura of ancient martial strength. Sterling Elder? Is he the Dominic you mentioned? Hallam asked Coil beside him with a serious tone. That's right. Sterling Elder? He's one of those we're looking for. There are 2 others in the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Coil nodded, glaring at Dominic with hostility, intending to remind Hallam. Swoosh. Immediately after speaking, Coil suddenly attacked, charging straight at Dominic. Dominic did not dare to be careless, immediately summoning the Heaven Wrath battle armor and unleashing the power of 3 dragon pearls, delivering a sudden punch toward Coil. Boom. Coil countered with a palm strike, dispelling the punch's light. Just as he neared Dominic, a sword beam shot out from Dominic's body. Caught off guard, Coil's right arm was slashed by the Heavenly Remnant sword, causing him to retreat several steps. Sterling Elder is injured? Hallam was taken aback. Little did he know, Dominic had been through countless battles and possessed exceptional adaptability and quick reflexes. Only someone who had faced numerous life and death situations could remain calm under pressure and use their strength wisely despite being weaker. Damn brat. So young yet so treacherous? Coil flew into a rage, feeling utterly humiliated to be wounded by Dominic in front of everyone. Boom. A terrifying force erupted from within Coil. Whoosh. As Dominic focused intently on his opponent, Coil transformed into a green light, instantly appearing before him and striking a palm toward his chest. Dominic's expression drastically changed, feeling intense pain in his chest as his body involuntarily flew backward. Chapter 251. The overbearing nature of Kunlun sect. Dominic spat out a mouthful of blood, his body retreating uncontrollably for several steps before he collapsed to one knee, his face suddenly deathly pale. Coil was at the 6th level of the world-cutting realm, with over 1,000 years of cultivation. His strength far exceeded that of Dominic. If not for the Heavenly Fury battle armor protecting him, this single blow would have cost Dominic his life. Being able to withstand my attack and still remain alive. Indeed, You are extraordinary, said Coil. But I don't wish to utterly annihilate you. If you surrender peacefully, I will spare the Tianlong Academy. Coil's imposing aura radiated around him as he looked down upon Dominic on his knees, a hint of pity crossing his features. Ha ha ha. Injured as he was, Dominic laughed, an eerie and terrifying sound that echoed ominously in the air. At this moment, Dominic finally realized a bitter truth. In the face of a sect's might, he was still powerless. This was an ironclad fact. The strong preyed upon the weak. Power reigned supreme. Strength alone was paramount. What are you laughing about? Coil frowned, finding Dominic's evil smile unsettling. Dominic raised his head, meeting Coil's eyes. Wiping away the blood from his face, he stood up abruptly, and at that moment, the Heavenly Fury battle armor emitted a startling wave of energy. This was the power of rage. The fury within Dominic resonated with the battle armor. A surge of overwhelming power flooded into Dominic's body, making his blood boil and doubling the strength of his 16 martial veins in his dantian. In this instant, born from deep-seated anger, Dominic's power had surpassed the Tao realm. So formidable. Hallam was startled, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Dominic's body. As Dominic's power exploded, he sensed signs of revitalization in his supreme bone. Although it wasn't enough, the power emitted by the supreme bone allowed Dominic to fight across realms. Coil's heart pounded with tension. At this moment, he inexplicably felt an unprecedented sense of danger, as if facing a formidable enemy. Heavenly power? Behind them, Burke was astonished, sensing the astonishing power within Dominic and guessing what might be happening. Swoosh. At this moment, Dominic suddenly attacked. Elder Sterling, be careful. Hallam sensed something amiss and quickly warned Coil. Bam. Before Coil could react, a shadow appeared instantly, delivering a fist like a shooting star straight to his left cheek. Asterisk, ow. Pfft. Asterisk. Caught off guard, Coil spat blood, losing 2 teeth and breaking his cheekbone, his body flying several meters away. Elder Sterling? Brody and Zola, seeing Coil being struck and sent flying, rushed forward in concern. However, Dominic, glaring fiercely, punched toward Brody and Zola the moment they stepped out. Asterisk, ah. Asterisk. In an instant, firelight exploded, and Brody and Zola screamed in agony, spitting blood and flying backward. Despicable. Infuriated, Hallam lashed out when he saw Dominic's arrogance, striking him with a palm from afar. Step, step. Dominic retreated several steps, his expression ferocious. Gritting his teeth as he faced Hallam, he transformed into a burst of fiery light. Hallam furrowed his brow. A green light appeared in his right palm. As Dominic approached, Hallam struck the green light towards him. Boom. The green light shattered, and Dominic flew back like a broken kite under Hallam's blow. Thud. Falling to the ground, the astonishing power inside Dominic vanished immediately, and even the Heavenly Fury battle armor dimmed. Has this reached its limit? Lying on the ground, Dominic tried to stand but found himself empty of power, his chest throbbing with intense pain, feeling as though his body was falling apart. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The short burst of power felt like burning fuel within Dominic, and he had reached his limit after just a few moments. You brat. Old man will kill you. Coil, spitting blood with broken cheekbones and lost teeth, sputtered out incomprehensibly. Seeing Dominic fall, Coil stormed forward. Approaching, Coil brandished a sword and thrust it sharply at Dominic's back. Clang. Just as Dominic lay defenseless, a white light flashed out from the hall, knocking the sword from Coil's hand. Coil's pupils dilated as he angrily turned towards the hall. Seeing who walked out, his old face twisted in dismay. You. Coil? Have you learned nothing? It was Adlai, the elder of Qingyun sect, who intervened. Enraged, Adlai glared at Coil and suddenly raised his hand, striking with force. Humph. Coil grunted, being blasted away by the palm strike. Hallam caught Coil as he flew back, confronting Adlai face to face. Adlai? This is our Xuanhuan sect's internal matter tonight. Is it not excessive for you to interfere? Adlai sternly rebuked Hallam. Your Xuanhuan sect attacks a junior without cause. Could I stand by and watch? Preposterous. Handling our own people, we can do as we wish. Does your Qingyun sect think it can intervene? Hallam's face turned livid. Seeing Adlai interfering, he became less diplomatic. If Qingyun sect cannot, can my Kunlun sect? Just then, Bartolomeo emerged from the hall, eyeing Hallam with ill intent. Kunlun sect's Bartolomeo? Why is he here? Hallam and Coil were taken aback. The status of Kunlun sect was second only to Tai Stevie sect, and Bartolomeo's appearance took them completely by surprise. Burke seized the opportunity to help Dominic up and joined Bartolomeo and Adlai. Chi Elder? Wasn't it Qingyun sect who interfered first? Adlai was unhappy. He had been working hard to win Dominic's favor, but Bartolomeo's intervention clearly aimed to undermine his efforts. Dominic belongs to Kunlun sect. Shouldn't I intervene? Bartolomeo sneered disdainfully at Adlai. What? Are you joking, Chi Elder? Dominic is a disciple of Tianlong Academy. Even if he joins a sect, it should be Xuanhuan sect. Hallam's expression darkened. This issue involved the face of Xuanhuan sect. Xuanhuan sect? Bartolomeo frowned, glanced at Hallam and Coil, and then shook his head. What does Xuanhuan sect amount to? Its existence may not be guaranteed. Coil and Hallam's expressions changed drastically. These words served as a clear warning. Who could determine the fate of Xuanhuan sect? Adlai looked peculiar. Given the limited information he possessed, he chose not to comment. Chi Elder, this is Xuanhuan sect's internal matter. Please don't interfere. After some thought, Hallam reminded Bartolomeo, while Xuanhuan sect couldn't provoke Kunlun sect, it also wouldn't yield easily. Dominic and Paula knew too much. They couldn't end up in any other sect. Humph. Annoyed, Bartolomeo released a chilling pressure. Even Hallam held back in the face of Bartolomeo's might. Both were at the 9th level of the world-cutting realm, But Bartolomeo's Tao practice was incredibly advanced, nearly reaching the heaven-transcending realm. Since you won't understand, let me be direct. From today onward, Tianlong Academy falls under the jurisdiction of Kunlun sect. If Xuanhuan sect objects, you can come to Kunlun sect anytime. We welcome the challenge. Facing resistance, Bartolomeo went all out. His words carried great weight, leaving Hallam and Coil speechless. Kunlun sect has always been domineering, giving orders with absolute authority. Beside them, Adlei's face was flushed with embarrassment. Bartolomeo had given him no room for maneuver. Hallam and Coil's faces were grim. They were in greater numbers, but they did not dare to act rashly. Once they made a move, it would spark a war between Kunlun sect and Xuanhuan sect, a responsibility that neither of them could bear. Bartolomeo, you bastard, Hallam said through gritted teeth, then turned away angrily. Coil was reluctant, glaring fiercely at Dominic, and subconsciously rubbing his left cheek, before silently leading the group from Xuanhuan sect away. With just a few words, Bartolomeo had made Xuanhuan sect retreat, demonstrating the unparalleled power and status of Kunlun sect. Advisor Chi? Dominic has not yet decided to join Kunlun sect. Isn't this unfair? Adlei's face was still red as he voiced his discontent to Bartolomeo. You've had your chance. I've already stated that from today onwards, Tianlong Academy falls under the jurisdiction of Kunlun sect. Bartolomeo frowned, looking sternly at Adlai, repeating his statement deliberately. You. Adlai fumed, but could do nothing against Bartolomeo. Helpless, Adlai could only turn to look at Burke and Dominic. Burke appeared troubled, while Dominic remained silent. Fine. People seek higher places, water flows downhill. If I'm not meant to have the honor, why should I force it? Adlai realized Dominic's intention. Dominic hadn't refused. He had implicitly agreed to joining Kunlun sect. If so, what was there to argue about? Dominic, if you find Kunlun sect not to your liking, you can consider coming to Qingyun sect. Before leaving, Adlai offered Dominic another option, handing him a token from his robe. Dominic felt ashamed. Despite everything, Adlai treated him like this, and he didn't know how to repay him. Bowing deeply, he said, Thank you, Elder Liu. I will surely repay your kindness someday. We'll meet again when fate allows. I won't disturb further. Unhappy, Adlai glanced at Bartolomeo once more before turning around and soaring into the air, disappearing swiftly. Translation provided above follows the specified guidelines and maintains coherence with the previously translated content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved to ensure readability and style consistency. Hashtag Chapter 252. The Uriel of the Void Sect. Send off Senior Liu. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Adlai had come with high spirits but was returning in disappointment. Adlai was a man of integrity and uprightness. He had first resolved the crisis for the Heavenly Dragon Academy, then generously contributed the Nirvana pill without any strings attached, and even offered to take Dominic as a fellow disciple on behalf of his master. Such broad-mindedness was truly admirable. Dominic and Burke bowed respectfully as they saw him off, their hearts filled with deep gratitude and a sense of indebtedness for Adlai's kindness, which they would never forget. Junior sister, aren't you coming? Basil wanted to chase after his master, Adlai, but noticed that Christiana hadn't moved. Senior brother, go ahead. I'll catch up shortly, Christiana said with a complicated expression. Basil frowned, glancing at Dominic instinctively. Understanding her intention, he nodded and flew into the starry sky. At this moment, Dominic was in a dejected state, barely able to stand with the support of Burke. Seeing Christiana approaching Dominic, Joan's expression turned serious. Stop. Before Christiana could get close to Dominic, Ezra suddenly stepped forward, blocking her path. Knowing that she had enmity with Dominic but was now part of Kunlun sect, Ezra felt it his duty to ensure Dominic's safety. Ezra, move aside. This is between Dominic and me. Christiana's expression was icy, unwilling to waste time with him. I don't care about your past issues, but from now on, Dominic belongs to our Kunlun sect, and you won't be allowed to harm him in any way. Ezra's stern gaze warned her. Christiana's face darkened, knowing that with Elder Bartolomeo present, she couldn't act rashly. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she asked Dominic, Dominic, did my reason play a role in why you didn't join Green Cloud sect under my master? Ezra was taken aback, while Burke looked surprised and instinctively glanced at Dominic. However, upon hearing Christiana's question, Dominic shook his head with a helpless smile, looking at her and saying, It has nothing to do with you. Don't flatter yourself. You. Christiana nearly spat blood in anger at Dominic's words, realizing her assumptions were misplaced. Fine, Dominic, you wait for me. This matter between us will eventually be settled. Enraged, Christiana raised her finger angrily at Dominic, shouting out a warning before storming away. Brother Chin, should I stop her? Ezra gritted his teeth, feeling disrespected by her departure. Let her go. I'll deal with her myself. Dominic shook his head. Given his severe injuries and dire situation, he doubted Ezra's intentions. Ezra felt vexed. Was he trying too hard? Bartolomeo, noticing Dominic's weakened state, stepped forward, taking a red pill from his robe and handing it to Dominic. A Nirvana pill? Burke was shocked upon seeing the pill in Bartolomeo's hand, and even Dominic hadn't expected this gesture. That's right, a Nirvana pill. Bartolomeo nodded with a slight smile, observing the surprise on Dominic and Burke's faces. The Nirvana pill is a divine medicine for healing. It will be very beneficial for you now. Thank you, Senior Chi. Dominic was deeply grateful, his current condition desperately needing such powerful medicine. Without hesitation, he took the pill from Bartolomeo and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly, filling him with an invigorating fragrance. As its effects began, Dominic felt a warm surge coursing through his body, revitalizing his spirit and rapidly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. Hurry and find a place to meditate. Don't waste this pill, Bartolomeo reminded urgently as the effects kicked in. Dominic thanked him again and quickly returned to Sword Pavilion. The Nirvana pill offered the power of rebirth, granting the user a chance to refine the body and unleash hidden potential, making it invaluable. Elder Chi, thank you for resolving the crisis at Heavenly Dragon Academy. Burke expressed his gratitude, bowing to Bartolomeo. Joan, however, seemed hesitant as he observed Bartolomeo. Speak your mind. There's no need for reservation. Bartolomeo stroked his beard, slightly displeased by Burke's silence. Elder Chi, when you mentioned that Heavenly Dragon Academy would fall under Kunlun sect, did you mean it? Burke asked, brows furrowed. Of course. I always keep my word. With Kunlun sect backing Heavenly Dragon Academy, you can rest assured. Moreover, I'll inform the sect tomorrow to send powerful disciples to stay here and safeguard against any future threats. Bartolomeo nodded firmly, treating this matter seriously. In that case, all of us at Heavenly Dragon Academy are deeply grateful to Elder Chi. Burke sighed in relief, reassured by Bartolomeo's commitment. With Kunlun sect as their protector, xuanhuan sect wouldn't dare act recklessly. Burke? Just as Burke thanked Bartolomeo, a familiar voice called from below. Turning around, he saw Dylan leading a young man up the mountain. Why would he come? Joan's expression was peculiar, suspecting Dylan's visit might involve Dominic. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo's attention was drawn to the man behind Dylan, who looked like a man in his 30s dressed in white robes, radiating a calm aura. Burke, is my granddaughter with you? Dylan anxiously asked upon seeing Burke. Alicia? Burke was stunned. Seeing Dylan's worried state, he hesitated, fearing what Dylan might do if he learned about her condition. Why aren't you answering me? Dylan, angered by Burke's hesitation, grabbed his collar. Bang! Instantly, an unseen force repelled Dylan back. Startled, Dylan stared at Bartolomeo beside Burke. Who are you? Dylan's expression changed, sensing Bartolomeo's strong aura. Not recognizing an elder of Kunlun sect, Dylan, you are indeed lacking in knowledge. The man in robes smiled as he stepped forward. An elder of Kunlun sect? Dylan was taken aback, immediately apologizing. I was ignorant and disrespectful. Please forgive me, senior. No problem. Bartolomeo waved off Dylan and turned to the robed man with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, Taoist brother must be the Jade Generation Chuck of the Void sect, also known as the Jade-Faced Taoist? You guessed correctly, Taoist Chi. Meeting a fellow Taoist from Kunlun sect is truly an honor. Chuck replied modestly, exchanging pleasantries. The Void sect was the paramount among the 9 sects, and only a handful of Jade Generation members were honored leaders within the sect. Even the sect leader belonged to the Jade Generation, indicating Chuck's higher status than Bartolomeo. Despite his youthful appearance, Chuck's cultivation surpassed Bartolomeo, having reached the sky-piercing realm. Burke was taken aback, recalling that Dylan had mentioned before that he could invite a high-ranking expert from the Great Void sect to help the Heavenly Dragon Academy overcome its crisis. It now seemed that Dylan hadn't exaggerated at all. In fact, he had exceeded expectations. Not daring to speak, Burke could only bow respectfully to Chuck, careful not to be impolite. Taoist you've suddenly arrived. May I ask for what reason? If I can assist, I will not hesitate. Bartolomeo seemed to get along well with Chuck. According to rumors, Chuck was known for his amiable personality and unpretentious manner, earning him great respect from people. Taoist Chi, please don't be so formal. I am here accompanying young friend Nangong to look for his granddaughter, Alicia. Have you seen her? Chuck smiled slightly and asked on behalf of Dylan, who was visibly anxious. Bartolomeo frowned, as he certainly didn't know who Alicia was. However, since Chuck had asked, he felt obliged to play along. Burke? If you have any information, it would be best to share it. Let's avoid causing unnecessary worry. Bartolomeo turned to ask Burke. Burke's heart stirred. Since Bartolomeo had spoken, he had no choice but to recount the events in full detail to Dylan. What? My granddaughter is injured. Dylan suddenly became furious, glaring fiercely at Burke. Nangong, please calm down. Alicia is merely unconscious. She will awaken soon and will be fine. Burke blushed furiously, hastily trying to soothe the enraged Dylan. Humph. Burke, my granddaughter was injured at your Heavenly Dragon Academy. This matter won't be over until we settle it. Dylan was fuming, shouting at Burke. Young friend Nangong, please know your limits. Chuck felt embarrassed and gently reminded Dylan in a low voice. Upon hearing Chuck's words, Dylan finally calmed down somewhat. After composing himself, he glanced around and asked Burke, where is Dominic? I brought Senior you here precisely because I want him to help treat Dominic. This? Burke looked shocked. Dylan was being considerate, but Dominic wasn't actually crippled, was he? Chapter 253, 4 symbols unite, flesh becomes sacred. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Hall. You're saying Dominic has already taken the Nirvana pill? Basil, with good intentions, had hoped to use this opportunity for Gale to help treat Dominic. However, upon hearing that Dominic had taken the Nirvana pill, his face showed astonishment. Basil naturally knew what the Nirvana pill was. It was a holy pill capable of bringing the dead back to life. Such pills were only possessed by the 9 great sects. Basil subconsciously glanced at Bartolomeo, feeling an odd sensation. Why would the prestigious Kunlun sect travel all the way here and even offer such a rare pill? After a moment of silence, Basil suddenly pulled Burke aside, intentionally avoiding Bartolomeo and Gale. Burke, on our way here, I saw a headless corpse at the foot of the mountain. Why did it seem so familiar? What exactly happened at the academy? Burke looked uneasy, fearing he might say something wrong. After all, Basil had always believed Dominic had become a cripple. Burke decided to skip the details and got straight to the point. What? Kramer was killed? Basil was shocked. The death of the mighty Heavenly Phoenix Emperor would undoubtedly cause unrest in the Empire. Moreover, the other 2 academies and various noble families might soon launch attacks on the Heavenly Dragon Academy, leading to its inevitable downfall. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose as dark clouds gathered in the night sky, revealing rays of light from all directions. Bartolomeo and Gale's expressions changed as they felt the earth tremble and divine powers emerge, rapidly converging towards the Heavenly Dragon Academy. The four directions emitted dazzling lights, green, red, white, and blue, illuminating the pitch-black night sky instantly. This is the power of the four guardian spirits. They've actually been awakened? Basil was alarmed, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from the lights, causing his soul to tremble. Four symbols united? Burke frowned, continuously calculating until he glimpsed the thread of destiny, changing his expression dramatically as he quickly turned towards the sword pavilion. Following Burke's gaze, Bartolomeo and Gale also looked towards the sword pavilion. They saw colorful light appearing around the sword pavilion, forming the four creatures: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, guarding the four directions. Four symbols united? Who could this be protecting? Gale's face showed surprise. He couldn't help but be intrigued by the extraordinary presence within a mere Heavenly Dragon Academy. In an instant, Gale vanished into thin air. Bartolomeo, stroking his beard with furrowed brows, hesitated for a moment before disappearing as well. That place, isn't it Dominic's practice ground? Basil looked in shock towards the sword pavilion and asked Burke. Burke nodded but wasn't sure if this phenomenon was related to Dominic. The unusual occurrence had already startled the people from the 6 pavilions. Now, 5 pavilion masters appeared first at Dominic's practice ground. Then, Gale and Bartolomeo, the 2 sect elders, appeared above them. Who is inside? Does Taoist Brotherchi know? Gale was curious. He recalled that only those qualified for ascension could invoke the sacred appearance of the 4 divine beasts. Well, I can't be certain, Bartolomeo replied, unwilling to provide an answer. He suspected this was related to the secluded Dominic and feared Gale might have designs on him. Gale frowned, seeing Bartolomeo reluctant to reveal anything. He hesitated briefly, then stepped forward to investigate. Boom. However, Gale was repelled by the power of the 4 symbols before even reaching the practice ground. So powerful. Gale was astonished. This natural formation of the 4 symbols array, which even he with his profound cultivation couldn't breach. Inside the practice ground, Dominic's eyes remained closed, while golden light radiated from his body. Within his dantian, 16 golden dragons flew, symbolizing his 16 martial veins, now absorbing cosmic energy. Meanwhile, 2 additional martial veins began taking shape. As immense spiritual energy poured into the dantian, the martial veins developed faster, and Dominic's 8 extraordinary meridians expanded. Through the refining power of the Nirvana pill, Dominic's physical body had ascended to the sacred realm, flesh becoming sacred, an incredibly rare feat. With enhanced strength, Dominic's capabilities doubled. Unconsciously, 2 hours passed. Dominic's 2 new martial veins had fully formed. Buzz. The 18 martial veins burst into simultaneous power, boosting Dominic's cultivation instantly from the 3rd tribulation realm to the 5th tribulation realm. To Dominic, cultivation merely measured growth, while true power was his utmost priority. Once stable in the 5th tribulation realm, Dominic's eyes snapped open. Raising his mouth slightly, he shouted, "Devour!" A small vortex appeared between his eyebrows, emitting terrifying devouring power. The 4 divine beasts hovering over the practice ground transformed into streams of light, rapidly entering Dominic's body. Dominic didn't want to waste this rare chance, using his soul skill to forcibly absorb cosmic spirit energy, aiming to develop a 19th martial vein. Alas, the absorbed power was limited, allowing only a rough outline of the 19th vein before the devouring power was exhausted. Did I act too hastily? Dominic chuckled awkwardly, sensing the cosmic spirit energy dissipate. Examining his body, he felt invincible. Moving a bit caused ripples in the space around him. Now, solely relying on this flesh body, he could dominate below the Tao realm. If he utilized spirit power, Hallam of the Sacred Origin sect wouldn't stand a chance against him. Do you really plan to join the Kunlun sect? Asked Adon as Dominic stood up. I seem to have no choice. You saw the situation earlier. Without the Kunlun sect, both the Heavenly Dragon Academy and I would have perished. Dominic smiled bitterly. Aiden's question came too late. Everything was set in stone, especially after consuming a Nirvana pill. There was no turning back. The choice is always yours. Just now, I sensed someone from the Void sect approaching and standing outside. Adon disagreed with Dominic's thoughts. With Dominic's astonishing talent, he had every right to choose. If he wanted, no one could stop him. What nonsense. Why would the Void sect come here? Dominic paused, shaking his head in disbelief. He couldn't fathom why the Void sect would visit. Bang. Just as Dominic shook his head, his door opened abruptly. A man dressed in a white robe walked in calmly. Who are you? Not recognizing the intruder, Dominic's face turned cold as he demanded sharply. It was Gale who had entered. Upon seeing Dominic alone, Gale's expression turned strange, examining Dominic curiously. Annoyed, Dominic advanced and threw a punch at Gale. Bang. Gale frowned, blocking Dominic's punch effortlessly without moving an inch. So strong. Dominic was amazed. His punch, simple yet powerful, equaled that of a 7th tribulation realm. Without moving further, Gale smiled and extended his hand, beckoning Dominic. Was this a provocation? Seeing Gale's gesture, Dominic became furious. Clearly, it was mockery. Angered, Dominic exerted all his strength, a golden light bursting from his right hand. Boom. He punched, sending a dragon shadow flying. This punch, with 9/10 of his power, rivaled an 8th tribulation realm strike. Bang. Chariot. Gale casually waved his hand and effortlessly deflected Dominic's punch. This? Dominic was utterly shocked. He immediately realized that the man before him had a significant background. To be able to easily withstand his strike meant that his cultivation was at least at the heaven-penetrating realm. Remarkable. The power of your ancient martial arts is mighty and forceful. You must have cultivated a supreme ancient martial art. May I ask which lineage you hail from? Gale smiled approvingly. After personally testing Dominic's abilities, he confirmed that Dominic's talent was astonishing. Why does the senior ask these questions? Dominic remained cautious. How could he reveal such secrets? Don't misunderstand. I am Gale of the Void Sect, and I bear no ill intentions towards you. Seeing Dominic's guarded stance, Gale smiled gently and revealed his identity. Oh. Dominic was surprised. Tiger Taoist had just mentioned someone from the Void Sect, and now this person was right in front of him? Friend you. What do you mean by that? Gale frowned, looking at Bartolomeo. Hee. Bartolomeo chuckled, turned his head to glance at Dominic, and said, Dominic is already one of us in the Kunlun sect. It's destined for him to have no connection with the Void Sect. Hearing this, Gale's expression visibly darkened, and Dominic naturally understood that Bartolomeo was trying to make it clear that he wouldn't give Dominic any choice, but to follow through with joining the Kunlun sect. Whether or not there's destiny isn't something you can decide. Frenchie? I observe that this young friend has exceptional martial arts talent. If he enters the Void Sect, he will surely rank among the top 100 within a century. Gale frowned, disliking what Bartolomeo had said, yet he was giving Dominic an opportunity. Dominic? Since he won't let go, you tell him yourself. Bartolomeo's face instantly turned gloomy as he instructed Dominic. Dominic couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. These difficult situations always seemed to land on him. Reluctantly, Dominic bowed respectfully to Gale and said, Thank you for your favor, senior you. However, I am not the kind of person who forgets kindness and duty. I have decided to join the Kunlun sect. Please understand. Chapter 254. Forming good connections. Human plans cannot match heaven's will. Do you really not want to reconsider? Gale looked serious as he watched Dominic in front of him. He couldn't believe that Dominic would willingly give up the opportunity to join the Tai Stevie sect, which Gale considered an unwise move. The Tai Stevie sect was the foremost among the 9 sects, with its Tao techniques numbering in the thousands and disciples numbering in the millions. It had connections to heaven above and the power to overturn the earth below. Its foundation in Taoism was far deeper than any other sect because it followed the mandate of heaven and possessed the methods to ascend to heaven. Cough. Beside them, Bartolomeo saw that Gale wasn't giving up and was still tempting Dominic right in front of him, treating him as if he weren't there. He purposely coughed a couple of times to draw Dominic's attention. Dominic frowned. Of course, the Tai Stevie sect was tempting. Who wouldn't want to instantly reach the pinnacle and become a disciple of the top sect? But how could he let down Adlai and now also disappoint Bartolomeo? After a moment of silence, Dominic clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Gale. Silence spoke louder than words. Alas. Gale sighed heavily. This bow sealed their fates forever apart. It is all meant to be. If we have no destined connection, how can I force this matter? The disappointed Gale blamed himself for coming too late, but he knew this was preordained and beyond human control. Dominic carried great destiny upon his shoulders and was chosen by heaven. Even with his Taoist cultivation, Gale couldn't predict Dominic's future prospects. Taoist Frenchie? With your cultivation, taking him as a disciple might seem like you're selling yourself short. Despite his reluctance, Gale saw Bartolomeo smiling contentedly and remarked frankly, This doesn't require Taoist use concern. Even if I wanted to, he may not necessarily agree. But I've already found someone suitable for him, ensuring no mistakes will be made. Bartolomeo smiled sheepishly. Though mocked by Gale, he knew his place. Oh. Gale was somewhat surprised by Bartolomeo's confidence. Furrowing his brow, he thought for a moment before asking, Could it be that person from your sect? Bartolomeo remained silent, smiling. Gale's expression turned complicated, and he was taken aback by Bartolomeo's refusal to say more. Meanwhile, Dominic felt odd. Bartolomeo had already chosen a master for him, and he wondered who this person could be. Young friend? Since we have this connection, let us form a good bond. As Dominic was silent, Gale suddenly spoke and revealed a white bead in his hand, presenting it to Dominic. This contains my power. I offer it to you today in hopes it can help you through a calamity. Dominic was surprised. Meeting Gale for the first time, he felt guilty accepting such a valuable gift, unsure whether he should take it or not. Dominic, Taoist use power even makes me wary. This is a life-saving talisman. Quickly thank Elder Yu. Bartolomeo noticed Dominic hesitating and hurriedly reminded him, fearing he would miss this rare opportunity. Thank you, Elder Yu. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's words, Dominic promptly clasped his hands and bowed gratefully to Gale. Taking the white bead, Dominic carefully stowed it away. Well, Taoist Chi, it's getting late. I will take my leave and not disturb you further. Gale composed himself, laughed heartily, and then turned to leave. Watching Gale depart, Bartolomeo nodded in admiration of Gale's character. Dominic, tomorrow I will return to Kunlun sect to make arrangements. In 3 days, I will send someone here to guide you to Kunlun sect. But I am worried about Sage Yuan sect retaliating against you during this time. Therefore, do not leave the Tianfeng Empire. Bartolomeo stroked his beard, smiling, and gave Dominic some instructions. Elder Chi, rest assured. Hearing these words, Dominic nodded in response. After delivering his message, Bartolomeo left Dominic's courtyard. Dominic's expression grew solemn. He only had 3 days left. In 3 days, he would leave the Tianlong Academy to embark on his cultivation journey at the unfamiliar Kunlun sect. Peach Blossom Mountain? It seems I cannot wait any longer. It's time to find Kiera. With unresolved matters, Dominic finally decided to seek out Peach Blossom Mountain. There, he would meet someone he had long wished to see. The moment he had been waiting for was finally arriving, and Dominic could hardly contain his eagerness. Night fell deep. Paula and Butler visited Dominic, only to hear that he intended to find Peach Blossom Mountain. They were both caught off guard. Junior brother, you don't even know where Peach Blossom Mountain is. How do you plan to find it? Butler tried to dissuade Dominic, considering the dangers he faced after offending so many people. I remember the route. Finding Peach Blossom Mountain shouldn't be difficult, Dominic insisted, having prepared himself mentally. But, Senior brother Butler, did you find Allely's hometown? Before Butler could speak, Dominic abruptly changed the topic, asking about Allely. Allely had left without saying goodbye, leaving only a farewell note, the briefness of which made people uneasy. Hence, Dominic had asked Butler to find her address from when she entered the academy to trace her whereabouts. You didn't ask, and I almost forgot. Butler paused, then retrieved an old roster from his pocket, finding Alleli's page and handing it to Dominic. Taking the roster, Dominic saw Alleli's name and noted that her hometown was listed as Peach Blossom Village. What? Dominic's expression changed dramatically. Peach Blossom Village and Peach Blossom Mountain? Suddenly, he associated the two places. He remembered Alleli mentioning that her home was full of peach blossoms. Her strange behavior back at Peach Blossom Mountain seemed suspicious now. Junior brother, are you alright? Paula noticed Dominic's strange demeanor and asked, concerned. No, nothing. Dominic shook his head but harbored a bold guess in his mind. Could Alleli be the very Jaylene he sought? Impossible. How could she be Kiera? Dominic shook his head again. Alleli was Alleli, and Jaylene was Jaylene. They just looked alike. It couldn't be so coincidental. Sister, is Junior brother okay? Butler was worried about Dominic's state of mind. Paula shook her head, equally puzzled by Dominic's behavior. On another note, Senior Brother Butler, why haven't I seen Kathy or Senior Sister Miriam since returning to the academy? Did they? While Paula and Butler were quiet, Dominic suddenly asked about Kathy and Miriam. Kathy was Dominic's cousin and enemy. Miriam, being the senior sister of the Martial Hall, had left a strong impression on Dominic. They? Butler's face turned angry as he gritted his teeth and said, since the conclusion of the Heavenly Martial Assembly, Kathy joined the Hongjun Academy. As for Miriam, she went down the mountain to search for Edgar and never returned. Interesting. Kathy knows her place well enough. Dominic was surprised. Joining Hongjun Academy likely meant Kathy was avoiding him and seeking a new path. Miriam's disappearance intrigued him. Junior brother, shall I go with you tomorrow? After some thought, Paula mustered the courage to ask Dominic. No, the academy needs help now. It's best you stay here to assist. Dominic firmly declined. The academy was in dire straits and needed everyone's support. But, I'm worried about you going alone. Paula couldn't find a reason to object and blurted out her true feelings. There's still me, isn't there? Just as Paula finished speaking, someone walked in from outside. Alicia? Paula's expression changed abruptly. Miss Nangong? Seeing Alicia appear, Butler stood up but, remembering his place, simply nodded. Why are you here? Seeing Alicia visit at such a late hour, Dominic felt displeased. Do you mean to say I shouldn't come here? Don't forget, I got injured for you. Since you didn't come to see me, can I come to see you? Alicia's little face showed displeasure. She was quite unhappy with Dominic, especially at this late hour. With Paula and Butler still around, Dominic seemed reluctant to see her, which made her even more upset. Dominic was at a loss for words. He felt guilty and couldn't find a reason to counter her. Dominic? You're going to attend the coronation ceremony of the third prince tomorrow, right? Well, I'm going too. Let me accompany you. Seeing no one was speaking, Alicia came close to Dominic and sought his approval. What? The coronation ceremony of the third prince? When did this happen? Hearing Alicia's words, Dominic, Paula, and Butler were all surprised. Emperor Tianfeng had just died not long ago, and now the third prince Chris was already planning to ascend the throne. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? How? Weren't you guys just talking about it? Alicia frowned, looking at their astonished faces, feeling a bit lost. Nangong, miss? Where did you hear about this? Why don't we know? Butler asked Alicia first. Just now, the third prince sent someone to invite Izzy Sage and my grandfather to attend the ascension ceremony in Tianwu City tomorrow. I happened to overhear it, Alicia replied. Is this third prince really plotting with great cunning? Could he have known beforehand that his father would die? Dominic frowned, touching his nose, admiring Chris's foresight. It's possible. Don't forget, even Teddy listens to him. Clearly, this Chris is not as simple as he looks. Butler nodded. He had always suspected Chris wasn't ordinary. Chris was different from the other two princes. This man had very deep designs. Why does he need to rush the coronation and invite Tianlong Academy? Our killing his father, Emperor Kramer, isn't something he should thank us for, is it? Paula, who had been silent, suddenly raised an intriguing question. How could that be? If I were the third prince, I'd seek revenge for my father before ascending the throne. That way, I could gain public support and leave the officials with nothing to say. Alicia pursed her lips, finding Paula's idea laughable. Dominic and Butler exchanged glances, seeming to have thought of something. Their expressions slightly changed. Chapter 255, Coronation Ceremony, Crisis Arrives. Early morning. Inside the Tianlong Hall, Saint Izzy and the 5 pavilion masters gathered together. Saint? We've heard that the academy has allied with the Kunlun sect. Is this true? Dao Pavilion's Emeric couldn't wait. He rose, clasped his fists, and asked Saint Izzy for confirmation. The academy had repeatedly escaped death, but at a great cost. Many disciples had left, and it no longer had a foothold within the Tianfeng Empire. Hearing such good news now was undoubtedly a fresh start for the academy. Indeed, Tianlong Academy is now under the Kunlun sect and will no longer be governed by the xuanhuan sect from today onwards. But we owe this to Dominic, who will join the Kunlun sect in 3 days and become one of its disciples. Saint Izzy smiled and nodded, feeling satisfied. Dominic is leaving? Sword Pavilion Master Derek's expression changed upon hearing his disciple would leave to join the Kunlun sect. How could he not be reluctant as a teacher? Heavenly Pavilion Master? You should be happy for Dominic. The Kunlun sect is a major sect. Dominic brings glory to our Tianlong Academy, and we should all feel proud. The academy has limited capabilities and cannot help Dominic grow further. Everyone should understand this. Moreover, Dominic will be our pillar. With him, our Tianlong Academy can stand firm. Saint Izzy understood that Derek treated Dominic well, but people aim higher and water flows downhill. How could they ruin Dominic's future for personal reasons? Derek fell silent. Dominic's achievements were destined to surpass everyone else, and departure was inevitable. That's great. With the support of the Kunlun sect, we don't have to endure humiliation anymore. Cash of the Artifact Pavilion grinned. They could finally hold their heads high. Saint, should we still attend the coronation ceremony? Emeric suddenly frowned. Since the academy was no longer governed by the Xuanhuan sect, the Tianfeng Empire could no longer restrict them. According to him, there was no need to attend the coronation. The third Prince Chris's ascension is significant. After careful consideration, I've decided to give him the honor. Since Tianlong Academy is still within the Tianfeng Empire, it's inevitable we will meet face-to-face someday. Joan's expression hardened before deciding to attend. Saint is wise. The 5 pavilion masters nodded in agreement after hearing Izzy's words. Well, let's begin reorganizing the academy. Open the gates widely to accept more disciples. All 5 of you must prepare well to rebuild the academy. Issues resolved. Izzy stood up and gave a few instructions before walking out of the hall. As Izzy exited, he saw Dominic waiting outside the hall, seemingly for some time. Saint, are you going to attend the coronation ceremony? Dominic approached with a strange look. Sherry's, why aren't you resting? Izzy nodded, but he was unhappy about Dominic's appearance since he was due to leave soon and should stay in the academy. Faced with Izzy's questioning, Dominic became serious, stepped forward, and whispered something to Izzy. Izzy's expression changed abruptly, then glanced at Dominic and surprisingly nodded. Mid-morning, Tianwu City, the Imperial Palace grounds. All officials of the court gathered for the grand ceremony. As it was the coronation of the third Prince Kramer, the palace was heavily guarded. Stevieling Academy and Hongjun Academy sent representatives, and even the heads of the 4 major families attended to witness the new emperor's ascension. Meanwhile, on the ceremony platform, Coil of the Xuanhuan sect appeared unexpectedly. Standing behind Dylan, Alicia absent-mindedly looked around. The time was almost here, but she saw no one from Tianlong Academy, nor Dominic. Is he really not coming? Alicia regretted that her grandfather Dylan had taken her away from Tianlong Academy early that morning, causing her restlessness. Finally, third Prince Chris appeared in a golden dragon robe, wearing a dragon crown. With the robe on, Chris exuded imperial presence, stern and imposing. Stepping onto the altar, Chris glanced at the crowd and showed a slight change in emotion. Is Tianlong Academy afraid? Chris frowned, noticing no one from the academy, and smirked slightly. Unbeknownst to them, outside the palace, Saint Izzy led 2 disciples to the city gate. However, they were stopped by General Darnell. This general? I am Izzy of Tianlong Academy. Can you let us in? Izzy was unhappy, realizing Darnell deliberately made things difficult for him. Saint Izzy, please forgive me, but I haven't heard that you were invited to this ceremony, said Darnell in his impressive general attire. How is that possible? Last night, the Empire sent an invitation to Tianlong Academy. How could you not know? Izzy's face darkened. He had never been treated like this. It was because of Tianlong Academy's decline that even a guard could treat him this way, which was infuriating. Darnell frowned, knowing the invitation list included Tianlong Academy, but didn't want to let Izzy enter. When Darnell hesitated, he noticed the unremarkable disciple behind Izzy and felt oddly familiar. Darnell walked over and saw the disciple's blackened face with bangs covering half of it. To see better, he reached out to push back the bangs, but the disciple suddenly grabbed his wrist. Swoosh! Seeing someone grab Darnell's wrist, the guards drew their swords. Darnell waved them off, then stared wide-eyed at the man and stammered, "LS, could it really be you?" Izzy, puzzled by Darnell's reaction, didn't know Darnell recognized Dominic in disguise, who had disguised himself to follow Izzy to Tianwu City. Chiraya, let us in. Dominic nodded and whispered. But, it's unsafe inside? Darnell urged but didn't elaborate due to the surrounding crowd. Dominic frowned and glared at Darnell. Realizing he couldn't stop Dominic, Darnell gritted his teeth and ordered, "Let them in." With a swift motion, the guards moved aside, allowing Dominic and Izzy to enter the palace. At noon, just as the ceremony was about to begin, Izzy arrived with 2 disciples. Look, Tianlong Academy has arrived. Izzy's arrival caused whispers among the crowd. For years, Tianlong Academy had been a topic of discussion, now known for its decline and near extinction. Izzy's appearance became a laughing stock. No one respected him anymore, only mockery. There were seats for everyone except Tianlong Academy on the viewing platform. Oh sorry, there doesn't seem to be a seat for you, Saint Izzy. Why don't you stand aside? Shaw mocked, causing laughter. What kind of place is Tianlong Academy? Not so powerful now, huh? Why are you even here? With Shaw's ridicule, others joined in, dismissing Tianlong Academy entirely. There was no help for it. Once the walls started crumbling, everyone pushed. Tianlong Academy had lost its former glory, and naturally, no one took Izzy seriously anymore. Izzy Saint? Just as everyone mocked him, Alicia suddenly rushed over, glaring fiercely at the shameless group. Saint, if you don't mind, please come rest with me. Alicia supported Izzy, warmly offering her seat to him. Seeing Izzy sit beside him, Dylan raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, can you really swallow this humiliation? This isn't like you." Haha. Izzy smiled faintly, stroking his beard as he glanced at the blind fools and said, "This old man is getting on in years. Why should I bicker with a bunch of rats?" As soon as he spoke, Shaw and the others grew furious, glaring at Izzy. Ha ha ha. Dylan laughed heartily, then nodded and said, "You're right. The current Tianlong Academy is under the Kunlun sect. How could they lose face here?" What? Kunlun sect? Is that true? You can't be serious? Upon hearing Dylan's words, all present were visibly astonished. The Kunlun sect was the second largest sect in the world. How could it possibly favor such a small academy like Tianlong? However, when Coil on the opposite viewing platform saw Izzy, his eyes flashed with a cold light, his expression darkening ominously as he stroked his beard. Izzy Saint? Why hasn't he come? Alicia, eager but seeing no sign of Dominic, couldn't help but ask Izzy. He's quite busy. Izzy smiled lightly, giving a brief response. Hearing this, Alicia felt profound disappointment, angrily biting her lip and losing interest in the event altogether. On the ceremonial platform, Chris sneered when he saw Izzy appear. He then turned to conduct the sacrificial rites. When the ritual ended, Chris stood up and suddenly pointed toward where Izzy was seated, addressing the crowd. "Bring me the murderer of my father. I will use his life to comfort my father's spirit." As soon as these words were spoken, a group of soldiers suddenly rushed out from around the ceremony grounds, storming the viewing platform to surround Izzy. Chapter 256, Seizing the Initiative, The Final Resort. Splash! At Chris's command, the iron-armored soldiers hidden around immediately rushed out, surrounding Burke on the viewing platform. Among those seated nearby were Shaw, the Kirk family, Steveling Academy, and Hongjun Academy, all of which had Holy Realm experts standing up. Note, Eastern Mu Yun, Atli, was corrected to Shaw for consistency and accuracy in naming conventions. From the moment Burke appeared, he was already in mortal danger. This was Chris's trap to gain public support and endorsements from major factions by using Burke's life, ensuring his smooth ascension to power. "Venerable Burke, don't be afraid. With our Nangong family here, they won't lay a finger on you." Seeing everyone turn against him, Luna stepped forward and declared her stance in the name of the Nangong family. "Dylan, are you sure your Nangong family will side with these evildoers against us?" Atli frowned, aware that young Luna could not possibly represent the entire Nangong family, so he turned to ask Dylan. Sitting still as a mountain, Dylan cast a casual glance at Atli and smiled faintly. "What business is it of yours what the Nangong family wants to do?" Atli's face flushed red. Dylan's attitude was clear. "Fine. If the Nangong family chooses to be uncooperative, then don't blame us for offending you." In a fit of anger, Atli took the first move. Two elders from Steveling Academy and Hongjun Academy joined him, attacking Burke and Dylan. Audacity! Luna, enraged, stepped forward, unleashing her second tribulation Dao realm power. Boom! With just one palm strike, she repelled Atli and the two others back. What? Atli, the sage from Steveling Academy, and the sage from Hongjun Academy, all spewed blood, looking at Luna in shock. How could mere Holy Realm cultivators withstand a Dao realm powerhouse? Li Yuxuan on the sacrificial platform looked startled. Seeing Luna reminded him of Dominic, who had entered the heavenly caverns with her years ago. She returned alive? Then isn't Dominic? Chris felt uneasy and quickly scanned the area, fearing that Dominic might also be present. Humph! With me, Luna, present. You can forget about laying a finger on Venerable Burke. Luna glared at Atli and the others with disdain. How could they accept this? This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Burke. They turned toward Coil in the distance with clenched fists. "We humbly request Elder Sterling to act and rid the people of this scourge." Facing their plea, Coil, seated across the platform, nodded slightly before abruptly raising his hand. Whoosh! A beam of sword light shot through the air straight towards Luna. Her expression changed drastically as she gathered all her strength to defend against the flying sword. Bang! Luna retreated several steps, while the sword energy continued its advance, steadily depleting her power, forcing her to step back. Dylan and Burke could not remain idle. Coil was a 6th-level slain mortal cultivator, whose attacks were far beyond what Luna could handle. Swish! Swish! Seeing Luna struggling, Dylan and Burke came to her aid, blocking the sword energy together. Insignificant. Atli sneered upon seeing even the three of them could not stop the sword. Whoosh! Just as the trio strained to hold off the sword energy, Coil released another wave of sword energy. Luna's face turned deathly pale. Burke and Dylan's faces turned ashen. Boom! At the last critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, shattering the incoming sword energy. Before anyone could recognize who acted, this person unleashed another powerful sword strike, breaking the sword energy in front of Dylan and the others. Clack! Clack! Dylan, Luna, and Burke were saved but pushed back several steps by the shattered sword energy. Who is he? Everyone was shocked. The rescuer was a young man with half his face covered by long bangs, making them wonder where this powerful individual came from. It's him. On the sacrificial platform, Chris instantly recognized Dominic as soon as he saw the rescuer. Dominic, is that you? Behind, Luna, recognizing Dominic's silhouette, guessed it was him disguised as the stranger. Hearing her question, Dominic lifted the corner of his mouth and pulled back his bangs, wiping away the soot on his face with his sleeve. It's really Dominic. Heaven, he's still alive. No wonder Burke dared to come to the palace to meet his end. Dominic's true appearance caused a flurry of exclamations among the crowd. It was common knowledge that Tianlong Academy's decline stemmed from Dominic's disappearance. Atli's face flushed red. Seeing Dominic's formidable transformation filled him with fear, causing him to instinctively retreat. Chris on the sacrificial platform regretted his decision. If he had known Dominic was back sooner, he wouldn't have aligned himself with Coil. Dominic? Last time you escaped with your dog's life. This time, I'll sever your head from your body. Seeing Dominic, Coil's eyes flared with fury. Last night at Tianlong Academy, Dominic had ambushed him, knocking out his teeth, leaving bruises still visible on his face. Coil, I advise you to think carefully. I've joined Kunlun sect. If you touch me, you're declaring war on Kunlun sect. Dominic stood unfazed, coldly warning Coil. Brat, you dare threaten me with Kunlun sect? Too bad you lack the weight. Even if I kill you, Kunlun sect can't do anything to me. Enraged, Coil's eyes burned with rage as he swiftly moved towards Dominic, delivering a palm strike directly to his crown. Bah! With no place to hide, Dominic's body trembled, and a burst of golden light erupted from within him, releasing his dragon soul. Boom! Coil's palm was immediately repelled by the dragon soul force. Seizing the opportunity, Dominic fiercely wielded the heavenly residual sword. Ghostly light flash. The sword light slashed like a moon in the sky, forcing Coil to retreat as Dominic condensed 10,000 sword chi and lunged forward. Aware of his disadvantage, Dominic seized every initiative, delivering fatal blows to prevent Coil from counterattacking. Flying dragon in the sky. As Coil broke through the 10,000 sword chi, Dominic's fist transformed into a flying dragon, striking right at his chest. I poo. Coil spat out a stream of blood, flying several dozen feet away, his hair disheveled and his anger reaching boiling point. Heaven. In just a few short years, Dominic has become so strong. Dual cultivation in sword and martial arts? Unbelievable. Overpowering Elder Sterling without letting him retaliate. All spectators were astounded by Dominic's sheer power. A Dao realm force overwhelming a slain mortal expert. How many could match such prowess? Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Having gravely injured Coil, Dominic used an extraordinary technique, activating the four symbols sword technique's ultimate form, Chop. The power of the four symbols converged into a single sword strike. As Dominic struck, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled. Faced with impending death, Coil desperately channeled his full power, deploying the sacred Yuan sect's supreme skill, the profound true canon. Whoosh. Instantly, intricate scriptures surrounded Coil, forming a pillar of light that collided with Dominic's descending sword. Boom, boom. Thunder crashed down from the heavens, shaking the surroundings. The explosive force obliterated everything around, killing weaker cultivators instantly. Even Holy Realm experts were forced back, coughing up blood. The terrifying destructive power almost leveled the entire palace. Chris on the sacrificial platform was thrown aside, landing with a thud, his face as white as paper. Above the palace, Dominic's battle with Coil intensified, transcending mere combat. Relying on his profound skills, Coil barely managed to block the four symbols sword technique, now relentlessly chasing after Dominic like a mad dog. Grandfather? I need to help Dominic. Luna below wanted to go assist Dominic, seeing his predicament. No, you mustn't. You would only be a burden. Stay by grandfather's side obediently. Dylan's face was grim as he grabbed Luna's arm, preventing her from rushing into danger. Luna felt aggrieved but couldn't break free from her grandfather's grip, leaving her anxious and frustrated. Brat? Out of tricks? Then let me show you my true prowess. In the sky, Coil saw Dominic's momentum decrease and sneered triumphantly. However, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, Coil vanished before Dominic's eyes, replaced by a green light darting around, making it impossible for Dominic to keep up with his speed. Pooh. Distracted, Dominic was caught off guard when Coil reappeared behind him, striking him with a powerful palm. Dominic spat blood, but grimaced defiantly. Ignoring his injuries, he abruptly turned around and roared, Inferno of the Earth's core. Whoosh. Caught unprepared, Coil was instantly engulfed by the Inferno of the Earth's core. You underestimate the power of the slain mortal realm. Despite being trapped in the fire, Coil coldly snorted. Before Dominic's eyes, ripples appeared in the space, and Coil casually walked out of the flames as if unaffected. Space manipulation? Dominic's expression changed dramatically. Coil was indeed formidable, just his spatial abilities left Dominic at a loss. 1,000 illusory fingers. Emerging from the fire, Coil raised his hand, and thousands of fingers materialized, surrounding Dominic. With a single finger, he intended to annihilate Dominic. Which one is real? Dominic found himself overwhelmed, unable to determine which of the countless fingers was genuine. All of them are real. This is a heaven-grade Dao technique. At this critical moment, Eamon within Dominic spoke up. Hearing Eamon's words, Dominic's pupils dilated before he closed his eyes. Dominic? Below, Burke and Luna watched in shock as Dominic closed his eyes, seemingly giving up resistance. They hurriedly shouted in alarm. Coil wore a smug smile, knowing that under his 1,000 illusory fingers, death was inevitable for anyone in the slain mortal realm. Die. As the 1,000 fingers descended, the void trembled. At this life or death moment, Dominic suddenly opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. A burst of intense light erupted from his chest. No. This? Sensing the terrifying energy, Coil's face twisted in terror, screaming loudly. Chapter 257. Awe-inspiring triumph and onto Peach Blossom Mountain. No. Just as Coil was about to claim his victory, an overwhelming power suddenly erupted from Dominic's body, terrifying him and altering his expression dramatically. Sensing imminent danger, Coil turned to flee when a streak of white light abruptly shot out from Dominic's chest, piercing the sky in an instant. Bang! The white light struck Coil, producing a thunderous explosion with blinding flashes of light everywhere. Ah! Amidst the light, Coil's soul-wrenching screams pierced through the air. Below, everyone's faces turned pale, sensing the overwhelming aura that brought on a suffocating discomfort. Thud. As the crowd fell silent, Coil's body plummeted from the sky. Everyone stared in shock at the fallen Coil, whose body lay bloodied and motionless. He was dead. Elder Sterling is dead? How can this be? Atli and his group were instantly frightened to their core. Coil, an elder of the Holy Origin sect and a powerful xuanhuan realm cultivator, had died at the hands of Dominic? Has he become so strong? Basil's face was contorted with disbelief. Seeing Dominic unscathed in the sky while having killed Coil was simply unbelievable. Burke frowned. Based on his understanding of Dominic's strength, it should have been impossible for him to kill Coil, but with Dominic, anything seemed possible. Affected by the force, Chris slowly rose from the ground, his hair disheveled. Staggering, he looked up at Dominic. Dominic, I never wished to be your enemy. Today's events were orchestrated entirely by Elder Sterling. I beg you to show mercy and spare us. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Chris did not want to ruin his future, and thus lowered himself to plead for mercy from Dominic. A man must know both when to bend and when to stand firm. Chris knew Dominic too well. Opposing Dominic would only lead to self-inflicted harm. Suspended in the air, Dominic coldly glanced down at Chris below. There had been no past grievances between them, but Chris had made the grave mistake of targeting Tianlong Academy. If Dominic hadn't been present today, Chris would have surely attempted to kill Burke mercilessly. Such treacherous behavior was unworthy of one who sought to rule a kingdom. Whoosh! Murderous intent stirred, and the heavens darkened. Li Yuxuan's expression below changed abruptly as he sensed Dominic's killing intent and quickly retreated several steps. Guards! As Dominic approached with sword in hand, Chris desperately called out loud. Suddenly, Ian and Darnell appeared, standing in front of Dominic. Ian's face was grim, his hands behind his back. He despised Chris's actions, and if not for learning Dominic was present, he would have already saved his grandfather, Burke. Darnell was also reluctantly involved. He didn't wish to offend either Dominic or Chris, yet he couldn't just watch as Dominic killed Chris. I'm sorry, but you cannot kill him now. Facing Dominic's approach, Ian stepped forward, determined to protect Chris. Seeing Ian appear, Dominic was indeed surprised. Wasn't Chris trying to kill Ian's grandfather? All right, give me a reason not to kill him. Dominic respected Ian's choice, but needed a reason. He had always wondered why Ian, a talented disciple of Divine Arrowgate, would follow Chris's orders repeatedly. This doubt had to be resolved today. Ian's expression faltered, glancing at Chris, who nodded silently. If I tell you that the uncle of Third Prince is my master, would that be reason enough? Ian retracted his gaze and said aloud to Dominic. What? The uncle of Third Prince is part of the Divine Arrowgate? Heaven, how could something this significant be unknown? Ian's words caused waves of astonishment. Everyone knew that Third Prince's mother was merely a maid, and traditionally her rank should have elevated with her son. But nobody knew that the prince's uncle was associated with the mighty Divine Arrowgate. Given the gate's secluded but formidable power surpassing the 9 major sects, any support from them would render anyone in the Algernon Imperial Court untouchable. Dominic had no reason not to believe Ian. Very well. I will give you, Ian, the benefit of the doubt today. Dominic nodded, then turned to Darnell, feeling somewhat conflicted. Even without explanation, he knew Darnell was torn between loyalty and filial duty. So, Dominic ended the confrontation there to avoid making things difficult for everyone. Thank you. After today, I will return to the Divine Arrowgate. Dominic, when I come down the mountain again, it will be the day we decide our fate in combat. Take care. With Dominic's agreement, Ian saw no further reason to stay. If not for waiting for Chris to ascend, he would have left immediately after returning from the sky pit. Dominic's brows furrowed, unsure how to respond to Ian's challenge. He had always hoped to be friends rather than enemies. Leaving everything behind, Ian bowed deeply towards his grandfather Burke and then turned away, disappearing into the sky. Burke wore a worried look, knowing Ian's stubborn nature meant he would fulfill his promises. He only hoped that Dominic would show mercy when that fateful day came. Chris, your father and 2 brothers all died by my hands. I'm sparing you today partly because of Ian and partly for the people of the Algernon Empire. I make this clear. If you fail to be a good emperor, I, Dominic, will take your life. Pointing his sword at Chris, Dominic emphasized his warning, placing all the blame on himself to ensure Chris understood the gravity of expectations. Dominic, rest assured, I, Chris, am different from my father and brothers. I will not disappoint you. Biting his lip, Chris clenched his fists and promised Dominic with deep determination. Without further ado, Dominic nodded, glanced at Darnell, and then turned to fly back to the ceremonial platform. Clunk clunk. Upon Dominic's return, Atli, elders from the Stevianling Academy, Hongjun Academy, and others hurriedly backed away, watching Dominic with fear. As Dominic walked toward Burke, those around him scattered like startled birds, wary of his immense power. Spurts of blood sprayed everywhere as Atli suddenly exploded amidst the cautious crowd, sending everyone into panic and extreme fear. Smirking, Dominic turned his gaze to the elders from Stevianling Academy and Hongjun Academy and declared, anyone who opposes Tianlong Academy will meet the same fate. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Dominic did this solely to deter the cowards and opportunists. Only then could he leave with peace of mind. Burke, Sage, I have matters to attend to. I'll leave first. Facing Burke, Dominic bowed respectfully. Burke, unaware of Dominic's destination, hesitated briefly before nodding and saying, return soon. Dominic, I want to go with you. Ignoring her grandfather's protests, Lindsay chased after Dominic. I'm not here for a leisurely trip. Why are you following me? Dissatisfied, Dominic had urgent business and disliked being trailed. That doesn't matter. In life, I belong to you. In death, I haunt you. You won't get rid of me this lifetime. Lindsay's resolve was unshakable, and she was determined to marry Dominic. Blushing, Dominic found her boldness endearing but was powerless to change her mind. Deciding to ignore her, he flew off into the sky. Lindsay followed closely, and the two disappeared above the palace. As Dominic left, chaos remained behind. Chris seethed with rage, unable to vent his anger over the destruction. Darnell, escort our guests. Embarrassed, Chris ordered Darnell to see the visitors off and then turned to leave. Burke, that rascal Dominic has lured away my granddaughter. You must give me an explanation today. On the ceremonial platform, Basil, feeling furious, watched his granddaughter leave with Dominic. He rose and grabbed Burke's arm, refusing to let go. Nan Gong? Can we not meddle in the affairs of these 2 young people? Burke wore a helpless expression. How could he not understand Basil's intentions? But he had no control over Dominic, leaving him in an awkward situation between laughter and tears. I don't care. If you don't resolve this today, don't even think about leaving Tianwu City. Once Basil's stubbornness took hold, nothing could stop him. Without giving Burke a chance to explain, Basil dragged him towards the entrance of the palace. Flying out of Tianwu City, Dominic's heart became complex, because he was about to search for Peach Blossom Mountain to fulfill an unfulfilled wish. Dominic, where are you really going? Seeing Dominic silent, they had already flown out of Tianwu City. Lindsay asked curiously, do you really want to know? Dominic frowned, turning to look at Lindsay behind him. Of course. Unless you don't want to tell me. Lindsay nodded seriously. All right, I'll tell you. I'm going to find my fiancée. Dominic knew that if he wanted Lindsay to let him go, he couldn't be overly sentimental. Fiancée? Lindsay's face darkened, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sherry's, it's a woman who made a lifelong commitment to me long ago. Dominic felt sorrow as he thought about how 3 years had passed since parting from Sherry Yington. He felt tense yet eagerly impatient. For this day, he constantly reminded himself that he must find Sherry Yington. Seeing Dominic deeply immersed in his emotions, his devoted expression angered Lindsay. Humph. I really want to see what kind of woman could make Dominic so infatuated and unable to let go. Lindsay remained unconvinced, suspecting that Dominic was deliberately making up stories to discourage her. Dominic ignored her. He had said what needed to be said. Chapter 258. Tricks anger the Godwin. The Xianxia Mountains stretch across endless ridges and peaks, their vast expanse seeming to reach into infinity. This place was where Jaylene had fallen off a cliff 3 years ago. On the precipice, Dominic stood at the edge, feeling the cold wind brush against his face. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down into the abyss below. Back then, it was here that he, Allely, and Ronald were forced by Ezekiel to leap off this cliff in search of Jaylene. Today, with no one forcing him, he still intended to jump. This was because this was the only path leading to the necessity of Peach Source Mountain. Dominic, what are you doing? One more step and you'll fall. Lindsay, standing behind Dominic, watched as he continued to move forward. Terrified, she hastily warned him. However, Dominic merely smiled faintly. As he turned to face Lindsay, he leaned backward, plummeting off the cliff. Are you crazy, Dominic? Lindsay panicked, quickly rushing forward to grab Dominic, but his body fell too fast. Go back. You don't need to wait for me anymore. As Dominic dropped into the abyss, he saw Lindsay sobbing on the cliff's edge. Despite her tears, he laughed heartlessly, urging her to return. You're an ass. You're testing me and I, Lindsay, can withstand this test. Lindsay's eyes reddened with anger as she shouted down at Dominic, then closed her eyes tightly and jumped after him. I said, whether married to a rooster or a dog, I will follow my husband for life. As Lindsay chose to sacrifice herself for love, proving her loyalty to Dominic. Why must you do this? Dominic did not want to hurt such a foolish girl like Lindsay. As Lindsay plummeted towards him, she suddenly opened her eyes, staring at Dominic who was nearby. She couldn't help but smile joyfully. To someone facing death, being with the person they loved most meant she had no regrets in life. Faced with myriad emotions, Dominic felt utterly helpless, unable to explain his situation clearly. Without realizing it, the two had already reached the bottom of the abyss. Rushing water could be heard from beneath them. Dominic performed a quick somersault and hovered above the underground river, pulling the dazed Lindsay into his arms. Huh. Surprised, Lindsay blushed intensely, forgetting why she was there. Not until Dominic guided them to the shore did Lindsay regain her senses. Where are we? Looking around at the darkness and swift-flowing dark waters, she wondered if she had died. Follow me. Dominic let go of Lindsay without explaining. He started walking along the river. With a strange look on her face, Lindsay, seeing the ominous surroundings, hurriedly followed Dominic. Walking along the river, they didn't know how far they had gone when Dominic stopped abruptly, spotting pink petals scattered on the ground. Dominic, why have you stopped? Lindsay was puzzled, watching as Dominic bent down to pick up something. It's just a petal. What's so special about it? Holding a pink petal, Lindsay questioned. These are peach blossoms. We're nearly there. Holding the peach blossom, Dominic smiled with delight. He continued moving upward. As he progressed, a fragrant aroma grew stronger, indicating he was getting closer to Peach Source Mountain. Quickening his pace, Dominic finally emerged from the canyon. Closing his eyes, he recalled the direction in which he found Peach Source Mountain during his first visit. Feeling the air currents, Dominic pointed southwest, saying, It's there. I sense strong power fluctuations. Surprised, Lindsay looked in the indicated direction, only to see a mountain without anything remarkable. Without waiting for Lindsay, Dominic opened his eyes and flew towards the southwest. Grumbling angrily, Lindsay stomped her foot and quickly followed. Flying over a high mountain, a pleasant fragrance greeted them. Behind the mountain lay a breathtaking expanse of peach blossoms, captivating Lindsay. Peach Source Mountain. The 3-year pact, Dominic has come. Unable to contain his excitement, Dominic had finally arrived at Peach Source Mountain, fulfilling his deep-seated desire. Stepping forward, just as he was about to enter Peach Source Mountain, space before him rippled with waves of energy. Thump, thump. Dominic was pushed back 2 steps by the barrier surrounding Peach Source Mountain, but remained composed compared to his previous encounter. A barrier? Dominic, why is there a barrier here? Lindsay was startled. The appearance of the barrier made her realize the place's uniqueness. Peach Source Mountain is home to reclusive sages. Dominic frowned, regretting his haste. He had underestimated the barrier's strength. Reclusive sages? Lindsay's expression changed. Anyone who could live in seclusion must be among the greatest in the world. Could Dominic's target really be here? Just as Lindsay gaped at Dominic, a white light appeared within the barrier, revealing a tall figure appearing out of thin air. The man wore white robes, hands clasped behind his back, looking regal. He seemed to be in his early 30s. This was the Godwin who had made the 3-year pact with Dominic 3 years ago. Though Dominic could now clearly see the man's appearance, he could not discern his cultivation level. You've come. A cold voice greeted Dominic from within the barrier. Sherry's. How can I miss our 3-year pact? Dominic stepped forward, confronting the Godwin across the invisible boundary. Truly devoted. As promised, if you can enter Peach Source Mountain today through your own strength, I will honor the vow. The Godwin nodded, admiring Dominic's dedication. 3 years, neither too long nor too short, but enough to change everything. Love, enduring the test of time, deserved respect. Thank you, Godwin. Dominic thanked him respectfully, his gaze fixed on the intangible barrier. With your current strength, your chances of success are less than 30%. Adon seemed skeptical of Dominic's ability. The barrier protecting Peach Source Mountain was personally set up by the Godwin, isolating it from the 7 emotions and 6 desires, aging, illness, and death, blocking all intruders. 30%? How can this be? Is there nothing you can do? Dominic's face darkened. After waiting so long for this day, only a 30% chance felt like a joke. There is a way, but I fear you cannot achieve it. What is it? Dominic snapped, frustrated by Aiden's cryptic remarks. There are 2 ways. 1, the simple method. Discard all distractions and sever ties with the mortal world, and you can walk right in. 2, renounce all your cultivation, and I will guide you inside. Aiden's tone was heavy, yet his answers were straightforward, viable methods for Dominic. What kind of joke is this? I can't do either. Dominic fumed. None of these options favored him. Are you going to give up? The Godwin misunderstood Dominic's silence as fear. Impossible. Stung by the challenge, Dominic lifted his head to meet the master's gaze. If humans devise solutions, then I will create one myself. Unwilling to concede, Dominic's eyes bloodshot as a small vortex appeared between his brows. Suddenly, threads of white light streamed from the barrier into Dominic's forehead. What? The Godwin reacted visibly, sensing the barrier's power rapidly dissipating. Standing beside Dominic, Lindsay felt extremely conflicted. Seeing Dominic's obstinacy, she wasn't sure if he could succeed. Dominic, if you do this, although you might deplete the barrier's power, you will also burst from excessive force consumption. The Godwin furrowed his brows, watching his power flow into Dominic's body. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and warned. Thank you for your concern, Godwin, but I have no other choice. Dominic smiled, returning the master's gaze without intending to stop. With ample strength in the Peach Mountain barrier, Dominic utilized his martial soul's devouring skill to siphon its power into himself. At this moment, the 19th martial vein was rapidly consolidating. You shameless! The Godwin became infuriated. Excessive depletion of the barrier's power would lead to a breach between the barrier and the outside world, causing unforeseen consequences that could endanger Peach Source Mountain. In a fit of rage, the Godwin suddenly raised his arm. Boom! The barrier violently trembled, and the power flowing toward Dominic shattered instantly. Pfft! Dominic, who had been gloating, spat blood due to the shock, rendering his devouring skill ineffective. Attempting to use it again would require waiting until tomorrow. You're cheating. To think a renowned recluse would be unable to take a loss? Lindsay, heartbroken over Dominic's condition, angrily accused the Godwin. Insolent. The Godwin flew into a rage, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that sent Lindsay flying. Thud. Lindsay crashed into a tree, spitting blood as she fell to the ground. Injured, Dominic glanced at Lindsay, noting she wasn't in mortal danger. Clenching his teeth in fury, he glared at the Godwin. Do you believe I will raise Peach Source Mountain to the ground? Dominic roared, his eyes blazing with fire. The Godwin narrowed his cold eyes. Just as he harbored murderous thoughts, he suddenly noticed a figure within Dominic's body staring directly at him. What? The Godwin's expression changed dramatically, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Calm once more, the Godwin frowned, now wary of Dominic. He realized Dominic's secret and believed he would make good on his threats. Dominic, our agreement still stands. If you can reach me, I will not go back on my word. Note, the translated content follows the original paragraph structure and maintains the tension and emotional tone from the Chinese version. Chapter 259, Casting a Sword with Life, Overpowering the Peach Blossom Mountain. Testing me? Outside the barrier, Dominic's face was solemn. The barrier around Peach Blossom Mountain was very strong. According to Adon, no one without supreme cultivation could enter it. But Dominic did not believe it. How could he leave without achieving anything after waiting for 3 years? The master has spoken. You must pass through the barrier with your own strength. No external forces allowed. Gage frowned and had to add this rule upon learning there was an expert inside Dominic to prevent Adon from secretly aiding him. Dominic's expression changed slightly. The sudden reminder from Gage clearly showed fear towards Adon inside his body. Without uttering a word, Dominic gritted his teeth and stepped forward, unleashing the power of 18 martial veins simultaneously. Whoosh! A fierce wind roared around, sand and stone swirling, forming a tornado that altered the sky and earth. What powerful martial force! Gage was shocked but then shook his head with a cold laugh. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Although Dominic's martial strength was formidable, his power hadn't yet transcended the Dao realm, making him appear insignificant before Gage. Infuriated by mockery, a burning anger surged within Dominic. Just as Gage turned his back, a wild aura erupted from within Dominic. What? Gage was visibly stunned. He saw flames bursting from Dominic's entire body, an armor manifesting over him, emitting astonishing power, and a pair of fiery wings sprouting behind him. Swish! The fire wings flapped, merging into the tornado, causing a whirlwind of wind and flame that stirred the heavens and earth. The power grew, shaking mountains, its frightening aura reaching the boundary of mortal slashing stage. Pearl's power? Gage realized where Dominic's power stemmed from and stopped underestimating him. In just 3 years, Dominic's growth had been too fast, far exceeding expectations. Still not enough. Gage wasn't disdainful anymore, yet Dominic still posed no real threat. Outside the barrier, the world had become dark. Dominic's explosive power could level 100 miles. But this wasn't his limit. He knew it wasn't nearly enough to break the barrier. If it's not enough, I'll push further. Enraged, Dominic's expression became ferocious as he slapped his forehead. Roar! A dragon roar echoed through the sky. The dragon soul emerged, enhancing Dominic's power even more. Not enough strength? Use methods to compensate. Even Gage was taken aback by this spectacle. With the addition of the Dragon Soul, Dominic's power surged to near 9th level mortal slashing stage. Are you sure your body can handle this? Gage was grim. While Dominic could unleash cross-boundary power, it would come at a heavy cost to him. Don't concern yourself. Dominic's bloodshot eyes didn't falter. He had crossed the point of no return. Heavenly Remnant. It's up to you. Dominic, who had long prepared, shouted out loud as he felt he was just one step away from breaking through. Whoosh! Heavenly Remnant's sword appeared in midair, piercing towards the clouds. Boom! Thunder and lightning lit up the sky. As Heavenly Remnant joined, a fearsome whirlwind of fire formed around it, condensing into a massive celestial sword blessed by heavenly lightning. This massive sword emitted an awe-inspiring might. The world trembled, clouds gathered. Gage's face darkened. He had lost confidence. Borrowing the power of heaven, forging a sword with martial might, summoning the thunder's wrath. This strike can end all life. Gage's eyes widened. This strike terrified him like nothing he'd ever seen. It matched the might of transcendental realm. Cleave. Just as Gage was astonished, a command echoed. The celestial sword, empowered by the universe's force, slashed down on Peach Blossom Mountain. Sensing imminent danger, Gage frantically called out to Dominic outside the barrier. Stop immediately. Ignoring the shouts, Dominic asked fiercely, do you yield? I yield. Quickly retract the sword, or Peach Blossom Mountain will face calamity. Facing Dominic, Gage reluctantly capitulated. If this strike landed, regardless of breaking the barrier, it would attract heavenly attention, bringing doom upon the mountain and himself. Relieved that Gage yielded, Dominic smiled but then spat blood and knelt, exhausted. Above, the giant's sword dissipated, returning to Dominic as a dim glow. Though this attack was powerful, Dominic's spirit energy was completely depleted. Executing it would have cost him his life. You underestimated me. To get a woman, you're willing to risk your life. I admire you. Crisis resolved, Gage sighed. Looking at Dominic differently now, acknowledging him as someone beyond ordinary. You lost. Will you honor your promise? Dominic, kneeling, asked, pale-faced. Gage nodded hesitantly. The barrier before Dominic rippled open. Barely holding himself together, Dominic staggered toward the barrier, turning back to check on Alicia. She's fine, just unconscious, Gage reassured him. Dominic nodded and shuffled through the barrier into Peach Blossom Mountain. Where is Jaylene? Reaching Gage, Dominic eagerly sought answers. Follow me. Without much ado, Gage led Dominic forward. Exhausted, Dominic relied on Heavenly Remnant's sword as a cane, limping along. Passing through blooming peach groves, they arrived at a small village. At the village entrance, Dominic noticed a stone with Peach Blossom Village inscribed on it. This? He recalled Alleli's hometown was also named Peach Blossom Village. Emotions welled up as he guessed the truth. Entering the village, villagers were unfriendly, unaccustomed to outsiders. Chariot, due to Dominic being escorted by Gage, they respectfully greeted them before quickly leaving. It felt like Dominic was unwelcome. Walking halfway through the village, Gage guided Dominic to a courtyard. The one you seek is inside, Gage pointed at a modest wooden house. Dominic felt mixed emotions, suspecting if he was being tricked. But driven by longing to see Jaylene, he rushed forward. Bang! Dominic burst into the room, heart pounding as he scanned the emptiness. Seeing a bed with a white-clad figure lying on it, his heart raced. Kiera? Tears filled his eyes as he rushed closer. At the bedside, he confirmed the woman was indeed Jaylene. Chariot, her hand was icy cold. What happened? My Kiera, she's dead? Translation note asterisk I've aimed to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and fluency in English. Dominic could not accept this reality. Jaylene, lying on the bed, had no breath and no pulse? No, she's not dead. Just as Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot and his emotions grew extremely agitated, Gage stepped into the room. What do you mean? If Kiera isn't dead, then why is she like this? Dominic glared at Gage, clenching his fists in grief and anger as he shouted the question. Because when she fell off the cliff, she accidentally hit her head. By the time I rescued her, she had already lost her memory. After she woke up, she insisted on going to Stevian City. So, I agreed to let her leave the mountain, but on the condition that she must return here after 2 years, cut all ties with the mortal world, and stay peacefully on my Peach Source Mountain. Hearing Gage's explanation, Dominic suddenly felt an intense pain in his heart. Sherry's, Alleli from Tianlong Academy was none other than Jaylene. But back then, Jaylene had no recollection of who she was, causing Dominic to miss the opportunity to recognize her. How laughable. How tragic. At this moment, Dominic hated himself deeply. Is this some kind of joke by fate? Dominic's mood plummeted to its lowest point. Looking at Jaylene on the bed, Dominic wished he could slap himself. Alleli? Jaylene? Just because her name changed, he mistook her for 2 different people? Senior, what does Kiera need to wake up? From Gage's explanation, since Alleli returned to Peach Source Mountain, she had fallen into a deep sleep. That was because Jaylene had been practicing a cultivation technique called Heavenly Dream Divine Art, which made her appear as if she were dead. If she wants to wake up, it will happen quickly. But if she doesn't want to wake up, it could take 100 years or even 1,000. Gage frowned. Practicing Heavenly Dream Divine Art allows the cultivator to spend their time in dreams, akin to traveling through the ether or soul travel. The length of the dream determines the extent of the practitioner's gains. One dream could lead to enlightenment. One dream could turn one into a revered being. This is the incredible aspect of Heavenly Dream Divine Art. However, some might never wake up from their dream, content to remain submerged in it. So, is there no other way to wake her up? Dominic was anxious. He refused to believe there was no way to awaken Jaylene. Forced awakening can result in the less severe outcome of shattered spirit and soul, or worse, complete annihilation of both body and soul. Which one would you prefer her to become? Gage looked grim, staring sternly at Dominic and asking sharply. Translation note asterisk I've aimed to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring readability and fluency in English, preserving the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Hashtag chapter 260. Solitary Wanderer, Disaster Descends? You lied to me. You deliberately wanted to separate us. 3 years ago, Alley was Jaylene. You knew the truth but didn't tell me. What were your intentions? Unable to forcibly awaken Jaylene, Dominic completely lost his composure and angrily pointed at the Godwin. The master's face turned crimson as he faced Dominic's insolence. In his anger, he raised his hand to teach Dominic a lesson, but then remembered the existence within Dominic. Himph. Fuming, the Godwin coldly scoffed and said, Sherry's indeed. I had ulterior motives. She, Jaylene, is an extremely rare Tyne body, the best candidate for cultivating the heavenly dream divine art and inheriting my legacy. This is heaven's arrangement, bringing us together. Naturally, I wouldn't let her go easily. Moreover, Jaylene's fate was flawed, destined for an early death. If not for meeting me, she would have died long ago. In a fit of rage, the master revealed everything. The Tyne body he mentioned refers to someone born in an Een year, Een month, Een day, and Een hour. Such individuals are not tolerated by heaven and earth, thus often living short lives, rarely past 18 years. But Jaylene encountered the Godwin. This was fate, destined for a master-disciple relationship. You're selfish. No matter how you spin it, you just want to keep Jaylene in your Peach Mountain. If Kiara can't win, then I'll take her away. Losing control of his emotions, Dominic paid no heed and turned to carry Jaylene. You dare. The Godwin erupted in fury, raising his hand. A streak of white light flew out, instantly striking Dominic and sending him flying to the side. Thump, thump. Dominic retreated step after step until he hit the wall and stopped. Dominic? I've done all I could by letting you see Jaylene. Your connection with Jaylene is over. My Peach Mountain does not welcome you. Leave immediately, or don't blame me if I'm not lenient. With eyes blazing like starfire, the master sternly warned Dominic. Dominic's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing the master's attempts to separate him from Jaylene made his anger boil, and he suddenly drew his sword. Dominic, think carefully. If you persist in stubbornness, you will suffer the consequences. Even if you manage to take Jaylene away, do you really believe you're saving her? In reality, you would be harming her. Seeing Dominic about to attack, the master remained unperturbed, warning him sternly. All he said was true. Had he not been unwilling to let go of Jaylene, he wouldn't be wasting time with Dominic. Dominic's expression changed slightly. The master's words touched something deep inside him. He could disregard everything, but he couldn't be selfish or harm Jaylene. He's right. Cause and effect, no one can escape them. Jaylene has already died once, severing ties with you. Continuing to involve yourself with her would indeed harm her. If you truly wish what's best for Jaylene, leave her in Peach Mountain. Perhaps, there might still be a chance to reunite someday. Feeling Dominic's sorrow, Eamon tried to console him and hinted at a deeper truth. Hearing Eamon's words, Dominic looked up at Jaylene on the bed. Eamon was right. Jaylene wouldn't be happy following him. He didn't know how long he could live, let alone provide her with lifelong happiness. Since there's a chance they may meet again, why disrupt Jaylene's peace? Collecting himself, Dominic turned to the Godwin. Remembering his rash actions, he bowed respectfully. The master looked puzzled, unsure why Dominic suddenly bowed to him. Senior, it was my lack of understanding that offended you. Kiara is fortunate to have such a teacher. Thank you on her behalf. Dominic's demeanor softened, apologizing for his earlier rashness. One who can let go when necessary is a true man. I understand your feelings for Jaylene are irreplaceable, but some things cannot be altered by individual effort. However, considering your sincerity, I can forgive you, and I'm not heartless. If you wish to visit Jaylene, I won't hinder you. The master held out a white token and handed it to Dominic, saying, with this, you can freely enter and exit Peach Mountain. Grateful for the master's gift, Dominic deeply bowed before taking the jade token. Restored to calm, Dominic's eyes revealed immense reluctance. Seeing but not being able to stay with her felt like a chasm between heaven and earth, piercing his heart. Before leaving, Dominic went to the bedside, gently touching Jaylene's face. In that instant, silent tears streamed down his face, not knowing when they would meet again. Kiara, I will come back to see you, Dominic choked, looking at the sleeping Jaylene with a pained expression. AI. The master, moved by Dominic's genuine emotions, sighed. Dominic stood up, eventually deciding to leave despite his anguish. Before departing, he bid farewell to the master and left the wooden hut, forcing himself to move forward despite the pain. As the master watched Dominic leave, he felt a twinge of melancholy. Fate and destiny. Such a remarkable young man is destined for greatness. The master saw Dominic's extraordinary qualities, leading him to create good karma with Dominic. But when he turned back to Jaylene on the bed, he noticed a single tear falling from her eyes. This? The master pondered, yet Jaylene remained in her dream. Outside Peach Mountain, awakening, Alicia found no sign of Dominic and assumed he was captured by the master. She was now furiously attacking the protective barrier. Godwin, show yourself. Return Dominic to me. Angered, Alicia poured all her strength into breaking the barrier, but her efforts were futile, always dispersing upon impact. Exhausted and in tears, Alicia collapsed on the ground, sobbing. Then she saw Dominic emerging from Peach Mountain alone. Dominic? Alarmed, Alicia quickly got up and called out to him through the barrier. But Dominic, in despair, ignored her completely as he walked through the barrier effortlessly. Rushing up to Dominic, Alicia inspected him, relieved he was unharmed. Bastard, you scared me half to death. Without waiting for Dominic's response, Alicia embraced him tightly, complaining bitterly. Let's go back? Facing Alicia's concern, Dominic heartlessly pushed her away. His heart belonged only to Jaylene. He could never accept Alicia. Dominic? What's wrong? Alicia noted Dominic's odd behavior and wondered why he didn't bring Jaylene after entering Peach Mountain. Ignoring Alicia's question, Dominic drifted away soullessly. Alicia frowned, guessing that Dominic must have been hurt because his beloved didn't want to see him. Turning to look at Peach Mountain, Alicia saw the master standing atop the peak, gazing back at her. Startled, Alicia instinctively averted her gaze and rushed after Dominic, unsettled. As the sun set and night approached, in the grand hall of Tianlong Academy, Burke sat anxiously. How long has it been? That Dominic brat must have really abducted my granddaughter. Dylan's face darkened, feeling uneasy as he looked outside, finding no sign of his granddaughter as dusk fell. Do you plan to stop nagging anytime soon, Dylan? Why is my granddaughter's decision to go with Dominic so hard for you to accept? Burke grew increasingly irritated. Ever since the coronation ceremony ended, Dylan had been pestering him to approve Dominic and Alicia's marriage. This person had followed him all the way from Tianwu City back to the academy, still looking unwilling to let go, lingering around and refusing to leave. Unpleasant? Basil grew even angrier, turning and pointing at Burke as he said, a lone man and woman staying out overnight? Shouldn't this be condemned? Even if it were so, Dominic must give my granddaughter a proper status. Otherwise, I won't let him off. And neither will you escape my wrath. Burke's face flushed with embarrassment. Basil was indeed daring to speak such things, leaving him speechless. Dominic, too. Where could he have gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Burke couldn't help but worry about Dominic. After all, Dominic had killed Coil of the Xuanhuan sect, which might prompt Xuanhuan sect to send people against him. Whoosh! Just then, a violent wind suddenly whipped up outside the hall. Burke and Basil exchanged startled looks and hurried outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, they saw an ominous, black mass descending from the sky above, landing in the training grounds of Tianlong Academy. These people all possessed Dao realm cultivation or higher, led by none other than Xuanhuan sect's enforcement elder Hallam. Their intent was clearly hostile, filled with murderous intent. Oh no! Seeing who had arrived, Burke's heart sank. Chima Kurt from Kunlun sect had just left today, and although it was agreed that Kunlun sect would send reinforcements, they hadn't shown up yet. Hallam alone, with his 9th rank transcendent mortal cultivation, could level Tianlong Academy. Behind Hallam were over 100 others, all possessing Dao realm cultivation. Basil paled, sensing the impending doom. He tried to slip away when Burke suddenly grabbed his hand. So eager to leave? Burke glared coldly, angered by Basil's behavior. No, I'm trying to find help. Basil blushed in embarrassment, awkwardly explaining to Burke. Traitor Burke, you indulged the academy disciple Dominic in harming Elder Coil, defying the authority of our Xuanhuan sect. Today, on the orders of our sect master, I have come to enforce discipline and exterminate all of you. Hallam took a step forward, emitting a terrifying aura, fully intending to annihilate Tianlong Academy. Hashtag chapter 261. Dusty's return, furious decapitation of Hallam. Great calamity is imminent. The death of Coil caused the Holy Origin sect to fly into a rage. They dispatched enforcement elder Hallam, who led 100 Dao realm disciples from the sect to raise the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Burke and Dylan were gripped by fear. With so many people sent by the Holy Origin sect, it was clear they were determined to flatten the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Burke, hand over Dominic, and I will allow you to die whole. Enforcement elder Hallam approached menacingly, demanding the criminal Dominic. Senior Malachi, our Heavenly Dragon Academy has already pledged allegiance to the Kunlun sect. You lead your disciples here today and threaten to destroy us. Aren't you afraid that Kunlun sect will hold you accountable? Joan's expression was grave. He couldn't sit idly by, so he clasped his fists and faced Hallam, invoking the name of the Kunlun sect for support. Humph! Stop trying to intimidate me with the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect is millions of miles away. By the time their people arrive, the Heavenly Dragon Academy will be awash in blood. Do you really think the Kunlun sect would risk conflict with the Holy Origin sect over a destroyed Heavenly Dragon Academy? You're too optimistic about your academy's importance. Hallam laughed disdainfully, knowing that without Kunlun sect enforcers present, all talk was futile. Far water doesn't quench near thirst. Burke's face turned ashen. Hallam had a point. Sects rarely clashed, and it was highly unlikely that the Holy Origin sect would easily start a war over the small Heavenly Dragon Academy. Senior Malachi? I know Uriel of the Void sect. Can you spare the Heavenly Dragon Academy for the sake of Senior Uriel? Dylan looked grim, realizing that even invoking the Kunlun sect couldn't sway Hallam. So, he tried mentioning Uriel. Jade-faced Taoist? Hallam was taken aback. Of course, he had heard of Uriel and knew him to be upright and fond of helping the weak, holding a high status in the Void sect. So what? Today's dispute between the Holy Origin sect and the Heavenly Dragon Academy has nothing to do with outsiders. But for the sake of Uriel, I can let you leave. Hallam's expression changed, then coldly stared at Dylan. This? Dylan felt uneasy, instinctively looking towards Burke. If he left like this, it would seem dishonorable. Saint. At Dylan's moment of peril, Paula and Butler arrived just in time. Butler, after taking the Nirvana pill, had reached the first Tribulation Dao realm through good fortune. Paula had achieved the third Tribulation Dao realm and was now the strongest in the academy. Burke's expression darkened. With such formidable enemies before them, there seemed to be no turning back. As Hallam saw Burke fall silent, he grew impatient and waved his hand. Suddenly, over 100 Holy Origin sect disciples rushed forward toward Burke, Dylan, and others. All is lost. I shouldn't have come. Dylan despaired, realizing their chances of survival against these numbers were slim. Whoosh! Just as Paula and Butler prepared to fight, a burst of firelight descended from the sky, striking the crowd of Holy Origin sect members. Bam! The firelight exploded on impact, sending sparks flying. Ah! The 100 Holy Origin sect disciples screamed in agony as the explosion tore through their ranks, causing heavy casualties. What's happening? Seeing his disciples suffer heavily, Hallam hurriedly looked up into the sky. Another streak of firelight shot directly at him. What? Shocked, Hallam quickly raised a palm to meet it. Bam! The firelight scattered, revealing a figure who struck Hallam head-on. Hallam stumbled back 2 steps, while the other was hurled towards Burke and the others. Gr. Grandfather? Saint Dusty? Paula and Butler were startled as they recognized the attacker. It was none other than the reborn Saint Dusty. Dressed in white robes, with silver streaks in his hair, but only in his early 30s, Dusty remained instantly recognizable despite his youthful appearance. Dusty? Didn't this guy die? Dylan was taken aback, seeing Dusty, who now appeared decades younger, stirring envy in his heart. Burke smiled, relieved to see his old friend emerge from seclusion. Reborn from Nirvana, Dusty had advanced to the mortal-cutting realm, bringing about an earth-shaking change in power. Dusty? You didn't die? And you've reached the mortal-cutting realm? Hallam was visibly shaken. Of course, Hallam recognized Dusty. He had heard that Dusty had passed away years ago. From the tone of your voice, Elder Malachi, you seem to think I shouldn't have this level of cultivation? Dusty laughed coldly, his gaze sharp as he met Hallam's eyes. I didn't mean it that way. But even with you here, it won't change the Heavenly Dragon Academy's doomed fate. Without warning, Hallam attacked, using the profound truth scripture. His palm moved like a mountain, surging waves of energy heading straight for Dusty. Dusty, having entered Dao through martial arts, stepped forward, striking with a powerful fist that shattered the wave. Boom. In an instant, they clashed furiously. Within 100 moves, Dusty found himself at a disadvantage. After all, Hallam was at the 9th level of the mortal-cutting realm, outmatching Dusty in Dao prowess. Meanwhile, Paula and Butler fought desperately against the Holy Origin sect disciples. Burke and Dylan joined the fray, but their weaker cultivations left them battered after just a few exchanges. Deep in the forest 10 miles from the academy, Dominic and Alicia heard the sounds of battle coming from the direction of the academy. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at the Heavenly Dragon Academy? Dylan asked, unaware of the severity. Dominic's expression darkened, immediately suspecting the Holy Origin sect. Swoosh. Without further ado, Dominic dashed off, with Alicia quickly following. Arriving above the academy, they saw chaos below. Burke and Dylan lay wounded, being pursued by several black-robed Dao Realm men. Grandfather! Enraged, Alicia rushed down to rescue Dylan. Noticing her help, Dominic shifted his gaze to Dusty and Hallam. Saint Dusty? Seeing Dusty engage Hallam, Dominic was surprised. After a brief pause, Dominic summoned the Heaven Residual Sword. Old man, if I don't kill you today, my name is written backwards. Enraged, Dominic lunged at Hallam. Swoosh. Before Hallam could react, Dominic's sword pierced through his back. Aya! Hallam screamed. Dusty seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive blow to Hallam's chest. Blood sprayed from Hallam's mouth as he was hit from behind. Amidst the crisis, a powerful wave erupted within Hallam's body. Boom. Dominic and Dusty were both blasted back. Fleeing due to severe injuries, Hallam turned to escape into the void. Trying to run? Seeing Hallam flee, Dominic teleported after him. 4 symbols merge. With Dominic's shout, 4 colored sword lights flashed through the air. Swish. Before Hallam could react, he was cleaved in 2. Witnessing this, Dusty felt a shiver run down his spine. How did this kid become so ruthless? Dusty looked at Dominic, finding him unrecognizable after the years. Saint Dusty? Disciple will discuss old times later. After dispatching Hallam, Dominic flew down swiftly to assist. Arriving just as Paula and others near collapse, Dominic's sudden intervention caught the Holy Origin sect members off guard. Single-handedly, Dominic turned the tide. The remaining disciples of the Holy Origin sect, seeing that Hallam had been killed, were terrified and scattered in all directions. Don't chase them. As Paula, Butler, and Alicia were about to pursue, Burke suddenly called them back. Saint Burke, are you alright? Seeing how seriously injured Burke was, Butler immediately stopped and came closer, supporting Burke. I'm fine. Burke shook his head, his smile somewhat bitter. Surviving today already exceeded his expectations. Burke, I risked my life helping you. It's all for my granddaughter. Jeremy, supported by his granddaughter Alicia, looked at Dominic pointedly as he spoke to Burke. You still have the nerve to say that? If not for me stopping you, you would have run away long ago. Burke glared at Jeremy. I don't care. The issue of my granddaughter's future must be resolved today. Seeing Burke trying to shirk responsibility, Jeremy grew angry and lost his patience. Burke frowned. With Dominic present, he wanted to hear Dominic's thoughts. Grandfather? This is between Dominic and me. Please don't make things harder for Saint Burke, okay? Alicia, seeing Dominic's low spirits, felt it wasn't the right time to discuss marriage. She pulled on her grandfather's arm, reproaching him unhappily. Naughty girl, you're getting too big for your boots? In 2 days, this young man will go to the Kunlun sect. Do you want a bird in hand to fly away? Jeremy was furious. Everything he did was for his granddaughter's best interest. In 2 days, Dominic would go to the Kunlun sect, while Alicia would be taken to the Void sect. Who could guarantee when they would meet again? Hearing her grandfather's words, Alicia blushed. Glancing at Dominic opposite her and biting her lip, she suggested, what if I also go to the Kunlun sect? Nonsense. The Void sect is much better than the Kunlun sect. Don't follow this brat's example, turning your back on the good Void sect and disappointing your grandfather's efforts. Jeremy scolded harshly, taking the opportunity to criticize Dominic for his ingratitude, which was why he was so eager to arrange a marriage between his granddaughter and Dominic. Jeremy, watch your words. Dominic can decide his own path. It's none of your business. Enduring Jeremy's provocation, Dominic finally lost his patience due to his bad mood and decided not to hold back anymore. Chapter 262. Parting ways amicably, no debts owed. You, devil. Dominic, you've squandered my goodwill and dared to be so disrespectful to me. This is ungrateful. Dylan, who had been reprimanded by Dominic, never expected that Dominic would speak back to him. He saw Dominic as someone with a promising future, and thus aimed to have him marry his granddaughter. But Dominic's lack of understanding was an affront to his well-meaning intentions and the sincerity of his granddaughter. Sir Nangong, I, Dominic, can face heaven and earth with a clear conscience. In Tianwu City, you indeed helped me, but don't forget that I also fulfilled my promise and safely brought your granddaughter back. Saying this, Dominic looked at Alicia. He did not want to hurt her or cause any misunderstandings, so he added, Inger, our relationship cannot be forced. If we can still be friends, please don't mention marriage again. Alicia's expression froze as she heard Dominic's words directly. She should not have been surprised. Since Dominic returned from Taoyuan Mountain, she knew this outcome was inevitable. Brat, you're heartless. Dylan seethed with anger, pointing at Dominic, his teeth grinding in fury. Dominic gave Dylan a cold look. He had already shown respect to Alicia. Otherwise, Dylan would be crawling on the floor looking for his teeth. Burke and Dusty remained silent, recognizing this as Dominic's personal matter. Since Dominic chose to clarify, it meant he had thought it through clearly. However, on the side, Paula looked gloomy, her emotions complicated. She knew that as long as Dominic could not forget Jaylene, no one else could win his heart. Grandfather? I respect Dominic's decision. When Dylan was fuming, Alicia managed a forced smile and said to Dominic, Dominic, there is someone you cannot forget, but I also cannot let go of you. Please respect my choice, okay? Granddaughter, why do you suffer like this? If he doesn't cherish you, then he lacks the fortune. Grandfather will find you someone 100, even 1,000 times better than him. Dylan turned angrily, looking at his granddaughter, almost shedding tears. Alicia remained unmoved. Having chosen to love Dominic, she would not change. This was her stubbornness. Facing Alicia's inquiry, Dominic found no words to refute her. Everyone has the right to choose or be chosen. Fine, I respect your choice. Not wanting to be too heartless, Dominic nodded in agreement. This was, perhaps, the last thing he could do for Alicia. Upon hearing Dominic's acceptance, Alicia smiled happily, yet tears streamed down uncontrollably. At this moment, she felt a mix of bitter emotions, many unpleasant ones. Grandfather, let's go. Suppressing her pain, Alicia took her grandfather's hand, leading Dylan away. Seeing his granddaughter's state, Dylan's heart ached too. As they left, he gave Dominic a fierce glare. Miss Nangong. Butler watched Alicia's retreating figure, feeling heartache. From start to finish, Butler had always loved Alicia, but he considered himself unworthy and could only admire her from afar. Junior brother? Did you see her? Paula approached Dominic, her expression strange as she asked quietly. Dominic nodded but offered no further explanation. Is she well? Why didn't you bring her back? Paula's expression changed slightly, suddenly sounding anxious. It's hard to explain. Facing Paula's questioning, Dominic did not know how to respond, shaking his head, silently bearing the weight alone. All right, now that matters are settled, everyone should enter the hall for further discussion. Seeing Paula continuously questioning Dominic, Burke interjected. Xiao-yi, does your grandfather look handsome? Dusty approached Paula, smiling benevolently. Our grandfather. Paula, seeing Dusty, burst into tears, diving into his embrace like a child, all her grievances pouring out. Dusty understood Paula also liked Dominic, but Dominic was beyond his control. With a sigh, Dusty comforted Paula briefly before following Burke and Dominic into the Tianlong Hall. In Tianwu City, the Imperial Palace. In the study, Chris, newly enthroned, stood before the window in his imperial robes, staring heavily at the starry sky outside, lost in thought. The humiliation he suffered during the coronation ceremony continued to gnaw at him. Now, despite obtaining everything he desired, he still felt unfulfilled. How is it possible that Xuanhuan sect has not sent any news? Chris recalled that Hallam led over 100 disciples to capture Dominic from Tianlong Academy. Your Majesty? Just as Chris was deep in thought, Darnell anxiously rushed to seek an audience outside the study. What is it? Chris cast a glance at Darnell outside the door, asking coldly. Your Majesty? After our people saw Elder Malachi lead people to Tianlong Academy, they haven't seen Elder Malachi come out since. Darnell furrowed his brows, reporting the situation at Tianlong Academy. How could this be? Chris's expression changed upon hearing this. Hallam was a cutting mortal realm expert, and with 100 Dao realm disciples, he could easily destroy Tianlong Academy. Could there be Kunlun sect powerhouses protecting Tianlong Academy? After some thought, Chris's expression changed drastically. He nearly forgot about Kunlun sect. If there truly are Kunlun sect experts there, then Elder Malachi and the others might? Suddenly, Chris felt uneasy. Darnell? Quickly recall our operatives. To avoid alerting Tianlong Academy, Chris urgently ordered Darnell. Sherry's. Darnell wore a heavy expression, turning and withdrawing without another word. One Tianlong Academy leaves me helpless. But if Tianlong Academy remains, it will be a thorn in my side. Chris felt a surge of anger. Tianlong Academy had submitted to Kunlun sect, and now, located within his Tianfeng dynasty, it became a stumbling block. That isn't difficult. Amidst Chris's anger, a cold voice echoed suddenly. Who? Chris's expression changed drastically as he quickly scanned the room. Finding no one, a black light suddenly appeared, transforming into a man in black robes standing before Chris. Who are you? Chris, recognizing the sinister aura and unfamiliar appearance, took several steps back in fear. Fear not. Do you not recognize your second elder brother? The black-robed man revealed himself to be Aslan Abraham. During the celestial pit nightfall, he disappeared. When the celestial pit opened again, he quietly returned to the mortal world. His demonic power had become even stronger, reaching the peak of the cutting mortal realm. You lie. You're not my second brother. Who are you really? Panicking, Chris refused to believe the sudden apparition who claimed to be his second brother, Li Yundong. Don't you believe? Abraham frowned, hesitated, then twisted his features into the image of Li Yundong. Second brother? Chris was startled, his face paling upon seeing Li Yundong's likeness. Second brother? Don't misunderstand me. I never wanted to take your throne. Seeing Chris's timid appearance, Abraham couldn't help but laugh. Don't be afraid. A dynasty means nothing to me. I came here to help you eliminate Tianlong Academy. Abraham shook his head, revealing his true purpose. Second brother? You aren't joking? Even Xuanhuan sect couldn't handle Tianlong Academy. How could you possibly do it? Chris's nerves were on edge, facing such a powerful demon, fearing for his life. As long as Dominic is taken by Kunlun sect, destroying Tianlong Academy will be as easy as flipping a palm. Abraham sneered, clenching his fist tightly, the malevolent aura becoming more agitated. Wait for Dominic to leave. Upon hearing Abraham's words, he paused in thought before nodding. This plan is good, but if Xuanhuan sect doesn't make a move, who will destroy Tianlong Academy? Of course, it's me. Abraham frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Chris, revealing an evil grin. Chris dared not speak up. The person before him, his second brother Li Yundong, seemed so unfamiliar. But thinking of Abraham, I'll help you eliminate Tianlong Academy, but you must help me with one thing in return. How about that? As Chris fell silent, Abraham suddenly fixed his gaze on him, eyes wide open. What is it? Chris didn't dare slack off. I need 999 male infants, all born in the Een year, Een month, and Een hour. Abraham frowned tightly, realizing his limitations was why he had to come to Chris. What? Why do you need so many male infants? Chris was shocked. Such a number of infants was no small matter. Of course, they're needed. Abraham shot a glare at Chris, but didn't explain the purpose. This? Chris's face turned grim. While he could find these infants, once word got out, it would surely stir public outrage. In 3 days, I will come to collect. Without giving Chris a chance to respond, Abraham left a message and vanished into thin air. Beast. He must intend to use these infants for cultivation. Chris was furious. Placing such a heavy burden on him was like forcing him to dig his own grave. Greed is inherent in demonic nature. Abraham sought to break through his cultivation, achieving great demonic power by absorbing the fresh blood of numerous male infants, thereby enhancing his strength significantly. No, I can't let him control me anymore. After calming down, Chris decided to eliminate Abraham as a threat. Abraham's existence was far more menacing than Tianlong Academy. Thus, Chris thought of Dominic. Someone. Resolved, Chris stepped out of his study and shouted. The next morning, at Sword Pavilion, just as Dominic stepped out, Butler rushed over hastily. Junior brother? The two sages want you to immediately go to the Grand Hall for an important discussion. Butler wore a serious expression, delivering the sage's summons without explanation upon seeing Dominic. Chapter 263. Relentless Rejection. Outside the dojo, as Dominic stepped out, he was met by Butler, who appeared with a panicked look on his face. The two sages are looking for me? Dominic's expression changed slightly. For them to summon him so urgently, something major must have happened. All right, I'll go now. Without further questions, Dominic followed Butler swiftly to the Tianlong Hall. However, upon arriving, Dominic noticed several Imperial guards standing outside the hall, including Darnell's presence. Dominic frowned. He knew that Darnell was Chris's personal bodyguard and, despite being the commander of the Imperial Guards, still stayed close to Chris. Darnell appearing at Tianlong Academy without reason meant Chris must be inside. Realizing this, Dominic stopped, raising a hand to his nose. Meanwhile, Darnell, pacing restlessly outside the hall, contemplated whether he should approach Lord Dominic. When he looked up and saw Dominic, his face lit up with joy as he hurried over, saluting respectfully. Junior brother? Why is he bowing to you? Butler, standing beside him, was puzzled. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Darnell wouldn't just bow to Dominic like this. Dominic gave Butler an odd look, but didn't explain. Why young Master Cheen? Darnell almost called Dominic Master, but seeing Butler, he corrected himself immediately. His Majesty has been waiting for you in the hall for some time. Dominic nodded slightly, walking towards the door without saying a word. Butler, observing this, realized that Darnell must have known Dominic for a long time and held him in high regard. His Majesty? Is this true? Inside the Tianlong Hall, Dusty learned from Chris about Fiki's plan to capture numerous infant boys, igniting his fury. Every word I've said is true. Chris's anger was evident as he clenched his fists. A monster like him shouldn't be allowed to live. Your Majesty? There's one thing I need to clarify, Dusty interjected. Are you certain the person you saw was indeed Fiki? Burke frowned, doubtful. According to his knowledge, Fiki had died from the backlash of the demon Lord Abraham's power. Thus, it's unlikely that Chris saw Fiki, raising my suspicion. Well, I can't be entirely sure, but he has two faces, one of which is undoubtedly Fiki, Chris admitted hesitantly. Burke? What do you think this person could be? Dusty, puzzled by Burke's skepticism, asked directly. Burke sighed in frustration, stroking his beard as Dominic entered the hall. Sage. Dominic bowed to Dusty and Burke before revealing. The person Chris mentioned is the demon Lord Abraham, who escaped from the heavenly abyss. This Abraham has consumed Yuan Tiangong's and Fiki's demon souls, fusing their memories. Really? Dusty was shocked. If what you say is true, then you must have faced him in battle, correct? Burke, his expression grave, asked Dominic. Indeed. Dominic nodded. The demon Lord Kunlun's strength was formidable, especially with Abraham wielding a bloodthirsty magic saber, making him far beyond Dominic's capability. Why did your Majesty not inform the Holy Yuan sect to handle this matter? Instead, you came here? Dusty, shifting the topic, suddenly questioned Chris's intentions. To be frank, that demon gave me 3 days to deliver 999 infant boys, but how could I condone such inhumane actions? Given the urgency, I thought of seeking help from the two sages and Brother Dominic. If we can eliminate this menace, I would do anything. Chris clenched his teeth angrily, bowing to the sages while also glancing at Dominic. Seeing Chris's earnest attitude and concern for the people, Burke and Dusty felt they couldn't refuse. Chariot, they were hesitant and turned their gaze to Dominic. Dominic felt uneasy. Abraham escaping the heavenly cave would certainly bring trouble his way. Brother Chin, I admit my past actions weren't right, but for the sake of innocent children, please help me. Seeing Dominic's silence and the hesitation of Burke and Dusty, Chris had no choice but to humbly beg. Dominic was displeased. Chris's cunning made it hard to trust his intentions. Apologies. Matters of the Heavenly Phoenix dynasty have nothing to do with Dominic. With your abilities, dealing with Abraham shouldn't be difficult. After all, you have a powerful uncle, and even if you ask the Holy Yuan sect for help, they wouldn't stand by idly. It wasn't that Dominic was heartless, he was cautious. Feeling rejected, Chris felt as if he had been slapped. Despite traveling great distances to seek help, he received nothing but disdain. Sitting above, Burke and Dusty were also surprised by Dominic's direct refusal. Dominic? It seems our misunderstanding runs deep. Since you don't wish to assist, I shall take my leave. Angered, Chris suppressed his fury, turning to leave. Dominic watched Chris's retreating back with a heavy heart. Dominic? Why did you reject him? Dusty couldn't hold back his curiosity and confusion. Saint Dusty? Chris is too calculating. We cannot be too careful with someone like him, Dominic explained. But he doesn't seem to be lying from my observations. And you did say you fought Abraham. His bold appearance might be targeting you. Burke, stroking his beard, found Dominic's decision too abrupt. Don't worry, I will handle this matter properly. Dominic understood the sage's concerns and promised to investigate Abraham's situation. If it were as Chris described, he wouldn't stand idly by. If you need assistance, please let us know. Dusty, worried Dominic might not handle Abraham alone, offered support. Dominic thanked Dusty with a salute and left the Tianlong Hall. Junior brother? Outside the hall, Butler handed Dominic a sealed letter from Darnell. He didn't say anything else? Butler shook his head. Dominic opened the letter and read its contents. Beware of Fiki. Understanding Darnell's message, Dominic replied to Butler's curiosity. Did I misjudge Chris? Dominic pondered, his expression growing serious. Darnell hadn't realized Fiki was Abraham, hence the warning. Senior brother, tell Sister Morong I'm going down the mountain. Without further explanation, Dominic tucked the letter away and hurried off. Junior brother, Butler watched Dominic rush away, feeling uneasy. I must inform Senior Sister Morong quickly. At the foot of Tianlong Academy, Chris's expression darkened. He had hoped to create a scenario where Dominic and Abraham would fight each other, perhaps improving their relationship afterward. But Dominic's rejection only embarrassed him. Should we seek help from the Holy Yuan sect? Darnell, noticing Chris's gloom, suggested. Meanwhile, fearing things weren't simple, Butler headed to the Sword Pavilion to inform Sister Morong. No need for that. If Tianlong Academy doesn't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being merciless. Chris outright refused, having already changed his mind. Your Majesty? Are you really going to capture infant boys? Darnell's expression tensed as he looked at Chris, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Darnell's question, Chris curled his lips and gave Darnell a cold sidelong glance. Darnell's heart shuddered. He never imagined Chris would have no moral Dishan at all? Edited version. Darnell's heart shuddered. He never imagined Chris would have absolutely no moral Dishan? Or better, Darnell's heart shuddered. He never imagined Chris would have no moral Dishan whatsoever? For fluency and natural reading in English, Darnell's heart shuddered. He never imagined Chris would have no moral boundaries at all. Note: it seems like there is a mix of English and Chinese in the sentence, moral Dishan. If Dishan means bottom line, or boundaries, it should be fully translated to English for fluency. Here is a fully edited version integrating this change. Darnell's heart shuddered. He never imagined Chris would have no moral boundaries at all. While Darnell was lost in thought, Chris had already walked away. He has changed, becoming ruthless and willing to use any means necessary. In Darnell's mind, though Chris was always devious, he had never crossed the line into inhumanity. Disappointed, Darnell gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed to avoid arousing Chris's suspicion. However, after Chris and Darnell were far enough away, Dominic appeared out of nowhere. Truly, a dog can't change its ways. Dominic had heard every word of Chris's conversation with Darnell. From Chris's words, it was clear he intended to compromise with Abraham. Night fell quietly. Within Tianwu City, a group of black-clad figures suddenly appeared on the desolate streets. These people wore night clothes and veils, wielding short knives, each displaying remarkable martial prowess, all reaching the heavenly phenomenon realm. The master has ordered, leave no male infants under 3 years old behind. The leader of the black-clothed figures had bloodshot eyes. He surveyed the surroundings and quietly instructed the others. Sherries. Upon receiving orders, the black-clothed men saluted and dispersed. These black-clothed figures were extremely familiar with Tianwu City's layout and had prior knowledge of which households had infant boys. They acted swiftly and stealthily, moving like shadows without making a sound. However, the leader remained stationary, waiting. Soon, the cries of infants echoed through the streets. The dispersed black-clothed figures returned, each carrying an infant boy. The oldest among them did not exceed 3 years, while the youngest was barely a month old. As the black-clothed figures returned, the leader looked at the infants and clenched his fists, ordering sharply, "Let's go." But as they turned to return and report back, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Chapter 264, Chris at a loss. In the pitch-black night, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the group of black-clothed men. Who's there? The leader of the black-clothed men, seeing someone blocking their path, gripped the dual knives on his back and sternly asked the person in front of him, "Darnell? You have truly let me down." The person blocking the black-clothed men was none other than Dominic, who had followed them from Tianlong Academy all the way to Tianwu City. Sir Qin? The leader of the black-clothed men trembled upon hearing Dominic's voice. Indeed, the man leading them was Darnell. Darnell had been ordered by Chris to steal children within the city to meet Abraham's requirement of 999 baby boys. Thud. Already filled with guilt, Darnell now felt an overwhelming sense of remorse as he faced Dominic. He knelt on both knees, tears silently streaming down his face. Lord! The black-clothed men behind him were taken aback when they saw their leader kneel and cry, not knowing what to do. Darnell? We were all homeless orphans, don't I need to tell you what it feels like without parents? These children are the apple of their parents' eyes, yet you've betrayed your conscience to aid Chris in committing such heinous acts? Dominic stepped forward, his anger palpable as he reprimanded Darnell publicly. People have feelings. When these children's parents learn that their children are missing, how heartbroken will they be? How many families might break apart because of this? He had thought Darnell still had some decency left, and would not assist in such immoral actions. But now, he had misjudged Darnell. Upon hearing Dominic's words, the men behind Darnell were deeply touched. They too were human, with their own parents and children. Sir Qin? Xiao who knows he has sinned. Darnell, kneeling and lowering his head in repentance, tearfully looked up at Dominic. Everyone, follow my orders. Return all the children. Sir? This means disobeying the imperial decree. It could cost you your head. Cherries, sir. This is a matter of life and death for you. Please reconsider. The black-clothed men tried to dissuade Darnell, stunned by his sudden change of heart. Imperial decrees must be obeyed. That was the way of sovereign and subject. Silence. If His Majesty blames us, I'll take full responsibility. Darnell was resolute, and with a roar, everyone behind him fell silent. As their leader, they respected and obeyed Darnell. Hearing Darnell's decision, they complied, quickly returning the babies they carried. Seeing Darnell return to the right path, Dominic remained silent. With Chris's nature, Darnell's defiance would not go unpunished. Sir Qin, why are you here? Darnell asked, nervous. You should thank me for coming. Otherwise, even if you were killed 1,000 times, it wouldn't absolve your sins. Dominic's expression was stern, showing his disappointment in Darnell. Darnell blushed in embarrassment, unable to meet Dominic's eyes. To where was Chris planning to send these infants? Dominic asked, frowning when Darnell remained silent. Report to Sir Qin, His Majesty. Chris instructed me to send the infants to the Qin family shrine, Darnell answered truthfully. What? Why send them there? Dominic's expression darkened. How dare anyone desecrate the Qin family grounds? He told me if news of the stolen children became public, we could blame the Qin family shrine for being haunted, and use the Empire's authority to destroy it to quell public outrage, Darnell explained. Hearing this, Dominic's fury boiled over. How deceitful you are, Chris. To smear the Qin family name like this. Chris's schemes were indeed treacherous, capable of any foul play. And Sir Qin? Fiki plans to help Chris destroy Tianlong Academy after you leave for Kunlun sect. Darnell revealed everything he knew, seeing Dominic's anger. Oh, so Chris thinks very carefully about everything, does he? Dominic's anger was barely contained, and he longed to tear Chris apart. You've told me these secrets. How do you plan to explain yourself to Chris? Despite his anger, Dominic couldn't help but consider Darnell's predicament. With Darnell defying Chris's orders, he had no way to report back. I want to stay with you, Sir Qin. Darnell hesitated, but finally voiced his thoughts. In fact, he had planned to follow Dominic ever since their meeting. However, at the time, Dominic had not yet established himself in the Heavenly Phoenix Empire, and following him might only drag Dominic down. Dominic looked at Darnell, feeling conflicted. Both were unfortunate souls, and rejecting Darnell would haunt him forever. Very well. From now on, we will never part ways. Dominic placed a hand on Darnell's shoulder and nodded, not letting Darnell down. Thank you, Sir Qin. Darnell was moved to tears. In his heart, Dominic was his true family, and now he could be by Dominic's side again, finding a sense of belonging. Soon, Darnell's subordinates returned, gathering before Dominic. These people nominally serve Chris, but in truth, they are mine, Darnell said. If Sir Qin needs them, they can follow you. Knew Dominic not Darnell's intentions? The 72 men under Darnell were all celestial phase cultivators, second only to the major academies and 4 great clans in the Heavenly Phoenix Empire. Darnell, I wish for them to join Tianlong Academy to protect it. What do you think? After careful consideration, Dominic thought Tianlong Academy desperately needed more manpower. With these celestial phase experts joining, the academy would greatly benefit. No problem. As long as Sir Qin commands, they'll follow even through hellfire and brimstone. Darnell agreed readily. Entering Tianlong Academy for cultivation was far better than their current perilous lives. Unbeknownst to them, it was already morning. In the palace's study, Chris had stayed awake all night, waiting for Darnell's report. Chariot, as dawn broke, he had heard nothing, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor grim. Himph. Unable to wait any longer, Chris rose and swept the documents off his desk in frustration. Where the hell is Darnell? The last day. If I can't gather enough infants, how will I answer to the demon lord? Just then, a guard rushed in panic. His Majesty, Darnell and 72 sword-bearing guards have vanished. The guard outside stood trembling, pale-faced. What? All those people have disappeared? Li Yuxuan's face changed dramatically. Darnell and his 72 guards were all close allies. Their sudden disappearance made him suspect they might have been killed. No. I order a citywide search for them. Find them alive or dead. Chris couldn't believe Darnell would betray him and would search tirelessly until he found them. Cherries, sir. As the guard hurried away, Chris also grew restless. Without Darnell, it was impossible to gather nearly 1,000 infants. As emperor, he couldn't openly send people door to door to snatch children. What should he do? Desperate and helpless, Chris paced back and forth in the study, hands clasped behind his back. Ultimately, driven into a corner, he could only think of the Tianlong Academy. How infuriating. If it weren't for that damned Dominic killing Elder Coil, Sect Holy Primordial wouldn't have ignored this situation. Is this forcing me to grovel to Dominic? With no other options, Chris gritted his teeth and left the palace once again, heading towards Tianlong Academy. 1,000 miles away, at Tianlong Academy. In the Grand Hall, Dominic was explaining the situation to Burke and Dusty along with Darnell. Well, this is wonderful. Suddenly gaining so many celestial phase disciples is exactly what our Tianlong Academy needs. Burke smiled broadly upon hearing that Darnell's subordinates were to join Tianlong Academy, immediately nodding in agreement. Dominic, if Chris finds out about this, he'll surely want to tear you apart piece by piece. Dusty chuckled. Seeing Dominic return from the mountain with so many recruits for the academy, he couldn't help but be pleased. This isn't my fault. It's Chris who has lost the people's trust and is bound to be deserted. Just as Dominic spoke confidently, Butler reported from outside the door, Saints? Emperor Chris of Heavenly Phoenix requests an audience. Oh, what a coincidence. Dusty frowned. Burke stroked his beard, looking at Dominic and Darnell, and asked, could it be that Chris already knows Darnell and his men are here at Tianlong Academy? Impossible. I believe he's at his wit's end and hopes for Tianlong Academy's intervention. Dominic shook his head. No matter how clever Chris was, he couldn't possibly know so quickly. Master, shall I step back then? Darnell, feeling uneasy upon hearing that Chris was coming, feared meeting him would be awkward. All right. Dominic nodded. After Darnell stepped outside, Chris arrived at the door of the Tianlong Hall. Chris requests an audience with the two saints. This time, Chris had no imperial airs, standing outside and humbly bowing as he requested entry. Please enter. Upon hearing the invitation, Chris clenched his teeth and forced a smile before stepping inside. Inside the hall, Chris saw Dominic present. His expression changed slightly, and he bowed to Burke and Dusty first. Then, Chris turned and suddenly knelt before Dominic, clasping his hands and said, Brother Cheen, Yuhua has committed wrongdoings. Please forgive me. Chapter 265. Exterminate Abraham. Inside the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Chris suddenly faced Dominic, kneeling down with clasped hands in apology. The two sages seated on the dais were also stunned by this scene. After all, Chris was the ruler of a kingdom. His prestigious status should not allow him to kneel easily before others. But Dominic deserved Chris's genuflection. Brother Cheen, I know I've done wrong. If you could forgive me, I would rather die as atonement. All I ask is for Brother Cheen to rescue those innocent children and prevent the demon from causing harm and destroying the lives of our Tianfeng Imperial Dynasty citizens. Kneeling on the ground, Chris, seeing that Dominic remained unmoved, shed tears to plead more convincingly, hoping to gain Dominic's sympathy for the innocent children. Burke and Dusty were moved upon seeing Chris's state. Regardless, it involved nearly 1,000 children's lives. Dusty wanted to speak on behalf of Chris, but he was stopped by Burke. Chris, as a ruler, shouldn't you care about your reputation? Aren't you afraid that people will spread word of this, disgracing your royal family? Dominic frowned. First, he admired Chris's humility in kneeling before him. However, he knew Chris was at a loss and intentionally staging this performance for him. Brother Cheen, my face means nothing compared to the lives of 1,000 children. Even if the whole world ridicules me, I, Chris, have no regrets. Chris felt anger brewing inside him, but did not show it. A man can be both humble and strong. I admire you. Hearing Chris's words, Dominic couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Though aware of Chris's act, Dominic didn't intend to expose him. Brother Cheen, does this mean you agree? A flicker of hope flashed in Chris's eyes as he asked. If I don't agree, wouldn't you continue to kneel forever? Dominic frowned, raising a hand to touch his nose, treating Chris somewhat unfriendly. But Chris didn't mind. As long as Dominic agreed to help, his trip was worthwhile. Chris awkwardly smiled, suppressing his anger. Now he felt like a clown pleasing Dominic for success. Your Majesty, please stand up. That demon originally escaped from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. Even without your Majesty, we wouldn't just watch idly. Seeing Dominic agreeing, Burke breathed a sigh of relief and politely invited Chris to stand, expressing the Heavenly Dragon Academy's stance. The sages are benevolent. Having two sages in our dynasty is an honor. Chris stood up, clasping his hands in respect, making himself appear humble. Chris, let me ask you, do you know Abraham's whereabouts? Dominic disliked Chris's flattery and shifted topics to ask about Abraham. I don't know. Chris frowned, shaking his head, but I have a way to make him appear. Really? Dominic was half convinced. The deadline he gave me is almost here. I guess he will come tonight. But when will Brother Cheen take action? Chris seemed confident but unsure of Dominic's plan. Tonight? Dominic furrowed his brows, looking at Dusty, then made a decision. All right, I'll meet Abraham tonight. Just don't let me down. Good. I'll go prepare. See you at the palace. Chris was delighted, bowed to Dominic, and retreated from the hall. After Chris left, Burke and Dusty became serious. Dominic, are you sure about acting tonight? Burke felt it was too risky since they didn't know Abraham's strength. Sage Burke, don't worry. Abraham, however strong, hasn't surpassed the mortal-cutting realm. Otherwise, he would have challenged me already. Dominic was not afraid. Abraham intended to kill him for Fiki, giving Dominic a perfect chance to eliminate this threat. Burke fell silent. Dusty had full confidence in Dominic. Night fell deeply. The palace's restricted areas were heavily guarded. Even the Imperial Study had increased personnel. Chris had been anxious ever since returning from the Heavenly Dragon Academy, constantly on high alert. So long, why hasn't he come? Is he playing with me? Pacing nervously, Chris's hands were tightly clasped behind his back. Until Abraham's elimination, he would remain uneasy. Waiting for me? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Chris's expression changed drastically, revealing fear as he saw Abraham sitting near his desk. Big brother? How did you get in? Wherever I wish to go, whenever I want. The guards outside your door are mere decorations. Abraham grinned, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chris, frightening him. Sherry's, yes? Chris nervously nodded, silently cursing Dominic's dishonesty. How many boys have you gathered after 2 days? Abraham's smile turned icy as he glared at Chris. Big brother, you know it's not easy. Boys born under certain astrological conditions can't be found within 3 days. Chris gulped. If Abraham discovered none were captured, he'd surely unleash his demonic wrath. Slam. Abraham slammed the table, revealing a sinister face. That's your problem. Fail me, and I'll massacre Tiangwu City. What? Chris was terrified. Abraham wouldn't budge and threatened all of Tiangwu City's lives? Don't blame me for warning you. If I'm displeased, you'll lose everything. Abraham approached menacingly, smiling viciously. Thud. Chris, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to his knees. Ha. Satisfied, Abraham laughed and walked away. Damn it. You're all going to die. Kneeling on the floor, Chris roared in fury. He still felt powerless against strength. Just as Abraham left the study, he sensed a spiritual energy fluctuation in the air. Whoosh. Before Abraham could turn around, a sword light descended from above. Boom. Dodging quickly, Abraham was forced back by the powerful sword aura. 4 elements converge. As Abraham stumbled backward, another furious shout rang out. Swish. 4 colored sword lights appeared, slashing toward Abraham's head. Looking for death. Furious from the ambush, Abraham raised a bloody red glow. Clank. The sword light dispersed. With a bloodthirsty magic saber, Abraham countered the explosive wave upward. Rushing stream fist. Thinking he was safe, Abraham was struck by a fist beam on his back. Abraham spat blood, barely preventing a fall from the sky. Whoosh. As Abraham steadied himself, a sea of flames enveloped him. Ah! Trapped in the flames, Abraham screamed in agony. Heartfire. Sage Dusty appeared, staring at the flames trapping Abraham, gasping in surprise. Heartfire is righteous flame. Though not as potent as Crimson Lotus Fire, it's enough for dealing with Abraham. This translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring readability and natural English expression. Dominic appeared before Dusty, looking at the howling Abraham trapped in the flames. A cold smile spread across his face. Dominic, it's actually you. In the sea of flames, Abraham's body was engulfed by fire, burning him beyond recognition as large amounts of demon energy evaporated rapidly. But upon seeing Dominic, he let out a beast-like roar. Sherry's, it's me. You should have known this day would come when you came to Chris. Today is a good day to settle things once and for all. Dominic stepped forward, and the heavenly fury battle armor suddenly materialized around him. Not giving Abraham a chance to speak, Dominic rushed into the firestorm, swinging his sword at Abraham with ruthless slashes. In the flames, Dominic moved with incredible speed. Abraham, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, was swiftly cut off an arm by Dominic, who then pursued him like a dog on the run. Curse Dominic, just wait, ah! Before Abraham could finish his tirade, Dominic stabbed him through the chest. I will make sure you die miserably. Realizing there was no escape, Abraham regretted coming to Tiangwu City. But filled with resentment, as Dominic attacked, Abraham suddenly detonated his demon body. Dominic, watch out! Seeing the situation turn dire, Dusty shouted. As he did, a massive explosion erupted from within the fire. The flames scattered, and the terrifying explosive force instantly swallowed Dominic. Dusty desperately wanted to help but was blasted away by the explosion. Bang! Flying out, Dusty crashed into the palace wall, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Above, a cloud of black smoke coalesced into a grotesque, ugly human face, seemingly roaring in fury. This, Abraham? Lying on the ground, Dusty turned pale at the sight of the gigantic face materializing above. For that was Abraham's demon soul. Dominic, just wait. As Dusty stood shocked, he suddenly heard a thunderous roar. It was Abraham's furious voice. Noisy. At the sound, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh. With one slash, the figure cleaved the sky-black cloud in two, splitting Abraham's demonic visage. Suff. The black smoke dispersed, and a wisp of black light darted into the night sky, disappearing. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring readability and natural English expression. The paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original text for consistency. Chapter 266, Petty Triumph and Being Trapped. Dominic, quick, don't let the demon soul escape. The gravely injured Dusty saw Abraham's demonic soul fleeing and urgently shouted for Dominic to intercept it. If Abraham survived, he would surely return with a vengeance. It was imperative to completely eradicate this threat. Pooh! Upon hearing Dusty's warning, Dominic, who was airborne, took a step forward when suddenly he spat blood, nearly falling from the sky. Meanwhile, Abraham's demonic soul had already vanished without a trace. Dominic, you? Dusty's expression changed dramatically below. He remembered that Dominic was inside the explosion moments ago. Dusty endured his pain and stood up. As Dominic descended from the air, he suddenly knelt on one knee, his face turning ashen with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Abraham's self-destructive blast released a terrifying force capable of destroying the entire Tianwu city. It was only because of Dominic's all-out effort that the majority of the explosive force was deflected, preventing a catastrophic event. However, Dominic paid a heavy price. His injuries were severe, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Dominic, how are you? Dusty approached, seeing Dominic disheveled and covered in blood, which greatly worried him. I'm fine. This time we failed to completely eliminate Abraham due to my carelessness. However, having lost 70% of his demonic soul, it will not be easy for Abraham to recover, Dominic said, wiping the blood from his mouth and showing a look of seriousness. Indeed. As you say, Abraham won't be able to restore his demonic soul in less than a few hundred years. We've settled this matter. I'll take you back to treat your wounds first. Dusty nodded, knowing Abraham was no longer a threat, but he was now most concerned about Dominic's injuries. With Dusty's support, Dominic slowly got to his feet. Boom. Just as Dominic and Dusty were about to leave, the palace gates behind them opened. Suddenly, a group of royal guards rushed out, surrounding Dominic and Dusty. Dominic's eyes narrowed coldly as he glanced towards the palace gate. He saw Abdur holding a long sword leading several men towards him. Dusty's expression turned icy. With their injuries, both he and Dominic had significantly reduced combat power, making them easy targets. Swish. As Brett approached, the guards surrounding Dominic quickly stepped aside. His face remained unchanged, but his eyes glared menacingly as he faced Dominic and Dusty. May I ask, were you two fighting outside the Imperial Palace just now? Brett pretended to be polite with a slight bow, yet there was no smile on his face. Instead, he sounded accusatory. You know very well what happened, Dominic retorted, thinking how could Brett be unaware after such a commotion? Besides, Dominic had told him he would meet Abraham here. Brett frowned. Despite Dominic's unfriendly tone, he surveyed the area. Seeing the destroyed houses, he smirked. Destruction of property and fighting outside the Imperial Palace. According to Imperial laws, you should be arrested and sent to the dungeon, awaiting execution. As members of Tianlong Academy, committing crimes knowingly carries an even heavier punishment. You two should be executed immediately. Brett abruptly retreated, fabricating charges against Dominic and Dusty. His intention was clear, to seize this opportunity to eliminate Dominic and Dusty. The moment he spoke, the royal guards drew their weapons. Brett? I underestimated you. Dominic didn't feel surprised. Brett wasn't someone who tolerated opposition. No, you didn't underestimate me, Brett, but overestimated yourself. On my territory, Dominic, it's not your place to run wild. Prepare to die. Brett sneered, certain of Dominic's critical injuries. With a wave of his hand, the royal guards surged forward. Damn it. Dusty struck out angrily, repelling the attacking guards but spitting blood, worsening his condition. Seeing himself surrounded, Dominic gritted his teeth in anger and hurled his Heaven Remnant sword. Pooh-pooh. Several guards were instantly killed upon approaching. Chariot, this effort was insignificant. Dominic's injuries were too severe, limiting his strength. The Heaven Remnant sword could only provide limited protection. Retreat. While resisting the guards, Dominic and Dusty suddenly heard Brett order a retreat. Instantly, archers on the palace walls began firing arrows. Swoosh swoosh. Arrows rained down, making Dominic and Dusty live targets. They could only use their remaining spiritual energy to defend. Cowardly. Enraged, Dominic activated his martial soul skill Devouring, causing the arrows to be sucked into a vortex, resolving the immediate crisis. But as soon as the arrow rain stopped, thousands of guards attacked again. Dominic? This time you'll never escape. Brett laughed maniacally, delighted at Dominic's predicament, thinking of his previous humiliation before Dominic fueled his fury. Kill. Whoever kills Dominic gets titles and honors. Brett's promise incited the soldiers, who became frenzied, attacking Dominic fiercely, putting him at risk of death from any direction. Dominic, let me help you. Just as Dominic was struggling to hold off, a voice called from behind. Dominic couldn't spare attention to look. Boom. A powerful light burst forth, sending the attackers flying backward. A figure appeared before Dominic, glaring at Brett and growling, Brett, Luna is here. You won't succeed today. Seeing Luna's presence relieved Dominic, but Brett fumed with rage, knowing she would foil his plans. Realizing her deep ties to Dominic and Jeremy's formidable strength, he knew he couldn't harm Dominic. Blast it. If Brett allowed Dominic to escape tonight, he wouldn't live much longer. Luna, this is personal between Dominic and me, uninvolved with the South Palace family. Please leave now and don't meddle. Brett urged, but Luna refused. Dominic's affairs are also mine. If you, Brett, act foolishly, don't blame me for being harsh. Luna couldn't stand by idly. Had she not investigated the disturbance, Dominic might have already perished at Brett's hands. Brett seethed, feeling powerless against Luna. What could he do? Sire, this old man can assist you. Suddenly, a deep voice came from within the palace. Brett turned to see Elder Evan appear. Elder Lee? Overwhelmed with relief, Brett regained confidence, shouting, kill them. Instantly, thousands of guards stormed toward Dominic, Dusty, and Luna. Luna prepared to fight, but was suddenly engaged in fierce combat with Evan, leaving her unable to aid Dominic. The situation worsened. Exhausted, Dominic and Dusty barely held off the relentless guards. Meanwhile, Brett joined the fray, personally attacking Dominic. Despite being mediocre, Brett possessed celestial phase cultivation. Swish swish. Brett swung his sword straight for Dominic's vital points. Dominic, burning with rage, swung his sword to knock the long blade out of Chris's hand and then delivered a vicious kick to Chris's chest. With a spurt of blood, Chris flew several meters and crashed to the ground. As Dominic moved in to finish off Chris, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang! Before Dominic could react, he was struck by a palm and sent flying. Cough cough. Dominic spat out large amounts of blood, his body weakened to its limit. The one who suddenly attacked him was none other than Biff, the second elder of the secret realm. Biff's appearance was no coincidence. Previously, at the Nangong family, Dominic had been defiant and refused Biff's well-intended offer, causing him to lose face. Therefore, Biff harbored resentment and, upon learning that Dominic had joined Kunlun's sect, conceived a murderous intent towards him. Second elder? Hurry. Help me kill him. Seeing that the newcomer was Biff, Chris did not hesitate for a moment before begging Biff to kill Dominic. Biff remained silent, but fixed a cold gaze on Dominic. Seeing this, Dominic felt an immense surge of anger within him. No matter how many calculations he made, there was always a tiny flaw in his plans. Now, it truly fit the saying, A tiger in the wilderness is bullied by dogs. Dominic? This is your fate. Biff sneered, watching Dominic across from him, and suddenly unleashed a move called Black Tiger Steals Heart, aiming straight for Dominic's life. Unable to move, Dominic showed a tragic smile. Just as Dominic prepared to take Biff down with him, a sudden streak of sword light descended from the sky. Taken by surprise, Biff was instantly pierced through the chest by the sword light. Thud. With a scream, Biff fell to his knees right in front of Dominic. Startled, Dominic looked up into the sky, only to see Paula appear before him. Junior brother? Are you alright? Asked Paula anxiously. Senior sister? Why are you here? Dominic was astonished. He never thought Paula would appear at this critical moment. It was Sage Izzy who divined that you were in danger and asked me to come and assist, Paula said gravely, her anger boiling over at seeing Dominic so severely injured. Why? Why? How difficult is it to kill him, Dominic? Far away, Chris, seeing Dominic saved once again, felt his emotions collapse, roaring in anguish and fury. Pooh. Chris spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew several meters before hitting the ground. Just as Dominic was about to press his advantage and finish off Chris, a figure suddenly appeared. Bang. Before Dominic could react, he was struck by the newcomer's palm and sent flying. Cough, cough. Dominic coughed up a large amount of blood, his body already weakened to its limit. The one who had attacked him unexpectedly turned out to be Biff, the second elder of the Mystic Realm. Biff's appearance was no coincidence. Due to Dominic's arrogance and refusal of his goodwill at the South Palace family, Biff had lost face. This left a deep grudge within him. After learning that Dominic had joined Kunlun's sect, Biff developed a murderous intent towards him. Second elder? Please, help me kill him. Chris, seeing Biff, immediately pleaded for him to eliminate Dominic without hesitation. Biff remained silent, but cast a cold gaze on Dominic. Dominic felt an overwhelming sense of anger upon witnessing this scene. He had meticulously planned everything, yet there was still an unforeseen oversight. Now, it truly reflected the saying, a tiger in decline is bullied by dogs. Dominic? This is your fate. Biff sneered as he launched a deadly attack, the Black Tiger Steals Heart, directly aimed at Dominic's life. Unable to move, Dominic wore a desolate smile. Just as Dominic prepared to die alongside Biff, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. Caught off guard, Biff was instantly impaled through the chest by the sword light. Thud. With a ghastly scream, Biff dropped to his knees before Dominic. Startled, Dominic looked up and saw Paula appearing above him. Junior brother? Are you alright? Paula asked anxiously. Senior sister? Why are you here? Dominic, astonished, never expected Paula to appear at this critical moment. It's thanks to Sage Izzy. He sensed you were in danger and asked me to come and help. Paula's expression was serious. Seeing Dominic so severely injured, she felt an uncontrollable rage. Why? Why? Is killing Dominic really that difficult? In the distance, Chris watched Dominic being saved once again, leading to an emotional breakdown. He screamed in frustration, torn apart by the sight. Chapter 267, Personal Effort, Visitors from Kunlun Sect. Outside the Imperial City, a battlefield was illuminated by flashes of swords and spears. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chris seized the opportunity to eliminate Dominic, the thorn in his side. But Dominic was saved twice on the brink of death by timely arrivals, which infuriated Chris. He roared towards the sky in frustration, venting his unwillingness. Biff, injured severely by Paula's sword, saw a dramatic decline in strength. In order to save himself, he chose to flee. Paula stood before Dominic. She did not attempt to stop Biff as he escaped. Her mission was to ensure Dominic's safety. Chris, you've gone mad. It was all for nothing that my junior brother helped you fight off demons. Paula was furious, glaring at Chris with disheveled hair across from her, ready to strike. Senior sister. Just as Paula took a step forward, Dominic suddenly grabbed her arm. Junior brother? What are you doing? This beast doesn't deserve to live. Let me kill him. Paula was confused, mistakenly thinking Dominic wanted to spare Chris's life. Opposite them, Chris, seeing the killing intent on Paula's face, felt fear and started retreating continuously. Paula was at the Dao realm level. Any move she made could mean instant death for him. No. I said I'll take his life myself. At this moment, despite being exhausted and covered in injuries, Dominic's eyes blazed with cold intensity. Paula was taken aback, unsure of what Dominic intended to do. Whoosh. Dominic dragged Heavenly Remnant's sword on the ground, sparks flying from the contact. He approached Chris step by step, causing fear within him. Dominic? What do you want to do? You should know. My uncle is an elder of Divine Arrow Gate. Panicked, Chris retreated while threatening Dominic loudly, hoping to intimidate him with the mention of Divine Arrow Gate's influence. Even if the Heavenly King were here, your death today would still be inevitable. Dominic snarled and lunged forward, aiming his Heavenly Remnant sword directly at Chris's head. Due to fear, Chris instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Bang! Unexpectedly, Dominic swung his sword horizontally, striking Chris's chest. Ugh! Spurting blood out. Chris was thrown back several steps. Slit. Before Chris could regain his footing, Dominic quickly stabbed through Chris's left arm. As Chris screamed like a pig being butchered, he suddenly swung his knife at Dominic. Seeing this, Dominic pulled his sword and stepped back. Chris's stab missed, yet fresh blood spurted uncontrollably from his left arm. Terrified, Chris used his right hand to cover his bleeding wound. Whiz! Dominic took the opportunity to increase the distance between them and then swiftly sliced through Chris's tendon in his right arm. Unprepared, Chris screamed again. With both arms crippled by Dominic, Chris was terrified, wailing and stepping back continuously. You can't escape. Dominic's expression was cruel as he clenched his teeth and advanced, slicing off one of Chris's arms. Slit. Blood spewed into the air. Chris's face turned ghastly pale, pain contorting his face as he collapsed onto his knees. Carla, watching from behind, saw Dominic's trembling body hesitating to finish Chris. She understood he wanted Chris to suffer a fate worse than death. Although cruel, it was a fitting end for Chris's actions. However, Paula feared Dominic wouldn't hold on much longer. Hurry up and kill me if you dare. Unable to bear prolonged agony, Chris, eyes bloodshot, roared at Dominic. Is it hard to kill you? In response to Chris's provocation, Dominic thrust his sword down. Plunge. A single strike destroyed Chris's dantian, leaving him powerless, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Lying on the ground, Chris continued to bleed from his mouth, but his will to live remained strong. Clang. Suddenly feeling dizzy and weak, Dominic propped himself up using his sword to remain standing. Junior brother. Concerned, Paula rushed forward to support Dominic. I'm fine. I want to watch this beast die before me. Dominic persisted. Junior brother? Why put yourself through this? Let me end him for you, Paula pleaded, fearing Dominic's condition would worsen if he continued. Clang. Just as Paula aimed her sword at Chris, an arrow flew from somewhere unknown, splitting her sword in half. What? Paula was alarmed as she looked around and felt an icy wind brush past her face. Who? When Paula looked ahead, she discovered Chris had vanished into thin air. In her arms, Dominic had already lost consciousness. Who could it be? Paula frowned, realizing anyone who could silently take Chris away in front of her must be far more powerful than herself. Meanwhile, Evan, engaged in battle with Alicia, saw the tide turning against him. Seizing the opportunity, he pushed Alicia back and fled into the night. Dusty, locked in combat with the royal guards, lay in a pool of blood, completely exhausted. This battle had been a matter of life and death for Dominic and Dusty. Dawn. In the Grand Hall of Heavenly Dragon Academy, Burke was pacing anxiously. This dawn is coming soon. Where is Sage Dusty and Dominic? Butler, guarding the entrance, felt uneasy. Since learning Dominic and Sage Dusty had gone to Celestial Marshal City to confront Demon Lord Abraham, he had been restless. Sage Burke, could something have happened to them? Butler asked anxiously. I hope it's just a false alarm, Burke sighed, shaking his head after glancing at Butler. Hearing this, Butler became even more worried. Sage Burke. Just as Burke and Butler were lost in thought, Paula's voice called out from outside the hall. Butler dashed out first, followed by Burke. Upon seeing Paula carrying her grandfather Dusty, they grew tense. Senior sister? Where is Dominic? Butler hurriedly asked. Right here. Before Paula could answer, Alicia appeared, carrying an unconscious Dominic. Junior brother? Butler's expression changed drastically as he ran to Alicia and took Dominic from her back. What happened? Why are Junior brother and Sage Dusty so heavily injured? It's that damned Chris. When I arrived, he was leading troops to besiege them. Alicia, filled with rage, explained the situation. How dare he have such audacity? Butler fumed upon hearing this. Forget it, get them inside the hall immediately, Burke urged, observing the severity of their injuries. Without realizing, dawn had broken. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Hall, two figures, a young man and an elderly man, appeared. Both wore red robes from Kunlun sect. The older man, with white hair and a bushy beard, exuded an imposing presence. His name was Rusty. The younger man, about 20 years old, was handsome and noble, with cultivation reaching the 9th Tribulation Dao realm. His name was Abdurrahman. Elder Bai? I don't understand why Elder Chima Kurt sent me to guard Heavenly Dragon Academy here, Abdurrahman asked, disgruntled about being stationed in this remote place. Chima Elder sending you here as a test. I know you're ambitious and disdainful of this distant land, but have you heard of the first family Chin family? Rusty smiled, stroking his beard, intending to remind Abdurrahman. Chin family? That Chin family which once had the 9 sects bow to them? Abdurrahman's expression changed, and he widened his eyes in surprise. Sherry's. Elder Chimo Kurt sent you here not just to guard Heavenly Dragon Academy, but to secretly investigate and find the divine dragon jade that fell into the hands of the Chin family back then. Rusty suddenly frowned, his face becoming grave as he spoke. This? Abdurrahman was taken aback by this hidden agenda. He was a bit at a loss. However, recalling that Holy Origin sect had also sent people over before, he curiously asked, Elder Bai, could it be that Holy Origin sect has also been searching for the whereabouts of the divine dragon jade? It's very possible. The divine dragon jade is shrouded in mystery. Back then, the Chin family revered this jade as a divine object, and many from other major sects have seen it, naturally all wanting to obtain it. Rusty nodded slightly. The fall of the Chin family was all related to this divine dragon jade, which was no longer a secret within the 9 sects. Abdurrahman nodded, understanding the intentions of the sect. He also knew what he needed to do. All right, after such a long time, we haven't seen a single disciple of the academy. Has something happened to the academy? Rusty's face showed displeasure. He had been here for so long without anyone from Heavenly Dragon Academy welcoming them. In anger, he stepped directly into the hall. What intruders! As Rusty and Abdurrahman entered the hall, Butler and Paula immediately approached, their faces stern as they reprimanded them. Boldness. We come from Kunlun sect. This elder beside me is Rusty of Kunlun sect. Why haven't you come forward to greet us? Abdurrahman stepped forward, displeased, shouting loudly and not forgetting to introduce Rusty. Kunlun sect. Butler and Paula were greatly startled and hurriedly looked towards Burke inside the hall. At this moment, Burke was treating Dusty's injuries and could not spare any attention. Despicable. Abdurrahman was dissatisfied, seeing Burke, Dusty, and Dominic sitting there unmoved, which he took as disrespect. He was about to step forward to reprimand them. However, Rusty sensed something amiss and stretched out his hand to stop the impetuous Abdurrahman. Elders, please forgive us. Saint Dusty is gravely injured, and Saint Burke is healing him right now, unable to rise to welcome you. Seeing the critical situation of the two saints, Butler bowed and explained to Rusty. Excuses. Abdurrahman responded with a stern look. The original text ends abruptly, so I've completed the paragraph structure and maintained the same line breaks while ensuring the translation remains natural and coherent with the story's previous content. Chapter 268. Abdurrahman's self-inflicted embarrassment. Abdurrahman, do not be impertinent. The proud and arrogant Abdurrahman, dissatisfied with the neglect of the Heavenly Dragon Academy, was about to take action when suddenly reprimanded by Rusty. Abdurrahman gritted his teeth in anger, but had to step back as he did not dare defy Rusty. Butler and Paula wanted to explain something but were stopped by Rusty, who then approached Dominic directly. At that moment, Dominic was seated cross-legged on a chair with faint golden light shimmering on his chest, catching Rusty's attention. How strange. How strange. To think such a young boy harbors the supreme bone, no wonder Bartolomeo so fervently recommended him? Rusty, whose cultivation had already reached the realm of heaven passage, could immediately discern the supreme bone within Dominic's body. Anyone with the supreme bone was believed to be a reincarnation of a supreme being. Such individuals possessed incomparable talent for cultivation, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. What made them most esteemed was their destined return to the supreme realm. While supreme-level powerhouses were not as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns in this era, they remained extremely scarce. Each sect's status would significantly elevate with an additional supreme powerhouse, explaining why the 9 major sects maintained their unshakable positions. Only at Third Tribulation Dao Realm, what's so special? Abdurrahman, standing behind, was displeased, watching Rusty beam as if discovering a hidden treasure. In Kunlun sect, disciples at the Dao Realm were countless, and among them, Abdurrahman was one of the outstanding ones. Butler and Paula frowned, worried that Rusty might suddenly harm Dominic. But as they watched, Rusty suddenly extended his hand and placed it on Dominic's head. You. Butler tensed and moved to intervene. However, he was promptly stopped by Paula. Paula saw that Rusty wasn't intending to harm Dominic, but was instead infusing spiritual energy into him to help him recover from his injuries. Dominic, receiving external assistance, felt the rapid circulation of energy within his body. In an instant, his meridians began to restore their smooth flow. His once pale complexion gradually turned rosy, and his internal energy rapidly returned. Why would Elder buy? Abdurrahman, seeing Rusty sending his own strength into Dominic, felt a pang of jealousy. Shortly after, half an incense stick later, Dominic's injuries were completely healed, leaving him feeling refreshed. The moment he opened his eyes, he was startled to see an unfamiliar elder. Do not panic. I am an elder of Kunlun sect. Seeing you gravely injured just now, I came to your aid. Rusty withdrew his hand, stroking his beard and smiling kindly at Dominic. Kunlun sect. Dominic was shocked. Recalling Bartolomeo's words about someone coming to guide him, he quickly stood up, saluting Rusty with clasped hands. Latecomer Dominic thanks Elder Bai. Please rise. I've come specifically to take you to Kunlun sect for cultivation. Are you prepared? Rusty looked gentle and kind. Dominic's expression turned peculiar, glancing instinctively at the still unconscious Dusty. Noticing Dominic's hesitation, Rusty understood his concerns. Turning to look at Dusty, he waved his hand, sending a red light into Dusty's body. Dusty, sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the blood, the unconscious Dusty gradually regained consciousness. Dusty? Joan, nearby, changed expression drastically, thinking Dusty's condition had worsened. I'm fine. Dusty shook his head at Burke, then turned to bow at Rusty. Many thanks to Elder Bai for your timely assistance. Dusty is deeply grateful. Burke, surprised, hurriedly stood up and bowed at Rusty. Burke failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me, Elder Bai. Understandably so. You two have done much for the Academy, which greatly impresses me. Rusty was aware of Burke and Dusty's dedication. He turned to look at Abdurrahman before addressing both. Kunlun sect has sent disciple Abdurrahman to oversee Heavenly Dragon Academy. If you need anything in the future, you can communicate directly through Abdurrahman to Kunlun sect. Dusty and Burke exchanged glances, looking at Abdurrahman. Though they didn't express their thoughts, they couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Kunlun sect. Is sending just a Dao Realm disciple too perfunctory? Elder Bai? Our Heavenly Dragon Academy is besieged on all sides. A single Sage Yuan sect is already more than we can handle. Could you send a few more envoys? Dominic could tell the two sages were unhappy, so he spoke up boldly. Rusty frowned. This was beyond his authority. What do you mean? Do you underestimate Abdurrahman? A single Sage Yuan sect is nothing. Do you really consider yourselves important? Abdurrahman was furious. He hadn't even wanted to come. How could he be treated like this? Burke and Dusty's faces darkened. Dominic cast a hostile glance at the shouting Abdurrahman and shook his head. Forget about Sage Yuan sect. You can't even beat me. What? You're tired of living. Abdurrahman stormed forward angrily. Butler and Paula suddenly stepped in front of Abdurrahman. Just the two of you? Abdurrahman sneered, disregarding Butler and Paula. Boom. Releasing 9th Tribulation Dao Realm power, Abdurrahman instantly knocked Butler and Paula back. Swoosh. Ignoring Rusty's presence, Abdurrahman lunged at Dominic. Rusty frowned, intending to stop him but curious about Dominic's confidence to make such boasts. Dominic smirked, spinning abruptly, striking a punch that resonated like a dragon roaring or a tiger roaring. A fist arc flew out. Bang. Abdurrahman, approaching close, collided with Dominic's punch and was thrown back several steps. Swish. As Abdurrahman retreated, Dominic advanced, a sword beam darting towards Abdurrahman's forehead. Good lad. Rusty couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't that Dominic's cultivation was impressive, but rather his decisiveness, strategic thinking, and rich combat experience. Because of this, Dominic managed to seize every advantage, suppressing Abdurrahman and demonstrating seasoned prowess. Abdurrahman, taken aback, couldn't stop himself from retreating, forgetting how to dodge. However, just as the sword light neared Abdurrahman's forehead, he felt a sudden pain, followed by the disappearance of the sword light. Dominic, hands behind his back, stood opposite, smiling silently. You. Abdurrahman was enraged, feeling humiliated. Before he could lash out, a drop of blood dripped from his forehead onto his face. Abdurrahman was stunned. Undoubtedly, had Dominic not restrained himself, that strike would have pierced through his skull. Burke and Dusty smiled, impressed by Dominic's mastery over the sword Dao, reaching a state of perfection and control. With such extensive combat experience, no one at the Dao realm level was his match. Composing himself, Abdurrahman's eyes blazed with fury. Baring his teeth, he was about to retaliate. Abdurrahman, be reasonable. Rusty's stern voice halted Abdurrahman's actions. Elder, this person insults us and disrespects Kunlun sect. He should be taught a lesson. Abdurrahman, clenching his teeth, respectfully addressed Rusty. Humph. Inferior skills deserve punishment. If not for Dominic letting you off, you'd be dead under his blade right now. Dare you embarrass yourself further before me? Rusty was furious at Abdurrahman's arrogance. Dominic clearly hadn't used his full strength. Abdurrahman, unwilling to concede, tried to argue but was silenced by Rusty's fierce glare. Dominic, it's late. When do you plan to set off with me? After scolding Abdurrahman, Rusty asked Dominic kindly. This? Dominic hesitated. He knew this day would eventually come. But when faced with the imminent farewell, a myriad of reluctance welled up inside him. Both Burke and Dusty had helped him overcome numerous difficulties, and Paula and Butler were people who had faced life and death situations with him. Senior sister? Where's Lindsay? As Dominic scanned the people in the hall, he suddenly remembered that if it weren't for Lindsay's timely appearance last night, he might have died at Chris's hands. Charrot, after waking up, he hadn't seen any sign of Lindsay. Paula's expression was peculiar as she lowered her head without answering. Nangong Miss left last night. Butler's feelings were mixed as he informed Dominic and continued. She asked me to tell you, little brother, that she will wait for you. She has already gone ahead to tie Stevie sect. Hearing what Butler said, Dominic felt a strange sensation in his heart. But thinking about the possibility of seeing her again, Dominic could only accept the reality calmly. Elder Bai, could you give me a moment, please? Dominic looked back at Rusty and pleaded. Of course. Without hesitation, Rusty nodded in agreement. After thanking Rusty, Dominic turned around, took Paula's hand, and headed toward the door of the hall. Paula's face flushed red, mistaking Dominic's actions as an intention to confess his feelings to her. But upon running out of the hall, Dominic didn't stop. Instead, he pulled Paula straight toward the sword pavilion. Soon, outside the sword pavilion, Dominic and Paula arrived at the entrance. Disciple Dominic comes to pay respects to Master. Standing outside the door, Dominic sought an audience with the master of the sword pavilion, Derek. No matter what, Derek was Dominic's first master, and now, on the brink of departure, how could he forget his master? Beside him, Paula felt very nervous. She had actually asked her grandfather why she couldn't go to Kunlun sect. Her grandfather Dusty replied that it was because Paula was the daughter of the King of Hell. This also explained why Paula couldn't accompany Dominic to Kunlun sect. Come in. From inside the hall, Derek's hoarse voice called out. Dominic frowned. When he and Paula entered the hall, they saw Derek looking melancholy, appearing as though he had aged over a decade in just a few days. Chapter 269. Unexpected Joy, an enemy of many. Inside the sword pavilion, several days without seeing Derek, he had grown thinner and was covered with a full beard, looking somewhat disheveled and dejected. Master, what has happened to you? Upon entering the hall, Dominic originally intended to bid farewell, but was greatly shocked by the appearance of his master, Derek. Carla, on the other hand, wasn't surprised because she hadn't been around due to Dominic's busy schedule and didn't know what had happened to Derek recently. Seeing Dominic, Derek revealed a delighted smile, combed his messy hair with his hands, and straightened his back. Master is fine. Why did you come to see me today, young man? Derek tried to hide his condition by pretending everything was all right. Junior brother? Master has been gloomy since he knew you were leaving, said Carla, who couldn't bear to see Derek force a smile and decided to tell the truth to Dominic directly. Xiao-yi, I'm happy for Dominic. It's an honor for my disciple to join the Kunlun sect, bringing glory to our sword pavilion. Derek, embarrassed, shot Carla a stern glance before standing up and approaching Dominic, patting him on the shoulder. Carla remained silent. Thud. Dominic's eyes welled with tears as he knelt in front of Derek. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. I am an unfilial disciple, and come to bid farewell to you today. As Dominic spoke, he kowtowed 3 times to Derek. Seeing Dominic prostrate himself in farewell, Derek's eyes also filled with tears. A true man doesn't shed tears lightly. I'm proud of you. Stand up. I have something to give you. Wiping away his tears, Derek hurriedly pulled Dominic up from the ground and dragged him towards the back hall. In the back hall, Derek's room. Dominic stood outside the door while Derek rummaged through his belongings inside, searching for a long time. Senior sister? What do you think Master is looking for? Dominic hesitated to refuse Derek's kindness, but worried about receiving something too precious. In all my time at the sword pavilion, I've never seen Master give anything to anyone else. You're the first. Carla shook her head and looked at the door oddly, almost enviously speaking to Dominic. Dominic blushed, worried that Derek might be delaying, and Elder Rusty would be waiting impatiently. Found it. Just as Dominic grew anxious, he heard Derek's voice from inside. Dominic and Carla looked in surprise as Derek emerged from the room, beaming. Dominic, this item I found by chance. I don't know its use. It's useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Derek, after explaining at length, extended his clenched right hand to Dominic. Dominic's expression was peculiar. He suddenly felt a familiar stirring within, like he had experienced twice before. Under the expectant gazes of Dominic and Carla, Derek slowly opened his clenched right hand, revealing a golden egg in his palm. Sherry's, it shimmered gold like solid gold, shaped like an egg, radiating a faint golden glow. Dominic, don't look down on it. This golden bead may seem ordinary, but it harbors immense power. I just haven't figured out how to harness it. You are stronger than your master, so surely you can find a way to use it. Take good care of it. Unbeknownst to Derek, both Dominic and Carla were dumbfounded. They recognized the golden egg as the golden dragon pearl, the foremost among the intangible dragon pearls. It was absurd that Derek had let this priceless artifact sit idle in his room for so long. Thus, without waiting for Dominic's response, Derek forcibly placed the golden dragon pearl into Dominic's hand. Master, shall you reconsider? Such a gift was too valuable, and Dominic felt unworthy of it, intending for Derek to take it back. What's there to reconsider? My decision is made. If you refuse now, it means you don't respect me. Derek scowled, glaring angrily at Dominic. Junior brother? Since Master gave it to you, keep it. Carla looked oddly at Derek and urged Dominic to accept it. Senior sister. Because Carla's water dragon pearl was still in his possession, having refused multiple times to take it back. Now accepting such a favor from Master Derek left him feeling extremely guilty. Seeing Dominic hesitating, Carla sternly pushed the golden dragon pearl into his hands. Now that's better. It will make your master feel much better. Derek nodded approvingly and smiled when Dominic finally accepted it. Thank you, master. If I have time, I will often come to visit you. Dominic bowed deeply, unable to reciprocate such generosity. To hear you say this is more than enough for me. The hour is late, and those from the Kunlun sect must be waiting anxiously. I won't see you off. Heaven moved Derek as he hugged Dominic tightly one last time, then pushed him away and waved his hand. Clang. Derek turned and walked back into his room, closing the door behind him, showing the depth of his bond with Dominic beyond mere teacher-student affection. Junior brother, let's go. Let master have his peace. Carla understood her master's reluctance, but couldn't bear to part with Dominic either. Fighting back tears, she dragged Dominic away from the sword pavilion. The sun was high overhead. Outside the Heavenly Dragon Hall, Dominic bid his final farewells to Dusty and Burke. Junior brother, remember to visit often. Butler waved tearfully, always treating Dominic like a brother. Seeing Dominic leave now left Butler with mixed emotions and indescribable pain. Carla waved goodbye to Dominic, tears streaming down her face, crying like a child. Dominic's eyes reddened as he tightened his fists and bit his lip, choosing to turn away without looking back. At that moment, he knew deep down, to protect the Heavenly Dragon Academy and those close to him, he must grow strong, learn to be resilient. Rusty glanced at Dominic, saying nothing, then took flight into the sky. Suppressing his tears, Dominic followed Rusty into the sky, disappearing into the horizon without looking back, under the watchful eyes of Burke and others. Burke, how long do you think he'll return? Dusty asked, gazing at the sky. 1 year, 2 years, maybe never. Sigh. Burke frowned, shaking his head because he couldn't predict Dominic's future. Butler and Carla looked dim, the Heavenly Dragon Academy soulless without Dominic. Under the blazing sun and gentle breeze, miles away, endless mountains and seas lay shrouded in mist. This place was known as Kunlun Mountain, the sacred land of the Kunlun sect. Deep in the mountains, below a towering peak, a group of red-clad men gathered in a bamboo grove, whispering to each other. Silence. Suddenly, an old white-haired man appeared before them, standing atop a large stone, calling out with stern authority. We greet Elder Chi. The red-clad men immediately bowed to Bartolomeo. This was indeed the training ground of the Kunlun sect, and the red-clad men were its disciples. Look at you earlier. Bartolomeo sternly reprimanded, stroking his beard. According to sect rules, today is when my uncle selects disciples once a year. Your behavior here is unacceptable. We understand, the disciples responded, none daring to challenge Bartolomeo's words, because all of them wanted to leap to the top and become the personal disciple of the Brogan. Seeing that everyone acknowledged their mistake, Bartolomeo slightly nodded in forgiveness. However, as he glanced up at the sky, noticing it was already noon and Rusty hadn't returned yet, he began to feel anxious. Is this Rusty deliberately stalling for time? Bartolomeo muttered irritably, instinctively looking toward the peak. His master uncle had extremely high standards for accepting disciples. Hence, he had explicitly stated that Kunlun sect disciples would have one chance each year to be tested here. Only those who passed 3 trials would get the opportunity to meet the Brogan Benito. Chariot, in nearly a century, no one had been favored by Benito, though many still came hoping for luck. Senior Chi, how much longer do we need to wait? Sherry's? We've been here for half a day already. Why can't we start the test yet? Due to Bartolomeo's intentional delay, some disciples were already showing signs of dissatisfaction, loudly questioning him. Bartolomeo's face turned red with embarrassment but gave no explanation. Senior Chi, are you waiting for someone? It seems so. It's been spread around the sect that Senior Chi has brought someone from outside, vouching for this person to be accepted by the Brogan. Is that true? Then why are we here? Isn't this just wasting our time? Humph. What kind of person could be so favored by Senior Chi? I'd like to see that outsider. Bartolomeo's silence only fueled the disgruntlement among the Bamboo Grove disciples, leading to loud protests and even some waiting for him to fail. Enough. Whoever speaks out of turn will not be spared my wrath. Hearing the disrespectful remarks, Bartolomeo flew into a rage, his shout silencing the unruly disciples. Brother Chi, please forgive me for being late. Just as Bartolomeo was quelling the crowd, Rusty appeared with Dominic, descending from the sky before Bartolomeo. Landing in the bamboo grove, Dominic immediately bowed respectfully to Bartolomeo, saying, Dominic greets Senior Chi. As Dominic greeted Bartolomeo, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. Turning instinctively, he saw a group of red-clad men glaring at him with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 270, Forced Compromise. walking on level ground. Is he the wild kid? He's not that impressive either? Just a third tribulation Dao realm? Elder Chi sure has great taste. Any one of us here is 100 times better than him. Dominic had just arrived at the bamboo forest and bowed to acknowledge Bartolomeo when he heard malicious jeers from behind. This was the Kunlun sect, ranked second among the 9 greatest sects in the world. Every disciple here was proud and looked down on others. Among peers, their lowest cultivation was around the 6th or 7th tribulation Dao realm, with the highest reaching the mortal severing realm. Seeing Dominic at merely the 3rd tribulation Dao realm naturally irked them. They felt their time had been wasted for this wild kid. You shall not be disrespectful. Rusty turned sharply, frowning and rebuking the disciples harshly. The disciples closed their mouths but were far from satisfied. They had all undergone rigorous selection to enter Kunlun sect. As for Dominic, he came from some obscure backwater village and yet qualified to participate in the Great Elders test alongside them, which seemed unfair. Dominic? Bartolomeo approached Dominic, glancing coldly at his unruly disciples before saying, I promised you would join my uncle's discipleship, but you must prove your strength first to see him. Prove? Dominic was confused. He chose to join Kunlun sect based on Bartolomeo's assurances. Looking at these Kunlun sect disciples who seemed to bear deep-seated grudges against him, Dominic felt as if he had walked into a den of tigers. It's simple. You only need to pass 3 trials set by my uncle to meet him. Bartolomeo smiled slightly, confident Dominic could achieve it. Thus, he didn't elaborate further. But Dominic was bewildered. Having come so far, he now needed to take another test? Looking at the Kunlun sect disciples, Dominic's expression turned strange, asking, what about them? Are they also here to take the test? That's right. They are sect disciples who wish to join my uncle's discipleship. So, boy, you should cherish this opportunity. Bartolomeo nodded proudly. Dominic's face darkened. This sudden arrangement made him feel tricked. Elder Bai, why don't you just send me back? Dominic turned, looking at Rusty. Why? Rusty didn't understand. Beside him, Bartolomeo paused, suddenly realizing something upon hearing Dominic. Because I feel Tai Stevie sect suits me more. Dominic, feeling dissatisfied, mentioned Tai Stevie sect without any complaints. Rusty's face turned grim. Dominic's words clearly belittled Kunlun sect. Dominic, how can you go back on your word? Don't forget, you chose Kunlun sect. How can you renege now? Bartolomeo asked urgently. Elder Chi, you promised first. Only then did I refuse Kailine sect and Tai Stevie sect. It seems you haven't fulfilled your promise. Dominic rubbed his nose, considering the crowd, leaving some face for Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's face turned red. Indeed, he had promised Dominic entry under his uncle. However, sect rules dictated that failing the 3 trials left him powerless. Dominic, some things I cannot explain right now. So, take the test first. As for my promise, rest assured I will honor it. What do you think? After much deliberation, Bartolomeo chose to reassure Dominic. He knew if Dominic left Kunlun sect, Tai Stevie sect would snatch him away. Dominic frowned deeply. With Bartolomeo pushing him this far, rejecting it wouldn't easily let him leave Kunlun sect. Reluctantly, Dominic nodded. Bartolomeo breathed a sigh of relief, managing to stabilize Dominic. Turning back, he resumed his stern demeanor. Listen carefully, everyone. Today's test has 3 stages. The first is climbing to the mountaintop. The second, atop the mountain, involves cutting through a sword-testing stone with a single strike. The third tests your enlightenment. In a pavilion, there is an enlightenment stone. Whoever can make it glow passes the test. Passing all 3 will earn you an audience with Brogan Clinton and the chance to become his disciple. Dominic remained calm, while the other disciples looked eager. Clinton, Kunlun sect's strongest and a grand elder, held such high esteem that becoming his disciple meant soaring from a sparrow to a phoenix, rising from fish to dragon. It brought equality with elders and patriarchs, higher benefits, and true inheritance. Who wouldn't be tempted? After explaining, Bartolomeo led Dominic and others to the base of the mountain. There was a path leading straight to the summit, with steps carved from green stone winding up, seemingly ordinary. The test begins. While observing the path, Dominic listened as Bartolomeo spoke. Behind him, the sect disciples rushed forward competitively. Only Dominic stayed back, not entering hastily. Dominic, why don't you go? Bartolomeo frowned, growing anxious seeing Dominic hesitate. If it were that easy to reach the top, this master wouldn't be remarkable. Dominic glanced fearlessly at Bartolomeo. You, bold. Rusty roared angrily. AI, no matter, Elder Bai. He's straightforward and honest. Why should we care? Bartolomeo wasn't angry but rather admired Dominic. Qian's point was valid. How could becoming a disciple be so easy? Rusty remained solemn, still glaring at Dominic despite being somewhat miffed. Meanwhile, the disciples rushing up found it harder than expected. Some stopped after a few steps, gasping for breath, while others collapsed exhaustedly. Out of 30, only 7 or 8 continued climbing. They weren't faring well. Many were drenched in sweat, moving like snails. Only 2 advanced cultivators led the pack. Watching this, Dominic gained confidence. Under the gaze of Bartolomeo and Rusty, Dominic finally stepped onto the path. Unlike others who hurried, Dominic moved steadily, never pausing. Quickly, he caught up to those ahead. What a boy. His composure and exceptional physique make the first trial no challenge. Rusty couldn't help but marvel. Each step increased gravity, testing the climber's physical prowess. But for Dominic, the difficulty was negligible, his body saint-like, almost equal to the 9th stage mortal severing realm. He moved effortlessly, quickly surpassing the 6 ahead, nearing the front runner. In fact, this trial was very similar to the Heavenly Ascension ladder test when Dominic entered Tianlong Academy. Only this was far more challenging, requiring solid foundations to climb. How is this possible? He's just a 3rd tribulation Dao realm? Unfair. Is this kid even human? Those left behind were nearly enraged watching Dominic advance so effortlessly. Even the weakest among them was in the 9th tribulation Dao realm, yet Dominic outpaced them? How? Ganon, leading the climb, saw Dominic catching up, feeling challenged. Want to surpass me? Not a chance. Feeling provoked, Ganon gritted his teeth and suddenly quickened his pace. Soon, Ganon left Dominic far behind, but the difficulty of moving forward became increasingly challenging for him. By the time he was nearly at the mountaintop, Ganon was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Just as he chose to take a break, he saw Dominic catching up from behind. You cheated. Ganon's anger surged, and he glared at Dominic, roaring in fury. Dominic, who only wanted to reach the summit, felt a sudden coldness wash over him upon hearing this accusation. He looked at Ganon with a menacing gaze and said, "Watch your mouth. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you." Hearing Dominic's words, Ganon was momentarily stunned. Looking into Dominic's fierce eyes and listening to his threatening tone, an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. How is this possible? He's only at the third Tribulation Dao realm? How could I be afraid of him? As Ganon regained his composure, Dominic had already passed him, almost reaching the top. Furious, Ganon clenched his fists and continued onward. The moment Dominic stepped onto the mountaintop, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a surge of spiritual energy had been born within him. After a brief pause, Dominic gazed ahead and noticed a massive black boulder taller than a man. The boulder was covered with countless sword marks, each one left by Kunlun sect disciples over nearly a century using their sword chi. None of these marks had managed to cleave the sword testing stone in two. So, this is the second trial? Dominic frowned, scratching his nose. Besides Ganon, a man and a woman also ascended to the mountaintop. Ganon and the other two saw Dominic standing before the sword testing stone without making a move, and they couldn't help but laugh. I thought he was something special? Turns out he's stuck on the second trial? The red-robed woman, Carly, sneered mockingly. Exactly. This sword testing stone is made from meteorite from outer space. Without absolute mastery and foundation in swordsmanship, it's impossible to cut it in two. Ganon stepped forward, coldly explaining the origins of the sword testing stone, mocking Dominic's perceived overconfidence. Chapter 271, Clash of Words, Solitary Passage. On the mountaintop, near the sword testing stone, Dominic, who had just been mocked by Ganon and others, stood with a cold expression. He lifted his hand to touch his nose, then turned to face Ganon, Carly, and another man. Finished venting your frustration? He asked casually. What? You dare to curse at us? Hearing this, Carly was immediately enraged. She stepped forward and slapped at Dominic. Ganon and the other man frowned, but they didn't intervene, confident that Carly alone could make Dominic cry out in pain. Is it necessary for a woman to be the one to fight? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Dominic sneered. As Carly's palm approached, Dominic suddenly swung a punch. Boom. A blinding light accompanied the thunderous sound as Carly was knocked back by the impact. Junior sister Carly. Ganon and the other man's expressions changed drastically as they simultaneously rushed forward to catch Carly, who had flown backward. Cough, cough. Though Carly steadied herself, she couldn't help but spit out blood, her face turning pale. This? Ganon was stunned. Carly's cultivation was at the 9th Tribulation Dao realm. How could she not be a match for someone at the 3rd Tribulation Dao realm? You think you're something? Then let me, Ambrose, try you out. Seeing Carly cough up blood, Ambrose beside him was infuriated. Swoosh. In an instant, Ambrose appeared beside Dominic like a blur, launching an attack with Kunlun Inferno Palm. Dominic easily dodged it with a sidestep. Infuriated, Ambrose attempted another strike, but Dominic stepped forward unexpectedly and punched him squarely in the chest before he could react. Ah! Ambrose screamed in pain, stumbling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He winced in agony. Dominic remained unmoved, his expression cold and distant, with a slight smirk playing on his lips. Ambrose's cultivation was at the first stage of transcending the mundane, not because he was weak, but because he had underestimated Dominic. Moreover, lacking sufficient combat experience, Ambrose found himself easily outmaneuvered. Having gone through countless life and death battles, Dominic possessed rich combat experience. In life or death confrontations, what mattered wasn't just cultivation, but who was quicker, more ruthless, and more precise. Carly had failed first, followed by Ambrose. Both had been humbled by Dominic. At this moment, Ganon fully realized that Dominic wasn't as simple as he appeared. Just as Carly and Ambrose prepared to attack again, Ganon stopped them. You are no match for him. Let's focus on getting through the second trial. Hearing this, Carly and Ambrose were furious. Can even senior brother Ganon not defeat him? Ambrose frowned, wanting Ganon to avenge them. However, Ganon had no confidence in defeating Dominic. Sensing Dominic's formidable presence, he didn't want to waste his energy at this moment. Seeing Ganon's silence, Ambrose clenched his teeth in anger. At this time, Bartolomeo and Rusty appeared on the mountaintop, standing next to the sword-testing stone, observing Dominic and the group. Did they start fighting? Rusty noticed spiritual fluctuations and frowned. Young people often have short tempers. Bartolomeo smiled slightly, noting that Dominic was unharmed, meaning it was likely Ganon and the others who had suffered injuries. Rusty was speechless. Was Bartolomeo really going to indulge Dominic even though he wasn't yet a disciple of the sect? The second trial is to cut the sword-testing stone. Each of you has 2 attempts. Who wishes to go first? Bartolomeo looked at Ganon and the others, his expression now serious. As for Dominic, he chose to step back, giving priority to Ganon and the 2 others. Ganon glanced at Dominic with a strange look, then joined Carly and Ambrose near the sword-testing stone. I'll go first. Ambrose, harboring pent-up anger, decided to take the first attempt. Swish. Taking a step forward, Ambrose extended 2 fingers of his right hand, instantly gathering a streak of white sword energy at his fingertips. Condensing energy into form was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, where intangible became tangible, mastering the art of the sword without actually needing one. This technique involved shaping the cultivated sword chi into a physical form at the tip of the fingers, possessing the sharpness of a blade. To sever the sword-testing stone with sword chi required both exceptional talent in swordsmanship and immense strength. Swish! Ambrose unleashed his sword chi, striking the sword-testing stone. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted, leaving only a shallow scratch on the stone. Bartolomeo and Rusty shook their heads simultaneously, losing hope in Ambrose. Undeterred, Ambrose condensed another burst of sword chi. Using all his might, he struck once more. Thud! Upon hitting the sword-testing stone, the sword chi dissipated upon contact. Ambrose was injured by his own sword chi, spitting out blood and stumbling back. A swordsman's heart guides the force. Ambrose, you have been eliminated and will no longer be eligible for the trial starting today. Bartolomeo frowned, criticizing Ambrose as he declared him out. Observing the scene, Dominic noticed that the sword-testing stone seemed to adjust its resistance based on the strength of the attacker. It resisted stronger blows while being softer against weaker ones. Unhappy, Ambrose glared fiercely at Dominic before stepping back. Carly, biting her lip, approached the sword-testing stone and gathered red sword chi in her right hand. Swish! Her strike left a shallow mark an inch deep, but given the stone's thickness of over a foot, there was still a significant distance to cutting it completely. Bartolomeo and Rusty remained unperturbed, merely nodding slightly. After seeing the results, Carly focused intensely, unleashing all her power. The sword chi reformed, emitting a brighter light than before. Swish! Again, Carly's sword chi left a mark only an inch deep, lacking in strength despite determination. Failure. Bartolomeo stated coldly, waving Carly away. Carly lowered her head in disappointment, casting an angry glance at Dominic as she moved aside. Meeting her gaze coldly, Dominic's stare felt piercing, like the eye of death. Who goes first between the two of you? Seeing neither Ganon nor Dominic volunteer, Bartolomeo grew impatient. Ganon hesitated, then turned to Dominic with a malicious smile. You're our guest. Why don't you go first? Ignoring the feigned politeness, Dominic responded. If I go first, you may not get a chance. You should go first. You, arrogance. Ganon, angered by Dominic's words which sounded like a charitable gesture, couldn't help but feel insulted. Dominic chuckled. He was simply stating a fact. Ganon's lack of confidence spoke volumes about his uncertainty. Ganon, gritting his teeth in frustration, stepped forward, quickly gathering sword chi between his fingers. Swish! Without hesitation, he struck the sword-testing stone. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as sparks flew, but there was no visible mark on the stone. What is happening? Ganon's composure shattered, unable to believe that his strike left no trace. You have one more chance, Bartolomeo said grimly, clearly displeased. Embarrassed and red-faced, Ganon cast an irate glance at Dominic, who remained silent. Feeling utterly humiliated, he took a deep breath and focused entirely, condensing the sword chi once more. Ganon slashed again with great effort. Boom! The stone trembled violently. The sword chi vanished, leaving a deep mark on the stone, but not enough to cut through it. Despite this outcome, Ganon felt relieved, at least salvaging some dignity. Bartolomeo and Rusty stroked their beards, viewing the deep scar on the stone and looking at Ganon with newfound respect. As Ganon stepped aside, Bartolomeo and Rusty turned their attention to Dominic. I bet he won't do any better than us. Carly gritted her teeth and said, for a century, no more than 3 individuals in our Kunlun sect have managed to pass this second trial. Who does Dominic think he is? Ganon sneered, convinced that Dominic wouldn't fare any better than himself. Approaching the sword-testing stone, Dominic glanced at Bartolomeo before raising his hand, instantly gathering a streak of sword energy between his fingers. Swish! With a casual slash, the sword chi dissipated upon contact with the stone. Is that all? Haha, truly a spectacle. Carly, Ambrose, and Ganon couldn't help but laugh when they saw nothing left on the stone. Bartolomeo was embarrassed. After all, it was he who had vouched for Dominic to be here. Dominic, can you take this seriously? You have one more chance, Rusty urged, unwilling to see Dominic eliminated so easily. Ignoring Rusty's rebuke, Dominic focused entirely on the sword-testing stone. Does it get stronger against strength and weaker against weakness? To sever the sword-testing stone, brute force isn't enough. One must achieve harmony with the sword. After a long moment of silence, Dominic seemed to have grasped the essence. Closing his eyes, he extended his right fingers without summoning any visible sword chi. What is he doing? Ambrose couldn't understand Dominic's actions. He's just stalling because he can't accept defeat, Carly sneered, believing that Dominic had no hope of cutting through the stone with his remaining attempt. Ganon, however, felt a twinge of unease. He sensed that Dominic might be preparing something significant. Suddenly, as everyone was puzzled by Dominic's actions, a streak of sword chi shot out with blinding speed. Bang! A deafening sound echoed, and the sword-testing stone split cleanly into 2 halves. How could this be? Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose were stunned. The sword-testing stone had actually been cut in 2? Bartolomeo and Rusty were both surprised and delighted. Excellent! Excellent! Congratulations, Dominic. You've passed the second trial, Bartolomeo announced with a broad smile. Chapter 272. 100 Shariars to grasp the Tao, half a day to break through. Atop the mountain, after Dominic became serious, he easily severed the sword-testing stone with one slash, leaving Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose dumbfounded. The sword-testing stone could not be cut through by brute force alone. Dominic had observed its secrets while the others were testing their swords and successfully severed it. Elder Chi, you truly have a discerning eye. Rusty, smiling broadly, stroked his beard and praised Bartolomeo's insight. Over nearly a century, among the million disciples of Kunlun sect, only 3 had passed the second trial, and Dominic, who wasn't even a Kunlun sect disciple and whose cultivation was lower than those 3, managed to sever the sword-testing stone. This was an extraordinary talent, one possessed only by the most exceptional individuals. Bartolomeo felt a surge of joy inside him as he looked at Dominic, nodding in satisfaction. Senior brother Ding, did he cheat? Ambrose clenched his teeth in anger, feeling jealous and humiliated that Dominic had passed the second trial. Cheating? Ganon frowned, considering Ambrose's suspicion. But with elders Bartolomeo and Rusty present, how could Dominic possibly cheat? What's there to gloat about? Let's see if you can pass the third trial. Seeing Dominic smile, Carly angrily shouted. Dominic furrowed his brow, turning to look at Carly with a cold glance. That's right. The third trial is the hardest. If Dominic can pass the third trial, I, Ganon, will kneel before you and admit my mistake. How does that sound? Unwilling to let it go, Ganon stepped forward, afraid that Elder Chi might give Dominic preferential treatment. He wanted to provoke Dominic into passing all 3 trials. Hearing Ganon's words, Ambrose and Carly immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Sherry's, Dominic, if you're so capable, pass the third trial. Psychopath. Dominic's expression darkened. The provocation from Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose made him extremely displeased. Elders Bartolomeo and Rusty exchanged glances and smiled at Dominic. Dominic, follow me. Without saying much more, Bartolomeo knew the third trial was crucial for Dominic. Watching Bartolomeo leave, Dominic felt irritated, but decided to see what this third trial was about. Do we follow them, Senior Brother Ding? Ambrose hesitated, asking Ganon as Dominic walked away with Elders Bartolomeo and Rusty. Of course. I don't believe Dominic can pass the third trial. Ganon wouldn't leave easily. For 100 years, no one had passed the third trial. To prevent favoritism, he needed to watch closely. Ambrose and Carly followed, unwilling to miss out. Not far ahead, they saw a 4-cornered pavilion blocking their path. Inside, a towering stone tablet with intricate text glowed faintly white. In front of the tablet sat 2 men and a woman, radiating powerful auras as still as stone. Senior Brother Aryan? Senior Sister Sandra? Senior Brother Kylie? Seeing the 3 meditating figures, Ganon was astonished. These 3 were the ones who had passed the second trial in the past century. Weren't they rumored to be missing for a long time? So they've been here all along? Ambrose stared in shock. They must have been guarding here for a very long time. Their aura has reached the 9th level of Slashing Mortal's realm. Carly gasped. Listening to their conversation, Dominic realized why these 3 were here. After passing the second trial, they remained, determined not to give up. Dominic, the third trial tests your understanding, Bartolomeo explained. But rest assured, you just need to make the Tao Insight Stone glow within 100 years to pass. How long have they been here? Dominic asked, puzzled at the wasted time. If I recall correctly, Aryan came when he was just entering the Slashing Mortal's realm and has stayed here for 81 years. Sandra came 10 years later, at the 9 Tribulations Taoist realm. Lastly, Kylie arrived 30 years ago, starting at the 3rd level of Slashing Mortals. Bartolomeo patiently introduced each person. Dominic was stunned. They had spent so many years here, driven by their desire to join the Icene sect. It's late. Let Dominic begin, Rusty urged Bartolomeo, looking at the sky. Bartolomeo nodded. I believe in your talent. If you can't light up the Tao Insight Stone in 3 days, I'll have another arrangement. After speaking, Bartolomeo patted Dominic's shoulder, feeling somewhat ashamed inside. He planned to find Dominic another master. Dominic's expression was strange. He didn't trust a word Bartolomeo said. Had he not been too naive, he would have confronted Bartolomeo long ago. Clenching his teeth, Dominic said nothing. He simply wanted to see what made this trial so captivating. Elder, do you think Dominic can make it? Rusty asked quietly, watching Dominic enter the pavilion. Dominic is extraordinary. He has progressed far on the ancient martial path and possesses the supreme bone, making his talent incomparable to ordinary geniuses. Given time, he will surely pass. Bartolomeo was confident, having rarely held such high hopes for anyone. Rusty nodded, trusting Bartolomeo's judgment. Entering the pavilion, Dominic approached the Tao Insight Stone and studied the inscriptions on the tablet. Suddenly, his head spun and his blood churned. What's happening? Just a glance, and it disorients me? Frowning, Dominic sat down instinctively, channeling his spiritual energy to calm his body. The discomfort eventually faded. Chariot Dominic didn't dare look at the tablet again, instead observing the 3 people nearby. They breathed steadily, their auras fluctuating as they sat motionless with closed eyes. Close your eyes. Suddenly, Adon spoke. Confused, Dominic complied. Instantly, dense texts appeared in his mind, arranged orderly, as if imprinted on his consciousness. This is Kunlun sect's internal martial scripture, a 9-Kirk scripture, a rank higher than the Holy Origin sect's Stevian Jin Sutra. Adon appeared beside Dominic's spirit, explaining the origins of the scripture. Is it stronger than the Supreme 9-5 decree? Recalling Aiden's teachings, Dominic asked. Not quite. The Supreme 9-5 decree focuses on cultivating the body through martial arts. But the 9-Kirk scripture cultivates the heart and Tao, harnessing celestial power to refine the cosmos internally, allowing for flight. They can't be compared directly. Aiden's face grew serious. In this era that favored Tao over martial arts, the 9-Kirk scripture was supreme. Its value was comparable to the Supreme 9-5 decree. So, you want me to learn it? Dominic couldn't fully understand Aiden's intentions. He practiced ancient martial arts and cultivated the way of the sword. If he were to try cultivating Tao techniques again, it would likely be too much for him. Back then, it was precisely because his inner Dan had shattered that he abandoned Tao cultivation for martial arts. Therefore, the 9-Kirk scripture held no appeal for him. Sherry's. This Tao technique harbors profound mysteries. If you can master it, you will be able to cultivate both internally and externally, allowing you to grasp the Tao of magic, martial arts, and sword. Your strength will definitely reach a new level. After Adon observed and understood the cultivation method of the 9-Kirk scripture, he found it did not conflict with Dominic's current practices. Any cultivation technique that you, Venerable One, have chosen must have its own value. It's just that the 9 Kirk scripture has 9 levels. Entering the door alone takes 10 years, and if I want to fully master all 9 levels, it might take at least a century. Dominic glanced at the introductory section of the technique, finding it extremely profound. Without sufficient time, he couldn't settle down to cultivate it properly. Haha. Hearing Dominic's reluctance, Adon stroked his beard and laughed. Dominic, don't forget, you still have Izzy? Sherry's. One day in Izzy is 10 years outside. How could I forget this? Dominic's expression froze. If not for Aiden's reminder, he would have given up on it. Outside the pavilion, Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose had already grown impatient waiting. Ever since Dominic entered the pavilion and sat cross-legged motionless, half a day had passed in a flash. The sun was setting, and dusk was approaching quickly. Senior brother Ding? I think we should leave. We can't keep waiting here forever, right? Seeing the late hour, Ambrose lost interest. In his view, Dominic, like Aryan and the others, wouldn't wake up in just a day or two. This? Ganon hesitated, uneasy leaving with Bartolomeo still guarding the pavilion. He feared Bartolomeo might favor Dominic. Senior brother, look. As Ganon hesitated, Carly suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the Downsite stone inside the pavilion. Is there a reaction from the Downsite stone? Ganon and Ambrose were stunned, seeing wisps of white vapor flying out from the Downsite stone in the pavilion, entering Dominic's body. What's this kid's background? To make the Downsite stone react so quickly? Ganon gritted his teeth in frustration, clearly seeing the Downsite stone responding to Dominic, establishing a connection with him. Hashtag chapter 273, envy and passing the test to join the sect. Impossible. How could he make the Enlightenment stone glow in just half a day? Outside the pavilion, Ambrose was stunned by the sight before him. Ganon and Carly also wore expressions of disbelief. However, they saw clearly that the Enlightenment stone emitted a faint light, with wisps of white vapor flying out from within it and entering Dominic's body. Remarkable. Remarkable. For many years, not a single young disciple in our sect has managed to grasp the basics of the 9 Kirk scripture. But who would have thought this boy actually spent just half a day and already reached the threshold of mastery? Rusty stood close to the pavilion and nodded in satisfaction as he praised Dominic for causing the Enlightenment stone to react. The 9 Kirk scripture is the supreme martial technique of the Kunlun sect. Only inner sect members are allowed to study it. The technique is profound, with very strict entry requirements. Even Bartolomeo and Rusty had only mastered up to the 2nd level. With an Emperor bone, his comprehension far surpasses ours. You mustn't forget that no one in the Kunlun sect has practiced the 9 Kirk scripture up to the 9th level. Even my uncle only managed the 8th. Bartolomeo stroked his beard and reminded Rusty with a dignified smile. Rusty paused, acknowledging that Bartolomeo was right. No one in the Kunlun sect could compare to Clinton. As for the 9th level, only the patriarch of the Kunlun sect might achieve it. Night soon fell. Inside the pavilion, the Enlightenment stone's light grew brighter, illuminating the entire mountaintop like daylight. Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose were completely dumbfounded. Dominic had already completed the 3rd challenge. Dominic remained seated, and Bartolomeo and Rusty did not dare disturb him, wanting to see how deep his enlightenment would go. However, the Enlightenment stone resonated with Dominic, cutting off its connection with the other 3 inside the pavilion. Suddenly, Jiang Tingfu Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie, who were sitting cross-legged, were startled awake. What's happening? The refined-looking Etienne opened his eyes and was momentarily convinced he was dreaming when he saw the glowing, translucent Enlightenment stone. The Enlightenment stone lit up? Sandra and Kylie were alarmed, knowing full well it wasn't their doing. They all turned to look at Dominic, whose entire body was bathed in a divine glow, striking them speechless. Who is he? As Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie got up, curiosity piqued because they had never seen Dominic before. Step back outside, do not disturb, Bartolomeo ordered before Etienne could understand. Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie felt aggrieved. After decades of cultivation, they were suddenly overshadowed by a newcomer, naturally stirring resentment. They had to obey Bartolomeo's order and leave the pavilion. Senior brother Etienne? Ganon called out when he saw Etienne come out. You, junior brother Ganon? Etienne frowned, feeling a distance between him and his old acquaintances after decades of seclusion. It's me. You must be curious about who interrupted your practice? Ganon bowed slightly, eagerly explaining the whole situation to Etienne. A newcomer? Etienne was surprised to learn Dominic was not a Kunlun sect disciple, which made him even more agitated. Sandra and Kylie's faces darkened with hostile glares towards Dominic inside the pavilion. Having successfully illuminated the Enlightenment stone, Dominic had passed the test. But Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie, feeling cheated, approached Bartolomeo with clasped hands and protested. Elder Chi, this isn't fair to us. Sherry's, we are Kunlun sect disciples. Why should an outsider take our opportunities? Elder Chi, please give us justice. Bartolomeo's face darkened. It was clear they couldn't accept reality and were jealous of Dominic. Presumptuous. Do you doubt my fairness? The 3 were silent but harbored similar thoughts. Silence means you acknowledge your guilt, doesn't it? Bartolomeo was furious. Seeing their defiant expressions, he warned, if you have evidence, you can file a complaint against me at the law enforcement hall, but I must warn you not to ruin your future. The 3's expressions changed dramatically upon hearing this warning. They knew any confrontation without evidence would label them as disrespectful and slanderous, leading to expulsion from the Kunlun sect. Not being foolish, they reluctantly backed off, casting hateful glares at Dominic. Ganon, Carly, and Ambrose noticed the tension and feared trouble if Dominic woke up. So, they exchanged looks and discreetly slipped away while Bartolomeo and Rusty were occupied. Inside the celestial prison, Dominic was surrounded by intricate texts, emitting dazzling light. Initially resistant to practicing the 9 Kirk scripture, Dominic found himself increasingly engrossed as he delved deeper into it. By now, Dominic had mastered the first level, enhancing his meridians and doubling his spiritual energy flow speed. Simultaneously, a blazing sun appeared in his dantian, signifying 1 Kirk power, storing immense force that boosted his combat power and increased the efficacy of his spells. When Dominic prepared to continue to the second level, the 9 Kirk scripture vanished from his mind abruptly, waking him. His soul was immediately returned to his body, and Dominic slowly opened his eyes in the pavilion. Before him, the enlightenment stone shone brilliantly, but the inscriptions had disappeared. He's awake. Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie gritted their teeth, clenching their fists. Bartolomeo and Rusty smiled warmly, approaching Dominic together. Dominic, congratulations on passing all 3 challenges. Please rise and follow me to meet your future master. Confused, Dominic didn't know how long he had been meditating. But as he stepped out of the pavilion, Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie suddenly blocked his path menacingly. Startled, Dominic noticed the hostility in their gazes. Boy, have you lost your mind? Angered, Etienne grabbed Dominic by the neck, snarling furiously. Infuriated by the sudden threat, Dominic struck Etienne's chest with a punch. Humph! Etienne grunted in pain, releasing Dominic and stumbling back. Seeking death, Sandra lunged forward, raising her hand to slap Dominic. Slap! Dominic caught Sandra's descending hand effortlessly, meeting her glare with a cold stare. Let go! Angrily, Sandra struggled, but Dominic did not release her. Swoosh! But before Dominic could speak, Kylie suddenly released a streak of sword chi, aiming straight for Dominic's third eye point. Dominic's pupils dilated, his killing intent rising, when Bartolomeo suddenly stepped forward, raising his hand to shatter the incoming sword chi. Insolent! Have you 3 grown a lion's heart and bear's gall? Rusty was furious, angrily rebuking Etienne and the others. Etienne, Sandra, and Kylie remained silent, their faces filled with anger as they glared at Dominic. Clearly, they detested Dominic's appearance and were consumed with the desire to kill him at every moment. Humph! Even if you kill Dominic, you won't get another chance. I will deal with you thoroughly after I handle this important matter. Bartolomeo was extremely angry. If not for his urgency to take Dominic to meet his uncle, he would have taught these 3 a harsh lesson. With that, Bartolomeo turned and grabbed Dominic's hand, walking toward the back of the pavilion. As he left, Dominic exchanged cold stares with Etienne and the others, memorizing their appearances before withdrawing his gaze. Etienne, do you think the great elder might accept him as a personal disciple? Sandra suddenly felt uncertain. The unexpected arrival of an outsider had ruined their plans, leaving her feeling aggrieved. So what? If he offends me, Etienne, he won't leave Kunlun's sect alive. Etienne gnashed his teeth in fury, glaring at Dominic's retreating back, clenching his fists and vowing not to let Dominic off. You're right. If he offends us, even as a great elder's disciple, he won't have it easy. Kylie nodded, gritting her teeth and speaking fiercely. Dominic, remember, keep your distance from those 3 in the future, understand? As they left the mountaintop, Bartolomeo solemnly warned Dominic. Why? They're just Kunlun sect disciples. Why does Elder Chi seem so afraid of them? Dominic frowned. Bartolomeo could have dealt with the 3 on the spot, but instead warned him to be cautious. This you don't understand. Each of them has an old powerful figure backing them up. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you in front of me, even if given 10 times the courage. Bartolomeo's face flushed red. Dominic had just arrived at Kunlun sect and didn't realize how deep the waters ran here. One couldn't underestimate anyone. Chapter 274. Wicked Woman's Provocation and an Outburst of Anger. An old thing? Dominic felt surprised. Chimu Kurt was over 1,000 years old. For someone with the status of elder, to still have to be wary of an old thing, it must refer to one of the few ancient figures in Kunlun sect. But recalling earlier when Etienne, Huangying, and Qingyu showed such hostility towards him, Dominic realized this enmity had solidified between them. Even if he heeded Chimu Kurt's advice and left these 3 alone, they would not let him off easily. Dominic remained silent, following Chimu Kurt. Seeing that Dominic did not speak, Chimu Kurt nodded slightly, continuing to lead the way ahead. In the mountain forest, the narrow path wound its way forward, and before Dominic knew it, he was led into a valley. Inside the valley was a scene of serenity. Not far from where they stood, there were a small bridge over flowing water and twinkling lights. As Dominic followed Chimu Kurt across the wooden bridge, a woman in red appeared ahead. She was young, perhaps 16 or so, tall and graceful, with beauty that rivaled flowers. Elder Chi, why are you here? The woman in red blocked their path, sneaking a glance at Dominic behind Chimu Kurt before widening her eyes curiously and asking him, Xiao Xiao, is my uncle here? Chimu Kurt smiled and bowed respectfully to the woman in red, addressing her politely. This woman was his uncle's granddaughter, named Beth. Elder Chi, it's already so late. Do you really need to see my grandfather? Beth frowned, glancing at Dominic behind Chimu Kurt as she asked, Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Chimu Kurt was momentarily taken aback by the question and chuckled awkwardly, saying, Xiao Xiao, let me introduce him to you. His name is he mute? Can't he introduce himself? Before Chimu Kurt could finish, Beth interrupted and came up to Dominic, sizing him up with widened eyes. Chimu Kurt looked taken aback. Dominic, however, visibly disapproved of the woman's evident prejudice. What? Staring at me with wide eyes. Am I really that good looking? Beth was irritated by Dominic's direct gaze. If I say no, will you kill me? Dominic raised an eyebrow, touching his nose. You, no mistake. Hearing Dominic's reply, Beth was angry yet couldn't help but smile. Dominic, don't be rude. This is my uncle's granddaughter. Introduce yourself quickly. Chimu Kurt gave Dominic a stern look, seeing his lack of eloquence. Despite her youth, Beth had reached the Tongtian realm, someone whom even Chimu Kurt treated with respect, let alone Dominic. Dominic glanced at Chimu Kurt, feeling extremely displeased. But under the circumstances, he had to yield. My name is Dominic. Unwillingly, Dominic introduced himself to Beth. Dominic? Beth's expression turned peculiar. The name seemed familiar, but she couldn't place it. Xiao. Is my uncle resting in the valley? Seeing Beth focus on Dominic while ignoring his questions, Kurt asked again. You mean my grandfather? He's asleep. However, he instructed me that no one should disturb him. Elder Chi, if you have business, please come tomorrow. Excuse me for not escorting you further. Beth frowned slightly, giving Kurt a sideways glance before casually dismissing him. Xiao, hold on. Seeing Beth about to leave, Kurt hurriedly called out. Oh, does Elder Chi have more matters? Beth's brow furrowed, slightly impatient. Of course. Please inform my uncle that Kurt seeks an audience. Feeling urgent but unable to offend Beth, Kurt could only beseech her. Matters have different degrees of urgency. May I ask Elder Chi, how important is the matter to disturb my grandfather? Beth was displeased, instinctively looking at Dominic as she asked Kurt. Well, to be honest, today someone passed the 3 trials set by my uncle. According to the rules, I bring this person to meet my uncle. Realizing Beth wouldn't relent without knowing, Kurt answered truthfully. The person you're talking about is him? Beth was startled, staring wide-eyed at Dominic, clearly skeptical. It had been 100 years since anyone passed all 3 trials, so naturally, Beth was suspicious. Even she couldn't be sure of passing those trials herself. It's me. Any problem with that? Faced with Beth's doubt, Dominic replied unhappily. Just Dao boundary 3rd tribulation level? Beth shook her head, ignoring Dominic and turning to Kurt. Elder Chi, take him away. My grandfather won't accept disciples like him. Coldly speaking, Beth turned and walked away. Xiao, what does this mean? My uncle hasn't even seen him yet? Kurt's face flushed red, realizing this was deliberate provocation by Beth. Without turning back, Beth disappeared into the bamboo grove. Elder Chi, it seems some people here don't welcome me? Feeling discriminated against, Dominic was deeply displeased. He had been tricked into coming here by Kurt. Even if he became a disciple, it would be through his own efforts, unrelated to Kurt. Now, he hadn't even met the master and was already refused entry by a young girl? Don't talk nonsense. Follow me. I'll personally take you to my uncle. Kurt's face reddened. Losing face in front of Dominic, he couldn't back down now. Kurt led Dominic along the path into the bamboo grove. Suddenly, grass and trees rustled, a terrifying aura enveloping them. Not good. Kurt's expression changed dramatically, pulling Dominic backwards swiftly. Rustling. Dominic's expression hardened as 2 dark shadows appeared on both sides of the bamboo grove. Sensing danger, Kurt instantly erected a light barrier to protect himself and Dominic. Bang, bang. Before they could identify the dark figures, silver beams struck the protective barrier. These are my uncle's guardian beasts, 1,000 shadow leopards. Their power rivals the realm of slain mortals, adept at ambushes, with terrifying speed. Supporting the barrier, Kurt informed Dominic about their attackers. Elder Chi, we can't just keep being passive, can we? Upon learning about the spiritual beasts, Dominic grew furious. To be bullied not only by people, but also by an animal infuriated him. I can't do much. These 1,000 shadow leopards only listen to Beth. If I withdraw the barrier, I can't protect you. Kurt wasn't pleased either. With his strength, he could barely protect himself against the swift leopards. Dominic's face turned grim. Kurt truly left him speechless. 2 grown men, bullied by an animal and not daring to retaliate? Elder Chi, my grandfather said if he can make it through the bamboo grove alone, he'll see him. From within the bamboo grove, Beth's voice called out. What? Isn't that sending him to his death? Kurt's face changed drastically. While he could get through with his strength, letting Dominic go alone was practically impossible. Dominic, why don't you give up? Unable to bear watching Dominic face certain death, Kurt tried to dissuade him. Preposterous. Having gone through so much effort, how can I give up so easily? Furious, Dominic roared with anger. Without waiting for Kurt to continue, Dominic actually stepped out of the light barrier. Pooh. Without the protection of the light barrier, Dominic's right arm was instantly slashed open, blood dripping profusely. Beastly creature. Dominic roared with rage, shouting as he summoned his heaven wrath battle armor. Whoosh. Inferno from the earth's core appeared out of nowhere, spreading into a sea of fire in all directions. Water and fire are merciless. Under the raging flames, the surrounding bamboo forest quickly turned to ashes. The fire continued to spread, and the 1,000 shadow leopards darted about in the bamboo grove, revealing their true forms. It was a black leopard as large as an ox, moving at incredible speed through the sea of flames, fleeing toward the edge of the bamboo grove. Beast, you think you can escape? Dominic, who had already locked onto the 1,000 shadow leopard, suddenly leaped up, his body flashing like flames as he shot through the blaze. Bang! Suddenly, as the 1,000 shadow leopard reappeared and landed, Dominic unleashed a sword slash that sent it flying heavily away. Bang bang! The 1,000 shadow leopard's body crashed through a patch of bamboo forest, hitting the ground with a low growl. But in an instant, Dominic was upon it, raising his sword to strike its head. Bold. Just as Dominic was about to deliver the blow, a petite figure appeared, striking a palm against his chest. Pooh. Dominic spat a mouthful of blood, his body flying sideways. Seeing this, Kurt quickly moved forward, catching Dominic with one hand and gently placing him down. Dominic's face was deathly pale, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Beth, who had struck him. At this moment, Beth, seeing her guardian 1,000 shadow leopard severely injured, was furious and was about to lunge at Dominic. Xiao, do not be unreasonable. Just as Beth was about to act, an elder's voice came from behind. Grandfather, he was too harsh? Almost killed 1,000 shadow. An indignant Beth glared at Dominic and complained. Letting a beast attack people, and you still have a reason? Hearing Beth pitying a beast, Dominic's anger flared up, nearly making him explode. Rubbish. You trespassed into Sacred Spirit Valley first. Even if you were killed, it would not be unjustified. Beth, ashamed and angry, scolded Dominic for his prior wrongdoing, hands on her hips. Dominic's face flushed red, his teeth clenched in fury. Then, he saw a red-robed elder in a wheelchair appearing in the bamboo grove ahead. Chapter 275, half-disciple of Clinton. Humph. Beth glared at Dominic, coldly harumphed, stomped her foot, and turned to walk toward the elderly man in the wheelchair. Grandpa? Xianying was injured? I don't care. You must avenge Xianying for me. Otherwise, I'll run away from home. Beth angrily clenched her teeth as she complained to her grandfather, Clinton, not hesitating to threaten with running away. Xianying Leopard had been Beth's childhood companion and close friend, so naturally, seeing it hurt by Dominic infuriated her. The white-haired Clinton looked grave. His granddaughter's distress pained him deeply as any loving grandfather would feel. Nonsense. If you leave, how will Grandpa live? Clinton shot a stern look at Beth. Then, he stroked his beard and directed a sharp gaze at Dominic, eyes piercing like two rays of light. Dominic's eyes were bloodshot with intense pain, causing him to instinctively cover them, wincing. Beside them, Bartolomeo saw this and quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Clinton. Selena pays respect to Uncle. Clinton glanced at Bartolomeo coldly. So, Bartolomeo, your audacity has grown quite bold indeed? You dare disobey my orders? Bartolomeo's face paled, knowing his uncle blamed him for entering the bamboo grove without permission. He hurriedly knelt down, clasping his hands together. Uncle, please forgive me. It was unintentional. There was cause. Making excuses. Clinton scoffed. To calm his granddaughter, he raised his hand. Whoosh. A red light flashed out, and Dominic's legs lost control. Thud. Dominic collapsed to the ground, his body stiff and immobile. This? Bartolomeo's expression changed drastically. Seeing Dominic mysteriously punished, he addressed Clinton. Uncle, why are you doing this? He is the disciple I chose for you. Angering my granddaughter means angering me. Clinton watched his granddaughter tenderly, unconcerned about Dominic. Bartolomeo laughed bitterly, knowing Dominic's temper well. How could Dominic possibly want to become a disciple after this? Grandpa, let me teach him a lesson for Xianying first. Seeing Dominic immobilized, Beth turned to strike at Dominic. Clinton frowned but did not stop her. However, Bartolomeo was frantic and rushed in front of Beth. Farther off, Dominic on his knees stared with red eyes, frustrated ever since arriving at Kunlun sect. Unhappy encounters piled up, and now he wished to leave immediately. Xiao, behave. Bartolomeo couldn't bear it anymore and quietly reprimanded Beth. Bartolomeo, don't think you can escape blame. Step aside. Let me deal with that guy first, then we'll settle our accounts. Beth's anger knew no bounds, not even showing deference to Bartolomeo as she pointed at him and shouted. Uncle. Unable to stop Beth, Bartolomeo turned helplessly to Clinton. Xiao, that's enough. Grandpa has already disciplined him. See how he's kneeling? He's acknowledged his mistake. Clinton's face flushed slightly but remained dignified as he stroked his beard. Beth fumed, turning to her grandfather, biting her lip hard. If anything happens to Xianying, I'll take your life, Dominic. With that, she turned angrily and left, taking the wounded Xianying leopard with her. Facing Beth's threats, Dominic, still on his knees, felt both humiliated and furious. What had he done wrong? After Beth left, Clinton in his wheelchair approached Dominic, who finally regained movement. Dominic's expression darkened as he stood up silently and walked towards the back of the bamboo grove. Dominic, where are you going? Bartolomeo intercepted him urgently. Kunlun sect doesn't welcome me. I should have the sense to leave before being asked to go. Frustrated, Dominic retorted sharply to Bartolomeo. Nonsense. How could Kunlun sect not welcome you? You better think carefully. If you turn back now, all your efforts will be wasted. Bartolomeo was beside himself with worry. Knowing Dominic had endured much hardship and now faced mistreatment from Beth, it was heartbreaking when he was just steps away from becoming a disciple. I, Dominic, do not lack for a master. Even without joining any sect, I can surpass everyone. Dominic furrowed his brows, giving a cold glance backward to Clinton, intentionally raising his voice. Bartolomeo was speechless. He knew Dominic, blessed with an imperial bone, wasn't exaggerating. He could only blame his uncle for failing to appreciate Dominic's worth. Guilt-stricken, Bartolomeo stepped aside, respecting Dominic's decision. Without another word, Dominic gave Bartolomeo one last look and walked away. Young as you are, yet so full of pride? Do you think old man here is unworthy to be your master? Just a few steps away, Dominic paused briefly, then continued walking. Bartolomeo wanted to stop Dominic, but didn't know what to say. The composed Clinton stroked his beard, watching Dominic's departing figure. This reminded him of someone. Who is Dwayne to you? Just as Dominic reached the wooden bridge, Clinton called out behind him. Dominic froze. Upon hearing Dwayne, a handsome, spirited man appeared in his mind, bearing a striking resemblance to himself. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Bartolomeo was puzzled, noticing Dominic pause. When Dominic turned around, he directly faced Clinton. Why do you know my father? Not just know. Facing Dominic's question, Clinton felt this encounter was fated. What do you mean? Dominic was confused. Years ago, your father once practiced under me for a time, making him, in a way, my half-disciple. Clinton's expression was complex as he stroked his beard pensively. Uncle, are you talking about Lord Sheen of the First Family? Bartolomeo's eyes widened in surprise. Are you Dwayne's son? Seeing Bartolomeo's reaction, Dominic realized his father must have been in Kunlun sect. Otherwise, why would Bartolomeo recognize the name? Senior, Can you tell me everything you know about my father? Due to incomplete memories, if not for Clinton, Dominic might not even remember his father's appearance. Eamon had said his memories were tampered with, sealing all knowledge related to the Qin family. Clinton's expression became odd hearing Dominic's request. As a member of the Qin family, Dominic shouldn't be unaware of his heritage. Deciding to play it coy, Clinton remained silent, stroking his beard. Bartolomeo's expression turned serious. The Qin family had once ruled supreme, with all major sects, including Kunlun, paying allegiance. Had the Qin family not declined, they'd still command respect. Clinton successfully intrigued Dominic, who knew Clinton held many secrets about his father and the Qin family. Resolving, Dominic stepped forward, clasped his hands, knelt, and bowed 3 times. Master, please accept this disciple's homage. Seeing Dominic voluntarily pay respects to become a disciple, Bartolomeo naturally felt delighted. However, Clinton's expression became solemn. Accepting Dominic's 3 bows meant he was destined to be entangled in the Qin family's fate. You must think carefully. As my disciple, you must obey me without question. If you disobey, I will directly strip you of your cultivation and expel you from Kunlun's sect. Clinton wore a stern face, giving Dominic one last chance to reconsider. Disciple's resolve is unwavering and shall not change. Dominic stared into Clinton's eyes, his determination unshaken. Very well. You have the same personality as your father in this regard. Clinton nodded. Looking at Dominic before him, he saw the image of Dwayne from years ago. Master, could you tell your disciple about my father back then? Now that they were master and disciple, Dominic no longer hesitated, for this was the most important reason he chose to become a disciple. Your father? Clinton seemed reluctant to mention it, but, seeing Dominic's insistence, he could only briefly explain. Your father, in order to break through his cultivation boundary, chose to learn from the strengths of the 9 great sects, thus spending time practicing in each sect. From Clinton, Dominic learned that when Dwayne came to Kunlun's sect to study, he had humbly sought guidance from Clinton. Just as Clinton said, Dwayne could be considered a half-disciple. Dominic listened intently, lost in thought. His father actually gathered the strengths of the 9 sects, all for the sake of breaking through? What kind of realm would make his father spend so much time learning the supreme techniques of the 9 great sects? To tell you the truth, your father was the one I held in highest regard. If he had joined Kunlun's sect, he would likely have cultivated the 9 Kirk scripture to the 9th level long ago. Clinton had high praise for Dwayne. Then, Master, what level did my father reach with the 9 Kirk scripture? Dominic asked curiously. At that time, I only taught him up to the 7th level, and he mastered them all. Clinton felt regretful. In his eyes, Dwayne was the only one after the Kunlun sect patriarch who could have cultivated the 9 Kirk scripture to the 9th level. But because Dwayne was not from Kunlun's sect, it became a regret in his heart. Uncle? Dominic spent just half a day mastering the 1st level. That's far better than his father ever did. Bartolomeo smiled, impressed. A tiger father does not raise dog offspring. Dwayne's son was certainly no ordinary person. Chapter 276. Each gets what they want, assigned to the outer sect. Say that again. Hearing Chiemo Kurt's words, Benito, who was seated in a wheelchair, immediately asked with a look of surprise. Uncle, did I say something wrong? Chiemo Kurt looked tense, thinking he had misspoken under Benito's intense gaze. Repeat what you just said. Benito frowned and shot him a stern look, commanding forcefully. Shocked, Chiemo Kurt hesitated, then reiterated, Uncle, Dominic mastered the 1st level of the 9 Kirk scripture in less than half a day. Hiss. Benito gasped, staring at Dominic as if he were a monster. Feeling uncomfortable under Benito's gaze, Dominic lowered his head guiltily. He wasn't as impressive as Chiemo Kurt had stated. After all, he had utilized time within the heavenly prison to master it over almost 5 years. Half a day? Even Grandmaster Kunlun would probably need more than that. Benito stroked his beard, sighing in awe, and more. This is absolutely unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Even Dwayne couldn't master the 1st level of the 9 Kirk scripture in half a day. Chiemo Kurt praised Dominic's extraordinary talent with certainty. Dwayne took a month back then. That was already quite extraordinary. Now it seems he truly surpasses even the best of us. Benito nodded slightly, agreeing that mastering it in half a day was unmatched. A month? Dominic was surprised, knowing his father took 5 years to do so, making him feel inadequate. Uncle, Dominic has taken you as his master. How do you plan to arrange for him? Chiemo Kurt felt the need to consider Dominic's situation. With Dominic now his disciple, his status would be equivalent to Chiemo Kurt, making him a junior brother. His treatment wouldn't be the same as ordinary disciples. Arrange? Benito frowned, understanding that Dominic was new to the Kunlun sect and unfamiliar with its workings. To stand firm here, he needed not only a powerful patron but also strength. Silent, Dominic felt anxious, unsure about his path in the sect. Dominic? You are my disciple, but being new here, you are unfamiliar with the Kunlun sect. So, I have decided to send you under Imo Kurt to join the Kunlun Academy as a low-ranking disciple. 1. To familiarize you with the Kunlun sect, and 2. To hone your spirit and resolve, weaning you off dependency on privilege. As for 3, I want everyone to see that my disciple is one in a million, unparalleled. Can you do this? Benito's sudden decision startled Chiemo Kurt, setting Dominic on a tough journey without relying on connections. Facing this, Dominic thought it was ridiculous, but rejecting it meant lacking confidence. Master, if your disciple can achieve this, may I ask for a favor in return? After some deliberation, Dominic gritted his teeth and suggested to Benito respectfully. Don't just ask for one thing. Anything you ask, if I can, it's yours. Benito laughed, viewing Dominic differently. All right, I accept Master's arrangement. Seeing Benito's willingness, Dominic nodded without hesitation. But, isn't this inappropriate? Chiemo Kurt disagreed, questioning why Dominic, with such talent, should start as a low-ranking disciple. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I believe Dwayne's son isn't useless. Benito smiled faintly, glancing at Chiemo Kurt. Though quiet, Dominic didn't care about Benito's intentions. Starting from the bottom offered him a new challenge. All right, Junior Brother Chin, since Uncle instructed this, we must follow it. Chiemo Kurt, feeling helpless, changed his address to Junior Brother. Nodding, Dominic agreed. Uncle, let me take Junior Brother Chin out. Bowing to Benito, Chiemo Kurt led Dominic away from Holy Spirit Valley. Grandfather, why didn't you keep him? Tisha suddenly appeared, eyeing her grandfather oddly after Dominic left. Do I fear displeasing you? Benito smiled kindly at his granddaughter. Nonsense. You're still treating me like a child? Pouting, Tisha didn't believe him. Dominic was a rare genius, the only one to pass all 3 tests. What do you think then? Why did grandfather do this? Smiling, Benito adored his granddaughter. In my opinion, you want to toughen him up, make him endure hardship. Am I right? Frowning, Tisha spoke earnestly. Not entirely correct. Benito shook his head, stroking his beard. I want him to understand and integrate into the Kunlun sect quickly. Only then can I trust him with the 9 Kirk scripture. Do you mistrust him? Tisha frowned, puzzled by her grandfather's actions. The night was dim. Dominic followed Chiemo Kurt through thick forests, reaching a large courtyard eventually. The courtyard was brightly lit, guarded by 2 red-robed disciples at the gate. As they approached, the guards greeted Chiemo Kurt respectfully. Raising his eyes, Dominic saw the plaque above the gate. Tai Ching Academy? Dominic frowned, seeing no palaces nearby, suspecting he might be outside the Kunlun sect. Dominic, from now on, you're a Tai Ching Academy disciple. Your identity is known only to us. Keep it secret, Chiemo Kurt warned solemnly after conversing with the guards. Sherry's uncle, Dominic responded, feeling uneasy with the change in address. Noticing the guards' curiosity, Dominic kept quiet. Very well, I'll leave you here. These 2 will show you where to stay. If you have any questions, ask them. Remember, don't cause trouble. I'll watch you closely. Seeing Dominic wasn't harmless, Chiemo Kurt gave a parting warning. Bid farewell, Elder Chi. The guards watched as Chiemo Kurt left, exchanging odd glances. Hey, what's your name? Brought by Elder Chi personally, aren't you related to him? One guard smirked at Dominic. Barkley, what nonsense are you saying? Scaring the junior brother, the other guard reprimanded Barkley and stepped forward smiling. Hi, I'm Yael. Welcome to Tai Ching Academy. Feeling friendlier towards Yael, Dominic's expression softened. Thinking of his promise to Benito, Dominic could only reintroduce himself. Hello, senior brother Yael, my name is Dominic. Dominic? This name sounds familiar somehow, Barkley remarked with a hint of recognition but then dismissed it, thinking Dominic was just a newcomer and not someone important. Dominic? Yael repeated the name, nodding with a smile. I'll call you Junior Brother Chin then. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior Brother Liu. Dominic bowed in gratitude, genuinely having many questions on his mind. Barkley, I'll take him inside first and come back later. Yael called out to Barkley before leading Dominic into the Tai Ching Academy. Along the way, Dominic humbly sought guidance from Yael and learned that the Kunlun sect was divided into inner and outer sects. The outer sect consisted of 3 peaks and 6 academies, with Tai Ching Academy being one of the 6. The disciples of the 3 peaks were the strongest and held higher status, while the 6 academies had more disciples, mostly new arrivals or those with average aptitude. Each year, the 6 academies would hold an assessment to select outstanding disciples for training on the 3 peaks. As they conversed, Yael led Dominic to a room in the backyard. Creak. The door opened to reveal a modest room with a bed, leaving little space for anything else. However, the room was quite clean. Since there are many disciples in Tai Ching Academy, just having a place to stay is already quite good. But here, if you have strength or connections, you can get a larger room. Just us ordinary folks with no strength or background, having a small nest is already great. Yael seemed rather humorous. Through Yael's words, Dominic realized that even in Tai Ching Academy, there were disciples who received special treatment. Well, it's getting late. Junior Brother Chin, rest up. This is your Taoist robe. I'll come by tomorrow morning to take you around and introduce you to some of the managing senior brothers. Realizing he had said too much, Yael decided not to disturb Dominic further. He handed over Dominic's Taoist robe and left. He's a decent person, just a bit talkative. Watching Yael leave, Dominic felt somewhat favorable towards him. Through their conversation, Dominic gained a preliminary understanding of Tai Ching Academy. Chapter 277. Beating Ambrose, everyone cheers. Morning. Dominic had just entered the Tai Ching Academy and was still adjusting, so he barely slept at all. Awakened by the rooster's call, Dominic put on the red robe exclusive to Kunlun sect and waited quietly for Yael to arrive. However, a lot of time passed, and the sun was already high in the sky, yet there was still no sign of Yael. Could he have forgotten? Dominic lost his patience. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. Deciding not to wait any longer, he pushed open the door and prepared to go out for a walk. Quickly, the disciples from Sanfeng are causing trouble. Let's go check it out. Sanfeng disciples are too arrogant. Watch me skin them alive. Just as Dominic stepped out of his room, he saw groups of disciples whispering and hurrying toward the front courtyard, some angrily clenching their teeth. From their conversation, he learned that Sanfeng disciples often came here and were almost universally despised. Driven by curiosity, Dominic followed behind the crowd, ready to see what was going on and meet these Sanfeng disciples. Outside the gates of the Tai Ching Academy, a group had gathered, most of whom were disciples of the Tai Ching Academy. In the center of the crowd stood 3 men, all exuding arrogance and looking down on everyone else. The leader of these 3 was none other than Ambrose. Ambrose's demeanor was extremely arrogant as he stood with one foot pressing down on a Tai Ching disciple whose face was covered in blood. This disciple was precisely Yael, whom Dominic had been waiting for. Meanwhile, on the ground beside him, Barkley lay battered and bruised, barely recognizable in a pool of blood. Ambrose, why did you hit people? That's right. This is the Tai Ching Academy, not a place for you to wreak havoc. Seeing Yael and Barkley beaten to a pulp, the Tai Ching disciples could no longer hold back and started questioning Ambrose. Ridiculous. How dare you address senior brother Ambrose directly? Before Ambrose could respond, one of his underlings stepped forward and scolded the surrounding crowd. It's wrong to beat people, no matter who you are. Exactly. We won't tolerate your antics here at the Tai Ching Academy. Enraged, the Tai Ching disciples clenched their fists and vented their anger through gritted teeth. Oh, look at you all. Do you think I care what you do about what I do? Seeing the unity among the Tai Ching disciples, Ambrose laughed coldly, mocking them. He was unafraid, being merely first rank of Xuanhuan realm, while the highest level among them was ninth rank Dao realm. You're only bullying us because your grandfather is the peak master, isn't that right? What makes you so special? Frustrated by Ambrose's arrogance, someone in the crowd spoke out against him. Ambrose frowned, scanning the crowd until his eyes fell on the man who dared challenge him. Suddenly, he unleashed a burst of flame. Bang! Ah! The outspoken man screamed in agony, spitting blood and collapsing. Witnessing Ambrose's cruelty, the Tai Ching disciples remained silent, too afraid to retaliate. Indeed, Ambrose's grandfather was one of the peak masters, which emboldened Ambrose to bully others within the outer sect regularly. With a smug smile, Ambrose scanned the crowd until he found the young woman hiding among them, whom he had long admired. This woman was named Alexandria, known for her exceptional beauty and admired by many men in the Tai Ching Academy. Alexandria, noticing Ambrose's gaze, panicked and quickly ran back into the academy, hiding from him. Move aside. Seeing Alexandria try to escape, Ambrose rushed forward, shouting and injuring anyone in his way. Terrified, the Tai Ching disciples scattered, leaving a clear path for Ambrose, none daring to stop him. Ouch! Distracted, Alexandria bumped into Dominic, who was exiting the academy. Dominic froze in surprise, while Alexandria, feeling pain, stumbled backward, clutching her forehead. Rosella, don't run. Ambrose grabbed Alexandria's arm. Let go of your dirty hands, I don't know you. Alexandria tried to push Ambrose away, but he wouldn't let go. He wanted to confess his feelings to her. Is that you? Recognizing Ambrose, Dominic spoke up. You're Dominic from yesterday? Ambrose looked startled upon seeing Dominic again, remembering how he passed 3 trials and was supposed to stay with the Great Elder. Alexandria noticed Ambrose's hesitation and quickly broke free, hiding behind Dominic. Sherry's, it's me. Dominic frowned, surprised to see Ambrose. However, his gaze hardened when he saw Yael lying injured outside. What, didn't the Great Elder choose you? Ambrose asked, curious why Dominic wasn't staying in the inner sect. No, it's not that he didn't want me, but that I didn't want to be his disciple. Well, did you come here today to apologize and kowtow to me? Dominic smirked, playfully provoking Ambrose. Tisk, you're really shameless, aren't you? Obviously, since the Great Elder didn't notice you, you're boasting in front of me. Good thing there's no elder here to protect you today. Coldly, Ambrose sneered, confident that Dominic hadn't become an inner sect disciple. Whoosh! Without warning, Ambrose launched the Kunlun fire palm, powerful and relentless. Alexandria panicked and fled as soon as she saw Ambrose attacking Dominic. Dominic showed disdain and suddenly punched forward. Boom! Ambrose's palm fire dissipated instantly. What? Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. So strong. He's only 3rd Tribulation Dao realm but managed to block Ambrose's attack? The crowd was astonished. Everyone knew Ambrose was at the Xuanhuan realm, making it nearly impossible for a Dao realm practitioner to match him. Whiz! Under everyone's gaze, Dominic took a step forward, forming a sword chi in his hand aimed straight at Ambrose's brow. Startled, Ambrose rapidly retreated as Dominic's attack was both swift and merciless. Dominic's eyes narrowed as he thrust the sword chi forward. Whoosh! The sword chi forced Ambrose to defend himself. Boom! Ambrose destroyed the sword chi with a single palm strike, but Dominic appeared instantaneously and slammed a punch into his chest. Wah phew! Caught off guard, Ambrose spat blood and flew backward. The crowd watched in shock. Injured, Ambrose lay next to Yael, his face pale and eyes blazing with hatred at Dominic. He's terrifying. Alexandria felt uneasy, witnessing Dominic's formidable side. Dominic, beware, my grandfather is the master of Starcloud Peak. If you dare to touch me, you won't last long in the outer sect. Furious, Ambrose shouted at Dominic, trying to intimidate him. Threats? Dominic hated threats. Pointing at Yael on the ground, Dominic coldly asked, who did this? Ambrose was taken aback. He didn't understand Dominic's question. Ambrose. Someone in the crowd answered for him. Dominic nodded and suddenly widened his eyes, stepping forward with an iron fist. No. I give up, please, spare me. The once arrogant Ambrose was now wailing in agony, his screams as pitiful as a butchered pig. Will he really kill him? Someone like Ambrose deserves what he gets if he dies. Some worried about Dominic while others wished for Ambrose's demise. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ambrose was beaten until blood streamed from his nose and head, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Lin, senior brother? Ambrose's 2 accomplices saw him lying motionless in a pool of blood, and they were terrified to the point of turning pale. After Dominic finished venting his anger, he rose and cast a cold glance at them, which instantly made the 2 men kneel out of fear. Please be merciful, this has nothing to do with us, we beg you. A single fierce gaze from Dominic had them quaking in fear, knocking their heads in desperate pleas for mercy. This guy is too fierce? How have I never seen him before? After the satisfying spectacle, the crowd of Tai Ching Academy students was left puzzled. Such a formidable person was completely unknown to them, but it wasn't their fault. After all, Dominic had only arrived last night, and the only person who knew him, Yael, was currently lying on the ground, beaten by Ambrose. Dominic retracted his icy gaze and ignored the 2 kneeling men, instead lifting Yael off the ground and carrying him back to Taiching Academy. As Dominic entered the academy with the unconscious Yael in his arms, Alexandria mustered the courage to step forward and block his path. Is there something you need? Dominic asked coldly, eyeing the obstructive Alexandria. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get you involved just now. Alexandria knew that if Dominic hadn't been there, Ambrose would have continued to harass her. Moreover, she felt guilty for bumping into Dominic earlier, so she wanted to apologize. She also hoped to get to know him better. That's all you wanted to say? Dominic frowned at her hesitant manner, clearly growing impatient. Alexandria struggled to find the right words, but truly appreciated Dominic's help. However, she realized that Dominic might have misunderstood, thinking he fought Ambrose solely for her sake. If there's nothing else, please move aside. Dominic coldly dismissed her and walked away with Yael in his arms. Chapter 278. Relying on power to bully, trouble comes knocking. Dominic. As Dominic carried Yael and was about to leave in impatience, Alexandria suddenly shouted loudly, stopping Dominic. Seeing Dominic stop, Alexandria bit her lip fiercely and said, no matter what, I still owe you a favor. Today you hit Ambrose. His grandfather won't let this go. Be careful. Dominic, who was facing away from Alexandria, only nodded slightly upon hearing her warning. He then continued walking toward the back courtyard. It was well known that Ambrose's grandfather was one of the 3 peak masters of the outer sect, with many disciples under his command, and he was notoriously protective of his people. Because of this, even though everyone at Taiching College hated Ambrose, they dared not touch him. Chariot, Dominic's actions had vented the frustrations of the masses. However, when they thought of Ambrose's grandfather, everyone couldn't help but worry if it would affect Taiching College and bring misfortune to everyone. Is this guy so cold-blooded? Alexandria, feeling neglected by Dominic, felt very uneasy. In Taiching College, many people tried to chat with her or flatter her, but she paid no attention to them. Dominic? Why does this name sound so familiar? Alexandria had a strange look as she had never seen Dominic before and was curious about his existence. The name Dominic always seemed oddly familiar. Back courtyard. Dominic's room. With Dominic's help, Yael's injuries had improved, and he had regained consciousness. Chin. Junior brother Chin? When Yael woke up and saw Dominic, he was somewhat surprised. After looking around the room, Yael confirmed he was in Dominic's residence. Senior brother Lu? You're still injured. You can't get out of bed yet. Dominic stepped forward to stop Yael from getting up. Did you save me? Yael asked Dominic in surprise. When I couldn't wait for you today, I went out for a walk and happened to see senior brother being beaten. Dominic did not mention what happened after that. To him, these were trivial matters. If Yael hadn't been kind to him, he wouldn't have acted so easily. Yael felt odd. How could Dominic, merely a third tribulation Taoist realm cultivator, possibly save him from Ambrose? Knock. Knock. Just as Yael was puzzled, someone knocked on Dominic's door. Dominic turned around and opened the door to find 2 men in red robes standing outside. These 2 looked stern. Both were 8th tribulation Taoist realm cultivators, clearly here specifically for Dominic. Both seniors? May I ask why you're here? Dominic asked modestly with a fist salute. Senior brother Kurt? Senior brother Malachi? At this moment, Yael, lying on Dominic's bed, seeing the visitors, immediately sat up despite his injuries and came beside Dominic. Junior brother Chin. These 2 are the administrative disciples of Taiching College. Call them senior brother quickly, Yael whispered, fearing Dominic might offend them by not knowing the rules. In Taiching College, besides the dean, the administrative disciples held the most power. Dominic frowned, sensing their intentions weren't good, but he still greeted them politely. Greetings, senior brothers. Do you call yourself Dominic, assigned by Elder Kim Moyen to Taiching College? The man surnamed Kurt raised an eyebrow, questioning Dominic. That's correct, Dominic nodded. You violated the rules of Taiching College on your first day. According to the sect rules, causing trouble or injuring fellow disciples will result in expulsion. The man surnamed Malachi, with a blackened face, seemed unfriendly towards Dominic and accused him right away. Senior brother Malachi? It's all a misunderstanding. Can you help us out a little? After all, junior brother Chin just arrived and doesn't know the rules here. Hearing about Dominic's potential expulsion, Yael quickly pleaded on Dominic's behalf. Malachi's brows furrowed, glancing at Yael, and said, all disciples must learn the rules. Since senior brother Lu is speaking up, we'll give you some leeway. Hearing Malachi's tone, Yael immediately understood something. Under Dominic's watchful eye, Yael took out 2 superior-grade spirit stones and handed them to Malachi. Seeing this, Dominic immediately realized that these 2 were here to extort him. Talking about breaking the rules was just an excuse. Considering it's Dominic's first offense and his connection to Elder Chi, we'll let it slide this time. But if it happens again, it won't be so easy to resolve. Malachi accepted the spirit stones and nodded approvingly. He looked at Dominic and intentionally weighed the stones in his hand, hinting that next time it wouldn't just be 2 spirit stones. Dominic suppressed his anger. Living under someone else's roof meant having to lower his head. He and Han Bingming had an agreement not to expose his identity. Junior brother Lu, since you're seriously injured, focus on recuperating. Meanwhile, teach junior brother Chin the rules here so he doesn't cause trouble based on his strength alone. Kurt saw Dominic clenching his fists, clearly displeased, so he added to Yael sarcastically. Sherry's, yes. I'll keep an eye on junior brother Chin. Senior brother Kurt. Yael bowed humbly, not daring to offend these 2. Satisfied, Kurt and Malachi turned to leave. Yael sighed as they walked away. Kunlun sect having such people truly disappointed Dominic. Junior brother Chin, I know you're upright, but to not live by others' standards in Taiching College, either you need power or connections. Otherwise, you'll have to bear grievances or use your own abilities to gain the sect's attention and become an inner disciple. Yael's words made Dominic uncomfortable, but it was a harsh reality. Not just Kunlun sect, other major sects operated similarly. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. I've always believed in the survival of the fittest. To kowtow and submit, I simply can't do it. Dominic clenched his teeth. His path was different from others. Being a mere passerby in the outer sect, he wouldn't settle for mediocrity. You, junior brother Chin, some things are beyond our control? Seeing Dominic's stubbornness, Yael feared Dominic would harm himself. While Yael was counseling Dominic, a woman approached the door and asked, "Is Dominic here?" Dominic and Yael turned swiftly at the sound of a woman's voice. "It's you?" Dominic's face instantly turned cold upon recognizing her. Senior sister Xiang? Yael was taken aback. Alexandria was known as the top beauty in Taichin College. Yael had been hurt by Ambrose because of her. When she saw Yael, Alexandria's smile faded. Junior brother Chin, you know senior sister Xiang? Yael mistakenly assumed Dominic knew Alexandria. Senior brother Lu is joking. I've just arrived at Taichin College and only know you. Dominic shook his head, showing little interest in Alexandria. Yael awkwardly laughed. Senior sister Xiang, are you looking for me? Hearing this, Yael straightened up and smiled as he stepped out to greet her. Alexandria gave Yael a strange look. They weren't close, so she wasn't going to be overly friendly. Junior brother Lu misunderstood. I'm here to find junior brother Chin. Without giving Yael any face, Alexandria directly refuted him, looking at Dominic inside. Yael stopped awkwardly, realizing he was ignored while Alexandria focused on Dominic. Aware that he wasn't welcome, Yael bowed and said, Junior brother Chin, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Yael left without looking back. Dominic could see that Yael liked Alexandria, who was right in front of him. Alexandria entered Dominic's room and casually glanced around. She then shook her head and said, Junior brother Chin, your place is too shabby. Why don't I help you get a different room? No need. I think this one is fine. Dominic did not like Alexandria's domineering demeanor as a guest. Alexandria's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Looking at Dominic, she suddenly smiled. When she smiled, Alexandria looked very beautiful. However, Dominic couldn't be bothered to even glance at her. Senior sister Xiang, is there something you need? Dominic asked coldly, making it clear he didn't welcome her. Of course there is. I told you, I owe you a favor. I came both to acknowledge you and to warn you. Ambrose's grandfather has already sent people to Taichin College to arrest you. Alexandria's expression was serious as she relayed the information to Dominic. Dominic's face changed slightly. From his understanding, Ambrose's grandfather was the master of Xingyun Peak. He hadn't expected Ambrose's grandfather to send people over so quickly. Seeing Dominic's fearless attitude, Alexandria was quite curious. Did Dominic even realize how much trouble he had stirred up? Why don't you go into hiding for a while? Alexandria widened her eyes and suggested to Dominic. Ridiculous. Why should I hide? So what if he's a peak master? I, Dominic, never regret my actions. Dominic's displeasure showed on his face. He thought Alexandria had come to mock him. Why are you so stubborn? I only meant well. If you're caught by Ambrose's grandfather, you might survive but will surely be beaten within an inch of your life. Alexandria was annoyed. She was genuinely concerned about Dominic. Dominic is in that room. Suddenly, Dominic heard footsteps approaching the door and someone speaking outside. Oh no, they're here. Alexandria's expression inside the room drastically changed. She saw two disciples from Xingyun Peak, led by a man surnamed Malachi, walking towards Dominic's room. Alexandria felt uneasy. Since Dominic wouldn't listen to her advice, she chose to leave his room to avoid being implicated. To be continued in the next chapter. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained to ensure continuity with the previous content. The translation is fluent, coherent, and faithful to the original tone and style. Hashtag chapter 279. Unafraid of the visitor, an old friend arrives. Alexandria, under Dominic's gaze, chose to leave the room. Dominic knew very well that Alexandria was afraid of being implicated by him. Dominic ignored her. A woman like Alexandria didn't deserve to be his friend. Stepping out of the room, he saw the Taichin Academy disciples rushing over to gawk. Everyone wanted to see how Dominic would make a fool of himself. TSK. This Dominic is in for it. Don't say such cold words. Regardless, he did get back at our oppressors for us. So what? Offending Ambrose means offending all of Starcloud Peak. He won't last long in the outer sect. In the crowd, some added fuel to the fire while others still felt indebted to Dominic. In the outer sect, without a patron or strength, one had to endure everything silently. Senior brothers, this is the Dominic you're looking for. Oversight disciple Carlton, seeing Dominic walk out on his own, sneered and pointed at Dominic, addressing the two behind him. The two men from Starcloud Peak were both at the first level of Mortal Slayer realm. They were cold-faced, one named Beckett, the other Kin. Before Carlton could lead them closer, Dominic stepped forward on his own, standing before Carlton and the others. Carlton frowned. Dominic's lack of fear was unusual. If it were anyone else, they'd be trembling in fear, begging on their knees. But Dominic was different. He exuded a strong aura without any hint of fear. Instead, there was an oppressive presence that made people uncomfortable. It must be an illusion. Carlton shook his head, thinking he might have overestimated Dominic. Just you? The one who beat Ambrose until he was bedridden. Beckett furrowed his brow, sizing up Dominic. He noticed Dominic was only at the third Tribulation Dao realm, which surprised him. That's right, it was me, Dominic responded calmly, meeting Beckett's gaze without hesitation. Haha, I thought he was something? This Ambrose has really gone downhill. Letting someone like you beat him truly disgraces Starcloud Peak. Ken couldn't help but laugh. He was laughing at Ambrose's incompetence, tarnishing his grandfather's reputation. But after his laughter, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and he stepped forward, striking at Dominic with a palm. Reacting quickly, Dominic sidestepped easily, dodging Ken's sneak attack. Beckett and Carlton were surprised. Dominic's reflexes were too fast. This wasn't the reaction speed of a mere Dao Realm disciple. Bang! In the next second, before Carlton and Beckett could react, Kin suddenly staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thud. Kin's pupils widened as he stared at Dominic, his face filled with shock. After cultivating the 9 Kirk scripture to its first level, Dominic's strength had clearly improved significantly. Whoa! Everyone watching gasped in surprise. Dominic's strength left a profound impact. What happened? Beckett asked in confusion, having not seen what transpired, then turned to ask Kin. This kid is strong. His strength already surpasses the Dao realm. Kin gritted his teeth, whispering to Beckett. How could that be? You must have been careless. Beckett refused to believe it. No matter how strong, it was impossible for someone to defy logic to this extent. Without giving Kin a chance to explain, Beckett gritted his teeth and stepped forward, determined to reclaim their honor. He struck out with full force. Bang bang. Facing Dominic, he countered each move. After 3 strikes, Dominic suddenly unleashed a flying dragon punch. Boom. A golden dragon soared through the air, instantly sending Beckett flying. Thump. Beckett flew several yards before crashing heavily to the ground. This? Carlton, standing nearby, watched in disbelief. Dominic's strength primarily came from his unique blend of law, martial arts, and sword techniques. Added to his mastery of advanced cultivation techniques, his strength far surpassed ordinary disciples. Just like Teddy from the Divine Arrow sect, who could cross realms to defeat enemies with the 4 symbols sword technique. What kind of background does he have? Hiding in the crowd, Alexandria marveled at Dominic's extraordinary combat prowess and suspected he wasn't just an ordinary disciple. Are you trying to start a rebellion? Kin, growing panicked, pointed at Dominic, shouting loudly while stepping backward. A dog can't spit ivory. Don't forget, you attacked first. I acted purely in self-defense. What did I do wrong? Dominic sneered, fearless and unyielding in his response. Fine. You're quite the silver-tongued devil, but don't forget, you assaulted the grandson of the Peak Master. We've come here to bring you back for punishment. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be considered insubordinate and sent to the law enforcement hall. Kin, feeling belatedly threatened, angrily scolded Dominic, trying to intimidate him into confessing. What crime have I committed? Ambrose barged into Taching Academy and beat someone mercilessly without reason. Can the Peak Master ignore this? Or does the power of the Peak Master override the sect rules? Can he disregard others' lives and rule with impunity? Dominic sneered coldly. To accuse him of wrongdoing required clarity on who was at fault. Sherry's. Dominic is right. The sect rules are paramount. Even royalty commits crimes equally with commoners. So what if he's the grandson of the Peak Master? Even the sect master must follow the rules. Dominic's passionate words immediately resonated with those watching. Hundreds of Taching Academy disciples voiced their support. Kin's expression changed drastically. Dominic's few sentences carried tremendous weight. He couldn't deny them in front of so many people. As for Carlton, facing the crowd's outcry, he was powerless to help. This was Taching Academy, not Starcloud Peak. Dominic, you're bold enough to wait and see. I'll report this to the Peak Master immediately, then let's see how arrogant you remain. Realizing staying longer would be disadvantageous, Kin gritted his teeth, threw a parting threat at Dominic, and turned to leave with the injured Beckett. Disperse. All of you. Stop making a scene. Seeing Kin and the other depart in humiliation, Carlton, looking displeased, scolded the onlookers. Under Carlton's urging, the crowd quickly dispersed. But everyone knew Dominic had narrowly escaped, yet bigger trouble was coming. Dominic frowned, noticing Carlton's stern and slightly angry expression, guessing he would soon confront him. Dominic, you're pretty impressive, huh? Do you know? No one will protect you if you offend Starcloud Peak. Either surrender to Starcloud Peak and avoid implicating everyone in Taching Academy, or leave Taching Academy on your own. It's your choice. Sure enough. After dismissing the crowd, Carlton turned his attention to Dominic, presenting only 2 options. If I choose neither, what will senior brother Malachi do? Anger flared within Dominic. Carlton, clearly a coward, feared implicating himself and was trying to force Dominic to either leave or surrender. Carlton was furious, glaring at Dominic, wanting to vent but holding back due to Dominic's strength. Brother Chin? As Carlton gritted his teeth, unable to do anything to Dominic, someone walked over, greeting Dominic. Carlton frowned, turning his head in surprise to see the newcomer, then hurriedly greeted with a smile. Junior brother Carlton pays respects to senior brother Ezra. The newcomer was none other than Ezra, who had recently been promoted to intersect disciple. Ezra was now at the first level of Mortal Slayer realm. Hearing from Chung Chi and Imo Kurt that Dominic was cultivating in Taching Academy, he came to visit. Seeing Ezra appear, Dominic's face darkened, feeling uneasy. Ezra, whom he had defeated before, now had to be addressed as senior brother. Ignoring Carlton's pleasantries, Ezra smiled, approached Dominic and said, Brother Chin, it's been a while. How have you been? Did you come here just to mock me? Dominic frowned, not fond of Ezra's appearance. He knows senior brother Ezra? Far away, Carlton, seeing how warmly Ezra greeted Dominic, couldn't help but change his attitude towards Dominic. How could that be? Your abilities, Dominic, others might not know, but I, Ezra, certainly do. Although I also don't understand why Brother Chin was placed in Taching Academy, I believe Elder Chi must have his reasons. With Brother Chin's talent, even within the inner sect, no one can match you. This is an undeniable fact. Ezra felt somewhat wronged. When he learned that Dominic had been assigned to Taching Academy, he was quite puzzled and had asked Bartolomeo multiple times. But Bartolomeo remained tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything. However, Ezra knew that Dominic had passed the 3 tests set by Clinton. Even if Clinton hadn't accepted him, he wouldn't have ended up as just an outer sect disciple. Do you say that as if I'm some kind of omnipotent being? Dominic's face showed discomfort, but he didn't deny it. He came to Taching Academy solely to meet Clinton's requirements. Haha. What? Aren't you going to invite me inside for a chat? Ezra laughed. In reality, he guessed that Dominic wasn't just an ordinary disciple. However, since Dominic didn't speak up, he couldn't press further. No thanks. My room doesn't even have a place for you to sit. Dominic shook his head, glancing at his own room, and directly turned down Ezra's request. Oh. Ezra didn't understand Dominic's meaning, and curiously looked at Dominic's living space. Seeing the tiny room with only enough space for a bed, Ezra's expression soured instantly. Carlton, come here. Turning around, Ezra barked at Carlton. Senior brother Dang? What do you need? Carlton shuddered and hurriedly ran over to ask. Smack. Ezra slapped Carlton, leaving him dazed and not daring to react angrily. Dominic saw this and realized Ezra must hold a high position within the Kunlun sect. Immediately arranged the best and largest room in Taching Academy for Brother Qin. Do you hear me? Ezra scowled and shouted at Carlton. This? Carlton was dumbfounded. He had no idea that Ezra and Dominic had such a good relationship. Chapter 280. Farron's overeagerness and further trouble. Farron's senior brother? That doesn't comply with the rules? You know, there are only a few good rooms in Taiching Academy, and they are already occupied. How dare I offend them? Carlton, having been hit, explained to Farron with a wry smile. Indeed, there were fine rooms in Taiching Academy, private courtyards. But those who lived there were either powerful, influential, or well-connected. How could Carlton dare to offend such people? Rules? Farron's face showed discontent as he saw that Carlton was trying to talk his way out of trouble. Annoyed, he raised his hand again to slap Carlton. Farron, enough is enough. Just as Carlton closed his eyes in fear, Dominic suddenly stepped forward and stopped Farron from acting. Brother Qin, you don't understand. These unobservant people are just sycophants. Rules are made by men. Today, Farron, must teach this blind dog a lesson for disrespecting you. Farron was fuming with anger. How could his friend be treated this way? Remember, Dominic was snatched from Qingyun sect and Taishu sect by him and Bartolomeo. If Dominic was treated indifferently, wouldn't it bring ridicule if spread around? Dominic was surprised. The Farron he disliked actually got so angry on his behalf. Carlton was trembling in fear, suspecting Dominic might be related to some bigwig given how well Farron treated him. Carlton, you said those rooms are already occupied? Fine. You're too afraid, then lead me. Let me see who won't give me, Farron face. He had staked his reputation. Not following up would lose him face before Dominic. Good. With senior brother Duan taking action, it will surely go smoothly. Carlton looked stunned but wouldn't refuse seeing Farron's determination. Without any more talk, Carlton led the way. Brother Qin, no need to speak. With me Farron, here today, no one dares stop you. When Dominic seemed like he wanted to speak, Farron intervened, acting for Dominic's sake. This Farron? Never thought he's so capable in the outer sect? Dominic subconsciously touched his nose watching Farron walk away. Wonder if he'll cause trouble for me? After pondering, Dominic followed along. Led by Carlton, they indeed arrived at the independent courtyards of Taiching Academy. It was an elegant place, the quietest in the academy. However, houses were limited. Only 9 existed, each adjacent, orderly arranged. The 9 courts were named after the 8 trigrams in the center. Qian, Can, Jin, Zhan, Center, Stevian, Li, Kurin, and Dui. The first from the right being Kuin, and so forth. Halt. Just entering, Farron suddenly stopped, calling Carlton to halt, and turned to look at the courtyard marked with the character Kuin. Following behind, Dominic remained unperturbed since all houses looked alike, hearing from Carlton that they were all occupied. Senior brother Duan, this room is inhabited by the dean's relative? Rumor has it he'll soon enter the 3 peaks for cultivation? Carlton's expression changed slightly, warning Farron in a low voice about the Kuin house. So what? Farron showed disdain, giving Carlton a cold look, and strode forward, kicking the door open. Bang! A burly man burst out from inside, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, exuding a heavy aura. He had reached 9th Tribulation Taoist realm, the strongest in Taiching Academy. Hunt. Who wants to die? Even kicking my door. Hunt roared ferociously, rushing out. It's me. Farron stood sternly in the doorway, coldly addressing Hunt. Hunt frowned, recognizing Farron after a moment, and his demeanor changed abruptly. Senior brother Duan? Shocked, Hunt hurriedly approached, bowing obsequiously. What brings senior brother Duan here? Is there anything you need? Outside, Dominic saw Hunt's fierce attitude dissipate into submissive respect upon seeing Farron. Carlton didn't show himself, fearing Hunt wouldn't be smiling later. Farron frowned, not recognizing Hunt. Be smart, and move out fast. This place belongs to my friend now. What? Hunt was shocked. He'd never encountered someone chasing him out in Taiching Academy. What do you mean? Farron asked menacingly. Senior brother Duan, are you joking? Hunt demanded angrily. Bang. Without replying, Farron suddenly struck Hunt with a palm, sending him sprawling outside and spitting blood at Dominic's feet. Carlton paled. Dominic, witnessing Farron's tyrannical and coercive behavior, gained new insights. You, Okuin? Hunt, sprawled on the ground, saw Carlton and mistook him for coveting his residence, his eyes flaming with fury. No, senior brother Ma, you misunderstand. Not me, him. Terrified, Carlton quickly pointed at Dominic. Hearing this, Hunt glared at Dominic, biting his teeth fiercely. Regardless of who you are, remember this. Hunt forced himself up and staggered away. Carlton sighed in relief, thankful he wasn't implicated, but felt sympathy for Dominic, knowing Hunt held grudges. Throughout this, Dominic stayed silent. Wasn't Farron supposed to help him? Clearly, Farron was stirring up trouble for him. Brother Qin, how about this place? Farron didn't care, dismissing Hunt easily. Eager to impress Dominic, Farron pulled him into the courtyard. Though small, the yard was private and spacious with a main bedroom, living room, and study, far superior to Dominic's previous accommodations. Examining the house, Dominic nodded slightly. It's nice, just wondering if it will remain peaceful. Understanding Dominic's concern, Farron promised, Brother Qin, As long as my word stands, no one will disturb your seclusion. Comforting Dominic, Farron left confidently. But Carlton inwardly chuckled. Carlton, treat Dominic well or else. Farron warned, turning suddenly. Of course, senior brother Duan's friend is my friend. Junior will take care of Dominic. Carlton agreed hastily. Brother Chin, it's getting late. I shouldn't keep you company longer. Let's meet another day. Farron bade farewell after catching up with Dominic a bit, bowing respectfully. Dominic watched Farron and Carlton leave without emotion, sitting alone in the living room, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, outside, Farron suddenly stopped Carlton, intending to say goodbye. Carlton, forget what I said earlier. Don't use my name to support Dominic. Confused, Carlton asked Farron what he meant. What do you think? With Dominic's capability, how can he be bullied by someone like you? Farron smirked cryptically, speaking words that both infuriated and silenced Carlton. All right, get on with your business. Sighing, Farron shooed Carlton away impatiently, and he himself left Taiching Academy. Ouyang Kuan looked thoughtfully at Farron's retreating figure, seemingly understanding Farron's implications. He turned around and glanced at the house-marked Kuan, thinking to himself, without senior brother Farron backing you up, I'd like to see how you, Dominic, can stay in Taiching Academy. Having said that, Carlton walked away haughtily. Dominic, who had moved into a new residence, was now sitting cross-legged on the ground, cultivating the second level of the Nine Kirk scripture. Previously, Dominic had only learned the first level, so he felt unsatisfied and asked Bartolomeo for the second level before leaving Sacred Spirit Valley. It wasn't that Bartolomeo was stingy, the Nine Kirk scripture was too precious. Even with his status as an elder, Bartolomeo had just recently obtained the second level. Time lost significance during cultivation, and soon night fell. During the day, Hunt, who had been chased away by Farron, appeared at the door of the Kuan courtyard with a middle-aged man. Third uncle? He must be inside. You have to take revenge for your nephew. Hunt, seeing no lights inside the courtyard, gritted his teeth and spoke to the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was the dean of Taiching Academy and Hunt's third uncle, named Amato. He had reached the 7th tribulation mortal realm. Worthless. To let a Taoist realm kid bully you is an embarrassment to my face. Amato was furious. Someone dared to disrespect him within his own Taiching Academy, even injuring his nephew and seizing the premises. If this spread, where would his dignity be? Hunt, standing behind, lowered his head. He did not mention that it was Farron who injured him because he knew his third uncle wouldn't help him otherwise. Bang! Amato stepped forward and waved his hand, instantly shattering the tightly shut gate of the courtyard. Inside the house, Dominic immediately opened his eyes when he heard noise from outside. Sensing a tribulation mortal aura approaching his room, he realized. What needs to come, will eventually come. Farron? You aren't helping me but intentionally putting me in harm's way. Dominic's expression was solemn. He was already in a difficult situation, and now he had to clean up the mess Farron had created. Come out. Don't wait for me to force you. Just as Dominic stood up, he heard someone speaking menacingly from outside the door. Chapter 281, Pitiful Hunt. Bang! The door flew open, and Dominic walked out calmly with his hands behind his back. Standing in the courtyard, Amato's face turned strange when he saw Dominic. Upon realizing that Dominic was only at the 3rd tribulation Dao realm, Amato almost blew his top. Hunt! You damn brat, are you trying to fool me? Amato turned angrily towards Hunt, grabbing him by the neck, and snarled. Hunt felt wronged inside. Seeing only Dominic here, he obviously wouldn't have invited his uncle. Looking at this odd situation between the two, Dominic found it rather amusing. Get lost. I'm standing here. How can you not be able to beat him? An irritated Amato pushed Hunt forward and ordered him to attack Dominic. Hunt, feeling a surge of anger, glanced back into the house to confirm Ezra wasn't there before relaxing slightly. What's your name? Hunt gritted his teeth, angrily asking Dominic. Does it matter for this fight? Dominic frowned, touching his nose as he asked. It doesn't matter. Enraged, Hunt clenched his teeth and suddenly threw a punch straight at Dominic's face. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Dominic disliked it immensely. Swish. Dominic dodged to the right and moved forward instantly, delivering a left jab. Humph. Hunt let out a groan, his chest erupting in pain as he stumbled backward uncontrollably. Before Hunt could regain his balance, Dominic swiftly closed in, clenching his right fist as a streak of golden light condensed around it. Boom. Hunt's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Dominic's fist smashed into his face. Wah. Turi. That seemingly simple punch was unbelievably powerful, shattering Hunt's arm bones, spraying blood from his mouth, and sending him flying backward. Hunt. Amato's expression changed drastically as he rushed forward to catch the airborne Hunt. By now, Hunt's face was covered in blood, and he had fainted on the spot. Who are you? This isn't the power of someone at the 3rd tribulation Dao realm. Amato's face contorted in rage as he yelled at Dominic. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking me? Dominic raised an eyebrow, coldly responding. Amato trembled with anger, his eyes blazing red. He clenched his teeth and said, I am the dean of Taiching Academy, Amato. Why have I never seen you? If you're not one of our disciples, who are you? Oh. Dominic was surprised. He hadn't expected to immediately encounter the dean of Taiching Academy upon arrival. But looking at Amato, who seemed only to be at the mortal severing realm, he wondered if all deans were of such caliber. Greetings, dean. My name is Dominic, sent here to cultivate by Elder Bartolomeo. Understanding Amato's identity, Dominic gave him some respect. Elder Bartolomeo? Amato's expression changed. Bartolomeo was an inner sect elder, which explained why he didn't know about Dominic. Wait, what did you say your name was? Amato suddenly stared wide-eyed at Dominic. My name is Dominic. Is something wrong, dean? Dominic frowned, confused by Amato's reaction. Dominic? You're the Dominic from Tianlong Academy who killed several disciples from the 9 sects in the Heavenly Caverns? Amato was shocked. Dominic's name had spread among the higher echelons of Kunlun sect. They knew of Dominic's cross-realm combat abilities, dual cultivation in sword and martial arts, and extraordinary talent that made him a prized find sought after by all 9 sects. Feeling uneasy under Amato's astonished gaze, Dominic couldn't help but feel like Amato knew a lot about him. Finally, Amato looked down at the injured Hunt in his arms, still feeling angry but hesitant to take action against a hard-won disciple of their sect. Dominic, I will personally verify everything you've said with Elder Chi. Resigned, Amato held the bloody-faced Hunt and turned to leave the courtyard. So, he just left? Expecting a battle with Amato, Dominic was briefly disappointed. Do I really have a reputation now? Dominic chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. With a wave of his hand, the courtyard gate closed automatically. Turning back, Dominic returned to his room and entered the sword prison to practice the second level of the 9 Kirk scripture using spatial energy. 2 days later, early morning, Amato hurriedly approached a large hall in the inner sect. Taiching Academy Dean Amato, requesting an urgent audience with Elder Chi. Amato bowed respectfully outside the hall. Come in. Inside, Bartolomeo's voice called out. Amato clenched his teeth and stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he saw Bartolomeo sitting meditatively on a dais. Dean Amato, greeting Elder Chi, he bowed deeply. Due to the hierarchy, Amato was only slightly above outer sect disciples, so etiquette couldn't be neglected. Why are you not minding your own business at Taiching Academy? What brings you here? Asked Bartolomeo without opening his eyes. Elder Chi, I have a matter to inquire about. Amato gathered courage and continued, Elder, do you recognize a disciple named Dominic? Bartolomeo raised an eyebrow but didn't open his eyes. What about him? Realizing Bartolomeo didn't deny it, Amato's heart sank. Yesterday, Dominic injured Star Cloud Peak disciple Ambrose, seized others' training grounds, and also harmed my nephew Hunt. Sect regulations mandate severe punishment for such behavior, but Dominic claimed to be sent by you, so I didn't act on my own and came to seek Elder's advice. Amato watched Bartolomeo, wanting to gauge Dominic's importance to the Elder. To his surprise, Bartolomeo remained unfazed by Amato's report. Both you and I know well what Dominic has been doing. The outer sect is already rife with misconduct, abusing authority to turn a blind eye to rules. I understand Dominic's character very well. Punishment. If we pursue responsibility, neither the head of Star Cloud Peak nor the head of Taiching Academy should get away. Hearing this, Amato was stunned. Bartolomeo's words were a clear warning. So, Dean Ma, how would you propose we handle Dominic? As Amato wiped his sweat, Bartolomeo suddenly asked. Well, Amato hesitated, worried that any wrong word might end his career. Thinking it over, he finally said, though Dominic is rebellious and disregards the law, he acted defensively, so it shouldn't be blown out of proportion. Bartolomeo nodded approvingly, saying, outer sect disciples need competition. Dominic being exceptional naturally invites jealousy. As long as he doesn't kill or betray the sect, it's no bother to me. Amato's face paled. These words essentially granted Dominic immunity. Dare not object, Amato bit his lip. Fine, go back then. Don't disturb my rest. As Amato pondered, Bartolomeo dismissed him. Bowing respectfully, Amato turned to leave. Bartolomeo slowly opened his eyes and smiled wryly. This Dominic is certainly not one to underestimate. In just one day, he's caused so much trouble. At Taiching Academy, Hunt, his face wrapped in white bandages with only his eyes visible, anxiously paced outside the courtyard. Nearby stood disciple Carlton and a man surnamed Kurt. Dean has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Carlton was getting impatient. This time, Dean Amato went to the inner sect specifically to deal with Dominic. Look, the Dean is back. When the man surnamed Kurt looked up, he saw Amato approaching from a distance, heading towards Taiching Academy. Hunt was anxious. Since his teeth had all been knocked out, it was hard for him to speak. His eyes were red, looking like a wrong child. Seeing his uncle Amato return, Hunt hurriedly moved forward to greet him. Hum. The anxious Hunt wanted to know if Amato had received Elder Bartolomeo's permission. Seeing his pitiful nephew beaten beyond recognition, Amato was filled with rage, but could only sigh heavily in helplessness. Dean? What's going on? Carlton was confused. Looking at Amato's troubled face made them feel anxious and helpless. Nothing more needs to be said. From today onward, no one is to provoke Dominic again. Understood? Amato didn't want to elaborate further. He sternly reminded Carlton and the others while giving them a warning glance. Hum. Hunt didn't understand, and because he couldn't speak, he just mumbled at Amato. Hunt? Just let it go. Dominic is not someone we can touch. Amato felt sympathetic and could only soothe Hunt into giving up his thoughts of revenge. Carlton and the man surnamed Kurt, standing nearby, clearly sensed that Amato must have learned something significant during his trip to the inner sect, as this drastic change wouldn't happen otherwise. Could this Dominic really have some powerful figure backing him? Carlton thought privately, believing this explanation made the most sense. Dean? If someone from Star Cloud Peak comes to cause trouble for Dominic, what should we do? The man surnamed Kurt asked Amato with a furrowed brow. Star Cloud Peak. Amato's expression was strange. After pondering for a moment, he coldly smiled. That's none of our business. Even if Dominic dies at the hands of Star Cloud Peak, it has nothing to do with us here at Taiching Academy. Hearing Amato's words, Carlton and the others immediately understood. As long as it wasn't someone from Taiching Academy, they could be aggressive towards Dominic. Chapter 282, Rising Fame and Unwelcome Visitors. The sun was high in the sky. In the Taiching Academy courtyard, groups of people had gathered to whisper amongst themselves. What do you think? What's Dominic's background? Who knows? That kid is insanely powerful. Even senior brother Hunt was beaten up by him. Hunt? Isn't his uncle the Dean? Could it be that even the Dean can't win against Dominic? Or does Dominic have some bigwig backing him? Alexandria, who had just arrived at the backyard, overheard these murmurs as she passed by the crowd. They were discussing the incident between Dominic and Hunt. News of Hunt's beating had already spread throughout the Taiching Academy. Dominic's name was now well known, arousing great curiosity about his origins. Everyone knew that no one dared provoke Hunt in the Taiching Academy, living in Kuan Court with the support of Dinamato. Only he could bully others without anyone daring to challenge him. Suddenly, Dominic appeared out of nowhere, first beating the grandson of the Peak Master Ambrose, then disciplining Star Cloud Peak disciples, and now leaving Hunt without a place to turn. Fear and speculation over Dominic's origins grew among everyone in the Taiching Academy. Alexandria, hearing these discussions, felt a peculiar sense of shock on her face. This Dominic truly keeps his cards close to his chest, even daring to hit the dean's nephew? Her eyebrows knitted together, thinking of Dominic's rapidly rising fame which piqued her interest. If she could befriend Dominic, it would ensure her safety in the Taiching Academy. Thinking this, Alexandria turned and left. Moments later, she appeared outside the door of Kuan Court. The gate was tightly shut, leaving her unsure if she should knock. Senior Sister Xiang? Just as Alexandria hesitated outside the gate, Yarel arrived with Barkley. Alexandria's delicate brows furrowed slightly upon seeing Yarel. She usually disliked him but quickly changed her attitude. Thinking of Dominic's relationship with Yael, she smiled and said, "It's junior brother Yarel? Why are you here?" Yael felt elated to see Alexandria smiling at him and rushed forward, saying, "Reporting to senior sister, I came to visit junior brother Chin. Is that why you're here too?" Beside them, Barkley was taken aback. The top beauty of the Taiching Academy was actually talking to Yael? After all, Alexandria was typically aloof, never deigning to speak with ordinary disciples like them. Charit, Yarel could chat freely with her, seemingly on friendly terms while discussing Dominic. "Indeed, I've just heard that junior brother Chin moved into Kuan Court, so I thought I'd come check on him." Yarel was overjoyed, feeling like he was in a dream conversing with his goddess. He approached the courtyard gate and knocked gently. Knock, knock. After a long time, there was still no response from inside. Is he not home? Barkley frowned, wondering if Dominic might be afraid and not staying there. It's impossible. Junior brother Chin just arrived at the Taiching Academy and is unfamiliar with the place. Where else could he go except home? Yarel shook his head, not wanting to disappoint Alexandria waiting beside him. He knocked again more firmly. Bang bang. With the final strong knock, the courtyard gate creaked open slightly. The door wasn't locked? Yael was surprised. Alexandria and Barkley exchanged strange looks, hesitant to enter. However, Yael clenched his teeth and pushed the gate wide open. Seeing the empty courtyard, Yael focused on the door of the house within. Under his lead, Alexandria and Barkley mustered their courage and entered. As they reached the center of the courtyard, they suddenly sensed a strong surge of spiritual energy emanating from inside the house. Junior brother Chin is cultivating? Yael froze mid-step. What a powerful surge of spiritual energy. What level is junior brother Chin? Barkley was astonished. Even at his 5th tribulation Taoist realm, he couldn't produce such strength. He speculated that Dominic might be intentionally hiding his true cultivation level. Otherwise, how could Dominic have cross-realm power? Curiosity piqued, especially given rumors about Dominic's influential background and formidable strength. Alexandria bit her lip and stepped closer to Dominic's door. Yarel looked nervous as Alexandria approached the door, fearing Dominic's reaction. Barkley also wanted to peek, but deemed it impolite and gave up. Standing before the door, Alexandria peered through the crack. She saw thick, spiritual energy surging into Dominic, who was sitting in meditation. A red glow enveloped his body, and 2 flaming suns orbited around him. This is? Alexandria's expression changed drastically as she guessed Dominic was cultivating the 9 Kirk Sutra. She had once seen someone practicing it before. 2nd Kirk power? Incredible. According to her knowledge, in the Kunlun sect, only inner sect members or higher-ranking officials could cultivate the 9 Kirk Sutra. Though her knowledge was limited, she was certain Dominic was far from an ordinary disciple. No wonder he seemed unusual when I first saw him. So, he hid his identity to catch everyone off guard? Alexandria was sure Dominic's actions were deliberate and calculated, showing he didn't fear others. Who? Suddenly, Dominic detected her presence inside. A loud roar erupted, followed by blinding light. Bang! Caught unprepared, Alexandria was thrown back by a forceful blast as the doors swung open. Senior Sister Xiang. Behind her, Yael and Barkley scrambled to catch her, but she crashed heavily outside the courtyard gate, spitting blood. Panicked, they turned to see Dominic stepping out of the house, emitting a chilling aura. Don't misunderstand, junior brother Chin, Yael explained nervously. Barkley was paralyzed by fear, overwhelmed by Dominic's imposing presence. Initially enraged, Dominic gradually calmed upon seeing Yael, though he remained deeply dissatisfied with their unauthorized intrusion. A few more degrees of power, and Alexandria wouldn't have survived. Senior Sister Xiang? Concerned, Yael helped Alexandria up. Pale-faced and disheveled, she stared at Dominic in terror. Dominic, seeing her miserable state, felt an urge to laugh. Senior brother Liu, please help her rest inside, Dominic called out, avoiding her angry gaze. Yael nodded, trying to assist Alexandria, but she shoved him away. You injured me, so you'll carry me inside. Surprised, Yael found Alexandria complaining directly at Dominic. Feeling oddly amused by Alexandria's stubbornness despite her appearance, Dominic approached and helped her up. Gratitude softened her anger, and Alexandria felt a strange warmth in her heart as Dominic supported her. After entering the room, Alexandria sat to one side, quickly circulating her spiritual energy to heal her internal injuries. Meanwhile, Yael and Barkley, who had never experienced such a specially treated room, curiously looked around. As for Dominic, he was puzzled by Yael's sudden visit, wondering if there was something important. Still, junior brother Chin is truly formidable. It's been how long? And you already have such a fine place to cultivate. Truly enviable. Yael admired Dominic greatly. For ordinary disciples like them, getting into such a house was merely a dream. Senior brother Lu jokes. No matter how good a house is, it's just a place to live. If you like, we can switch. Dominic was quite generous when he saw Yael's envy. Upon hearing this, Yael's expression changed instantly. Are you kidding me? Living here would be risking one's life. No way. I don't have that kind of luck, nor do I have your skills, junior brother Chin. Yael shook his head awkwardly. Who didn't know that Dominic had taken this room from Hunt? Junior brother Chin, Hunt is the dean's nephew. Aren't you afraid the dean will come after you? Barkley couldn't help but ask Dominic. Dean? He came, but then he left. Dominic touched his nose calmly. What? Left? The dean didn't attack you? Yael, Barkley, and Alexandria's expressions drastically changed as they stared at Dominic with wide eyes. He wanted to make a move, but then for some reason, he turned around and left. Seeing the trio's shocked faces, Dominic remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Yael and Barkley seemed to catch on. Someone who even made the dean back down must have strong backing. Alexandria only smiled slightly, knowing that befriending Dominic would definitely be beneficial to her. Dominic, get out here. Just as Dominic felt annoyed, a loud shout outside the door called out his name. Yael, Barkley, and Alexandria quickly stood up and looked towards the door, where 3 men were standing outside the courtyard gate. They're from Star Cloud Peak. Alexandria immediately recognized the trio as being from Star Cloud Peak. Chapter 283, Ascending Star Cloud Peak Alone. They're from Star Cloud Peak. Alexandria's complexion paled. The arrival of Star Cloud Peak representatives at this moment filled her with unease. Yael and Barkley instantly became apprehensive. If Star Cloud Peak was here, it was undoubtedly to settle accounts with Dominic. However, given their low strength, they lacked the courage to help Dominic, which left them feeling guilty. They turned to look at Dominic, but dared not speak a word. Truly like an unwelcome ghost. Dominic frowned, rubbing his nose as he stepped out of the door and walked outside the courtyard. This time, Star Cloud Peak had sent 3 people, 2 of whom were at the 2nd level of Severing the Mortal, while the leader was at the 3rd level of Severing the Mortal and was named Randy. Are you Dominic? Randy had heard about Dominic, but never met him in person. But upon seeing Dominic, he confirmed that Dominic indeed only had the cultivation of the 3rd Tribulation Dao realm, yet he did not dare underestimate him. Sherry's, I am. What do you want this time from Star Cloud Peak? Dominic nodded, narrowing his cold eyes. What do we want? You assaulted someone from Star Cloud Peak. You think it can just be ignored? Randy frowned, noting Dominic's calm demeanor. He couldn't quite figure Dominic out. How could anyone who could incapacitate Ambrose not know the severity of the consequences? So what do you want? Dominic's eyebrows twitched slightly, his expression turning icy as he stared directly at Randy, growing impatient. How else? You're coming with us, of course. Look at you, acting like a fool. I advise you to surrender peacefully. The 2 men behind Randy found Dominic's seemingly foolish question amusing. They had come by order of the Peak Master to bring Dominic back to Star Cloud Peak for punishment. Is junior brother Chin in danger? Yael, standing within the courtyard, grew worried upon seeing Randy and his companions were no good sorts. Fear nothing? Wasn't he very powerful? Barkley's expression was peculiar, thinking Dominic could chase off Randy and his group. Alexandria remained calm. Upon learning that Dominic had cultivated the 9 Kirk scripture, she ceased worrying about him and instead looked forward to seeing how he would deal with the Star Cloud Peak Master. Now the entire outer sect knew that the grandson of the Star Cloud Peak Master had been beaten by a disciple from the Grand Purity Academy. If the Star Cloud Peak Master could not punish Dominic, he would lose face completely. Facing the ridicule from Randy's 2 followers, Dominic felt rage bubbling up inside him. However, this endless trouble wasn't a good solution. With so many disciples at Star Cloud Peak, constant harassment could become a significant issue. After some contemplation, Dominic clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll go with you to Star Cloud Peak. I also want to see what kind of man Ambrose's grandfather is. Bold move. Insulting our Peak Master. Don't you wish to die? Randy flew into a rage, unable to tolerate Dominic's direct insult towards their Peak Master. Control your temper. If you upset me, you will regret it. Dominic's eyes flashed coldly, warning Randy with a smirk. Randy's expression changed subtly, sensing an inexplicable fear when faced with Dominic's murderous intent. Step back. Randy raised his hand to stop the 2 men behind him, who were about to confront Dominic out of anger. Brother Senior? This guy deserves a beating. Why not teach him a lesson first? Randy shook his head, knowing that Dominic, who had already agreed to come along, must have confidence in himself. Without further ado, Randy gestured for Dominic to proceed. Dominic glanced at Randy, then walked ahead without a word. Is junior brother Chin really going to Star Cloud Peak? Yael was at a loss, watching Dominic leave with Randy and company. Doomed. It's like sending a sheep to the wolves. Barkley lamented beside him. Don't jump to conclusions too quickly. I think Dominic has divine protection. Seeing Yael and Barkley worrying needlessly amused her. Without giving them a chance to question her further, Alexandria left the room. Do you know something? Yael was puzzled, watching Alexandria depart, feeling oddly unsettled. At the gate of the Grand Purity Academy, when Dominic was led away by Star Cloud Peak's people, many spectators gathered to watch. Was that Dominic just now? It's definitely him. Why is he following those from Star Cloud Peak? In my view, he's scared. After offending Star Cloud Peak's master, he cannot hide forever. Everyone at the Grand Purity Academy watched Dominic leave, each convinced that he could not escape this fate. Brother Ma, did you see? Dominic has been taken by Star Cloud Peak. Carlton excitedly told Hunt, who stood nearby. Hunt's eyes gleamed with anticipation, knowing that once in Star Cloud Peak's hands, Dominic would not survive. Unfortunately, his entire head was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, preventing him from speaking. Star Cloud Peak was one of the 3 towering peaks below the Intersect Mountain. With tens of thousands of disciples cultivating there, its strength was moderate among the 3 peaks. Countless stone caves dotted the mountainside, resembling beehives. Stepping into Star Cloud Peak territory, Dominic felt the rich spiritual energy flooding his body. Cultivating here for a day would be tenfold compared to the Grand Purity Academy. No wonder disciples from the 6 academies long to train here. Junior brother Lin, look, senior brother Randy has brought Dominic. At the foot of Star Cloud Peak, on the spacious training ground, Beckett and Ken stood beside Ambrose, who sat in a wheelchair, looking like a mummy. Upon spotting Dominic following Randy, Ken excitedly informed Ambrose. Hearing Dominic's name made Ambrose's eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in terrible rage. All this was due to Dominic. Kill him. Ambrose, with slurred speech, instructed Beckett and Ken. Ambrose could no longer wait. He wanted Dominic to die before his own eyes. Beckett and Ken exchanged glances, both nodding and moving toward Randy, hating Dominic deeply. As Dominic saw Beckett and Ken approach menacingly, he halted. Randy frowned, noticing Dominic pause, while Beckett and Ken revealed weapons and attacked from both sides. Randy was taken aback, unable to stop the attack in time. In an instant, Dominic unleashed a sword aura. Bang, bang. Beckett and Ken were repelled by the sword aura. Randy, his face grim, blocked them and scolded. Have you lost your minds? He's someone the Peak Master wants to see. Beckett and Ken stayed silent, harboring deep hatred for Dominic ever since the humiliation in the Grand Purity Academy. Himph. Without the Peak Master's command, anyone who dares to act recklessly should beware of my displeasure. Randy understood that this incident involved Ambrose. Is that kid Dominic from the Grand Purity Academy? Passers-by on the training ground, witnessing Randy's fury, rushed over curiously. Just 3rd Tribulation Dao Realm? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Exactly. Such a weakling. How can he be as formidable as rumored? Witnessing Dominic, the Star Cloud Peak disciples began to doubt his abilities. Facing the gossip from the Star Cloud Peak crowd, Dominic maintained a cold and indifferent expression. He knew that these Star Cloud Peak disciples were like frogs at the bottom of a well, and naturally, he was too lazy to pay them any heed. Faced with Randy's warning, Beckett and Ken did not dare to make another move. Randy glared at Beckett, shoving him and Ken aside. The wheelchair-bound Ambrose then blocked his path. When Dominic recognized Ambrose, he couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. He didn't realize that his attack had been so severe, turning Ambrose into an invalid. Ambrose's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Dominic. It was truly a case of mortal enemies meeting face to face, making the situation even more intense. Randy saw Ambrose blocking the way and intended to counsel him a few words. But just then, an elder wearing a dark red robe approached, hands behind his back, exuding a majestic and authoritative presence. Randy pays respect to the Peak Master. Disciples pay respect to the Peak Master. Seeing the newcomer, Randy led in greeting with a bow. Everyone around promptly bowed to the elderly man who had arrived. For this person was none other than the master of Star Cloud Peak, Terry. The moment Terry appeared, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone. Dominic was taken aback by this aura. Judging by his perception, this Terry had already reached the heaven-penetrating realm, though how high beyond that, Dominic could not tell. However, being the master of this outer sect peak, Terry must be among the strongest in terms of both cultivation and power. Grandpa, take revenge. Sitting in the wheelchair, Ambrose, seeing his grandfather appear, choked with emotion as tears welled up in his eyes. He trembled as he spoke. Terry looked at Ambrose with pain in his heart, nodded slightly, then fixed his cold, piercing gaze on Dominic and barked, "Kneel!" The voice was thunderous, and the pressure emanating from it instantly intensified. Dominic felt as if Mount Tai had landed on him. His legs started bending uncontrollably under the immense force. Randy, Beckett, Ken, and the others sneered. There was no way Dominic could resist before their peak master. One Kirk power. Unable to withstand the pressure, Dominic clenched his teeth and whispered fiercely. In an instant, one Kirk power surged within him, and the overwhelming force began to weaken. Under Terry's watchful eyes, Dominic slowly straightened up again. How is this possible? Everyone around was greatly shocked. Even someone at the mortal severing realm would find it difficult to withstand the Peak Master's heaven-penetrating pressure. Chapter 284. Please send the Peak Master to heaven. This is impossible. Can a Dao Realm practitioner withstand my pressure? On the Starcloud Peaks arena, under everyone's watchful eyes, Dominic actually rose to his feet again, stunning everyone present. Even Terry couldn't believe his eyes. He, Terry, possessed 5th level, transcendent realm cultivation. In the entire outer sect, apart from the other 2 Peak Masters, no one could rival him. Peak Master Lin? If you think I, Dominic, will kneel before you, you are far too undeserving. The standing Dominic glared fiercely at Terry as he roared. Arrogant. I need to teach you humility. Terry flew into a rage. With just a wave of his hand, the winds turned chaotic, and a gust of wind stirred up sand and gravel, rushing straight toward Dominic. Everyone around was terrified and took a step back. The terrifying wind force was enough to tear everything apart. Even those in the mortal cutting realm would be shattered into pieces. Chariot, Dominic shook his body fiercely, his 19 martial veins erupting simultaneously. Coupled with the Supreme Emperor technique, Dominic's body emitted a blinding golden light. Hiss. When the wind and sand struck Dominic, they clashed against him with a clattering sound, turning the stones into powder. Amidst the whirlwind, Dominic remained unharmed, immovable like a mountain. How powerful! Randy and others were stunned to see Dominic unscathed in the storm. After all, even Randy wouldn't dare to take such an attack head-on, yet Dominic emerged unharmed? Has he achieved physical sanctity? Could he be cultivating ancient martial strength? Terry's expression changed slightly as he saw Dominic display extraordinary abilities by following the ancient martial path. He had underestimated Dominic. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, Dominic suddenly waved his hand, splitting open the vortex. The raging airflow scattered everywhere. The onlookers were thrown off balance by the terrifying air currents, falling over each other in panic. Wheelchair-bound Ambrose stared intently at Dominic, nearly choking on his anger upon seeing Dominic's formidable strength. Humph! So much for a grand peak master. Do you have the guts to fight me? Dominic coldly scoffed, taking a step forward as his immense aura burst forth. He challenged Terry outright. He knew that the only way to make Terry back off was to prove himself in combat, showing he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As for his chances of victory, Dominic wasn't sure either. Ridiculous. You little punk, daring to challenge a peak master? Truly arrogant. How can you possibly challenge a peak master? StarCloud Peak members were furious when they heard Dominic challenging Terry, feeling it as if he was openly defying them, disregarding StarCloud Peak. I, Dominic, stand by my actions. Today, this is a personal matter between me and Peak Master Lin. It has nothing to do with StarCloud Peak. I advise you all to shut your mouths. If anyone disagrees, come and fight me. Facing everyone's mockery, Dominic raised his voice fiercely, scorning them while remaining unyielding despite being outnumbered. Everyone was enraged. Seeing Dominic so defiant, they felt he had no clue about his impending doom. Even if Dominic possessed cross-realm fighting strength, their Peak Master was a transcendent realm powerhouse, far beyond Dominic's league. Courageous. I, Terry, have been practicing in the outer sect for so long, and no one has ever spoken to me like this. And today, a disciple dares to challenge my authority. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I continue to stay as StarCloud Peak's master? Terry, successfully provoked by Dominic, smiled icily, his eyes blazing. Stay or not, it's your problem, not mine. Dominic sneered, finding Terry's words distasteful. If you wanted to fight, let's get on with it. No need for unnecessary talk. All of you, back off. An infuriated Terry shouted at the crowd. Following Terry's command, the StarCloud Peak members quickly retreated, clearing the arena to leave Dominic and Terry alone. Dominic? Don't blame me for taking advantage of you. Today, you asked for death, blaming yourself for provoking me. Terry looked down on Dominic, making excuses. Stop procrastinating. Dominic shook his head. Immediately afterward, flames erupted from his body, revealing the heavenly wrath battle armor with fire wings stretching out, emitting scorching heat, shaking the space. What is that battle armor? Seeing Dominic transformed into another person, wearing armor resembling molten iron, emitting an aura that frightened everyone. Heavenly Wrath battle armor? You possess the 5 elements dragon pearls? And 3 of them? Dominic's appearance shocked Terry again. Initially thinking Dominic was courting death, Terry realized Dominic had some backup. This is none of your concern. Dominic, brimming with uncontrollable power, couldn't wait for the battle. Darn it. Repeatedly insulted by Dominic, Terry's fury reached its peak. Whoosh! The Kunlun fiery palm spread out, like an apocalyptic strike, rushing toward Dominic. Dragon Soul. Dominic's pupils widened, golden light erupting from within him. A golden dragon appeared, shattering the incoming palm flame. Splat! Sparks flew everywhere, black smoke rising. Dominic turned into a fiery flash, merging into the sky. Taking advantage of Terry's negligence, Dominic suddenly attacked. 4 symbols merge. Dominic slashed with a sword, channeling 4 divine powers into the sword light, striking Terry. Roar! Terry's expression changed drastically as he blocked with fiery hands. Boom! Dominic's sword was instantly shattered. Stellar fire spread. Terry used this opportunity to employ StarCloud Peak's ultimate technique. Stars rained down, leaving barren land wherever they landed, covering the entire arena and leaving Dominic nowhere to hide. But Terry didn't know Dominic had strong resistance to fire attacks. Facing such firepower, Dominic advanced instead of retreating. Annihilation. Taking advantage of Terry's unawareness, Dominic swung the sky residual sword, unleashing the ultimate sword technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! A meteor shower, with massive asteroids, rained down on Terry. Terry was thrown into chaos, caught off guard by Dominic's astonishing moves, utterly flustered. His sword art, is this terrifying? The spectators were pale with shock. Dominic's swordsmanship and martial prowess were beyond everyone's imagination. Damn! With his composure lost, Terry realized how difficult Dominic was. Fuming, he vanished into thin air. Whoosh! Terry teleported close to Dominic, catching him off guard and striking him on the chest. PFFF. Caught unprepared, Dominic spat blood and flew backward. Before Dominic could stabilize himself, Terry reappeared. Golden Dragon Pearl. In a desperate move, Dominic unleashed the power of the Golden Dragon Pearl. Clang! A golden light enveloped Dominic, blocking Terry's lethal strike. What? The power of the Golden Dragon Pearl? Terry was shocked. Among the 5 elements, gold had the hardest and strongest defense. Core Earth Inferno. Seeing Terry at a loss, Dominic released an Inferno. What? Terry, startled, quickly retreated to avoid the flames. Punk, do you think this will stop me? Furious, Terry summoned flames with one hand, swiftly forming a 7-foot flaming greatsword in the blink of an eye. This is Overlord Blade technique. Heavens! Peak Master actually mastered the Overlord Blade technique? The watching disciples were amazed when they recognized Terry's technique, causing an uproar. The Overlord Blade technique was a closely guarded inner sect technique, second only to the 9 Kirk Sutra. Whoosh! Terry's sudden blade slashed through. Boom! Dominic's golden light protection shattered instantly. Aya! Unable to resist, Dominic screamed as he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the center of the arena. Terry's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he hovered above Dominic. Just as he was confirming whether Dominic was dead, the latter suddenly burst out of the smoke below. Taking advantage of Terry's unawareness, Dominic unexpectedly lunged from behind Terry and tightly embraced him. What is he doing? Everyone was baffled by Dominic's actions, which seemed nothing short of rogue behavior. Terry was livid, his arms and body locked by Dominic's grip. In a fit of rage, he channeled all his power to shake Dominic off, intending to crush him. Boom. At this moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning descended from above. Is this a thunderbolt tribulation? I get it. This is the thunderbolt tribulation Dominic has summoned. As the lightning lit up the sky, some guessed that the tribulation was linked to Dominic. That's not right. This tribulation seems to be getting stronger. Randy's pupils widened as he felt an unusually powerful electric aura. This gave him an ominous premonition. The tribulation was indeed strengthening because it sensed Terry's presence, mistaking it for interference and triggering a bizarre mutation in the tribulation. It was now 10 times stronger than a Dao realm tribulation. Fool. Dominic, let go of me now or I'll kill you. Terry could no longer keep calm, feeling the tribulation lock onto him. Realizing Dominic intended to use the lightning against him, Terry roared with fury at Dominic. Kill me? Humph. The force of the thunderbolt transcends human resistance. Perfect timing. Let's ride through this tribulation together. Dominic grinned menacingly, refusing to release his grip even at the cost of his own life. He aimed to harness the thunderbolt's power to slay Terry. Has Dominic gone mad? This guy isn't human. Bastard. Release the Peak Master if you want to die. Die on your own. Upon hearing Dominic's words, those below were thrown into chaos, their anger flaring as they hurled insults upward at Dominic. Such madness. Dominic was intent on taking Terry down with him. Sitting on a wheelchair, Ambrose fell off in tension, reaching out helplessly toward Dominic, desperate to beg him to spare his grandfather, but unable to utter a sound due to hoarseness. Undeterred by the curses from below, Dominic remained unmoved. He lifted his head to gaze at the roaring sky, where the terrifying lightning had turned red. No, let me go. Terry panicked upon seeing the red lightning, struggling desperately to free himself from Dominic's hold. Too late. Please send the Peak Master up to heaven. Dominic sneered, looking at the descending red lightning and bellowing to the heavens. Chapter 285. A leap of 1,000 miles, Terry has gone mad. Crack. A crimson thunderbolt descended from the sky like an apocalyptic divine wrath striking suddenly. Terry was terrified, his face deathly pale. Not wanting to die, he suddenly unleashed all his strength to break free from Dominic's grip. Dominic, who was holding onto Terry, suffered from the terrifying force impact and spat out blood. Chariot, gritting his teeth, he refused to release his hold. Seeing the crimson lightning strike down in an instant, Dominic's pupils dilated as he mustered all his strength and abruptly lifted Terry over his head. No. Terry, caught off guard and facing the sky, only saw the lightning strike him instantly. Ah! The martial arena was instantly covered by lightning, with mournful cries echoing everywhere. The onlookers were all seized by dread, feeling their scalps tingle and revealing expressions of terror as they stared at the martial arena. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, streaks of lightning fell frenziedly, turning the martial arena into a smoky mess filled with electric light. No one dared to come closer. Grandfather. Ambrose, lying on the ground, let out a hoarse cry, tears streaming down his face as he shouted towards the martial arena. Randy and others were frozen like wooden puppets. Who would have thought that Dominic would be so reckless? He actually summoned a lightning calamity to take down the Peak Master Terry along with himself? Sigh. Some sighed while others were on edge. Under this terrifying lightning calamity, they had no hope left. After 9 bolts of lightning, the martial arena was enveloped in mist, thoroughly devastated. Everyone's faces were tense, eyes fixed on the dissipating smoke within the martial arena. Whoosh. With a gentle breeze passing through, a figure appeared on the martial arena. It must be the Peak Master. Seeing someone standing on the martial arena, everyone firmly believed it was the Peak Master Terry. After all, as someone with skylinking realm cultivation, he had the highest chance of surviving. However, as the figure became clearer, everyone was taken aback. It's Dominic? Heavens? He survived this? Everyone was stunned. Seeing the person standing on the martial arena, it was indeed Dominic? Looking at Dominic's tattered robes and disheveled appearance, he seemed utterly bedraggled. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that Dominic was alive. Randy and others felt a wave of shock. Seeing that Dominic was still alive, they hurriedly scanned the surroundings of the martial arena. Soon, they spotted the silhouette of Peak Master Terry. At this moment, Terry lay motionless in the distance, black smoke still rising from his body, and whether he was alive or not remained unknown. Randy, Beckett, and others quickly moved toward Terry. Lying on the ground, Terry still breathed but was battered and bruised by lightning strikes, his old face blackened like charcoal. Standing on the martial arena, Dominic felt refreshed, his internal chi surging. The 20th martial vein had been born. Having survived this heaven-defying lightning calamity, Dominic benefited from his fortune. His cultivation had leaped 1,000 miles, now reaching the 9th tribulation Dao realm. Cherries. Due to suppressing his power for too long, if not for being forced to use lightning against Terry, he wouldn't have known the extent of the gains. This achievement was closely related to the 9 Kirk Sutra. With the power of dual yang, his strength had increased even further. Dominic injured the Peak Master, committing insubordination, punishable by death. An enraged Randy, seeing Terry injured and unconscious, figured Dominic couldn't be faring much better. Standing up, he publicly accused Dominic of his crimes, drawing the attention of everyone on Star Cloud Peak. Kill him, to avenge the Peak Master. Cherries. How can we allow Star Cloud Peak's reputation to be ruined by him? Randy's words found quick agreement. As Dominic furrowed his brow, people around the martial arena successively stood up and attacked him without saying a word. Bang! Dominic's lips curled upward. Unconcerned, he stomped his foot fiercely. The ground shook, sending out a terrifying shockwave instantly. Aya! Those near Dominic were blasted back by the shockwave, spitting out blood one after another. This? Randy's expression changed dramatically. Seeing that Dominic's strength hadn't weakened but had become even stronger, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. I've already said it, today is a personal matter between me and Terry, and has nothing to do with Star Cloud Peak. If anyone doesn't know better, don't blame me, Dominic, for showing no mercy. Dominic sternly shouted, coldly scanning the surrounding crowd and issuing his final warning. Upon hearing Dominic's words, everyone on Star Cloud Peak hesitated, too afraid to speak. Dominic's might was evident to all. Even their peak master wasn't a match for Dominic. What were they compared to him? Stop. Just as the crowd fell silent, the unconscious Terry suddenly sat up, shouting aloud before getting up and running around wildly, seemingly chasing something, muttering incessantly. What happened to the peak master? Was his brain fried by the lightning? Seeing their peak master's state, the Star Cloud Peak members couldn't help but suspect that Terry had gone mad. Dominic frowned, raising his hand to touch his nose. Seeing Terry, who had clearly gone mad, made him feel somewhat guilty. During the tribulation, he saw firsthand that Terry was struck in the head by lightning but somehow survived, demonstrating how tough his luck was. With Terry now insane, the feud between him and Dominic could finally be put to rest. He had risked everything, but fortunately, he had great fortune and a strong fate. Turning away, Dominic ignored the crowd and walked towards the exit of Star Cloud Peak. The disciples of Star Cloud Peak dared not say a word, each watching Dominic leave, feeling indignant deep down. Meanwhile, at Taiching Academy, in the hall of the dean, Dean Amato looked at his nephew Hunt sitting below and said, Hunt, Xuanhuan College remains yours, and Dominic won't return, so you have nothing to fear. Hunt felt relieved. Though unable to speak, he was extremely pleased thinking about Dominic not returning. Dean, can you explain now? Why couldn't we harm Dominic? Carlton, standing below, had always been curious why Amato forbade them from provoking Dominic, forcing him to remain silent. Amato glanced at Carlton, then stroked his goatee and said, I guess you still don't know who Dominic really is. Hunt and Carlton nodded. Indeed, they didn't know Dominic's background. There's no harm in telling you. Dominic is the disciple whom our sect meticulously recruited from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. And this Dominic is precisely the one who wreaked havoc in the celestial pit not long ago, striking fear into the hearts of disciples from the 9 sects. Hunt's pupils dilated. Carlton's face showed surprise. So it's him? No wonder his name sounded familiar. Even Ezra has to curry favor with him? Carlton was astonished. He had heard about Dominic. If he's a disciple our sect struggled to recruit, why did he end up at Taiching Academy? Carlton, puzzled, asked Amato. Amato shook his head. Even he didn't fully understand this. Still, he knew he couldn't move against Dominic. Dean, something's wrong. Just as Amato was lost in thought, a disciple surnamed Kurt rushed in, panic-stricken. Kurt Xiong? What happened? Carlton, frowning, turned to ask the nervous Kurt Xiong. Dominic, he has returned. Kurt Xiong, looking tense, informed Carlton. What? Impossible. Amato and Carlton couldn't accept this news. They had just mentioned Dominic, and he had already returned? Really? After Dominic returned to Taiching Academy, he went directly to Xuanhuan College. I came here to tell Hunt not to go there for now, Kurt Xiong, very sure of himself, warned Hunt kindly. Goddamn it, what's going on? With Terry's temper, how could he possibly let Dominic off so easily? Amato couldn't sit still. Dominic returning to Taiching Academy left him uneasy. Hunt's eyes blazed with fury as he angrily headed for the door. Hunt, hold it. Seeing Hunt about to leave, Amato hastily called out to stop him. Hunt was unwilling, and he gesticulated furiously, but no one could understand what he meant. From now on, stay far away from Dominic. I'll figure out the situation at Star Cloud Peak first. After reprimanding Hunt, Amato, feeling restless, clenched his teeth and left. Carlton and Kurt Xiong had peculiar expressions. Dominic was someone they couldn't provoke now. Realizing this, the two exchanged a glance and chose to leave separately. Xuanhuan College. Upon returning from Star Cloud Peak, Dominic immediately drew the attention of everyone in Taiching Academy. Some people wanted to ingratiate themselves with Dominic to get more information. But Dominic's face remained cold, and he ignored everyone's entanglements. After returning to Xuanhuan College, he barred those who followed him from entering. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside Dominic's door, all curious as to how Dominic had managed to escape from Star Cloud Peak. This is incredible. He actually returned alive. Didn't you see? His clothes are heavily damaged. From what I can tell, he must have fought with the people of Star Cloud Peak. The people blocking the entrance were buzzing with chatter, all showing immense curiosity about Dominic. Just then, Carlton and Kurt Xiong appeared behind the crowd. Are all of you just idling around after eating? With Carlton's shout, the crowd blocking Dominic's door scattered in fear. Carlton and Kurt Xiong wore odd expressions. Once everyone had dispersed, they approached the gate. Brother Chin, are you there? Carlton called out softly, wary of disturbing Dominic and upsetting him. Creak. The gate opened, and Dominic, now changed into fresh clothes, stepped out to look at Carlton and Kurt Xiong, saying, Do the two seniors need something? Carlton and Kurt Xiong smiled awkwardly. Then, each of them pulled out 10 spirit stones from their robes, holding them up to Dominic with both hands. Dominic was surprised by this gesture. These two, who had always been arrogant and bullied the weak, were now giving him spirit stones? Brother Chin, please be magnanimous. Carlton did not mean to offend you. This small token is a gesture of apology. Carlton understood clearly. Dominic was no longer an ordinary person, and he regretted having offended Dominic before, so he came here to make amends. Chapter 286. Pushing his luck, accepting a mission. Outside Xuanhuan Courtyard. Dominic's expression was peculiar as he watched Carlton and Kurt Xiong, uninvited guests, hand over their spirit stones. He couldn't help but smirk. Carlton and Kurt Xiong were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to return safely. So to avoid trouble, they had come forward to apologize and flatter him. Why would he refuse such a gift? Without any pretense, Dominic took the spirit stones directly from their hands. Seeing Dominic accept the stones, the two men felt relieved. By accepting the stones, Dominic had essentially forgiven them. The spirit stones may be few, but it's a token of appreciation from the two seniors. Dominic thanks you in advance, but I'm worried this amount won't be enough. What should I do? Just as Carlton and Xiong were getting up and smiling at Dominic, Dominic suddenly looked serious and asked them intentionally. Damn, his appetite is really big, Carlton cursed inwardly. Dominic's words were clearly testing their resolve. Beside him, Xiong forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Unsure of what to do, he turned to Carlton for direction. And Carlton, feeling Dominic's gaze on him, became awkward and hesitated before saying, So, what does junior brother suggest we do? Of course, the more the better. Just wondering, do the two seniors have any methods to obtain spirit stones? If convenient, perhaps you could teach me? Dominic feigned seriousness as he humbly asked Carlton. In truth, he knew Carlton and Xiong had been bullying others to obtain spirit stones. He was merely using their tactics against them. This? Xiong and Carlton blushed furiously. They wanted to tear Dominic apart. Wasn't this just pretending ignorance? What? Don't the two seniors want to speak? Dominic frowned, then touched his nose. How about this? Every 10 days, I go to the two seniors to collect? Based on this standard of 10 spirit stones, how does that sound? Carlton and Xiong were seething with anger, but they knew Dominic was deliberately making things difficult. If they refused, Dominic wouldn't let them off easily. No, how can that be acceptable? From now on, I'll personally deliver the spirit stones to junior brother every 10 days. Reluctantly, Carlton agreed, though it pained him deeply. Very well, thank you both. If there's anything I can assist you with, feel free to ask. Dominic nodded satisfactorily. Seeing Carlton and Xiong try to remain composed despite their sour expressions made him somewhat hesitant. Fine, we won't disturb junior brother anymore. If there's anything, please don't hesitate to command. After gritting their teeth, Carlton and Xiong bid farewell to Dominic and left. The Kunlun sect is indeed impressive. Disciples can casually produce high-grade spirit stones? Dominic couldn't help but marvel. High-grade spirit stones were rare in the Tianfeng Empire. One high-grade stone equaled 100 low-grade ones or 1,000 inferior ones. Having survived a life-and-death ordeal, Dominic truly seemed to be having one stroke of good fortune after another. Junior brother Chin? Just as Dominic was about to return to his courtyard, someone called his name from behind. He frowned and turned around to see Alexandria approaching, which made him internally repulsed. Truly, Alexandria was very beautiful, but in Dominic's eyes, she harbored ulterior motives. Junior brother Chin? You're really back? You nearly scared me to death. When you left, I was constantly worried about your safety. Alexandria approached, her concern practically oozing as she almost leaned into Dominic, expressing her anxiety. Why do I feel like I've done something wrong? Dominic frowned, coldly questioning her apparent concern. I didn't mean it like that. Alexandria was taken aback. Dominic's icy demeanor instantly made her blush deeply. Oh, senior sister Xiang, why did you come to see me? Dominic feigned forgetfulness, asking Alexandria. No, nothing. Dominic's question made Alexandria nervous, unsure of what to say. If there's nothing, I'll go rest. Dominic nodded slightly, not giving her a chance to respond, and closed the courtyard gate behind him. Clank. Stunned, Alexandria stood rooted to the spot when the gate closed. Was he deliberately being cold? Do I not look good enough? He's actually indifferent to me? Alexandria's face flushed with embarrassment, her lips biting so hard they turned purple. Senior sister Xiang? Just as Alexandria was furious, Yael walked over and saw her standing outside Dominic's door. Don't talk to me. Before Yael could greet her with a smile, Alexandria shouted at him and stormed off angrily. Yael was bewildered. Seeing Alexandria so upset at him made him think he had inadvertently angered her. Originally planning to find Dominic, Yael's mood plummeted, and he shook his head as he turned away. 3 days passed quickly. The news that Terry had gone mad spread throughout the Kunlun sect. Now Starcloud Peak was a laughingstock among the outer sect members. Dominic, however, had become famous because of this incident. Not only the outer sect disciples, but even the inner sect disciples came to Taching Hall to meet the legendary Dominic. Due to Dominic's influence, more disciples were joining Taching Hall. Inside the main hall of Taching Hall, Amato sat stern-faced, saying nothing. Uncle, how much longer will you wait? Now, Dominic's reputation has surpassed yours. You are the dean of Taching Hall, and Dominic is just a disciple. Why should he overshadow you? Sitting below, Hunt, who had recovered from 3 days of rest, finally spoke. Over these 3 days, Dominic's fame had grown rapidly, making it hard for Hunt to swallow this bitter pill. Do you think I want this? Terry, the master of Starcloud Peak, indeed went mad. From what I learned, Dominic fought Terry fiercely without losing and almost killed him with a thunderbolt. Such a ruthless person will bite anyone who crosses him. Moreover, Dominic has a close relationship with Elder Chi. We can't touch him. Amato clenched his fists in frustration as he addressed Hunt. But, is there no other way? Hunt couldn't bear to take this lying down. Dean, Dominic hasn't been sent on a mission since he arrived. How about sending him on an impossible mission? Perhaps he won't return alive? Carlton, standing beside Hunt, suddenly had an idea and suggested it eagerly to Amato. Hearing Carlton's suggestion, Amato felt enlightened and nodded approvingly. Good. This idea is excellent. Carlton, you handle this. Carlton froze. Realizing he'd volunteered himself, he regretted opening his mouth. Carlton, I believe you can do it. You must ensure Dominic doesn't return alive, understand? Hunt stood up, placing a hand on Carlton's shoulder, reiterating his orders. Don't worry. Carlton forced a laugh, thinking hard about what kind of mission could make sure Dominic didn't return. In Kuren Courtyard, Dominic spent 3 days absorbing 10 high-grade spirit stones, enhancing his spiritual power. Currently, he was at the 9th Tribulation Dao realm, needing more than mere cultivation to break through. The translated text preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with the previous narrative. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the instructions. Chapter 287, The Hidden Trap. Moreover, he had already completely mastered the first 2 levels of the 9 Kirk scripture. He needed to consider where to obtain the 3rd level of this scripture. Knock knock. As Dominic frowned in worry, the courtyard gate was suddenly knocked on. Unwilling to get up, Dominic waved his hand, and the gate opened instantly. There stood Carlton with a playful smile, looking at Dominic sitting inside the room. He clasped his fists and said, "Junior brother Chin, I come bearing a mission from the dean." "Mission?" Dominic frowned, then rose and instantly appeared at the courtyard gate. Carlton was taken aback by Dominic's astonishing speed. "Why are you giving me a mission?" Dominic's expression turned unfriendly. He knew that Dean Amato did not have good intentions. Junior brother Chin might not know, but all disciples who join Taching Hall must carry out missions periodically. The number of missions completed determines your chances of entering the 3 peaks. Moreover, to enter the inner sect, one primarily looks at the number of missions completed. Carlton smiled, knowing Dominic had just arrived and didn't understand the importance of completing missions, so he briefly explained. "Oh, there's such a rule?" Dominic was surprised. He had always thought that advancement into the inner sect relied on strength and personal talent. Carlton smiled again. The less Dominic knew, the more it worked to his advantage. "Junior brother Chin, this time you've been assigned a mission to accompany a few other junior brothers to relieve those guarding Infeng Hollow. You and your team will need to guard Infeng Hollow for 7 days. After completing the 7-day mission, the dean will send others to replace you." While Dominic remained silent, Carlton relayed the details of the mission. "Is it really that simple?" Dominic frowned, sensing danger despite Carlton's casual tone. "Cherries, exactly. It's a small task, nothing challenging for a capable junior brother like you." Carlton nodded, trying to flatter Dominic while feeling inwardly nervous. "I want to know how many people will be sent on this mission," Dominic asked skeptically. The translated text preserves the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with the previous narrative. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the instructions. Chapter 287, The Land of Sinners. What? Suddenly asked about the number of people by Dominic, Carlton stammered, unable to answer. The mission to Infeng Ravine is one of the most dangerous tasks of the outer sect. Those who go there are either guilty of wrongdoing or undisciplined disciples. Among those sent there, 9 out of 10 do not return. Who in their right mind would volunteer for certain death? How so? Does senior brother Malachi not know this? Seeing Carlton's expression change, Dominic grew even more suspicious that there was something hidden about this mission. Junior brother may not be aware, but this mission involves not only our Taiching Academy but also others from the 3 peaks and 6 academies of the outer sect. As for how many people will go, I really have no idea. Seeing Dominic becoming suspicious, Carlton explained with a wry smile, hoping to assuage any concerns. After listening to this, Dominic felt that Carlton's explanation had some logic. Still, his intuition told him that Carlton was hiding something. Thinking this over, Dominic rubbed his nose and frowned, asking, "May I ask, senior brother, if I can bring someone with me?" Carlton was surprised that Dominic would make such a request. Feeling a bit nervous, Carlton, afraid Dominic might suspect something, hesitantly nodded and said, "By rule, junior brother cannot bring anyone, but since you've asked, I'll make an exception. Whom do you want to bring?" "Thank you, senior brother. Then I won't hesitate. Please inform Yael to come with me." Dominic smiled, knowing Carlton was hiding something but trusting only Yael within Taiching Academy. "Yael?" Carlton frowned, knowing that Yael and Dominic were close. To avoid arousing suspicion, he said, "All right, I'll inform Yael right away. Please prepare yourself. You must set off immediately and reach Infeng Ravine before dark." Dominic nodded, watching Carlton walk away. His expression suddenly turned somber as he returned to his room. In an instant, Tianxin mirror appeared in his hand. He didn't trust Carlton's goodwill and wanted to use the mirror to monitor him and prevent any underhanded moves. Through the mirror, Dominic saw Carlton head to the back courtyard, searching for Yael. "Senior brother Malachi, why have you come here all of a sudden? Is something wrong?" Yael looked uneasy but managed a polite smile upon seeing Carlton. With his hands clasped behind his back, Carlton glanced at Yael and said, "You'll be responsible for taking Dominic on a trip to Infeng Ravine shortly." "What? Infeng Ravine?" Yael's face paled instantly, filled with fear as he asked, "Senior brother Malachi, have you made a mistake? What did junior brother Chin do to be sent there?" "Hush. This is an order from the dean. What has it got to do with me? Don't say anything unnecessary when you see Dominic, understood?" Carlton gave Yael a stern look, warning him ominously. "But, senior brother Malachi, why me? What does this have to do with me?" Yael was terrified, realizing that the dean intended to harm Dominic through this mission. "Don't blame me. Dominic specifically requested your company," Carlton sneered. "Remember, if you dare speak out of turn to Dominic, the dean will ensure you wish you hadn't been born." Yael stood frozen in shock. Hearing that Dominic had dragged him into this, he felt aggrieved. Meanwhile, Dominic had observed everything through the Tianxin mirror. Is this Infeng Ravine really that terrifying? Dominic pondered seriously, realizing from Yael's reaction just how dangerous it must be. Soon after, Yael arrived, looking somewhat downcast. Seeing Dominic, he hesitated, glancing around cautiously as if fearing someone. "Senior brother Liu, when do we depart?" Dominic asked calmly, knowing Yael was wary due to Carlton lurking nearby. "At any time. But are you sure you want to go, junior brother Chin?" Yael asked with a strange look, eyeing Dominic nervously. "I'd rather not, but this is an order from the dean, and I have no choice, Dominic replied, shrugging before walking out of the courtyard, noticing Carlton lurking in the shadows. Time is running out. Let's set off now, Dominic suggested to Yael. Yael paused, conflicted as he realized they were truly heading to Infeng Ravine. Reluctantly, he nodded and led Dominic out of Taiching Academy. Hidden in the shadows, Carlton followed them until they reached the gate of Taiching Academy. Once Dominic and Yael left, Carlton breathed a sigh of relief. However, their departure caught the attention of Kinsey passing by. Dominic? She frowned, puzzled, especially when she noticed Carlton surreptitiously following him out of Taiching Academy. What is Carlton planning by secretly following Dominic? Could he be up to something nefarious? Thinking this, Kinsey decided to leave Taiching Academy herself. On their way to Infeng Ravine, Yael remained silent, walking ahead of Dominic with evident tension. Seeing Yael's state, Dominic felt guilty for dragging him along. Junior brother Chin, do you know how dangerous Infeng Ravine is? After crossing a forest, Yael, walking ahead, finally spoke. I have no idea, Dominic admitted, preparing to inquire further. Junior brother Chin, let's turn back, shall we? When Dominic expected Yael to explain the ravine, Yael abruptly stopped, turning with pale fright to suggest they retreat. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. Do you not trust me, senior brother Lu? Dominic knew Yael was terrified but wouldn't allow Carlton or Amato to take advantage of him. Not that I don't trust you, but Infeng Ravine isn't a place fit for humans. In the outer sect, only those guilty of grave sins are sent there. 9 out of 10 never return. The Dean wants you dead. If we turn back now, the worst punishment would be better than losing our lives. Faced with these grim realities, Dominic's eyes blazed with fury, fists clenched tightly. We only need to cross the mountain ahead to enter Infeng Ravine. Inside, we'll either die at the hands of ferocious beasts or vicious rebels. And once there, we'll likely be forced into labor, dying of exhaustion. Yael couldn't hide his fear anymore. He decided to reveal the entire truth about Infeng Ravine. It was a land of great peril. Once inside, survival was nearly impossible. Senior brother Lu, my resolve remains unshaken. If you wish to turn back, you may, Dominic declared after a long silence. He sought trials of life and death, not endless solitary practice. Delaying breakthroughs wasn't his style. Even the heaven hole didn't faze him. Why should this ravine? With that, Dominic continued on his path. Yael, standing rooted in place, was stunned. After sharing the dangers of Infeng Ravine, Dominic still chose to proceed. Swoosh. Just as Yael was agonizing, a streak of sword chi flew past him, rushing toward the rear forest. What? Carlton, feeling victorious as he trailed them, was suddenly struck by a streak of light. Puff. As Carlton rose, the sword chi pierced his brow, causing him to collapse with a thud. Translation provided maintaining paragraph structure, tone, and original storyline coherence. Carlton's pupils dilated as he fell into the grass, dead on the spot. Carlton? Yael was greatly alarmed, seeing Carlton killed in the rear forest, which instantly paled his face. If the Dean found out about Carlton's death, it would surely be attributed to Dominic. But by doing this, Dominic undoubtedly wanted to prevent himself from being blackmailed by Carlton. Thinking of this, Yael clenched his teeth and hurriedly called out to Dominic, who was walking ahead. Junior brother Chin, wait for me. Hidden in the forest, Kinsey had witnessed Dominic effortlessly kill Carlton, leaving her visibly shaken. She couldn't help but admire Dominic's ruthlessness. Such mercilessness, killing as easily as picking something from a pocket. How could someone like that be an ordinary person? By now, Dominic and Yael had crossed the high mountain and just entered Infeng Ravine when they saw 2 men in red robes approaching with ill intent. Hey, are you Dominic and Yael from Taiching Academy? The 2 red-robed men were disciples stationed at Infeng Ravine by the inner sect of Kunlun sect. Both were at the advanced stages of the mortal-cutting realm, glaring fiercely as they questioned Dominic and Yael. Dominic and Yael exchanged confused glances, wondering how these men knew their names. Amir, don't waste words on them. Look at those 2, they're no good. Quickly take them down to the mines. We're short on hands right now. The other red-robed man glanced at his companion, then sized up Dominic and Yael before impatiently speaking. Down to the mines? Dominic frowned. Weren't they supposed to relieve guards? Senior brothers, what do you mean by down to the mines? Yael asked, smiling politely and bowing respectfully. What do you mean by down to the mines? Amir frowned and exchanged a glance with his companion. They both laughed simultaneously. Listen up, anyone sent here is guilty of some crime. You'll be working hard labor, mining spirit stones inside the caverns. Now, follow us quickly. If anyone tries to escape or slacks off, your only outcome will be death. Just as Dominic and Yael were puzzled by the 2 men's laughter, Amir suddenly pulled out a whip from behind him and bellowed at them. ##### Chapter 288. Unyielding to threats, dominant until the end. Slap. Slap. ***. Amir, with a sinister expression, deliberately flicked his leather whip while speaking to Dominic and Yael, as if threatening them. The Infeng Hollow contains a massive spiritual or mine that requires a substantial labor force for excavation. Therefore, Kunlun sect assigns its unforgivable disciples here as punishment to work as manual laborers to extract spirit stones. Amir and his companions are inner sect disciples who have been assigned by the sect to oversee the mine and supervise these prisoners. Dominic's face darkened as he saw Amir wave the whip before him, almost tempting him to react. On the side, Yael looked tense, edging closer to Dominic, pulling him slightly to prevent any rash actions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move. Seeing Dominic and Yael standing still, Amir grew infuriated and shouted at them. Yael, fearing retaliation, dragged Dominic towards the Infeng Hollow, with Amir and another man trailing behind to prevent them from escaping. But Dominic, even if given the chance, wouldn't run away, because he knew there was a spiritual or mine here, one that could produce high-grade spirit stones. This held immense allure for him. His martial pulse needed a vast amount of spiritual energy to continuously condense many martial pulses. High-grade spirit stones were indispensable for cultivators, as they contained the purest and richest form of spiritual energy. Absorbing one high-grade spirit stone equates to 7 days of cultivation practice. Passing through a dense forest, Dominic and Yael arrived at a mountain hollow. The place was filled with chilling winds, with cliffs on both sides of the path. After walking some distance into the hollow, they saw a city gate between two mountains, forming an impenetrable fortress. On top of the gate were sentries, and outside, guards patrolled diligently, making it airtight. Seeing this scene for the first time, Dominic and Yael felt unease. Upon approaching the fortress, they noticed the 3 characters, In Feng Hollow, prominently inscribed on the gate. Is senior brother Guo back? The sentries recognized Amir bringing people back and greeted him accordingly. Amir smiled briefly, then turned to Dominic and Yael, whose faces instantly turned grim when they stood frozen. Slap. Slap. Asterisk asterisk. Poor Yael wasn't paying attention and ended up receiving 2 lashes from Amir, leaving bloody welts on his back. Ah! Yael screamed in agony, but Amir didn't stop. He aimed the whip at Dominic. Slap. Dominic, eyes blazing with anger, caught the incoming whip with his hand, intending to teach Amir a lesson. However, Yael quickly grabbed Dominic, warning him not to retaliate. Dominic gritted his teeth, but did not release the whip. Brat, you dare to resist me? I see you're itching for a beating. Amir, unable to overpower Dominic, vented his frustration through insults. Whoosh! Just as Amir finished his tirade, the whip suddenly caught fire. Step. Step. Asterisk asterisk. Amir, terrified, quickly let go and backed away, watching helplessly as his whip burned to ashes. Core Earth Fire? Hyder, Amir's companion, recognized immediately that Dominic used no ordinary flame and began to regard Dominic with caution. You bastard! Watch me beat you to death. Amir, trying to save face, angrily moved to attack Dominic. Hey! Hyder stopped Amir hastily, noting Dominic's unflinching demeanor and unsettling smirk. What? Amir was furious at Hyder's interference. If you kill him, who will do the work? You? Hyder glared at Amir. Speechless, Amir reluctantly let Dominic off, realizing they desperately needed manpower. Yael was trembling with fear and instinctively moved closer to Dominic. I don't care how arrogant you are outside, but once inside here, you will follow the rules. Hyder approached Dominic, sneering and reminding him arrogantly. Dominic remained expressionless, finding such men unworthy of his attention. If it weren't for thee or mine, Hyder would be lying on the ground screaming already. Amir glared at Dominic, pointing accusingly at him without speaking. Dominic could guess what Amir wanted to say. After a brief pause, Dominic and Yael followed Amir and Hyder into the fortress. Inside, various torture instruments lined up, each occupied by someone enduring horrific treatment. Ah! Kill me! Various screams of torment echoed endlessly. Even if Dominic and Yael tried to avoid seeing, the heart-wrenching cries were unbearable. Amir and Hyder, walking ahead, smirked, wanting to show Dominic and Yael the consequences of defying them. Every step revealed more brutal scenes. Thankfully, after a stretch of walking, Dominic and Yael were led to a cave entrance. Outside the cave, emaciated corpses lay piled, victims of forced labor until death. Yael shivered in horror at the sight, while Dominic's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly cursed Amir and others for their lack of humanity. Once you're here, you must follow the rules. Each day, you need to extract 300 spirit stones. For every 10 less, you receive 10 lashes, 20 less, a finger is cut off, 30 less, a hand, and so forth. In short, failure means punishment. Trying to escape means certain death. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, don't think of cheating. Elders guard this place. Complete your task or die. Hyder, hands crossed, explained the rules to Dominic and Yael, emphasizing severe punishments. For those who failed, the lightest punishment was flogging. Heavier cases had bloody repercussions. Isn't it just 300 spirit stones? How hard can it be? Yael asked, puzzled, wondering who would dare fail. So you think spirit stones are easy to mine? Fine, if I don't see 300 by dusk, I'll flay your skin off. Amir, frowning, grabbed Yael's neck menacingly. Dusk? Yael paled, realizing only 1 hour remained, knowing it was deliberate harassment. All right, we accept. Facing Amir's provocation, Dominic stepped forward, easily freeing Yael from Amir's grip. Amir's pupils widened. His hand, inexplicably stiff and painful, seemed paralyzed. Hyder furrowed his brow, clearly sensing Dominic's strength far exceeded Amir's. Yael, let's go inside. Dominic smiled at Yael, then headed toward the mine. Amir, did you let him win? Hyder asked, puzzled as Dominic and Yael entered the mine. Check my hand first. Amir showed his right hand to Hyder, wincing as he lifted it with his left. Hyder's eyes widened upon lifting Amir's sleeve. Deep, blood-filled bruises marked where Dominic had grabbed. Amir winced, the excruciating pain shooting through his arm. Was his hand crippled? Damn! What is Dominic's background? That damned Amato said he was just an ordinary disciple. Hyder was shocked. Amir was at the 6th level of world severing. Dominic's strength shouldn't have harmed him so easily. Junior brother Chin, thank you. If not for you, I would have been beaten again. Yael expressed gratitude once inside the mine, feeling indebted. Don't say that. It was my fault you got involved. Translation notes. Chapter 288. Unafraid of threats, unyieldingly strong. Slap. Slap. Amir, who wore a menacing expression, deliberately cracked the whip in his hand as he spoke to Dominic and Yael as a show of force. The Wind Hollow had a giant spirit or mind that required a substantial workforce for excavation. Therefore, Kunlun sect arranged for those disciples with unpardonable sins to come here for punishment and hard labor mining spirit stones. However, Amir and the others were inner sect disciples tasked by the sect to oversee the mine and supervise these prisoners. Dominic's face darkened as he saw Amir brandishing the whip near him. He almost lashed out. Beside him, Yael, looking tense, nudged Dominic, fearing he might act irrationally. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing Dominic and Yael standing there motionless, Amir became irritated and shouted loudly. Due to fear, Yael tugged at Dominic, leading them towards Xuanhuan Hollow, while Amir and another man followed behind to prevent their escape. But Dominic wouldn't run even if they let him, because he knew this place held a significant spirit or mine capable of yielding high-grade spirit stones, which greatly appealed to him. His martial pulse needed vast amounts of spiritual energy to condense more pulses. High-grade spirit stones were indispensable for cultivators due to their pure and potent spiritual energy. Absorbing one high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 7 days of cultivation. Traversing through a dense forest, Dominic and Yael arrived at a mountain hollow. Here, cold winds blew incessantly, and on both sides of the path stood cliffs. After traveling a distance into the hollow, they saw a gateway established between two mountains, forming a tightly sealed stronghold. On top of the gate, sect disciples stood guard, while outside, guards watched, making it airtight. Upon seeing this, Dominic and Yael felt uneasy. Approaching the stronghold, they saw Xuanhuan Hollow, clearly written on the gate. Is it senior brother Guo returning? The gatekeepers greeted Amir warmly. Amir smiled but then turned grim when he saw Dominic and Yael still standing frozen. Slap, slap. Unfortunate Yael, unaware, was suddenly whipped twice by Amir without reason, leaving his back torn open. Ah! Yael screamed in pain, but Amir didn't stop, aiming the whip at Dominic next. Slap. Dominic, angered, caught the incoming whip with a raised hand, intending to teach Amir a lesson. However, Yael grabbed Dominic urgently, warning him not to retaliate with his eyes. Dominic gritted his teeth but didn't release the whip. Brat, you dare to fight back? You're asking for a beating. Seeing he couldn't overpower Dominic, Amir cursed angrily. Whoosh! Suddenly, Amir's whip ignited, startling him. Thump, thump. He hastily released the burning whip, watching it turn to ashes. Core Earth Fire? Hyder, Amir's companion, recognized that Dominic used no ordinary flame, giving him pause. Cur, I'll kill you? Regaining composure, Amir, for the sake of face, angrily lunged at Dominic. Hey! Hyder quickly stopped him, noting Dominic's unafraid demeanor and eerie smile. What now? An enraged Amir questioned Hyder's actions. If you beat him to death, who will work? You? Hyder glared at Amir, silencing him. Realizing they needed manpower, Amir grudgingly spared Dominic. Yael, terrified, instinctively moved closer to Dominic. I don't care how arrogant you are outside. Here, even dragons must coil and tigers must lie down, Hyder warned Dominic with a smirk. Dominic remained expressionless, finding Hyder beneath contempt. If not for the spirit mine, Hyder would already be lying on the ground crying. Amir glared at Dominic, finger pointed, though silent, conveying threats Dominic understood well. After a moment, Dominic and Yael entered the stronghold with Amir and Hyder. Inside were various torture devices, each holding prisoners suffering brutal treatment. Ah! Kill me! The screams were relentless. Even if Dominic and Yael tried to ignore them, they couldn't endure the tanja. Amir and Hyder grinned, showing Dominic and Yael what awaited those who defied them. Blood-soaked scenes lined their path. Finally, Dominic and Yael reached a cave entrance, where emaciated bodies littered the sides, victims of forced labor. Yael trembled in horror. Dominic stayed expressionless, inwardly cursing Amir's inhumanity. Here, you must follow the rules. Each day, you need to mine 300 spirit stones. 10 less means 10 lashes, 20 less means losing a finger, 30 less means losing a hand, so on. Failing the task means punishment, and escaping leads to death. Oh, and forget about luck. Elders monitor this place. Complete your task or die. Hyder, hands behind his back, explained the rules to Dominic and Yael. Failure brought whipping. Severe offenses meant bloodshed. Just 300 stones? What's so hard? Yael asked, astonished anyone dared disobey. Think it's easy to dig? See you before nightfall with less than 300, and I'll flay you alive. Amir sneered, gripping Yael's neck. Nightfall? Yael paled. Only an hour remained. It was intentional harassment. Fine. We accept. Dominic stepped forward, easily freeing Yael from Amir's grip. Amir's pupils widened. His arm felt numb and painful, indicating Dominic's superior strength. Let's go, Yael. Dominic smiled and led Yael into the mine. Did you let him win? Hyder asked Amir as they entered. Look at my hand first. Amir showed his bruised, bloodied hand to Hyder. Hyder gasped, realizing Dominic's background and questioning Amato's report. Kunlun sect disciple Dominic saved me just now. Otherwise, I'd have been beaten again. Yael admitted guiltily inside the mine. Sorry, I got you involved. Dominic replied humbly. 2. Tone and style maintenance. Kept the original confrontational tone and intense emotions conveyed in the dialogue. 3. Fluency and grammar. Ensured sentences are natural and grammatically correct in English. 4. Coherent storyline. Maintain the continuity and logic consistent with the previous context. 5. Paragraph structure. Preserve the paragraph breaks to mirror the original text structure. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch you. Dominic patted Yael on the shoulder, trying to make him feel more at ease. Inside the spirit or mine, the space was vast, with specks of light resembling starlight embedded in the stone walls, illuminating the surroundings. The mine extended deep underground. As Dominic and Yael walked further, they saw someone lying motionless on the ground. Curious, Dominic approached and examined the man. He found that the man's forehead had turned black, and there was no sign of life left in him. What happened here? It looks like he was poisoned, Yael observed, noting the unusual circumstances of the man's death, which seemed unnatural, with dark fumes rising from his body. Whoosh. In an instant, Dominic raised his hand and absorbed the dark fumes emanating from the corpse into his palm. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to realize that this dark fume was actually yin qi, nether energy. Yin qi could only be found in the netherworld. Although Dominic wasn't unfamiliar with yin qi, it shouldn't be present here. Realizing this, Dominic swiftly ran deeper into the mine. The mine extended downward, and at intervals along the way, Dominic encountered more corpses. Each corpse also emitted yin qi. Ding, ding. As they ventured deeper, the sounds of chiseling became more audible. Dominic and Yael quickened their pace. When they reached the end of the mine, they saw a group of people using their spiritual energy to strike the stone walls relentlessly. These people were dressed in tattered clothes, their hair unkempt and faces gaunt. Some were emaciated, some weakly kneeling on the ground, and some missing limbs. They looked exhausted, their eyes fixated on the stone walls as they used their hands as hammers and chisels to chip away at the hard rock. Is this how spirit stones are mined? Dominic felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon witnessing this scene. They were clearly not treating these people as humans. 300 spirit stones? With just our bare hands? Yael held up his own hands, realizing it was impossible to mine 300 spirit stones by nightfall with such crude methods. The stone walls in the mine were as hard as iron. Even with their cultivation levels, striking the walls would deplete their spiritual energy entirely. Hey, you two newbies, aren't you going to start mining those spirit stones? Do you want to die here? Just as Dominic and Yael were stunned, a towering man walked over and shouted at them loudly. Chapter 289. Taking a loss, generous with wealth. Inside the mine, a group of punished men were frantically mining spirit stones, disregarding the bleeding on their hands to complete today's quota. The newly arrived Dominic and Yael, seeing the pitiful sight of these men, felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, a burly man in red attire strode out from the crowd. This man was an inner sect disciple named Devlin, who had reached the 9th layer of the slain mortal realm. He was the overseer of the mine. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you too. Didn't you hear me? Devlin barked, visibly angered that Dominic and Yael hadn't acknowledged his presence. Yael involuntarily trembled. Devlin's fierce demeanor scared him half to death. Dominic, however, stood firm, meeting Devlin's glare head-on. Humph! Devlin's face darkened, and he suddenly swung his massive hand towards Dominic's face. Slap! But as Yael watched in shock, Dominic raised his hand and caught Devlin's incoming strike mid-air. Devlin's expression turned grim, his eyes blazing like fire. Chariot Dominic remained unyielding, testing his strength against Devlin's. This new kid is asking for it, one miner muttered. To defy Taiyama? He must want to die slowly, another added. The miners shook their heads, believing Dominic was courting disaster. Each of them, before being sent here, had been unruly and fearless, but they all ended up subdued by the harsh conditions. And Devlin was known as the living Yama, king of hell, having killed countless people, which made everyone fear him. Junior brother Chin, enough now, Yael whispered anxiously, noticing Devlin's eyes had turned bloodshot. Dominic did not back down, knowing this contest of strength was crucial. If either of them lost their grip first, they would suffer the consequences. Devlin, furious, exerted nearly full force, but Dominic matched him effortlessly. Enraged, Devlin clenched his teeth and abruptly kicked Yael in the chest. Ah! Yael screamed, spitting blood as he flew backward. Seizing the opportunity as Dominic was momentarily distracted, Devlin increased his strength and pushed Dominic's hand away, delivering a palm strike to Dominic's chest. Imph! Dominic grunted in pain, stumbling back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despicable! Dominic snarled. Brat, do you still dare to defy me here? You'd better start digging those spirit stones quickly, or I'll kill him first, then cripple you. Devlin sneered contemptuously, deciding to threaten Dominic using Yael. Infuriated, Dominic took a step forward but felt someone grab him from behind. Frowning, he turned around to find a disheveled woman shaking her head at him. Despite her dirty appearance and pale face, she had large, pleading eyes. Although unfamiliar, Dominic chose to hold back. Watching Dominic go to work quietly, Devlin grinned malevolently, saying, "Wait and see. You won't last long under my watch. Senior brother Tai, these are the spirit stones we mined today." Just as Devlin stared at Dominic, an inner sect disciple approached, handing over a storage bag filled with the day's harvest. Devlin inspected the contents, nodding in satisfaction. Good. All high-quality spirit stones. Pleased, he tossed 2 spirit stones to his junior brother and walked away, taking the storage bag with him. So many spirit stones, and he can just distribute them as he pleases? Yael fumed, watching Devlin leave. You don't understand. Only Devlin knows the exact number of spirit stones mined. Whatever amount he gives to the elders is the official count. Similarly, the number of spirit stones the elders report to the sect is determined by him. Otherwise, why would these inner sect disciples come here? The woman explained while continuing her work. So they're profiting from this? Doesn't the sect know? Yael asked, increasingly frustrated that their hard work was enriching others. The woman didn't reply. May I ask your name? Why did you stop me earlier? After a long look, Dominic realized despite her dirt-covered face, her beauty was undeniable. My name is Kirsty. I stopped you because angering Devlin would lead to punishments for all of us, Kirsty replied candidly. Oh, I see. Dominic blushed, realizing Kirsty's intent. Crash. Meanwhile, Yael had started working, smashing the stone walls with great effort. To dig out spirit stones, one needed precise control, neither too much nor too little force. But while Yael struggled, Kirsty had already mined 3 stones. When Yael noticed Dominic had 10 stones before him, he marveled at Dominic's skill. Using sword chi to cleave the rock, Dominic extracted spirit stones efficiently, his speed unmatched. Time flew by, and as the sun set, Most miners completed their tasks and left. But Dominic continued, exhilarated by his progress. His rapid pace left even Kirsty speechless. 356. 379. The count steadily grew until only a few miners remained. Dominic had surpassed 400 stones, and he wasn't stopping. Is he even human? Kirsty marveled. Soon, Dominic had amassed a mountain of spirit stones, 800 in total. Suddenly, the sound of a copper bell echoed from outside. It's time. We need to get out of here fast. Kirsty urged Dominic and Yael urgently. What's happening? You look terrified. No time to explain. Grab your stones and follow me. Sensing the severity, Dominic nodded and swiftly gathered the spirit stones with a wave of his hand. Outside, Amir and Hyder guarded the entrance. They noticed Dominic and Yael hadn't returned. That brat has taken so long. Did he fail to meet the quota? Amir smirked, eagerly anticipating the chance to punish Dominic. Half an incense sticks time. And if he still doesn't come out, then let him wait to die inside, Hyder said with a sinister smile. Once it turned dark, everyone inside the spirit mine had to get out as soon as possible, or else they would end up like those dead men in the cave, killed by the deathly Yin-Chi. You die, but we won't. Just as Hyder finished speaking, a loud voice echoed from within the mine. Hyder's face turned cold, and he and Amir turned to look inside. There they saw Dominic walking out casually with Yael and Kirsty. Seeing Dominic, Hyder fumed with anger. When Amir moved to make a move, Hyder stopped him just in time. Yael and Kirsty were both intimidated. Hyder and Amir were not people to be trifled with, and they naturally felt fearful. But Dominic remained indifferent, completely ignoring the two of them. Dominic? I remember you promised that before nightfall, each of you would hand over 300 spirit stones. Where are they? Hyder clenched his teeth and stretched out his hand, demanding Dominic to hand over the spirit stones. Dominic frowned. Meanwhile, Yael's face turned pale because he had only managed to dig up a few dozen spirit stones. How could he possibly produce 300? While Dominic and Yael stayed silent, Kirsty obediently stepped forward and handed over all the spirit stones she had collected that day. 271? Hyder confirmed the number was insufficient. He raised his brows menacingly, and a blade appeared in his hand, swinging directly at Kirsty's right hand. Kirsty's face paled in fear, and she dared not dodge. She closed her eyes helplessly. Clang! Hyder's blade suddenly broke in midair. At the same time, Hyder was pushed back several steps by a powerful force. How dare you? Dominic? Are you rebelling? Hyder raged, glaring at Dominic. It's just 29 spirit stones short, isn't it? I'll cover for her. Dominic narrowed his eyes coldly and, with a flick of his hand, threw the missing spirit stones to Amir. Kirsty was touched to tears by this gesture. However, Hyder and Amir were far from pleased. And what about yours? Amir asked through gritted teeth, addressing Dominic. Dominic cast a peculiar glance at Yael behind him, then tossed a storage bag to Amir. Amir froze, opening the storage bag only to find exactly 600 high-quality spirit stones inside. Chapter 290, Calls for Help at Night. How many? Near the mine entrance, Hyder saw Dominic hand a storage bag to Amir and hurriedly asked about the number of spirit stones. Amir wore an astonished look, eyeing Dominic in disbelief. He couldn't believe all these spirit stones were mined by Dominic himself. 600 pieces? Combined with the spirit stones previously turned in on Kirsty's behalf, this amount far exceeded what an ordinary person could achieve. Exactly. Amir, staring at Dominic, gritted his teeth and replied to Hyder. What? Hyder's eyes widened. He had intended to use this opportunity to teach Dominic a lesson, but now that he knew Dominic met the quota precisely, how could he even start? Dominic's righteous help deeply moved Yael and Kirsty. Task completed. Can we leave now? Dominic, his expression cold, looked at Hyder and Amir and asked. Not? Amir clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to say no, Hyder suddenly stopped him and preemptively said, Sherry's, you have completed your task. Dominic's gaze focused briefly, glanced at Amir, then led Kirsty and Yael away. As long as they completed the task on time, they could go to the designated rest area. However, the conditions here were rudimentary, and since everyone here was guilty of some offense, having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was already quite good. Since Dominic and Yael were newcomers, the better spots were already occupied. So, they followed Kirsty to a corner under a big tree. The ground was covered with thick straw. This is where Kirsty slept every night. This place? When Yael saw Kirsty's lodging, he wore a look of disdain. What's the difference between this and a doghouse? There's nothing you can do. Here, everything depends on your own abilities to survive. My cultivation is weak, and I'm just a woman, so it's already great to have a place to live. Besides, before I didn't dare sleep alone, afraid someone might take advantage of me. But with both of you here, I feel much safer. Kirsty realized Dominic was not an ordinary person. The fact that he dared to challenge Iron Xiong and confront Amir and Hyder proved Dominic had significant strength. Plus, given how much Dominic helped her, she felt very grateful. Yael laughed awkwardly after hearing Kirsty's words. Who would still have the mood to seek women when being sent to such a miserable place? All right, you two rest inside. I'll guard outside. Seeing the small straw hut under the tree could barely fit two people meditating, Dominic offered his spot to Yael. How can that be? Brother Chin, you've been busy all day and must be exhausted. Let me guard outside. Yael felt embarrassed. After Dominic labored all day, it was only right for him to rest well. Senior brother Liu, let's not argue. Quickly go inside and rest. Use this chance to replenish your spiritual energy with spirit stones. Dominic shook his head. Unlike others, his physique was powerful, and his internal spiritual energy was several times more than Yael's. This level of exhaustion wasn't significant for him. Moreover, he wouldn't trust Yael guarding outside. Rat-like characters like Amir and Hyder might take action during the night. Seeing Dominic's determination, Yael nodded reluctantly. Kirsty looked at Dominic with complex emotions. She always felt Dominic was special. Deep into the night, sitting cross-legged on a large rock under the tree, Dominic released his soul power, sensing any disturbances within a 100-meter radius. Confident it was safe, Dominic decided to use the spirit stones obtained today to consolidate his 20th martial pulse. Rustling, a sudden gust stirred the leaves. During his cultivation, Dominic was startled awake by a chill. The air carries yin qi? Dominic opened his eyes wide, sensing yin qi mixed in the cold wind. Yin qi comes from the netherworld. Could there be a way to the netherworld here? Dominic frowned, thinking of the netherworld inevitably brought to mind Prince Amadeo of the netherworld. Greetings, senior brother Tai. Just as Dominic was frowning in confusion, he heard a familiar voice in the distance. This voice, it's Hyder? Dominic's expression turned odd. Why would Hyder be here in the middle of the night? Curious, Dominic quietly stood up and walked forward. When he saw a few silhouettes ahead, he quickly hid behind a large tree. How did it go? In the dark corner, a burly man, unmistakably Devlin, sternly asked Hyder. Sherry's, I've delivered the message to City Lord, who gave this to you. Hyder nodded, acting furtively, and took out a vial from his robe, handing it to Devlin. What does this mean? Devlin asked, puzzled, taking the vial. City Lord said, Senior Brother Tai just needs to put this in Elder Allah's tea, and the task is complete. Hyder bowed, conveying City Lord's instructions. What? Poison Elder Allah? Devlin's face changed dramatically, finally realizing the importance of the vial in his hand. No. City Lord said it's not poison, but something that will temporarily weaken Elder Allah's powers. City Lord intends to personally kill Elder Huang, and then entrust the management of Wind Ridge to us. Hyder smiled oddly. Entrust the management to us? Are you kidding? There's a spirit or mine here. Even if City Lord gives it to us, do you think Kunlun sect will let us off? Devlin looked grim. If they agreed to help City Lord, they would betray Kunlun sect, a matter of life and death. Why be afraid? Weren't those who killed Larry on his way back to the sect also us? Hyder showed no fear. They had already betrayed Kunlun sect long ago, all for more spirit stones and greater benefits. Do you still have the nerve to bring that up? After killing Larry, you took all the spirit stones. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Devlin suddenly became angry, grabbing Hyder's neck and shouting lowly. Innocent. Innocent. Senior Brother Tai, losing so many spirit stones, the sect won't let it go easily. I hid them until the storm passed, then we'd share them equally. I swear, I never kept them privately. Hyder panicked, raising his hands over his head, pledging to Devlin. Hearing this, Devlin's attitude softened. At least you have some conscience. Fine, I'll believe you this time. But attacking Elder Allah so soon, does City Lord have ulterior motives? Though burly, Devlin had a shrewd mind. Hearing this, Hyder glanced around before whispering to Devlin. Hidden far away, Dominic couldn't hear a thing, but he guessed Hyder wouldn't be saying anything good. So each harbors their own intentions? To encounter such things here? Dominic rubbed his nose, finding it absurd. The mighty Kunlun sect, second largest in the world, had such internal chaos? Disciples colluding with outsiders to harm a sect elder? Now I understand. How deep-seated is this enmity between City Lord and Kunlun sect for him to do this? Learning this, Devlin couldn't help but ponder the depth of City Lord's hatred. So it's none of our business? We only want spirit stones. Who cares about their conflicts? Hyder smiled faintly. Guarding such a rich spirit or mine made it impossible to be unhappy. When should I act? Devlin bit his lip and asked Hyder. 2 days later, City Lord will come with men, and you can act beforehand. Hyder frowned, calculating for a moment before informing Devlin. Iron Xiong nodded slightly and, without saying much more, waved for Hyder to leave. Creak. But just as Iron Xiong and Hyder were parting ways, they suddenly heard the sound of a snapping branch from a distant tree. Who's there? Iron Xiong and Hyder, along with their few followers, turned to look at the big tree ahead. That tree was where Dominic was hiding. It was Dominic who had accidentally stepped on a dead branch, drawing the attention of Iron Xiong and Hyder. Hiding behind the tree, Dominic wished he could slap himself. Now, Iron Xiong and Hyder, along with several subordinates, were approaching the tree step by step. Who's there? Come out, or don't blame us for being impolite. As Iron Xiong shouted loudly, a black iron hammer appeared in his right hand. Seeing no response from behind the tree, Hyder gritted his teeth and gestured for 2 men behind him to rush toward the tree. Clang! Just as Dominic was preparing to act, a sudden noise came from another big tree not far to his right. This unexpected sound instantly drew the attention of Hyder and Iron Xiong away. Dominic's tense expression eased as he turned his head to look at the distant tree. He saw a figure moving quickly. There. Catch him. Hyder and Iron Xiong shouted urgently upon spotting the figure. The 2 men approaching Dominic immediately turned around to chase after the fleeing figure. Phew. Dominic let out a silent sigh of relief. Thinking about how he nearly exposed himself, he was quite grateful for the timely distraction provided by that sudden figure. Confirming that Hyder and Iron Xiong had moved away, Dominic quickly turned and departed. Ah, Dominic, save me. But before Dominic had walked far, he suddenly heard a scream from behind, followed by someone calling his name. This voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Dominic's expression froze. While he didn't pay much attention to the scream itself, hearing his name called gave him an immediate sense of foreboding. Oh no. Pausing for a moment, Dominic suddenly thought of someone. Without further delay, he quickly chased after Hyder and Iron Xiong. Still trying to run. Watch as I smash your head with one blow of my hammer. When Dominic caught up with Hyder and Iron Xiong, he saw Iron Xiong swinging his iron hammer down toward the head of a person on the ground. Chapter 291. Furious strike on Devlin, a big payoff. Stop. In the pitch black night, Dominic rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. He saw Devlin swinging an iron hammer toward a man on the ground and quickly shouted to stop him. Hearing someone approaching, Devlin's hammer suddenly paused midair as he and Hyder turned their unfriendly gazes towards the intruder. It's him? Devlin was surprised that the person who had come was Dominic, whom he had fought in the mine. Why is he here? Hyder's expression changed as he gritted his teeth and yelled at Devlin, "Finish off that guy on the ground quickly!" Devlin nodded and swung the iron hammer down again without hesitation. But at this moment, Dominic had arrived and recognized the man on the ground as Yael. His eyes immediately bloodshot with rage. Swish! At the last possible second, Dominic unleashed a stream of sword energy from his hand. Clang! The iron hammer flying down was knocked away by the sword energy. Seeing Devlin miss, Hyder clenched his teeth and slashed his saber toward Yael on the ground. Seeking death, Dominic erupted with anger, stepping forward and appearing instantly beside Yael, striking Hyder's saber with both hands, breaking it into 2 pieces. Shocked, Hyder was then kicked back several meters by Dominic. Seeing this, Devlin flew into a rage, striking Dominic's crown with a palm. Ha! Unafraid, Dominic let out a loud cry as golden light exploded from within his body. Boom! Devlin's attack was repelled, causing his palms to split open and bleed profusely. Step! Devlin staggered back several steps, his eyes blazing red. Junior Brother Chin? They aren't human? They want to kill me, but I don't want to die. Yael lay in a pool of blood, his legs already mangled beyond recognition. His face pale and tearful, he cried out uncontrollably when he saw Dominic, clutching onto his leg like it was a lifeline. Devlin, Hyder, and the other 5 men surrounded Dominic menacingly. Dominic? After letting you go this afternoon, you actually dare to show up? Hyder bellowed angrily. Less damn nonsense. You crippled Yael's legs. Today, I'll make sure you all die here. Dominic burned with fury. Upon learning that neither Hyder nor Devlin were decent people, he viewed them as dead men. But he never thought Yael would be innocently caught up in this. Now with his legs destroyed, Dominic couldn't stand idly by. Ambitious, huh? Just with your 9th tribulation Dao realm cultivation? Boy, you're just tired of living. Devlin sneered, stepping forward and releasing his 9th stage Mortal Slayer aura. Dominic's expression changed slightly. Facing such a powerful opponent, he no longer hid his strength. Boom! The power of the dragon beads surged within Dominic, his aura skyrocketing. The heaven-raging armor covered his body, radiating an even more violent energy. Devlin's complexion turned ashen, seeing Dominic like a volcano, exuding heat that made his soul tremble uncontrollably. Hyder was also pale with fright. Neither knew that the Dominic before them had just fought the master of Starcloud Peak. The heaven-raging armor fused with 4 dragon beads granted Dominic the strength comparable to a heaven-transcending realm cultivator. Run! Run quickly! Terrified, Devlin recalled Dominic's words and fled immediately, turning around to escape. Bastard! Seeing Devlin run, Hyder cursed violently. Thud! As Hyder shook, unsure of what to do, Dominic vanished from his spot. In the next second, blood spewed across the sky as Devlin's escaping body split into 2. Hyder, witnessing this, went weak in the knees, sweating profusely. The others had long been cowering on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Dominic approached Hyder, carrying the bloody heavenly remnant sword. Spare me, Junior Brother Chin. It's all a misunderstanding. Wounding Yael was, that damn Devlin's doing. This has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. Hyder was utterly terrified, kneeling and kowtowing, pleading for mercy while blaming everything on the dead Devlin. So, it has nothing to do with you? If I spare you, who will forgive Yael's broken legs? You're all scum. Keeping you alive would be a disaster. Killing 1 or 2, Dominic found no reason to spare Hyder. I can help Yael restore his legs. Panic-stricken, Hyder instinctively glanced at Yael, hastily pulling a pill from his robe and offering it to Dominic with trembling hands. Dominic frowned. This is the 100 Souls pill, a superior healing pill from Kunlun sect. If he takes it, Yael will recover fully by morning. Seeing Dominic's skepticism, Hyder hurriedly explained the origin of the pill. 100 Souls pill? Dominic doubted. Having recently joined Kunlun sect, he had never heard of it. Junior Brother Chin? That truly is the 100 Souls pill. Yael, hearing the name, exclaimed with relief, informing Dominic excitedly. With Yael's confirmation, Dominic nodded slightly, took the pill from Hyder, and threw it to Yael. Yael swallowed the pill without hesitation. Junior Brother Chin, could you possibly spare me once more? Hyder, seeing Dominic accept the pill, asked hopefully. Spare you? Dominic's face darkened. Hyder still had a large sum of spirit stones meant for submission to the sect, certainly a substantial amount. Wanna live? Fine. Give me 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, and I won't kill you. Facing Dominic's unexpected demand, Hyder tensed up, realizing Dominic sought riches. 10,000 spirit stones? Hyder's eyes widened. He couldn't possibly have that much on him. Can't produce it? Dominic raised an eyebrow, placing his sword at Hyder's throat, glaring. Hyder hesitated, realizing Dominic might be greedy for money. After some deliberation, he gritted his teeth. Fine, but I need time. Carrying 10,000 spirit stones is impractical. Oh, no problem. I have all the time in the world. Let me accompany you to fetch it. How about that? Dominic smiled. Knowing Hyder intended to retrieve the missing sect stones, he played along. Hyder's expression darkened, not expecting Dominic to be so cautious. Thud. As Hyder hesitated, Dominic suddenly pierced his right arm with a sword. Ah! Hyder screamed in pain, blood gushing from his wound. I can't promise if my next strike won't be fatal. Dominic smirked coldly, his eyes glinting menacingly as he stared at the agonized Hyder. After enduring the pain, Hyder growled in anger and finally agreed. Fine, I'll take you there. Much better. If you had agreed sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure this. Watching Hyder yield, Dominic nodded approvingly, teasingly smiling at him. Hyder seethed with anger. Furious, Hyder stood up, glanced at the others behind him, and led Dominic toward the village gate. Dominic followed Hyder, walking out of the village gate and into a dense forest. Leading the way, Hyder kept looking around cautiously. After walking an unknown distance, they reached a hidden cave, located about 10 miles away from the Infeng Ravine village. Junior brother Qin, wait here. I'll get the spirit stones for you inside. Hyder surveyed the surroundings before entering the cave alone. Wait. Before Hyder could take a few steps, Dominic blocked his path. What are you doing? I'm just trying to get the spirit stones for you, Hyder complained, visibly annoyed at Dominic's distrust. How would I know if you might take the opportunity to escape? Moreover, I don't even know if there's someone inside this cave. How can I possibly let you go in alone? One cannot be too careful. Dominic didn't trust Hyder's sincerity at all. You? Hyder was exasperated, finding it hard to argue against Dominic's concerns. Fine, then let's go in together. Unable to reason with Dominic, Hyder could only grit his teeth and agree. The cave was pitch black. Under Hyder's guidance, they had reached the deepest part of the cave. To prevent Hyder from pulling any tricks, Dominic released a stream of firelight, illuminating the surroundings. The cave was spacious and empty. After taking a quick glance around, Hyder approached a stone wall. Dominic watched intently as Hyder retrieved a stone from the wall, revealing a hidden groove behind it. In front of Dominic, Hyder pulled out a purple storage bag from the groove, with the characters Kunlun inscribed on it. Swoosh. Before Hyder could open the bag, Dominic suddenly stepped forward and snatched it away. What? Give me the bag, Dominic? Hyder panicked, reaching out to grab the bag from Dominic. Bang. Dominic frowned, lifting his leg to kick Hyder to the ground. Humph. Hyder, is this the spirit stone bag you and Devlin obtained after killing Larry, intended for submission to the sect? Am I right? Holding the storage bag, Dominic stared at Hyder who sat on the ground, no longer hiding his suspicions. You. How do you know about that? Hyder's face paled. Dominic was spot on. I overheard your conversation with Devlin by accident. And I also know you and Devlin colluded with Marcus to plan an attack on Elder Huang Hai. Dominic weighed the heavy storage bag in his hand, directly exposing Hyder's and Devlin's secrets. You. So, you were the one eavesdropping. Hyder's expression changed drastically, finally realizing there really was someone behind that tree. Sherry's, it was me. Normally, I should kill you now. But I'm curious. Who is this Marcus? Why did you collude with him? Dominic's smile vanished, his eyes filled with killing intent as he faced Hyder, questioning him. Chapter 292. Heartless City? Goodbye to the Black Cloak. In the pitch-black cave, a spark of starlight floated in midair, illuminating the surroundings. Dominic, having successfully obtained the Spirit Stone, was curious about the origins of the Lord of Heartless City and thus did not finish off Hyder. Upon learning that he had been used by Dominic all along, Hyder's face contorted into a grotesque snarl of fury and rage. Vile. Dominic, you despicable man. You dream if you think I'll tell you anything about the Lord of Heartless City. I'm dead either way, whether I speak or stay silent. Why should I grant you your wish? Hyder, consumed with hatred, gave up all hope for survival. He had underestimated Dominic, who was as ruthless as a wolf that devoured people without spitting out bones. You aren't entirely foolish, but it's laughably stupid. Dominic, laughing amidst his anger, suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! A stream of sword energy shot from his palm, piercing straight through Hyder's abdominal dantian. Ah! Being rendered useless in this manner meant being no better than a cripple. Hyder screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding abdomen as blood gushed out profusely. In this world, one must be merciless to stand firm. There was no reason to show mercy to someone like Hyder who betrayed the inside. How does it feel? Is it worse than death? The more tormented Hyder appeared, the more pleased Dominic became, his eyes fixed on him with sinister intent. Shaken to the core, Hyder's will to live surged exponentially. Please, Dominic, my cultivation is ruined. Please have mercy and spare me my life. Under Dominic's gaze, Hyder suddenly fell to his knees and began pounding his head repeatedly on the ground, bleeding profusely as he begged pitifully. Hyder truly feared Dominic, realizing he wasn't human at all. Speak. Who is the Lord of Heartless City? What is his background? Why would you betray Kunlun sect and help him to harm our elders? Dominic narrowed his eyes, glaring intensely as he asked. I don't know what the Lord of Heartless City's name is, but I know he has immense power and was once part of Kunlun sect. Due to some incident, the Lord rebelled against Kunlun sect, retreated to a place 100 miles away from Infeng Ravine, established his dominance there, and founded Heartless City. It's said that no one dares to interfere with Heartless City because of the Lord's formidable strength. Within the city lies the largest underground market, where anything unobtainable elsewhere can be bought, if you have enough spirit stones. However, only those unrelated to the 9 sects, traders of the 9 sects, or anyone carrying a Kunlun sect member's head can enter Heartless City. Dominic frowned deeply. From Hyder's words, Heartless City clearly had a significant history. To establish a city under the watchful eye of Kunlun sect and set such unwritten entry rules spoke volumes about the Lord's fearlessness. What you needed to say, I've said. Can you let me go now? Seeing Dominic's silence, Hyder pleaded again, hoping not to live in constant dread any longer. Is it not for the spirit mines? Then why did the Lord of Heartless City instruct you to harm Elder Allah guarding Infeng Ravine? Dominic's eyes suddenly widened as he angrily questioned Hyder. Hyder's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Dominic to ask this question. Do you still wish to hide something from me? Dominic's eyebrows furrowed, his tone turning vicious. No, I'll speak. Terrified by Dominic's intentions, Hyder hastily shook his head and opened his mouth, his eyes wide with alarm as he pointed behind Dominic. Dominic's heart skipped a beat at Hyder's reaction, which filled him with unease. As he quickly turned around, he saw a figure standing nearby. Thump. Just as Dominic stared at the emerging figure, Hyder suddenly collapsed behind him, blood flowing from every orifice. Dead. Dwayne? As Dominic locked eyes with the mysterious figure, the latter gasped in a raspy voice. Who are you? How do you know my father's name? Dominic's expression shifted upon hearing the stranger call him by his father's name. You're not Dwayne? Then you're his son? The other party seemed surprised. Tightening his fists, Dominic stepped forward to get a clearer look, but the figure's form suddenly blurred, swiftly heading towards the cave's exit. Nowhere to run. Clenching his teeth, Dominic rushed out after him. Outside, he watched as the cloaked figure flew into the sky, heading southwest. Dominic's face grew serious. Knowing this person recognized his father, he surmised this individual must know about his father's past. Without hesitation, he took flight in pursuit. After flying for an indeterminate amount of time, Dominic lost sight of the man. Feeling anxious, he scanned his surroundings and noticed a colossal city built atop a mountain peak nearby. Driven by curiosity, Dominic approached the city. At the gates, he observed a steady stream of men and women entering. Why are so many people entering the city so late at night? Looking up at the sky, Dominic confirmed it was still nighttime, deepening his confusion. But as he stepped closer, the three characters, Heartless City, were clearly written above the gates. Dominic couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This is Heartless City? Shocked, Dominic quickly deduced that these people had come prepared. Noticing they all wore masks or face coverings, likely to conceal their identities, Dominic thought, since I'm here, I might as well investigate further. Perhaps the black-cloaked man is within Heartless City. Pinching his nose, Dominic's curiosity got the better of him. Covering his face with a black cloth, he mingled with the crowd, ready to enter Heartless City. However, another issue arose. Dominic noticed that everyone entering the city presented a black token or held a bloody head. Furrowing his brow, Dominic realized he had nothing as the queue neared him. Stop. To enter Heartless City, you must follow its rules. Either present an entrance token or a Kunlun sect member's head. Otherwise, you cannot enter. Two black-clothed guards blocked Dominic, explaining the city's rules harshly while demanding proof of entrance. Can't you make an exception? This is my first time here. I have spirit stones. Dominic feigned ignorance, showing a handful of high-grade spirit stones. The two guards' eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the stones. Impossible. These are the rules of Heartless City. Please step aside and don't delay others. Pushing Dominic to the side, they let the next person pass. Not deterred, Dominic stood nearby and began stacking spirit stones into a pyramid. Everyone watching Dominic's display of wealth paused, forgetting their original intention to enter the city. Who has an entrance token? I'm willing to pay in spirit stones. Me too. Enticed by the spirit stones, several individuals soon came forward offering their tokens in exchange. However, Dominic's ostentatious display of wealth also drew attention to him from various parties. Guardians of the gate looked at Dominic, recognizing him as a wealthy target, their expressions filled with malicious amusement. Undeterred, Dominic successfully purchased an entrance token for 100 high-grade spirit stones. With the token in hand, entering Heartless City became effortless. However, just as he entered, he noticed several men discreetly following him. Inside, Heartless City buzzed with vibrant activity. Since this place was known as the largest underground market in the world, it naturally had its allure. On both sides of the street, there were shops and stalls of all sizes, offering goods that could be found outside or even unique to this market. Moreover, the pedestrians here were all cultivators, with the lowest at Celestial Phenomenon Realm and the highest at Heaven-Penetrating Realm visible all over the streets. Wandering through the crowd, Dominic gazed around curiously, like someone who had never seen such sights before, which made the few people tailing him relax their guard. As Dominic passed by an inn, he unexpectedly saw the black-cloaked man who had slipped away earlier sitting upstairs. Is he really here? Dominic smiled. This confirmed that his trip here was right. Without hesitation, Dominic turned and entered the inn. When he reached the second floor, he saw that it was lined with private rooms, and the door to the room where the black-cloaked man was located was tightly shut. Hey, customer. What are you doing? You can't go into that room. There are some very important people inside, and you can't afford to offend them. Just as Dominic wanted to push the door open, a waiter ran up and blocked his rash action. Important people? Dominic frowned, realizing from the waiter's tone that there were more than just the black-cloaked man in that room. Considering he was in an inn, Dominic decided to sit down in the adjacent private room. Customer? What would you like to eat? The waiter asked politely. Anything, you decide. Just don't bother me. Dominic frowned and dismissed the waiter casually, then pressed his ear against the wall to listen to what was happening next door. Haha. Is there something the Lord of Heartless City cannot handle? Dominic listened carefully and heard laughter followed by a mention of the Lord of Heartless City. That voice isn't the black-cloaked man's, but why does it sound so familiar? Dominic looked puzzled, continuing to listen intently to identify who was speaking. Lord of Heartless City, we are old acquaintances. No matter what, you must help me find this item. The conversation was vague, making Dominic somewhat irritable. Just as he was about to lose patience, he suddenly realized whose voice it was. Was it actually him? The revelation left Dominic both astonished and intrigued. Chapter 293, the Tianbao Convention, an unexpected encounter. Is it him? Upon hearing the voice from the next room, Dominic suddenly recalled a person in his mind. Could it be that this person was actually Elder Bartolomeo from Kunlun Sect? It's impossible. I must have heard wrong. How could Elder Bartolomeo of Kunlun Sect possibly be here in Wuxia City? After pondering multiple times, Dominic shook his head to dismiss his own guess because Kunlun Sect and Wuxia City were like water and fire, unable to coexist harmoniously. The two items you need will appear at the Tianbao Convention. If you prepare enough spirit stones, you can naturally obtain them. While Dominic was silent, he suddenly heard the voice of the black-robed man from the next room. Dominic frowned and continued eavesdropping for a long time, discovering that the black-robed man would also go to the Tianbao Convention, which sparked his curiosity about it. Right? Did I see Dwayne's son today? Just as Dominic thought there was nothing else worth listening to, the black-robed man in the next room suddenly mentioned him. His pupils dilated as he held his breath, eager to hear what they would say. Oh, where did you see him? Outside Wuxia City. That kid looks just like his father. You might have mistaken someone. How could Dwayne have a son? Back then, the Qin family was wiped out completely. At this point, the two people in the next room fell silent. However, Dominic's heart was surging with emotion. He waited for a long time, but eventually, there was no more sound coming from the next room. What happened? Dominic frowned. Losing patience, he got up and stepped away from the door when he saw a waiter carrying wine and dishes directly colliding with him. Sorry, sir. It wasn't intentional. Facing the waiter's apology, Dominic didn't have time to respond. When he arrived at the next private room, it was already empty. Dominic was angry and turned to walk downstairs. Hey, sir, you haven't paid yet? As the waiter saw Dominic about to leave, he hurriedly stopped him. But Dominic, seeing the black-robed man walking towards the outside of the tavern, along with another person downstairs, had no patience to deal with the waiter. I didn't eat, why should I pay? Anger surged within him as he pushed the annoying waiter aside and rushed downstairs. When he stormed out of the tavern, the two black-robed men had already vanished without a trace. At this moment on the street, bustling with people, finding those two people was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't move. The infuriated Dominic, ready to turn around and leave, suddenly heard a stranger's voice behind him. When he tried to turn around, he felt a bone-chilling coldness on his neck. A knife was already pressed against it. Tightly clenching his fists, Dominic was prepared to fight back when he saw two masked men approaching him from both sides, not intending any good. They grabbed his arms and dragged him towards a narrow alley opposite. Dominic knew these people were the same ones who had been following him ever since he entered the city. Be quiet. Hand over all your spirit stones, and we'll let you die intact. Once in the deserted alley, the man holding the knife to Dominic's neck demanded spirit stones outright. The other two blocked Dominic's path, each smirking maliciously as they awaited his surrender. Facing their threats, Dominic remained calm. As he extended his right hand to retrieve something, suddenly a sword aura shot out from his palm. Whoosh! Ah, my eyes! The man standing behind Dominic, caught off guard, screamed in agony as the sword aura blinded his right eye. Dominic seized the opportunity to break free, but the two men opposite simultaneously attacked, attempting a lethal blow. Boom! Boom! How could Dominic sit idly by as he broke free? He struck both men with clenched fists, sending them retreating several steps. Then, the heavenly residual sword appeared in his right hand, slicing through the air. Thump! Thump! The two men collapsed instantly, slit throats. Seeing his companions killed, the man with the blinded eye ran towards the main street in terror. Trying to escape? A cold smile appeared on Dominic's face. Stepping forward, he released the heavenly residual sword into his opponent's chest. Thump! Without a sound, the fleeing man dropped dead. These three were only second and third level of slashing ordinary cultivation. In front of Dominic, they were like ants. Dealing with the three, Dominic casually searched their bodies. They had over 1,000 spirit stones combined, and Dominic also found an invitation card bearing the characters Tianbao. Tianbao? Could this be related to the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce? With a peculiar look, Dominic pondered how he could find the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce while examining the invitation in his hand. Don't move. Just as Dominic walked out of the alley, a sword again pressed against his neck. This time, the voice belonged to a woman? Dominic's expression turned sour. Having just dealt with a few foolish individuals, now another one approached. Did everyone think he was rich and naive? Turn around. As Dominic refrained from sudden movements, the woman behind him ordered him to turn. Dominic frowned, preparing to make his move as he slowly turned around. However, upon meeting her eyes, Dominic felt an inexplicable familiarity. The woman wore a green robe, with a well-built figure and a murderous glint in her eyes. Miss, do we know each other? Seeing that the woman had no intention to attack immediately, Dominic guessed he must have met her before. Indeed, after listening to Dominic's question, the woman removed her veil with her hand. It's you? Upon seeing the woman's true appearance, Dominic was greatly surprised. Because the woman before him was actually Christiana from Qingyun sect. It's me. Now that your life is in my hands, aren't you afraid? Christiana put her veil back on, staring at Dominic with unfriendly eyes. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Dominic laughed. Christiana was a familiar acquaintance to him. Ever since their farewell at Tianlong Academy, he hadn't expected to see her again. Do you believe I could kill you? Seeing Dominic still smiling, Christiana angrily pointed the sword at his forehead. I believe. But previously, others threatened me similarly. They ended up like those few people. Dominic nodded, gesturing towards the dead bodies in the alley. Christiana was puzzled. Turning her head to see those people lying dead, a sense of unease rose in her heart. Whoosh! While Christiana was distracted, Dominic grabbed her arm, pulling her into his embrace and tightening his arm around her neck. You shameless! Christiana, panicking, couldn't move in Dominic's arms and angrily cursed him. Am I shameless? Are you afraid I'll truly be shameless? Dominic frowned, considering himself neither a gentleman nor a villain. Christiana's face flushed red. Being treated this way by Dominic, she bit her lip in anger and struggled forcefully with her hands. Displeased, Dominic pushed Christiana away from his embrace, shaking his head. Forced love isn't sweet, and I understand that. You talk nonsense? Hearing this, Christiana flew into a rage, gnawing at her lips and glaring fiercely at Dominic, seemingly ready to fight him to the death. Let's pretend I said nothing, Dominic replied, puzzled by her intense reaction. He couldn't quite grasp where he had offended this woman. Christiana realized that, given her current strength, she could not defeat Dominic, so she decided not to invite trouble unnecessarily. By the way, why are you here? Could it be, you've also defected from Qingyun sect? Dominic asked, frowning upon seeing her in Wuxian City. You're the traitor. Christiana retorted angrily, her face blushing red as she said, I'm curious too. Why are you here? Me? If I told you I came here accidentally, would you believe it? Dominic felt embarrassed. Coming here was purely coincidental. Note, the translation retains the original structure and style while ensuring clarity and fluency. Who are you trying to fool? You must be here for the Tianbao convention. Don't think I don't know anything. Raymond completely disbelieved that anyone who came to Wuxian City tonight wasn't here for the Tianbao convention, including herself, Raymond. Tianbao convention? What's that place? From the way you talk, are there people from other sects here too? Dominic was astonished. He had heard of the Tianbao convention more than once. Raymond looked oddly at Dominic, wondering if his complete lack of knowledge was not just an act. Do you really not know? Raymond asked curiously. Why would I lie to you? Tell me quickly, what is this Tianbao convention about? How can I find it? Dominic was getting anxious. Thinking of the black-robed man and the person who sounded like Bartolomeo, both heading to the Tianbao convention, he also wanted to check it out. The Tianbao convention, naturally, is a place with treasures. Today is the annual auction day for the Tianbao convention. You don't even know these things, yet I'm curious how you got in here. Faced with Dominic's urgent questions, Raymond decided to enlighten him. So that's how it is. No wonder so many people are here. Dominic felt surprised. Wuxian City was indeed very special to draw people from the 9 sects. It seemed this year's Tianbao convention must have something truly appealing to them. Can you take me there? Dominic opened his eyes wide, requesting of Raymond. Not everyone can enter the Tianbao convention. To enter the Tianbao convention, one must have a special invitation card. Do you have one? Raymond scoffed, shaking her head to dispel Dominic's hope. But after she finished speaking, Dominic pulled out a black invitation card from his robe, on which were written the 2 characters, Tianbao. You? How did you get an invitation to the Tianbao convention? Raymond couldn't help but be surprised. It had taken her considerable effort to obtain hers. What's so difficult about that? If I didn't have one, wouldn't others? Dominic chuckled, leaving Raymond speechless at the implication of his words. Chapter 294, A Servant's Contempt. The show starts on stage. It was the middle of the night. The city of No Heart was exceptionally lively. Crowds filled the streets, all heading towards the eastern part of the city. Dominic and Christiana mingled among the crowd, moving eastward with everyone else. After a long while, a magnificent clock tower appeared before them. This very clock tower was the site of the Heavenly Treasure Conference that Dominic sought. Hey, don't miss out as you pass by. Ancient divine weapons and armors are only suited for those with destiny. Selling elixirs. Supreme elixirs available here, one of a kind. Bring the dead back to life. No cost if it doesn't work. Outside the Heavenly Treasure Conference, the crowd was dense, and vendors along the road were shouting non-stop, peddling miraculous elixirs and world-class divine weapons. How lively! Seeing this scene, Dominic couldn't help but marvel. What's the big deal? These vendors are just using the name of the Heavenly Treasure Conference to deceive people. If you think it's lively now, wait till you get inside the Heavenly Treasure Conference. Seeing Dominic's unfamiliarity, Christiana curled her lips and inwardly mocked him as a frog at the bottom of a well. People coming here were all after the Heavenly Treasure Conference. Who would be interested in street vendor goods? Christiana's dismissive look made Dominic smile awkwardly. As for the items sold by the street vendors, they weren't impressive enough to catch his eye. According to Christiana, there was still some time before the Heavenly Treasure Conference began. But already outside the gates of the conference, quite a few people had gathered. Looking at these people, each of them appeared extremely wealthy. Among them, several were heaven-penetrating realm experts, most being mortal-cutting realm cultivators. Simultaneously, there were a few individuals whose cultivation Dominic couldn't discern. While standing at the back of the crowd with Christiana, waiting for the gate to open, Dominic unexpectedly saw a familiar figure walk by not far from them. It's him? Dominic's expression changed slightly as he recognized the black-robed man. However, unlike others, this black-robed man didn't line up to enter the Heavenly Treasure Conference but walked behind the building instead. What's he going to do? Dominic wondered and stepped forward, intending to find out. Hold on, where are you going? The Heavenly Treasure Conference is about to start. Christiana stopped Dominic urgently. Frowning, Dominic considered the complexity of the situation and decided against following the man. Soon, the gates of the Heavenly Treasure Conference slowly opened. As the doors swung open, a group of masked black-robed figures rushed out, lining up on both sides of the entrance. These black-robed figures were all heaven-penetrating realm cultivators, and their presence stunned even Dominic. Under Dominic's gaze, a figure emerged from within the gates. He wore a white mask, stood above the crowd, and said with hands behind his back, "The annual auction begins tonight. Only those with invitations may enter." After his words, the queued-up crowd took out their invitations, which were verified by the masked man, allowing them entry into the hall. Within moments, Dominic and Christiana successfully entered the Heavenly Treasure Conference. Each entrant located their seats based on the venue number and seat number on their invitations. Coincidentally, Dominic's invitation was for seat 16 in venue 2, while Christiana's was for seat 15 in venue 2. Did you know we'd end up sitting together? Dominic frowned, looking at Christiana who had already taken her seat. So what? Do you feel ashamed sitting next to me? Christiana shot a glance at Dominic, not denying it. Dominic chuckled awkwardly. Actually, having Christiana beside him was something he secretly wished for. He could always ask her if he didn't understand something. Inside the Heavenly Treasure Conference, it was spacious, with a large auction stage in the center. The audience seating was divided into upper and lower levels. Dominic was seated on the lower level, where most people sat. Those who occupied the upper level were generally higher-ranking cultivators or mysterious VIPs. Sitting on the lower level, Dominic looked upstairs for a long time, but found no sign of the black-robed man. Christiana? Is there any way to sit upstairs? Dominic frowned, touching his nose and whispering to Christiana, "Want to sit upstairs? I suggest you forget it. Only those with power, influence, or significant wealth can sit there. What about you? Do you have status, power, wealth? Sit here quietly." Christiana glanced at Dominic, delivering a comprehensive rebuke to prevent him from getting his hopes up. Dominic furrowed his brows. Being treated with such contempt, he naturally wasn't pleased. Deciding not to argue further, he scanned the surroundings, spotting the staircase leading upstairs. Without hesitation, he got up and pulled Christiana towards the stairs. "Hold it." Before Dominic could climb up, the white-masked man blocked his path. "Dominic, what are you doing?" Christiana snapped, shaking off Dominic's hand so she wouldn't be implicated. Facing the white-masked man, Dominic said, "I want to sit upstairs." "You?" The white-masked man raised an eyebrow, clearly disdainful. "No chance. You don't qualify." "Qualifications? What makes someone qualified?" Dominic frowned, disliking the arrogance displayed. Christiana, watching Dominic, was almost driven mad by his recklessness, knowing this behavior would soon get him expelled from the conference. "Your cultivation isn't high enough. Your identity isn't high enough. Your wealth? Definitely not enough. Do you think you qualify?" The white-masked man, hands behind his back, dismissed Dominic comprehensively. "Dominic, stop making a fool of yourself. Return to your seat." Christiana tugged at Dominic's hand, trying to dissuade him from further embarrassment. "No. I want to hear how much wealth is required to qualify." Dominic smiled, acknowledging his shortcomings in other aspects, but confident about his wealth. The white-masked man, seeing Dominic's persistence, extended 5 fingers coldly. "At least 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. If you can provide that, I will personally escort you upstairs." Swish. Before the man could react, a money pouch was thrown directly at his face. Angered, the man reached out to catch the pouch, gritting his teeth in frustration, but then opened it for inspection. Hiss. Seeing the number of spirit stones inside, the man gasped in shock. Immediately, he respectfully presented the pouch to Dominic. "My lord, please go upstairs." "What happened?" Christiana, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. She had thought Dominic was courting disaster, yet the next moment, the masked man was treating him with utmost respect. Dominic grabbed the pouch, turning to Christiana. "Are you coming upstairs with me or staying here?" The surprised Christiana nodded hurriedly. "Of course, I'm going up." Without further ado, Dominic walked confidently upstairs. "Dominic, how many spirit stones are in your pouch?" Christiana whispered curiously. "Not much, maybe 10,000? Dominic shrugged indifferently, then followed the masked man to the 17th private box. 10,000? Christiana's jaw dropped. For an ordinary disciple like her, accumulating that many spirit stones in a lifetime seemed impossible. "This gentleman, if you need anything, just pull the red string, and we will be right over to assist you." The masked man was remarkably polite to Dominic, showcasing the stark difference between the rich and poor. Satisfied, Dominic sat upstairs and could now take in everything below. At the same time, he could see the mysterious bigwigs and powerhouses on the second floor. However, after searching for a long while, he still did not spot that mysterious man. But just as he was about to give up, he saw an elder sitting opposite him on the second floor, and this elder seemed oddly familiar. "Isn't that the guy who met with the mysterious man at the tavern?" Dominic was certain he hadn't mistaken. Due to the great distance and dim lighting, he couldn't clearly make out the elder's appearance, which slightly disappointed him. "Dominic, where did you get so many spirit stones?" Raymond, who had taken her seat, was quite interested in where Dominic had gotten his spirit stones from. "What's so difficult about it? Kill a few people, and you'll have spirit stones, right?" Dominic's reply almost made Raymond burst into rage. Even if someone carried so many spirit stones, they would certainly be of high cultivation and extremely formidable. How could they be killed so easily? Clang. As Raymond disbelieved him, a bell suddenly rang downstairs. The noisy hall instantly fell silent. At this moment, a woman in white walked up onto the auction stage. This woman had long hair reaching her waist, and her beautiful face was veiled by a white covering. In her hand, she held a pink folding fan, standing gracefully before everyone's eyes. Her presence immediately attracted countless male gazes, entranced by her beauty. "Is she very beautiful?" On the second floor, Raymond saw Dominic staring intently at the woman below and asked angrily, "More beautiful than you?" Dominic blurted out honestly, but immediately changed his expression upon realizing what he said and subconsciously turned to look at Raymond. He saw Raymond's eyes blazing with fury. Was she jealous? Welcome all friends who have come far to participate in our annual Heavenly Treasure Conference auction. My name is Mitzi, and I will be your host tonight. Please give me lots of support. On the auction stage, the woman in white smiled coyly, welcoming everyone while introducing herself. Mitzi? Why does this name sound so familiar? Upstairs, Dominic's expression changed. The name Mitzi made him recall a petite figure in his mind. Chapter 295. Spending lavishly, determined to succeed. Ouch! On the second floor, Dominic suddenly cried out in pain. Although his voice wasn't loud, it still caught the attention of Mitzi on the auction stage. But Dominic looked angry and turned to Christiana, shouting, "Why did you hit my head?" "Humph! All men are the same. They see a beautiful woman and think they know her. You're no exception." Christiana pursed her lips and glared at Dominic fiercely. She was disgusted that he claimed to know the beautiful woman on the stage right in front of her. "You, what do you understand? I also know someone named Mitzi." Dominic was annoyed. What he said was true. Hearing the name Mitzi, an image of a young girl with an innocent face surfaced in his mind. This memory had been released from a seal in his mind. The little girl felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. However, Dominic felt that the white-robed woman on the stage might be the same girl. "Do you say you know her, but does she recognize you? Isn't it embarrassing? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" Christiana gave him a look of disdain. misunderstanding him greatly. Dominic blushed and touched his nose when he unexpectedly saw Mitzi on the stage looking up at him. In that moment of eye contact, Dominic's feeling of familiarity grew stronger, and he thought to himself, her eyes, they're too similar. Mitzi, standing on the stage, slightly frowned and then withdrew her gaze, appearing somewhat flustered. Mitzi, when will the auction start? Exactly, are you going to auction yourself, Mitzi? Haha. Seeing Mitzi not responding, someone in the audience started heckling, making jokes at her expense, causing everyone to laugh. Mitzi's face turned bright red. Bowing gracefully, she said, what's so great about me? Please don't tease me anymore. Clap clap. As she finished speaking, Mitzi lightly clapped her hands. An attendant wearing a veil appeared with a tray in both hands. On the tray was a red pearl, about the size of an egg, emitting a faint red glow. The moment the red pearl appeared, the crowd below immediately stirred. Is this the Millennium Fire Spirit Pearl? Absorbing its power can extend one's cultivation by 1,000 years. Someone in the hall instantly recognized the origin of the pearl, and some were already eager to act. There's no need for me to introduce all the benefits of the Millennium Fire Spirit Pearl. The starting bid is 100 spirit stones, no upper limit. The highest bidder wins. Mitzi smiled reservedly and directly entered the bidding phase. Don't you want this fire spirit pearl? Christiana asked Dominic with a peculiar look from upstairs. A fire spirit pearl? It's nothing special to me. Dominic shook his head. With possession of the 5 elements dragon pearls, how could he value the fire spirit pearl? Moreover, he didn't practice fire-based cultivation methods, so it had no appeal to him. Christiana fell silent. Though tempted, she reminded herself of her purpose here and decided to merely observe. After several rounds of bidding, the first item was successfully sold for 500 spirit stones. Congratulations to the guest who won the fire spirit pearl. Next, please bring out the second auction item. With that, Mitzi congratulated the winner and signaled to the back. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a young girl slowly walked to the center of the stage holding a sword. The sword gleamed silver, its scabbard adorned with a sapphire as large as an eye, while the hilt had a silver dragon coiling around it, exuding an aristocratic air. At the sight of the sword, Dominic stood up uncontrollably. Christiana was puzzled. To her, it was just a beautifully decorated ordinary sword. Why did Dominic react so strongly? Flying star sword? Why does this sword feel so familiar to me? Dominic frowned, feeling agitated the moment he saw the sword. One of the top 10 ancient swords, the flying star sword? Heavens! Wasn't the previous owner of this sword from the first family, the Qing clan? Well, it actually ended up in the hands of the Tianbao auction house? As soon as the flying star sword was revealed, the whole venue erupted in excitement. Mysterious figures on the second floor exclaimed aloud. The top 10 ancient swords were universally acknowledged as supreme weapons, each wielder being the elite of the world. Upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Dominic's heart raced. Could the flying star sword belong to the Qing clan? Christiana was stunned, learning about the sword's distinguished history. Unable to resist, she stood up, coveting the sword. Ladies and gentlemen, the flying star sword ranks 7th among the top 10 ancient swords, originating from the Tianjian mountain, crafted by the same person who made the heavenly saber. To quote an old saying, a fine sword should find its hero. The previous owner of this sword was once the wife of the young master from the first family. I'll stop talking now. The starting price is 3,000 spirit stones, no upper limit. Seeing the crowd's eagerness, Mitzi seized the moment and announced the starting bid. I bid 4,000. I bid 5,000. I bid 7,000. Bidding began, and the audience eagerly quoted their bids. Such a precious sword would not be missed by those with the means. Even on the second floor, a mysterious figure bid 10,000. Dominic's expression changed. The sword once belonged to the young master's wife of the Qing clan? Wasn't that his mother? Dominic? What's wrong? Christiana, noticing his anger, whispered curiously. I bid 15,000. Under Christiana's gaze, Dominic gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. What? 15,000 spirit stones? Who is this wealthy patron? Dominic's voice shocked the entire room. 15,000 spirit stones was a hefty sum that most couldn't afford. Even the other big shots on the second floor fell silent. While the flying star sword was legendary, it was ultimately expendable, and without cultivation, a sword was useless. However, to Dominic, this sword was his mother's heirloom, symbolizing invaluable significance. Has Dominic lost his mind? Christiana was alarmed because she knew Dominic already possessed the heavenly saber, the pinnacle of the 10 swords. He had no reason to waste spirit stones on the flying star sword. Ignoring her, Dominic was determined. His mother's sword must not fall into anyone else's hands. From the stage, Mitzi couldn't help but glance at Dominic on the second floor, her eyes filled with curiosity. 16,000. Suddenly, someone on the second floor bid another 1,000. Dominic followed the voice to someone facing him, whose identity remained concealed. 17,000. Staring intently at the opponent, Dominic increased his bid. He was determined to win the flying star sword. True to his determination, the last bidder fell silent after Dominic's increased bid. 17,000 once. Does anyone want to bid higher? Seeing the bidding nearing its end, Mitzi tried to encourage further bidding. But everyone shook their heads. With so many treasures left, who would spend spirit stones on a sword? Sold. Congratulations to the guest in room 17 on the second floor for winning the flying star sword. As the bidding concluded, Mitzi bowed and greeted Dominic upstairs, then instructed an attendant to deliver the sword to the second floor. Who's that guy? So extravagant? Probably just a spoiled rich kid. Who would spend so much on a sword? Dominic's audacious bid attracted attention and speculation about his identity, but Dominic didn't care. He felt that his trip tonight had not been in vain, as he unexpectedly obtained his mother's sword from her lifetime. He believed these spirit stones were well spent. You are really a prodigal son. So many spirit stones? You didn't even bat an eyelid? Christiana was feeling heartache on Dominic's behalf. So many spirit stones would likely leave even a sect elder short of funds. I have money, and I do as I please. Dominic glanced at Christiana with complete nonchalance. Christiana was nearly driven to madness. For someone without money like her, this was almost worse than being killed. Soon enough, the auction house maid arrived at Dominic's room, holding the flying star sword in both hands. Swish. Dominic was rather generous. He casually tossed a money pouch to the maid in front of him. Thank you, young master. The amount is just right, so I shall not disturb you further. After checking the sum and confirming it was correct, the maid bowed respectfully and left Dominic's room. The moment Dominic took the flying star sword, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. It seemed there was a force within the sword, cheering joyfully. Beside him, Christiana couldn't help but feel curious. She leaned closer to Dominic, reaching out to touch the legendary flying star sword. Ouch! Before Christiana's hand could touch the sword, a silver light suddenly shot out, pricking her hand painfully. Dominic frowned, noticing that Christiana's finger had been cut, blood oozing from the wound. Does this sword actually have a spirit? Dominic was surprised. He intended to infuse soul power to inspect the sword's interior but decided against it, given the lack of safety here, and put the sword away. Why doesn't it hurt you? Christiana was clearly irritated, and she couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw Dominic handling the flying star sword effortlessly. This proves I have good character. Dominic smiled slyly, intentionally teasing Christiana. You. Christiana stomped her foot in anger, clenching her teeth, wishing she could kill Dominic. The next item up for auction is the long-lost Soaring Sky Art. The Soaring Sky Art is a renowned cultivation method established by the founder of the Azure Cloud sect. There's no need for me to elaborate further. If the Azure Cloud sect finds out, it will surely cause another bloody storm. Just as the auction continued, Christiana's expression changed abruptly. Her eyes widened as she looked down, showing great importance towards the Soaring Sky Art. Noticing Christiana's reaction, Dominic guessed that her purpose for coming here was indeed for the Soaring Sky Art. Chapter 296. Offering flowers to Buddha, regardless of consequences. Wow. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Mitzi's announcement. The Brevenju, created by the founder of Kailine sect, was a heaven-grade technique, even more precious than the flying star sword. Kailine sect was one of the 9 great sects under heaven, but for some unknown reason, since the passing of its elder ancestor, the Brevenju had vanished without a trace. Even the Kailine sect had been searching for this technique with no leads, yet here it was at the Heavenly Treasure Conference. Is this real? Who can verify it? Just as the crowd grew anxious, someone on the second floor voiced doubts. Sherry's. Kailine sect has searched for so long without any clues. How can your Heavenly Treasure Guild prove that the Brevenju is genuine? A man in the crowd stood up and loudly questioned Mitzi on stage. Others nodded in agreement. Mitzi remained unperturbed, as if she had anticipated this skepticism. Ladies and gentlemen, all items sold at our Heavenly Treasure Conference are guaranteed to be genuine, or we will refund tenfold. If anyone doesn't believe it, they may choose to watch from the sidelines, but opportunities like this come only once. Miss Shio need not say more. With a wave of her hand, a white-robed woman appeared, holding an ancient, yellowed cowhide scroll in both hands, standing in the center of the auction stage. The starting bid for the Brevenju is 5,000, with no upper limit. Highest bidder wins. Before the crowd could prepare, Mitzi announced the starting price. 5,000? Are you kidding? If this turns out to be fake, wouldn't that make all those spirit stones a waste? There were murmurs of dissatisfaction. Without proof of the Brevenju's authenticity, some people were unwilling to take such a risk. No one dared to bid, creating a cacophony of voices below the stage. Xianhang then directed her gaze towards the second floor. The reputation of the Heavenly Treasure Conference wasn't built easily. Only the most influential figures truly understood the importance and value of the Brevenju. Alexa was already in turmoil. She had come to Wuxia City specifically for the Brevenju, but hearing the starting price of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones made it clear she couldn't afford it. Beside her, Dominic noticed how much Alexa cared about the Brevenju. After all, it was a lost technique from Kailine sect. I'll bid 6,000. Just as Dominic watched Alexa anxiously, someone on the second floor opposite them couldn't hold back anymore. 7,000. As everyone looked up, another bid came from the second floor. Alexa panicked. Someone was after the Brevenju, and she couldn't stay calm. She turned to Dominic, gritting her teeth. Stop. I don't have that many spirit stones. Before Alexa could ask, Dominic already knew she wanted to borrow the stones. Dominic, can't you be less stingy? Treat this as a loan? Please help me? Alexa grabbed his arm, looking pitiful. Dominic felt honored that she would beg him like this. Are you bidding on behalf of Kailine sect? Surely they aren't so stingy as to deny you the stones? Dominic found it puzzling. No, this isn't related to Kailine sect. I want to give the Brevenju to my master as a birthday gift. I didn't expect it to be so expensive, Alexa said bashfully. Dominic understood. In 3 days, it would be Adlei's, Alexa's master's, birthday. Finding the Brevenju had always been Adlei's lifelong wish, so Alexa had learned it would be auctioned at the Heavenly Treasure Conference and wanted to obtain it as a gift. Her intentions deserved praise, but daring to come here without enough spirit stones showed remarkable courage. To tell you the truth, I owe Senior Liu a favor. Since you're trying to fulfill his heart's desire, I'll help you. Remembering how kind Adlai had been to him, Dominic felt guilty and agreed to assist her. 9,000. Without hesitation, Dominic announced his bid. Alexa was filled with gratitude, hoping no one else would bid. 9,000? That guy again. Hearing the familiar voice, the crowd below took notice. Dominic had previously shown his wealth during the Flying Star Sword auction, and now his sudden bid made potential bidders wary. Xiaonong glanced up at Dominic, and instead of looking away, she nodded approvingly. I'll bid 10,000. Young friend, don't be too greedy. Know when to stop. An elderly voice from the second floor warned Dominic, suggesting he should let go. Now what? Alexa was tense. It was an open threat against Dominic. Continuing the bid could provoke trouble, leading to lethal danger. Facing the threat from an unknown person, Dominic just sneered and bid 12,000, without hesitation. Wow. His bid jumped by 2,000, clearly warning the elder that he was determined to win. That brat, are you intentionally opposing this old man? The elder was furious, openly berating Dominic despite losing composure. Dominic scowled, glancing at the room opposite him, where he saw a white-haired elder glaring at him. If you can't afford it, keep quiet and don't act high and mighty. Dominic smirked sarcastically. You. The elder fumed silently, seething with rage. Clearly, at the Heavenly Treasure Conference, no matter how powerful one was, rash actions were avoided. Seeing Dominic brave enough to challenge the mysterious figure, Alexa was almost in tears, unsure how to thank him. 12,000, first time. Any other bids? Xuanhuan was disappointed when no one responded and asked aloud. 12,000, second time? Her expression was serious. The highest bid hadn't reached her expectations. But the crowd remained silent, forcing Xuanhuan to hammer down the deal at 12,000 spirit stones. Congratulations to room number 17 on obtaining the Brevin Jew. Xuanhuan clenched her teeth and instructed a servant to deliver the Brevin Jew upstairs. Thank you, Dominic. Overjoyed to have obtained the Brevin Jew, Alexa expressed her heartfelt thanks. Hold it. I'm not being selfless. 12,000 spirit stones, the extra doesn't matter. Consider it my effort in wishing Senior Lu well. As for the 10,000, don't forget to pay me back. Dominic frowned. Having spent so much, he wasn't content with just a thank you. You. Fine. You're such a miser. Hearing this, Alexa, though grateful, became annoyed with Dominic. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you for your support. The next auction is special. Heavenly Sage, whom you should know, is renowned for his extensive knowledge and unparalleled divination skills. Seeking advice from Heavenly Sage is priceless. But today, our Heavenly Treasure Conference offers one opportunity to receive guidance from the Heavenly Sage. Let this opportunity be yours. No more talk. Starting bid 1,000, with no upper limit. Highest bidder wins. Xuanhuan saw the excitement among the crowd and wasted no more words. Heavenly Sage? Who is he? Please note, the chapter numbers are translated based on the structure provided in the text. The names have been transliterated into pinyin to maintain accuracy. Upstairs, Dominic furrowed his brow. As soon as Xuanhuan started the bidding, the crowd downstairs began to raise their bids frantically. Didn't you know about Wesley? That's a hermit with boundless knowledge. I've heard from my master that there's nothing under heaven he doesn't know, because this Wesley is a divine person. Alexa had an odd expression on her face. Seeing that Dominic was clueless, she kindly explained everything to him. Boundless knowledge? Dominic's eyes suddenly widened. If there were indeed such a knowledgeable person, then he must know who wiped out the Qin family. I'll bid 10,000. I'll bid 12,000. As the bidding reached 10,000 downstairs, it turned into a bidding war upstairs among the second-floor bidders. At this point, the elder who previously threatened Dominic was competing with a few others. Even the man who looked like Bartolomeo joined in. Why hasn't that mysterious man spoken up yet? Dominic listened for a long time but didn't hear the mysterious man's voice, making him wonder if the man wasn't here. 20,000. Just as the bidding was nearing its end, Dominic suddenly spoke up. Again, it's you? You little brat won't stop, will you? Hearing that Dominic wanted to get involved again, everyone on the second floor became hostile toward him. How many spirit stones does he have? Alexa looked amazed. Watching Dominic spend so freely, it seemed like he had an inexhaustible supply of spirit stones. The highest bidder wins, not who has the hardest fist. If you can't play, don't join. Facing the hostility, Dominic showed no fear and insisted on competing with them. I'll bid 25,000. Upon hearing Dominic's words, someone, angered, immediately increased the bid by 5,000 spirit stones. I'll bid 30,000. The elder who had threatened Dominic angrily raised the bid to 30,000 in one go. Once the bid hit 30,000, the second floor instantly fell silent. Without a doubt, 30,000 was already the highest price. Brat, why aren't you bidding anymore? Out of spirit stones, are you? The elder openly ridiculed Dominic in front of everyone, intending to embarrass him. Himph, you want me to let you win? And you can't even appreciate it? Since that's the case, I'll bid 40,000. Let's see if you dare add more. Dominic, who had been silent, laughed at the situation. The elder opposite had quickly become overconfident. He wouldn't let him off easily. Chapter 297. Narrow paths lead to the master of divination. 40,000? Upon hearing this figure, even Mitzi on stage couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 40,000 spirit stones was no small amount. Even those from the 9 major sects couldn't easily come up with such a sum. The entire hall fell silent. Even the elder who had been competing with Dominic chose to remain quiet. Dominic? Are you crazy? 40,000. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to pay? Christiana's heart pounded with unease. Dominic glanced at Christiana and remained silent. For him, 40,000 spirit stones were not a big deal, so he wasn't worried about it. 40,000 once. Is anyone upstairs willing to bid higher? Seeing that things were settling down, Mitzi asked the few dignitaries upstairs. Unfortunately, there was no response from above, as 40,000 was already beyond their financial capabilities. Excellent. Congratulations to the 17th young master upstairs for winning the opportunity to consult the elder master of divination. Seeing no one object, Mitzi congratulated Dominic directly. Which family raised such a wastrel? Does he want to monopolize the event? Too damn annoying. I can't believe he has that many spirit stones. Due to Dominic's bold actions, resentment among the attendees downstairs grew, with some even doubting whether he could come up with the 40,000 spirit stones. Mitzi, what if the bidder cannot provide the stones? At this moment, the elder who had been competing with Dominic suddenly asked. Huh? Mitzi was taken aback. Such an issue hadn't arisen before at the Heavenly Treasure Conference, but to ensure fairness, she had to address it to maintain the conference's reputation. Rest assured, honored senior. If the young master upstairs cannot provide the stones, I will offer the opportunity to you for 30,000. How does that sound? Mitzi cupped her fists and looked toward room number 7 upstairs where the elder was seated. Humph. How can that be? Anyone disrupting the auction should be punished severely. This matter cannot be overlooked. The elder sneered, intending to have the Heavenly Treasure Conference deal with Dominic. Mitzi was troubled and could only look toward Dominic's room. You asked for this? Let's see what you do now. Christiana glared angrily at Dominic, believing he couldn't produce so many spirit stones. Swish. Dominic frowned, shook his head, and waved his hand, sending a money bag flying down. Mitzi was surprised and quickly caught the bag, checking its contents in front of everyone. Everyone downstairs tensed, eager to know if Dominic could indeed provide the stones. After a long pause, Mitzi smiled and cupped her fists toward Dominic. Young master truly keeps your word. The amount is correct. After the auction ends, I will personally arrange for you to meet the elder master of divination. He really did it? How is that possible? Does he own a spirit mine? Everyone downstairs stared in disbelief. Mitzi's words were undeniable proof. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Christiana's face turned pale, seeing Dominic effortlessly produce the stones far beyond what someone his age should have. Does that matter? Dominic touched his nose, half smiling. Christiana was speechless. With Dominic's affair resolved, the auction continued. However, Dominic did not participate in the subsequent auctions. Finally, as the auction concluded, Mitzi left the stage. Knock knock. On the second floor, Dominic and Christiana watched as people downstairs gradually departed when they heard a knock on their door. I'll open it. Christiana stood up first. When the door opened, Mitzi appeared with 2 maidservants. Despite her veil, Mitzi's beauty was undeniable. She nodded to Christiana and approached Dominic. Mitzi greets you, young master. You are too courteous. Are you ready to meet the elder master of divination? Dominic stood up, cupping his fists in return. There's no rush. During tonight's auction, you supported Mitzi greatly. I am very grateful. But, young master, are you accompanied by a high-ranking expert, or do you have an elder to escort you away? Mitzi shook her head slightly, concerned for Dominic's safety given his Dao realm cultivation. What does this have to do with meeting the elder master of divination? Dominic asked curiously. It doesn't. But Mitzi feels responsible for your safety, hence my inquiry. Mitzi kept eyeing Dominic strangely. My safety? Dominic's expression changed, realizing Mitzi's warning. He had indeed made enemies during the auction. Someone might be waiting outside the Heavenly Treasure Conference. Young master, Mitzi can help you defuse the immediate crisis and leave Wuxia City safely. But the consultation with the elder master cannot happen. What do you think? Mitzi was a businesswoman. To her, ensuring personal safety outweighed any revelation from the elder master of divination. I didn't expect Mitzi to be so considerate, Dominic smiled. Her intentions felt almost like taking advantage of his predicament. Beside him, Christiana's expression darkened. Dominic was now a hot potato that everyone wanted a piece of. You are a major client, young master. Of course, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Mitzi smiled, casting several extra glances at Dominic. I'm truly honored. But how can I give up this rare chance to consult the elder master of divination? Dominic shook his head, smiling. His life didn't need anyone else's concern. You fine. Since your decision is made, I will not dissuade you further. Please follow me. Seeing Dominic's stubbornness, Mitzi, though annoyed, respected his choice. Dominic, are you insane? As long as the Heavenly Treasure Conference protects you, no one in Wuxia City will dare harm you. Is there anything more important than your life? As Mitzi turned to leave, Christiana couldn't help but scold Dominic. What? Dominic frowned, thinking of his clan's grudge that he could never forget. How could he let his family's death remain unexplained? Anger filled Dominic as he clenched his fists and left. Some things weren't within Christiana's understanding. Leaving the room, Dominic saw a red-robed elder approaching him menacingly as he followed Mitzi. This aura, why does it seem so familiar? Dominic was surprised. He recognized the red-robed elder who had threatened him earlier. Mitzi bowed respectfully to the elder, but the elder stopped right in front of Dominic and said coldly, Brat, I'll remember you. He then left without another word. Though Dominic was masked, his aura couldn't be concealed from the red-robed elder, a peak-stage cultivator capable of easily identifying him. Dominic felt uneasy. The elder seemed oddly familiar. That gentleman was Everard, one of the 3 elders of the Taiyin sect. You must be cautious around him, Mitzi warned. Everard? Hearing this name, Dominic recalled the Chu siblings he had killed in the Tianku cave. Mitzi, is there any connection between Everard and the Great Eastern Empire? The Great Eastern Empire? Do you not know that the Taiyin sect is within the Great Eastern Empire's territory? And Everard is actually the Grand Emperor of the Great Eastern Empire. What? What a small world. Relieved that Egon hadn't recognized him, Dominic was well aware of the enmity between them. The deaths of Chu Yuyun and Ivor were both linked to him. Moreover, during the cleansing pool incident in the Tianku cave, he had even confronted a fragment of Egon's soul, knowing all too well how deeply Egon hated him. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Dominic lost in thought and standing still, Mitzi softly called out to him. Huh? Oh, nothing. Weren't we supposed to meet Senior Wesley? Dominic snapped back to reality, awkwardly shaking his head and deliberately changing the subject. Raymond remained silent, following closely behind Dominic, also eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary Wesley. Following Mitzi, Dominic and Raymond ascended the stairs directly. However, just as they stepped onto the 3rd floor, Dominic saw the very black-robed man he had been searching for. In his urgency, Dominic nearly called out, but then saw the black-robed figure turn the corner and disappear from sight. Mitzi and Raymond, noticing Dominic's sudden reaction, looked ahead but found nothing unusual, causing their expressions to become increasingly strange. Upon reaching the third floor, turning right and stopping at the second room, Mitzi paused and turned to face Dominic and Raymond. Master, the person you wish to see is inside this room, but only you can enter. Why? Raymond was displeased with Mitzi's statement. She had specifically come to meet Wesley. It's the rule. Since Master has matters to discuss with Senior Wesley, of course, only he can go in. Mitzi cast an unfriendly glance at Raymond and explained without mincing words. Raymond was speechless and could only clench her teeth in frustration. Dominic frowned, touching his nose before stepping forward and pushing open the door. The room was dimly lit, barely allowing him to make out a figure seated cross-legged near the window. Bang! As Dominic entered, the door closed automatically behind him. You've come. Before Dominic could speak, a voice laced with age and experience echoed. You knew I would come? Dominic was surprised. Though he couldn't clearly see the speaker's face, he knew it was the diviner he sought, Wesley. Chapter 298. A single sword stroke, annihilating a clan. Danger lurks everywhere. On the third floor, in a pitch-black room, Dominic's expression was solemn as he gazed at the figure sitting cross-legged by the window. He couldn't sense the other person's aura at all. All matters under heaven are within my sight. I knew you would come and why you came. The man sitting opposite Dominic was none other than the renowned diviner known to the world as Daniel. If these words came from anyone else, I would think they were boasting. But with you, Daniel, even if I don't believe it, I must pretend to believe. Dominic smiled slightly, taking a few steps forward when a chair suddenly appeared before him. Please sit. Daniel extended his hand, gesturing for Dominic to take a seat. Though Dominic had come seeking help, he didn't hesitate and sat down, meeting Daniel's gaze. There are things you wish to know, but I cannot tell you, for fear of entangling myself unnecessarily. So, please close your eyes. You will see the answers you seek. Without further explanation, Daniel gave a few implicit hints and fell silent. Dominic's expression was peculiar, but he gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. As soon as his eyes shut, vague images appeared in his mind. It was as though he had traveled through time and space, piercing the chaos. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated his mind. Dominic felt dizzy, and the images in his mind suddenly became vivid. Before him stood an imposing mansion, with Qin family manor boldly inscribed on its gate. Isn't this the Qin family I lived in back then? Dominic was startled. This wasn't a dream. It was Daniel's virtual realm. Everything here stemmed from Daniel's mental transformation. At this moment, Dominic floated above the Qin family grounds. Boom. While searching for his memories, a thunderous boom resounded overhead. Dominic quickly looked up. He saw dark clouds covering the sky, with a man standing arms crossed within them. Could that be the murderer who wiped out my family? Dominic's pupils widened as he tried to discern the man's features, but the distance made it impossible, and his body was unresponsive in this virtual realm. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the Qin family manor, led by an elderly white-haired man in white robes. That, grandfather? Dominic was taken aback, seeing his own grandfather. Sherry's, the leader was his grandfather, Aiden, the last head of the Qin family. Seeing his grandfather, Dominic felt tears well up. He wanted to call out but found himself unable to speak. His grandfather seemed to be conversing with the man in the sky, but Dominic could hear nothing. What is happening? Dominic was anxious, watching as his grandfather suddenly charged into the clouds, engaging in battle with the mysterious man. The skies changed colors as their combat energy surpassed Dominic's understanding. Each strike could level mountains and obliterate life. Following the duel between the two supreme warriors, countless black-robed figures emerged from the sky, masked and wielding weapons, rushing into the Qin family manor. Chaos erupted instantly, blood flowing freely in the courtyard. Witnessing this, Dominic's hair stood on end, his eyes burning like fire. Chariot, despite his rage, he could only watch helplessly as his clan members fell one by one. Whoosh! Amidst Dominic's anger, he heard a strange sound from beyond the heavens, shaking both the earth and sky, sending shivers down the trees and producing an eerie whistling noise. Dominic swiftly turned and saw a golden palace appear above the dark clouds. The palace radiated with brilliance and imperial authority, untouchable and sacred. What place is this? Dominic was utterly astounded. Instinctively, he knew this palace could not belong to the mortal world. Drawn to the heavenly palace, Dominic was suddenly blinded by a burst of golden light emerging from it, like sunlight scorching his eyes. Ah! Dominic screamed in agony, blood streaming from his eyes as he clenched them shut. The excruciating pain threatened to drive him mad, yet he persisted, opening his bloodshot eyes despite the agony. Through his unwavering resolve, he saw that the golden light was a flying sword from beyond the heavens. Its power exceeded human capabilities. The sword cut through the air, slicing towards the Qin family manor. Boom! Under Dominic's gaze, a colossal explosion followed. With a single stroke, the Qin family manor was reduced to ruins. As the sword's force dissipated, the Qin family members vanished, their souls scattered. Seeing his family destroyed, Aiden, enraged, repelled the black-robed figures and charged into the clouds, entering the golden palace. Grandfather? Dominic's face tightened as everything faded to black, and he was abruptly pulled back to reality. Sitting in the chair, Dominic's eyes tightly shut as blood continued to flow from them. Though just a vision, it depicted the tragic fate of his clan. The divine authority was untouchable, and the celestial sword's might was terrifying. I have done my best. The killer who annihilated your clan, I cannot reveal directly. What you can grasp depends entirely on how long your spirit can endure. Daniel's voice weakened significantly. To allow Dominic to experience the scene of his clan's destruction, Daniel had expended considerable energy. The appearance of the celestial sword also harmed him considerably. Predecessor? I still wish to ask for your help. Do you know if my grandfather ever left that palace? Reluctant to give up, Dominic opened his eyes and pleaded with Daniel. You had only one chance. You may leave now. Daniel refused, concerned about involving himself further given the celestial being's involvement. Dominic's expression soured. He had finally recovered his memories and seen his grandfather, yet his request remained unfulfilled. Unwilling to let go, Dominic bowed to Daniel before pushing open the door and stepping out. Dominic? Christiana, who had been waiting outside, noticed Dominic's poor condition and blood-streaked face, fearing something had happened to him. Master, our deal is complete. When do you plan to leave? Julianne closed the door, looking at the somber-faced Dominic. Julianne, is there any way you can arrange another session with Daniel? Dominic frowned, hoping Julianne would help. Apologies, Master. This opportunity was hard one for me. Even if Julianne wanted to assist, it wouldn't change Daniel's decision. Julianne shook her head. Daniel's guidance was highly sought after, and he wouldn't yield unless approached willingly. In that case, please reserve the next opportunity for me. I am willing to pay double the price for it. Dominic bit his lip, reluctantly accepting the situation. No problem. As long as you can wait, Julianne ensures you'll meet Daniel again. Hearing Dominic's offer to pay double, Julianne nodded immediately. Here's 10,000 spirit stones as deposit. Contact me at Kunlun sect if you have news. Dominic was straightforward, handing over the deposit. Julianne admired Dominic's straightforwardness, while Christiana was shocked beside her. Christiana, let's go. Dominic called out to Christiana and turned to go downstairs. Christiana blinked, glancing at Julianne before hurriedly chasing after Dominic with some trepidation. Does he not fear that he won't be able to leave Wuxia City alive? Julianne, watching Dominic descend the stairs, couldn't help but worry about him. At this moment, outside the Tianbao conference gate, people still gathered along both sides of the street in groups. They would occasionally look toward the Tianbao Chamber of Commerce's main entrance, their expressions odd as they browsed items on the stalls without buying anything. Until Dominic and Christiana emerged from the chamber, these people suddenly put down their items, their eyes revealing vicious intent, staring intently at Dominic. Walking with you is like walking to my death. Christiana had already noticed that someone was tailing them. I didn't ask you to follow me, did I? Dominic, displeased, glanced at Christiana and then pretended nothing happened, heading directly toward the busiest part of the crowd. Inside, Christiana felt very uneasy. They were now like lambs entering a tiger's mouth, danger lurking everywhere. Walking through the bustling streets, Dominic boldly strode toward the Wuxia City gate. All along the way, Dominic sensed 3 Tongtian realm experts and 12 Xuanhuan realm trackers following them. He was also quite tense because he needed to return to Yinfeng Hollow before dawn. Don't leave the city. Just as Dominic frowned, close to reaching the city gate, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Dominic furrowed his brow, immediately stopping and looking around for a long time. Yet he could not find the person who sent the message. Dominic? What's wrong? Seeing Dominic suddenly stop, Christiana tensed up, her vigilance heightened as she cautiously asked. Nothing. I think we shouldn't stay together anymore. I'll go out first and lead them away, so you can be safer. Dominic touched his nose, making an abrupt decision. How can that be possible? Christiana was not an ungrateful person. How could she watch Dominic go to his death alone? If you don't want to die, don't argue. Dominic made up his mind, glaring at Christiana before suddenly moving, leaving Wuxia City at top speed. Sure enough, after Dominic left, many people within the city followed him out of Wuxia City. Chapter 299. Ambushed and battling a sky transcender. Dominic. In the city of Wuxia, Dominic charged out alone, leading away those with ill intentions. Christiana's eyes were moist. Filled with guilt, she shouted loudly for Dominic, but alas, he had already disappeared beyond the city gates. Do you want to be a hero? Want me, Christiana, to owe you for life? Impossible. Roaring in anger, Christiana bit her lips fiercely and was about to walk toward the city gate when suddenly, her vision darkened, and she felt intense pain at the back of her head. Just as Christiana fainted and fell to the ground, a figure appeared out of nowhere and scooped her into his arms. Outside Wuxia City, after stepping out of the city gate, Dominic didn't stop for a moment and sped towards the direction of Kunlun sect. He knew that his situation was precarious. The only way to shake off those pursuing him was to enter the forest. Breathless, but just as Dominic entered the woods and confirmed no one was following, a chilling breeze blew toward him. Not good. Dominic's pupils dilated as he quickly dodged to the side. A long spear brushed past his shoulder. If Dominic had reacted any slower, this spear would have pierced his throat. Bang! The flying spear struck a tree, causing it to explode. Dominic looked up and saw a man in green robes standing opposite him. This man was handsome with a thick aura, possessing cultivation at the 9th level of cutting mortality. Friend? I had no intention of killing you. If you hand over the flying star sword, I will let you go. What do you think? The man's expression was cold as he met Dominic's gaze, stating his purpose frankly, somewhat akin to a gentleman's conduct. You must be mistaken? What flying star sword? I've never seen it. Dominic frowned, raising his hand to his nose, pretending not to understand. The flying star sword was bought at great expense. Why should he give it away? Humph. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Your voice isn't fake, and your aura can't be duplicated by anyone else. I advise you not to play games. My patience is limited. The man's brows furrowed nastily, piercing through Dominic's lie. He had followed Dominic from Tianbao Chamber all the way here. How could he be wrong? Ha ha. Dominic laughed coldly and shook his head. Since the disguise wouldn't hold, there was no need to waste words. Swish. While the man thought he had Dominic cornered, Dominic took the initiative, instantly drawing his sword. Pooh. The man swiftly retreated, avoiding the fatal strike, but was injured by Dominic's sword energy, spitting blood and flying back several meters. Spear. Return. The wounded man summoned the spear back. Look at the spear. Enraged, the man counterattacked fiercely with his spear breaking through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea. Away! Without invoking the dragon pearl, Dominic wasn't strong enough to confront the man directly. He unleashed countless sword energies colliding with the spear. Boom! Shards of light splashed, reducing surrounding trees to ashes. As Dominic took steps back, the green-robed man lunged forward with his spear. Seeking death. Golden light shimmered, and Dominic vanished instantly. Pooh! The man thrust the spear, expecting Dominic's demise, but then a flash of golden light crossed his vision. His pupils widened. Clang! The spear fell to the ground. The man's face turned gray, blood dripping from his mouth as he collapsed. Himph! Proudly robbing others. You deserve to die. Appearing behind the man, Dominic wielded the heaven residual sword, sneering before turning to leave. Swoosh! Swoosh! Before Dominic could move, two more figures blocked his path. A man and a woman, both masked to conceal their identities. They were both at the 9th level of cutting mortality. The man held dual axes, while the woman had a short sword, both glaring fiercely at Dominic. Golden Spear Gate member? Recognizing the dead man, the axe-wielding man was shocked. Senior brother? This boy is merely at the 9 Tribulation Dao realm. How did he kill a Golden Spear Gate member? The young woman asked suspiciously. Forget it. This boy is filthy rich, carrying the Flying Star Sword and the Lingxiao art. We mustn't let him live. The man smirked wickedly, reminding his junior sister. Am I deaf? If you wish to kill me, you're still far too weak. Don't want to die? Then scram. Furious, Dominic warned them. Ignoring his words, they attacked from either side. So stubborn. Dominic flew into a rage, summoning 2 Kirk power in his palms. Boom. 2 Kirk force erupted, hurling the attackers back. Wish. Dominic moved as fast as lightning. Poo-pee-you. Both attackers were instantly disabled, lying on the ground unable to rise. I'm in a hurry today. Next time, I'll take your lives for sure. Kneeling on the ground, they heard Dominic's voice from the distant forest. Bastard. My lady will kill you someday. Hating him, they screamed furiously. But Dominic was miles away by then. Damn. So far from Wuxia City, yet a sky transcender chases after me? Dominic rushed forward without stopping. He sensed imminent danger earlier and decided to escape immediately. Wind roared, rustling leaves. Suddenly, Dominic felt the danger again. You've been locked on. Tiger inside him spoke abruptly. Above. Looking upward, red light descended. Damn it. Dominic cursed, taking steps back. Boom. Red light struck the ground, sending dust everywhere. Heaven residual hand. A command came from above. Zoom. Reacting instinctively, Dominic teleported. Bang. Escaping narrowly, a massive hand imprint left on the ground. On a boulder, Dominic angrily looked up to see a figure watching him from a tree. It's you, Egon? Stunned, Dominic realized his old enemy had pursued him, but whether Egon recognized him was uncertain. SK, brat. How dare you escape? But what does it matter? Still under my 5-finger mountain. Egon smirked, hands behind his back, showing confidence but not recognizing Dominic. Himph. As a famous elder of Taiyin sect, shouldn't you feel ashamed attacking a junior? Dominic mocked him for being despicable. Foolish. In these wilds, who cares what I do? Who cares if you die? Who do you think you are? Egon laughed mockingly. Taiyin sect members were known for their viciousness. How shameless. If I tell you I'm from Kunlun sect, will you still attack? Dominic chuckled in frustration. Egon's cunning hadn't changed since Tianku. Translation completed according to the guidelines provided. Dominic did not want to reveal his identity at any cost, for if he did, Egon would surely tear him limb from limb. Kunlun sect. Egon's expression changed. Kunlun sect was the second largest sect after all, and he feared that this young man before him might be the disciple of some major figure in Kunlun sect. After a moment's contemplation, Egon's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, For the sake of Kunlun sect, I might spare your life, but you must hand over the Flying Star Sword, the Lingxiao art, and all the spirit stones on you. Otherwise, I'd rather kill you. You're quite insatiable, aren't you? I have never had the habit of giving away what belongs to me. You old fool, if you insist on forcing me, then I won't hold back either. Seeing no other choice, Dominic clenched his teeth in anger. A mere ant, daring to boast so boldly? Egon sneered, then raised his hand to deliver a palm strike through the air. The force of the palm strike surged like an overwhelming tidal wave, rushing towards Dominic below in an instant. Dominic's eyes widened as he sensed the power of the strike. He decisively leaped into action. Ha! Dodging the strike, Dominic roared in anger mid-air. From the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, 4 elemental powers appeared, swiftly merging into the heaven residual sword atop Dominic's head. This sword, the foremost among the 10 ancient famous swords, the heaven residual sword? Seeing the sword above Dominic's head, Egon was greatly startled, recognizing its origin instantly. 4 elements merge, slash. Under the impetus of 20 martial veins, the heaven residual sword erupted with a stunning beam of light. This was the strongest slash Dominic had ever executed. Whoosh! The sword cleaved through the air, capable of cutting through celestial bodies and exterminating immortals and demons alike. This was the condensed power of the 4 elements, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful force. Egon's pupils dilated, focused only on the heaven residual sword. He had overlooked the immense threat this single slash posed to his life. Heavenly art. Forced into action, Egon employed the ultimate technique of Taiyin sect. Around him, currents of energy formed a red-black aura barrier, shielding his body within. Boom! The terrifying sword light slashed down abruptly, and the violent surge of energy instantly flattened a 10-mile stretch of forest. Excellent! I underestimated you. If I don't eliminate you today, you will surely become a great menace in the future. Supporting himself, Egon couldn't help but imagine how a 9 Tribulation Dao realm cultivator could unleash such a devastating strike. Chapter 300. Survival and Desperation, the Sudden Sword Strike. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the jungle. Instantly, trees within 100 miles were decimated, and a fierce wind whipped up, darkening the sky and blocking out the sun and moon. Pooh! Amidst the sandstorm, Dominic spat a mouthful of blood, his clothes torn and his hair disheveled as he was flung away like a broken kite. Chu He-yun, after all, possessed heavenly attainment cultivation. Despite Dominic's strength, he could not bridge the gap between their realms. It's you. Even as Dominic struggled to stabilize himself, he heard Chu He-yun's thunderous voice. So you finally recognized me. Heaven does have eyes. You brat. You killed my 2 grandsons at the purifying pool of Tianku and destroyed a part of my soul force. I almost didn't recognize you. Today, I shall turn you into mincemeat. Only when he saw Dominic use the power of the Dragon Pearl did Chu He-yun realize who he was. Through the storm, Chu He-yun stepped into the air, his eyes bloodshot. With a wave of his hand, a large red blade materialized, instantly slashing towards Dominic. The skies turned dark once more, winds roaring. Damn it! Injured and enraged, Dominic growled. His strength was still too weak. Before a heavenly attainment powerhouse, he was nothing but an ant. But how could Dominic sit idly by? Dragon Soul release. At this critical moment, the dragon-shaped mark on his brow appeared, and a roar sounded from within him. Swoosh! A golden dragon flew out from Dominic's body, colliding directly with Chu He-yun's descending blade. Rumble! Golden light erupted, and the heavens trembled. Chu He-yun shattered the golden dragon with one slash, only for the sword light to dissolve before landing on Dominic. What a formidable spirit soul! Bastard! Old man here truly underestimated you. To think you are protected by a celestial-grade divine dragon. But you will die in my hands anyway. Chu He-yun's expression shifted slightly, then murderous intent surged again. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Dominic, and unleashed a palm strike that broke the air. Old fool, don't push me too far. Dominic clenched his teeth in fury, his bloodshot eyes wide open. As he roared, a circular black hole appeared before him. Whoosh! The moment the black hole appeared, Chu He-yun's palm force was immediately swallowed. Immediately after, terrifying suction distorted space, pulling Chu He-yun uncontrollably towards the black hole. This is a spatial black hole? Chu He-yun's face changed drastically as he struggled against the suction, only to find himself uncontrolled by the chaotic rules within the engulfed space. As Chu He-yun drew closer to the black hole, Dominic was also in distress. Sweat poured down his forehead, his strength rapidly depleting to maintain the devouring force of the spirit soul skill. Crap! Terrified, Chu He-yun, seeing himself about to be sucked in, clenched his teeth and struck his own forehead with his hand. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood and catching it in his hand, he used a secret technique to deliver a powerful palm strike towards the black hole. Bang! The black hole exploded under the attack. Wah! The destruction of the black hole sent Dominic flying from the high sky, spitting blood as he plummeted. Pale-faced, Chu He-yun swayed in midair. To break through Dominic's spirit soul skill, he had expended his own soul blood, unleashing his strongest attack. But he was also left severely injured, his soul force greatly diminished, reducing his strength by more than half. Brat! See if old man doesn't grind your bones into dust. Furious, Chu He-yun descended toward Dominic, striking him with a long-range palm. Ah! Kneeling on the ground, Dominic let out an agonizing scream. Dominic! Just as Chu He-yun struck again, a figure appeared, clashing with Chu He-yun's palm. Step. Both Chu He-yun and the newcomer recoiled. The timely arrival was none other than Adlai, one of the 3 heroes of Qingyun's sect, and Christiana's master. It's you. Chu He-yun was furious, murder visible in his eyes. Humph. Adlai, no matter what, you are still a senior. How could you brutally attack a child? Aren't you ashamed? Adlai indignantly rebuked Chu He-yun, condemning his actions as beneath his dignity. Chu He-yun had made his debut earlier than Adlai, and was technically an elder. If not for Chu He-yun's weakened state, Adlai would not have been able to block that strike. Adlai, step aside. This is a personal feud between this brat and me. Stay out of it. Chu He-yun's internal injuries worsened as he felt blood surge within. He wanted nothing more than to kill Dominic and avenge his dead grandsons. However, due to his weakened state and wariness of Adlai, he kept his composure but sternly warned. Never. Dominic has ties with me. I, Adlai, cannot stand idly by. Adlai glanced back at the heavily wounded Dominic, his eyes narrowing coldly as he refused to back down. You are courting death. Chu He-yun's rage exploded, and just as he prepared to move, his expression suddenly changed. Pooh! Chu He-yun spat blood, his face turning pale, and he staggered backward, clutching his chest. Adlai frowned, surprised by Chu He-yun's sudden injury. Chu He-yun is a heavenly attainment cultivator. How could he get hurt? Subconsciously, Adlai looked back at Dominic. Pooh! When Adlai looked back at Chu He-yun, the latter's eyes widened as a sword pierced through his chest. Wah! Adlai was taken aback. With a grimacing face, Chu He-yun pulled out the sword and swiftly turned to see Christiana retreating in panic. Bitch! Spitting blood, Chu He-yun roared at Christiana before transforming into a streak of red light and vanishing into the sky. Petrified, Christiana, upon seeing Chu He-yun flee, rushed to Dominic, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered in wounds. Dominic, are you okay? Hearing her call, Dominic slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Christiana, he managed a wan smile. Didn't I tell you not to interfere? How could I possibly do that? I, Christiana, owe you least. I haven't avenged myself yet, so you can't die. Do you hear me? Tears streaming down her red-rimmed eyes, Christiana grabbed Dominic's neck tightly, shouting fiercely. She hated the man in front of her, yet she couldn't bear anything happening to him. Seeing her fierce look, Dominic smiled but then abruptly closed his eyes, collapsing into Christiana's arms. Dominic, don't die. Can you hear me? Christiana panicked, unable to feel his heartbeat. Looking at her master Adley, she cried, Master, please, save him. Adley frowned deeply. Dominic's meridians were completely severed, clearly caused by overwhelming force. After hesitating for a moment, Adley stepped forward, gathering true energy in his palm, which he placed atop Dominic's head. Under Adley's true energy infusion, Dominic's life was preserved, but reviving him exceeded Adley's capabilities. Jing. This boy has the 9 Kirk scripture of Kunlun sect protecting him. To save him, we need someone from Kunlun sect. Adley gravely explained the situation to Christiana. Kunlun sect. Then master, why wait? Let's take Dominic back immediately? Christiana realized the urgency, knowing even her master couldn't save him. Kunlun sect is not our Qingyun sect. We can't simply enter. Adley faced difficulties. Being an elder of Qingyun sect, he could not casually step into Kunlun sect. Leave him to me. Just as they were in despair, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chiamo Kurt? Adley was astonished. Dominic is gravely injured. This old man thanks you, Taoist friend Liu, for your assistance. The Chiamo Kurt who had appeared looked solemnly at Adley, and then at Dominic. Slowly, Dominic levitated into the air, gently landing in Chiamo Kurt's hands. Whoosh! Without further ado, Chiamo Kurt vanished instantly with Dominic. Master, will Dominic really be alright? Seeing Chiamo Kurt take Dominic away, Christiana couldn't help but worry. If even Kunlun sect can't save Dominic, our Qingyun sect would be even less capable. Adley smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Without another word, he turned around and left with his hands clasped behind his back. Dominic, your life belongs to me. I won't allow you to die. Standing there, Christiana bit her lip fiercely, still deeply concerned about Dominic. 3 days later, in the Holy Spirit Valley, inside a simple bamboo hut, Dominic lay on the bed, radiating golden light. Visible to the naked eye, the spiritual energy from the heavens rapidly surged into Dominic's chest. 3 days already? Junior uncle? Is he really going to be alright? Outside the bamboo hut, Chiamo Kurt anxiously asked Benito, who sat in a wheelchair. If this old man says he will be fine, then he will be fine. On the contrary, this kid is simply a freak. So severely injured and yet didn't die, still able to automatically absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. This is just plain bizarre. Benito felt intrigued by Dominic. During these 3 days of unconsciousness, Dominic's body had been absorbing spiritual energy on its own to repair his severed meridians, an almost supernatural feat. Could it be due to the Supreme Bone? Chiamo Kurt paused, recalling that Dominic was no ordinary person. He was the reincarnation of the Supreme Being and possessed the Supreme Bone within him. That's only part of it. This kid has already mastered the 2nd level of Kirk power. If not for his current cultivation limitations, even you wouldn't be his match. Benito shook his head. He sensed that the power of the 9 Kirk scripture within Dominic was strong, leading him to believe that the scripture was playing a role in awakening the Supreme Bone. What? The 2nd level of the scripture? I just gave it to him recently, and he's already mastered it. Chiamo Kurt was greatly surprised. The 9 Kirk scripture is divided into 9 levels, each more difficult to cultivate than the last. Chapter 301. The Heart Demon, Endless Cycles. Kurter. In the bamboo house, Dominic, who was unconscious on the bed, heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Unconsciously, his soul was drawn into a dreamlike space. Who is calling my name? In this mysterious realm, surrounded by thick white mist, Dominic felt unease and looked around but saw no one. Kurter, I'm here. Just as Dominic thought it might be an illusion, a figure suddenly appeared before him. She was beautiful, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, dressed in pure white like a descending fairy. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, but had a loving gaze filled with tears. Dominic was stunned. The woman before him evoked a sense of familiarity, yet something felt off. As they locked eyes, she smiled warmly and gently stroked his face. Feeling no hostility, Dominic instead felt more comforted. Who are you? He asked, holding her hand. Kurter, you don't recognize your own mother? The woman was startled by his unfamiliar tone. My mother? Why don't I remember you? Upon hearing this, Dominic's expression changed abruptly, instinctively stepping back several paces. He couldn't believe his mother could still be alive or appear before him. Why? Why is this happening? Seeing Dominic's rejection, the woman seemed deeply hurt, shaking her head vehemently. Watching her unstable emotions, Dominic felt a sharp pain within him. Suddenly, a force began pulling him back to reality. Kurter. As Dominic's soul began to fade, the woman, panicked, stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. Bang! The moment her hand touched his forehead, a bright light erupted from Dominic's brow, repelling her hand. Dominic, helpless, watched her get hurt, feeling troubled. A burning sensation emerged on his forehead, his soul rapidly evaporating from the space. Why? Why do you tear us apart? The woman wailed, looking skyward in anguish. As Dominic disappeared, he wanted to stay and question her, but darkness engulfed him instantly. Suddenly awake, Dominic's body fell uncontrollably towards the ground. Surrounded by darkness, filled with fear, Dominic screamed loudly. He felt panic and despair, helplessness gnawing at his heart. Bang! When Dominic thought he would shatter upon impact, landing on the ground caused no pain. Sitting up, Dominic found himself unharmed, everything seeming like a dream. Dominic! Before Dominic could determine where he was, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. Startled, Dominic quickly stood and turned. Standing atop a towering cliff, he faced endless darkness. From the darkness, a monstrous black dragon surged forth, death's breath filling the air. Step, paling, Dominic instinctively retreated, only for the dragon to halt above him, coiling its massive body while staring intently at him. Facing such a deathly gaze, Dominic felt a chill run down his spine. Where am I? Why is there a black dragon? Dominic's expression grew serious. He now couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Everything before him felt so real. To sever 7 emotions, to cut 6 desires, this is the path to transcendence into the mortal cutting realm. Joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, hate, desire, the 7 emotions, are the greatest weaknesses of human nature. Mortal cutting signifies rebirth, escaping the 5 elements and the heavenly Tao's control. As long as you can overcome the trials of the 7 emotions, you can break through and advance into the mortal cutting realm. Lost in confusion, Dominic heard Aiden's voice. Am I breaking through realms? Dominic was surprised. He didn't think that in this dream he was undergoing a realm advancement. 7 emotions, 6 desires? Mortal cutting realm? Pausing, Dominic seemed to understand. Everything he saw stemmed from his inner thoughts. As the mind imagines, so the form becomes. The Tao realm has heavenly tribulations, while the mortal cutting realm has heart tribulations. Heart tribulations test the mind of those breaking through. If one cannot overcome their inner fears, how can they transcend the boundaries of the world? Come on. Today, I will sever the 7 emotions and cut the 6 desires. Even if the heavenly Tao itself appears, it shall not stop me from advancing into the mortal cutting realm. Dominic's pupils dilated, and the heaven-defying sword materialized in his hand. Facing the malevolent black dragon, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, striking fiercely with a single sword slash. Pierce. The dragon, roaring with its mouth wide open, was instantly bisected by Dominic's sword. Instantly, darkness vanished, replaced by a blood-red sky. Before Dominic, scenes of the Qin family's destruction reappeared. Family members lay amidst pools of blood, the terrifying celestial sword instantly annihilating the entire clan. Thousands of clansmen turned to ashes in an instant. An overwhelming rage surged within him. Witnessing this, Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, unable to control his fury. Kill. Kill. I will kill everyone in the world, storm the heavens, and exterminate all. Driven by blind rage, hatred clouded Dominic's mind, allowing the heart demon to take control. Pierce. Leaping forward, Dominic's murderous aura exploded, slashing through the air, returning to the Qin family to unleash a brutal massacre. In reality, lying in the bamboo house, Dominic's eyes snapped open, glowing red with fury, radiating terrifying killing intent. Not right. This boy has fallen into demonic possession. Outside the bamboo house, Clinton in his wheelchair, sensing the killing aura emanating inside, was alarmed. What? Fallen into demonic possession? Did he not withstand the heart tribulation? Bartolomeo, shocked, watched as the enraged Dominic emerged from the bamboo house. At this moment, Dominic's expression was icy, his eyes bloodshot, emitting an overpowering murderous aura. How did this boy become so bloodthirsty? Losing his mind to demonic influence, Clinton's face darkened. Dominic's aura was extremely violent, his strength reaching unprecedented heights due to the killing intent. Uncle Master, what should we do? Bartolomeo, tense, knew Dominic still had a chance to be saved, but he didn't know how. What else can we do? To awaken him, we must forcefully wake him. Clinton frowned, realizing Dominic was under the heart demon's control, and they had no choice but to act aggressively. All right. Bartolomeo stepped forward without hesitation. The possessed Dominic moved swiftly, flames erupting as the celestial fury battle armor appeared. Die! Enraged, Dominic, gripping the heaven-defying sword, slashed at Bartolomeo. Boom! Bartolomeo was pushed back, his right hand bleeding. Such immense power! Bartolomeo was astonished. Dominic's attack surpassed the mortal cutting realm. Whoosh! While shocked, Dominic lunged again, a sweeping slash causing fierce winds. Kunlun blazing palm. No longer holding back, Bartolomeo's palm sent Dominic flying several meters after a powerful strike. But just as Dominic hadn't landed, Clinton, seated in his wheelchair, pointed his hand remotely at Dominic. Dominic's pupils dilated. He found himself frozen midair, unable to move his body. Seeing the opportunity, Bartolomeo instantly approached Dominic, raising his hand to press on Dominic's forehead and infuse his soul power into Dominic's body. Bartolomeo observed that Dominic's primordial spirit had fallen into a deep sleep, and Dominic's consciousness was nowhere to be found within his primordial spirit. What's going on? Bartolomeo frowned, unable to fathom why he couldn't wake Dominic up by accessing his consciousness. With no other choice, Bartolomeo controlled his soul power to enter Dominic's primordial spirit. Within Dominic's primordial spirit, chaos reigned. Bloody storms and pitch-black darkness engulfed everything. He saw Dominic like a god of death, battling countless black-robed figures alone, fully immersed in an endless slaughter. Heavy killing intent. Just how much hatred does this boy harbor, allowing himself to become a killing demon? Bartolomeo was deeply shocked. Seeing the world of carnage within Dominic's mind, he could not help but feel worried. Even if Dominic woke up, the inner turmoil of killing would still linger, and he feared Dominic might truly turn into a ruthless killer. Kill. Just as Bartolomeo hesitated, he heard Dominic's murderous cry from above. That is, Bartolomeo's expression changed drastically. He saw a palace appear in the sky, resplendent with gold and jewels, like a grand imperial courtyard. Is this Heavenly Palace? Could this be Dominic's past life scene of breaking into the Heavenly Gate? Bartolomeo could hardly believe it. Under his watchful eyes, Dominic entered the palace soon after being pierced through the chest by a celestial sword, turning to ashes instantly. Bartolomeo thought Dominic would awaken, but the scene shifted, returning Dominic to the moment where he was slaughtering the black-robed figures again. It became clear that everything here was cycling endlessly, trapping Dominic's consciousness in an unending loop of killing. Understanding all this, Bartolomeo felt sympathetic towards Dominic's stubbornness. Now or never. Bartolomeo clenched his teeth and shouted loudly to Dominic in the sky. Deeply entangled in the slaughter, Dominic's eyes were blood-red like fire. But upon hearing Bartolomeo's voice, his body suddenly froze, and a look of pain appeared on his fierce face. Curter, wake up quickly. Amidst his pain, Dominic suddenly heard his mother's call. Chapter 302. Entering the slashing mortal realm, Xiao Zhao's jealousy. Mother. The still dazed Dominic suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him. His bloodshot eyes instantly returned to normal. However, as he regained consciousness, he didn't have time to search for the source of his mother's voice before his awareness was forcibly dragged back into his soul body. At this moment, Chiemo Kurt stood in front of Dominic. Sensing Dominic's consciousness returning, he also withdrew his own soul power from within Dominic's body. As he withdrew his arm, an ominous force erupted from the closed-eyed Dominic. Bang! Before Chiemo Kurt could react, he was pushed back several steps by the force that erupted from Dominic's body. Success! Chiemo Kurt was stunned. After awakening, Dominic had successfully broken through the realm. His cultivation rapidly ascended from the 9th Tribulation Dao realm and now stood at the first level of the Slashing Mortal realm. The Slashing Mortal realm consists of 9 levels. To enhance one's cultivation, reliance on external forces is insufficient. To advance in the Slashing Mortal realm, one must sever the 7 emotions and cut off the 6 desires. Normal people are controlled by these emotions and desires, but those who enter the Slashing Mortal realm must reverse the situation, seize control, defy fate, and transcend the cycle of rebirth. Some achieve enlightenment in an instant and enter the 9th level of the Slashing Mortal realm. However, due to his numerous concerns and profound enmity, Dominic found it extremely challenging despite his emotional nature. Uncle, Dominic has entered the Slashing Mortal realm. According to the requirements of the 9 Kirk scripture, has he now reached the qualifications to practice the 3rd level? Do you plan to teach him the 3rd level? After confirming that Dominic had stabilized his realm, Chiemo Kurt suddenly thought about the 9 Kirk scripture and asked Benito with clasped fists. Those capable of cultivating the 3rd level in the Kunlun sect do not exceed 36 people, while those who can cultivate the 4th level number fewer than 10. They all took hundreds or even thousands of years to reach this stage. Chariot, this young Dominic, already proficient in the 2nd level, surpasses what is reasonable. He is even more prodigious than his father, Dwayne. Benito stroked his beard, unable to help but admire Dominic. This cultivation speed would make even the founding patriarch of Kunlun sect bow in admiration. Chiemo Kurt nodded, precisely because of Dominic's potential that he showed great favor towards him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked his uncle to become Dominic's master. Grandfather? Is he really as strong as you say? From the bamboo grove behind them, the red-clothed Tisha suddenly appeared, walking up to her grandfather Benito, casting a doubtful glance at Dominic and questioning incredulously. Of course. When your grandfather speaks, do you think I'm joking? Benito confidently nodded and smiled slightly, saying to his granddaughter, your grandfather assures you that within a year, Dominic will surpass you. Surpass me? Tisha frowned, knowing that her grandfather referred to the 9 Kirk scripture. Among her peers, she was the youngest to reach the 6th level of this scripture. Her natural talent was unmatched. Chariot, her grandfather's words stung her pride. Beside them, Chiemo Kurt had an odd expression. Listening to Benito, he agreed completely. So, I'll kill him first, then no one will be able to surpass me. Tisha narrowed her eyebrows, feeling threatened by Dominic's presence. Clenching her teeth in jealousy, she actually released a sword chi toward Dominic. Xiao Xiao. Chiemo Kurt was shocked. Tisha was so reckless, daring to attack Dominic. Even Benito did not expect such rash behavior from his granddaughter. Bang! Before the flying sword chi could harm Dominic, it shattered instantly. Tisha frowned. Her strike was potent enough to kill someone at the 9th level of the Slashing Mortal realm. Chariot. Dominic easily shattered her sword chi with his aura, making her feel threatened. Chiemo Kurt was relieved Dominic was unharmed. Xiao Xiao, what nonsense is this? He is my disciple and your junior brother. Have you forgotten the sex rules? Siblings shall not harm each other. Benito scolded sternly, not tolerating such recklessness in critical times. I wasn't really trying to kill him. Besides, I never acknowledged him as my junior brother. Instead, grandfather, you are favoring outsiders. Tisha criticized her grandfather, who, in her eyes, should not treat Dominic as her junior brother. You. Foolishness. Benito grew furious, realizing he had spoiled his granddaughter too much, darkening his expression. Whoosh. Without warning, Benito shot a red light into Dominic's forehead when Tisha was unaware. Chiemo Kurt, take him where you brought him from. Back to Infeng. Benito angrily clenched his teeth and turned away in his wheelchair. Chiemo Kurt bowed respectfully. Tisha blushed, realizing she had been too impulsive, seeing her grandfather truly angry. She hurriedly chased after him. Dominic, you are indeed blessed with good fortune. But alas, you and my uncle still have an agreement. I must send you back to Infeng. Chiemo Kurt sighed humorously. With Dominic's strength and talent, he could enter the inner sect. But this was his uncle's decision, which he had to follow. Infeng. Since the deaths of Devlin and Hyder, the sect had become highly concerned. To investigate their deaths, the sect dispatched a law enforcement disciple to Infeng. With the absence of Devlin and Hyder, Emir was put in charge of all matters in Infeng. To clear himself of suspicion, he pointed fingers at Dominic, who had mysteriously disappeared. On the city wall of Infeng, Emir sat comfortably on a chair, enjoying tea and refreshments provided by his attendants. Brother Gua? We saw the law enforcement disciple heading for Yael and Kirsty, one man informed Emir deferentially. Forget them. They rely on being law enforcement disciples to act arrogantly before me, yet they fail to recognize whose territory this is. Emir waved dismissively, displeasure etched on his face. That's true. Everyone, from top to bottom at the spirit mine, now answers to Brother Gua. Even Elder Allah treats you respectfully. Law enforcement disciples mean nothing here. The surrounding men nodded, flattering Emir. Still, how impressive Dominic must be. How could he kill Devlin and Hyder? Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Indeed. It's been 3 days, yet Dominic seems to have vanished from the earth. During idle chat, the 2 men around Emir expressed admiration and suspicion about Dominic's disappearance, hinting at its possible connection to Emir. Emir frowned, feeling uneasy every time Dominic was mentioned. Unknowing if Dominic was dead or alive made him live in constant fear. If Dominic suddenly returned and fell into the hands of law enforcement disciples, all his and Hyder and Devlin's deeds would be exposed. Slam. The more Emir thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Frustrated, he slapped the table, frightening those around him. Brother Gua, what's wrong? Someone timidly asked. Get Kirsty and Yael for me. Tell them I have something important to discuss. Emir gritted his teeth, turning to the few men behind him and ordering. Sherry's brother, we'll get them right away. They nodded eagerly to please Emir, hurrying away. In less than a moment, Yael and Kirsty were tied up and brought before Emir. Kneel. Before Yael and Kirsty could understand why, they were kicked down and forced to kneel before Emir. Stop. Who allowed you to treat them like this? They are Dominic's friends, which means they are my friends too. Emir glared coldly at the 2 men who had acted rashly and then personally untied Kirsty and Yael. Yael and Kirsty were utterly confused. How could they not know what kind of person Emir was? Come, junior brother, junior sister, please sit down. The overly solicitous Emir enthusiastically gestured for Yael and Kirsty to sit down. Senior brother Emir, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. I can't afford such courtesies, Yael said with a grim face, breaking the awkward silence. You're straightforward, junior brother Yael. I admire that. Emir chuckled awkwardly and waved the others away. Once only he, Yael, and Kirsty remained on the city wall, his expression turned serious. Junior brother, junior sister, I know there have been misunderstandings between us, but I, your senior brother, don't bear grudges. Upon hearing Emir's words, Yael and Kirsty blushed furiously and sneered at him disdainfully. I heard the law enforcement hall has been searching for Dominic. I am worried about junior brother Dominic's safety and want to help him. After all, helping him is also helping myself. Do you 2 think you could help me find Dominic? Emir smiled as he conveyed his intentions to the 2 before him. Senior brother Gua, you jest? How would we know where Dominic is? Yael's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he shook his head in denial. That's right. We've been in ofthe the whole time. Where would we know where Dominic is? Senior brother Gua, you'd better ask someone else. Kirsty looked uncomfortable. They knew full well what Emir was up to. Dominic knew Emir's secret, so Emir was trying to test them. Seeing that Yael and Kirsty were not giving him any respect, Emir became infuriated and gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Kirsty by the hair, pushing her off the edge of the city wall. Ah! Kirsty screamed in agony, her scalp bleeding from being pulled. She dared not move an inch, gripping Emir's arm tightly with both hands. You monster, Emir! Fuming, Yael stepped forward, but Emir coldly smirked. Take one more step, and I guarantee Kirsty will shatter into pieces. Note, the translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural fluency in English. It preserves the paragraph structure and conveys the storyline coherently with previous content. Chapter 303. One more glance is also a sin. Emir, you bastard. What do you want to let the person go? On the city wall of Infeng Ridge, Yael was anxious but dared not move forward because Emir had Kirsty in his grasp. I said, I want to know where Dominic is. If you tell me, not only will I not harm you, but I'll also ensure you don't have to be laborers anymore, Emir sneered, gripping Kirsty's hair and addressing Yael. Bastard. How would I know where Dominic is? Don't forget, Dominic left Infeng Ridge with Hyder. If you need to ask Hyder. It has nothing to do with us. Emir, don't forget, the elder brothers from the enforcement hall are still around. If you don't release Kirsty, watch out, or I'll report you. Yael was furious, clenching his teeth as he warned Emir fiercely. Threatening me? Emir's face darkened. Hearing Yael mention the enforcement hall enraged him. Don't. Seeing Emir about to let go, Yael shouted loudly in fear. But Emir, with an evil grin, released Kirsty's hair right then and there. At that moment, Kirsty fell helplessly and painfully towards the ground below. Kirsty! Yael's expression changed dramatically. In a panic, he rushed out of the city, attempting to save Kirsty who was falling. To be heroic before me? Emir sneered, raising his right hand and whipping out a leather whip. Crack! As Yael flew out of the city, Emir lashed the whip across Yael's back in an instant. Ah! Yael screamed in agony, his back splitting open, bloody and mangled. Losing balance after this blow, he tumbled headfirst along with Kirsty down the city wall. Emir stood on the city wall, his grin twisted and triumphant. A Tinjong fall. Even if they survived, they would be crippled. I don't want to die. Pale-faced, Kirsty tried to stop her fall, but she was too weak, too late. And Yael, heavily injured and overwhelmed by fear, was already in a daze. Whoosh! Just when all seemed lost, a sudden gust of wind swept them upwards. What's happening? On the city wall, Emir's expression changed drastically as he watched Yael and Kirsty suddenly fly into the sky. An ominous feeling arose in his heart. Yael and Kirsty were confused but felt a warm flow enter their bodies, instantly easing their pain. They then landed safely on the city wall again. Emir's eyes widened as he glared at the duo opposite him, gritting his teeth. Seize them! Hearing Emir's command, several men standing behind him exchanged glances before rushing toward Yael and Kirsty. Kirsty paled with fear. Yael stepped forward, blocking Kirsty in front of him, terrified. Swoosh! At this critical moment, a streak of sword chi descended from the sky, slicing the approaching men away. Ah! With an anguished cry, smoke and dust rose from the city wall, and a figure suddenly appeared before Yael. You, Dominic. Seeing the one who acted, Emir paled, stepping back 2 steps involuntarily. Qin Jr. brother? Is it really you? Yael, shocked, stared wide-eyed at the familiar back asking. Sherry's. I'm truly sorry. I should have returned earlier, but there was an unexpected incident on the way. Dominic turned around, nodding to Yael, feeling ashamed. He knew the killings of Devlin and Hyder must have triggered Emir's retaliation against Yael and Kirsty. It's good you're safe. I owe you an apology. Yael felt even more guilty, knowing that Knight Dominic wouldn't have killed Devlin and Hyder if not for saving him. His survival was all due to Dominic. Qin, Junior brother Qin? I'm glad you're safe. I just feared something might have happened to you, so I asked these two. Emir, seeing Dominic appear, was utterly terrified. Since Devlin and Hyder died at Dominic's hands, he obviously wasn't Dominic's match. Moreover, he sensed Dominic was stronger than before. Oh, shouldn't I thank you properly? Frowning, Dominic touched his nose, then suddenly fire burst from his hand. Ah! Emir didn't have time to react. Flames engulfed his body instantly. Junior brother Qin, please save me. I realize my mistake. I don't want to die. Under the blazing inferno, Emir screamed in agony, begging Dominic for mercy. But Dominic remained unmoved, coldly watching Emir burn to ashes. Yael and Kirsty couldn't help but feel a chill run through them. Seeing Emir burned alive, they were terrified. This kind of ruthless punishment was something they had never seen, nor could they carry out. After Emir turned to ash, a figure appeared on the city wall. The newcomer wore a brown robe, his temples white with age. He was Elder Allah, an elder who guarded Yinfeng Ridge for decades. Disciple pays respects to Elder Huang. Yael and Kirsty bowed respectfully upon recognizing Elder Allah. Only Dominic met Allah's gaze coldly without bowing. Allah, emotionless, glanced at the ashes of Emir and clenched his teeth. You are Dominic? Allah withdrew his gaze and looked at Dominic. Sherry's. Dominic nodded. Yael and Kirsty became nervous. Killing Emir violated the sect rules and warranted severe punishment. Emir is dead. Yinfeng Ridge lacks someone to manage it. Are you willing to replace Emir? To their surprise, Allah, instead of scolding Dominic, offered him a crucial position to manage Yinfeng Ridge. Dominic frowned. He had never met Allah before, and they had no prior connections. Chariot. Allah not only forgave him but wanted to appoint him? Junior brother Qin, you should quickly thank Elder Huang. Yael urged, excited by the opportunity yet puzzled by Dominic's hesitation. Kirsty also hoped Dominic would agree. Under his management, she wouldn't be bullied anymore. Sorry, I have no interest in managing Yinfeng Ridge. I've returned to resolve some matters. After careful thought, Dominic declined Allah's offer. Yinfeng Ridge's situation was too complicated. Despite Allah's seemingly friendly gesture, it was likely a trap. Well, the enforcement hall has been looking for you. You'd better explain yourself to them personally. Otherwise, you won't escape the consequences. Allah, having initially been angered, calmed himself. Thank you, Elder Huang. But I heard that Wuxia City plans to attack Yinfeng Ridge. Please be cautious. Dominic bowed slightly, warning Allah, before turning to leave. Yael and Kirsty, unsure of what to do, hurried after Dominic as he walked away. But Allah's expression was grim. He knew everything Dominic had mentioned. This boy knows quite a bit, he thought. Perhaps Hyder revealed the whereabouts of the spirit stones to him before dying. Frowning, Allah watched Dominic's retreating back. He had come to Yinfeng Ridge to investigate the massive loss of spirit stones and identify traitors. Having targeted Hyder, Devlin, and Emir early on, he hadn't killed them, hoping to track down the missing stones. But Dominic had beaten him to it, silencing Devlin and the others, which bred deep hostility towards Dominic. At the entrance of the spirit mine, Junior brother Qin, you really shouldn't have come back. The enforcement hall has been searching for you, Yael worried, urging Dominic to leave quickly while he insisted on staying. I have nothing to fear when I am upright. Why should I be afraid? Dominic frowned. His main goal this time was to obtain more spirit stones, and to see if he could encounter that black-robed man again. But, you did kill Devlin and Hyder? And now Emir too. You should have agreed to Elder Huang just now, that way, they would consider you one of their own. If you don't give him face, he will definitely report your killings to the sect, and then you'll be in danger. Kirsty's eyebrows furrowed with worry for Dominic's situation. Yael nodded in agreement. Kirsty was right. Who among those here didn't take advantage for personal gain to get more benefits? The enforcement hall is here. While Yael was looking at Dominic, Kirsty suddenly saw several people approaching from ahead and immediately recognized their identity. The enforcement hall? Dominic frowned and turned to look behind him. Glancing over, Dominic found the leader of the incoming group oddly familiar. The enforcement hall consisted of 5 people, led by a long-haired woman in a red dress. This woman had stunning beauty, holding a purple sword in her left hand, exuding a cold demeanor as she approached with 3 men and another woman. That woman leading them is called Isabella. I've never seen her before, Yael whispered to Dominic, concerned he might not recognize her. Isabella? Dominic's expression was strange as he looked at Isabella. He felt an inexplicable familiarity. Especially her eyes reminded him of someone. Greetings, senior sister Longyu. Yael and Kirsty dared not meet Isabella's gaze, greeting her respectfully. Isabella nodded slightly, but grew dissatisfied when she saw Dominic standing there staring at her without making any gesture of respect. Slap. Under Dominic's gaze, Isabella stepped forward and suddenly slapped his face. Dominic's pupils dilated in shock. He had been slapped for no apparent reason? Yael and Kirsty were equally astonished. Isabella's slap left 5 finger marks on Dominic's face. Why did you hit me? Dominic's anger flared, his eyes blazing as he demanded an answer from Isabella. ##### Chapter 304. Tit for tat, a world apart. You look at me, and I'll hit you. If you keep looking, I'll kill you. Isabella's expression was icy cold as she glared at Dominic with fierce intensity. Her words were sharp and authoritative, carrying a commanding presence. Ha! Upon hearing Isabella's threats, Dominic was amused to the point of laughter. What are you laughing at? Isabella frowned, seeing Dominic's mocking smile, her right hand instinctively gripping the hilt of her sword. Facing Isabella's aggression, Dominic's expression turned cold instantly. His eyes bloodshot red. He shouted angrily, "What are you? I do what I want. It has nothing to do with you." Seeking death. How dare you be disrespectful to senior sister Long? Let me disable you first. A young man behind Isabella suddenly stepped forward, conjuring a blade of energy in his hand which he thrust towards Dominic's throat. Yael and Kirsty were shocked. Just as they tensed up, the attacking man suddenly spewed blood, kneeling down a foot away from Dominic. How fast? They hadn't even seen Dominic move? Even Isabella, at the 7th level of mortal severing, couldn't see how Dominic had acted? With a swift motion, Isabella's brows furrowed. Without a word, she drew her sword and swung it towards Dominic. Dominic, whose face was darkened, touched his slapped cheek before his pupils dilated, and in an instant, he blurred across the distance. Bang! Isabella's strike was deflected by Dominic's punch, sending the sword flying. What? Isabella's beautiful face paled in surprise as Dominic appeared right before her. Slap slap. Without giving Isabella a chance to react, Dominic struck her twice hard across the face, leaving her bleeding and unable to defend herself. Lurch lurch. Struck by the slaps, Isabella staggered back several steps, clutching her cheeks, her eyes burning with hatred towards Dominic. Senior sister Long. Several people rushed forward behind Isabella, drawing their swords ready to attack Dominic. But Isabella held them back, realizing that Dominic was not someone to underestimate. He hit senior sister Long? Yael stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his mind racing. After all, Isabella was a disciple of the law enforcement hall, responsible for investigating the murders of Devlin and Hyder. Such actions by Dominic would surely bring unforeseen disaster upon him. Kirsty hid behind Dominic, unsure of what to do next. How does it feel to be beaten? Seeing Isabella remain silent, Dominic sneered. Dare you tell me your name? Isabella gritted her teeth. Why wouldn't I? Dominic scowled, scoffing. Listen carefully. My name is Dominic. Dominic? Is he the Dominic who passed 3 trials in the Sacred Spirit Valley? Wasn't he reported missing? Why is he here? Upon hearing Dominic's name, Isabella and her companions were taken aback. Dominic's reputation had spread throughout the Kunlun sect. He had single-handedly stormed Starcloud Peak and used lightning to drive its master insane, causing a massive stir within the sect. So what? Am I famous now? Looking at Isabella's stunned expressions, Dominic felt a bit embarrassed. Who cares who you are? Violating sect rules will result in severe punishment. Dominic, will you surrender willingly, or shall I take action? Isabella gave a cold snort, choosing to enforce the law impartially despite her animosity. The law enforcement hall was tasked with disciplining rule-breakers and enforcing the sect's laws. Ridiculous. What crime have I committed? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. With empty words, you think you can pin crimes on me? You neither have the authority nor the strength. Dominic laughed loudly, each word resonating powerfully. Isabella, already enraged by Dominic's arrogance, could hardly believe he dared defy the law enforcement hall. Dominic violated sect rules, refused arrest, and insulted the law enforcement hall. Disciples, follow my order. Execute him without mercy. Unable to tolerate Dominic any longer, Isabella declared his offenses and led her followers to attack him. Senior sister Long. Dominic was unfazed, but Yael thought Isabella was being too hasty. He stepped forward to call out to her, only to be knocked back by a palm strike. Too arrogant. Enraged, Dominic caught Yael midair and instantly gathered a blade of energy in his right hand. Strike. The moment the sword rose, the winds stirred. Gale force winds raged as the sword cut through the air. Thud thud. Apart from Isabella, everyone else was blasted back, coughing blood. Though Isabella also struggled, she continued to lunge at Dominic. Immature. Dominic frowned as Isabella approached. A streak of black light emerged from within him, striking her sword. Bang. Isabella's sword shattered instantly, and she recoiled, spitting blood from the backlash. What level of cultivation are you? Frustrated by Dominic's strength, Isabella knew Dominic ostensibly had only 1st level mortal severing, yet his power rivaled 9th level. Level? Dominic's expression softened, then he chuckled bitterly. Strength isn't determined by level. Didn't you know that? You bastard. This doesn't need your lesson. Just wait. I will bring you back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Isabella blushed furiously. Indeed, strength wasn't tied to levels, but levels did indicate one's capability limits. Dominic clearly exceeded ordinary standards, a true tiger disguised as a pig. Fine. I'll wait right here. Unfazed, Dominic realized Isabella was powerless against him and was likely calling for reinforcements. Seeing Dominic's arrogance, Isabella felt an intense surge of anger and spat out a stream of blood. We're leaving. Kimura glared fiercely at Dominic, waving a hand to turn and leave. Her followers, both angry and fearful, silently followed her. Junior brother Chin, aren't you afraid of provoking the elders of the law enforcement hall? Yael asked cautiously, his face pale. If I feared, I wouldn't stand here, Dominic smiled, shaking his head after glancing at Yael. He feared no one, not even the law enforcement hall. Yael fell silent, suspecting Dominic must have some backing, otherwise, he'd have been expelled long ago. Kirsty watched Dominic with a mix of awe and respect, admiring his fearlessness. Turning his gaze, Dominic focused on the spirit or before him. The trip to Wuxia City made him realize the importance of spirit stones. So this time, returning to Yinfeng Hollow, he planned to gather more stones as a precaution. Well, let's enter the mine and gather more spirit stones before nightfall. Without letting Yael and Kirsty protest, Dominic signaled for them to follow, leading them into the mine. Night soon fell. As the bell outside rang, miners began to exit. Having worked less than a day, Dominic grinned, returning triumphantly with Yael and Kirsty laden with spirit stones. Wait. Just as they neared the entrance, Dominic stopped abruptly, signaling Yael and Kirsty to halt. Junior brother Chin, what's wrong? Yael asked curiously, noticing Dominic's tense demeanor. Such heavy scent of blood. Sensing danger, Dominic looked at the others ahead, feeling a sudden unease. He quickly shouted, everyone, come back. We can't go out. Don't be silly. After working all day, should we stay here overnight? Hearing Dominic's call, someone ahead looked furious, mistakenly thinking Dominic intended to harm them. Dominic? Why can't I smell the blood scent you mentioned? Kirsty's face was odd as she tried to sniff with her nose, seeing Dominic's sudden abnormal behavior. If you could smell it, you wouldn't have been sent here. Dominic raised his hand to touch his nose, watching those leaving the mine. He glanced at Kirsty and said bluntly, you're so powerful, yet you were still sent here, weren't you? Kirsty retorted, not willing to listen. Dominic's face turned bright red instantly. He came here under duress but didn't plan to stay long. After a while, the temperature in the mine dropped sharply, becoming chillingly cold, freezing Yael and Kirsty to the bone. At the same time, ghostly chi permeated the cave, evoking a sense of death that reminded Yael and Kirsty of those who had died here. We can't do this. If we inhale the ghostly chi, we'll die here, Kirsty exclaimed, turning to warn Dominic. Dominic frowned deeply. The ghostly chi inside the cave was indeed getting denser, and they couldn't stay any longer. Okay. Follow me. After some thought, Dominic gritted his teeth, told Yael and Kirsty, then led the way toward the entrance, inching closer. The closer they got to the entrance, the heavier the bloody stench became. When Dominic and the others reached near the entrance, they saw numerous bodies lying in pools of blood outside the cave. Aren't these the people who walked ahead of us? Yael exclaimed, his scalp tingling in shock. Sherry's they are. Dominic's face darkened, seeing that all these people had been killed with one strike. He didn't know if this was done by those chasing him or by killers sent by Marcus City. What? Sister, you didn't find Dominic? But my people didn't see Dominic leaving Feng Hollow at all? While Dominic and the others hid inside the cave, they suddenly heard a woman speaking outside. This voice. It's her. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Dominic, Yael, and Kirsty's expressions changed dramatically, all thinking of the same person simultaneously. Chapter 305. Twin Sisters, My Bride? It's Isabella. Inside the cave, Dominic and his two companions exclaimed in unison upon recognizing the voice outside. It was indeed Isabella from the enforcement hall. What's going on? Did Isabella kill all these people? Yael suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't understand why Isabella would do this, seeing so many dead outside. Kirsty's face turned pale with extreme panic as Isabella was searching for Dominic outside. Dominic's expression was unpredictable. He was very curious about who Isabella's sister could be. Yuashin, you can't act rashly. Don't forget your identity as a disciple of Kunlun sect. Let's talk about Dominic later. The city lord sent me here to destroy this spirit mine. Leave quickly before anyone notices. As Dominic remained silent, he suddenly heard another woman's voice. This voice was strangely familiar to him. No, I can't swallow this anger without killing that bastard. At this moment, Isabella hated Dominic with all her heart. She didn't believe Dominic had left Infeng Valley. Cough, cough. While Isabella spoke with her sister in white, they suddenly heard someone coughing not far away in the mine tunnel. Isabella and the white-clad woman furrowed their brows, while dozens of black-robed figures held weapons and approached the mine tunnel step by step. Who is there? Come out! The white-clad woman, veiled, shouted coldly, her eyes fixed on the mine tunnel. Isabella also frowned, unable to imagine who else could be hiding inside. But under their watchful eyes, a figure slowly emerged from the cave. It's you, Dominic? The white-clad woman and Isabella were taken aback. Both recognized Dominic at once. The white-clad woman looked disoriented, never expecting to encounter Dominic here. Sister, how do you know him? Isabella asked in confusion, noticing her sister seemed familiar with Dominic. When Dominic saw Isabella's sister come out of the cave, he was genuinely surprised. Mitzi, it's really you? Why, a few days haven't passed, and you've changed careers again? Dominic smirked, realizing Isabella's sister was none other than Mitzi, the auctioneer at the Tianbao conference. Sir, you're joking? If I had known my younger sister was looking for you, I definitely wouldn't have agreed. Mitzi's expression was complex. Since Dominic left Wuxin City, she thought he was doomed. But now, seeing him alive and even more powerful, she was astonished. Sister, why are you speaking on his behalf? Don't forget, he struck me. Isabella glared at her sister, remembering how Dominic nearly disfigured her, an insult she vowed to avenge. Xiaonong glared back at Isabella, then her expression turned icy as she stared at Dominic. Mr. Chin, I truly apologize, but no one can know about tonight's events. So, let me see you off right here. Without waiting for an answer, the dozens of black-robed figures surged forward. Dominic frowned, touching his nose as he stepped forward, his power erupting instantly. The black-robed men near him were thrown back, spitting blood. Advancing like a torrent, Dominic charged through, reaching Xiaonong and Isabella in mere moments. How strong is he? Isabella paled, retreating rapidly as Dominic moved like a tiger. Xiaonong's brow furrowed, reluctantly stepping forward to meet Dominic. Boom boom. Their clash unleashed fierce waves of energy. After 3 strikes, both retreated several steps. Despite being a woman, Xiaonong's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the mortal-slaying realm, comparable to the heaven-piercing realm. Xiaonong, you're quite hidden, Dominic said in surprise, finding himself evenly matched by her bare-handed prowess. I won't hold back, Mr. Chin. Xiaonong smiled, her hand forming a flower gesture. Petals rained down from above, swirling into a vortex that suddenly transformed into a sword, lunging toward Dominic. Klein tensed. The force of the sword pushed him back several steps, compelling him to summon the heavenly wrath armor. Ha! With a roar, immense power burst from Dominic. Bam! A punch sent the incoming sword flying, scattering petals to the ground. Xiaonang's expression turned icy as she hovered in midair, petal-like blades materializing in her hands. Heavenly flower shower. Dancing with dual swords, petals rained from the sky, converging toward Dominic. Flickering shadows. Sensing the imminent danger, Dominic stepped forward, slicing horizontally with the residual sky sword. Boom! Xiaonang's momentum shattered, sending her flying several meters. Swish! Seeing her sister struggling, Isabella rushed forward, attempting a sneak attack on Dominic's back. Clink! Her strike failed to penetrate the heavenly wrath armor. Enraged, Dominic spun around, striking Isabella squarely in the chest. Lump! Taken by surprise, Isabella was thrown back, spurting blood. Yuexin. Furious, Xiaonang intensified her attacks upon seeing Isabella injured. However, Dominic was agile, seizing an opening to remove Xiaonang's veil. What's going on? Upon revealing Xiaonang's true face, Dominic was stunned. She looked exactly like Isabella, as if sculpted from the same mold. Unreasonable. Xiaonang growled, infuriated by Dominic's actions. Blazing palm. Caught off guard, Dominic was hit in the chest by Xiaonang's palm, spewing blood as he stumbled back. Die. Capitalizing on Dominic's injury, Xiaonang delivered her strongest blow. Damn. Enraged, Dominic roared, executing the four symbols unite. Boom. The earth shook as darkness enveloped the sky. Ah. Xiaonang's sword shattered easily, the shockwave flinging her backward. Stevie-imph. Gravely injured, Xiaonang landed hard, only to have Dominic appear instantly, pressing his sword against her neck. No. Kimura screamed, crawling toward Dominic, begging, "Don't kill my sister. Kill me instead. Foolish sister. I will not live without you." Xiaonang gritted her teeth, glaring at Dominic with hate-filled eyes. Witnessing their deep bond, Dominic hesitated. Kimura and Xiaonang were twin sisters, their beauty unparalleled. A pity to kill. I won't kill you. But Xiaonang, can you tell me the purpose of your mission? Why did I hear you say you were following the city lord's order to destroy the mine? Dominic's expression grew serious, seeking an explanation from the defiant Xiaonang. None of your business. Kill me if you must. Xiaonang fears nothing. Xiaonang bit her lip, showing admirable resolve. Looking into her eyes, Dominic recalled a little girl with large, bell-like eyes from his childhood. How alike. Dominic muttered, captivated by the resemblance. Whom do you think I resemble? Xiaonang's demeanor changed slightly, feeling uneasy under Dominic's intense gaze. Your eyes remind me of a little girl I knew, and she was also named Xiaonang. Dominic furrowed his brow, locking eyes with Xiaonang. The little girl, with the same name as me? Xiaonang froze, thunderstruck, momentarily losing her composure. Sister? What's wrong? Kimura saw her sister's expression and worried that Julianne was too badly injured. Forget it. This night, I will spare your life, but next time, you won't be so lucky. Dominic sighed, shaking his head as he sheathed his sword. This time, he chose to let Julianne go. After all, he still hoped Julianne could help him meet Daniel. Wait. As Dominic turned to leave, Julianne suddenly stood up, staring at his back with wide eyes and said, "Are you young master of the Qin family?" The moment Dominic heard Julie and reveal his identity, he thought he had been exposed. Suddenly angry, he spun around, pointing his sword at Julianne. But Julianne's eyes were moist, and she wore a happy smile as she stared straight at Dominic. You? Dominic suddenly felt at a loss. Julianne reminded him of the little girl who used to cry easily. Julianne has grown up. Big brother, don't you want me to be your bride anymore? Julianne, with tears streaming down her face, smiled as she asked Dominic. Hearing these words, Dominic's mind flooded with memories. Long ago, he had told Julianne that when he grew up, he would marry her. But wasn't that just a childish jest? You're that crybaby? Dominic felt unprepared for this coincidence to happen to him. Julianne. The Julianne before him was indeed the little crybaby from his memories. Little Julianne. Sherry's, it's me. Julianne smiled happily when she saw Dominic remember her. She rushed to him, hugging him tightly. Dominic was stunned. Her sudden embrace made him feel uneasy. After all, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Their reunion naturally felt strange, and they couldn't return to how they were as children. Sister? What are you doing? Don't you have any shame? Climbing into someone's arms like that? Kimura, seeing her sister's actions, was infuriated. She stomped her feet in frustration, unable to understand why her sister behaved this way. Kimura, shut up. As long as I'm alive, you must not be disrespectful to Dominic. Julianne's cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly pulled away from Dominic and angrily warned her sister. Chapter 306, Childhood Promise, Return to Taiching Academy. No way. What kind of love potion did he give you? How can you defend him like this? Isabella was almost driven mad with anger. Her elder sister was actually defending Dominic so fervently. It was as if she didn't consider Isabella her own sister at all. Seeing Isabella's infuriated look, Dominic felt a bit embarrassed. Nonsense. Yuexin, Dominic might become your brother-in-law in the future. Do you really want to fight against your own family? Or do you not even regard me as your elder sister anymore? Mitzi had an unhappy expression, blushing and biting her lip shyly. She cast a glance at Dominic and then spoke to Isabella presumptuously. What? Dominic looked shocked. How could that be? Isabella was greatly surprised, widening her eyes and pointing at Dominic, asking Mitzi, are you very familiar with him? What's good about him? Mitzi's expression was strange. Facing her younger sister's questioning, she shyly glanced at Dominic, then responded seriously, I have known him since childhood. I don't know whether he is good or not, but I do know that he owes me a promise. Mitzi, what are you talking about? Dominic was lost, confused by what Mitzi had said. When had he ever made a promise to Mitzi? Isabella's eyes were ablaze. She couldn't understand what on earth was going on with her elder sister. But it was undeniable that the two sisters had been separated from each other when they were young, and Mitzi had experienced many things that Isabella didn't know about during their separation. Himph! I don't have a sister like you. An enraged Isabella could not accept Mitzi defending Dominic. She shouted and then turned away, disappearing out of sight. Yueshin? Mitzi was anxious. Seeing Isabella leaving angrily, she wanted to call her back, but Isabella had already vanished without a trace. Dominic, feeling awkward, hadn't anticipated that his presence would cause such discord between the sisters, making it hard for him to find the right words. Mitzi's face flushed red. Shyly, she withdrew her gaze from Dominic and found herself struggling to speak. So, Mitzi, how did you end up joining Wuxia City? Dominic scratched his nose, trying to ease the awkwardness. He asked first. In his memory, Mitzi had once been brought to the Qin household by someone. However, he couldn't recall why she had disappeared afterward. After all, at that time, Dominic was only 4 or 5 years old. Sorry, I'm not comfortable discussing it now. Mitzi seemed a bit nervous, biting her lip before looking at Dominic and saying, Do you remember what you promised me? Is it still valid? Caught off guard by Mitzi's sudden question, Dominic was at a loss. He couldn't remember what promises he had made to her. You can't deny it. You once said that when Mitzi grows up, you'd marry me. I've always remembered those words. Seeing Dominic stuttering and hesitating to answer, Mitzi grew displeased and reminded him sharply with wide eyes. Because of these words, Mitzi had been waiting for Dominic, anticipating the day when she would truly marry him. Mitzi was a trustworthy person and did not like others to break their promises. Did I say that? I don't seem to remember. Dominic's face turned bright red as he deliberately avoided Mitzi's eyes, extremely nervous and pretending not to recall any of this. Himph. I don't care. As a man, you should keep your word. I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes. But if you dare marry another woman without my consent, I won't let you off. Mitzi was furious. She could see that Dominic was deliberately avoiding her. However, she wasn't worried. After just reuniting, there was plenty of time for them to get along. She was confident that she could make Dominic like her. Mitzi, please calm down. I need some time to think. If I remember promising you, I will definitely not go back on my word. Dominic laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected his childish words to be taken so seriously by Mitzi. Boom. Mitzi nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something to Dominic, a loud noise echoed from afar. Dominic and Mitzi looked toward the distance simultaneously. They saw people fighting fiercely in the sky, causing landslides and turbulent weather. Is that Elder Allah? Dominic frowned, thinking that within Yinfeng Hollow, only Allah was the strongest. Realizing this, Dominic turned to look at Mitzi. Anyone capable of fighting with Allah must belong to Wuxia City. Dominic, don't ask anything more. You should leave here immediately, because after tonight, this place will be destroyed. I don't want you to be in danger. Mitzi, aware of her mission, told Dominic with a solemn expression. There's a spirit or mine here, isn't there? Why does Wuxia City want to destroy it? Isn't it better to keep it intact? Dominic was puzzled. Destroying a perfectly good spirit or mine seemed too wasteful. The spirit or mine may be valuable, but we can't continue mining here. I cannot elaborate further. All I can tell you is that continuing to dig deeper into the mine would lead to a major disaster. Mitzi's expression was serious, glancing at the mine entrance briefly while explaining. Dominic was startled. Mitzi's words made him realize something. Junior brother Qin. At that moment, Yael came rushing out of the mine carrying the unconscious Kirsty. Dominic's expression changed drastically as he hurried forward. Mitzi frowned, realizing there were still people inside the cave. Junior brother Qin, senior sister Stevie has been invaded by Yin energy, and her vital signs are weakening rapidly. Please save her quickly. Yael anxiously watched Dominic, pleading on behalf of Kirsty. Dominic furrowed his brow. Seeing the unconscious Kirsty, her forehead darkened, emitting faint black aura while her vitality diminished rapidly. With experience, Dominic knew exactly how to treat Kirsty. He immediately used the devouring force to extract the Yin energy from Kirsty's body. As the Yin energy was expelled, Kirsty's pale face gradually regained its rosiness. Great. Senior sister is getting better. Yael felt Kirsty's breathing improving and laughed with relief. Beside him, Mitzi felt uneasy seeing how concerned Dominic was about Kirsty. Dominic, do you remember what I said to you earlier? Mitzi approached, gripping Dominic's arm, asking him earnestly. Yael looked odd. Both he and Kirsty had overheard Dominic and Mitzi's conversation earlier, so he understood what Mitzi referred to. All right. Although destroying the spirit or mine is unfortunate, it shouldn't be allowed to harm anyone continuously. Dominic nodded, agreeing with Mitzi. Suspecting the bottom of the spirit or mine might connect to the netherworld entrance due to deep excavation, Dominic decided not to oppose its destruction. It's late, Dominic. You must take them away quickly. I'll come find you in a few days. Mitzi saw that it was getting late, and Kunlun sect would soon send reinforcements, so she didn't have time to catch up with Dominic further. After bidding farewell to Mitzi, Dominic left Yinfeng Hollow quickly with Yarel and the unconscious Kirsty. Less than 10 miles away from Yinfeng Hollow, Yarel stopped and asked Dominic, Junior brother Qin, if we just leave like this, what happens if our sect holds us responsible? As mere disciples, returning alive is enough. What can the sect do to us? A loud explosion sounded from behind them. Dominic and Yael hastily turned around to look. They saw a massive mushroom cloud shooting into the sky, glowing red light from the direction of Yinfeng Hollow. Following this, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. Quick, keep up. Above them, a group of people swiftly headed towards Yinfeng Hollow after the explosion. Reinforcements from the sect have arrived. Yarel looked up at the sky and immediately recognized these people as powerful members of the sect. They are from the inner sect, Dominic said with a grave expression, noticing Ezra among those flying by. What should we do then? Yao panicked. With such a big incident at Infeng Hollow, returning to Taiching Academy like this would surely lead to being interrogated by the law enforcement hall. Fear nothing. If the sky falls, I'll bear it. Dominic shot Yael a glance, then without further ado, turned and headed towards Kunlun sect. In the blink of an eye, one night had passed. At Taiching Academy, in the Grand Hall, Dean Amato's face was filled with uncertainty. Hunt and Kurt Xiong stood on either side, each wearing worried expressions. This was because last night, Infeng Hollow had been attacked by Wuxia City, attracting significant attention from Kunlun sect's upper echelons. I never thought Wuxia City would be so ruthless. They directly destroyed Infeng Hollow. Are they planning to wage war on us? Kurt Xiong gritted his teeth and spoke first. What does this have to do with you? Didn't I tell you to find Carlton? Several days have passed. Why is there still no news about him? Dean Amato scowled, glaring at Kurt Xiong and reprimanding him. Dean? You can't blame me. It's as if Carlton has vanished off the face of the earth. I've searched the entire Taiching Academy, and no one has seen Carlton. Could he already be dead? Kurt Xiong showed a troubled expression. Carlton's disappearance made him suspect Dominic might be involved, because Carlton was responsible for luring Dominic to Infeng Hollow. Uncle? I heard that everyone at Infeng Hollow was killed by Wuxia City. Do you think Dominic might be dead? Hunt gritted his teeth, trying to fish for information from Amato, because he only cared whether Dominic was dead or not. How would I know? It's best if Dominic is dead, but what worries me is if he isn't. Amato felt uneasy. If Dominic died at Infeng Hollow, Bartolomeo wouldn't come after him. But if Dominic survived, he feared Dominic might report him to Bartolomeo. Report. Dean. A disciple spotted Dominic returning. As soon as Amato finished speaking, a disciple outside the door reported urgently. Chapter 307. Sister-in-law comes to seek revenge. What? Inside the Grand Hall of Taiching Academy, Dean Amato suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the disciple reporting at the door, and asked in surprise. Dean? I said Dominic has returned, and he's brought a woman with him, and they are heading this way. The disciple outside looked nervous. He was well aware of Dominic's fearsomeness. Even the master of Star Cloud Peak nearly died at his hands. He naturally did not dare to speak falsely. How is he still alive? Kurt Xiong couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Dominic returning to Taiching Academy definitely wouldn't let things end easily. Fortunately, this was Amato's idea, and he had not participated. Uncle 3? What should we do? Dominic is definitely here to settle accounts with you. Hunt panicked and asked his third uncle, Amato. Amato's expression turned grim. If Dominic pursued this matter, and it reached Bartolomeo, he would surely face punishment. Since Carlton can't be found, let's pin everything on Carlton. Even if Dominic takes this all the way to Bartolomeo, it will have nothing to do with us. After careful consideration, Amato spoke gravely to Hunt and Kurt Xiong. Hunt nodded slightly, but Kurt Xiong felt uneasy. Carlton worked for Amato, yet he disappeared without a trace and now had to take the fall for Amato? He feared that he might be next. Dominic, you can't go in there. Just as Amato and company had finalized their plan, sudden commotion could be heard from outside the door. Amato and the others tensed up, glancing outside to see disciples flying directly into the hall. Hunt and Kurt Xiong changed expressions dramatically, fearfully looking at the disciples on the ground who were bleeding from their noses and passed out. At this moment, Dominic, with murderous intent, strode through the door, appearing before Amato and the others. Hunt recoiled like a startled bird, hastily hiding behind a pillar, while Kurt Xiong paled, feeling extremely anxious. Dominic, what do you intend to do? Amato stood with folded arms, shouting sharply. What do I want? You know very well, Dinma. You understand better than anyone what Infeng Hollow is. Dominic sneered, staring directly at Amato, speaking confidently. Infeng Hollow? What does that have to do with you? Did you not leave Taiching Academy on your own accord? Our dean sent people to search for you everywhere. Did you go to Infeng Hollow? Amato frowned, feigning ignorance, showing some surprise. Oh, so Carlton wasn't acting under your orders when he delivered me to Infeng Hollow? Dominic frowned, his expression unkind. How could that be? Infeng Hollow is a place for criminals. Only those who commit unforgivable sins within the sect are sent there to live or die as they may. How could I possibly order anyone to send you there? It's absurd. Amato's expression hardened, outright denying the accusation. Afraid Dominic wouldn't believe him, Amato gave Kurt Xiong a look. Sherry's exactly right. Junior brother Chin, you're our academy's genius disciple. Why would the dean send you to such a place? In my opinion, Carlton must have been jealous of you and sent you to Infeng Hollow under false pretenses. No wonder we couldn't find you despite searching for so long. Kurt Xiong nodded, covering for Amato convincingly. Dominic's expression flickered. He knew without Amato's consent, Carlton would never have dared. Dominic, did you just return from Infeng Hollow? I heard that Infeng Hollow was attacked by Unconcerned City last night. Are you alright? Amato, seeing Dominic hadn't spoken, put on a caring face and asked. If something happened to me, how could I be standing here? Since I've misunderstood you, Dean, please forgive me. But regarding what Carlton did to me, I must ask you for an explanation. Dominic's face was expressionless. Amato's hypocritical concern made him feel sick. Chariot, he admired Amato's ability to bend and stretch in difficult situations, a skill he lacked. Don't worry about that. I'll immediately issue an order to apprehend Carlton. Amato nodded readily, then looked at Kurt Xiong. Kurt Xiong, handle Carlton's case. Kurt Xiong inwardly grumbled. If Dominic demanded answers, where would he find Carlton? Don't you listen to the dean? Amato saw Kurt Xiong silent and scowled. Kurt Xiong, unwillingly, but afraid to offend Amato, bowed. Rest assured, Dean, I'll handle it. Saying that, Kurt Xiong left the hall to avoid further conflict. Dominic watched him leave, inwardly sneering. Carlton? Even if he overturned the entire Kunlun sect, Carlton would never be found. Because Carlton had already died en route to Infeng Hollow. Thank you, Dean, for your magnanimity. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Goodbye. Having achieved his purpose, Dominic thanked Amato and left. Bang. As soon as Dominic disappeared, Amato flew into a rage, shattering the chair behind him. Uncle 3, if Dominic isn't eliminated, he will eventually come after you? Why don't we seize the opportunity and kill him? Hunt clenched his teeth, angrily proposing. Kill him? You want to get me killed? He's already reached the Fanjon realm in just a few days. Do you think we have a chance against someone as formidable as Dominic? Besides, he has Bartolomeo backing him up. Do you want to die? Amato lashed out furiously at Hunt. Uncle 3, are you going to let him trample you? Rubbish. Is the Kunlun sect your family playground? Hunt infuriated Amato with his reckless words. If not for being a nephew, Amato would have expelled him from Taiching Academy. Hunt, terrified by his uncle's anger, kept quiet. Eventually, Hunt left the hall disgruntled. On his way, he saw a strange woman leading 2 others entering Taiching Academy. A law enforcement hall disciple? Hunt was surprised, noting the unique pattern embroidered on their clothing differentiating them from other disciples. Hold it. Hunt intended to hide but was stopped by the law enforcement hall woman. Senior sister, do you need anything? Hunt forced a smile, turning around nervously. Indeed, it was Isabella, the head of the law enforcement hall. Of course, why else would I be here? She asked haughtily. Is Dominic here? Dominic? Hunt's expression changed. Realizing the law enforcement hall came for Dominic, he felt relieved, nodding promptly. Sherry's, what does senior sister need from him? Not only is there a reason. Lead us to him immediately. We need to bring him to the law enforcement hall. Isabella frowned, disliking Hunt. Sure, I'll lead you there. Hunt led the way cheerfully. If Dominic was caught by the law enforcement hall, he must have violated sect rules. They arrived at the door of the residence where Dominic stayed previously. Senior sister, here's Dominic's living place. Should I call him out for you? Hunt, delighted over Dominic's misfortune, volunteered eagerly. Not necessary. Isabella glanced at Hunt and strode forward, slamming her palm into the door to break it open. Inside, Dominic had just settled Kirsty, who was injured. Hearing the commotion outside, might it be the dean sending people over? Yael, standing nearby, asked nervously. Translation ends, it's impossible. I just came back from there. Dominic shook his head. He didn't believe Amato would dare to do such a thing. Hesitating for a moment, Dominic walked out of the room alone. As soon as he reached the hall, a cool breeze brushed against his face. Swish. Dominic frowned and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a sword beam that whizzed past him. You? The man who had just attempted to assassinate him with a sword was none other than Isabella, which made Dominic's expression turn icy cold in an instant. Surprised? Not at all. Isabella's face showed ill will. Last night, her older sister Julianne had protected Dominic, preventing her from seeking revenge on him. But today, with her sister not around, she held no reservations. Surprised? If I told you I never took you seriously, wouldn't you feel really embarrassed? Dominic frowned, raising his hand to touch his nose, but his expression changed subtly as he sensed the aura of a Tian Tong realm expert nearby. He instinctively turned his head toward the door, where 2 young men were staring at him malevolently. These 2 looked to be only in their early 20s, yet they were already at the first level of the Tian Tong realm. The 2 senior brothers? This is the Dominic I mentioned. Please, both of you senior brothers, capture him and take him back to the law enforcement hall for interrogation. The well-prepared Isabella took 2 steps back and spoke to the 2 seniors behind her. Only at the Fanjon realm's first level? Senior sister Long, are you sure this isn't a joke? One of the 2 men outside, named Wuxia, sneered disdainfully at Isabella. Senior brother Wu? Please don't underestimate him. This guy is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. How else would I have suffered at his hands if he weren't formidable? Otherwise, why would I need your help, senior brothers? Isabella's eyebrows furrowed tightly as she looked at Dominic, reminding Wuxia behind her. Oh, I truly want to see just how strong he is, to have even my senior sister fall to him. Wuxia's contemptuous gaze settled on Dominic. As he spoke, he stepped forward, unleashing a startling aura from within. Dominic, see this? If you don't surrender now, my senior brother here will really take action. Isabella smiled slyly, enjoying the sight of Dominic being forced to submit to her. Chapter 308, Tolerance has its limits. Within Kuan Courtyard, Isabella came to stir up trouble, bringing 2 Tongtian realm seniors with her to take revenge for the humiliation she endured last night from Dominic. Nicholas stepped forward, releasing his Tongtian realm aura suddenly, his expression cold and disdainful as he faced Dominic. Isabella? You really don't learn your lesson. Have you forgotten what your elder sister told you? Facing Nicholas's hostility, Dominic remained unafraid and turned to look at Isabella, smiling slightly. You shut up. Stop using my elder sister to pressure me. I don't care what tricks you use to bewitch my elder sister. I must settle this between us. Hearing Dominic mention her elder sister, Isabella became even angrier. Last night, her elder sister Julianne had ignored familial ties and defended Dominic, which left her utterly disappointed. Outside the gate of Kuan Courtyard, Hunt hadn't entered the courtyard but stood beside the entrance, observing the situation secretly. Just who is this Dominic? He actually knows senior sister Long's elder sister? Hunt frowned, completely baffled. Settle? Dominic's expression turned cold. In his understanding, a settlement would mean life or death. Glancing coldly at Nicholas, Dominic touched his nose. Although he had murderous thoughts, he refrained due to his relationship with Julianne. Isabella, leave. I don't want to make things difficult for you, nor do I want to fight you. If the enforcement hall wants to arrest me, let them bring an official warrant, and I will go with them willingly. Having said that, Dominic waved them off and turned to return to his room. Infuriated by Dominic's arrogance, Isabella gritted her teeth and nodded to Nicholas, saying, "Please teach him a lesson, senior brother Wu." "Rest assured, sister. I've had enough of looking at him." Nicholas nodded, a cold glint in his eyes, and suddenly stepped forward, striking a palm towards Dominic. Dominic, walking towards his room, sensed Nicholas's attack from behind. Instantly, he spun around and swung a punch. Boom. The collision of fist and palm produced a thunderous sound. Both Dominic and Nicholas retreated several steps. "Good one. Not bad strength, huh?" Nicholas was greatly astonished. He had used 7/10 of his strength, yet Dominic matched him evenly? Remember, Nicholas was a first-stage Tongtian, a realm higher than Dominic. It wasn't uncommon for those with lower cultivation to possess formidable strength, but such astonishing cross-realm power was exceptionally rare. "Are you done making noise? To cause a ruckus on my turf comes at a price." Dominic, angered by Isabella's disregard, had reached his limit. "Himph, praise you a bit, and now you're cocky? If I don't show you some color, you won't know what Tongtian means." Enraged, Nicholas no longer held back. A gale arose as immense power gathered in his hands, the spirit energy pressing down heavily. The Tongtian momentum was overwhelming. Isabella, forced back by the sheer power, turned pale. But Dominic stood firm, advancing rather than retreating. "How dare you provoke me? I'll tear you apart." Seeing Dominic approaching, Nicholas was furious. His palm emitted a sphere of mystic light that flew toward Dominic. Himph. Unfazed, Dominic's body trembled momentarily, emitting a golden glow that collided with the mystic light. Boom. The mystic light exploded upon impact. How is this possible? Nicholas was horrified by the strength Dominic exerted, feeling a pang of fear. Spit. Nicholas's eyes widened as he felt intense pain in his chest, spitting blood and falling to one knee. "Senior brother Wu?" Isabella paled, fearing the powerful Dominic standing across from them. 9 Kirk scripture. Another youth, Eshan, exclaimed from behind Isabella. "Senior brother Eshan? What did you say?" Isabella turned to look at Eshan, alarmed. "He cultivates the 9 Kirk scripture. In our Kunlun sect, only a handful can cultivate it, usually the earliest members. Also, only those above the elder level can cultivate it." Eshan furrowed his brow, suspicious of Dominic's identity. "What?" Isabella's eyes widened. Hearing this, she understood why Dominic was so strong. He had cultivated the 9 Kirk scripture. "Damn it! Who are you? How did you get the 9 Kirk scripture?" Nicholas, kneeling on one knee, covered his chest with his right hand and shouted angrily at Dominic. No comment. Dominic didn't deny cultivating the 9 Kirk scripture, but revealing who taught it to him was out of the question. "You." Nicholas, infuriated, spat more blood. Eshan frowned deeply. Anyone capable of cultivating the 9 Kirk scripture in the Kunlun sect wasn't someone they could provoke easily. Regardless of how Dominic obtained it, he was destined to be above them. "Sister, let's go." After staring at Dominic for a long time, Eshan chose to retreat, not wanting to be enemies with Dominic. Isabella, lost for words, realized Dominic was stronger than imagined. She couldn't do anything about him. With Eshan's help, Nicholas stood up and walked toward the gate without another word. Isabella glanced hatefully at Dominic, biting her lip, then turned away dejectedly. "Hey, senior sister-long?" Hunt, who had been waiting outside the gate, tried to strike up a conversation when he saw them leave. However, his efforts were ignored. Hunt, frustrated, realized Dominic inside the courtyard wasn't someone to mess with. "Junior brother Chin?" Inside the courtyard, Yael emerged from his room and called out worriedly when he saw Dominic standing near the gate. "Brother, are you injured?" As Yael approached, he noticed Dominic was sweating profusely and bleeding from the corner of his mouth. "It's fine," Dominic shook his head. Having resisted Nicholas's Tongtian aura without the Sky Rage War armor, he was in considerable discomfort. Without the protection of the 9 Kirk scripture, he would have been severely wounded. "This bad, and you still say you're fine?" Yael anxiously supported Dominic, guiding him into the room. Knock knock. As Dominic sat down in the room, there was a knock at the door. "Don't move, I'll check." Yael stopped Dominic from getting up and hurried to the door. When Yael opened the door, a woman had already entered the courtyard. "Alexandria? Why are you here?" Yael was surprised. The visitor was none other than Alexandria from Taiching Courtyard, known as the most beautiful woman. She was Yael's idol. "Why are you here?" Alexandria frowned, seeing Yael instead of Dominic. I came to take care of junior brother Chin. Is senior sister Xiang here to see him?" Yael stammered, unable to resist glancing at Alexandria. "How is Dominic?" Misinterpreting Yael's response, Alexandria thought Dominic was seriously injured. "He's okay." Yael was flustered, hurt by Alexandria's concern for Dominic. Alexandria glanced at Yael, then rushed into the guest hall. Seeing Dominic sitting calmly, not as badly off as she feared, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior sister Xiang, what brings you here?" Dominic furrowed his brow. Despite not seeing Alexandria for a few days, she remained as enchantingly beautiful as ever. However, he knew that nothing came without reason, and he didn't think they had such a close relationship. "I have nothing much, just a little short on spirit stones lately, and wanted to borrow some from junior brother?" Alexandria's eyebrows slightly arched as she smiled charmingly, sitting opposite Dominic. Dominic's expression changed slightly. Her words hinted at something deeper. "Senior sister Xiang is really joking? What spirit stones do I have?" Dominic shook his head, effectively rejecting her request. "Oh, didn't you enrich yourself while working as a laborer at Infeng Hollow?" Seeing Dominic being evasive, Alexandria smiled wryly and cut straight to the point. Dominic frowned. Yarel, who had returned to the room, also heard what Alexandria said. "You needn't be nervous. That day when Carlton sent you into Infeng Hollow, I happened to bump into you, so I followed out of curiosity," Alexandria explained up to this point but didn't continue. However, both Dominic and Yael were unsettled. Because it was during the trip to Infeng Hollow that Dominic had killed Carlton. If she saw everything, speak up. What do you want? Dominic clenched his teeth, realizing Alexandria had come with a purpose. No, I just came by to check on you. I have no ulterior motives. I simply want to be friends, so we can help each other in the future. Alexandria shook her head, trying to clear any misunderstanding. Understanding Dominic's skepticism, she decided to explain further. Besides, she had done him a favor by disposing of Carlton's body. Is it really that simple? One must never let their guard down. Dominic didn't believe she could be so kind-hearted. Or what do you think? Alexandria frowned. I don't like owing favors. If you have anything to ask, speak up. Dominic knew that if she approached him willingly, it must be with an ulterior motive. You. Alexandria's expression shifted. Seeing Dominic's distrust, she stood up to leave. Rosella, are you here? Suddenly, a man's voice called out Alexandria's name from outside the door just as she was about to leave. Chapter 309. Fame in the outer sect, intent on the inner sect. Xuanhuan courtyard. Sitting in the main hall, Alexandria suddenly heard someone calling her name outside the door. Her expression changed abruptly as she stood up and looked towards the door. Dominic and Yael chose to remain silent at Alexandria's startled reaction, knowing that the visitor was looking for her. Rosella, I know you're here. If you don't come out, I'll come in. Alexandria's face turned grim as she glanced at the figure appearing at the door. She gritted her teeth angrily, muttering, How did he find me here? Dominic scratched his nose, noticing Alexandria's reluctance to go out. He chuckled, saying, Your acquaintances, Senior Sister Xiang, are really diverse. But this voice sounds familiar to me. You? No Ganon? Hearing Dominic's words, Alexandria turned around hurriedly, her eyes wide open with urgency. Ganon? Isn't he from Tianqing Peak? Why would he come here? Yael frowned, recognizing the name but never having met Ganon. Is it him? Dominic was surprised. He remembered Ganon from when he first arrived at Kunlun sect and participated in the ice meditation test. Moreover, he had clashed with Ganon back then, along with Ambrose and a girl. Rosella? While Dominic remained silent, Ganon barged into the courtyard and swiftly walked towards the main hall. Dominic, can you help me get rid of Ganon? Seeing Ganon enter, Alexandria urgently sought Dominic's help. Lately, Ganon had been persistently pursuing her, making her afraid to leave Taiqing courtyard. She hadn't expected him to break in. Dominic did not respond. He couldn't keep cleaning up Alexandria's mess. Last time, because of Ambrose, there was quite a fuss, and he didn't want to be used by her again. Before Dominic could reply, Ganon had already entered the main hall. Rosella? You're really here. Upon entering, Ganon saw Alexandria immediately and ignored the others present. Ganon smiled broadly, grabbing Alexandria's arm and said, Didn't you want to join Tianqing Peak? I've arranged it for you. Let's go to Tianqing Peak now. Ding Senior, please behave. Alexandria struggled desperately against Ganon's grip. Ganon tightened his hold, his smile vanishing as anger flashed across his face. What do you mean? Alexandria, weren't you the one who always talked about cultivating with me? I went through so much trouble to help you join Tianqing Peak. So, you're dumping me now? Hiding from me? Do you think I'm just a tool for your convenience? Or do you think I'm easy to bully, like that unlucky Ambrose, beaten to waste? Ganon grew furious. He felt humiliated by Alexandria's deliberate coldness and rejection. Faced with Ganon's anger, Alexandria dared not speak up, knowing he was right. She had intended to use his connections to gain access to Tianqing Peak, but she didn't want to be manipulated by him. She disliked him too. Helplessly, Alexandria cast a pleading glance at Dominic, hoping only he could help her escape from Ganon's clutches. Dominic remained indifferent and cold-faced. He knew Alexandria wasn't a good person and wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. But Yael was anxious. Seeing his crush being held captive, he wanted to intervene but felt too insignificant to be of any help. Noticing Alexandria's gaze, Ganon followed it and froze when he saw Dominic. He quickly released her arm and stepped back instinctively. Looking at Ganon's reaction, Dominic felt a bit uncomfortable, glancing at himself without finding anything unusual. Dominic, why are you here? Ganon's eyes widened. He had heard about Dominic storming Xingyun Peak, but didn't expect to meet him so soon. This is my Dao venue, Dominic retorted, raising an eyebrow. Why are you here? Confused, Ganon glanced around, realizing what he had overlooked. Sorry, Dominic. I didn't know this was your place. I have to go now. Sorry for disturbing you. Knowing Dominic's formidable strength and passage through the 3 trials of St. Spirit Valley, Ganon feared becoming another Ambrose. So, he hastily left. Seeing Ganon's fear, both Yael and Alexandria realized Dominic's reputation. Even Ganon had to tread carefully around him. Dominic remained seated, unfazed as Alexandria tried to explain. However, he waved her off. I don't want to hear it. If you have nothing else, please leave. Don't disturb my cultivation. Feeling humiliated, Alexandria left the courtyard, her cheeks flushed red. Yael watched her depart, feeling oddly melancholic. Junior brother Qin, actually Senior Sister Xiang is very nice. Yael spoke up, hoping to maintain future contact with her. Does it matter to me whether she's nice or not? Do you like her, Senior brother? Dominic frowned, disinterested in Alexandria. Charit. Yael seemed to care deeply about her. Blushing, Yael neither denied nor confirmed it. Understanding Yael's feelings, Dominic sympathized with him. You two aren't compatible. It's better to let it go. Yael understood Dominic's well-meaning advice, but found it hard to let go. Senior brother Lu? Besides merits, is there another way to enter the inner sect? The outer sect consisted mainly of outsiders. To prove himself, Dominic needed to join the inner sect. The inner sect is the core of Kunlun sect. Only by becoming an inner sect disciple can I prove myself to everyone. Junior brother Qin wants to enter the inner sect? Yael was shocked. Dominic had only recently joined Taiqing courtyard, yet he was already aiming for the inner sect? Sherry's, do you know how? Nodding, Dominic trusted Yael enough to ask for his help. There is a shortcut, Yael replied, furrowing his brows. But it's extremely risky, possibly fatal. Intriguing. Tell me more. What kind of shortcut is so dangerous? Well, out of 1,000 people taking this shortcut, none usually make it. Many die trying every day. Dominic grew curious. While shortcuts were tempting, he needed more information. If you're interested, I can show you the place, Dominic said eagerly. Do you really want to go? Yael hesitated. Of course. Dominic stood up. With a shortcut available, how could he possibly let it go? Under Dominic's strong insistence, Yael could only agree. They locked the door and left Taiching Courtyard, heading straight toward the foot of the mountain behind the 3 peaks and 6 courts, where the intersect was located. Half an incense sticks time later, Yael led Dominic to the entrance of a valley. Within the valley, numerous outer sect disciples were coming and going. By the side of the entrance path stood a stone stele taller than a man, inscribed with the 3 words, Hellfire Valley. This is the shortcut you mentioned? Dominic was surprised. He didn't sense anything extraordinary about it. Moreover, none of the entering or exiting disciples seemed injured. That's right. The outer sect rules state that anyone who can survive Hellfire Valley can become an inner sect disciple. And each outer sect disciple only has 1 chance, so I advise you not to attempt it lightly until you're sure you can make it. Yael's expression was solemn. He genuinely had Dominic's best interest at heart. Dominic nodded but wasn't really concerned internally. The interior of Hellfire Valley was vast, gathering many disciples from the 3 peaks, though not as many from the 6 courts. Hellfire Valley has 3 stages. Stage 1. Strike the stone drum to open the heavenly terrace. Stage 2. Defeat the 3 strongest outer sect disciples. Stage 3. Survive the hellfire to pass through. Following Yael, Dominic heard someone ahead talking about how to become an inner sect disciple. Arriving at the center of the valley, Dominic saw a crowd gathered around a stone platform. They all watched intently as a person on the platform pounded a stone drum with all their might. Sitting atop the stone drum was an elderly man with white hair. He sat still as a mountain, eyes tightly closed, his aura restrained. How powerful! I can't even discern his realm? Among the crowd, Dominic stared at the old man for a long time, but couldn't figure out his level. However, he could be certain that this old man had surpassed the sky-piercing realm, comparable to the ice spirit from St. Spirit Valley. Chapter 310. Provocation and beating the stone drum. The Abyss Valley, the gateway to the dreams of the outer sect disciples. To enter the inner sect, this is a shortcut opened up for the outer sect disciples. As Dominic stood among the crowd and gazed at the elder sitting on the central stone platform, he felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him. This feeling, the former Dominic had only experienced in the presence of Clinton. Therefore, Dominic could be certain that the elder seated on the stone drum was undoubtedly a being surpassing the heaven-piercing realm. Junior Brother Chin? The one you saw is the great elder of the inner sect. Yael, noticing Dominic's gaze fixed on the elder, whispered to remind him so as not to invite ridicule for his ignorance. Oh, Dominic frowned. The great elder of the inner sect, indeed, this was no ordinary figure. But when Dominic's eyes landed on the disciple on the stage, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and say, how can the stone drum possibly be struck? Is that guy an idiot? Hush. Upon hearing Dominic's remark, Yael hurriedly covered Dominic's mouth. Even so, it drew unusual glances from the surrounding crowd. My dear junior brother, you can ask if you don't understand, but by no means should you speak recklessly. Yael couldn't help but laugh wryly. How could they talk indiscriminately here? Dominic looked puzzled, noticing Yael nervously scanning their surroundings, leaving him even more confused. The first trial is to strike the stone drum, but this stone drum isn't what you think. As long as one has enough strength, it will sound. But there's a catch. Once you step onto the stage, either the stone drum sounds or you die trying, with no way back. Yael, with a worried frown, leaned closer to Dominic and whispered these words cautiously. Isn't this asking too much? Dominic thought it was a one-way street. If you couldn't make it sound, you couldn't stop. It was utterly unreasonable. Chariot, reality was exactly this way. Without rules, there would be chaos. If such strict rules weren't established, who would take this opportunity seriously? Under Dominic's watchful eyes, the man on the stage striking the drum had bloodied hands and was drenched in sweat, but failed to sound the drum. In front of everyone's eyes, the man suddenly spat out blood and was thrown off the stage by the rebounding force of the stone drum. One more failure. Sigh. This is already the 3rd one today? Seeing the fallen loser, the onlookers sighed, yet no one stepped forward, because the defeated individual was already dead. Did you see? Although this is a shortcut, you must have the luck to survive through it. Yael felt regretful. Choosing this path might end up costing one's life. Haven't there been any successes? Dominic asked, his expression peculiar. Sherry's. In 1,000 years, many have sounded the stone drum. Many have passed the first 2 trials, but most of them were at the 9th level of cutting mortal or the heaven-piercing realm. But truly passing the 3rd trial can be counted on one hand. In the last 100 years, there hasn't been a single person who managed it. Seeing Dominic still unconvinced, Yael decided to share all he knew, fearing Dominic might act impulsively. If someone has succeeded before, it means this path is not impassable. To achieve greatness, one must take risks. Only then does it count as a true accomplishment. Dominic rubbed his nose, unconvinced he'd be so incompetent. Well, that does make sense. Yael was surprised by Dominic's reasoning. Hey, isn't this Dominic from the Taiching Academy? Just as Dominic was about to leave and prepare himself for a future attempt in the Abyss Valley, someone in the crowd began calling out. Dominic from Taiching Academy? That's the guy who stormed Star Cloud Peak and used lightning to drive Ambrose insane, right? Hearing Dominic's name, it instantly drew attention from the surrounding crowd, who quickly searched for the well-known Dominic. Is Junior Brother Chin this famous now? Yael was shocked, unsure how to react as he watched Dominic. Dominic frowned. The voice was very familiar, but with too many people around, he couldn't pinpoint its source. It's him. Xianxia, he's Dominic. I saw him on Star Cloud Peak. Before Dominic could identify the provocateur, someone else recognized him immediately. Dominic, are you here to challenge the trials? Xianxia, rumor has it you fear nothing. Do you have the guts to try? Once confirmed as Dominic, someone deliberately taunted him, goading him into action. Most of the hecklers were from Star Cloud Peak, because Dominic had disgraced their reputation, making them hesitant to mention their affiliation wherever they went. Thus, seeing Dominic caused others to feel especially resentful. Junior brother, stay calm. They are trying to provoke you. Don't fall for their tricks. Yael anxiously grabbed Dominic's arm, fearing he'd act rashly and play into their hands. Dominic touched his nose, not intending to do more than observe, but hadn't expected so much hostility. Dominic, are you afraid? Come on, show us your courage from Star Cloud Peak. As Dominic remained unperturbed by their provocation, the instigator continued to incite the crowd. Show yourself, coward. Dominic turned and locked eyes on the provocateur, hiding in the crowd. Whoosh. Stepping forward, Dominic waved his hand, sending the surrounding crowd flying. The provocateur, sensing impending trouble, attempted to flee. But Dominic wouldn't give him the chance, grabbing the man's shoulder and squeezing hard. Snap. Aya. The provocateur screamed in agony, forced to kneel on one knee from the pain. It's you, Hunt. Yael rushed forward, recognizing Hunt from the Taiching Academy, caught in Dominic's grasp. This came as a shock to him. Dominic, are you going to kill me? Hunt, red-eyed and gritting his teeth, shouted loudly. He didn't believe Dominic would dare harm him here. Yael, aware of the surrounding eyes, worried Dominic might break the sex rules. He pulled Dominic aside and warned, Junior brother, you need to calm down. Don't forget the Great Elder is still watching. Heeding Yael's warning, Dominic suppressed his anger and released Hunt. However, Hunt's right shoulder was now severely damaged, hanging limp as he sweated profusely in pain. Oh, Taiching Academy members fighting amongst themselves? What a show. No sooner had the tension eased when another voice mocked and taunted, causing laughter among the crowd. Hunt, embarrassed and unable to retaliate, looked at the speaker, an unexpectedly young woman. It's you? Dominic turned to find the ridiculer was Aspen, the woman who had accompanied Ganon and Ambrose during the trial on Sacred Spirit Mountain. It's me. So, will you strike me in front of everyone? A weakling like me? Aspen knew Dominic was strong but disliked him immensely, wanting to publicly humiliate him. Hearing her, Dominic glanced at his right hand, saying, if someone can't spout pearls, I don't mind showing them. Aspen's pupils widened, her face losing color as she instinctively took a few steps back. What makes you Dominic so special? Prove it by sounding the stone drum. Aspen's face flushed red, clenching her teeth while shouting at Dominic's smirk. Xianxia, they say you're strong. Do you have the guts to try? Encouraged by the hecklers, the crowd echoed the taunt. You Dominic won't have the nerve. He's only powerful in the outer sect. In the inner sect, he's not even worthy to carry others' shoes. Hunt, seething with hatred, bellowed angrily. Xianxia, makes sense. The insults flew thick and fast, each one stirring further animosity towards Dominic. Hearing Hunt's words, the crowd instantly agreed unanimously. Faced with the ridicule from everyone, Dominic couldn't stand it any longer. Junior brother Chin, don't do anything foolish. Let's leave this place first. Yael realized things were not going well. If they stayed, Dominic would definitely be harmed by these people. Without wasting any more time, Yael dragged Dominic towards the exit of the Abyss Valley. Chicken. I thought he, Dominic, was something extraordinary? Sigh. What a letdown. I thought he, Dominic, was fearless. Seeing Dominic faltering, some took the opportunity to pile on the insults and jeers. Those watching the drama always hoped for bigger commotion, especially those from Star Cloud Peak. They eagerly wished for Dominic to lose face in front of everyone. Junior brother, why did you stop? Yael looked startled when he saw Dominic suddenly halt, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Choosing a day later is not as good as doing it now. Since everyone wants to see me make a fool of myself, why should I not fulfill their wishes? Dominic gave a cold laugh. No one is a saint. Dominic could not stand seeing others so gleefully mocking him. Junior brother, have you thought this through? They are deliberately provoking you, Yael warned. Yael knew Dominic was strong, but taking such a risk was unnecessary. Dominic shook his head, appreciating Yael's concern. He'd good advice and eat your fill. Don't be reckless. Dominic turned around to find that the Great Elder sitting on the stone drum had suddenly spoken up to warn him. The Great Elder is right. Dominic, don't be reckless. You might lose your life. The crowd, harboring ill will, mimicked the Great Elder sarcastically. But those words only further enraged Dominic. Humph. A pack of barking dogs will never amount to much. Facing the malicious mockery, Dominic suppressed his anger and disdainfully retorted as he stepped onto the stone platform. He dared to insult us? Such audacity. Dominic's sharp words infuriated the crowd, but they didn't dare act, only cursing him under their breaths. Junior brother, think about it again? Seeing Dominic about to step onto the stone platform, Yael rushed forward and tried to stop him once more. Relax, my fate is tough. Dominic turned back, giving Yael a slight nod before directly flying onto the stone platform, standing before the stone drum. Chapter 311. The stone drum resounds, the heavenly platform battle. Boom. As everyone wished, the moment Dominic stepped onto the stone platform, the Hell Valleys suddenly shook. Approaching the stone drum, Dominic felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dominic chose to close his eyes and feel the presence of the stone drum with his heart. He knew that this stone drum was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. To strike it, brute force alone would not suffice. What is he doing? Pretending. He's afraid to die and is deliberately stalling for time. In the crowd, Hunt, Carly, and others did not forget to heap abuse on Dominic. Because in their eyes, once Dominic stepped onto the stone platform, he had already put one foot into the gate of death. To them, only someone with 9th level Mortal Slayer cultivation could possibly sound the stone drum. But Dominic was merely at the 1st level Mortal Slayer stage, making it a mere fantasy for him to strike the drum. Only Yael was anxiously hoping for Dominic's safety. Phew. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the incense had burned down. The crowd below had grown impatient, watching Dominic stand there motionlessly, with no intention of striking the drum. How infuriating. Is he even capable? I think he should just smash his head on it. He's wasting everyone's time. Though they were upset, nobody left. They wanted to see how Dominic would die. Standing before the stone drum, Dominic felt a force within it pulsating. This rhythm gradually sped up, then slowed down again, continuously cycling. This was the rule to sound the stone drum. If one could not perceive and understand its melody, they couldn't strike it. After several moments of calm listening, when the rhythm intensified, Dominic suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his right fist, and struck out. Bang! The stone drum emitted a dull sound. Everyone below fell silent, staring at Dominic and the drum with wide eyes. Bang! Dominic struck again, and the drum sound grew louder. With these two strikes, Dominic confirmed his suspicions. With renewed confidence, Dominic swung both fists, striking the stone drum according to the perceived rhythm. Dong dong. Before everyone's eyes, the stone drum began to sound normally. Soon after, dark clouds surged in the sky, and an intense pressure rapidly gathered. He sounded it? Someone exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that Dominic had struck the drum. Did he just get lucky? Carly muttered, unable to bear the shock of the drum sounding. Recalling Dominic's 3 consecutive victories outside Sacred Spirit Mountain, she deemed him a prodigy, not a mere human. Look, the heavenly platform has appeared. As the drumming continued, a vortex formed in the sky, and the century-unseen heavenly platform reappeared. The heavenly platform was the arena for the second trial. Those who could reach this point were fewer than 10 among the outer sect. Suspended in mid-air, the platform radiated a majestic glow, adorned with runes to contain combat energy. With the appearance of the platform, the Brogan sitting atop the stone drum slowly opened his eyes. It's been a century. You are the only one in 100 years to summon the heavenly platform. Brogan looked deeply into Dominic's eyes and praised him. A century? That means I'm not the strongest, unworthy of the Brogan's praise. Dominic frowned. Being limited to a century provided no pride, and he felt belittled. See how arrogant he is. Someone in the crowd spat blood upon hearing Dominic's words. Being the sole success in a century was a supreme honor, unmatched by many. The Brogan furrowed his brow. Though he didn't fully understand Dominic, he recognized his exceptional talent. The second trial consists of 3 matches. You will face 3 opponents, each excelling in law, martial arts, or swordsmanship. If you lack confidence to pass all, winning any single match ensures your survival, but permanently bans you from Hell Valley. Brogan explained coldly. Thank you, Brogan. Dominic nodded respectfully and leaped toward the heavenly platform. He won't survive this trial. Hunt growled, watching Dominic ascend. Considering the outer sect's 1,000-year history, where only a handful have passed the second trial, Dominic's chances seemed slim. On the heavenly platform, Dominic felt a terrifying sword intent locking onto him. It emanated from a man clad in red, middle-aged with a beard, standing upright like an unsheathed sword, eyes like shimmering stars. Unquestionably, he was a sword cultivator with 9th level Mortal Slayer cultivation. Named Mario, he hailed from the outer sect's Star Peak, its strongest disciple, specializing in swordsmanship. State your name. My sword doesn't spare nameless ghosts. Mario sneered, dismissively ignoring Dominic. So arrogant? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Dominic frowned, returning his scorn. Like you? Only at 1st level Mortal Slayer. Unworthy to make me draw my sword. Mario laughed, unbothered by Dominic's defiance. Dominic touched his nose, eyes widening as he unleashed sword chi. Mario smirked, countering with his own. Boom. Their sword chi clashed and exploded instantly. You're a swordsman too? Mario was surprised by Dominic's powerful sword chi. Just a bit, enough to handle you. Dominic admitted modestly. You asked for death. Mario snarled, enraged by Dominic's provocation. 1,000 wound slash. Enraged, Mario manipulated countless sword chi, attacking Dominic without revealing his sword. Indeed, Dominic faced relentless assault, but he was no novice. Whirlwind-like, Dominic's myriad sword chi met Mario's onslaught. Wah! The crowd marveled at Dominic's strength matching Mario. The battle raged fiercely. Despite numerous attacks, Dominic held his ground, even gaining the upper hand. This can't be. An outsider like you doesn't belong here. You don't use Kunlun Sect's sword techniques. Mario seethed, humiliated by Dominic's skill surpassing him. Don't waste breath. Dominic dismissed his queries and released the heaven-cleaving art. Phantom shadows. Sword light sliced through the sky, sending Mario flying meters away. Furious, Mario fumed, abandoning his dignity, brandishing a red sword. Crimson wind slash. As Mario roared, sword gusts surrounded Dominic. Dominic acknowledged his opponent's prowess. This move rivaled 1st level Heaven Realm. Chariot Dominic wouldn't sit idle. Whoosh. Teleporting free, Dominic countered with annihilation. Swish swish. Star rain descended, concealing fearsome sword chi, relentlessly targeting Mario. Instantly, smoke filled the platform. Mario fled disheveled and battered. This? Dominic's attack overwhelmed the scene. Everyone was taken aback. Dominic's sword had transcended mere swordsmanship. This was sword intent, the essence that surpassed the art of sword techniques. The Brogan sitting atop the stone drum witnessed Dominic's extraordinary sword power and knew Mario had already been defeated. An heavenly level sword technique? Where did this boy get it from? The Brogan's discerning eyes could tell that Dominic's sword technique was no ordinary feat. Whoosh! As Mario steadied himself in a disheveled state, Dominic suddenly attacked him head-on, pointing his sword chi at Mario's throat and declared, "You lost." Mario's eyes were bloodshot, but in his reluctance, he gnashed his teeth in anger without uttering a word. He turned and flew off the platform, disappearing from everyone's sight. Dominic won? Below, Yael was elated with surprise. As long as Dominic could win one match, he wouldn't have to die. At this moment, Dominic could end the challenge anytime he wanted. But before Yael could revel in his joy for long, a towering man appeared on the heavenly platform. This man possessed an imposing physique, exuding formidable blood energy from his body, with boundless strength contained in his arms. Without a doubt, this man was a martial cultivator named Weston, a disciple of Star Moon Peak, possessing 9th level Mortal Slayer cultivation, his physical body having reached the saintly realm, specialized in martial arts force. What a powerful martial aura! Dominic was surprised, feeling the aura Weston emitted. It was ancient martial force, which left him marveling once again. Boy, you're quite something to drive away someone like Mario? Weston had a rough and straightforward personality and had always been displeased with Mario. It was just a friendly sparring session, not as exaggerated as you say. Dominic frowned, rubbing his nose, and his attitude towards Weston wasn't as confrontational as before. Being able to defeat Mario proves you're not an easy opponent. Cut the crap, let's settle this with our fists. Weston, who never liked beating around the bush, was already brimming with fighting spirit. Whoosh! Without giving Dominic a chance to speak, Weston pounced and hurled a punch towards him. In martial cultivation, naturally, combat was king. Bare-handed, relying on sheer physical prowess for close-quarters combat. Dominic didn't hold back either. He directly unleashed his martial vein power, meeting Weston fist to fist with his sandbag-sized fists. Boom, boom. Dominic's martial power wasn't inferior to Weston's. If anything, he seemed to have the upper hand. Chapter 312, Sea of Hell. How is that possible? On the rooftop, Weston, who also practiced martial arts, was thoroughly shocked by Dominic's strength. Not bad. Dominic, noticing Weston's solid foundation in martial arts and robust power, decided to unleash 20 martial meridians. Whoosh! The chill of martial chi burst forth, sending ripples through the surrounding space. You didn't use your full strength? Weston's expression changed dramatically. He had assumed that Dominic's strength was on par with his own, both having reached their limits. But Dominic had been holding back all along, and was only now unleashing his full power. You should feel honored. In a real combat situation, I wouldn't be this lenient. Dominic smiled grandly and unleashed a powerful punch. Dragon roar to the 9 heavens. Golden light erupted as martial soul force tore through the air. Weston turned pale with alarm, swinging his arms to muster all his strength for a counterattack. Boom! Blinding golden light enveloped everything as the terrifying fist blast instantly hurled Weston off the rooftop. Ah! Those watching from below gasped in unison. Weston, the strongest disciple of Tianxing Peak and an acknowledged martial genius of the outer sect, had once defeated an inner sect disciple at the second stage of Heavenly Pass Realm. Even Weston can't stand against him? And he's still using martial strength. Some were amazed. Others were astounded. Dominic excelled in both swordsmanship and martial arts, far surpassing even Mario and Weston. He's such a freak. Carly, envious amidst the crowd, saw Dominic's extraordinary talent and felt utterly inadequate in comparison. Yael was exhilarated, Dominic's prowess greatly alleviating his worries. Kid, you've got guts. I admit defeat wholeheartedly, but let me warn you. The next one is treacherous, so be careful. Weston, instead of getting angry after being thrown off the rooftop, grinned broadly, conceding defeat and offering a friendly warning. Thank you, Dominic, not a petty person, thanked Weston with a bow. Weston then turned and left. The elder seated on the stone drum stroked his beard, musing, this boy is extraordinary, yet why does his back resemble someone else? The last one should be the strongest disciple in Taoism, probably from Xinyan Peak if my guess is correct. Standing on the rooftop, Dominic surveyed the surroundings, guessing the identity of the remaining challenger. But, as soon as he spoke, the space around him began to waver, filled with an unbearable sound. A powerful spiritual energy fluctuation enveloped Dominic, but he could not see the opponent. Here already, yet still hiding? Are you afraid? Dominic narrowed his eyes coldly, locking onto the opponent's position by sensing the flow of spiritual energy. Whoosh! Just as Dominic was about to act, a rainbow-colored light struck from behind. Despicable! Sensing it, Dominic swiftly turned and shattered the light with a punch. Swish! Focusing on the front, a figure suddenly flashed past from his side. Dominic's brows furrowed, and he spun around to deliver a powerful punch. Humph! A soft groan echoed from above, revealing a woman retreating several steps. You? When Dominic saw the person's true appearance, he was surprised. It was a woman of exquisite beauty whom he had encountered before. It's you again. Didn't you enter the Holy Spirit Valley already? Why are you here? The woman who appeared was Sandra, one of the 3 people meditating on the 9 Kirk scripture at the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit Valley. Seeing Dominic, Sandra was equally surprised. Dominic had ruined her opportunity to comprehend the 9 Kirk scripture. She hadn't expected to meet him again so soon, especially when he approached her uninvited. Is Kunlun Sect your personal playground? Dominic frowned, disliking Sandra's meddlesome attitude. No. Sandra snapped angrily. If it's not, then stop interfering. Dominic's face darkened. He knew she was still bitter about the events at the Holy Spirit Valley. You bastard. Sandra's eyes flared with anger. She clenched her teeth and said, fine, let's settle old and new scores together. I will rid Xingyun Peak of you. With that, Sandra summoned a ball of golden flame in her palm. 9 Kirk scripture? Dominic's expression shifted, recognizing the power Sandra released. However, her power had not yet reached the first major stage and was insignificant before him. Go! Confidently, Sandra launched the fiery attack towards Dominic. Foolish! Dominic shook his head, calling out as the fire approached. With a wave of his arm, the flame dissipated. What? Sandra was shocked. She had no idea how strong Dominic had become since arriving at Kunlun sect. Roar! Dominic's body trembled, releasing golden light as two radiant orbs floated outside his body. You've mastered the second level? Sandra blushed with embarrassment, realizing Dominic's mastery of the Nine Kirk scripture had surpassed her significantly. Well done. He learned the Nine Kirk scripture? The elder was astonished. The Nine Kirk scripture was an unparalleled scripture reserved for inner sect disciples. Even within the inner sect, few could reach the second level. Do you wish to continue? Dominic rubbed his nose, looking at Sandra rudely. Considering her Taoist skills based solely on the Nine Kirk scripture, she had already lost, so continuing was pointless. Sandra's face turned red with frustration. Although unwilling to admit defeat, she realized Dominic was indeed stronger. Humph! Without a word, Sandra huffed and flew away. Is it over? He passed without a fight? The spectators below were bewildered. Sandra's departure meant Dominic had passed the second round. Damn it! Is he really that powerful? Hunt, seeing Dominic pass every obstacle effortlessly, found it hard to quell his anger. There's still the final round. If he passes, Dominic will join the inner sect. Yael couldn't wait to see Dominic succeed. Congratulations, Dominic. You have passed the second round. The next challenge is the Sea of Hell. The elder rose and landed on the rooftop, pressing his hand into the void opposite him. Whoosh! Under Dominic's gaze, the vast open area transformed into a sea of flames. These flames are called hellfire because they originate from beneath the 9 netherworlds, capable of burning flesh, purging the soul, and extinguishing the heart. As the elder pointed into the sea of flames, a stone platform appeared in the center, with a large bell hanging above it. All you need to do is reach the bell on the opposite platform and ring it to pass. The elder stroked his beard, explaining the rules while intently watching Dominic. Is it that simple? Dominic frowned, finding the task of reaching the stone platform not challenging at all. Many who spoke like you ended up buried in these flames, the elder chuckled, unconvinced by Dominic's confidence. Dominic looked oddly at the elder, rubbed his nose, and leaped without hesitation. Whoosh! Dominic dove into the sea of flames, which surged, attempting to engulf him. Instantly, waves of heat assaulted him, drenching him in sweat and scorching his clothes halfway. Dominic? Yael's eyes widened with concern, unable to blink as he watched Dominic in the midst of the inferno. Burn! Burn him to death! Hunt gritted his teeth, silently cursing Dominic. Dominic, who was in the sea of hellfire, had just walked halfway when the scene before his eyes suddenly distorted. Bloody images flashed before him. This? Dominic suddenly felt an intense pain in his chest, as if his head would split open. The flashing images were precisely those of the Qin family's destruction, which he could never forget. His heart demon resurfaced. Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot, his expression becoming ferocious, and a surge of killing intent erupted. Trials of heart? The great elder on the rooftop, seeing the heavy malevolence radiating from Dominic, could not help but become solemn. Dominic? Calm down. This is an illusion. You must not lose yourself. In the fire sea, Dominic's heart demon reappeared due to his overwhelming hatred, easily misleading him with the illusions before him, allowing the unextinguished heart demon to reemerge. At the critical moment, Eamon transmitted a message. I? Upon hearing Eamon's voice, Dominic's pupils dilated, and his lost mind gradually regained clarity. The images before him shattered like broken mirrors. As your mind conceives, so do you appear. The flames of hell can reflect the ugliness in one's heart, manifesting one's inner good and evil. You fell for it just now. Eamon's voice was grave, knowing that if Dominic were again controlled by the heart demon, it would lead to great disaster. Thank you. Dominic felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of what might have happened. Without Eamon, he would likely have become a murdering fiend. Humph. Calming down, Dominic closed his eyes and sealed his 6 senses. All this is an illusion. As long as I don't look or think about it, I can surely do it. Dominic frowned, regaining his composure, and remained unaffected by external disturbances. With each step, the flame beneath his feet retreated. He actually reversed it? The great elder was shocked. Dominic had been trapped in the illusion just moments ago, yet he managed to walk out of the heart trial so quickly. 1 step, 3 steps, 9 steps. As Dominic continued stepping forward, the flames ahead rapidly diminished. When Dominic approached the central stone platform, he abruptly opened his eyes, noticing the surrounding sea of fire suddenly froze. Break. Dominic's lips curled into a smile. As he spoke, the frozen scene shattered like a mirror, instantly breaking apart. Hashtag chapter 313. The bell resounds in Kunlun. Splash. The moment Dominic stepped onto the stone platform, the sea of fire shattered like a broken mirror and vanished from everyone's sight. The trials, burning body, extinguishing soul, and conquering heart, were the 3 stages within the sea of hellfire. For Dominic, whose body had reached sanctity, the burning body stage was pointless. His Yuan spirit possessed phoenix blood, and thus an indomitable force, rendering the extinguishing soul stage ineffective as well. Only the conquering heart stage nearly brought him to utter ruin. But fortunately, with Tiger's timely help, Dominic relied on his extraordinary willpower to suppress the heart demon and pass the final stage. The moment he set foot on the platform, everything changed. Dominic's state of mind transcended, advancing directly from the first level of slashing mortality to the 3rd level. In the realm of slashing mortality, one severed the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Each spiritual cleansing led to a rise in cultivation. The crowd below gaped in disbelief. They had come to mock, yet unexpectedly witnessed Dominic break a century-old record. I don't accept it. On what grounds does he pass? Hunt was furious, watching Dominic stand near the bronze bell, almost within reach of inner sect status. At that moment, everyone except Yael envied Dominic. To the outer sect disciples, the 3 stages of Hellfire Valley were like the Dragon Gate. Dominic had proven them wrong, hitting them squarely in the face. The very person they mocked and ridiculed had now become someone they could only look up to. Standing atop the stone platform, Dominic turned to face the crowd below and suddenly waved his hand. Dong! The bell tolled, its sound echoing in all directions, reverberating through heaven and earth. Hearing the bell ring, Clinton in Holy Spirit Valley, sitting in his wheelchair, looked towards Hellfire Valley with satisfaction. Grandfather? That bell seems to be coming from Hellfire Valley? Who could have rung it? Inside the house, Beth heard the tolling and rushed out, her expression puzzled. Jealous again? Clinton chuckled, wary of revealing that it was Dominic who had succeeded, knowing it would rouse his granddaughter's envy. Jealous? None of those outer sect mediocrities can compare to me. So what if he passed Hellfire Valley and advanced to the inner sect? Big deal. Beth pouted, confident in her ability to pass easily. Clinton laughed silently, well aware of his granddaughter's true strength, but also knowing that Hellfire Valley wasn't something just anyone could conquer. Why are you smiling so happily, grandfather? Beth sensed something amiss. She'd never seen her grandfather laugh like this. That's enough. It's getting cold. I need to rest. Clinton replied evasively, wheeling away. Frowning, Beth felt the matter wasn't simple. Could it be related to Dominic? She thought back to the fact that Dominic was her grandfather's favored successor. Determined, she gritted her teeth. Just passing Hellfire Valley? I can do it too. In Hellfire Valley, the prolonged bell sound summoned auspicious clouds. On the platform, Dominic felt at ease, his heart serene. Congratulations, Dominic. From today, you have earned the right to enter the inner sect, said the elder grandly. He then waved his hand, sending a white waist badge flying towards Dominic. This is an exclusive badge for inner sect disciples. With it, you may freely enter and leave the inner sect. Thank you, elder. Dominic accepted the badge, bowing respectfully. Good. The day is late. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to escort you into the inner sect. You may go. The elder nodded, vanishing in a red glow. Dominic felt a pang of disappointment, but consoled himself that the inner sect badge in his hand was sufficient for now. Whiz. Dominic landed gracefully. Everyone around him quickly backed away, respecting his proven strength. Afraid of possible retribution, they distanced themselves. Only Yael approached with a smile, embracing Dominic. Congratulations, junior brother Chin. You're simply amazing. Excited, Yael already idolized Dominic. Still calling me junior brother? Maybe you should change that? Dominic teased, noting Yael's joy. Yael froze, glancing at Dominic's badge before regaining composure, stepping back and bowing deeply. Yael greets senior brother Chin. As the others followed suit, their reactions shifted dramatically. Hunt and Carly remained red-faced, unwilling to bow. Dominic was surprised but recognized the reality of the strong ruling over the weak. Seeing Dominic triumphant, Hunt burned with anger, turning and leaving swiftly. Much later, at Taiching Academy's main hall. What? Say that again. Upon hearing about Dominic's success, Dean Amato was shocked. Third uncle, how did he get lucky enough to pass Hellfire Valley? It's unfair that he advances to the inner sect. Amato, enraged by Hunt's complaint, snapped, enough. Think you luck got him through? Hunt fell silent. Hellfire Valley hadn't been conquered in a century, clearly not by mere chance. We underestimated Dominic. He truly isn't ordinary. Amato acknowledged Dominic's exceptional talent, destined for greatness. So what? All inner sect members are talented. What makes him special? Amato scolded, you'll come with me to greet Dominic. Hunt refused stubbornly, but Amato ignored him, walking out quickly. Half an hour later, outside Taiching Academy, Dominic and Yael returned to find a crowd waiting, including Dean Amato and various senior disciples. Are they waiting for us? Yael felt nervous, seeing nearly everyone from Taiching Academy gathered. Dominic saw Amato among them and slowed down. However, upon spotting Dominic, Amato greeted warmly, congratulating him. The sudden accolade left Dominic stunned. Quick, meet your senior brother Chin. Thus, Dominic's journey into the inner sect began with newfound respect and anticipation. Without waiting for Dominic to speak, Amato waved his hand to signal the crowd waiting behind him. We greet senior brother Chin. In unison, the crowd bowed respectfully with clasped fists, addressing Dominic. Such a grand welcoming ceremony left Dominic speechless. Clearly, this was all specially arranged by Amato. Among the crowd, Alexandria's expression turned peculiar upon seeing Dominic, avoiding eye contact with him. Thank you all for your regard. Although I, Dominic, have been fortunate enough to advance to the inner sect, I remain a product of Taiching Academy. Should any of you need my help in the future, feel free to ask. Dominic didn't mince words. Since everyone addressed him as senior brother, he intended to act like one. Dominic? To celebrate your advancement to the inner sect, I have specially arranged a banquet. Amato, beaming with joy, suddenly became extremely warm-hearted, grabbing Dominic's arm and leading him into Taiching Academy straight to his hall. It was hard to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, so Dominic was brought into the hall. Inside the hall, an elaborate spread of food and wine was already prepared. Following Amato's arrangements, Dominic was seated at the leftmost position of the main table. One could tell that Amato had gone to great lengths to win Dominic's favor, disregarding past grievances. Just as Dominic and Amato sat down, Xiong approached casually with a wine jug in hand. Xiong, let me handle it. As Xiong was about to enter the hall, Hunt suddenly appeared and stopped him, forcibly taking the wine jug from Xiong. Xiong was confused. Hadn't Hunt just said he wouldn't come? Why did he now insist on serving the wine himself? Hunt, holding the wine jug, glanced at Xiong before abruptly shifting gears. Senior brother Chin, come. Here's a 500-year-old vintage, a fine wine even my uncle wouldn't dare to drink. Smiling broadly, Hunt entered the hall and walked up to Dominic's table, pouring him a glass as if they were old friends meeting again. Amato was slightly taken aback, thinking, has this little rascal finally seen the light? Sitting there, Dominic watched as Hunt filled his glass and smiled faintly. Brother Hunt, you really have some capacity. Has your shoulder stopped hurting yet? Caught off guard by Dominic's question, Hunt's expression changed momentarily before quickly recovering, plastering on a broad smile. Earlier, it was my foolishness, and I should thank Senior Brother Chin for going easy on me. This drink is to show my respect. Thus, the evening unfolded under a veneer of newfound camaraderie, though tensions simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 314. The Curse of Power Nullification and Brotherly Affection. Inside the hall, under Dominic's deliberate provocation, Hunt unexpectedly became humble and flattering. However, the change in Hunt's demeanor was apparent. He avoided eye contact with Dominic, lowered his head, and raised his wine glass to toast him from across the table. Sitting at the upper seat, Amato saw his nephew had finally come to his senses, recognizing the need for flexibility, which filled him with relief. He too raised his glass to Dominic and said, "To Dominic." Despite remaining unperturbed on the surface, Dominic sensed something amiss. At the Valley of Hell, he had crippled Hunt's arm. Given Hunt's personality, how could he now humbly serve him? Seeing Dominic not raising his glass, Hunt's expression changed subtly as he clenched his teeth and laughed. Senior Brother Chin, you have a noble heart. I was foolish before, so please accept my toast. Hunt drank the entire cup under Dominic's gaze. Dominic, my nephew has indeed been rash and I, as his uncle, have failed in disciplining him. Allow me to toast you as well. Realizing Dominic was not reciprocating, Amato drank the whole cup himself. Dominic furrowed his brow. If he refused this drink, wouldn't it make him seem petty? After hesitating briefly, Dominic lifted the glass, looked at the wine inside, and drank it down. Haha. Drinking this glass, we shall bury our past grievances. Should Dominic ever need anything from the Ma family in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Amato laughed heartily, relieved that Dominic honored his gesture. Now that Dominic had drunk the wine, his anxiety lifted. However, Hunt sneered and, stepping back, slammed his wine glass onto the ground. Clatter. The wine glass shattered. Amato's jovial face suddenly turned grim as he asked sharply, Hunt, what are you doing? Opposite Hunt, Dominic's expression grew icy and pale. A destructive force surged through his meridians, and soon, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His forehead darkened, and he felt an overwhelming weakness. What? Amato was startled and immediately stood up upon seeing Dominic's state. Outside the hall, waiting patiently, Xianxia noticed Dominic's condition and suspected Hunt's earlier unusual behavior. His eyes focused on the jug of wine on the table. Dominic, how does it taste? You're so great, aren't you? You want to step on me? Hunt, do you even deserve it? Hunt couldn't contain his anger when Dominic drank the cup. He had tampered with the wine, fearing Dominic wouldn't drink it. Vile. To actually poison the wine? What a despicable plan. Dominic glared at Hunt, realizing why Hunt had submitted. It was all to deceive him into drinking the poisoned wine. Hunt, you are truly ignorant. Bring out the antidote immediately, or else I won't acknowledge you as my nephew. Amato's face contorted with alarm, realizing this was Hunt's doing. He shouted harshly, afraid Dominic might suffer serious harm. How can there be an antidote for power nullification powder? Third uncle, I didn't intend to take his life, only to strip him of his powers, leaving him a cripple. Tell me, would the inner sect keep a cripple like him? Hunt laughed triumphantly. Killing Dominic would be too easy. Moreover, doing so would lead to swift retribution from the enforcement hall. He wasn't that stupid. Power nullification powder? Amato was shocked. This poison could strip even a heaven-transcending realm cultivator of their powers, rendering them worthless. Dominic's eyes blazed red as he felt his strength rapidly draining away. Third uncle, what's there to fear? We can erase his memories. Who would ever find out? Hunt smiled happily, knowing personally nullifying Dominic's power was more satisfying than killing him. Amato, despite his misgivings, realized Dominic was already ruined and had no choice but to stand by Hunt. Xianxia, take Dominic back and erase his memories. Understood? Biting his lip, Amato ordered Xianxia, who was peering outside the door. Xianxia hesitated, thinking, is he dragging me into this? Chariot, unable to defy Amato, he steeled himself, carried Dominic, and muttered, Dominic, don't blame me, I have no other choice. By now, Dominic's consciousness was fading, but he heard Xianxia clearly. In Kuan Courtyard, night had fallen. Since Dominic was invited to the Grand Hall by Amato, Yael and Alexandria had come to Dominic's residence to wait. This was perhaps the happiest time for Yael, sharing space with his admired goddess. Even though they didn't speak much, it still made him feel content. Seated in a chair, Alexandria watched the door intently, growing uneasy as Yael stared at her. Have you seen enough? Alexandria snapped at Yael, losing patience. Sorry. Yael blushed deeply, lowering his head, feeling awkward and unable to explain. Alexandria stood up, standing anxiously by the door, biting her lip. Will he not return? Maybe Dominic is drinking with the dean and will take some time, Yael replied, hoping she wouldn't leave. As Yael secretly watched Alexandria's silhouette, she suddenly saw Xianxia carrying Dominic back. Dominic? Confirming the person in Xianxia's arms, Alexandria rushed forward. Did Dominic get drunk? Yael, noticing Dominic being carried back, went out without much thought to welcome him. Why are you two here? Seeing others in Dominic's quarters, Xianxia grew anxious, as he was tasked by Amato to bring Dominic back and erase his memories. Brother Xianxia, what happened to Dominic? Why does he look poisoned? Alexandria asked urgently, noticing Dominic's odd state. Xianxia, speechless, feared revealing the truth and quickly passed the unconscious Dominic to Alexandria before fleeing. Alexandria caught Dominic and stood uncertainly after Xiong fled. Yael hurried over, took Dominic from her, and carried him inside. Dominic is poisoned. Yael, noticing Dominic's blackened forehead and weakening spiritual energy, burned with anger. Bastards. Definitely Amato and Hunt. They're ruthless. Even after Dominic joined the inner sect, they dare plot against him. Yael raged, feeling helpless as Dominic faced such peril. Dominic had saved him like a brother. Now he could do nothing. Don't talk nonsense. Think of a way to save him. Alexandria, sensing Dominic's weakening aura, urged immediate action. Without hesitation, Yael pushed her aside, placed his hand on Dominic's chest, and transferred the toxins from Dominic's body into his own. Aren't you afraid of dying from the poison yourself? Alexandria asked in shock, understanding Yael's heroic yet dangerous move. Not afraid. It's the right thing to do. Enduring the pain from the poison, Yael gritted his teeth and increased his absorption rate. Unaware of the deep bond between Dominic and Yael, where Dominic had always sacrificed for Yael, this time Yael finally got to repay him. As the toxins within Dominic diminished, he gradually regained consciousness. But when Dominic opened his eyes and saw Yael's weak face smiling at him before collapsing to the ground, he was taken aback. Yael? Dominic's pupils dilated as he hurriedly got up and looked at Yael sprawled on the floor. Dominic, you're awake? Alexandria, seeing Dominic awaken, smiled happily but did not pay attention to Yael's condition. What happened to him? Dominic's eyes turned red as he asked Alexandria sharply. He transferred the poison from your body to himself in order to save you. Alexandria hesitated for a moment, feeling tense, then told Dominic the truth. Upon hearing this, Dominic's eyes blazed with fury. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he lifted Yael from the ground and placed him on the bed. After examination, he found that Yael had lost all of his cultivation. Without the protection of the 9 Kirk scripture or the martial physique that Dominic possessed, Yael could not withstand the effects of the power nullification powder. Chariot. Fortunately, Yael was still alive. But for a cultivator, losing one's cultivation was like a death sentence. How could Dominic possibly compensate for this? Dominic's anger surged, his eyes bloodshot with a terrifying intensity, as an unseen aura of rage emanated from him. Alexandria, sensing this terrifying killing intent, shivered involuntarily and instinctively took a few steps back. It was evident how deeply Dominic valued Yael, treating him like a brother. Just as Dominic would sacrifice for Yael, Yael had also been willing to risk his own life to save Dominic. Take care of Yael until I return. You are not to leave. Dominic turned, looking at Alexandria with a commanding tone. Knowing that Yael had feelings for Alexandria, Dominic forced her to stay. Alexandria dared not object and only nodded slightly in agreement. Without another word, Dominic clenched his teeth and left the room. What is he going to do? Alexandria watched Dominic leave with a menacing aura, guessing he must be going to take revenge on Amato. The night stretched endlessly. In the grand hall, Amato and his nephew Hunt were raising their glasses in celebration. You foolish boy, you finally showed some sense. It's a pity about the inner sect admission this time. Amato, slightly tipsy, praised Hunt while lamenting the missed opportunity to enter the inner sect. What's the worry? It won't be long before I can enter the inner sect. But, being able to cripple Dominic makes me happier than entering the inner sect. Hunt's face was flushed red from drinking, and the satisfaction of personal revenge gave him a profound sense of triumph. Chapter 315. A Glimmer of Hope, the Divine Pill Pavilion. Inside the hall, Hunt, emboldened by his drink, was basking in satisfaction over his actions when Xiong suddenly rushed in from outside. Dean? Xiong, now inside the hall, anxiously glanced at Amato. Just as he was about to speak, Hunt yanked him aside. Xiong, come. Let's have a toast to celebrate our success. Half-drunk Hunt deliberately tried to involve Xiong in drinking, intending to make him keep quiet and feel like part of the group. Amato, sitting above, seemed not to notice the grave expression on Xiong's face and continued drinking alone. Senior brother Hunt? No more drinking. As for Dominic, I didn't manage to erase Dominic's memory in time. Xiong was frantic because, while returning Dominic to Kuan College, he encountered Alexandria and Yael, who frightened him into leaving Dominic behind and rushing back here. He forgot to erase Dominic's memory and hurriedly came to inform Amato and Hunt. What? Upon hearing this, Amato, previously drunk, immediately sobered up and angrily glared at Xiong. Xiong? What do you mean? Were you deliberately disobeying me? Want him to report us to the inner sect? Dean, no. Xiong, frightened by Amato's question, pleaded for mercy. But Hunt, taking advantage of his intoxication, suddenly smashed a wine glass, grabbed Xiong by the neck, and turned to look at Uncle Amato. Uncle, let's just kill him, and we'll chop Dominic into pieces. If the inner sect investigates, we can pin it all on Xiong. Upon hearing this, Xiong turned pale with fear. Thinking of Carlton, Xiong hastily knelt down and begged for mercy from Amato. Dean, I never meant to betray you. There were others interfering with Dominic, and I came here to seek help. Who? Amato was already considering Hunt's suggestion. After all, the truly reliable ones who wouldn't talk are dead. It's Yael and Alexandria. I only saw them there, so I dared not act against Dominic. Terrified, Xiong dared not hide anything. They too. Amato frowned but relaxed somewhat upon learning they were just ordinary disciples. Uncle, since these two are close to Dominic, let me go and cripple them. Emboldened by alcohol, Hunt had become fearless. After careful consideration, Amato finally nodded at Hunt. Don't worry, uncle, let me take care of it. Hunt grinned, eager to release pent-up frustration. Senior brother Ma, what are you doing? Xiong feared for his life and couldn't just wait to be killed. Humph, does a dead man deserve to argue with me? Hunt coldly snorted and suddenly struck Xiong's chest with a palm, while the latter was unprepared. Pooh. Xiong spat out blood and fell flat on the ground. Dean, please spare me. Frightened, Xiong cried out to Amato for help. However, Amato ignored him, signaling tacit approval of Hunt's actions. Amato, Hunt, you both are beasts. If I, Xiong, survive, I will report you to the law enforcement hall. Enraged by Amato's betrayal, Xiong revealed his true stance. Do you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Amato's eyes widened as he unleashed a forceful palm strike through the air. Terrified, Xiong felt despair washing over him. Swoosh. At that moment, a sword beam suddenly appeared, slicing through Amato's palm force. Rushing wind overturned chairs inside the hall. Amato's expression changed drastically as he sensed an overwhelming killing aura coming towards him. Dominic? Hunt, upon seeing the figure at the door, instantly sobered up and shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. You took the power dissolution powder. You can't stand again. Outside the hall, Dominic had a cold face, his eyes blazing red with rage. Stepping into the hall, Dominic's presence chilled the air, striking fear into Amato and Hunt. Dominic, they harmed you, not me. They planned to silence me too. Xiong, lying on the ground, seized the opportunity to beg Dominic for help. Hearing this, Dominic gave Xiong a cold glance and said, I can save you if you testify for me and report their crimes to the sect. Xiong hesitated before gritting his teeth. Agreed. I'll testify and report them to the law enforcement hall. Seizing this chance, Xiong stood up and stumbled toward the door. Xiong, bastard, come back. Furious, Hunt tried to catch Xiong. Crack. Forgetful in anger, Hunt was stopped short by Dominic, who kicked him hard, breaking his ribs and sending him flying backward. Dominic, you are too deceitful. Amato, in panic, knew that if Xiong went through with the report, he would be finished. He couldn't allow this. Boom. Pushed to his limits, Amato attacked Dominic decisively. Am I being too deceitful, or are you lacking sense? Dominic stepped forward and, with a swift gesture, summoned a four-colored sword light. Bang. A deafening sound followed as Amato flew backward, landing in a pool of blood. Cough. With severe injuries, Amato coughed up blood profusely. Dominic's attack shattered his internal meridians, reducing him to little more than a cripple. Seeing his uncle fall to the ground, Hunt realized his dire situation. Fear-stricken, he crawled to Dominic's feet on his knees. Senior brother Chin, please have mercy, let me off this time? It was all my uncle's doing. Please. Desperate to save his life, Hunt blamed everything on his uncle and repeatedly bowed to Dominic, begging for mercy. Beast you. Hearing Hunt's words, Amato almost fainted from rage. Is there an antidote for power dissolution powder? Dominic narrowed his eyes and coldly asked the kneeling Hunt. This? Hunt was speechless, knowing that there was no antidote and fearing that Dominic might kill him outright. Humph. Furious, Dominic lifted his foot and stomped on Hunt forcefully, breaking both arms and the remaining ribs. Ah, poo. Under Dominic's merciless trampling, a pig-like scream escaped from Hunt. Dominic, stop. Seeing Dominic trying to kill Hunt, Amato, in desperation, called out. Why? This beast betrayed even his own uncle to save his skin. Do you still want to save him? Dominic laughed, his smile eerie and terrifying. Amato flushed with shame but couldn't deny it was his own nephew. Tell me, what must I do to satisfy you and spare both of us? Straightforward. I want the antidote for power dissolution powder to restore lost cultivation. If you can do this, I will spare you. Dominic wasn't sure if such an antidote existed, but Yael had sacrificed his cultivation to save him. He refused to let Yael become a crippled outcast of Kunlun's sect. There is no antidote for power dissolution powder. But since you still have your powers, why are you making things difficult for us? Amato felt furious. Dominic clearly still had his power, so Amato thought he was just looking for an excuse. Making things difficult? I, Dominic, stand here today because someone took the brunt of your wrongdoings for me. I owe him, and I'll get it back from you. How dare you say I'm making things difficult? Dominic seethed with anger. With a sudden stomp, Hunt's eyes widened as the crack of his spine was heard, followed by him fainting on the spot. Amato was now genuinely afraid. Dominic seemed capable of anything at this point. Biting his lip and steeling himself, Amato looked at Dominic with wide eyes and said, while there is no antidote for power dissolution powder, I know of a place that has elixirs to restore one's cultivation. Where? Speak. Upon hearing this, Dominic's expression turned tense, eagerly pressing Amato for more information. The elixir is in the Divine Pill Pavilion. Seeing Dominic's intimidating presence, Amato trembled in fear and revealed the location of the elixir. Divine Pill Pavilion? What is that place? Dominic frowned. Having never heard of it before, he asked Amato for clarification. That's one of the 3 holy sites of Kunlun sect, located within the inner sect. However, acquiring an elixir from the Divine Pill Pavilion is extremely difficult. Amato didn't dare continue further, because obtaining an elixir from the Divine Pill Pavilion was akin to ascending to the heavens. In his view, Dominic had no hope whatsoever. Inner sect? Dominic's brows furrowed. If the inner sect possessed the elixirs to save Yael, it stirred a glimmer of hope within him. But the Divine Pill Pavilion, being one of the 3 holy sites of Kunlun sect, wasn't something one could easily obtain elixirs from just with spirit stones. Suddenly, there might be a way to acquire the elixir. As Dominic pondered deeply, Amato seemed to have thought of something, catching Dominic's attention. What do you mean? Dominic frowned, curious about what Amato had left unsaid. Obtaining an elixir from the Divine Pill Pavilion isn't impossible. Thousands of years ago, the Divine Pill Pavilion set up an array to deter those seeking elixirs, making them turn back. But the Divine Pill Pavilion has promised, whoever can breach the Great Array can request an elixir. So this is the only chance to obtain the elixir. Regardless of Amato's intentions, for Dominic, this was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope. Are you telling the truth? Dominic's brow remained furrowed, wary of any deceit from Amato. Of course, that great array lies at the foot of the Divine Pill Pavilion. As long as you can get through the array, the Divine Pill Pavilion will definitely give you the elixir you desire. Amato nodded earnestly, his tone sincere. Chapter 316. Entering the inner sect, rushing to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Divine Pill Pavilion? They have such rules? Dominic was surprised. What Amato had said was like a lifeline thrown to him in despair. Whether he could get through the grand array of the Divine Pill Pavilion or not, he had to give it a try. Dominic? I've told you everything. Can you release us now? Amato was uneasy. As long as Dominic was around, he felt on edge, fearing Dominic's unpredictable temper. Do you take me for a fool? This is Kunlun sect. If I kill you, I won't escape punishment from the sect either. But even without killing you, I won't let you off easily. Dominic frowned, then raised his hand and punched Amato. Ah! Amato screamed as his bones shattered and his dantian was destroyed, instantly stripping him of his cultivation. With a cold glance, Dominic turned and struck Hunt on the ground with his palm, breaking his meridians and turning him into a cripple. Having resolved this matter, Dominic left the hall. Damn you, Dominic. May you die miserably. The pained Amato watched Dominic leave, his eyes bloodshot with fury, cursing loudly. Even if they were not dead, both uncle and nephew would still face severe penalties from the sect for their countless evils. Night had deepened. Alone, Dominic headed towards the inner sect. His expression was grave. His purpose was to obtain a pill from the Divine Pill Pavilion because he feared Yeljian wouldn't accept the reality once he awoke. The inner sect was located on a high mountain. When Dominic found the path up the mountain, he saw inner sect disciples guarding the entrance, making it heavily fortified. Halt! No non-inner sect members allowed beyond this point. One of the leading young men stepped forward, looking unfriendly, and warned Dominic. Dominic frowned, took a few steps forward, and showed the inner sect badge on his waist to the man. Oh, an inner sect badge? The guard was surprised, finding Dominic unfamiliar but possessing an inner sect badge, which prompted him to check its authenticity carefully. After confirming the badge's authenticity, the guard returned it to Dominic and asked with respect, "Excuse me, junior brother. It's so late. Why did you return only now?" Frankly speaking, senior brother, I had a mission that delayed me. Dominic's expression was strange, but he feared giving himself away and thus improvised. Oh, then senior brother won't delay your return further. Please proceed. Upon learning Dominic was on a mission outside, the guard began to view Dominic more favorably. In the inner sect, those who could be sent on missions were not ordinary disciples, so his attitude toward Dominic changed. Dominic thanked him with a salute and quickly entered the mountain gate, heading straight up the mountain, just at cutting mortal third level to become an inner sect disciple. Rare indeed. Watching Dominic leave, the guard couldn't help but marvel. To enter the inner sect, one generally needed to be at least 5th level of cutting mortals, but Dominic was merely 3rd level. Unfamiliar with the place, Dominic wandered aimlessly within the vast inner sect, trying to locate the Divine Pill Pavilion amidst numerous palaces. How long will it take to find the Divine Pill Pavilion in such a large inner sect? Time was pressing. He had already spent an hour wandering without success. As Dominic walked unknowingly, he noticed lights ahead, accompanied by a terrifying pressure. Curious, he approached cautiously, only to see a solitary palace standing apart from others, guarded by inner sect disciples and patrolled around. From afar, Dominic observed that the main door was closed and locked with a massive black lock, emitting the same oppressive aura. Devil Suppression Palace? Noticing the sign hanging over the gate, Dominic read 3 large characters inscribed on it. Phew! Dominic gasped. Devil Suppression Palace? Based on these 3 characters alone, Dominic guessed it must house a great demon whom even Kunlun sect couldn't kill and could only imprison. Realizing it could lead to trouble, Dominic decided to leave immediately. Stop right there. Just as Dominic was leaving the Devil Suppression Palace and approaching the central training ground, a voice called out behind him. Dominic paused and turned back. Ezra? Dominic? It was Ezra, who was surprisingly advanced to 1st level of Transcendent Realm and was leading a patrol team. Seeing an old acquaintance, Dominic relaxed slightly. Dominic? Why are you here? Ezra was surprised to see Dominic so soon after entering the inner sect. Why can't I come if you can? Dominic furrowed his brow. He noticed how well Ezra had progressed but wasn't friendly toward him. What do you mean? How could I compare to you? Ezra laughed awkwardly, knowing Dominic was far superior and thus dared not act arrogantly. I didn't come here to catch up. Do you know where the Divine Pill Pavilion is? Touching his nose, Dominic casually asked Ezra about the location. The Divine Pill Pavilion? Ezra looked puzzled and questioned. Why do you need to go there? Foolish talk. If I didn't want to go, would I ask you? Do you know or not? If not, I'll ask someone else. Dominic's face flushed with annoyance at being interrogated. Don't be silly. Of course, I know where it is. But since you seem new to the inner sect, why don't I guide you there? Noticing Dominic's urgency, Ezra offered to guide him with a grin. Stay here. I'll be right back, he told the other patrolling members and led Dominic towards the southwest of the training ground. Are you crazy? On your way to the Divine Pill Pavilion? When Ezra learned of Dominic's intent, he was astonished. I'm not crazy. All you need to do is take me there. The rest is none of your concern. Dominic was determined not to involve Ezra. You're truly fearless. The Divine Pill Pavilion's caging array is dangerous even for inner sect elders. Are you really going to try? I think you're walking to your death. Ezra was speechless. The caging array was designed specifically to deter those seeking medicinal pills. Only cultivators above the Transcendent Realm could survive it, never below. Dominic ignored him. No amount of persuasion would sway his resolve. For whom are you seeking the pill? Seeing Dominic silent, Ezra grew curious. Not your business. Dominic was growing impatient with Ezra's endless chatter. Thankfully, they reached the foot of the mountain housing the Divine Pill Pavilion after a short walk. The Divine Pill Pavilion sat atop a hill, surrounded by open ground. While it seemed ordinary, stepping any closer would activate the caging array. Dominic, think carefully. The caging array is deadly. Without weapon or blade force, you'll be torn apart. Worse are the guardians within. Seeing Dominic about to step forward, Ezra hastily grabbed his arm and tried to dissuade him. Enough talk if you're a friend. Dominic was well aware of the danger ahead. However, he had no other choice. To help Yael regain his cultivation, he had to take this risk. With that, Dominic pushed Ezra aside and stepped into the caging array. Buzz. The moment he set foot on the open ground, the wind rose and clouds gathered. Pebbles from the ground flew into the air, swirling violently with the wind. Terrifying wind blades emerged, ready to shred everything in their path. Exit the array immediately, and I will forgive you. If you persist, do not blame me for being merciless. A voice of an elder sounded from the direction of the Divine Pill Pavilion, attempting to persuade Dominic to leave the caging array. I came here seeking a pill. Dominic frowned, cupped his fist, and loudly responded towards the Divine Pill Pavilion. As Dominic stated his purpose, the elder's voice did not rise again, but the caging array was instantly activated. Whoosh! Gales formed, converging rapidly towards Dominic from all directions. This Dominic is truly a madman. The caging array was crafted by 3 venerables of Kunlun sect. Ezra, outside the array, felt the terrifying energy of the heavenly gales and quickly retreated, angered by Dominic's rashness. Roar! In the midst of the gales, Dominic opted for passive defense, unleashing the power of the golden dragon pearl to shield himself from the gales. Clang! Clang! The gales, like sharp blades, clashed with the golden light, producing metallic sounds. Ensuring the gales couldn't harm him, Dominic started walking step by step towards the Divine Pill Pavilion. Each step became increasingly difficult as resistance intensified, making his progress strenuous. Overestimating yourself. After Dominic advanced some distance, the elder's voice rang out once more. Swish! Suddenly, the gales transformed, and swordchi rained down like pear blossoms in a storm, attacking Dominic from all sides. The golden light around Dominic gradually diminished, putting immense pressure on him. The caging array had now unleashed sword gales, whose power was at the peak of the transcendent realm. Roar! Dominic, unwilling to sit and wait for his doom, gritted his teeth and summoned the Heaven Wrath battle armor. Breakthrough! With a roar, the celestial residual sword appeared in his hand, and Dominic swung it against the odds. Chapter 317. The helplessness of the alchemy venerable. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted within the caging array. A fearsome sword aura transformed into a gale that swept backward like stormy rain. At this moment, as Dominic exerted his full strength and took a step forward, the heaven-injured sword in his hand burst into blinding light. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 divine beasts, guarded Dominic, shielding him from the sword aura. When Dominic reached the center of the grand array, a sudden crimson light shot skyward, and 100 Zhang fire dragon appeared out of nowhere, engulfing the sky with flames and charging at Dominic. Roar! Unfazed, Dominic bellowed, unifying the 4 symbols with the sword light of the heaven-injured sword. Slash! With a commanding voice, he slashed through the air, splitting it apart as if cleaving the heavens and swallowing the mountains. Boom! The oncoming fire dragon was instantly bisected, and the sea of flames receded to either side, revealing the path to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Has this guy become so strong in just a few days? Ezra outside the array was taken aback by Dominic's formidable power. Although Dominic's cultivation was not as high as Ezra's, in terms of actual strength, Ezra had long ceased to be Dominic's match. Moreover, with 4 dragon pearls, Dominic's strength rivaled that of even peak transcendent realm cultivators. Within the array, Dominic cleared a path and pushed forward without stopping, trying to break out of the caging array. But as he was about to exit, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his way. This figure had no distinct features, its body formed from sword aura, exuding a power that made Dominic shiver. Who are you? Forced to halt, Dominic's expression grew grave. The sudden appearance of this figure caught him off guard. I am the guardian of the array. Wish to leave this array? First, pass my test. The mysterious voice was hoarse and cold. Its purpose was to prevent intruders from exiting the caging array, the toughest challenge, as mentioned by Ezra. Guardian of the array? Even if you were sent by the heavens, you won't stop me. Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot. He knew the opponent was powerful and that victory was unlikely, but he refused to give up halfway. Phew. He unleashed all his martial vein power, the fury of the war armor increasing dramatically. Before this, he only used 3 dragon pearls power, but now he held nothing back. He needed to win. With a flick of his fiery wings, sparks flew everywhere. Dominic moved like lightning, charging straight toward the Guardian. The Guardian didn't dodge, raising a single hand as a torrent of swords rained down from the sky. Bang bang. The battle commenced, shaking the earth and stirring the heavens. The 2 figures collided fiercely, causing a scene of cataclysmic proportions. Ezra was astonished. Dominic could hold his own against the Guardian for over 100 exchanges, far surpassing his own combat prowess. Less than a moment later, Dominic spat blood and fell hastily from the air, retreating several steps. Clang. Kneeling on one knee, Dominic's heaven-injured sword stabbed into the ground before him. His limited strength finally gave way to the Guardian. To think you rely on external forces to defeat me. How laughable. Above, the Guardian stood on a pillar of sword aura, hands behind his back, looking down at Dominic mockingly. Himph. Why are you boasting? I've only been cultivating for a dozen years. And you? Centuries, perhaps millennia? Enraged, Dominic shouted at the Guardian. If given 10 years, such a trivial caging array wouldn't have held him captive. What? Dominic's words shocked the Guardian. If not spoken by Dominic, who would believe he had cultivated for such a short time? The guardian fell silent for a while before asking, "Who is your master?" "Apologies, but I cannot disclose that." Frowning and gritting his teeth, Dominic rose once more. Seeing Dominic still wanting to fight, the guardian hesitated. But Dominic wasn't ready to admit defeat. He must win this battle. Roar. Under the guardian's gaze, Dominic emitted an intense golden glow from within. 3 spheres of golden light flew out from his body, circling above his head, emitting astonishing power. This, Nine Kirk Scripture? Note, the term, Nine Kirk Scripture, is a translation of Jiaoyangseng Jing, which seems to be a specific concept or scripture within the context of your text. Ensure that Nine Kirk Scripture is the correct and consistent term used throughout the document for Jiaoyangseng Jing. Outside the array, Ezra was greatly surprised. Having been in the inner sect for so long, he hadn't mastered the Nine Kirk Scripture, yet Dominic had already made some progress. The 3rd level of the Nine Kirk Scripture? Note, I've replaced Yang with Kirk to maintain the correct term consistency in English. How is this possible? Who exactly is your master? Seeing the 3 Kirk powers, the guardian couldn't remain composed. In the inner sect, only elders or first-generation disciples could reach the 3rd level. Chariot, he knew all these people. I said, I can't disclose that. Prepared for the next move, Dominic never intended to rely on Clinton's reputation for recognition. He wanted to rely on his own strength to break through this caging array. Without further ado, Dominic lifted both hands, merging the 3 Kirk powers swiftly. The terrifying energy caused turbulence in the heavens, dark clouds gathering. Seeing Dominic effortlessly fuse the 3 Kirk powers, the guardian was shaken. A merged 3 Kirk could destroy a city. A merged 6 Kirk could devastate a region. A merged 9 Kirk could obliterate all 9 provinces. Such was the might of the 9 Kirk Scripture. The guardian realized Dominic's power posed a threat to the existence of Kunlun sect. Stop immediately. I'll let you pass. Sensing the 3 Kirk drawing power from all directions, the guardian hurriedly yielded. If Dominic released the 3 Kirk powers, the consequences could be catastrophic. Will you keep your word? Dominic's expression changed. He feared this was merely a delaying tactic. Of course. Hurry up and withdraw your power. The guardian, angered, waved his hand, causing the caging array to vanish along with him. Seeing this, Dominic was genuinely surprised. Confirming the array had stopped, Dominic withdrew his power. Behind him, Ezra was utterly stunned, as if his soul had left his body. Bruised and battered, Dominic looked up at the Divine Pill Pavilion and leaped into the air, landing at its entrance. The Divine Pill Pavilion was a colossal palace with over a dozen disciples guarding it. Upon Dominic's arrival, these guards became extremely wary, drawing their swords, eyes filled with fear. Dominic gave them a cold glance, stepped forward, and respectfully announced, "Disciple Dominic seeks a pill." With those words, the grand doors of the Divine Pill Pavilion slowly opened. The guards instinctively stepped aside. "Come in." From within came the voice of the elder from earlier. Without hesitation, Dominic walked into the pavilion. Inside, a massive bronze furnace stood in the center, releasing a fragrant aroma. Just inhaling it made Dominic feel refreshed. Above, a red-robed elder sat cross-legged, exuding a transcendent aura, holding a duster. This elder, with his eyes closed, was the alchemy venerable of the Divine Pill Pavilion, one of Kunlun sect's 3 venerables named Carter. Disciple Dominic, greeting the venerable. Not knowing the elder's identity but understanding his status from Ezra, Dominic bowed. "What kind of pill do you need?" Carter asked, eyes still closed, hoping to quickly dismiss Dominic. "What kind of pill?" Dominic was startled. How was he supposed to know? Not knowing what pill you need, yet daring to breach the caging array? Are you here to mock this venerable? Carter grew irritated at Dominic's ignorance. The breach of the caging array had already drawn attention from many senior figures of Kunlun sect, which embarrassed Carter. "Please calm down, venerable. I'm here to save a friend. Because my friend was affected by the power-dissolving powder, losing all his cultivation. Therefore, I have come to the Divine Pill Pavilion seeking a pill that can restore his cultivation. Please, venerable, grant me this." Dominic lowered his head. His face flushed red as he forced himself to explain the reason for his request. "Oh, you are requesting a pill for someone else? How commendable. A pure heart and a gallant spirit are rarely seen." Upon learning Dominic's reason, Carter looked at him with newfound respect, opening his cloudy eyes and nodding in approval of Dominic's character. Dominic remained silent, not here for praise, but for the medicinal pill to save his friend. Wishing for a person who has lost their cultivation to regain it is quite a difficult matter. Carter furrowed his brow. Cultivation was built up over time. Even if one wished to hasten the process, it would require someone else's sacrifice to serve as a stepping stone. But using a pill to restore cultivation was an incredibly challenging task. "Venerable, you don't have such a pill?" Hearing Carter's words, Dominic became anxious. Yael was still waiting for him. Above, Carter stroked his beard, deep in thought. If he said no, wouldn't it damage his reputation? He had set the caging array. Someone had breached it, and now he couldn't provide the needed pill. This left him in a difficult position. "How about this? I cannot fulfill your request for the pill, but I can offer you one favor." After much deliberation, Carter could only think of compensating Dominic in another way. "Favor? Venerable? I only need the pill. I beg you to save my friend." Dominic shook his head, misinterpreting Carter's reluctance. He knelt down and pleaded earnestly. Carter found himself in a dilemma. Seeing Dominic's insistence on obtaining the pill, he felt frustrated. But after some reflection, he sighed deeply and said, "There indeed is a pill, but it is still being refined. It will take several decades before it can be successfully cultivated." It takes so long? Dominic was dumbfounded. In several decades, Yael would be long gone. "Sherry's. How about this? Bring your friend to me. I will personally help him." Even if he needs to rebuild his cultivation from scratch, it will progress 10 times faster than normal. What do you think? Carter, feeling guilty for just brushing Dominic off, intended to offer some form of compensation. ####Chapter 318. Re-entering the inner sect but being blocked. Could even a venerable be powerless to help? But I clearly heard that the Divine Elixir Pavilion has elixirs that can restore my friend's cultivation? In the hall, Dominic could not accept what Carter was saying. To start cultivating from scratch for Yael would mean starting all over again. He feared Yael might not be able to handle it, and Dominic himself would feel guilty. Stubborn. Even if there is such a heaven-defying elixir, it would be an unparalleled treasure. How could it be given out casually? Besides, such an elixir is exceedingly rare. Even if it exists, it would come from beyond the heavens. Do you think this venerable would give it to you so easily? Carter's face darkened. He had made concessions multiple times, yet Dominic remained obstinate. If such an elixir truly existed, no one would need to cultivate anymore. They could all become immortals in the sky. Scolded by Carter, Dominic blushed. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived by Amato. How hateful. Amato, don't fall into my hands again. Dominic gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly, wishing he could tear Amato apart limb by limb. After all, Amato had wanted to use the cage array to kill him. Dominic. That's enough. If you wish to save your friend, bring him here. As for the elixir matter, forget it. This venerable has no time to waste on you. Losing patience, Carter dismissed Dominic's hopes of finding the elixir. Dominic clenched his teeth. Having no other choice, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Venerable, I will bring my friend to see you right away. Carter waved his hand without speaking. Dominic bowed and left quickly with clenched teeth. Elixir venerable? Someone who has taken power-dissolving powder can never cultivate again in their life. Why didn't you tell him that? After Dominic left, a young man emerged from the corner of the hall. He had pale skin, a delicate appearance like a scholarly bookworm, and was named Haddon. This boy values righteousness highly. He dared to enter the cage array for his friend. What do you think he would do if you told him these things? Carter stroked his beard, looking at Haddon as he asked. Haddon didn't answer. If he were in Dominic's shoes, he surely couldn't accept the truth. By the way, you said he cultivated the 9 Kirk scripture to the 3rd level? Are you sure about this? Carter frowned, slightly skeptical of Haddon's claims. Absolutely sure. He's young but managed to cultivate the 9 Kirk scripture to the 3rd level and can effortlessly merge the 3 Kirks. Even I might struggle with that. Haddon nodded. He was also a disciple cultivating the 9 Kirk scripture and had reached the 3rd level. However, the 3 Kirk power Dominic displayed in the array frightened him, so he chose to let Dominic pass through the cage array. Amazing. If only he hadn't rushed off, I would have asked who his master is. Carter felt a bit regretful. Learning about Dominic's talent made him consider taking Dominic as a disciple. I asked him, but he refused to say. Judging by his moves, he isn't a disciple of our Kunlun sect. Moreover, he cultivates sword, martial arts, and magic concurrently and possesses the 5 elemental dragon bead, making him extraordinarily powerful beyond his rank. Haddon frowned, giving high praise to Dominic. This boy isn't ordinary. If he hasn't sworn allegiance to another, this venerable would very much like to take him under my wing. Learning more about Dominic's extraordinary abilities, Carter became genuinely interested. Isn't that easy? We just need to investigate and we'll know. Haddon smiled slightly, foreseeing that Carter would look favorably upon Dominic. Fine, leave this to you. I'll wait here for your good news. Carter nodded approvingly, adopting Haddon's suggestion. Haddon bowed and left the hall. Dawn broke. Taiching Academy. As the sky started to lighten, Dominic returned to Kuan Court. When he arrived, hesitating to push the door open, he stood outside, unsure how to face Yael. After all, he owed Yael, yet he couldn't restore him to his former self. What are you doing, Yael? None of your business. Let me die. I don't want to be a cripple. Let me die. Dominic, standing outside the room, head lowered in guilt, suddenly heard Alexandria's voice from inside, followed by Yael's cries. Hearing this, Dominic felt even worse. He wished he could transfer all his cultivation to Yael, but he couldn't. Without his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to avenge Yael. Alexandria, please, let me die. I don't want Dominic to see me like this. Note, Qin Shirdi E seems to be a mix of Chinese and an attempt at a Romanized name. Based on the context, it likely refers to Dominic. Adjusted for accuracy and fluency. I did this voluntarily. I don't want to make Dominic sad because of me. Without cultivation, I'm better off dead. Inside the room, Yael couldn't accept becoming useless and didn't want Dominic to grieve for him. When he saved Dominic, he was ready to die, never expecting this outcome. Smack. Faced with Yael's despair, Alexandria slapped him across the face. Yael, stunned, stared blankly at Alexandria. Yael, you're a coward. Don't think I haven't noticed that you've always liked me. Do you know why I look down on you? Because you lack backbone and ambition. You're as weak as a wallowing pig. He, Dominic, hasn't given up on you. Yet you want to give up on yourself? You're a spineless fool, incapable of facing reality. If you want me to respect you, then shape up. Outside the door, Dominic heard Alexandria scolding. Though harsh, she was trying to rouse Yael. Yael, like a wronged child, burst into tears, holding his head and wailing. His pitiful cries made people uncomfortable. Yael, do you know that I envy you? I envy having a friend like Dominic. If not for Dominic, who would know you, Yael? If not for Dominic, you'd have been crippled long ago. Since Dominic hasn't given up, neither should you. He's not an ordinary disciple, so you mustn't sink further into self-destruction. Seeing Yael quiet down, Alexandria began encouraging him, expressing her admiration for Dominic and how great it was to have him as a friend. Yael lifted his head, looking at Alexandria and smiled. Right. I still have Dominic. He will help me. I have to trust him. Exactly. If Dominic saw you like that, he would hate himself. Seeing her efforts weren't in vain, Alexandria finally relaxed, smiling warmly. Right. I won't let Dominic see me like this. Yael nodded, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. Creak. Just as Yael wiped away his tears, Dominic pushed the door open and entered. Dominic? Alexandria saw him and asked, "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return?" "Nothing important. Just settling some matters," and went to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Dominic looked somewhat unnatural, his eyes red as he saw Yael lying on the bed, holding back his sorrow. Divine Elixir Pavilion? Both Alexandria and Yael were astonished. The Divine Elixir Pavilion was a sacred place in the inner sect, supplying elixirs for the entire sect. "Dominic, did you find an elixir to cure Yael in the Divine Elixir Pavilion?" Alexandria asked, eyes wide. Yael was anxious, surprised Dominic had gone to such lengths for him. "No. However, the Venerable of the Elixir Pavilion wants me to bring Yael over." Dominic didn't want to lie to Yael and spoke honestly. "The Venerable of the Elixir Pavilion wants to see me?" Yael was shocked. What a huge honor. One of the 3 venerables of Kunlun sect, the Alchemy Venerable, wanted to see him personally? Alexandria was deeply shaken. For outer sect disciples like them, meeting the Elixir Venerable was akin to reaching for the heavens. But when she saw Dominic's disheveled appearance, she guessed that it couldn't have been that simple. "Dominic, how did you manage to do that?" Alexandria asked curiously. "I passed through the cage array." Dominic touched his nose, answering in a low voice. "Cage array?" Alexandria was startled, looking at Dominic as if he were a freak. Even Yael, moved by Dominic's courage, shed tears. "Senior brother Lou, I will take you to the Inner Sect Divine Elixir Pavilion right now. But rest assured, even if the Elixir Venerable can't help, I will find a way to restore your cultivation." Dominic approached and lifted Yael from the bed without bidding farewell to Alexandria, then turned and left. Alexandria wanted to follow but remembered she wasn't an inner sect disciple, thus couldn't enter the inner sect. "Goodbye today. Who knows when we'll meet again?" Alexandria expressed her reluctance, knowing the gap between her and Dominic remained vast. Dawn. At the entrance of the inner sect mountain gate, Dominic, carrying the paralyzed Yael, was about to enter when he was stopped by a man guarding the gate. "It's you again?" The man recognized Dominic as the same person from last night and felt suspicious. "My senior brother. My junior brother has urgent matters and needs to bring someone to the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Please let us pass." Dominic looked strangely at the man blocking his path and spoke humbly. "No can do. He doesn't have an inner sect token, while you do. According to the rules, I cannot allow him to enter." "Sorry." The man frowned, seeing that Yael and Dominic's arms seemed lifeless, like an ordinary person, and immediately refused. "Senior brother? I'm following the orders of the Divine Elixir Pavilion Venerable to bring this person over. Are you going to block me?" Dominic became upset, feeling that the man was deliberately making things difficult. "Oh, the Elixir Venerable's order?" Hearing Dominic, the man raised an eyebrow and sized up Dominic with a sneer. "Do you think I'm a fool? You're not wearing the Elixir Pavilion attire. How could you possibly have seen the Elixir Venerable?" Chapter 319. When patience runs out. Outside the inner sect's mountain gate, Dominic had already stated that he had obtained permission from the alchemy master, yet the other party didn't believe him and mocked him instead. "Junior brother Chin, should we return?" Yael, cradled in Dominic's arms, saw Dominic being deliberately tormented and laughed at. He felt uneasy, believing that he was a burden to Dominic. "Why should we leave? I will cripple anyone who dares to stop me." Dominic clenched his teeth in anger, glaring fiercely at the man blocking his path. He took a step forward, intending to force his way through the mountain gate. "Blasphemy!" Seeing Dominic about to rush the gate, the lead man shouted fiercely. Immediately behind him, a junior brother drew his sword, stepping forward to block the way side by side. "Seymour, what are you doing?" Just as Dominic couldn't tolerate anymore and was about to make his move, he heard a male voice calling out from within the mountain gate. Hearing someone call his name, Seymour turned around urgently. He saw an older man with a stern look walking towards him. "Senior brother Kylie?" Surprised, Seymour hurriedly led the gatekeeping disciples to greet the approaching Kylie with a salute. Dominic frowned slightly, feeling somewhat surprised when he saw the man walk out of the mountain gate. This person was one of the 3 people in the St. Spirit Valley Pavilion, named Kylie. The approaching Kylie also recognized Dominic. "Senior brother Kylie? This man is attempting to bring outsiders into our sect and forcibly intrude into the mountain gate. I asked senior brother Kylie to mete out justice on our behalf." Seeing Kylie looking at Dominic across from them, Seymour gritted his teeth secretly and deliberately wanted Kylie to take charge of justice. But Kylie raised a hand, interrupting Seymour before he could continue. Stepping up to Dominic, he noticed the inner sect disciple emblem hanging on Dominic's waist. "I recognize you." Kylie spoke, his tone laced with hostility. "I also recognize you." Dominic responded fearlessly, making eye contact with Kylie. "Insolence. To speak to senior brother Kylie like this shows you're tired of living?" Seymour stepped forward angrily, seeing Dominic showing disrespect to Kylie, ready to act. Kylie did not intervene. However, Dominic would not sit idly by. With a fierce pounce, internal chi burst forth, sending Seymour's hand back with shock. Tap tap. Seymour was taken aback. Despite being a 9th-ranked Donghua realm cultivator, he found himself unable to subdue an inferior. Note, taken aback is used to show surprise, and unable to subdue conveys the sense of powerlessness more naturally in English. Kylie was unexpectedly impressed. Knowing Dominic was no ordinary individual, capable of passing the 3 tests of the St. Spirit Valley, he must have some considerable skills. Dog, depending on human strength. Dominic glanced coldly at Seymour and denounced him without mercy. "Bastard, how dare you curse me?" Enraged, Seymour lunged forward again. Kylie gave him a sidelong glance. Instantly realizing the gravity of his situation, Seymour retracted and retreated. Frowning, Dominic noticed that Kylie seemed even stronger than he was in the Saint Spirit Valley. He surmised that Kylie's cultivation might already be at the second or third level of the Through Heaven stage. Dominic? There are rules within families, and rules within sections. You violated the sect rules. Seymour has the right to attack you. Even if he kills you, it would be your own fault. Don't tell me you deliberately violated these rules, not taking the sect rules seriously? Kylie sneered directly at Dominic, asking for his guilt. Your mouth, you can say what you want, but don't blame me for being honest. Dominic's face hardened, recognizing Kylie's intentions to support Seymour. This was likely tied to the incident in the Saint Spirit Valley. Otherwise, Kylie wouldn't target him so eagerly, trying to pin false charges on him. Aren't you foul-mouthed? But as your senior brother, I have the authority to teach you a lesson. With barely contained rage, Kylie grinned sinisterly and suddenly struck Dominic's face. Dominic frowned. In his embrace, Yael instinctively used his face to shield Dominic. Slap. The slap echoed loudly. While Dominic didn't feel pain, the slap felt as if slapped on his own face. Observing Yael's left cheek split open and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, Yael, now just a normal person, was too weak to withstand Kylie's blow. Son of a bitch. Enraged, Dominic kicked Kylie squarely in the chest. Humph. Unprepared, Kylie let out a stifled cry and flew several dozen meters away. Senior brother Kylie. Seymour's expression changed significantly, seeing Kylie sprawled on the ground, spitting out blood. Ha ha. The kneeling Kylie laughed bitterly and ominously, wiping the blood from his lips and slowly rising. Boy, you're finished. Daring to hit senior brother Kylie, you won't be leaving here today standing. Seymour turned, pointing at Dominic, grinding his teeth, and threatened him vehemently. Junior brother, we should go quickly? I don't want to implicate you because of me. The weakened Yael, observing the unfavorable situation for Dominic, urged him softly to leave. No, I never fear trouble. Besides, they were in the wrong this time, so they must give me an explanation. Otherwise, senior brother's beating would be in vain. Dominic's eyes blazed furiously. If he endured this, wouldn't these people treat him like dirt in the future? Setting Yael down, Dominic stepped forward, his killing intent flaring. Seymour's expression shifted, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Dominic, surpassing his own. He realized that Dominic wasn't to be underestimated. However, Kylie, seeing Dominic provocatively challenging him, grinned and lunged straight for Dominic's vital points. To seek death. Dominic's eyes widened fiercely as he transformed into a shadow, dodging Kylie's strike and timing his fist perfectly. Bam! Kylie's eyes filled with blood, feeling excruciating pain in his abdomen, then sweet agony rose in his throat. Ah, poo! Spraying blood, Kylie's body flew sideways again. Protect senior brother Kylie, capture this traitor. Seeing Kylie injured once more, Seymour couldn't stand idle and led the others to surround Dominic. Bam bam! The fight ensued. Dominic fought like a roaring tiger, his attacks fluid and precise, striking every vital point. Using bare hands, he knocked down Seymour and the rest. How could he be so strong? From afar, the pained Kylie slowly rose from the ground. Seeing Seymour and the others sprawled on the ground groaning, his face turned pale in fright. Admitting Dominic's formidable strength, he realized he had underestimated him. But this only fueled his rage further. Swoosh! As Dominic pummeled Seymour, suddenly Kylie struck him from behind. Ah! Dominic cried out in pain, almost landing face first. Fortunately, Dominic's agility saved him. With a swift right turn, he stabilized himself and condensed sword chi in his right hand, thrusting it towards Kylie. Kylie's pupils widened as he unleashed power to shatter Dominic's sword chi. Ding ding! Stepping back several paces, Dominic faced Kylie approaching, condensing Kirk energy in his palm and striking Dominic's chest forcefully. Phew! Dominic spat out blood, flying several dozen feet and slamming hard onto the ground. Dominic! Seated on the ground, Yael called out in anguish, unable to move. Dominic? Where is your prowess? Don't think passing the Saint Spirit Valley test makes you better than me, Kylie. In front of me, you're still an ant, and an ant I crush. Kylie approached with murderous intent, loudly ridiculing Dominic. Talking big. Lying on the ground, Dominic fumed angrily, ignoring his injuries and sprang up. Four symbols united. Not giving Kylie a chance, Dominic abruptly slashed out with his sword. Kylie's expression changed drastically, forced to resist the terrifying sword light. Rumble. Shaken by the sword chi, Kylie spat blood and flew like a kite hitting the mountain gate pillar. Whoosh below, Dominic panted heavily. Last night's forced breach of the Fanlong Great Array had drained him too much. Now, after forcefully using the four-symbol sword technique, he was already struggling to keep up. Haha. Near the mountain gate, Kylie slumped on the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood. He had underestimated Dominic. If Dominic were at his peak, this sword strike would have left Kylie either dead or a cripple. Dominic, are you alright? Urgently calling out, Yael watched as Dominic approached step by step. He was worried that Dominic's injuries might be severe. It's fine. We'll go to the Divine Pill Pavilion now. Dominic shook his head, but exhaustion was evident in his face, masking his weakened state. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted, lifting Yael into his arms, though his body noticeably wobbled. Under the watchful eyes of Seymour and Kylie, Dominic carried Yael through the mountain gate. Dominic! Unwillingly, Kylie let out a beast-like roar. This was his greatest humiliation, and this enmity was now firmly established. As Dominic and Yael disappeared atop the mountain, a figure emerged from the nearby forest. It was Haddon of the Divine Pill Pavilion. Earlier, he could have intervened and resolved this unnecessary conflict, but he didn't appear because he wanted to see if Dominic had the courage to stand up to Kylie and the others. The truth proved that he had underestimated Dominic. For a friend, Dominic was willing to risk his life to breach the Fanlong Great Array. How could he possibly bow down to Kylie and company? His name is Dominic? Upon learning Dominic's name, Haddon's expression turned peculiar. After pondering for a while, his demeanor changed slightly. So it's him. It seems Danzun will not have a master-disciple relationship with Dominic. With this thought, Haddon turned and left. At this moment, Dominic had arrived at the entrance of the Divine Pill Pavilion, but he was too exhausted, swaying on his feet outside the hall. Before he could even speak, his legs gave way. Thud. Dominic fell to his knees, dizzy and disoriented. Dominic? Dominic, are you okay? Yael called anxiously, but Dominic's consciousness was starting to blur. Just as Dominic couldn't hold himself up any longer and was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared, holding Dominic's tilting body steady and channeling some spiritual energy into him. Chapter 320. 100 mouths can't defend. Help comes from a noble person. In front of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Dominic, unable to run any further, collapsed onto the ground. Just as his vision darkened and he was about to faint, a hand appeared behind him and held him by the shoulder. You? A nervous Yael looked at the stranger offering help. He didn't recognize this person and had no idea what status he held within the inner sect, so he dared not address him carelessly. The person who arrived was actually Haddon. Haddon had been following Dominic all along. Only when he saw Dominic completely exhausted and about to collapse did he come forward to support him and transmit spiritual energy into his body. Receiving the replenishment of spiritual energy, the unconscious Dominic gradually regained consciousness. When Dominic opened his eyes and saw Haddon who had saved him, he felt unfamiliar and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask how you should be addressed, senior brother?" "My name is Haddon. We met in the Cajun Great Formation," Haddon smiled calmly. Impressed by Dominic's righteousness, he wanted very much to make friends with him. "Was that a Ray Guardian you?" Dominic was surprised, recalling how disrespectful he had been towards Haddon during their meeting in the Cajun Great Formation, which immediately made him feel awkward. "What, doesn't it look like me?" Haddon frowned, looking at himself and found it quite amusing. Dominic smiled awkwardly. Holding Yael, he stood up again, feeling dizzy but managing to keep going. "Shall I take over? I will deliver your friend to the pill venerable." Seeing that Dominic's body couldn't take it anymore, Haddon decided to play the good guy for once. "Well then, please trouble you, senior brother Haddon." Dominic hesitated slightly, but remembering that Haddon was from the Divine Pill Pavilion, he put his concerns aside. "Senior brother Lou, I'll wait for you in the inner sect." After giving Yael a few instructions, Dominic entrusted him to Haddon. Yael looked at Dominic tearfully, nodded reluctantly, and was taken into the Divine Pill Pavilion by Haddon. "Hopefully, when I see Yael again, he won't be crippled." Dominic's heart remained uneasy. If Yael did not recover, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Where is Dominic? As Dominic stood still, suddenly the token on his waist rang out with the elder's call. Dominic's expression froze. When he picked up the token, the elder's voice resounded in his mind. "Come quickly to the inner sect gate." The elder's voice seemed quite angry. Was the elder angry because he couldn't find Dominic, even though Dominic was already in the inner sect? Daring not to delay, Dominic quickly turned around and left. Soon, he arrived at the mountain gate, where he saw the elder and several others waiting. Embarrassed and red-faced, as Dominic descended the mountain and approached the elder, he noticed Kylie, whom he had injured, was also there. "Master, it's him." Enemies meeting, hatred surged. Kylie glared angrily at Dominic, hurriedly pointing him out to the elder. "Master?" Dominic's heart skipped a beat, sensing something ominous. Besides Kylie, Seymour was also there, along with others who were beaten. They were all gathered, waiting for the elder to judge. The elder narrowed his eyes coldly, turning to face Dominic with an icy expression. His lips twitched, clearly enraged. "Disciple Dominic, greetings to the elder." Dominic did not dare to meet his gaze, stepping forward to salute the elder respectfully. "Kneel." The elder furrowed his brows, suddenly shouting fiercely. Dominic froze. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying pressure forcing him to kneel. Kylie sneered, finding satisfaction in seeing Dominic kneel. But anger surged within Dominic. Having the elder embarrass him before Kylie and the others felt almost worse than death. "Humph. Dominic, have you lost all sense? When I gave you the inner sect token, I clearly stated that someone would come to guide you today. Chariot, you intruded into the inner sect last night, defied sect rules, and injured Kylie and others. Are you aware of your crimes?" The elder was furious. Though he had originally favored Dominic, Dominic's actions brought disgrace. "I am not guilty." Dominic knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth and responding sharply without attempting to explain. "Denial. Injuring fellow disciples and defying sect rules. Your crime has doubled. If you do not repent, I can only deal with you according to the rules and send you to the enforcement hall for punishment." The elder's anger boiled as Dominic showed no sign of regret or submission. "Elder, if you wish to convict me based on one-sided words, I have nothing more to say." Dominic clenched his teeth in fury, realizing that since the elder was Kylie's master, no matter how much he spoke, the elder wouldn't favor him. "Dare you defy?" The elder flew into a rage, raising his hand to discipline Dominic. "Hold it, elder." At this crucial moment, Bartolomeo suddenly appeared, stopping the elder. Dominic remained composed, turning his head to glare at Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo's brows furrowed. Seeing Dominic's resentment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Bartolomeo? Why are you here?" The elder frowned, puzzled by Bartolomeo's interference. "Elder? Without distinguishing right from wrong, you're about to punish him. Isn't that unfair?" "I know Dominic's character well. He must have had a reason to enter the inner sect last night. Why don't we ask him first?" Bartolomeo's words made the elder blush. Kylie and Seymour couldn't understand why Bartolomeo was defending Dominic. While the elder was silent, Bartolomeo waved at Dominic, releasing the pressure. Without gratitude, Dominic stood up. "Dominic? I want to ask you why you entered the inner sect last night." With Bartolomeo present, the elder couldn't act too hastily. He turned to question Dominic. Last night, I entered to seek pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion to save someone. Is there anything wrong with that? The elder's face darkened at Dominic's retort. To the Divine Pill Pavilion for pills? Both Bartolomeo and the elder's expressions changed, because last night, the Cajun Great Formation at the Divine Pill Pavilion had been triggered, causing some unrest. So, did you get the pill? No. Facing Bartolomeo's question, Dominic answered straightforwardly. Indeed, the Cajun Great Formation isn't something you can just pass through. Bartolomeo nodded slightly, understanding Dominic's failure. But if I did manage to pass through, it's because the pill Venerable didn't have the pill I needed. Dominic responded curtly. What? That's impossible. The elder disbelieved Dominic, thinking he was boasting. Dominic, aren't you ashamed? Who could pass through the Cajun Great Formation besides elders? You're right. In the inner sect, not many besides elders can pass through the formation. Seymour chimed in, mocking Dominic. If you don't believe me, go to the Divine Pill Pavilion and ask. No need for idle chatter. Facts speak for themselves. Dominic glared irritably at Kylie and Seymour. Kylie and Seymour blushed, knowing they couldn't easily go to the Divine Pill Pavilion, a key area of Kunlun sect. Bartolomeo and the elder exchanged looks. Finally, the elder said, Bartolomeo, I'll leave Dominic to you. I'll visit the Divine Pill Pavilion. Untrusting of Dominic or Bartolomeo's word, the elder decided to go and verify himself. As he turned to leave, Elder, where are you going? Suddenly, Haddon appeared, blocking the elder's path. You? The elder was slightly surprised when he saw Haddon, then clenched his teeth and asked, You came at the right time. You have always been guarding the Cajun Great Formation. Did you see this person last night? As he spoke, the elder pointed at Dominic, seeking confirmation from Haddon. Haddon frowned, glanced at Dominic, and then smiled, saying, That's right. I even had a confrontation with him. I wonder why the elder is asking about him. Hearing Haddon's response, the elder's face flushed red, finding it hard to believe that Dominic possessed such strength. Bartolomeo stroked his beard, smiling without speaking as he watched Dominic. Kylie and Seymour looked nervous. With Haddon vouching for Dominic, they felt regretful. All right, I understand now. The truth came to light, and the elder realized he had wronged Dominic. Turning around, he glared angrily at Kylie, Seymour, and the others. Thud. Kylie, Seymour, and the others were so frightened that they hurriedly knelt down, clasping their fists to the elder and pleading, Disciple was at fault. Please forgive us, Master. Humph. You twisted the facts and slandered Dominic, almost causing me to make a grave mistake. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot avoid punishment. The elder was furious. As the master of Kylie and others, he was disgraced by his own teaching failure. Kylie and the others' expressions changed drastically, each of them kneeling silently. Dominic? This is my fault for not considering things thoroughly. How should they be punished to earn your forgiveness? The elder, annoyed and gritting his teeth, handed over the decision on punishing Kylie and others to Dominic. Dominic looked odd. Was the elder deliberately testing him? I dare not. Please handle it as you see fit, elder. Dominic respectfully shook his head. The elder frowned tightly, feeling irate that Dominic didn't accept the offer. He gritted his teeth and said to Kylie and the others, Go to the enforcement hall to receive your punishment and scram. Thank you, master. Thank you, junior brother Chin. Seeing Dominic didn't take advantage of the situation to retaliate, Kylie and the others were grateful, bowed hastily, and left quickly. That, Dominic? Just now, it was old man's negligence that almost led to your wrongful accusation. However, I still want to take you under my wing. What do you think? The elder looked awkwardly at Dominic, hoping to become his master. Chapter 321. Enemies meet unwillingly. Take me as your disciple? Dominic's expression changed slightly. Just now, the great elder had been ready to punish him without investigating the situation fully. If it weren't for Bartolomeo's timely appearance, he would probably have already been crippled by the great elder. Without Haddon's testimony, he would still be a man under suspicion. Thinking of this, Dominic couldn't help but sneer. Even without a master, he would not take someone like this as his teacher. The great elder frowned. Seeing Dominic's sneer made him very uncomfortable, as if he didn't qualify to be Dominic's master. Great elder, don't be impatient. I came here by order of alchemy, venerable, to ask Dominic if he is willing to join the Divine Pill Pavilion. Before the great elder could speak, Haddon preemptively clarified her mission. Alchemy venerable wants to take him as a disciple? The great elder's demeanor changed dramatically upon learning this news. Even Bartolomeo was surprised. One of the three venerables of Kunlun sect, Alchemy Venerable, hadn't taken on disciples for centuries, and now he was making an exception for Dominic? Heh. Bartolomeo shook his head with a laugh. He chuckled at how Alchemy Venerable was late, given that Dominic was already the last disciple of his uncle. What are you laughing at? Do you also wish to take him as your disciple? The great elder felt uneasy. He certainly dared not compete with Alchemy Venerable for a disciple, but how could Bartolomeo compare to himself? No. How can I be qualified to be his master? Even if the three venerables were to make the offer, I doubt they would replace his current master. Bartolomeo shook his head, hoping to dispel any thoughts the great elder or Haddon might have. Do the three venerables lack qualification? The expressions of the great elder and Haddon turned serious. Bartolomeo's words seemed to belittle the three venerables. Chariot, if the three venerables lacked the qualification, who in Kunlun sect did? Suddenly, both their expressions changed drastically as they simultaneously turned towards the direction of St. Spirit Valley. Dominic looked oddly at the great elder and Haddon's astonished expressions, guessing they had realized something. So that's it. Haddon smiled, knowing Dominic was already claimed by another, yet never expected him to be a disciple of that particular person. Brother Chin, Alchemy Venerable told me to inform you that your friend will remain in the Divine Pill Pavilion, learning alchemy alongside him, so there's no need for you to worry. Haddon smiled, addressing Dominic as Brother Chin, showing respect because he knew Dominic was extraordinary. Oh, Alchemy Venerable took Yael as a disciple? That's great news. Please thank Alchemy Venerable for me. If he needs my help anytime, he can command me. Dominic was overjoyed. For Yael to stay with Alchemy Venerable was a blessing in disguise. Even if Yael was just an ordinary person, after consistent effort, he could return to the mortal severing realm. Alright, see you later. Haddon nodded and left. Dominic finally put his heart at ease. Hearing Haddon's conversation with Dominic, the Great Elder was quite shocked. Was Alchemy Venerable trying to show favoritism to Dominic? Even Haddon treated Dominic so courteously. Recalling his rash behavior earlier, the Great Elder felt ashamed. Bartolomeo, Dominic passed through Hell Valley. According to regulations, he will remain within the inner sect for cultivation. Are you planning to arrange this, or should I? Despite his unhappiness, the Great Elder separated personal from professional duties. Knowing as an elder of the inner sect, he must act impartially. Considering Dominic's special status, he consulted Bartolomeo first. Thank you, Great Elder. I'm here to handle this. You needn't trouble yourself further. Bartolomeo did not mince words, directly revealing his intention. All right then. The Great Elder appeared somewhat disappointed, giving Dominic one last look before adding, it would be best if he entered the 3 palaces. Only there would he be suitable. Dominic frowned, noting that while the Great Elder was honest, he was too easily swayed by others. You brat. You nearly caused another disaster. If not for me suppressing things with a motto of Taiching Academy, you'd already be sent to the law enforcement hall. At the gate, only Bartolomeo and Dominic remained. Bartolomeo suddenly changed tone, harshly scolding Dominic. As a disciple, disabling a motto and injuring intersect disciples like Kylie would bring severe consequences. But I did nothing wrong. If not for my abilities, they would have killed me. Dominic remained fearless, knowing full well that Bartolomeo understood the situation. You did nothing wrong. Survival of the fittest, the strong rule. Wherever you are, fists speak louder than words. But remember, always gauge your capabilities. Knowing Dominic wouldn't appreciate more talk, Bartolomeo stopped lecturing and began introducing the inner sect. The inner sect was far superior to the outer sect. Disciples here would learn higher-level martial arts and focus on cultivation. Being the core strength of Kunlun sect, the inner sect was its powerful foundation. The inner sect consisted of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. The 3 palaces were Wu Palace, Jin Palace, and Dao Palace. Wu Palace specialized in cultivating martial disciples, with high entry requirements. Jin Palace focused on sword cultivation, offering advanced sword techniques for practice. Dao Palace concentrated on cultivation methods and mental discipline, hosting the most disciples among the 3 palaces. The 6 halls also housed disciples but offered more varied disciplines, hence being ranked after the 3 palaces though not to be underestimated. Now, according to Elder Chi, where should I cultivate? After hearing so much, Dominic hesitated on deciding. Your choice complicates matters. You study martial arts, swordsmanship, and Dao cultivation, all fitting for the 3 palaces, but you can only choose one, and I don't recommend them. So, you can only choose one of the 6 halls. Which one do you prefer? Bartolomeo spoke logically. Dominic excelled in all 3 fields, matching the 3 palaces. The 6 halls? Dominic asked Bartolomeo, seeing no other options. Which hall are you in, Elder Chi? I'm in the law enforcement hall. Why? Do you want to enter the law enforcement hall? Bartolomeo was surprised, then furrowed his brow, questioning Dominic. Maintaining order, enforcing punishments, and even bullying others? Sounds good. Dominic muttered aloud his thoughts. Don't be absurd. The law enforcement hall upholds fair law enforcement, setting examples to persuade with reason. Misuse of power will result in expulsion. Bartolomeo sternly corrected Dominic's misunderstanding, not allowing him to entertain such ideas. Really? Dominic smirked inwardly. I haven't seen the enforcers anywhere looking authoritative. Tired of waiting, aren't you? Bartolomeo pressed, seeing Dominic indecisive. I've decided. I'll go to the law enforcement hall with Elder Chi. Bartolomeo frowned, sensing Dominic had some ulterior motive. What's this boy plotting? With hesitation, Bartolomeo led Dominic into the inner sect. The law enforcement hall, leading among the 6 halls, managed internal and external orders, holding considerable authority. Even the 3 palaces respected it. Guided by Bartolomeo, Dominic arrived at the law enforcement hall. It consisted of 3 palaces and 6 courts, with 6 courts serving as rest areas named after the hexagrams Zhan, Dui, Qian, Stevian, Zhen, and Kuan. Entering the law enforcement hall, Bartolomeo took Dominic to one of the 6 courts. When Dominic saw the courtyard's name, he couldn't help but laugh. Another Kuan courtyard? Can I change places? Once you're here, it's not up to you to choose. You'll cultivate in Kuan courtyard from now on. Remember, don't reveal our connection. Bartolomeo looked stern. In the law enforcement hall, his status was only second to the hall master, so he naturally couldn't let anyone know he and Dominic were too close. Chi Elder, why are you here? Just as Bartolomeo was looking at Dominic, someone came from behind, recognized Bartolomeo, and asked. Bartolomeo frowned, turning around, but Dominic's expression changed drastically. Dominic? Before Dominic could respond, the person facing them exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Dominic. Isabella? Dominic's face turned uneasy. He knew he would eventually meet Isabella here, but didn't expect it to happen so soon. Do you two know each other? Bartolomeo frowned, glancing at Dominic after noticing Isabella's surprised look. Not really. Dominic rubbed his nose, not wanting to get involved with Isabella too much. Chi Elder, did you personally bring him back? Isabella's expression was odd, mistakenly assuming Dominic had committed another offense and was brought to the law enforcement hall for trial. What do you mean by bring back? He is a new disciple today. Just as well, I have matters to attend to. You will be responsible for arranging his residence and explaining the rules here. Bartolomeo's expression hardened, glaring at Isabella before ordering her to handle Dominic's arrangements. Elder, please assign someone else? Isabella's face paled, unwillingly and hastily suggested to Bartolomeo. Seeing Isabella's panicked state, Dominic didn't care one bit. Presumptuous! How dare you disobey my orders? Have you forgotten the first rule of the law enforcement hall? Bartolomeo was furious, loudly rebuking Isabella. To her, Isabella, Bartolomeo was like an archer with drawn bow, and she lowered her head, replying, "Disciple has not forgotten. The first rule of the law enforcement hall is absolute obedience." Humph! Bartolomeo didn't waste any more words, turned around, and left. Isabella blushed, her eyes blazing with hatred as she stared at Dominic. So what? Do you plan to eat me, or something? Dominic raised an eyebrow, rubbing his nose and deliberately provoking her. Chapter 322. Isabella's Revenge. Not only do I want to eat you, I can't wait to kill you right now. Outside Xuanhuan Courtyard's law enforcement hall, Isabella was trembling with anger. Never in her wildest dreams had she thought she would encounter Dominic here. Kill me? Do you even have the ability? If not for the sake of your sister before, even if I didn't kill you, you'd be a cripple by now. Dominic scoffed at her words. They were ill-fated rivals meeting once again. He could not be blamed for it. Now that they were under the same roof, what could Isabella do to him? Shut up. I warn you, don't say you know me here. Do you hear me? Isabella's eyes blazed like fire. She couldn't bear to see Dominic for one moment. Can't hear. Facing Isabella's threat, Dominic intentionally provoked her. HeavenlyPrisonEp1of2. The enraged Isabella, knowing she couldn't deal with Dominic, stomped her feet and entered Xuanhuan Courtyard, ignoring him completely. Dominic touched his nose, recognizing only Isabella here. He could only shamelessly follow after her. Hello, senior sister Long. Dominic followed Isabella into Xuanhuan Courtyard, seeing people greeting her proactively as she walked ahead. But Isabella, with a displeased look on her face, ignored the greetings from her junior brothers. Who is that kid? Doesn't seem to be from our Xuanhuan Courtyard? Indeed, looking at how stunned he seems, always following senior sister Long. Does he have intentions towards her? Only a cultivator of third-level mortal severing realm. How could senior sister Long ever take a fancy to him? Simply a toad lusting after swan meat. Following Isabella all along, Dominic heard people talking around him, filled with sarcasm and sneering remarks towards him, showing some inexplicable hostility. Looking at Isabella, her little face flushed red with anger. How could she, who was not deaf, fail to hear those comments? Dominic, however, looked completely unconcerned, walking lazily behind Isabella until they passed by the martial arts ground when she abruptly stopped out of anger and turned to face him. However, Dominic was admiring the scenery of Xuanhuan Courtyard and accidentally collided with Isabella in front of him. Ouch! Isabella cried out in pain, holding her forehead and bellowed at Dominic. What are you trying to do? The loud voice immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. Dominic looked bewildered. This wasn't his fault, yet it made him seem like he was going to do something nefarious to Isabella. Dominic, do you think I'm not already humiliated enough? Isabella, flushed with embarrassment, clenched her teeth and whispered fiercely at Dominic as everyone stared at her. Humiliated? Why should I be embarrassed? You're my younger sister-in-law, I'm your brother-in-law, who dares to say it's humiliating? Dominic frowned, seeing how afraid Isabella was of gossip. He said mischievously. What? That guy is senior sister Long's brother-in-law? What's going on? Where did such a shameless fellow come from? Upon hearing Dominic's words, everyone around was shocked. Some even cast strange glances at Isabella. Dominic, you bastard. Who's your sister-in-law? Don't talk nonsense or I'll kill you. Isabella was at her breaking point, thoroughly enraged by Dominic's words, nearly driven mad with rage. I am not lying, ask your sister if you don't believe me. Dominic laughed, finding it amusing how angry Isabella got. Senior sister Long? Where did this brother-in-law come from? Indeed, why would senior sister Long have such a shameless brother-in-law? Curious voices emerged, asking Isabella directly. Dominic was openly acknowledged to be merely at the third-level mortal severing realm, absolutely at the bottom of Xuanhuan Courtyard. Shut up. I have no brother-in-law, that guy's head is sick. An angry Long Yuexin scolded the crowd before dragging Dominic away, clenching her teeth in fury. Dominic showed a victorious smile, waving goodbye to the others. Soon, Isabella brought Dominic to an uninhabited forest, turning suddenly and attempting to slap him, clenching her teeth in hatred. Scared, Dominic caught Isabella's small hand and smirked. How can you forget so soon? It's only been a few days. Does your face not hurt anymore? Isabella's face paled in fear, quickly pulling her hand back and retreating a few steps. Clenching her teeth in anger, she shouted, Dominic, what do you want? Are you ruining my reputation to take revenge on me? Revenge? I have no grievances with you. Why would I take revenge? Dominic looked innocent, leaving Isabella utterly helpless. What do you need to let me go? Isabella gnashed her teeth, wishing she could cut Dominic into pieces. It's not about letting you go, but you forgetting what Bartolomeo told you. Dominic stroked his nose. Bartolomeo? How dare you address Elder Chi by his name? Isabella's expression changed. In the law enforcement hall, no one dared to call Bartolomeo by his first name. Dominic dodged her question, looking up at the sky, then changed the topic. I'm tired. When are you going to find a place for me to rest? Or perhaps your place will do. Don't be shameless. My sister must be blind. How could she fancy someone like you? Enraged and ashamed, Isabella clenched her fists tightly, ready to strike. I don't know either. Maybe ask your sister for me. Tell her not to delay her life over me. Dominic nodded slightly, agreeing with Isabella because he and Julianne belonged to different worlds, and he didn't love her either. Despicable. I wish I could kill you for my sister. Isabella genuinely admired Dominic's shamelessness. Anytime, Dominic seemed indifferent. Isabella gritted her teeth and said, "You want a place to stay, right? Fine, I'll take you there now. Now you're thinking properly. If you'd realized earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time." Dominic smiled, nodding. Isabella fumed inwardly, grinding her teeth, despising Dominic deeply. "Look, Senior Sister Long went into the small forest with her brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Senior Sister Long has such high standards. How could she like someone like that?" Outside the forest, someone passing by saw Dominic and Isabella and started speculating wildly. "Wait, Senior Sister Long took that guy to Bai Shui Garden? Big Senior Sisters Bai Shui Garden. That's our forbidden area. Now there will be a show." Several curious people outside laughed maliciously upon seeing Isabella taking Dominic to Bai Shui Garden, a restricted area due to being their big senior sister's private domain. Anyone who trespassed would end up dead or crippled since she was reclusive and disliked interactions with outsiders. "Isabella, where are you taking me?" After passing through the woods, seeing Isabella still moving forward, Dominic began to suspect and feared her intentions. Isabella didn't respond, continuing forward. Arriving at the entrance of a valley, she stopped, turned around seriously, and said, "To get a private domain in Xuanhuan Courtyard, you need permission from someone inside. You can enter now." "Permission? Does the person inside have more power than Bartolomeo?" Dominic furrowed his brows, half believing Isabella's words. "This is Xuanhuan Courtyard. Elder Chi has no time to bother with such trivial matters. Do you want to go in? If not, stop bothering me. Without permission from inside, I can't help you." Isabella looked solemn, appearing very serious. This made Dominic recall there was also a dean in Taiching Courtyard. Touching his nose, he saw the stone tablet at the entrance reading Bai Shui Garden, sounding quite pleasant. "All right, you'd better not trick me, or you'll have a hard time." With no other choice, Dominic chose to trust Isabella. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stepped into Bai Shui Garden. After confirming that Dominic had entered, Isabella couldn't help but laugh. "Hee fool. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time." Isabella deliberately deceived Dominic into entering Bai Shui Garden, planning to use the hands of her senior sister to teach him a lesson. "Cold senior sister? You really let your brother-in-law in like that?" As Isabella gloated inwardly, those few people who came along, curious to see what would happen, followed closely behind. "Everyone shut up. He is not my brother-in-law. Anyone who mentions this again will have their mouth ripped apart by me." Isabella's expression turned ugly as she fiercely reprimanded those behind her with a loud warning. The crowd sighed. They were wary of Isabella and no one dared to mention it again. Dominic, who entered Bai Shui Garden, saw birds singing and flowers blooming inside the valley, making it an idyllic paradise with beautiful scenery that could make anyone feel at ease. This place, away from the noise, was the best place for meditation and cultivation. Moreover, the abundant spiritual energy here made the environment impeccable, resembling a fairyland on earth. "If only I could have a place like this, how wonderful would that be?" As he walked, Dominic couldn't help but fall in love with this place. Passing through a green bamboo grove, he felt the concentrated spiritual energy here, continuously surging in waves. The Nine Kirk scripture? Feeling the fluctuations of power in space, Dominic immediately guessed that someone here was cultivating the Nine Kirk scripture. How interesting. This aura suggests they've reached the second level. But this force feels unstable. Could they be injured? Following the direction of the power flow, Dominic's expression turned strange, sensing that the strength being gathered seemed somewhat forced. Out of curiosity, he quickened his pace. When he reached the depths of the valley, he saw a long-haired woman sitting cross-legged in the middle of a pond. Her clothes were disheveled, completely soaked, eyes tightly closed, face as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, looking quite distressed. A woman? Quite pretty too, but forcing her way to the second level has caused her chi and blood to reverse, which might backfire. Dominic observed the woman in the water, noting her beauty, but her yang energy within her body was chaotic, causing her chi and blood to surge wildly, potentially leading to a fatal outcome at any moment. Chapter 323. Saving a life. Gary steps in. Whoosh! Suddenly, the spiritual energy around the pond became turbulent as the woman in the water attempted to break through the second level of the Nine Kirk scripture, causing an imbalance of power and disrupting spatial rules. Dominic, standing on the shore, felt a mix of emotions inside him. He observed that despite her striking beauty, her eagerness for quick success had caused her chi and blood to flow inversely. If she did not stop soon, she would die from bleeding out of all 7 orifices. Alas! Do you need help, miss? Unable to bear it any longer, Dominic, after a brief internal struggle, decided to ask if he could assist. He couldn't just watch someone die. However, upon hearing a man's voice, the woman in the water was distracted. As she opened her eyes, blood gushed from her mouth, and her face turned pale. "You? Who let you in? Get out!" Milena, seeing a man intrude into her training ground, instantly flew into a rage. But since she was at a critical moment in her cultivation, she couldn't get up, only shouting in anger to drive him away. Seeing Milena so hostile, Dominic frowned, saying, "I offered to help. Without my assistance, you won't survive today. Why should I care? Who do you think you are? If you don't leave, I'll kill you." Milena refused to appreciate his offer and didn't believe Dominic could be genuine. Moreover, she noticed his cultivation level was lower than hers, suspecting him of ulterior motives. "You don't know what's good for you. Wait until you die." Losing patience, Dominic turned away, deciding it wasn't worth the trouble. Rubbish. As Dominic turned to leave, Milena, enraged by his departure, lashed out with a sword aura toward Dominic. Dominic stopped and glanced back at the flying sword aura, which shattered in midair with a mere wave of his arm. PFT. Seeing her attack fail, Milena's anger exacerbated the reverse flow of her chi and blood, causing her to spew a stream of blood and collapse into the water. Oh! Noticing the situation deteriorate, Dominic hurriedly turned around, shocked to see Milena motionless in the water. Without thinking twice, he rushed into the pond. Even if Milena didn't drown, being submerged for too long could still kill her. Splash. Jumping into the water, Dominic scooped up the soaked Milena, glancing at her more than once. After hesitating, he rationally carried her ashore. What bad karma. Dominic's nature wouldn't allow him to stand by while someone died. Reluctantly, Dominic channeled the 3 Kirk power to heal Milena, smoothing her chi and blood, expelling excessive yang energy from her body, and restoring her circulation. Unconsciously, the sun set. By the pond, Dominic sat meditating, waiting for Milena to regain consciousness. With Dominic's help, Milena not only survived but also successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the 9 Kirk scripture. Now, her complexion had recovered, her breathing steady, her strength steadily increasing, and her consciousness gradually returning. When Milena finally opened her eyes and saw the dim sky, she touched her cheeks, feeling warmth. She couldn't believe it. I'm still alive? Milena sat up in surprise, sensing her newfound strength at the 2nd level. Rejoicing internally, she believed this misfortune had turned into fortune. However, noticing another person nearby, her joy instantly turned to shock, and she quickly stood up. Instinctively, she checked her disheveled clothes, recalling events before her fainting. Beast, you took advantage of me when I was unconscious. I will kill you. Remembering Dominic, Milena mistakenly thought he had violated her while she was unconscious. Enraged, she struck toward Dominic's forehead. Boom. Sitting cross-legged, Dominic's 3 Kirk power erupted, repelling Milena. 3 flowers gathering at the top, 3rd level of the 9 Kirk scripture. Shocked, Milena couldn't believe the sight of the 3 Kirk power above Dominic's head. Just saved your life, and you repay me like this? Do you have a heart of darkness? Dominic slowly opened his eyes, sternly criticizing Milena's ambush. It's impossible. How could you save me? You must have taken advantage of me. You're worse than a beast. Milena's face flushed red with fury, accusing Dominic of dishonorable actions. Are you stupid? If I really did something, would I stay here waiting for you to kill me? And can't you tell if anything happened by examining yourself? Dominic frowned, not being a gentleman but definitely not a villain either. Hearing this, Milena blushed deeply, turning around to check herself, then becoming shy and awkward, unable to look back. Dominic remained calm, rising and brushing dust off his clothes. He introduced himself. I'm Dominic, a new disciple. What's your name, senior sister? Dominic? Hearing his name, Milena's expression changed rapidly. She turned around, scrutinizing Dominic closely, asking, You're Dominic from the Heavenly Dragon Academy, who crossed the Hell Valley? Oh, you know me? Dominic was surprised by his unexpected fame. Himph, don't be smug. Although you saved me, breaking into my training ground cancels that favor. If it weren't for you being new and unfamiliar with Kuan College's rules, I'd dig out your eyes and ruin your cultivation. Milena, aiming to intimidate Dominic, resumed her aggressive demeanor. Feeling aggrieved, Dominic wondered how this could be considered even Steven. What are you staring at? Dissatisfied? Milena, uncomfortable under Dominic's gaze, angrily rebuked him. Crying silently, Dominic reminded himself that a wise man does not quarrel with a woman. Why aren't you leaving? Milena, noticing Dominic hadn't moved, grew increasingly displeased. You didn't even ask why I came before demanding I leave? Dominic frowned. So, why did you come here? Suspicious, Milena knew this place was too remote for a newcomer to find easily. Meanwhile, outside the Jade Water Garden, many Kuan College disciples had gathered, having heard about someone intruding into their senior sister's training ground. So long, and there's no commotion inside? Maybe senior sister isn't there? Or that boy is hiding. The approaching dusk made everyone impatient. Knowing Milena, no one who entered her garden should walk out. Annoying. Could senior sister not handle Dominic? Kimura worried. She had tricked Dominic into coming here. With him not emerging yet, she feared things went wrong. Ah look, someone's coming out. Amidst Kimura's unease, someone shouted, drawing attention. Kimura looked up, indeed seeing someone walking out. Junior brother Chin, feel free to come if you have questions. Thank you, senior sister. Junior brother won't disturb further. Watching Dominic and Milena politely conversing as they exited, the crowd couldn't believe it. This can't be a mistake. Incredible. Senior sister isn't angry? Thus, Dominic emerged unscathed, much to everyone's astonishment. Seeing Dominic walk out of the Jade Water Garden unscathed, everyone was greatly disappointed and found it unimaginable. How did he do it? Even Isabella was shocked by this scene. She had hoped to use Hua Miaoyin to teach Dominic a severe lesson, yet Dominic somehow won Hua Miaoyin's favor? When Isabella looked at Hua Miaoyin in disbelief, Hua Miaoyin glared coldly, her eyes flashing with icy disdain, which sent chills down Isabella's spine, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on her forehead. The crowd standing outside all quickly bowed their heads when they felt Hua Miaoyin's gaze upon them. None dared meet her eyes. Dominic strode confidently out of the Jade Water Garden. After Hua Miaoyin left, Dominic approached Isabella. You? What do you want? Isabella tensed, feeling uneasy under Dominic's apparently malicious smile. She feared Dominic might seek revenge on her. What do I want? Am I going to eat you? Look at how scared you are. Dominic smiled insincerely, reaching out to touch Isabella's face in front of the crowd. This kid is actually making advances on Senior Sister Long? Shameless. He even dares to touch Senior Sister Long's face? Seeing Dominic touching Isabella, some were indignant, perceiving it as a deliberate provocation. Isabella, though usually admired for her beauty, now had a pale face. Even though she felt violated, she didn't dare react because she saw a glint of murderous intent in Dominic's eyes. Brat, take your hand off me. Just as Dominic showed no sign of stopping, someone from the crowd could no longer bear it and rushed out, shouting angrily at Dominic. Brother Wu? Recognizing Nicholas, Isabella looked at him with tears in her eyes, like a wronged child. Nicholas's rage boiled over seeing Isabella's pitiful appearance. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Dominic. In broad daylight, you dare to make advances on senior sister Long. Have you no shame? So, who thinks they have the right to interfere? Oh, my defeated opponent? Dominic frowned but remained unperturbed as he turned around, looking at Nicholas with a mocking smile. Dominic? Who is your defeated opponent? In terms of seniority, you should call me brother. Today, you must apologize to junior sister Long. Nicholas's face turned red with anger. He knew Dominic was strong, but he simply couldn't tolerate Dominic's arrogance and his bullying of Isabella. Chapter 324. Amulet, guarded but inevitable. Outside the Clearwater Garden Valley, Dominic's inappropriate behavior caused dissatisfaction among the crowd. Among them, Gary, who was pursuing Isabella, angrily stepped forward in an attempt to play the hero and publicly rebuke Dominic into apologizing to Isabella. Sherry's, what do you think you are? Apologize to senior sister Long right now. Right. If you don't apologize, you won't be leaving here on your feet today. Seeing Gary stand up for Isabella, several friends of Gary also stood up to back him up. Meanwhile, Isabella, out of guilt, hid behind Gary, not daring to make eye contact with Dominic. Watching this scene, Dominic laughed in anger. Was she blamed as the villain even before defending herself against someone who harmed her? Dominic? Be sensible and kneel down to apologize immediately. Otherwise, you won't have a place in Xuanhuan Courtyard. With support from others, Gary stood straighter, sneering as he pointed at Dominic while shouting aggressively. The Xuanhuan Courtyard isn't yours to speak so arrogantly. Dominic's expression turned cold suddenly, advancing with a strong aura emanating naturally. Gary's pupils widened. His heart became tense instantly. Dominic was very strong, which he had witnessed firsthand. He would never be a match for Dominic one-on-one. But now, he couldn't back down with his crush behind him and all those eyes watching around. Bastard! Defying senior like this? Let me teach you a lesson then. Annoyed, Gary gritted his teeth and advanced to unleash his full power. Bang! Facing Gary's attack, Dominic showed a look of disdainful contempt. Whoosh! Just as everyone was watching how Gary would knock Dominic down, they saw Dominic about to move when suddenly, a streak of sword light flew out from the valley. Puff! Gary's right shoulder was pierced by a sword. Step. The injured Gary fell back onto one knee, holding his bleeding wound with his right hand, looking shockingly towards the Clearwater Valley. Slightly surprised, Dominic glanced towards the valley without a word. Did senior sister do that? Everyone became unsettled, realizing that their senior sister's action to seriously injure Gary undoubtedly meant she was protecting Dominic. Isabella's face turned pale, instinctively glancing at Dominic opposite her, thinking nervously, senior sister is actually siding with him? Anyone who dares to trouble junior brother Chin will be my enemy, Zoya's enemy. This won't happen again. As the crowd went silent, Zoya's domineering voice echoed from within the Clearwater Garden. Hiss. Everyone drew a cold breath. With Zoya backing Dominic, it equated to providing him an amulet. One would need to consider if they could win over Zoya before challenging Dominic. Dominic smiled silently. He hadn't expected Zoya would come to his aid. Kneeling on the ground, Gary's eyes were red-hot with anger, glaring at Dominic and gnashed his teeth. Dominic? I'm giving you respect for senior sister's sake today, but I'll settle accounts with you for sure later. After throwing out his threat, Gary, enduring the pain, stood up and looked at Isabella briefly before swiftly turning and leaving. With Gary's departure, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances and gradually dispersed, afraid of upsetting senior sister Zoya any further. Hold it. Seeing everyone retreat, Isabella intended to slip away too. However, Dominic had been watching her. Stepping forward, he blocked Isabella's path. What else do you want? Isabella was angry but didn't dare speak loudly. Humph, little brat, you lured me into Clearwater Garden to use Zoya against me. If I tell your sister about this, do you think she'd still recognize you as her sister? Dominic glared, scolding loudly. Ah, you're fine, aren't you? Why are you being so petty? It's just a joke? You even bring up my sister? Isabella felt furious. Now, she really couldn't handle Dominic. Fighting wasn't an option, and she feared losing her sister's recognition. Joke? Dominic felt uncomfortable hearing this, seeing no sign of remorse from Isabella. His lips curled upwards nastily. Fine, let's see you try entering it then. Isabella's face turned white instantly. Zoya was known as the fierce tigress of Xuanhuan Courtyard. Nobody dared go inside. Seeing Isabella speechless, Dominic didn't press further. Seeing dusk approaching and needing shelter, he finally said, all right, I'll let this pass. It's getting late. Quickly arrange a place for me to rest. Isabella bit her lip hard, feeling like she owed Dominic something from past life. Okay, follow me, Isabella conceded, leading the way ahead for Dominic. While passing the Marshall Field, Dominic noticed a group of people gathered around a massive stone tablet. Hey, stop a moment. What are those people looking at? Curious, Dominic stopped Isabella, pointing toward the crowd. They're checking the mission board and selecting tasks, Isabella replied dejectedly. Tasks? What do you mean? Can you explain clearly? Frustrated by Dominic's questioning tone, Isabella finally began explaining. Apparently, in the law enforcement hall, each courtyard had a mission board, that huge stone tablet. Whenever there was a task from the law enforcement hall, it would be listed on the board for viewing and immediate claiming by disciples from the 6 courtyards. Tasks were categorized into 3 levels, with level 1 being the most dangerous and rewarding the best, including the possibility of acquiring a cultivation technique. Understanding this, Dominic moved closer to inspect the board. Red characters rolled, categorizing different tasks clearly. Level 3 task, capture traders in Peace Town. Reward 30 high-quality spirit stones? Standing behind the crowd, Dominic grasped the gist of level 3 tasks, usually involving apprehensions or acts of justice, rewarded with spirit stones. Higher-level tasks increased in danger and rewards. Once chosen, how does one claim these tasks? These missions attracted Dominic, offering a chance to leave the mountain. Well, give me your badge, Isabella asked oddly, extending her hand to receive Dominic's badge. Slightly hesitant, Dominic handed over the badge. Pretending to examine it, Isabella secretly selected the top level 1 task. Swish. Before Dominic could react, Isabella threw his badge at the chosen task. The first level 1 task vanished, a red light flying into the badge. Who is going to Sky City to capture Helmet? Isn't Helmet a Sword Palace defector? They've tried for centuries but haven't caught him. Not only that, countless people have died at his hands. A long-standing level 1 task was suddenly taken, causing uproar. Helmet, once a talented disciple at the Sword Palace, viciously murdered peers and stole a famous sword before fleeing. Now, Dominic's face turned green with fury as he watched Isabella hand back the badge. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I forgot this was your badge, but now that the task has been claimed, there's no way to return it. Kimura looked at Dominic with tears in her eyes, pitifully apologizing. You want me to believe you? I'd rather bash my head against a wall and die. Dominic, fuming with rage, wished he could kill Kimura. This was clearly her revenge on him, seizing the opportunity to get back at him. Meanwhile, the people ahead cast strange looks in his direction. Only at the 3rd level of Cutting Mortal Realm? Isn't this just asking for death? The phrase Jianfan Jing, Cutting Mortal Realm, is better translated as Cutting Mortal Realm to maintain fluency in English while keeping the meaning. Indeed, utterly ignorant of one's own limitations. As far as I know, Helmet had already reached the heaven-penetrating realm 100 years ago. Hearing what the crowd said, Dominic's face turned beet red. 100 years ago, Helmet had already reached the heaven-penetrating realm? Moreover, Helmet was a genius from the Sword Palace, a sword cultivator whose strength definitely surpassed peers in the same realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have evaded capture for so long. Really, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Why don't you just give up? At worst, you'll be expelled from the inner sect, but with your strength, entering the inner sect is only a matter of time. Kimura wore an apologetic expression as she apologized and informed Dominic of the consequence of giving up the mission. Expulsion from the inner sect? You shut up. I wish I could kill you right now. Dominic grew angrier with each word, regretting not learning from past mistakes and falling into Kimura's trap again. It was all because of his curiosity. Fuming, Dominic turned and left. This mission's difficulty was indeed formidable for him, but now he had no choice but to accept it calmly. Serves you right. For bullying me? Let's see how you handle this. Watching Dominic storm off angrily, Kimura couldn't help but laugh. Capturing Helmet, the defector from the Sword Palace, was akin to taking on a top-tier mission. This mission had always been listed on the Enforcement Hall's mission board, yet no one dared to attempt it. Because every single person who accepted this mission never returned alive. Night had fallen deep. In his room, Dominic sat gloomily by himself. He sat by the window, holding the badge in his hand, pondering how to catch Helmet within the 7-day limit. He learned from Kimura that once a mission was accepted, the countdown began. Chapter 325, Departure for Sky City. The night was deep and quiet. Dominic, however, sat by the window with a worried expression, staring at the waste plate in his hand. Damn brat, if it weren't for Maven's sake, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Dominic felt increasingly agitated the more he thought about it. His oversight had allowed Penelope to exploit the situation. Knock, knock. Just as Dominic was feeling frustrated, a sudden knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. He frowned. He had no friends in the enforcement hall, so who could be visiting him this late? But then he remembered Gary's threats from earlier and became more cautious, fearing retaliation. Standing up, Dominic walked to the door. Seeing only one person outside, he hesitated for a moment before unbolted the door and slowly opened it. Senior brother Callan? Dominic was taken aback by who stood outside. Visiting in the dead of night was none other than Callan from the Divine Pill Pavilion. So, aren't you going to invite me in? Callan smiled and glanced at Dominic's room. Ah, senior brother, please come in. Dominic awkwardly laughed and quickly stepped aside to welcome Callan. His room wasn't large, just one hall and one bedroom, barely sufficient for one person. The old furniture made it seem rather shabby and humble. Jarrett Callan paid no mind to this. He scanned the room briefly and sat down on a chair beside the table. My apologies for the state of my living quarters. I don't have anything here to offer tea. Due to limited resources, Dominic couldn't properly entertain Callan. It's fine. We cultivators should keep things simple and not fuss over formalities. Callan waved it off and gestured for Dominic to sit as well. Dominic felt uneasy. Callan's late-night visit likely pertained to Yael, but since Callan didn't bring it up, neither did he. Brother Chin, I heard that you took on a level 1 task that has remained unresolved for years. As soon as they sat, Callan raised an eyebrow and asked, You've already heard about that? Dominic was surprised. Taking the task was a recent event, showing how well-informed Callan was. Looks like you're not very confident about it, huh? Callan laughed, noticing Dominic's reluctance to talk about it and guessing the reason. Sherry's, senior brother, you should know better than anyone else. I accepted it by mistake. Considering my strength, accepting this task is akin to signing my own death warrant. Dominic didn't mince words. He spoke frankly. I won't argue with that. Zhao Zixuan entered the inner sect 100 years earlier than me and is a prodigy disciple of the Sword Mansion. Even if I were to handle it myself, I'd only have a 50-50 chance. When I learned that you took on this task, I was indeed surprised. Callan agreed, understanding Zhao Zixuan's formidable strength. His curiosity drove him to find out why Dominic dared take such a risk. This task was almost as dangerous as the special grade tasks, carrying significant risks. Even without the 6-fold transcendent realm, few would dare attempt it. Dominic inwardly sighed. If even Callan thought so, he truly was courting death. If you really feel unsure, I can help negotiate on your behalf. It's better than going there to die. Seeing Dominic's lack of confidence, Callan offered help. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Having accepted the task, backing out now would ruin my reputation within the inner sect. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Even if I fail, at least I tried. Dominic shook his head, refusing Callan's offer. He didn't want to become a laughingstock and had to uphold his pride. Impressed by Dominic's resolve, Callan viewed him with newfound respect. Even if Dominic failed, his courage was unmatched. Alright, let me introduce you to Xuanhuan so you can mentally prepare yourself. Callan, impressed by Dominic, knew he was new and thus provided information about Xuanhuan. The night passed quickly. By morning, Dominic, upon rising, heard murmurs from outside his door. A newcomer dares to capture Xuanhuan? Maybe they have hidden depths? I'd like to see what they've got. As Dominic approached the door, he heard various discussions. Despite the pressure, he refused to back down. Creak. Opening the door, everyone outside fell silent. Stepping out, Dominic surveyed the crowd, spotting Penelope hiding behind them, clearly expecting ridicule. Noticing Dominic heading her way, Penelope turned pale and attempted to flee. Pang! Before she could move, a sword dropped from the sky, stopping right in front of her. Heavy killing intent. Penelope felt genuine fear. Knowing she couldn't escape, she tried intimidation. Dominic, what do you think you're doing? I warn you, don't get crazy. Everyone is watching. Afraid. Penelope knew Dominic hated her. What's watching going to do? Didn't you set me up? Why should I go alone? Dominic asked coldly. This isn't my problem. Penelope paled, trying to distance herself when the sword suddenly flew towards her forehead. Terrified, Penelope shut her eyes and said, Fine, I'll go. No one's forcing you. You volunteered. Everyone heard it. No backing out. Dominic smirked. Unfamiliar with Kunlun sect's outer regions, Dominic needed a guide. Recognizing only Penelope in Kuan courtyard, she was indispensable. Shameless. Penelope fumed. Do as you will. We're in this together. Act accordingly. Dominic saw no need to adhere to formalities with her. Fine. When do we leave? Penelope gritted her teeth. Now. Urgency was paramount, and sooner was better. Leaving Kuan courtyard, Penelope silently flew ahead, plotting ways to ditch Dominic. Kunlun sect sprawled across endless mountains and seas. Following closely, Dominic kept a watchful eye on her. Last night, he obtained detailed information and a map from Callan. If Penelope deviated, Dominic wouldn't hesitate to act. When Penelope tried to delay by detouring, Dominic stopped abruptly, asking, Are you sure this is the right path? Of course. If you can't guide me, let me handle it. Maybe I should return. Seeing Dominic's doubt, Penelope feigned anger, hoping to provoke him. Whoosh. In response to her deceit, Dominic shot out a strand of sword energy, severing a lock of her hair. Penelope turned pale, realizing Dominic meant business. Try that again, and the next blow will be fatal. Dominic sternly warned, turning in the opposite direction. Does he know where Sky City is? Panic-stricken, Penelope reluctantly followed, knowing better than to defy him further. After half a day, Dominic and Penelope had arrived at a pavilion about 10 miles away from Sky City to rest. Inside the pavilion, there was already an elderly man wearing a bamboo hat. He leaned against a pillar, holding an old wineskin in his hand, drinking while looking towards Sky City. This elderly man was dressed in tattered clothes, with patches on both his shirt and pants. He looked gaunt, but continued drinking without showing any signs of intoxication. On his back was an old wooden box. Dominic and Penelope exchanged glances and remained silent, perhaps not wanting to disturb the elder. They chose to sit opposite him. Why don't we just enter the city? Why do we have to come here? Penelope complained. They could have rested inside the city, but Dominic insisted on coming to this pavilion. With our clothes, anyone would see what we're up to if we march into Sky City like that. Dominic glanced at Penelope and reprimanded her. Penelope had no retort. Indeed, they were wearing clothes from the Kunlun sect, which made it easy for their identity to be recognized. Entering the city rashly would alert everyone. Slap slap. As Dominic and Penelope spoke, the elder sitting opposite them tapped his wooden box on his back. Squinting his eyes, he looked at Dominic and Penelope briefly before standing up and walking towards Sky City without looking back. That old man seems pretty odd, doesn't he? Penelope watched as the elder left, feeling something was amiss. Leaves no trace when walking, moving swiftly. This person is definitely no ordinary man. Anyone who can elude our perception must be far superior to us. Dominic noticed that the elder walked with such agility and speed without even breaking a sweat, behavior uncharacteristic of someone his age. Tisi, I think he's just a regular person. Unconvinced, Penelope got up and approached where the elder had been sitting. To her surprise, she found a black dragon jade pendant on the ground. What's this? Seeing Penelope startled by the black dragon jade pendant, Dominic stepped forward to inquire. Have you heard of the Demon Sword Sect? Penelope's expression turned serious as she probed to see if Dominic had heard of this name. Chapter 326, Encounter at the Wine Shop, Crisis Approaching. The Demon Sword Sect? In the pavilion, when Dominic heard this name from Isabella, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He then shook his head and asked, I've never heard of it. How does it relate to the jade pendant in your hand? You're really an idiot. You've never even heard of the Demon Sword Sect? That is a sword school with a notorious reputation known across the land. The Demon Sword Sect is different from the 9 sects. They kill for profit. As long as they are given sufficient benefits, the Demon Sword Sect will handle troubles for their buyers. Anyone targeted by the Demon Sword Sect, even if you are a mighty venerable realm powerhouse, cannot expect to live, making them the common enemy of the righteous path. Upon hearing Isabella's words, Dominic understood that the Demon Sword Sect was a group of assassins who would do anything for money. So, what's with the black dragon jade pendant in your hand? Curious, Dominic asked. Under the Demon Sword Sect, there are 4 halls, each with different strength and responsibilities. This black dragon jade pendant is unique to the Black Dragon Hall, the head of the 4 halls. Isabella's expression tightened as she looked at the old man who had already walked away. She felt inexplicable unease, her face turning pale. You mean the old man we just saw was from the Black Dragon Hall? Dominic exclaimed. When he looked into the distance, the old man had already entered Sky City. Who would have thought that an old man who looked down and out was actually a renowned assassin? When Dominic wasn't paying attention, Isabella secretly placed the black dragon token into Dominic's waistband while he wasn't looking. What are you doing? Seeing Isabella act suspiciously beside him, Dominic quickly turned around, startling her. Nothing. I was just scared. The timid Isabella shook her head nervously, afraid that Dominic would notice the black dragon token. She deliberately got close to Dominic, pretending to be meek and gentle. Dominic gave her a strange look. Isabella didn't seem like someone who was easily frightened. Don't play games with me. It's getting late. Let's hurry and change clothes before entering the city before sunset. Dominic pushed Isabella away in disgust and urged her impatiently. Humph. Not knowing how to cherish beauty, how could my sister fall for you? Isabella's face flushed red at being treated this way after trying to get close to him. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson for your sister. Dominic glared at her fiercely. Isabella pouted resentfully but laughed inwardly, seeing that Dominic hadn't noticed anything. Soon, after changing out of their Kunlun sect robes, the two chose to walk toward Sky City on foot. Sky City was under the jurisdiction of one of the 9 sects, Tian sect, and was one of the 3 major cities in the Great Eastern Dynasty. Within half an incense stick's time, Dominic and Isabella arrived at the base of Sky City. The sun had yet to set, and people were still entering the city continuously. Most of those entering were ordinary civilians. Blending in with the crowd, Dominic and Isabella successfully entered the city without much trouble. Sky City was vast, its streets bustling with people. Candy skewers, big and sweet candy skewers. Baked cakes, delicious baked cakes. Walking down the bustling street, Dominic remained calm, but Isabella was busy. Her left hand held a candy skewer, and her right hand held a baked cake. She ate voraciously like a child, showing no signs of grace or poise. Dominic couldn't help but laugh and feel exasperated at Isabella's behavior. It seemed as if she had been born hungry, stuffing her mouth full. Suddenly, the pendant in Dominic's pocket began buzzing. Frowning, Dominic took out the pendant and saw it glowing. Confused, he looked at Isabella and asked, "What's happening?" "The pendant is glowing, which means the person we're looking for is nearby," Isabella explained between bites. Realizing this, Dominic's expression grew grave. As he surveyed the surroundings, the image of Helmet from Kunlun sect flashed in his mind. However, after observing for a while, he found no one matching the description. Moreover, so much time had passed. Helmet's appearance would surely have changed. Searching blindly was like looking for a needle in a haystack. That smells delicious. While Dominic was lost in thought, Isabella smelled the aroma of food. Without waiting for Dominic, she turned and entered a wine shop called 100 Flavors Pavilion. Isabella! Dominic shouted in frustration, but Isabella ignored him, forcing him to follow her inside. Inside the wine shop, customers filled nearly every table on the first floor. Following Isabella upstairs, Dominic watched as she seated herself by the window and loudly called for the waiter. "Waiter, bring all your best dishes." "Sherry's, miss. Coming right up." The waiter swiftly responded, treating Isabella like a young lady of noble birth without further questioning. Dominic's face darkened. As he approached Isabella, the pendant in his chest glowed again. He glanced around upon noticing the increased frequency of the light, spotting a suspicious man. The man sat alone in a corner, drinking wine. He wore black robes, sported a goatee, and a sword wrapped in hemp cloth lay on the table. With Dominic's strength, he could sense the strong aura emanating from the man, who had clearly reached the high level of the heaven realm. However, the man's rugged appearance and scar on his right cheek contrasted sharply with the description of Helmet. Deciding to stay cautious, Dominic opted to observe before acting. Even if he moved, he had no certainty of detaining the man, who might be even stronger than expected. "What are you looking at? We should eat first to regain our strength," Isabella said with a smile, pouring wine for Dominic and using it as an excuse for herself. Dominic ignored her, instead raising his cup to glance outside. He spotted an old man dressed like a beggar, asking for alms in the street. "He's here?" Dominic was shocked, recognizing the old man from the pavilion outside the city, the same one who dropped the black dragon token. Isabella, puzzled by Dominic's muttering, suddenly paled upon seeing the beggar. How could he be here? She wondered nervously, realizing something about the black dragon token. "I need to use the bathroom." Isabella abruptly clutched her stomach and rushed downstairs, panicked. Dominic considered following her, but stopped when he saw the black-clothed man in the corner. He decided to remain rational and sit back down. Ignoring the old man outside, Dominic waited for the food. After some time, Dominic realized Isabella hadn't returned. "This little wretch, don't let me catch you." Annoyed, Dominic knew Isabella was unreliable, but he hadn't expected such shamelessness. As night fell, fewer people remained in the wine shop, nearing closing time. By the second floor, only Dominic and the black-clothed man remained. Outside, few passers-by lingered, but the old beggar still sat on the roadside, holding a bun and looking up at Dominic's window. Why does this atmosphere feel off? Dominic drank another cup of wine, sensing an impending danger. Remembering the old man was from the Demon Sword sect's Black Dragon Hall, Dominic reassured himself he hadn't offended them. Thus, his focus shifted back to the black-clothed man. Why not come up for a cup of wine? It's windy outside. Just as Dominic thought he was the only observer in the tavern, the black-clothed man in the corner suddenly spoke. Dominic's brow slightly furrowed, and as he glanced at the old man outside the window, he saw him rise. Whoosh! Before Dominic could react, the old man had already appeared on the second floor, still carrying that worn wooden box on his back. As he approached the black-clothed man, the old man paused momentarily, giving Dominic a half-smile, half-sneer before continuing on his way. Dominic felt an inexplicable sense of hostility, but quickly regained his composure as the old man moved toward the black-clothed man. Black Dragon Hall's Adalberto of the Demon Sword sect? The black-clothed man turned to face the approaching old man and directly stated his identity. I'm very curious. Who could have persuaded you to come? People die for money, birds die for food. When the price is right, anything can be arranged. Acknowledging his exposed identity, the old man did not deny it. He was indeed Adalberto, the feared and dreaded figure in the martial world. Adalberto smiled as he took a seat opposite the black-clothed man without any hesitation. Seeing this interaction, Dominic couldn't help but feel eager to know if this black-clothed man was Helmet. Speak. Is the buyer after my life or something else? The black-clothed man frowned, losing his appetite under Adalberto's intense gaze. He wants your life, and I want your sword. This arrangement seems fair. Adalberto replied straightforwardly, each getting what they desired. The black-clothed man's anger flared up instantly upon hearing these words. Bang! He slammed the table, causing the sword on it to unsheath abruptly, releasing myriad sword energies aimed directly at Adalberto. How powerful! Is that the famous Qinghong, ranked third among the 10 great swords? Dominic's expression changed dramatically upon recognizing the sword. He was certain now. This person was Helmet. The Qinghong sword was precisely the divine artifact stolen by Helmet from the Kunlun sect's sword vault years ago. In the face of Helmet's overwhelming sword chi, Adalberto remained unperturbed, calmly savoring his wine. Then, he shook his head and said, Young friend, the person you're looking for is right here. When do you plan to make your move? Hashtag chapter 327. Reap the benefits, enemies arrive. Killer intent surged suddenly. Nathan's gaze, filled with hostility, instantly fell upon Dominic. Dominic's expression changed slightly. He never expected that Aurelio would be the first to reveal his intentions. This was a deliberate provocation, meant to incite Nathan's enmity toward him. Someone like you? Do you even deserve to challenge me? As Dominic remained passive, Nathan sneered, showing disdain. Dominic's cultivation level wasn't even worth noticing in Nathan's eyes. Do you believe everything he says? Dominic chuckled calmly, giving Aurelio a sidelong glance and responding casually. Aurelio's eyes narrowed, a chill flashing across his gaze, but he smiled without speaking. Nathan seemed to believe Dominic's words. After all, how could someone at the human-severing realm dare to seek death by challenging him? Retrieving his focus, Nathan stared coldly at Aurelio and said, Today, we settle this. If you have the guts, let's fight outside the city. With that, Nathan waved his hand, causing both his person and sword chi to vanish out the window in a blink. I'm not scared. Aurelio showed no fear as he turned to Dominic before leaving. Young friend, are you interested in coming along? Hearing Aurelio's question, Dominic touched his nose and stood up. Of course. Aurelio nodded slightly, then vanished into thin air without another word. Teleportation? Dominic frowned, gritting his teeth as he flew out the window straight toward the outskirts of Sky City. When Dominic arrived 10 miles outside the city at a pavilion, he saw Nathan controlling countless sword chi, hovering high in the sky. Aurelio, meanwhile, held a wooden box with one hand, silently staring up at Nathan above. These two are both swordsmanship experts. That Aurelio has deep attainments, especially with that wooden box. I can sense a strong sword intent from it. Tiger's son, who had been quiet within Dominic's body, suddenly spoke. A wooden box? Could it contain a very powerful sword? Hearing Tiger's son's words, Dominic began to pay more attention to Aurelio's unremarkable wooden box. Those who practice swordsmanship cultivate their heart and essence to bond with their sword, aiming for complete unity between man and sword. Only then can one truly be called a swordsman. No matter how powerful the sword, without the dedication and effort, its full potential cannot be unleashed. Listening to Tiger's son, Dominic felt enlightened, gaining new insight into the way of the sword. It wasn't hard to understand that Tiger's son implied Aurelio had reached the realm of oneness with the sword, which explained his confidence. In contrast, Nathan's aggressive stance indicated his lack of confidence, resorting to bluster to mask his fear. Aurelio, why haven't you drawn your sword yet? Nathan suddenly grew furious. Seeing Aurelio unwilling to draw his sword seemed like a direct insult. The power of my sword lies in concealment while yours is in momentum. Rest assured, when it's time for my sword to appear, it will also be the moment you meet your end. Aurelio smiled, expressing dominance through simple words. You, arrogant. Enraged, Nathan waved his arms, sending thousands of sword chi crashing down on Aurelio. The surge of sword chi was relentless, like an unstoppable tide. But Aurelio lifted the wooden box above his head, effortlessly deflecting the incoming sword chi. How strong is this Aurelio? Dominic, observing the battle from the pavilion, couldn't fathom the extent of Aurelio's strength. Using only a wooden box to counter Nathan's overwhelming attack was beyond what a normal person could achieve. Damn! In front of me, nobody dares humiliate me like this. Furious, Nathan revealed his true might. He wielded the blue rainbow sword, unleashing his most powerful technique. Flashing meteor. A streak of light tore through the night sky, like a meteor falling and striking the wooden box held by Aurelio. Aurelio was forced to retreat, seemingly struggling to hold on. After all, Nathan was a swordsmanship prodigy with the blue rainbow sword, making this strike highly threatening. Open! As Dominic watched intently, he heard Aurelio shout, the wooden box suddenly opening, revealing a star-like sword. Before Dominic could react, Aurelio's swift strike broke through Sterling Zishuan's offense. Spit! Nathan spat blood midair and was flung away. What a fast sword! Dominic was stunned. Aurelio's speed was far beyond anything Dominic could match. Before Nathan could stabilize himself, Aurelio appeared with a radiant sword, slashing close to him. Nathan widened his eyes, barely raising his sword to guard his chest. Clang! Aurelio's sword struck the blue rainbow sword, forcing Nathan backward. Seizing the opportunity, Nathan fled into the nearby forest. Humph! No one escapes from Aurelio alive. Aurelio clenched his teeth, pursuing relentlessly. Standing in the pavilion, Dominic hesitated. Should he chase after them? His goal was to capture Nathan alive. If Aurelio killed him, his efforts would be in vain. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind him. Who's there? Dominic's pupils dilated as he turned around to see the bush moving, but after a long look, he saw nothing. Curious, Dominic flew forward and found a figure lying face down in the grass. Nathan? Turning him over, Dominic realized it was indeed the injured and unconscious Nathan who had escaped earlier. Surveying the area, Dominic quickly carried the unconscious Nathan back toward Sky City. The safest place is often the most dangerous. This was to avoid Aurelio while finding a place to treat Nathan. Next morning, at the welcoming Spring Inn in Sky City. After a night of work, Dominic finally had a breather. Due to Aurelio's ruthless attack, Nathan's internal organs were almost destroyed. Dominic managed to save his life, but did not restore his meridians. So now, Nathan was barely better than an ordinary person. Full recovery would take weeks. Taking advantage of Nathan's unconsciousness, Dominic stepped out of the room to get some fresh air and food. Just as he stepped out, he noticed Ursula opening the opposite door and gave her a passing glance. Seeing her, Dominic recognized the woman who had fled last night. Upon seeing Dominic, Ursula slammed the door shut quickly. Heavens, how did he find me here? Ursula leaned against the door, panic-stricken. She assumed Dominic had come to settle accounts with her. Ursula, open the door right now, Dominic bellowed from outside. No, I'm not that stupid. Ursula paled, biting her lip and responding to Dominic. If she fell into Dominic's hands, she'd surely suffer greatly. Fine. If you can hide today, you won't escape next time. If you ever return to Kunlun's sect, I'll make you wish you were dead. Dominic growled, leaving a menacing warning before turning away. Hearing Dominic's words, Ursula panicked. Why didn't those Black Dragon Hall people kill you when they had the chance? Ursula stomped her feet, realizing she couldn't evade him forever. Dominic grew impatient outside the door. The door in front of him slowly opened. Ursula emerged, disheveled and dare not meet Dominic's eyes as she stepped out of the room. So, have you thought it through? Dominic gritted his teeth, grabbing Ursula by the ear. Ow, easy, it hurts. Ursula didn't dare to retaliate but winced in pain. Himph. Tell me, how should I punish you? You've schemed against me multiple times. Each time, I've shown restraint, yet you never change your ways. Dominic glared at her, truly wanting to teach Ursula a lesson. Please, brother-in-law, forgive for the sake of Buddha if not for the monk. I promise I won't do it again. Isn't that enough? Ursula, terrified, panicked. To save her life, she called Dominic brother-in-law, raised her small hand, and made a pitiful face, swearing to the heavens. Shut up. Who's your brother-in-law? Even if your sister came here, she couldn't save you today. Seeing Ursula still try to be cheeky and take advantage, Dominic gave her no quarter and raised his hand to discipline her. Sir, are you here to stay or eat? Did 2 men check in here last night? One of them was injured. Just as Dominic's hand was about to land on Ursula's face, he heard a familiar voice from downstairs. Ursula's pupils dilated. The sight of Dominic's hand about to strike her made her pale with fear. Sherry, sir, are you their friend? Bring me to them, and this silver ingot is yours. The uninvited guest downstairs was none other than Aurelio, who had heavily injured Helmet last night. He had somehow found this place. Oh no. Dominic didn't have time to think. He quickly turned around and returned to his room. Ursula was puzzled, but upon seeing Aurelio downstairs, her expression changed drastically, and she rushed into Dominic's room, closing the door. Dominic, who had already returned to his room, picked up the unconscious Helmet from the bed. Who is he? Ursula asked in shock, curious about the stranger Dominic held in his arms. Humph, don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to die, leave now. Dominic glared at Ursula, kicked open the window, and jumped out with Helmet. Chapter 328, A Close Call, Reunion with Egon. Bang. Outside the inn room, led by a waiter, Blaze arrived at the door where Dominic resided. Without waiting for the waiter to knock, he abruptly kicked open the door. Hey, sir, what are you doing? The waiter was about to reprimand Blaze for his rudeness, when suddenly everything turned dark before his eyes. Thud. The waiter fell to the ground, dead. Blaze had already walked into the room only to find it empty and the window wide open. Darn. Enraged, Blaze approached the window and looked outside, seeing nothing but the bustling street filled with people. Dominic had long vanished. Run? Let's see how long you can run. Smirking, Blaze flipped out of the window, blending into the crowd and disappearing. In the alley opposite the inn, Dominic held the unconscious Helmet and witnessed Blaze's departure alongside Isabella. What do we do now? If this guy is on our tail, we'll all die. Isabella's face paled in fear of Blaze. Let's go back to the inn first. With a serious look, Dominic told Isabella, carrying Helmet back towards the inn. Isabella's expression was strange. She wanted to persuade Dominic otherwise but was too scared to speak up. Back at the inn, Dominic saw the dead waiter and chose to enter Isabella's room to avoid any confrontation. Why are we staying here? Isn't this just waiting to die? Isabella trembled, knowing Blaze was still searching for them. They should leave the city as soon as possible. Do you know anything? He just left. He won't suspect us returning so quickly. Unless? Dominic's brows furrowed, sensing something amiss. Unless, you betrayed me, deliberately luring Blaze here. Dominic's pupils widened as he stared straight at Isabella without hiding his suspicions. How could I? Would I be that stupid? Besides, he would find you even without me telling him. Isabella, wrongly accused by Dominic, accidentally revealed too much in her momentary anger. What do you mean? Explain yourself, or I'll hand you over to Blaze. Dominic stormed forward, glaring angrily at Isabella. I only hid the Black Dragon Order in your belt. Blaze might have tracked us down by sensing it. Terrified, Isabella started crying, like a wronged child, intimidated by Dominic's wrath. You were trying to get us killed. Dominic raged upon realizing the reason. Checking his waist, the Black Dragon Order was indeed there. Frustrated, Dominic rushed to the window and forcefully threw the Black Dragon Order outside. At that moment, Blaze indeed returned to the street, but stopped short when he sensed the Black Dragon Order's aura shifting. He mistakenly believed Dominic had discovered his return and fled again. Damn! Don't let me catch you. Fuming, Blaze clenched his fists and quickly turned toward the direction of the Black Dragon Order. Watching Blaze leave from upstairs, Dominic breathed a sigh of relief. Did he really come? Isabella, guilt-ridden for nearly causing a disaster, asked. If you hadn't said that, none of us would have escaped. Still angry, Dominic glared at Isabella and then glanced at the unconscious helmet. We must leave Sky City as soon as possible and return to Kunlun sect before he finds us. Saying this, Dominic put helmet into his storage bag and hurriedly left the inn with Isabella, heading towards the city gate. Upon reaching the city gate, they noticed a group of black-clothed men, each carrying a sword and looking unfriendly. They seemed to be waiting for someone. These are people from the Demon Sword sect. Isabella identified them immediately. It's all your fault. If not for you sabotaging me, I would have left Sky City long ago. Kneading her neck, Isabella replied, I didn't expect that old man to be Blaze. Now what? Will we die here? Isabella couldn't calm down. If the city gate was guarded by the Demon Sword sect, they wouldn't escape Blaze's pursuit. Shut up. Even if one of us dies, it will be you, not me. Agitated, Dominic entered the nearest tea house. Burning bridges, and you still want tea? Stomping impatiently, Isabella had no choice but to follow him inside. On the second floor, Dominic sat near the window to observe the city gate closely while Isabella anxiously fidgeted beside him. Suddenly, a large number of soldiers appeared, lining up orderly around the city gate. The Demon Sword sect members stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Dominic frowned, recognizing this as a grand welcome for an important figure. Soon enough, an 8-person sedan chair slowly entered the city. An 8-person sedan? Who could have such a grand presence? Sure. It's said to be elder of Taiyin sect and the Supreme Emperor Egon of Taidong dynasty, someone murmured nearby. Dominic and Isabella overheard and exchanged glances. Why is he here? Dominic's expression darkened, recalling almost dying at Egon's hands in Wuxian city during his return to Kunlun sect. There was an unresolvable enmity between them. Rumors say the Taiyin sect secretly collaborates with the Demon Sword sect, and it appears there's some truth to it, Isabella remarked, noting the sect members welcoming Egon. Dominic remained silent, his expression cold and stony. Crack. Gripping the teacup tightly, it shattered in his hand. Yet Dominic paid it no mind. Isabella watched, suspicious of Dominic's anger and actions. When Egon's sedan stopped in front of a restaurant named Windfield Tower, he stepped out, finally within Dominic's sight. Hiding nearby, Dominic confirmed Egon's cultivation level, Tongtian realm 5th level, and felt the urge to kill. Noticing an unusual aura, Egon glanced toward Dominic's hiding spot. Startled, Dominic suppressed his anger and concealed his presence. Feeling no further disturbance, Egon turned away, though his expression darkened. Elder Chu, Ghost Lord has been waiting for you upstairs. A Demon Sword sect member bowed and informed Egon, who, scowling, entered the restaurant. Ghost Lord? Who is he? Dominic wondered, overhearing their conversation. Probably Blaze. He holds the highest seniority and rank in the Demon Sword sect. The title Ghost Lord shows their respect for him. Listening to Isabella's analysis, Dominic's brows furrowed tightly. Egon meeting Blaze? This could be his best chance to escape Sky City. Let's go. We must leave the city now. Seizing this rare opportunity, Dominic wasn't about to miss it. Without waiting for Isabella to react, Dominic had already moved off. Wait for me. Startled by Dominic's sudden decision, Isabella hurriedly called out and followed after him. At the tea house, Egon, accompanied by members of the Demon Sword sect, directly ascended to the second floor. The second floor was sparsely furnished, with only one table set up. By the window stood an old man in black robes, hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the scenery outside, seemingly unaware of Egon's arrival. Are you the top assassin of the Black Dragon Hall, Blaze? Egon approached the table, looking at the unmoving black-robed old man, who appeared indifferent. The esteemed elder of Taiyin sect spends a large sum to meet me. Surely it's not just out of curiosity? Blaze turned around. Now he didn't look disheveled or like a beggar. Instead, he exuded a natural aura of authority that made others feel uneasy. Egon's face flushed red, but he gritted his teeth and endured. After all, he needed something from Blaze. I'll cut to the chase. I need you to kill someone for me. In return, I'll pay you double the market rate. Xuanhuan got straight to the point, knowing that people like Blaze were motivated only by money. Not so fast. The price varies depending on the target. You need to tell me who you want me to kill first. If it's a great venerable level expert, then we can forget it. Blaze was cautious. The only person capable of threatening Egon, in his view, would be a great venerable level expert. Whoosh. Without further ado, Egon waved his hand, producing a portrait that hovered in midair. It's him? When Blaze saw the person Egon wanted to kill, he was taken aback, because the person in the portrait was none other than Dominic, the very person Blaze was searching for. Chapter 329, A Dangerous but Unharmed Escape. Do you know him? In the tavern, Egon saw Geordie's shocked expression and mistakenly thought that Geordie knew Dominic. I don't, but I've been looking for him too. Geordie frowned deeply, then looked at Egon and asked, from what I understand with your cultivation, you could kill him. Why do you need my help? That's because you don't know this kid. This boy possesses the legendary 5 elements dragon pearl which can summon the heavenly wrath armor to enhance his strength, granting him the power to fight across realms. I could indeed kill him, but as this boy is now a disciple of Kunlun sect's inner hall, it would be inconvenient for me to act directly, so I have to ask for your assistance. Egon, who had fought Dominic before, did not underestimate him. During their encounter in Wuxia City, he had the chance to kill Dominic but ran into Qingyun sect's Adlai, causing him to lose the opportunity. Now, Upon learning that Dominic had become an inner hall disciple and his cultivation had broken through to the slain mortal realm, he felt threatened and decided to eliminate him once and for all. 5 elements dragon pearl? Quite interesting. No wonder he acts so brazen every time I see him. It turns out he has something to rely on. Jordy grinned malevolently. Through Egon, he finally truly understood Dominic and realized that Dominic was no less formidable than Helmet. Sir Gu, it's bad news. Just as Jordy was about to discuss the price with Egon, a panicked member of the Demon Sword sect rushed over. What's wrong? Jordy asked sternly, his face darkening. Sir Gu? The guards at the city gate reported that the person Sir Gu is looking for is currently fighting our men. The messenger bowed, his brows furrowed as he informed Jordy. Humph. He's quite bold. Wanting to leave the city, huh? Jordy sneered. In truth, he had anticipated Dominic's appearance. Senior Elder Chu, I agree to your request. As for the price, you decide. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer. After saying this, Jordy quickly leaped out the window and departed. Egon, with a serious expression, turned and left the tavern without further hesitation. At the city gate, Dominic held the Heavenly Remnant sword, fiercely battling the Demon Sword sect until they retreated step by step. Isabella took charge of the rearguard. Under Dominic's leadership, the two of them forged a bloody path out. Bang! Dominic slashed open the city gates, swiftly reached back to grab Isabella, and said, hurry up! At this moment, there was no room for propriety. Having fled outside the city walls, Dominic already sensed Jordy's presence approaching. Go! Without giving Dominic time to think, he pulled the reluctant Isabella and fled westward. By the time Jordy arrived, Dominic and Isabella were long gone. Useless fools. Seeing the heavy casualties among his men, yet unable to stop two people infuriated Jordy. Sir Gu, that kid is just too powerful. Sherry's, we couldn't even stop him. Faced with Jordy's rebuke, the Demon Sword sect members were secretly unhappy. They had given their all to block them, but Dominic's strength was simply beyond their capabilities. Couldn't stop him? Looks like you didn't really try. An irate Jordy's eyes blazed like fire. A bird in hand had flown away? If word got out, wouldn't everyone laugh at Jordy? Everyone, listen up. Immediately intercept him along the return route to Kunlun sect. If you let him escape again, bring me your heads. Angry, Jordy immediately ordered the Demon Sword sect members to ambush Dominic along the road back to Kunlun sect. He knew that only by preventing Dominic from returning to Kunlun sect could he succeed. We obey. Everyone responded without hesitation. Jordy narrowed his eyes, pulling out the black dragon token from his pocket. At least the token retained his scent. Bastard, you'd better watch out. With that, Jordy transformed into a black shadow, vanishing into the sky. Meanwhile, Dominic and Isabella, having escaped Tiankong City, chose not to fly openly to avoid revealing their location. Instead, they entered the forest, using the terrain to evade the Demon Sword sect. Dominic, aren't we not heading towards Kunlun sect? After some time, Isabella noticed they were heading in the wrong direction and urgently asked Dominic, do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending? Having caught the attention of the Demon Sword sect's Jordy, he surely knows where we're going. Dominic glared at Isabella as he berated her. You. Isabella's face flushed red, annoyed but admitting that Dominic had a point. The Demon Sword sect was expert assassins, and knowing their identities meant Jordy might ambush them en route. So where are we going now? Isabella bit her lip angrily and asked Dominic. To Wuxia City. Only there can the Demon Sword sect not find us. If they do find us, we'll take the shortcut through Yinfeng Hollow back to Kunlun sect. Dominic had planned this route meticulously for utmost safety. Wuxia City was a melting pot of various people, and entering the city required wearing masks, concealing their identities. Most importantly, Mitzi was in Wuxia City, which was Dominic's most significant reassurance. Isabella didn't argue, but inwardly disagreed. She didn't want to see her sister, especially not when Dominic was around, making her somewhat unwilling. After a brief pause, Dominic set off first. Humph, men are no good. You just want to see my sister, don't you? Grumbling, Isabella stomped her foot and hurried after Dominic. The mountain path was treacherous and steep. At their speed, they probably wouldn't reach Wuxia City until nightfall. Behind them, Jordy pursued through the dense forest, using tracking techniques to stay on their trail. Due to the thick foliage, Dominic's aura was intermittent, making it difficult for Jordy to lock onto his exact position. Bastard brat? So cunning for such a young age. But this direction isn't towards Kunlun sect. Could he know I'd send men to intercept him? Jordy's face remained dark as he flew, needing to use the tracking technique to pinpoint Dominic's location. Unnoticed, dusk approached. As night fell, Dominic and Isabella slowed down significantly. Fortunately, they were only 10 miles from Wuxia City. After climbing that mountain, we will see Wuxia City. Maintaining vigilance, Dominic guided Isabella while keeping an eye out for any sign of danger. How do you know so precisely? Isabella furrowed her brow. If flying, she could still orient herself, but amidst the rugged mountains, she had lost her bearings, while Dominic seemed completely sure. Want to know why? Maybe I'll tell you later. Dominic smirked, casting a side glance at Isabella before continuing forward. Humph, who cares? Frustrated, Isabella stamped her foot and followed Dominic angrily. Soon enough, under the cover of darkness, Dominic and Isabella reached the gates of Wuxia City. Masked, they blended into the crowd and easily entered the city with Wuxia City's identity badge. Not long after, Jordy, using his tracking skills, also arrived in Wuxia City. However, inside Wuxia City, nighttime brought bustling streets filled with practitioners. This undoubtedly created a difficult problem for Jordy. Damn it! Seeing that everyone on the street was masked or had their faces covered, finding Dominic seemed as impossible as searching for a needle in a haystack. After entering the city, Dominic and Isabella did not head to the Tianbao conference, but found a relatively secluded small restaurant and sat down. I'm exhausted and my stomach has been growling for ages. As Isabella sat down, She smelled the aroma wafting through the air and couldn't help but rub her belly. She then shouted at the waiter, "Hey waiter, bring us your best dishes." Sitting opposite her, Dominic gave her an odd look. Isabella was a typical foodie. Didn't she realize what time it was? And yet, she still wanted to fill her stomach? Ignoring her, Dominic looked outside at the bustling street. Suddenly, Aiden's voice rang in his mind. Jordy is coming. What? How could he be so fast? Dominic grew restless. They had just arrived in Wuxia City, and Jordy was already hot on their trail, making him tense. It's your aura that revealed your whereabouts, Adon explained in a grave tone. Aura? Dominic furrowed his brow and hurriedly asked Adon to shield his presence. Sure enough, after Dominic's aura vanished, Jordy, who had been scanning the crowd on the street, seemed to lose direction. He glanced around, unable to find any further clues. How could this be? With his cultivation, it should be impossible for him to hide his aura so thoroughly. Could he have gotten help from a higher expert? Jordy's face darkened. Without Dominic's aura to track, he felt like a headless fly. Inside the small restaurant, Dominic saw Jordy, carrying a wooden box, pass by the door. Phew. Dominic finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Aiden's timely warning, otherwise, he might not even know how he would die. Looking at Isabella, who was happily eating away without a care in the world. Stop eating. This place isn't safe anymore. We need to leave the city immediately. Dominic frowned deeply. Though they had narrowly escaped detection for now, staying in Wuxia City would eventually expose them. No way, the food just arrived. Wait until I've eaten my fill before we go. Isabella shook her head vehemently, insisting on finishing her meal despite the mounting danger. Chapter 330. Forced to act, escaping from the jaws of death. Junior sister-long? Is that you? In the restaurant, Dominic was anxious and didn't want to bother with Isabella's chatter. Just as he stood up, he suddenly heard a man's startled cry behind him. Holding a chicken leg and about to stuff it into her mouth, Isabella's expression abruptly changed as she turned around to look outside the door. Wu, senior brother Wu? Outside the restaurant, two people were standing there covered in masks. However, one of them was recognized by Isabella. The person who had just spoken was none other than Gary, a disciple of the Xuanhuan Academy in the Law Enforcement Hall and her senior brother. Dominic's face darkened. Who would have thought he'd run into someone he knew in such a place? It really is junior sister-long. Gary smiled happily and walked into the restaurant toward Isabella. Isabella, realizing her eating appearance was unappealing, hurriedly hid the chicken leg behind her back and swallowed what was in her mouth in a panic. But swallowing too quickly made her choke, tears welling up in her eyes, looking very distressed. Junior sister? What happened? The worried Gary, seeing Isabella's suffering, was at a loss. Beside them, Dominic understood why Isabella was in pain and stepped forward, striking her back with one palm. Wah! Under the force of the blow, the object lodged in Isabella's throat was expelled directly, but she also shed 2 streams of tears. You little brat, how dare you hit my junior sister? Seeing Isabella crying, Gary, not considering the circumstances, hurriedly grabbed Dominic's collar, eager to impress her. Unfortunately, Gary failed to recognize who Dominic was. Take your hand off. Dominic was furious, coldly ordering Gary. Huh? If I don't take it off, what can you do? Gary saw that Dominic was only at the cutting mortal realm and naturally wasn't afraid, adopting an arrogant attitude. Coldness flashed in Dominic's eyes. Sensing the situation turning dire, Isabella, now recovering, hastily pushed Gary away. Junior sister? Do you need to be rational, senior brother Wu? He just saved me, not harmed me. Isabella knew Dominic was not to be provoked. Gary's provocation was tantamount to courting death. Junior sister-long, how is this saving you? He obviously intended harm. Gary frowned, upset that his goodwill was being misinterpreted. Senior brother Wu, open your eyes and see who he is before speaking, Isabella snapped, furious that Gary couldn't even recognize Dominic. Realizing this, Gary finally came to his senses and looked closely at Dominic, finding the person indeed familiar. When he carefully scrutinized Dominic, Gary's expression drastically changed. Stepping back rapidly, he pointed at Dominic and asked, You are Dominic? Humph. Took you long enough to recognize me. Dominic sneered. Had Isabella not stopped him in time, Gary would already be on the ground. Don't be so arrogant. Gary, feeling intimidated but still defiant, turned to the man behind him and said, Cousin, this is Dominic I told you about. Noticing Gary speaking to another man, Dominic and Isabella realized the person accompanying Gary was actually a powerful sky-piercing realm expert. Look at how pitiful you are. The man, referred to as cousin by Gary, glared harshly at Gary. Then, he stepped forward, standing close to Dominic, narrowing his eyes and saying, So you're Dominic? I've heard you're rather arrogant, putting no one in high regard, right? Frowning, Dominic disliked the way the man spoke to him without introducing himself. Does it matter to you? Wanting to stand up for Gary? Too bad I have no patience for you. Dominic showed disdain. He was anxious to leave Heartless City and had no time to waste on pointless arguments. Kimura, let's go. Reminding Kimura, Dominic glanced at the man and moved towards the door. Kimura's brows furrowed. Seeing Gary's cousin eyeing Dominic menacingly, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Feeling disrespected, Gary's cousin angrily spun around and struck out at Dominic with one palm. Dominic sensed it in time, dodging the surprise attack narrowly. Boom. Gary's cousin punched through the wall. Shockwave palm? This is a Dao sect technique. Kimura was stunned, recognizing the palm technique, confirming that Gary's cousin was a high-ranking disciple of the Dao sect. In front of Linus, no one dares defy me like this. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know there's always someone better out there. Linus, who initiated the attack, was thoroughly enraged by Dominic. Initially, he hadn't wanted to act, but Dominic's arrogance compelled him. Are you Linus, one of the top 100 disciples of the Dao sect? Hearing Linus's name, Kimura was visibly alarmed. Top 100 disciples of the Dao sect were the elite, and it was rumored that Linus had advanced to the top 30. Sherry's. My cousin is among the top 30 in the Dao sect, junior sister Long, so you shouldn't fear Dominic anymore. Gary puffed out his chest and assured Isabella confidently. Even if they hadn't encountered Dominic today, Gary would still have taken his cousin to settle scores. Kimura's expression was conflicted. Now wasn't the time to provoke Dominic. If Dominic fought Linus, it would draw Jordy's attention, making it impossible for them to leave. I don't care whether you're in the top 100 or top 30. Warning you, I have no time for you today. If you continue to meddle, watch out or I'll kill you. Dominic's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth, restraining himself. If it weren't for fearing Jordy, he wouldn't hesitate to deal with Linus. Deciding not to stay longer, Dominic turned to head towards the door again. What a reckless fool, truly unaware of your limitations. Linus, seething with anger, rushed forward and struck Dominic with another palm. Dominic, alert to every move behind him, detected it instantly. Clenching his fist, he used Heavenly Dragon 8 forms. Boom. A dragon roar echoed, and his punch unleashed a torrent of power, extremely domineering. Step. Dominic's unexpected punch sent Linus staggering back several steps, shocking Gary and Kimura. How could Linus, at the 5th level of sky-piercing realm, be forced back? Actually, it wasn't that Meng Tindo was weak, but Dominic's physique was exceptionally strong, with 20 martial veins converging, unleashing formidable power. Meng Tindo practiced laws and comprehended Dao, but fell short in sheer strength compared to Dominic. If you're not from the martial sect, how can you cultivate ancient martial power? Linus's face flushed, sensing ancient martial energy from Dominic. He had only seen this kind of aura on martial sect members. Why should only the martial sect cultivate ancient martial power? Dominic laughed scornfully, then gathered a terrifying sword chi on his right finger. You are both a swordsman and martial practitioner? Meng Tinda's expression dramatically changed, understanding Dominic's strength had reasons after feeling his sword intent. Swish. Before Meng Tinda could respond, Dominic suddenly struck with a sword. Oh no. Meng Tinda's face changed as he swiftly dodged the incoming sword chi. Boom. The room shook, furniture shattering, dust filling the air. Let's go. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dominic grabbed Isabella and escaped the restaurant. Cough cough. Gary choked on the dust. By the time the smoke cleared, Dominic and Isabella were long gone. Where did they go? Bastard. He did this on purpose. Realizing this, Meng Tinda was livid. Cousin, didn't you say you were very powerful? How could you? Gary started to complain, having placed all his hopes on his cousin Linus. Shut up. I was just momentarily careless. But don't worry. I'll definitely get my revenge. Linus's face was flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that Dominic would be this strong. All talk. Gary didn't believe it and grumbled under his breath. But when Linus glared at him, Gary quickly shut his mouth. Sirs, please don't go yet. The shop is destroyed. You have to pay for the damages. As Linus and Gary, both looking disheveled, prepared to leave, a waiter urgently stepped forward, grabbing Linus's sleeve and demanding payment. We didn't destroy it. Why should we pay? Linus, still furious, angrily shrugged off the waiter's hand and walked away. Gary clenched his teeth, following his cousin out of the restaurant with a dark expression. However, as soon as they left the restaurant, they saw an old man in black robes with a wooden box on his back blocking their path. Get out of the way! Linus mistook the old man for a customer and barked at him. When he reached out to push the old man aside, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand and twisted it fiercely. Snap. Linus let out a scream, seeing his hand bent unnaturally. Who are you? Quickly release my cousin. Gary panicked. Seeing that the old man wasn't someone to be trifled with, he didn't dare approach. Who was the one who acted here just now? The black-robed old man, who had sensed Dominic's presence, was none other than Adalberto. Gary looked bewildered. His cousin Linus had fought Dominic, so he wasn't sure which person to mention. Are you talking about Dominic? Linus, in pain in Adalberto's grip, asked. Sherry's. Where is he? Adalberto, realizing Linus knew Dominic, cut straight to the chase. They seemed to be leaving the city. Understanding that the newcomer wasn't after them, Gary told Adalberto. He thinks he can run? Learning he was too late, Adalberto deduced that Dominic must have known he would come. Chapter 331. Ambushed on the return to the sect, Battle Osiris. The night was boundless. Outside Unhearted City, Dominic sped away with Isabella. Due to his actions in the city, he had already revealed his presence and anticipated that Osiris would come after him. Therefore, he chose to escape from Unhearted City. Now, they were heading towards Gusty Hollow. The terrain there was complex, filled with towering mountains and rugged ridges, making it hard for Osiris to find them. Moreover, there was a small path leading to Kunlun sect, which was the only place Dominic could seek refuge. Dominic? Are you sure Osiris won't find us here? As they neared Gusty Hollow, Isabella felt uneasy, worried that Osiris might still track them down. If you hadn't insisted on eating all the time, we would have safely returned to Kunlun sect by now. Now it's too late for regrets, let's just take it one step at a time. Dominic glanced at Isabella, deliberately blaming her. How is this my fault? If you hadn't forced me to follow you down the mountain, I wouldn't be running for my life. Isabella's face turned red with anger. Eating was her right, and she couldn't stand anyone criticizing her for it. Dominic ignored her. Once they reached Gusty Hollow, he quickly identified the direction and found the small path back to Kunlun sect without hesitation. Dominic and Isabella swiftly rushed into the jungle. Swoosh, swoosh. However, shortly after Dominic and Isabella entered the jungle, the sound of arrows breaking through the air came from ahead. Not good. Dominic's expression changed drastically as he grabbed Isabella and dodged to the right. Thud. Arrows flew past them, embedding themselves into the trees behind them. This? Isabella's scalp tingled. She hadn't expected an ambush here. Rustle. Dominic's face darkened as he heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes, masking the footsteps. Step back, Dominic frowned, instructing Isabella while stepping forward and launching a ball of fire with a wave of his hand. Scatter! A man's voice called out from the bushes, and over a dozen black-clothed men scattered simultaneously. Boom! The fireball exploded, scattering sparks that burned the surrounding grass and plants. The unextinguished flames illuminated Dominic's vision. They are indeed members of the Demon Sword sect. Seeing these black-clothed men, Dominic's expression became unusually grave. The appearance of the Demon Sword sect signaled that Osiris was also nearby. Master Ghost has ordered the extermination of Dominic. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted. Swoosh, swoosh. Over a dozen men of the Demon Sword sect, each wielding dual swords, lunged at Dominic like wolves and tigers. Their cultivation levels were all in the mortal severing realm, with 2 reaching the 9th level. Isabella clenched her teeth and rushed forward first. Bang, bang. The battle began instantly. Though Isabella was only a 9th level mortal severing cultivator, she could barely handle 4 5th level opponents. Dominic quickly killed one of the 5th level cultivators, proving his experience in countless life or death situations taught him that speed and ferocity were critical. Eradication. To end the fight quickly, Dominic didn't hold back and used the heaven cutting technique. The eradication move instantly killed 9 black-clothed men. The last one, injured by Dominic's sword momentum, tried to flee in terror. Humph! With killing intent burning, Dominic swung his hand, sending a blade of air flying. Ah! The fleeing black-clothed man, caught off guard, screamed as he fell to the ground. On the other side, Isabella was exhausted but managed to kill 6 attackers single-handedly. However, she was panting heavily. Quickly run! After resolving the immediate threat, Dominic sensed impending danger and warned Isabella. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Scatter! Dominic looked up and felt an overwhelming force approaching. Without time to explain, he pushed Isabella away. Meanwhile, a beam of light descended from the sky. Dominic could only muster all his strength to resist. Boom! A tremendous explosion sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The surroundings were devastated, and Isabella was knocked unconscious by the shockwave. Kneeling on one knee with blood trickling from his mouth, Dominic held a wooden box above his head with both hands. Sherry's, this wooden box was precisely the one carried by Osiris. Its weight was immense, pinning Dominic to the ground. At this moment, a figure dropped from the sky. It was Osiris himself, the owner of the wooden box. He landed on the box with the 1,000-pounds drop technique, increasing the gravitational force. Bang! Dominic's complexion turned deathly pale as the ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure. Osiris was a 9th-level sky-piercing cultivator and a formidable swordsman, far surpassing Dominic in strength. Dominic! Injured Isabella watched helplessly as Dominic struggled. Don't worry about me. Run! Dominic shouted, his eyes bloodshot under immense pressure. Isabella hesitated. She couldn't defeat Osiris and staying would only burden Dominic. Biting her lip, she said, Stay strong. I'll bring reinforcements. She turned and ran. Do you think you can escape? Osiris knew how close they were to Kunlun sect and wouldn't let Isabella summon help. Ah! But as Osiris moved to stop Isabella, Dominic suddenly unleashed a bestial roar from below. Swoosh! Dominic shot up, shaking off Osiris and the wooden box with a powerful burst of energy. Crack! Fiery light erupted around Dominic, radiating intense power like a volcano erupting. Heaven Raging War Armor? And it's even 4th level? Osiris was stunned, momentarily forgetting about Isabella's escape. Summoning the Heaven Raging War Armor made Dominic seem like a celestial being descending from the heavens. His newfound strength surpassed the mortal severing realm. Previously, due to his weak cultivation, Dominic couldn't fully harness the power of the 4th dragon bead. Now, with mortal severing realm cultivation, he had unleashed the full potential of the 4 dragon beads. The Heaven Raging War Armor's strength varied based on the wielder's emotions. The angrier Dominic became, the stronger the armor grew. Bang! Enraged, Dominic sprang upward at blinding speed, shocking even Osiris. 100 swords piercing gut. Faced with this new Dominic, Osiris finally took him seriously. As he met Dominic's attack with a sword strike, his own sword was shattered. Suddenly, a black longsword emerged from the wooden box in Osiris's hand, releasing a terrifying sword aura. Dominic's eyes widened as he summoned the heavenly residual sword to deflect the incoming black sword. Clang! The black sword was knocked back, and Dominic felt a numbing shock travel up his right arm, holding the heavenly residual sword. Swoosh! Osiris caught the returning sword with his right hand and clutched the wooden box with his left, staring at Dominic's heavenly residual sword with narrowed eyes. The heavenly residual sword, the top ranked among the 10 famous swords? Recognizing the sword in Dominic's hand, Osiris's gaze turned greedy. Your luck is incredible, possessing both the Heaven Raging War Armor and the heavenly residual sword. No wonder even Egon couldn't deal with you. Egon? Dominic frowned, feeling peculiar. Have you met him? Sherry's. Egon offered double the price to buy your life from me. At first, I thought Egon was throwing money at problems, but now I see you're not as simple as I thought. Osiris didn't hide anything since, in his view, Dominic wouldn't live past tonight. Interesting. No wonder he showed up in Sky City. Learning that Egon had found Osiris left Dominic somewhat surprised. After all, Osiris was the top assassin of the Demon Sword sect's Black Dragon Hall, indicating that Egon viewed him highly. Young man, you're quite talented. If you hand over the heavenly residual sword and the dragon beads, I'll give you a proper burial. Osiris stopped talking. Whatever he wanted, he aimed to claim. Don't speak too soon. It's not yet clear who will win. Dominic retorted firmly. If, by accident I kill you, then all your possessions will fall into my hands. Dominic's brows were tightly knitted. He was not one to surrender without a fight. Looking for death, Osiris, enraged and humiliated, flung the wooden box in his left hand into the air. The box suddenly opened, releasing 3 more swords, each emitting an astonishing sword in tint just like the one Osiris held. 4 heavenly swords? Dominic was stunned, recognizing the quality of the 3 swords. Now he understood why Osiris had been so confident. One person controlling 4 swords at once showed that Osiris's mastery of swordsmanship had reached its peak. 4 swords together, none below the venerable realm can survive. Young man, you can be proud now. Osiris narrowed his eyes coldly. In an instant, he lifted his hand, and the 4 swords flew simultaneously towards Dominic. Dominic's pupils dilated. Sensing the imminent danger, he unleashed the 4 symbols unification without any reservation. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the 4 forces merged as one. Rumble. With one slash, the heavens and earth trembled, overwhelming all living things. Osiris's expression changed as he felt that Dominic's strike was no weaker than his own. He swiftly retreated, while his sword was deflected back to him. The sword momentum is strong, but the force still lacks. Let me show you my sword momentum, Osiris sneered, grabbing one of the swords in front of him as he descended from the sky. It seemed as if all the stars in the night sky fell, transforming into a shower of starlight heading directly for Dominic. The oppressive feeling surged into his heart, making Dominic feel suffocated. Such terrifying sword momentum completely broadened his understanding of combat. Humph! Dragon soaring in the sky. Refusing to be outdone, Dominic snorted in anger, unleashing a burst of golden light from within him. His dragon soul emerged, transforming into a golden dragon that charged towards the descending Osiris. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed in the air, with golden light scattering everywhere. Astonishingly, Osiris's sword did not stop. It continued straight towards Dominic's forehead. Dominic's pupils widened. This was a fear he hadn't felt in a long time. Osiris's sword was relentless, cutting through obstacles like bamboo. Thud, thud. Dominic took several steps back, narrowly avoiding the sword piercing towards him. But in the next second, Osiris's sword aimed straight for his forehead again. The threat of death caused cold sweat to break out on Dominic's face. Chapter 332, Power of the Heavenly Prison. An old acquaintance visits. Whoosh! Xylan lunged forward with a sword thrust aimed straight at Dominic's brow. Dominic quickly retreated, but his opponent's sword was too fast, leaving him no chance to counterattack. However, just as he was about to meet certain death, the divine dragon mark on his brow reappeared. The heavenly prison within him suddenly burst forth with a powerful surge of energy that filled his entire body. Empowered by this immense force, Dominic let out a long roar to the sky, instantly releasing all his pent-up strength. What? Xylan's expression changed drastically as he was hit by the terrifying force, causing his sword to shatter instantly. Pfft. Caught off guard, Xylan was thrown back, spitting blood across the ground. How is this possible? How could he possess power of the venerated level? Lying on the ground, Xylan could not accept this outcome. The strength within Dominic had already reached the level of a great venerated. At that moment, Dominic felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, boosting his confidence immensely. So this is the power of the heavenly prison? Dominic stretched out his hands, marveling at the incredible sensation. Previously, when he received the recognition of the heavenly prison, his cultivation was too weak to harness its power. This time, the heavenly prison had bestowed its strength upon him voluntarily. Don't be too jubilant yet. The power of the heavenly prison is limited. Quickly take advantage and kill him. As Dominic rejoiced, Aemon inside him suddenly reminded him. Dominic's expression changed, realizing the power had a time limit. He gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and charged towards Xylan. 7 kill annihilation. With gritted teeth, Xylan rose and, facing the charging Dominic, controlled 3 swords that transformed into a black storm, forming a wolf's head that swept through the sand and rocks. Within the storm were countless sword auras, Xylan's renowned technique. Slash. Facing Xylan's terrifying attack, Dominic shouted loudly and delivered a slash in midair. Xylan's momentum was instantly cut in two, the wind reversed, and broken stones flew everywhere. With widened eyes and a face like death, Xylan saw a flash of black light pass before him. On the opposite side, Dominic smiled faintly. Across from him, Xylan fell directly to the ground. Bam bam bam. As Xylan was killed, the remaining 3 celestial swords he wielded dropped to the ground from the air. Dominic's joy lasted only 3 seconds. Suddenly, everything went dark, and his internal power vanished, leaving him physically unable to support himself as he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chariot, as Dominic fainted, his spirit was unexpectedly transported to a mysterious world, dreamlike and surreal, making it hard for him to distinguish reality. In this deep state, his mind grew heavy. When he regained consciousness, he saw an impressive and majestic palace atop a mountain. Where am I? Dominic looked around in confusion. He had never been to such a place before. The ethereal atmosphere surrounding him made it clear this was no ordinary earthly realm. Just as Dominic was bewildered, 2 figures appeared before him, a man and a woman. Looking at their backs, Dominic felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. Unable to resist, he moved closer. Upon seeing their faces, Dominic was struck by thunder. Father? Mother? He couldn't believe that these 2 people were actually his parents. This instinct wouldn't be wrong. This must be a dream. Dominic shook his head vigorously. His parents had long since died. How could they appear here? Under his gaze, his parents walked into the palace on top of the mountain. Perplexed, Dominic hurried after them. When he followed his parents into the palace, he wanted to enter too. Bam! But as he took a step, a light barrier suddenly appeared in front of him, pushing him back forcefully. Angry, Dominic didn't feel any pain. Hallucination? Dominic frowned deeply, biting his lip as he looked up at the palace gate. Above the gate hung a yellow plaque inscribed with 3 golden characters, Tian Dao Gong, Palace of Heavenly Dao. Tian Dao Gong? Dominic's expression turned strange. Seeing this name, he suddenly felt a splitting headache. As he held his head in pain and glanced inside the hall, he saw his father collapse and spit blood while kneeling on the floor. His mother, sitting helplessly on the ground, cried her heart out in sorrow. Seeing this, Dominic's anger surged, his eyes turning bloodshot as he struggled to see who had killed his father. No matter how hard he tried, he could only make out a figure of a man in white standing inside the hall. No matter who you are, for killing my father, your debt shall be paid in blood. Enraged, Dominic let out a roar from deep within his heart. How could a son not seek vengeance for his father's death? Dominic? What's wrong with you? Wake up. Just as Dominic was consumed by rage, he heard someone urgently calling his name. Before Dominic could react, his body vanished, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in bed. Dominic? You're finally awake. Still confused, Dominic hadn't figured out where he was when he heard someone speaking beside him. Turning his head, he suddenly felt aching all over, his limbs weak. Upon recognizing the person next to him, he couldn't help but feel surprised, saying, Isabella? Where am I? Why am I in bed? Seeing Isabella, who had been worried about him, Dominic was puzzled. He remembered killing Xylan, after which everything went blank. You still talk. If it weren't for me rushing back to Kunlun's sect and fetching Elder Chi to save you, you would have been eaten by wild beasts. Relieved that Dominic was all right, Isabella's worry lifted. Hearing Isabella's words, Dominic did not doubt her. By the way, did you kill Xylan? While silent, Isabella couldn't help but ask curiously. What? Xylan is dead. Dominic pretended to be shocked but didn't want to raise suspicion. You didn't know? Isabella frowned, finding it hard to believe given Dominic's reaction. Why would I know? I thought I would die at the hands of Xylan. It wasn't you? Then who did it? Curious, Isabella wondered who could have done it. Xylan was someone with 9th heaven cultivation. Long's senior sister? Are you there? Just as Isabella was puzzled, someone called from outside the door. She frowned and approached the door. Before she could speak, she saw a beautiful woman in green robes standing outside. Long's senior sister. This sister comes from Tai Stevie sect. She wants to see Brother Chin. The man escorting her explained, hoping not to cause misunderstanding. A disciple from Tai Stevie sect? Isabella was surprised, glancing at the woman outside and then at Dominic lying on the bed. Meanwhile, Dominic's mind was still preoccupied with the images from his dream. Who are you? Why are you in Dominic's room? The woman from Tai Stevie sect turned out to be Alicia. Accompanying her master to visit friends at Kunlun sect, Alicia also wanted to check on Dominic, thus her appearance at Kun court. Seeing the beautiful Isabella coming out of Dominic's room, Alicia felt uncomfortable. Do I need to explain myself? Isabella laughed, feeling irked that she had been questioned. Unhappy, Alicia glared at Isabella, pushed past her, and entered Dominic's room. Ah, Isabella sighed, lifting a finger toward Alicia but decided not to argue further. Alicia rushed anxiously to Dominic's bedside. Dominic? What happened to you? Concern spread across Alicia's face. Alicia? Recovering his senses, Dominic felt a bit awkward at her sudden presence. Dominic, is this your old flame? Never thought you'd manage to charm even a disciple from Tai Stevie sect? Note: I've translated the chapter keeping the essence, tone, and style intact while ensuring it reads fluently in English. Kimura gritted her teeth in annoyance, glaring unfavorably at Dominic on the bed. She meant to mock Dominic, but was actually reminding him not to forget her sister Julianne. Alicia frowned, hearing Kimura's words. Though they were harsh, she didn't lose her temper. Don't talk nonsense. She's my friend. Dominic felt embarrassed, loudly reprimanding Kimura. Friend? Quite an extraordinary friend, I presume. Kimura wouldn't let up. Dominic glared fiercely at Kimura and then turned to Alicia. Why are you here? I came with Master. I just wanted to check up on how you're doing. Alicia shot a cold glance at Kimura before asking Dominic. How did you get injured? Was it the Kunlun sect bullying you? Why don't you come with me to Tai Stevie sect? You're overthinking it. This injury is from a fight when I left the sect. Besides, I'm now a disciple of Kunlun sect. How could I possibly go to Tai Stevie sect with you? Dominic shook his head awkwardly. He chose his path. How could he turn back? You still have a conscience. What's so great about Tai Stevie sect? It's nothing compared to our Kunlun sect. Kimura interjected, disliking how Alicia fawned over Dominic. Is it, or isn't it? Tai Stevie sect is one of the 9 prestigious sects, not some petty place anyone can join. Alicia shot Kimura a sharp look, mocking her with sarcasm. You. Kimura's face flushed red in anger. Alicia's pointed remarks clearly looked down on her. Alicia, you've seen me, haven't you? There's nothing else to do. I want to rest. Dominic sensed the tension and knew that if Alicia stayed longer, trouble would ensue. Chasing me away so soon? Alicia's expression fell. She had gone through considerable effort to come here and wasn't about to leave so easily. What else? This is Kunlun sect, not your Tai Stevie sect. Kimura laughed, boldly urging Alicia to leave. Alicia was inwardly infuriated. Biting her lip, she looked at Dominic on the bed. Dominic, don't you want to know who wiped out your family back then? Hearing this, Dominic's expression changed drastically as he stared wide-eyed. What do you mean? Chapter 333, Breaking into Heaven's Prison. Say that again. Dominic, lying on the bed, sat up abruptly upon hearing Alicia mention the Chin family. Alicia smirked and gave a meaningful glance toward Isabella. Seeing Alicia's actions, Dominic's expression darkened. He turned to Isabella and said, Isabella, would you please step out for a moment? Why should I? If anyone needs to leave, it should be her. Isabella retorted, misunderstanding Dominic's intent as favoritism towards Alicia. Shut up. I told you to leave, so leave now. Don't force me to turn against you. Dominic was visibly upset and loudly scolded Isabella. You? Fuming with rage, Isabella bit her lip fiercely and pointed at Dominic. You wait. I will tell my sister about this. With that, she stormed out in high dudgeon. Dominic paid no heed, but Alicia frowned. Her sister? Dominic, do you have any relationship with her sister? Alicia asked suspiciously and unhappily. Nothing at all. Now that only you and I are here, can you quickly tell me what you know? Dominic didn't want to explain and was eager to find out who had destroyed their family. Alicia wore a strange look. Seeing Dominic not answering, she turned around to size up the surroundings, intentionally making Dominic beg for her help. Dominic was extremely anxious. Watching Alicia stall, he gritted his teeth and said, her sister is named Mitzi. She was a childhood playmate. I'm not with her like you think. Really? Alicia smirked and turned back, widening her eyes for confirmation. Suppressing his anger, Dominic nodded to Alicia. Satisfied with what she heard, Alicia became more cheerful. I came here to see you, and to tell you who the murderer is that wiped out your family. Alicia sat by Dominic's bedside, placed her hand on his shoulder, and smiled warmly, revealing her true intentions. Clearly, Alicia still liked Dominic and hoped to please him to earn a place in his heart. So, tell me, who is the murderer? Dominic wasn't interested in sentimentality, only the identity of the murderer mattered to him. The murderer? According to my master, your family was wiped out due to something your father did. As for who the real culprit is, I can't say for sure, but from what I learned from my master, it involves a mysterious force. At this point, Alicia stopped speaking. My father caused this? What is the name of this force? Dominic's brows furrowed, and he stared intently at Alicia, urging her to continue. Well, even if I told you, with your current strength, you can't take revenge. As far as I understand, even if the 9 sects joined forces, they couldn't stand against this power. Alicia looked grave, worried that Dominic might act rashly if she revealed the force's name. The 9 sects combined can't match it? Dominic was shocked. The 9 sects were already top-tier forces in the world. If even they could not defeat this entity, was it possible that it involved heavenly beings? Thinking of this, Dominic suddenly recalled everything he saw in his dreams. Is the force you mentioned called Heaven's Tao Palace? Dominic's eyes widened as he asked Alicia, only to see her expression change dramatically. How do you know? Alicia was genuinely surprised. Heaven's Tao Palace stood above the 9 sects, governing the world, connecting directly to the heavens, the only force capable of communicating with celestial beings. It was a taboo subject, something the average person would never know. Alicia had accidentally learned this while questioning her master during his drunkenness. So it does exist? Seeing Alicia's stunned reaction, Dominic knew he hadn't been mistaken. If Heaven's Tao Palace existed, then what he saw in his dreams, was it also real? Dominic, please don't blame me for warning you. Even as a supreme rank powerhouse, you shouldn't mess with Heaven's Tao Palace. My master once said that celestial beings reside within Heaven's Tao Palace, and none in this world can oppose them. Alicia warned earnestly, fearing Dominic's impetuous nature. Celestial beings? Hearing this title, he remembered the sword strike that obliterated the Qin family, coming from the heavens. All evidence pointed to Heaven's Tao Palace. Seeing Dominic silent, Alicia knew he found it hard to accept. Inger, I need some time alone. Dominic raised his head and spoke gently. Reluctant to leave, Alicia noted Dominic's troubled mood and reluctantly left. Before departing, she said, in 3 months, the 9 sects will compete. Will you appear? Dominic's expression became peculiar. He shook his head. I haven't heard of it, but if there's an opportunity, I will go. Fine, take care of yourself. Alicia waved goodbye and left the room. Chinadon, come out. After Alicia left, Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot, his forehead veins throbbing. Hush. With the sound, Adon appeared before Dominic. Adon had a worried look on his face, his hands crossed behind his back, his deep gaze locking onto Dominic's. Was everything I saw in my dream real? Dominic's anger simmered. He suspected that the sealed memories related to Adon. During his fight with Adalberto, Heavenly Prison had sent its power to him, leading him into his dreams. This wasn't a coincidence. Heavenly Prison had sealed his memories, and only Adon could have tampered with them. It's true. Adon didn't deny it. So tell me, what is your intention? Dominic doubted Aiden's motives. Intent? To make you stronger, of course. Only with strength can you seek vengeance. Do you think I would harm you? Aiden's face darkened. No one understood Dominic better than he did. Do you know that the destroyer of my family is linked to Heaven's Tao Palace? Dominic clenched his fists, feeling betrayed by someone he trusted. Sherry's. I won't harm you. On the contrary, I will help you. Without me, you'll never achieve your vengeance. Adon stroked his beard, his expression solemn. He knew Dominic was no longer weak. Chariot, to seek vengeance, Dominic wasn't ready. Dominic acknowledged this after hearing Aiden's words. Without Adon, he wouldn't be who he was today. But why did Adon help him? What was Aiden's true identity? When the time comes, I will tell you. Now that the Heavenly Prison consciousness has awakened and recognized you as its master, soon, those from Heaven's Tao Palace will sense your presence. With your current strength, you aren't enough to survive. Even if you cannot take revenge, you must possess the power to protect yourself. Adon frowned, aware of Dominic's thoughts but prioritizing his safety over providing immediate answers. To protect yourself, what realm do you need to reach? Dominic focused, knowing that with Heaven's Tao Palace having celestial beings, acquiring protective power would be challenging. The 9-5 Supreme Formula. If you can cultivate 72 martial veins, you'll be invincible below the rank of celestial beings. With 81 veins, even celestial beings can't harm you. Your 9 Kirk Sutra. If broken through to the 9th stage, reaching the unity of 9 Yangs, you'll have the power to challenge celestial beings. And your heaven-cleaving technique, when fully mastered, allows you to cleave star rivers above and the land below, striking fear into celestial beings. Any of these paths taken to their utmost can let you contend with the heavens, unmatched by any in the world. Aiden's words stirred a fierce determination within Dominic. Could such formidable skills actually rival celestial beings? What was he lacking? What Dominic lacked was the accumulation of time, not impulsive action. According to my understanding, during the 9-sex competition, the Heavenly Dao Palace will send someone to supervise and seek out exceptionally talented individuals for cultivation within the Heavenly Dao Palace. If you want to give it a try, come find me at Heavenly Prison. Adon finished speaking, transforming into a wisp of white light that flew into Dominic's body. An opportunity to enter the Heavenly Dao Palace? Dominic's expression changed slightly. With his identity, entering the Heavenly Dao Palace would certainly be like lambs to slaughter. But since Adon suggested it, he must have a way to conceal himself, right? With this thought, Dominic clenched his teeth silently. This could be the best chance for him to find the murderer. Entering the Heavenly Dao Palace would allow him to uncover who had killed his parents. Determined, Dominic gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged. The moment he closed his eyes, his body suddenly vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the 4th level of Heavenly Prison. I'm here. Dominic's brows were tightly knitted as he loudly called out to Adon. To become stronger, this is the gateway to power. Heavenly Prison has 18 levels. The lower 9 levels house the 9 strongest individuals in the world. As for the upper 9 levels, I don't know what they hold, but I can assure you, there are definitely celestials above. With your current strength, you can attempt to explore. Each level contains forces that can help you break through. The more levels you clear, the stronger you'll become. Hidden in the shadows, Adon revealed Heavenly Prison's secrets to Dominic. Simultaneously, he made it clear that this prison was tailor-made for Dominic. If it really is as powerful as you say, then I'd truly like to see what kind of big shots are up there. Dominic felt unafraid, emboldened by his previous experiences on the first 4 levels. He took a step forward, ascending to the next floor. As soon as he entered the 5th level, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Whoosh! The 5th level was dimly lit. He saw golden light ahead, revealing a bird covered in searing flames. This aura? How similar it feels to the 9 Kirk Sutra. Dominic's face turned serious. The closer he got, the more he felt his 3 Kirk powers becoming uncontrollable. Hashtag chapter 334, the Calhoun's power transmission. Huff. On the 5th floor of Heavenly Prison, the flames roared and surged with Kirk energy, capable of incinerating all things. The Kirk force blazed like a blazing sun. The Kirk force was akin to fire, as if the midday sun hung overhead. On this 5th floor, the source of the scorching Kirk force was, surprisingly, a golden bird? Jinwu. Dominic, who had been observing for some time, suddenly thought of the legendary sun godbird, Jinwu. You guessed it. The 9 Kirk scripture of the Kunlun sect was created by the patriarch of Kunlun, inspired by the power of Jinwu. Upon mastering the 9 Kirk scripture, one can unify the 9 Kirks, summon the sun godbird, and unleash power comparable to Jinwu's might. But what you see before you is not a real Jinwu. It is the immortal spirit of Kunlun's founding patriarch. Said Amen in Dominic's mind. From Amen, Dominic learned that the 5th floor housed the immortal spirit of Kunlun's founding patriarch. Time had long passed, and the patriarch's physical body had already perished, leaving only his undying spirit in slumber, but his power remained intact. The entrance to the 6th floor was behind the Jinwu spirit, but approaching it would inevitably awaken the patriarch's spirit. What do I need to do then? Dominic's expression turned grave. With his current strength, how could he possibly match the immortal spirit of the Kunlun patriarch? Simple. You can claim it for yourself, which will greatly benefit you. It could even directly elevate your 9 Kirk scripture to its ultimate stage. Dominic flushed red upon hearing Amen's words. It sounded easy, but he feared that he would be killed by the Kunlun patriarch's spirit before he could make a move. Whiz whiz. Suddenly, the Jinwu spirit opposite Dominic flapped its wings, sending 9 balls of fire akin to blazing suns hurtling toward him. Dominic's face changed drastically. In a moment of crisis, he immediately released the martial soul skill Devour. Whoosh! The 9 young forces were swallowed into the black hole and instantly vanished. While Dominic secretly rejoiced, the Jinwu transformed into a figure dressed in a golden robe, an elderly man with weathered features walking slowly forward, exuding an aura of solemnity that made Dominic shudder. Why? I sense the aura of the 9 Kirk scripture within you, young man. The old man in golden robes asked coldly, narrowing his eyes at Dominic. Senior, your insight is sharp indeed. I have practiced the 9 Kirk scripture, Dominic admitted, not daring to deny it before the patriarch's spirit. After all, he was still a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and by seniority, this figure was his ancestor. Are you a disciple of the Kunlun sect? The Kunlun patriarch frowned, scrutinizing Dominic for a long time, guessing his identity. Sherry's, sort of. Dominic nodded awkwardly. How many years has it been since I could witness a disciple of Kunlun during my lifetime? I observe that you have an extraordinary constitution, blessed with supreme bone, capable of practicing martial arts, swordsmanship, and law. There may be no one else like you under heaven. Since we are fated to meet, I shall give you my remaining strength. I hope that you can honorably promote the glory of the Kunlun sect. Before Dominic could prepare mentally, the Kunlun patriarch was moved to tears, deciding on his own to give Dominic his power. Without waiting for Dominic to speak, the patriarch transformed back into Jinwu and waved his arm, sending streams of golden light rushing into Dominic's body. Dominic did not miss such a rare opportunity. He sat cross-legged, activating the 9 Kirk scripture to actively absorb the patriarch's power. Outside, due to Dominic's sudden disappearance, the entire Kuan court erupted in chaos, with people searching everywhere for him. In Dominic's room, Elder Maurice furrowed his brows. Although there were no signs of struggle in the room, he sensed faint fluctuations in power. Elder, could it be the work of the Demon Sword sect? Behind him, Isabella couldn't help but ask, worried about Dominic's safety. Nonsense. The Demon Sword sect, however bold, wouldn't dare step foot into our Kunlun sect. Maurice sternly rebuked. The Kunlun sect was the second largest sect in the world, and the Demon Sword sect, even if they had 10 times the courage, would never dare enter the inner sect to abduct Dominic. But where could he be? Isabella pondered but couldn't come up with an answer. This matter is not simple. Isabella, stay here and guard the place. Inform me immediately if Dominic returns. Maurice couldn't hold back his anxiety any longer. After giving her instructions, he hurriedly left. Could he have been taken away by that woman from Tai Stevie sect? Isabella muttered to herself once Maurice was gone. She recalled that the last person to see Dominic was Lindsay. In the Holy Spirit Valley. After leaving the enforcement hall, Maurice appeared in a bamboo forest. Furrowing his brow, he emerged from the bamboo grove and approached a bamboo house, where he found his Uncle Clinton sitting outside, sipping tea. And beside him stood Beth, responsible for serving tea. Uncle, Dominic disappeared in the inner sect without reason. I fear it might involve the Demon Sword sect, so I came to seek your advice. Maurice bowed respectfully, explaining the situation directly. Clinton frowned upon hearing this, subconsciously glancing beyond the valley, his expression turning peculiar. He is still in the inner sect and hasn't left Kunlun. Maurice frowned, puzzled by his uncle's certainty. May I ask, Uncle, where exactly is he? Why can't I see him? That, I cannot say clearly. I feel his aura strengthening. Perhaps he is cultivating in another dimension. Clinton replied gravely, unable to pinpoint Dominic's location despite his status as a celestial venerable. Beyond mortal and heaven-transcending realms lies the great venerable realm, divided into spiritual venerable, profound venerable, and celestial venerable stages. Before him, Clinton was the sole celestial venerable within the Kunlun sect. As long as he's safe. Maurice sighed in relief. He felt reassured by his uncle's words, though Dominic's whereabouts remained a mystery. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Maurice paused, asking, Uncle, 3 months from now, the 9-sect gathering hosted by the Heavenly Tao Palace, will you allow Dominic to participate? My disciple does not belong to anyone. Those fellows from the Heavenly Tao Palace have ulterior motives. Moreover, Dominic's background is unique. I cannot let him meet them. Do you understand? Clinton's expression hardened at the mention of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Maurice nodded, understanding the severity of the situation. Turning, he left the Holy Spirit Valley. Grandfather, why won't you let him go? Beth asked, sensing something was off. She didn't know that her grandfather's legs had been crippled by the Heavenly Tao Palace. Moreover, she too had repeatedly tried to join the 9-sect gathering, only to be blocked each time. You don't understand. The Heavenly Tao Palace, relying on divine backing, seeks to dominate the world. They are all untrustworthy. Anyone opposing them risks being eradicated, like the Qin family. If they knew Qin Xiaoshan's son is alive, they would not spare Dominic. Clinton clenched his teeth in anger, describing the Heavenly Tao Palace as dogs barking in support of their masters. By keeping Dominic from going, he hoped to protect him. With Clinton's presence, he could help conceal Dominic from the Heavenly Tao Palace. The #1 family in the world, the Qin family, was destroyed by the Heavenly Tao Palace? Grandfather, how do you know this? Beth was shocked. The Qin family was renowned worldwide. Years ago, even the 9 great sects had to bow to the Qin family. One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Indeed. But in terms of strength, the Qin family surpasses the Heavenly Tao Palace. However, the Heavenly Tao Palace can leverage extraterrestrial forces, which is why they were able to destroy Dominic. Clinton's expression was grave. In his eyes, every member of the Qin family was made of stern stuff, the only ones daring enough to challenge the Heavenly Tao Palace. But alas, there are always higher heavens and better men, and the Heavenly Tao Palace proved to be devious and ruthless. Beth fell silent. At that moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for Dominic. Carrying such deep-seated blood feuds, seeking revenge would not be easy at all. Kuan Court. Senior Sister Long, are you here? Kimura, who had been guarding Dominic's room, suddenly heard someone calling her from outside. She got up and walked towards the door. Gary entered with an ingratiating smile, looking around before approaching Kimura. What do you want? Ever since their encounter in Wuxia City, she had developed a strong dislike for Gary and had been avoiding him recently. Why this attitude, Senior Sister Long? Brother, aren't you afraid that she might feel lonely being alone, so you came to keep her company? Why has Senior Sister become so close to Dominic? Gary noticed Kimura's distaste but didn't mind, stubbornly staying put. Do I need your permission? I warn you, I'm in a bad mood, and you'd better disappear from my sight. Kimura's expression darkened as she gave Gary a clear ultimatum. Gary scowled, retorting, this is Dominic's room, not yours, Kimura. I can stay wherever I want. You shameless. I'm here on Elder Chi's orders. If you don't leave, I'll tell Elder Chi. Seeing Gary act like a bully, Kimura no longer held back, threatening him with Bartolomeo's name. Humph. Kimura, do you have feelings for Dominic? I, Gary, have helped you so much, yet you show no gratitude. Gary's anger got the better of him, causing him to speak incoherently. He then overturned the table and approached Kimura menacingly. Gary, what are you trying to do? Kimura felt an ominous premonition and backed away to the corner, fear creeping into her heart. What am I doing? I've always liked you, you know. Before, you used me to deal with Dominic, but now you've turned to him, leaving me behind? If you're going to be so heartless, don't blame me for being rough. Losing all rationality, Gary tore Kimura's clothes, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Chapter 335. It's hard to be a good person. Heartless rejection. Scum, stay back. In Dominic's room, Gary suddenly lost control of his beastly nature and harbored evil intentions toward Isabella. Cornered, Isabella screamed in fear, but Gary did not stop. Instead, he became even more aggressive. He tore open Isabella's blouse, revealing her white skin, making him act like a ravenous wolf. Help, who can save me? Desperate, Isabella tried to resist, but her strength was no match for Gary, who pinned her hands down with one hand. Despite her frantic cries for help, no one came from outside the door. This was because everyone at Xuanhuan Courtyard was busy searching for Dominic. Go on, scream. The louder you cry, the happier I get. Today, no one can stop me from having you. Gary showed no fear and instead intensified his actions by violently tearing off Isabella's waistband, intending to commit an atrocity. Poor Isabella wept uncontrollably, feeling ashamed and desperate as Gary humiliated her. She wished she could die right there. Dominic, you bastard. Where are you? Why don't you show up? In her despair, Isabella clung to her last line of defense, thinking of Dominic. Just as Gary was about to see Isabella's body, a sudden strong wind swept through the room. Gary felt a chill run down his spine. In that instant, he turned his head to look behind him. Bang! Before he could react, a sandbag-sized fist struck him square in the face. Ah! Gary screamed in pain, his nose breaking inward, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes turning red, a ghastly sight. Dominic! Seeing the person who had just intervened, Isabella sobbed with relief, overwhelmed with emotion. Dominic's face was cold and stern, his anger flaring as he saw Isabella almost violated. You monster, Gary! Watch me tear you apart limb by limb. Enraged, Dominic grabbed Gary by the collar. Chin, Dominic? My cousin is a member of Dao Mansion. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Seeing it was Dominic who attacked him, Gary, disfigured and terrified, threatened him, thinking of his cousin Linus. Himph! Even if your master were the patriarch, he couldn't save you today. Dominic showed no fear and punched Gary in the head with his right hand. No! Gary froze in terror. As he screamed, his head exploded like a watermelon. Although the method was brutal, it still couldn't quell Dominic's rage. Such a despicable creature deserved worse than death. Dominic! On the other side, Isabella watched Gary die and felt panic and fear. She sobbed, hiding in Dominic's arms like a child, feeling wronged. Seeing Isabella so distraught, Dominic was also affected, but he was thankful he woke up just in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. What happened? As Dominic held Isabella, hoping to comfort her, someone appeared at the door. The loud noise had drawn the attention of passers-by, who rushed over to investigate. Sure enough, 2 disciples from Xuanhuan Courtyard arrived, entering the room and finding a blood-soaked corpse without a head lying in a pool of blood. This? Shocked, they both looked at Dominic, holding Isabella with torn clothes, and mistakenly thought Dominic had intended to harm her. Dominic, let go of Senior Sister Long. Dominic, you're too bold. After killing someone, you dare to harm Senior Sister Long. Without asking for details, the 2 accused Dominic unjustly. Bullshit. Do you think I, Dominic, am what kind of person? Faced with misunderstanding, Dominic showed a menacing expression and angrily rebuked them. But seeing Dominic's fierce demeanor, the 2 retreated out of fear, fleeing before he could do anything. Dominic's face turned sullen. They had run off without hearing his explanation, making the misunderstanding worse. Isabella realized this was detrimental to Dominic and hurriedly tidied her clothes, blushing as she said, Sorry, I caused you to be misunderstood. You have nothing to apologize for. Only you can clear things up now. Dominic was speechless, good intentions turning into wrongdoing. As Dominic and Isabella stepped out, a crowd suddenly appeared. These were all disciples from Xuanhuan Courtyard, both men and women looking hostile. Dominic's expression soured. Why hadn't anyone come to save Isabella earlier? It's him. I saw him kill someone and hold on to Senior Sister Long. Monster. Disgrace to Xuanhuan Courtyard. Capture him and send him to the law hall. Everyone surrounded Dominic, shouting as if he were a heinous criminal, inciting further anger. Senior brothers, you misunderstand. Dominic is a good person. He killed to save me. Isabella stepped forward nervously, trying to clear Dominic's name. Senior Sister Long, you don't need to be afraid. We outnumber him. He can't do anything to you. Don't lie for him under threat. Thinking Isabella was intimidated, they misinterpreted her as lying to protect Dominic. Unbeknownst to them, Isabella was embarrassed, fearing ridicule after being forced. That's not true. You guessed wrong. It was Gary who tried to harm me, and Dominic saved me just in time. Facing their doubts, Isabella, in tears, explained helplessly. That's impossible. Senior Brother Wu was a good person. How could he do such a thing? Sherry's, and we aren't blind. Senior Brother Wu liked Senior Sister Long so much, how could he hurt her? Isabella had hoped telling the truth would change their stance towards Dominic, but unexpectedly, they didn't believe her. Instead, they suspected Isabella was covering for Dominic and slandering the dead Gary. The pure shall remain pure, and the corrupt corrupt. Isabella, there's no need to argue with them. If they don't believe us, let's ask the elders of the law hall. Dominic's face darkened, seeing his efforts futile. He didn't want to waste words on these people. But Isabella hesitated, knowing they needed to clear this misunderstanding or bear the blame for murder. Killing someone yet so defiant? Truly shameless. I never thought Senior Sister Long would be that kind of person. Hearing their whispers accusing Dominic and Isabella of being lovers who committed murder, Dominic remained silent. Suddenly, a heavy coughing sound came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Elder Bartolomeo from the law hall. They immediately backed away, bowing respectfully. We greet Elder Chi. Ignoring the greetings, Bartolomeo walked straight to Dominic. Isabella, nervous, bowed to Bartolomeo, but Dominic stood tall and did not bow. Who does he think he is? When some noticed Dominic didn't bow, they were indignant, assuming he was challenging Chi Elder's authority. Chariot, instead of reprimanding Dominic, Bartolomeo merely asked, furrowing his brows. Dominic, what happened here? Note. For a smooth transition and continuity, the paragraph structure has been adjusted slightly while maintaining the original storyline and emotional depth. This matter is best explained by Isabella. Dominic raised his hand to rub his nose, intending for Isabella to recount the entire incident to Bartolomeo. Upon learning the details, Bartolomeo's face turned grim with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Beast, How could such a despicable creature exist in our law hall? What's going on? Elder Chi actually believes them? Seeing that Bartolomeo did not question Dominic and Isabella, everyone was thoroughly puzzled. Elder Chi, please help clarify this matter for me. Dominic frowned, reminding Bartolomeo subtly. By rank, Dominic should call Bartolomeo senior brother, but due to his unrevealed identity, he addressed him as elder. Bartolomeo nodded slightly, then turned to face the crowd and said, Disciple Gary of Kuan Courtyard committed an act worse than an animal, and it was fitting that he was killed by Dominic. This matter ends here. No one is to speak of it further. Sherry's. Though many still harbored doubts, with Bartolomeo's words, none dared voice their concerns. After speaking, Bartolomeo glanced at Dominic, his expression turning peculiar. He found himself unable to gauge Dominic's cultivation level, a surprising realization. Dominic? Rest well. I'll leave if there's nothing else, Bartolomeo said, feeling relieved that Dominic was unharmed. Elder Chi? Dominic furrowed his brow and stepped forward, blocking Bartolomeo's path. Do you have something else? Bartolomeo asked, puzzled. I want to participate in the 9-sect competition. Is this acceptable? Dominic declared his intention resolutely. No. Bartolomeo was surprised but quickly rejected Dominic's request. Why? Dominic couldn't understand why he would be turned down, given his identity and talent. Your cultivation isn't high enough. Moreover, disciples representing Kunlun sect in the competition are typically chosen from the 3 residences, so you won't have a place. 3 residences disciples? So, what level of cultivation qualifies one for participation? Dominic refused to accept the rejection and sought another opportunity. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as in the original text to ensure consistency and coherence. Chapter 336, Proving Strength, Enemies at the Door. What level of cultivation? Dominic's question shocked Bartolomeo. His master's uncle, Clinton, had given explicit instructions that Dominic must not participate in the 9-sect competition. How could he dare to disobey? Forget it. This matter isn't something I alone can decide. As for what realm one must reach to participate, according to past precedent, it's at least the spirit venerable level. Even if you achieve this level, there won't be a spot for you because only 3 slots are available, all going to the 3 residences. To make Dominic realize the futility of his request, Bartolomeo knew he had to sound convincing enough so as not to reveal any ulterior motives. How could Dominic possibly give up? This was his only chance to connect with the Heavenly Dao Palace. So, if I can prove that I'm stronger than the disciples of the 3 residences, could I then secure a slot? Just as Bartolomeo was about to leave, he heard Dominic's words and his expression changed subtly. He didn't want to outright reject Dominic because it would create misunderstandings among the onlookers. After some thought, Bartolomeo gritted his teeth and said, We'll talk when you've proven yourself. With that, Bartolomeo angrily strode away. Bartolomeo had no choice. Dominic's talent and strength were unmatched by anyone of the same realm. Initially, he wanted to recommend Dominic for the competition, but Clinton's orders left him with no other option. Tisich, who does he think he is? Chiraya, right? Wanting to participate in the 9-sect competition? What a joke. As Bartolomeo left, everyone around mocked Dominic's audacity. To them, the 9-sect competition was of utmost importance concerning their sect's honor and prestige. According to tradition, the 3 slots were reserved for Wu residents, Sword residents, and Dao residents, each selecting one outstanding disciple. Facing their ridicule, Dominic remained unmoved and did not entertain thoughts of giving up. Isabella couldn't understand why Dominic was so determined to participate in the competition, but as his friend, how could she just stand by and watch? The aftermath of Gary's murder had finally settled down. That night, Isabella sat with Dominic in a room, feeling increasingly at ease around him. She realized she no longer disliked him. Instead, she found him more likable every time she saw him. Unconsciously, she smiled at him like a flower, finding contentment just looking at him. Have you had enough of staring? Dominic's discomfort was obvious under her gaze. Am I eating you by looking? What are you afraid of? Isabella smirked boldly, continuing. Do you really want to join the 9-sect competition? Of course. Do you have a plan? Dominic nodded confidently before asking her, puzzled. How could I have a plan? However, today you said you'd prove yourself to Elder Chi? How do you plan to do that? Isabella shook her head, purely out of curiosity. With my strength, of course. Dominic explained. I've decided to challenge the 3 residences, defeating the strongest among them to gain attention from our sect. Isabella gasped. What? Are you insane? Why not? I will prove myself with my strength. What's wrong with that? Dominic asked, unbothered. You truly don't know your place. The disciples in the 3 residences are like hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Some of the standout disciples have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years, far surpassing even elders in strength. Although you possess cross-realm combat capabilities, they do too. Plus, their cultivation levels are higher, and their Dao paths deeper. You can't match them. Isabella felt compelled to discourage Dominic, as he underestimated the 3 residences. Hearing her words, Dominic wavered slightly but refused to give up. Thank you for your concern, but I won't change my mind. Isabella could see he was serious about participating in the competition, even though it seemed futile. You're beyond saving. Are you crazy? Isabella was exasperated. How could Dominic, who had just arrived at Kunlun sect, already be challenging the 3 residences? Never mind if I can do it. I need your help now. Will you help me? Dominic looked at her earnestly. He needed to investigate the 3 residences first. Seeing his sincere expression, Isabella couldn't refuse him, although helping might bring him no benefit. Fine. I know what you mean. I'll find out the information for you within 3 days. Deciding after much consideration, Isabella chose to support Dominic in this crazy endeavor. I'll wait for your news. Dominic nodded as Isabella left the room. Given my current strength, I still lack over 50% confidence. I need to reach the 9th level of Heavenly Jail within these 3 days. Determined, Dominic clenched his fist and disappeared instantly. Night had fallen. In the holy pavilion of Sacred Spirit Valley, Bartolomeo informed his master's uncle, Clinton, about Dominic's intention to join the 9 sects competition. This kid, what game is he playing? Why stay peacefully in Kunlun sect when he wants to deliver himself to the Heavenly Dao Palace? Clinton was visibly agitated, having placed great hopes on Dominic for revenge while genuinely considering his safety. Master uncle, Dominic seems very different now compared to before. I can't even discern his realm standing before him. Bartolomeo frowned, aware that only 2 types of people could hide their true cultivation. Those who mastered secret techniques to conceal their aura, or someone whose cultivation surpassed his own and concealed it deliberately. Hearing this, Clinton's brows furrowed tightly. He closed his eyes momentarily, revealing a golden glow between his eyebrows, acting like a third eye. This aura? 8th level? Impossible. Sensing the unexpected power, Clinton was taken aback. Master uncle, what do you mean? Bartolomeo was confused. Clinton, seated in a wheelchair, slowly opened his eyes, deep in thought. After a long pause, he smiled cryptically. This kid has indeed been blessed. Enough. Just keep an eye on him. Don't interfere. Clinton waved Bartolomeo off without revealing what he had seen. Puzzled, Bartolomeo awkwardly bowed and left. Outside the inner Dao residence, a disciple from Xuanhuan Academy waited anxiously outside. It was Ashan, who had helped Gary and Isabella confront Dominic last time. Soon, a man rushed out from the Dao residence. It was Gary's cousin, Linus. Ashan, why are you looking for me at this hour? Linus, clearly displeased, asked. Senior brother Ming, it's terrible news. Your cousin Gary has been murdered. Ashan came to inform Ming Tinda of Gary's death, adding his embellishments to blame Dominic and Isabella. What? Linus was utterly stunned. Damn it. For such a big matter, can the elder of the law enforcement hall just let these 2 immoral people off so easily? Linus flew into a rage upon hearing this. His cousin was killed, and now he had to bear the slur. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Well, I don't know why. Elder Bartolomeo seems to be intentionally favoring them. Everyone in Xuanhuan Academy can testify to that. Ashan wore an expression of helplessness, twisting the truth even further. Dominic, to kill my cousin and leave this unavenged. I swear I will not rest until you are dead. Linus was utterly enraged. Ever since Gary's death, he harbored anger toward Dominic, which only intensified after learning about his cousin's fate. He couldn't quell the raging fire within. Let's go. Take me to him immediately to settle this score. Linus grabbed Ashan by the collar, shouting loudly. Ashan nodded without another word, leading the way directly to the law enforcement hall in Xuanhuan Academy. Bang! When Linus arrived at Xuanhuan Academy, he attracted quite a crowd of onlookers from the academy. Reaching the door of Dominic's room, Linus kicked it open with a roar. Dominic, get out here now. His furious shout echoed through the room, but there was no response. What's going on? He's clearly in his room, isn't he? Chiraya? We haven't seen him leave. Everyone was puzzled. Some had been watching Dominic specifically and hadn't seen him leave his room. Linus's face darkened, worried about any tricks inside. He turned to Ashan and snapped, You, go in and check. What? Why me? Ashan balked, fearing Dominic's wrath and not wanting to end up like Gary. Nonsense. Are you refusing me? Linus glared at Ashan, refusing to let him back down. Facing Linus's threats, Ashan steeled himself and slowly entered Dominic's room. Upon finding the room dark and the bed empty, he breathed a sigh of relief and called out to Linus, He's not in the room. Did he escape? Linus's face grew colder, clenching his teeth in anger. Turning to face the crowd, he declared, Listen well. Whoever sees Dominic should immediately inform me at the Dao residence. Chapter 337. Fist suppresses the heavens. That guy is from the 3 temples? I recognize him. He's Gary's cousin, a disciple of Dao Temple. Seeing Linus leave angrily, someone immediately recognized Linus's identity, which made everyone realize what had happened. Now this should be entertaining. Gary's cousin will definitely finish off Dominic. Of course. But how did Dominic, a living person, just vanish into thin air? Some people fanned the flames, while others joined in the chorus. Dominic's sudden disappearance left everyone puzzled. Ashan, emerging from Dominic's room with furrowed brows, muttered to himself, This is strange. Where could Dominic have gone? Or did he know someone was coming? Unable to figure it out, Ashan couldn't help but glance back into the room. Feeling something odd, he decided to stay and see where Dominic might have gone. In the depths of Heavenly Prison, Dominic was drenched in sweat, disheveled and utterly miserable. He stood at the entrance to the 8th level, his aura visibly stronger than before. Shouldn't you give up? The one imprisoned on the 8th level is the founder of Tai Stevie sect. His Tao is incredibly strong. In your current state? As Dominic gazed at the entrance to the 8th level, Aemon, hidden in the shadows, tried to dissuade him from acting impulsively. The higher one went in Heavenly Prison, the stronger the prisoners became. Dominic reaching the 7th level was already beyond his expectations. Strike while the iron is hot. We won't know unless we try. I don't have time to waste. Ignoring the advice, Dominic proceeded upstairs, determined to quickly enhance his strength as Heavenly Prison was his only hope. Without hesitation, he ascended to the 9th level. The moment he entered, he felt an ethereal presence. This floor resembled a study, lined with bookshelves, and in the center stood an incense burner emitting soothing blue smoke, making Dominic feel tranquil. Chariot, he didn't dare let down his guard. The founder of Tai Stevie sect was more terrifying than even Kunlun old ancestor. Slowly advancing and carefully avoiding the central incense burner, Dominic saw an old man dressed in green and white sitting meditatively ahead. The old man looked like a sage, with silvery hair and youthful features, much like an ancient Taoist monk. Approaching within 10 feet, Dominic couldn't sense the old man's aura. Even his existence seemed uncertain, as if he were invisible, without any discernible life force. Since there was no turning back, Dominic steeled himself, saluted, and said, "Junior Dominic greets Senior." Upon hearing Dominic, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Zoom. 2 beams of light shot from his eyes like sword chi towards Dominic. Startled, Dominic swiftly sidestepped. A descendant of the Qin family? As Dominic simmered with anger, the seated old man suddenly spoke, identifying Dominic. "Do you also know the Qin family?" Dominic asked in surprise. The founder of Tai Stevie sect was over 10,000 years old. The Qin family in the south, the Tiandao Palace in the north, everyone in the world knows of them, the old man said with furrowed brows and a stern expression. His presence overwhelmed Dominic. Listening to this, Dominic realized that the Qin family and Tiandao Palace were paramount powers. Why did the Qin family face annihilation if they are so powerful? Dominic questioned internally. Given their formidable strength, they shouldn't have been wiped out. "I sense his aura within you. Could it be you are this era's master of heavenly prison?" The old man's sharp gaze fixed on Dominic for a long time before his expression changed. "May I ask your name, Senior?" Dominic's expression shifted. The title Master of Heavenly Prison held no meaning to him, but the old man clearly exuded an invincible aura. "My name is Tai Stevie, and I have been imprisoned here for 6,300 years, the old man replied, almost forgetting his own name. "Do you remember Tai Stevie sect?" Dominic asked intentionally, still astonished. Tai Stevie sect? Upon hearing this, Tai Stevie's expression grew peculiar. Sensing a familiar power within Dominic, he suddenly waved his hand. Dominic's body froze. Standing up, Tai Stevie approached Dominic, extending his hand toward his head. "What do you intend, Senior Tai Stevie?" Dominic panicked, trying desperately to break free but unable to move. Just as Tai Stevie was about to touch Dominic's head, a burst of golden flame erupted from Dominic's scalp. Hiss! Tai Stevie hastily withdrew his hand, nearly burned by the golden flame. "Inextinguishable sun? You brat, did you receive the true teachings of Kunlun Old Ancestor?" Tai Stevie was shocked. Being an old friend of Kunlun Ancestor, he knew his powers well. "Sherry's. He insisted on giving me his power." Dominic remained cautious, unsure whether Tai Stevie was friend or foe. Tai Stevie's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Is this the will of heaven?" After a long silence, Tai Stevie's face contorted in anguish as he suddenly grabbed Dominic's shoulder. "Ah!" Dominic screamed, feeling his shoulder nearly crushed. Next, Tai Stevie began channeling immense power into Dominic. "Boy, I, Tai Stevie, have cultivated for 10,000 years. My time is nigh, so I shall lend you my strength. Take as much as you can absorb. From now on, we will be even." As overwhelming power surged into his body, Dominic struggled. Meanwhile, Tai Stevie grew visibly weaker, his form becoming transparent, swaying as if ready to dissipate. With the influx of power, Dominic felt dizzy. Moments later, he was forcibly ejected from heavenly prison, returning to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Dominic emitted a brilliant glow, radiating a fearsome aura. "This?" Eshan, guarding outside Dominic's door, trembled as the room released intense energy, breaking out in cold sweat. Eshan turned to the door, peering through the crack and seeing Dominic sitting on the bed. "How did this happen? I've been here for 2 days. How did he get inside?" Deciding not to dwell on it, Eshan quickly departed to inform Linus. It was noon. Inside the room, Dominic's turbulent power gradually stabilized, and his aura calmed down. "Meng Sr., I'm sure he's in the room. I saw him with my own eyes." At the sound of hurried footsteps and voices outside, Dominic opened his eyes with a smug smile. Bang! Suddenly, someone kicked the door open. "Dominic? Get out here." Feeling furious, Dominic jumped out of bed to find several people gathered outside his door. "Who's the fool challenging me here?" Leaping out of bed, Dominic opened the door, finding a crowd assembled outside. It's the front of the crowd. Linus looked murderous, blocking the door with Eshan, glaring angrily at Dominic. Seeing Linus, Dominic immediately understood that Linus was here to avenge Gary. "Dominic? How can you still hide? You had the guts to kill Gary. What? Want to be a coward now?" Upon learning Dominic was inside, Linus guessed he had been hiding and thus publicly humiliated him. The onlookers laughed silently, all looking forward to seeing how Dominic would kneel and beg for mercy. "You talk nonsense. All I hear is a dog barking in front of me." Dominic raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and publicly insulted him. "How dare you call me a dog? Little bastard, no one will save you today. I'll crush your bones to ashes to avenge my cousin." Furious from Dominic's taunt, Linus erupted in anger, shouting as he lunged forward with his strongest attack. Dominic's lips curled into a smile, effortlessly dodging Linus's strike with a sidestep. Sadly, the door behind him was destroyed by Linus's palm strike. Roar! Enraged and embarrassed, Linus swung his arm, unleashing an overwhelming force. But Dominic remained unperturbed, raising his hand to unleash a powerful gust of energy. Boom! The attack crumbled instantly. Thud! Thud! Linus was forced to retreat. What's going on? Meng Sr. can't even hurt Dominic? Is Meng Sr. letting Dominic off on purpose? Everyone was baffled. Linus came from the Dao Temple, so his cultivation and strength should far surpass Dominic's. Linus's face turned red with embarrassment upon hearing such comments. "Ah, die now." Fuming with rage, Linus suddenly blurred into motion, "Ningzhi Yan Shenguang Zai Zhang Zhong Zhi Pushang Dominic." Corrected for fluency and accuracy. "Ah, die now." Fuming with rage, Linus suddenly moved in a blur, gathering blinding mystic light in his palm as he lunged at Dominic. With his hand behind his back, Dominic narrowed his eyes to a thin slit. As everyone doubted his chances, Dominic unleashed a devastating punch into the air. Boom! A terrifying gust spread out, and there stood Linus before Dominic, eyes wide open, frozen in place. In front of the crowd, Linus, with a murderous look on his face, blocked the door with Eshan, glaring angrily at Dominic. Upon seeing Linus, Dominic immediately understood that Linus had come to seek revenge for Gary. Dominic? How can you still hide? What happened to your courage to kill Gary? What? Do you want to be a coward now? After learning Dominic was inside the room, Linus guessed that Dominic had been hiding and thus publicly humiliated him. The people at the back naturally laughed silently, all looking forward to the show, eager to see how Dominic would kneel and beg for mercy. What are you talking about? All I hear is a dog barking in front of me. Dominic raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and publicly insulted him. How dare you call me a dog? Brat, no one will save you today. I'll tear you apart and scatter your ashes. I'll avenge my cousin's hatred. Linus, provoked by Dominic's words, flew into a rage. As he roared furiously, he lunged forward with his strongest attack. Dominic's lips curled up as he easily dodged Linus's strike with a sidestep. Pitifully, the door behind Linus was destroyed by his palm. Arg! Enraged and humiliated, Linus swung his arm, unleashing a sweeping attack. But Dominic remained calm, raising his hand, and a burst of energy exploded forth. Boom! The attack crumbled instantly. Thud! Thud! Linus was sent reeling backward. What's going on? Why can't senior brother Meng hurt Dominic? Is senior brother Meng letting Dominic off deliberately? The crowd was baffled. Linus came from the Dao Mansion. In terms of cultivation and strength, he should have been able to crush Dominic easily. Linus, red-faced, felt his pride wounded by the audience's murmurs. Ah, die! Fuming with anger, Linus suddenly blurred into motion, condensing blinding light in his palm and charging at Dominic. Dominic, hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes slightly. Just when everyone doubted Dominic, he unleashed a powerful punch into the air. Boom! The shockwaves scattered outward. Linus stood frozen before Dominic, eyes wide open, unable to move. Chapter 338, showing his true colors. With a single punch, the entire crowd fell silent. Linus, who stood in front of Dominic, froze in place, his face filled with fear and no sign of breath. This was because Dominic's punch had directly penetrated his abdomen, creating a blood-soaked hole the size of a fist, blood gushing out like a fountain. Is he dead? Did Linus just get killed? The crowd watched in shock, their scalps tingling. Dominic had killed someone so casually. This was too ruthless. Linus was a 5th-stage, sky-penetrating realm cultivator, yet Dominic had killed him with one punch. Everyone couldn't help but doubt Dominic's true strength. Ashan's face turned pale. Seeing Linus dead, he bolted as fast as he could, terrified that he might be next. Dominic? You killed a Dao Mansion disciple. This time you've really overdone it. Sherry's. Even Elder Chi can't save you now. Seeing Dominic still killing without any signs of remorse or learning from his previous mistake, some people began to add fuel to the fire. The Dao Mansion would not let Dominic off easily after a disciple was killed. Naturally, no one thought Dominic had a chance. It was his own fault for seeking death. Why should I be blamed? Facing the unfriendly reminders from the crowd, Dominic showed no fear. He acted within his own territory, not in the Dao Mansion. What did he have to be afraid of? He's crazy, truly unaware of his limitations. Upon hearing Dominic still trying to justify his actions, the crowd grew even angrier, unwilling to listen to reason. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dominic remained unmoved, turning around and returning to his room as if he didn't realize the severity of the situation. When news of Linus's death spread completely, the law enforcement hall elder Bartolomeo personally came to speak with Dominic. Seeing Bartolomeo come looking solemn, Dominic sat calmly in his chair. Dominic, are you crazy? Just days ago, you repeatedly violated the rules, killing 2 people. This incident has become a hot topic and will soon reach the patriarch. Bartolomeo, seeing Dominic so calm, was beside himself with anger. He knew he couldn't blame Dominic entirely, but with public opinion against him, and especially since he killed a Dao Mansion disciple, this would cause significant turmoil. I only acted in self-defense. Linus deserved what he got. If you want to arrest me, Elder Chi, I have nothing to say. But right is right, and wrong is wrong. Seeing how upset Bartolomeo was, Dominic didn't show humility. He had done what he had to do. If he hadn't killed Linus, it would have been him who died. Fine, right and wrong. If not for the sake of our junior-senior relationship, I would definitely teach you a lesson. Bartolomeo was furious. If Dominic continued to flaunt his power, he would eventually cause a major incident within the Kunlun sect. The 3 Mansion Lords were not people to be trifled with. Even the sect leader had to show them respect. By openly killing a Dao Mansion disciple, Dominic was essentially slapping the Dao Mansion in the face. By now, the head of the Dao Mansion had likely already complained to the sect leader. Hearing Bartolomeo's words, Dominic, unlike before, was no longer as fearful. If senior brother wishes, junior brother is willing to spar a few rounds. Dominic smiled, seemingly provoking Bartolomeo. Previously, he couldn't gauge Bartolomeo's true strength, but now that he was stronger, he saw that Bartolomeo was at the 9th stage sky-penetrating realm, just one step away from the spirit-venerable realm. Bartolomeo's expression changed slightly. Dominic suddenly becoming so assertive and wanting to fight. This was something new. Recalling what his uncle Benito once said, Bartolomeo had to reconsider his view of Dominic. Now, Dominic seemed sharper than ever. Is Dominic here? As Dominic and Bartolomeo exchanged glances, a voice came from outside the door. Dominic frowned and walked toward the door, with Bartolomeo following closely behind. At the door, they saw a handsome young man standing there, dressed in Dao Mansion attire. His demeanor instantly turned cold when he saw Dominic appear. Before he could speak, noticing Bartolomeo behind Dominic, he bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Chi. My name is Walker. I have come by order of the Mansion Lord to summon Dominic to the Dao Mansion. Dominic's expression changed. Being summoned by the Dao Mansion Lord clearly meant they wanted him to walk into a trap. Bartolomeo's face became grim. He stepped forward and said, Dominic is a law enforcement hall disciple, not under Dao Mansion jurisdiction. Go back and tell your lord that he is overstepping boundaries. Walker's face darkened. Bartolomeo was clearly favoring Dominic, but he had orders, and Dominic must go with him. Elder Chi, why make things difficult for yourself? Dominic broke the law in public, murdering my junior brother Linus. This matter has caused quite a stir. He must return with me. Walker no longer hid his intentions. His words represented the Dao Mansion, and Bartolomeo had no grounds to obstruct him. Bartolomeo's face darkened as he inwardly cursed. As a mere elder, how could he possibly stop Dominic? Elder Chi, we need an explanation. Since the Dao Mansion has called for me, I will go, Dominic interjected, not wanting to put Bartolomeo in an awkward position. Bartolomeo frowned, realizing Dominic didn't fully grasp the gravity of the situation, which frustrated him further. Well then, please come with me. Walker, seeing Dominic take the initiative, extended his hand invitingly. Dominic glanced at Walker, then stepped forward. Look, Dominic is being taken away by Dao Mansion people. Those who act recklessly will surely face consequences. Let's see how arrogant he can be now. The crowd in xuanhuan observed Dominic being led away by Dao Mansion personnel. Some felt schadenfreude, others added insult to injury. In their eyes, this was all Dominic's doing. Facing the merciless ridicule and contemptuous looks, Dominic remained unperturbed, walking with Walker out of xuanhuan. Chin, Kimura, coincidentally passing by, saw Dominic from the crowd. He came back late, and Dao Mansion sent people so quickly? Kimura couldn't help but worry about Dominic. Killing a Dao Mansion disciple was a capital offense that wouldn't be pardoned. The Dao Mansion was an independent residence. Arriving at the gate of Dao Mansion, Dominic saw several Dao Mansion disciples staring at him malevolently. Move along. Seeing Dominic slow down, Walker forcefully pushed him from behind. Angered, Dominic turned to look at Walker, who stared back fiercely. What? Unhappy? Do you think killing someone from Dao Mansion makes you special? What's so great about Dao Mansion people? Dominic sneered, approaching Walker, who took a step back in fear. What are you doing? Remember where you are. Dao Mansion doesn't tolerate wild behavior. Despite Walker's bravado, Dominic's imposing presence frightened him. Dao Mansion? Dominic turned to the grand entrance, smirking disdainfully. Wild behavior, huh? Let's see how far it goes today. With that, Dominic walked towards the main gate. Stop. Seeing Dominic try to barge in, the Dao Mansion guards rushed forward, eager to teach him a lesson. Get out of my way. Without turning back, Dominic roared, unleashing his martial strength. A loud boom followed as those nearest to him were thrown back by the force. So strong. Walker was shocked, feeling Dominic's power wasn't inferior to a 9th-stage, sky-penetrating realm cultivator. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, Dominic walked into the Dao Mansion unopposed. Entering alone, Dominic found the courtyard bustling, lined with guards watching him warily. That's the guy who killed Linus? How dare he come in by himself? What audacity! The Dao Mansion members were amazed. They couldn't fathom where Dominic found the courage to enter alone. Outside the Dao Palace gates, standing there was a young man. This man had prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an imposing demeanor, and the aura around him indicated that he had already reached the half-step spirit venerable realm. He was none other than Gorin, the second senior disciple of Dao Mansion. Are you Dominic? Gorin's voice was naturally authoritative, resonating like thunder, deafening to the ears. It's me. And who are you? Dominic frowned. Seeing that Gorin was so young yet had such cultivation, his fighting spirit began to stir. How dare you, Dominic? Listen carefully. I am Gorin, the second senior disciple of Dao Mansion. Gorin remained expressionless as he sternly introduced himself. Second senior disciple? So, you're not the strongest in Dao Mansion? Upon hearing Gorin's identity, Dominic's expression became peculiar. You. Of course. In terms of strength, I may not match my eldest senior brother, but what does that have to do with you? Gorin's face turned ashen. Dominic's seemingly innocent question clearly mocked him. Whether it has anything to do with me or not, it's none of your business. I came because I heard that Dao Mansion's lord wanted to see me. Blocking the entrance, don't you find that a bit obstructive? Dominic laughed, shaking his head. He then suddenly widened his eyes and asked, Bastard. Looks like you're courting death. Gorin felt his lungs about to burst from anger. Dominic's blatant disregard infuriated him. As he roared in anger, he raised a hand, channeling his energy into a wind thunder slash, manifesting a terrifying blade of lightning that charged straight at Dominic. Dominic showed no visible reaction, merely waving his hand casually. Bang! The incoming storm of blades exploded instantly, recoiling back towards its origin. Gorin's expression changed drastically as he saw his own power returning, forcing him to use all his strength to defend. Pooh! Reacting too late, Gorin was struck by his own force, spitting out blood and retreating several steps. Second senior brother. Seeing Gorin injured, the people of Dao Mansion were seized with fear, their gazes turning wary as they looked at Dominic. Too weak. Why don't you call out your eldest senior brother and let him fight me instead? What do you think? Dominic shook his head, feeling disappointed. The Gorin before him wasn't even worthy of his full effort. Hashtag chapter 339. Seize the initiative, fearless. Arrogant. For thousands of years, you are the first one to dare cause a scene in the Dao Mansion. There's no need for elder brother to intervene. I can still kill you. Facing Dominic's disdainful provocation, Gorin, who was injured, became enraged. He suddenly trembled, and his strength within abruptly surged, reversing the blood chi, forcibly breaking through. If second elder brother does this, it will rupture all his tendons and meridians. To regain face, in a fit of anger, Gorin actually reversed his blood chi and used secret techniques to forcefully break through to the spirit venerable realm. The crowd from Dao Mansion looked tense. Even if Gorin won against Dominic, it would be at a huge cost. It's useless. The gap between us isn't something that can be bridged by realm. Dominic shook his head. Seeing Goran unable to accept defeat and risking his life to force a breakthrough just to fight him seemed futile to Dominic, like a drop in the bucket. Arrogant. Goran, burning with rage, saw Dominic acting so disrespectful and roared loudly as he moved like thunder and attacked swiftly as lightning. Bang! The ground cracked, dust flew, but Dominic remained unscathed, directly flying into the sky with his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone below. Goran's face contorted, thinking that Dominic was afraid and did not dare to fight him head-on, so he chose to attack with all his might. 9th level of Wind Thunder Heavenly Art, 5 thunderclaps overhead. Goran immediately unleashed his ultimate move, and chaotic lightning quickly engulfed Dominic in the sky. Boom, boom. Thunder echoed throughout the heavens, sending chills down the spines of those around due to the terrifying destruction. By then, Goran had exhausted himself after using his strongest technique. Pooh. Goran knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Second elder brother. Everyone grew nervous, worried that Goran couldn't hold on. But Goran raised his hand to stop them from approaching. As he looked up at the explosion in the sky, a sword aura suddenly descended straight for his heart. Goran's face turned pale, and just as he thought he was doomed, a beam of white light from the palace struck and dispersed the sword aura. Goran fell to the ground, sitting dejectedly. That moment nearly sent him back home in death. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky as Dominic appeared, his face grim, descending from above. At that moment, Dominic radiated killing intent, ready to end Goran's life. Ridiculous! Just at this critical moment, a surprised voice echoed from inside the palace. Dominic's expression changed slightly as he quickly turned around only to be hit by a palm print directly on his chest. Step, step. Dominic fell to the ground and staggered back several steps. Angered, Dominic knew this palm came from the Lord of Dao Mansion. Humph! Dominic? You dare to commit murder here in our Dao Mansion? Have you no shame? Do you believe I wouldn't dare kill you? From the palace, the Lord's furious voice sounded. Kill me? I'm only afraid the Lord lacks the courage. Dominic smirked contemptuously, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the palace. This guy is too arrogant. Dominic's words instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. This was the first time anyone dared challenge the Lord, undoubtedly courting their own demise. Whoosh! A beam of white light suddenly shot out from the palace and hit Dominic, immobilizing him. Daring to speak arrogantly before me, today you will surely die. As soon as the Lord of Dao Mansion finished speaking, a large blade appeared above Dominic's head, slicing down directly toward him. Dominic's cold gaze narrowed slightly, and a defiant smile played on his lips. Roar! With a roar, Dominic's martial power erupted within. Boom! The constraining force on his body was immediately shattered, and the large blade above his head crumbled to pieces. Without giving the crowd time to react, Dominic stepped forward, forming a fist with his right hand, causing a golden dragon illusion to appear in the sky. Dragon soars in sky. With Dominic's angry roar, the sky darkened as if primordial forces had possessed him. A single punch sent ripples through space, and the golden dragon instantly pierced through the air heading straight for the palace. Who? One punch felt like an apocalyptic strike. A figure suddenly flew out of the palace, turning a hand into a palm and releasing a massive force in an attempt to break Dominic's attack. Boom! The earth-shattering sound echoed, shaking the entire Dao Mansion, stirring up dust and smoke. Everyone in the Dao Mansion was taken aback. Dominic's single punch forced the Lord to emerge, which was truly heaven-defying. Who? The wind calmed, and the smoke dissipated. There, floating in the air with his hands behind his back, the Lord of Dao Mansion stared angrily at Dominic opposite him. Though he appeared middle-aged, his cultivation was already at the profound venerable realm after more than 3,000 years of practice. Ancient martial arts practiced to perfection. Could you be a disciple of the martial mansion? The Lord of Dao Mansion, Cameron, wore a somber expression. After facing off with Dominic, he had to reassess him. Only someone from the martial mansion could have brought martial power to such a high level. I beg your pardon, my lord, Dominic said with a slight smile. I am just an ordinary disciple of the enforcement hall. My actions today were not intended as disrespect. I merely wanted to prove myself. Prove what? Cameron furrowed his brow. With Dominic's current strength, he was capable of battling him. Chariot Cameron didn't understand Dominic's intentions. To prove that I, Dominic, am not a coward. Linus's death is true, but only because he tried to kill me. How could I just sit there waiting for my doom? Words carry weight based on one's position. To make his words matter, he needed to demonstrate real ability first. Given his strength, even if Cameron wanted to punish him, he'd have to consider the consequences. Wherever he went, strength always ruled. Strength was reason, leaving others with no choice but to believe. Cameron's expression flickered. Dominic's power was formidable, and he couldn't fathom an enforcement hall disciple being this powerful. What do you want? Cameron asked after a long silence. That depends on the Lord's will, Dominic replied, scratching his nose to give Cameron a way out. Cameron's face turned red, considering his reputation. He glanced at the disciples below and, reluctantly, bit his lip, saying, I believe what you say. You may leave. Thank you, Lord, for your understanding. Dominic wasn't surprised. This was within his expectations. He intentionally demonstrated his strength to build momentum while also achieving his goal. Can't let him go just like that. Indeed, his arrogance insults you. If word gets out, the other two mansions will ridicule us. Seeing the Lord about to let Dominic go, Goran and others were unwilling and spoke up to dissuade Cameron. Dominic frowned, glancing at Goran and the others, but didn't leave immediately. Cameron's face reddened. Having spoken, he couldn't take it back. Be silent. Linus's death was self-inflicted. Our Dao Mansion has always been honest. Since the truth is clear, this matter is unrelated to Dominic. Cameron sternly shouted, addressing Dominic and prohibiting any further objections from Dao Mansion members. Goran was livid, glaring at Dominic, but didn't speak. Everyone else wished they could tear Dominic apart, but clenched their teeth in frustration. However, Dominic ignored them and walked proudly towards the gates. Enforcement Hall, Kuan Yard. Since Dominic was taken away by Dao Mansion people, everyone in Kuan Yard discussed him in groups. Do you think he'll come back? You must be dreaming. He killed a Dao Mansion disciple. At the very least, he'll lose his cultivation and be expelled from the sect. Some still harbored hopes, believing Dominic had a chance to return. But those hopes were shattered by someone's words. Everyone shut up. Dominic will definitely come back unharmed. Isabella, passing by the training ground, overheard their discussions about Dominic and angrily rebuked them. Isabella? Upon seeing it was Isabella who spoke, everyone's expressions turned odd. Ever since Gary's death, this senior sister Isabella had become unpopular among them. Now, with her support for Dominic, people felt even more repulsed by her. Perhaps you are the only one in Kuan Yard still dreaming? Dominic has been gone for so long. He might be dead already. As the crowd fell silent, someone suddenly spoke up, openly contradicting Isabella. Isabella froze, turning around to see who spoke. It was Eshan. Eshan's senior brother? What do you mean by that? Isabella's face darkened. Eshan and Gary had a brotherly relationship. She knew Eshan was the one who secretly informed Linus about Gary's death. In fact, Eshan was behind Dominic killing Linus. What do you mean? Isabella, do you have any shame left? How did Gary die? You know best. You distort the facts just because you fancy Dominic. Eshan sneered, openly humiliating Isabella. You're lying. Gary deserved his fate. I haven't twisted the facts. I, Isabella, have a clear conscience. It is you who harbors ill intentions. Isabella, infuriated, accused Eshan of malicious intent and defaming her and Dominic. Clear conscience indeed. But who would believe you? Eshan snorted, turning to address the crowd. We aren't blind. We know what kind of person Gary was. Sherry's. I believe in Wu's senior brother's character. He was unjustly betrayed, and Wu's senior brother died without clarity. Under Eshan's incitement, everyone started hurling insults at Isabella. He was a jerk, and you're defending him? Isabella, her face flushed red, clenched her teeth, anger rising as she pointed at the crowd, feeling utterly wronged. Hashtag chapter 340. The return of the strong, striking fear into all. In Kuan Courtyard's martial arena, Kimura had been standing up for Dominic, upset that everyone was bad-mouthing him. However, unexpectedly, Eshan appeared and accused Kimura of colluding with Dominic to harm Gary. As those around them started murmuring in disbelief, refusing to believe Gary could commit such an animalistic act, they immediately turned their accusations against Kimura. Kimura clenched her teeth in anger, tears streaming down her face. She was the victim, yet in the eyes of everyone, she had become the villain. The grievance welled up within her, making her cry uncontrollably. None of the people before her showed any sympathy. They all believed Kimura to be a devious woman. If I were you, you should just go ahead and bash your head open. It'd be fitting to join Dominic in the underworld. Eshan showed no mercy and only intensified his cruel words. Eshan, you. Kimura trembled with anger, clenching her teeth and advancing towards Eshan to slap him. Slap. Eshan reacted swiftly, blocking Kimura's right hand with his own left, then retaliating with lightning speed, slapping her hard across the face. Kimura stood there, stunned. Humph. Previously, if it weren't for Gary, do you think you are anything? Now without Dominic backing you up, what are you worth at all? You're nothing but a black-hearted bitch. Slapping you is too light a punishment. From now on, there will be no place for you in Kuan Courtyard. Eshan was merciless, leaving Kimura no room to breathe. Kimura's small face turned pale as she faced Eshan's humiliation, unable to retort despite her anger. Who gave you the courage to spew such vicious lies? Just as everyone was mocking her, a voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Upon hearing the voice, Kimura turned her head in shock. Eshan frowned, trying to figure out who dared speak up, when he saw Dominic emerging from the crowd. Chin, how did he return? Everyone was taken aback, recognizing the newcomer as Dominic. They quickly moved aside, terrified. Aren't you? Eshan panicked as Dominic approached, trembling and unable to control his legs. In response to Eshan's question, Dominic merely cast a cold glance at him. Seeing the red handprint on Kimura's beautiful face, Dominic's eyes flashed with cold fury. Dominic? Despite the injustice and the slap, Kimura smiled when she saw Dominic safe and sound, though her tears still lingered on her cheeks. Stopping abruptly, Dominic turned swiftly and slapped Eshan hard. Caught off guard, Eshan flew 3 meters away, blood spurting from his mouth. With blood streaming from his nose and teeth falling out, Eshan was rendered speechless. The crowd watched in horror, some already shivering, realizing they had also verbally abused Kimura. Seeing this scene, Kimura felt warmth and happiness fill her heart. She felt the past grievances were worth it. This slap is for Kimura, but this one is for your filthy words, Dominic declared. Not done yet. As soon as Dominic finished speaking, Eshan frantically shook his head, begging for mercy. Slap. But Dominic struck again, hitting Eshan's left cheek with great force. Ah! The slap tore Eshan's skin, causing his cheekbone to collapse and eliciting a scream like a slaughtered pig. The crowd recoiled in fear, like birds startled by a bowstring. With a fierce glance, Dominic caused several people to fall to the ground. Those who had previously mocked Kimura were now kneeling, fearing a similar fate. Do you want me to handle it, or would you prefer doing it yourselves? Dominic's gaze was menacing as he looked at the kneeling figures, showing no tolerance. Hearing Dominic's words, the kneeling people knew what to do. Slap. Under Dominic's pressure, the kneeling individuals began hitting themselves in the face fiercely. Though it hurt, losing half their lives would be much worse. Kimura, does your face still hurt? Dominic asked, touching her swollen cheek gently. It doesn't hurt anymore, Kimura replied uncomfortably but felt happy seeing Dominic's concern. So, how do you plan to deal with Eshan? Should I help you kill him? Kill him? Kimura gasped, pulling on Dominic's arm in alarm. No need. I forgive him. Very well. If anyone dares to bully you again, tell me directly. I'll make sure they don't live. Kneading his nose, Dominic agreed not to kill Eshan, yet the intimidation was already effective. At this moment, Dominic had become a haunting shadow in everyone's mind. Dominic? I have something to say. Kimura bit her lip, deciding to speak up. Come to my room. Nodding, Dominic turned and walked towards the back courtyard. I guess we need to keep our distance from him? Isn't that obvious? This guy is terrifying. Watching Dominic leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, understanding the severity of the situation. Xianxia Valley. Bartolomeo stood solemnly beside Clinton, reporting the matter of Dominic being taken to Dow Mansion to his uncle. Uncle, might Cameron have killed Dominic? Should you personally intervene? Bartolomeo was uneasy, limited by his abilities and unable to interfere with Dow Mansion affairs. Don't worry so much. We underestimated that kid Dominic. He just left Dow Mansion. It wasn't as terrible as you imagined. Clinton, sitting in his wheelchair with closed eyes, smiled faintly, informing Bartolomeo of Dominic's current state. What? Cameron, known for his pettiness, let Dominic go? Cameron, as inner sect master, was notorious for his vindictiveness and obsession with saving face. How can Cameron easily let Dominic go after such a big incident? Who said he let him go? He couldn't detain Dominic and had no choice but to let him walk free. Clinton glanced at Bartolomeo, having witnessed the confrontation between Dominic and Cameron. Uncle, are you joking? How could someone who has been a Stevian Zune for centuries fail to detain Dominic? Bartolomeo found it unbelievable. Among the three mansions, even though Cameron was the weakest, he was still the fifth strongest in the sect. Then ask Dominic yourself. This kid changes daily, truly defying logic. Clinton shot Bartolomeo another look, refraining from elaborating further but marveling inwardly. Bartolomeo was astonished, realizing from his uncle's words that Dominic could now rival Cameron. Rival Cameron in combat? If this news reaches the Patriarch, he will surely have Dominic participate in the 9 sects competition. Translation completed, while maintaining the original paragraph structure and tone. Senior uncle? This is contrary to your initial thoughts, isn't it? Moreover, if Dominic reveals his strength now, it's likely he wants to catch the Patriarch's attention. Bartolomeo couldn't help but worry. Everything had already exceeded his capabilities. All he could do was explain the situation to Clinton. He will do as he wishes. No one can stop him. It seems that I should find some time to venture out? Clinton, sitting in his wheelchair, wore a complicated expression. Bartolomeo was puzzled. His senior uncle hadn't left the Xianxia Valley in nearly 1,000 years, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe he had passed away. Now, suddenly deciding to go out, Bartolomeo couldn't help but suspect the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. Grandpa, it's time for dinner? Just as Bartolomeo was trying to fathom his senior uncle's intentions, Beth suddenly appeared, pushing Clinton away. Beth had an odd look on her face, having overheard the conversation between her grandfather and Bartolomeo. Grandpa, at your age, wouldn't it be better to stay here and enjoy your twilight years? Why do you have to leave? Beth complained, not wanting her grandfather to leave the Xianxia Valley. You're too young to understand certain matters. Clinton looked kindly at her, shaking his head, not wanting Beth to know too much. Beth didn't speak but felt extremely unhappy. In her mind, it was all because of Dominic's appearance that their peaceful life was disturbed. Kuan Courtyard. In Dominic's room. What? You engaged in combat with the Lord of Dow Mansion? Kimura, full of curiosity, was shocked into standing up from her chair upon learning about Dominic's encounter at Dow Mansion. Unbelievably, she looked at the calm Dominic before her, thinking this sounded like a tale spun out of thin air. If even the Lord of Dow Mansion couldn't subdue Dominic, how strong must Dominic be? It was just an exchange. We didn't actually fight. Are you really so frightened? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Dominic dismissed it casually, thinking Kimura was overreacting. There are probably only a few people in the inner sect who could engage the Lord of Dow Mansion. Aren't you satisfied yet? You need to understand that the 3 lords are among the strongest in the sect. Kimura was somewhat angry. Seeing Dominic's nonchalant attitude, she knew that once this news spread, it would cause a sensation throughout the sect. Chapter 341. Dow Mansion's eldest disciple. Contentment? Upon hearing this question from Isabella, Dominic chuckled in surprise. Then he stood up, walked to the window, and said with a haughty expression, "This is just a good start." Just beginning? Isabella was shaken. By tomorrow, Dominic's name would spread throughout the sect. Just because he had fought with the Dow Mansion's master, it was already enough to stir chaos. Charit Dominic said this was only the beginning? Sherry's, haven't you forgotten? I told you before that I wanted to prove myself stronger than the 3 Mansion's disciples through my strength. Dominic nodded in affirmation. His goal was to build momentum for himself, preparing to participate in the 9 sects contest. Each of the 3 mansions had one quota. To obtain it, he had to prove his worth by strength. Isabella lost her composure as she looked at Dominic. She didn't know what to say. I have already proven myself against Dow Mansion. Now it's the turn of Wu Mansion and Jin Mansion. Do you have any news lately? Dominic retracted his gaze and asked the stunned Isabella. Sherry's. I've learned that Jin Mansion will hold an internal contest tomorrow to select their strongest disciple to represent the sect in the 9 sects contest. As for Wu Mansion, it's relatively quiet. However, I heard that the 6th disciple, Hatcher, will represent the mansion in the contest. Having disappeared for 2 days, Isabella did so to help Dominic gather information on the strongest disciples of the 3 mansions. Great. We'll start with Jin Mansion tomorrow. Learning that Jin Mansion was having an internal competition for the representative position, Dominic naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to prove himself. Is it that easy to enter Jin Mansion? Unless Jin Mansion personally invites you, you can only force your way in. Isabella wore a grave expression. Seeing Dominic determined to use the 3 mansions as stepping stones, she feared he would attract serious trouble. Force my way in? Dominic smiled slyly. This sort of problem couldn't stop him. Whoosh. Standing by the window, Dominic was about to seal a letter when suddenly he heard a streak of sword light shoot toward him from outside the window at incredible speed. Watch out, Dominic. Isabella happened to see the sword light coming from outside the window. As she warned him, Dominic quickly dodged. Clang. The flying sword passed by Dominic's shoulder, directly lodging itself into the wall inside the room. Seeing the sword impaled on the wall, Dominic's face turned cold. As he was about to turn around, the sword embedded in the wall suddenly pulled out, emitting terrifying sword chi as it lunged at Dominic again. Himph! In a fit of rage, Dominic waved his arm, and the flying sword was sent flying back out of the door. Enraged, Dominic rushed outside. Inside the courtyard stood a man in red robes. A flying sword circled around the man in red robes, emitting incessant ringing sounds as if pleading for justice. Luo Tingamo, the eldest disciple of Dao Mansion? When Isabella saw who it was, she couldn't help but be startled. The eldest disciple of Dao Mansion? Realizing his identity, Dominic guessed the purpose of his visit. During his time at Dao Mansion, he had always thought that the eldest disciple was not as strong as Goran. But he was wrong. This Gay from Dao Mansion exuded a powerful aura and had reached the 9th level of Lingzuan realm, just a step away from Stevie Yanzan. Dominic, be careful. I've heard that Dao Mansion's eldest disciple also possesses cross-realm combat power. Isabella grew anxious. She hadn't mentioned Gay before because she didn't think Dominic would encounter him. She never imagined that Gay would come seeking him. Dominic's expression changed slightly. He hadn't actually seen someone with cross-realm combat ability. However, given what Isabella said, he felt the need to take him seriously. Gay stepped forward, a formidable aura stirring up dust and pebbles, sending out a terrifying pressure toward Dominic. Isabella's face paled instantly, and her petite body trembled uncontrollably. Given her cultivation level, she couldn't withstand such pressure. Dominic glanced at Isabella. Seeing her struggling to endure, he took a firm step forward. Whoosh! The pressure from Gay suddenly receded. Gay's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Dominic's strength to be so formidable. Under Dominic's protection, Isabella returned to normal. Still, facing the menacing Gay, she remained tense. So it's you, causing trouble at Dao Mansion? Gay glared straight at Dominic, demanding answers. Not just that. I also killed Linus of Dao Mansion. What? You want to restore Dao Mansion's honor? Dominic rubbed his nose, reminding the other party while intentionally provoking him. Himph! What are you anyway? My master doesn't like to bully the weak, but I, Gay, am not afraid of ridicule. Whoever tarnishes Dao Mansion's name will serve as my sword sacrifice. Gay snorted coldly. The sword beside him emitted a blinding light, seemingly challenging Dominic. From your tone, it seems you want to fight? Dominic raised the corners of his mouth disdainfully. Of course. Gay responded between gritted teeth. The flying sword nearby immediately shot toward Dominic. Plank. Facing the attack, Dominic simply punched, sending the flying sword flying back. Whoosh. Suddenly, Gay vanished from his spot and reappeared, gripping the flying sword, slicing toward Dominic. Dominic's expression darkened, and Tiankin's sword appeared in his hand. Fleeting light. With a horizontal slash, the moonlight-like sword beam flashed past. Bang. Due to his underestimation, Gay was easily knocked back by Dominic's strike. In terms of swordsmanship, Dominic was superior to Gay. 6 Kirk Annihilation. An enraged Gay suddenly used the 6th level of the 9 Kirk scripture. 6 Yang simultaneously appeared, transforming into 6 golden crows that flew toward Dominic. Impressed by Gay's capability to deploy the 6th level of the 9 Kirk scripture, Dominic realized that a few days ago, he might have lost. But now, it was laughable. As the 6 golden crows were about to reach him, Dominic let out a roar, causing a burst of golden light within him. Boom. Before Gay could react, his 6 golden crows exploded under Dominic's golden glow. How is this possible? Gay's expression changed dramatically. This was his confidence. Throughout Kunlun sect, fewer than 10 people could cultivate the 9 Kirk scripture to the 6th level. Trivial tricks. Show me everything you've got. Dominic sneered. Despite Gay's considerable strength, using the 9 Kirk scripture against him was overconfidence. You're asking for death. Enraged, Gay fiercely slashed his sword. Gay's figure overlapped, and green ripples spread beneath his feet, creating ripples in space. Dominic frowned deeply. Just as he slashed his sword ahead, Gay's attacking body split into 2. Did Dominic kill Gay? Watching from afar, Isabella thought Gay had been cut in half and presumed he was dead. But in the next second, the severed halves of Gay transformed into 2 figures. Kill. The 2 Gays attacked Dominic from both sides. Dominic's expression soured. Without thinking, he slashed both attackers horizontally. After being cut, each half of Gay split into 2 more. Now, for Gays stared at Dominic with murderous intent. Why does killing make them multiply? Dominic was puzzled. Each time he slew Gay, it had the opposite effect. Oh, I remember. This is Dao Mansion's technique. Taiji creates 2 forces, and from 2 forces come all things. Isabella recognized the technique from afar. There's such a technique? Dominic was astonished. If true, mastering it would mean one could face 100 enemies. Sadly, this was wishful thinking. If Gay truly possessed that strength, he wouldn't end up getting chopped. Space? Pausing for a moment, Dominic realized that whenever a Gay body appeared, space would ripple around it. So that's how it is. Identifying the loophole, Dominic's lips curled into a smile as he suddenly turned, ignoring the 4 Gays attacking him. Just as the 4 Gays were about to pierce Dominic with their swords, his body vanished into thin air. What? Gay's expression changed drastically, but only one of the 4 was speaking. Finally found you. As Gay was distracted, Dominic's voice came from behind him. Gay's face changed again. As he swiftly turned around, a punch hit him squarely in the face. Aya! Gay screamed in pain as he flew 10 meters away. As Gay was sent flying, the surrounding space returned to normal, and the other divided gaze dissipated into white light. It turned out that this was a trick Gay used, exploiting spatial power to create an illusion to confuse Dominic, diverting his attention to sneak an attack. However, in overlooking a detail, Dominic spotted the clue, gaining the upper hand. Whoosh! After being hit and spitting blood, Gay had barely hit the ground when Dominic instantly appeared before him. Bang! Without giving Gay a chance to react, Dominic kicked out with his leg. Ah! Poor Gay spewed blood and skidded across the ground for several dozen meters. That man, he's Dao Mansion's eldest disciple? Due to the loud fighting sounds, many people from Kunlun sect rushed to the backyard and saw Gay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, lying pitifully motionless. Is he really Dao Mansion's eldest disciple, Gay? Heavens! What did we miss? Recognizing Gay's identity, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The esteemed eldest disciple of Dao Mansion lay on the ground, unable to get up? Dominic? Just as Dominic was about to continue attacking, Isabella hurried forward, grabbing the impulsive Dominic. If you keep fighting, he'll die. Just as Dominic was about to push Isabella aside, a familiar voice came from behind him. Dominic's expression turned strange. Turning to look at the person who spoke, he paused in surprise. Haddon, senior brother? Chapter 342. The Deception of the Alchemy Venerable. Disciple Haddon under the Alchemy Venerable? In the backyard of Kuan Courtyard, when everyone saw that the person who tried to stop Dominic was from the Divine Pill Pavilion, they were greatly surprised. The Divine Pill Pavilion is the venue of the Alchemy Venerable. To become a disciple of the Alchemy Venerable means not being an ordinary person. Isabella looked astonished. Seeing Haddon intervene, she hastily withdrew her hand from Dominic's arm and instinctively stepped back. Dominic glanced at Gay on the ground, unable to get up, and decided to give Haddon some face. Haddon wore a grave expression as he approached Dominic. Looking down at Gay, bleeding from all orifices, he couldn't help but feel sympathy. Brother Chin, weren't you a bit too harsh? After all, Gay is the senior disciple of the Dao Manor. Haddon wasn't criticizing Dominic, but was afraid that Dominic's relentless actions would invite disaster. Senior disciple of Dao Manor? I thought he was just an ordinary disciple. Everyone should bear witness. It was he who attacked me in my room. I acted in self-defense. Dominic pretended to be unaware, hurriedly explaining to the crowd. The crowd remained speechless, knowing full well but not daring to speak out. Feng Stevian wore a peculiar look, finding Dominic's pretense near him somewhat disagreeable. Did senior brother Haddon come here especially to find me? Curious about Haddon's appearance, Dominic asked. That's right. This time, I specifically came to find you. Haddon nodded, then surveyed his surroundings, deeming this place unsuitable for further conversation due to its many prying ears. Seeing Haddon's demeanor, Dominic understood and invited him inside with a wave of his hand. Please, senior brother Haddon, come inside. Haddon nodded, giving one last glance at the injured Gay before following Dominic in. Gay, despite his severe injuries, could still move. Dominic, wait until your luck runs out. He clenched his teeth fiercely, glaring at Dominic's retreating figure. Senior brotherly, when Isabella attempted to help Gay stand up, only to have him angrily shove her away. Stay away. Friends of Dominic are my enemies. I don't need your help. With fury fueling his strength, Gay struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. Isabella felt compassion as she watched the unsteady Gay stumble away, fearing the Dao Manor might seek trouble with Dominic upon learning of this. Inquiring what brings senior brother Haddon here so suddenly? In the room, while serving water to Haddon, Dominic seized the opportunity to ask. Being a disciple of the Divine Pill Pavilion, Haddon usually guarded the Fanlong Array and wouldn't normally be idle. Not much. I heard that you caused a stir at Dao Manor and engaged Lord Cameron. I just came over to verify if it was true. Haddon smiled faintly. Now, who in the sect didn't know Dominic? His reputation had soared within days, making waves across the entire sect. Haddon naturally wondered if Dominic truly possessed the qualifications to match wits with a lord. As for that, don't listen to them. I'm nowhere near capable enough. They're exaggerating, Dominic said with a sheepish shake of his head. Oh really? Could Haddon believe Dominic? Upon seeing Dominic, Haddon found himself unable to discern Dominic's cultivation level or even detect his aura, proving Dominic was far superior to him. Right, I heard Sword Manor has an internal competition tomorrow to select the strongest disciple to represent our sect in the 9 Sects tournament. Are you interested? Shifting the topic, Haddon mentioned the Sword Manor competition. Of course, I am interested. However, it's quite disappointing since regular disciples can't enter. Hearing Haddon mention this, Dominic perked up. He wanted to attend, but outsiders were barred from entering. What's the difficulty? Tomorrow, I plan to observe and I can bring you in. Haddon laughed, knowing his privilege as a disciple under the Alchemy Venerable extended to this extent. After all, observing the Sword Manor competition could provide great assistance in cultivating the way of the sword, a rare opportunity indeed. Hearing this, Dominic was delighted and immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Haddon. You're welcome. We'll meet at the entrance of Sword Manor tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to. Let's not chat further now. Haddon left Dominic's room after taking his leave. It's like wishing made it happen, Dominic smirked, as Haddon had resolved the issue of getting into Sword Manor. However, upon leaving Kuan Courtyard, Haddon returned straight to the Divine Pill Pavilion. Master, why did you want me to bring Dominic to the Sword Manor competition tomorrow? Back at the Divine Pill Pavilion, Haddon curiously questioned the Alchemy Venerable. Originally, the idea of bringing Dominic to Sword Manor wasn't Haddon's, but came from the Alchemy Venerable. I owe Dominic and can only make it up to him this way, the Alchemy Venerable said with a troubled expression. Is it because of Yael? Haddon was taken aback, realizing the only reason his master owed Dominic was because of Yael. Sherry's. Yael's bone marrow is destroyed, and his lost cultivation cannot be restored. Even the chance for recultivation is non-existent. But I, constrained by pride, deceived Dominic and sent Yael here when I could do nothing. The alchemy venerable felt guilty for deceiving Dominic and sought ways to compensate him. What about Yael? Feng Stevian asked seriously, fearing Dominic would eventually learn the truth if Yael wasn't saved. There's nothing we can do but let him fend for himself, the alchemy venerable replied with resignation. Haddon fell silent, acknowledging that even the alchemy venerable was helpless in saving Yael. Still, he couldn't understand how the alchemy venerable knew Dominic intended to go to Sword Manor and for what purpose. Senior brother Haddon. As Haddon stood there in silence, Yael entered cheerfully, holding a cup of tea. Oh, it's junior brother Lou? Haddon was surprised. Yael seemed fine, yet there was no trace of spirit energy within him, akin to an ordinary person. Senior brother Haddon, I heard you met Dominic? How is he? Yael remained oblivious, unaware that he could never practice again. He felt content being a disciple of the alchemy venerable, still hopeful to regain his previous cultivation. Glancing at his master, Haddon noticed the alchemy venerable subtly shaking his head. Haddon understood. His master wasn't ready to let Yael face the truth. Regarding Dominic, he's doing incredibly. Follow me. I'll tell you more. To ease the alchemy venerable's guilt, Haddon took Yael away, recounting Dominic's feats as they walked. Soon it was early morning of the next day. Dominic arrived early at the entrance of Sword Manor with Isabella. Today, the Sword Manor internal competition was held. Elders and specially designated disciples had already started entering. These sunlit hours, hasn't senior brother Haddon shown up yet? Isabella became anxious. The competition was about to start, and there was still no sign of Haddon. Perhaps senior brother Haddon got delayed? Dominic's expression turned serious, considering a forceful entry into Sword Manor without Haddon's help. At the entrance of Sword Manor, disciples guarded the gate, all at the mortal slaying realm or above. The competition starts soon. Close the doors and follow me to watch. Just then, the leading guard, noticing no one else arriving, instructed his juniors to close the gates, glancing at Dominic and Isabella. Oh, don't close. Kimura grew anxious, seeing that the Sword Manor people were about to close the gates. She hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Who are you? By your appearance, you seem to be a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall? What qualifies you to stop us from closing the gates? The lead man of the Sword Manor was named Gordon, who wore a hostile expression as he rebuked Kimura. Kimura had no reply, knowing her low status left her with no grounds to argue. So what if I'm a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall? I insist on entering. What can you do about it? Dominic's expression hardened as he stepped forward to confront Gordon and his group. You're Dominic? One of the men behind Gordon recognized Dominic after a brief moment of hesitation. Sherry's, it's me. Dominic nodded, refusing to bow or scrape. You're Dominic? Gordon frowned. Lately, Dominic's name had been making waves. Now, finally seeing him in person, he found him unremarkable. What? Is there another Dominic in Kunlun sect? How so? Dominic frowned, noticing Gordon's unfriendly demeanor, but not letting himself off easily. So what if I am Dominic? This is Sword Manor, not Dao Manor. If you don't want to end up crippled, get down on your knees and call me senior brother. Maybe then I'll let you off easy. Gordon sneered, intentionally belittling Dominic to elevate his own status. Dominic clenched his right fist, ready to strike when Kimura suddenly rushed over, grabbing his right hand and shaking her head vigorously at him. Want to make a move? Don't you dare open those dog eyes of yours and see clearly. This is Sword Manor, not some place for Dominic to run wild. Gordon glared at Dominic's defiant face and became even angrier. Dominic's face darkened, preparing to teach Gordon a lesson when he felt a hand land on his left shoulder. Frowning, he turned around to see Haddon standing behind him. Senior brother Haddon? Kimura sighed in relief upon seeing Haddon appear. Senior brother Haddon from the Divine Pill Pavilion? Opposite, Gordon immediately put away his arrogant attitude, respectfully greeting Haddon with a fist salute. Junior brother Chin? Sorry, something came up on the way, so I'm late. Haddon ignored Gordon and apologized to Dominic instead. Chapter 343, a challenge from the Sword Mansion's genius. Outside the gates of the Sword Mansion, Haddon, who had arrived late, saved the gatekeeper Gordon once again. Dominic was already enraged and ready to force his way into the Sword Mansion. However, seeing Haddon arrive in time, Dominic managed to suppress his anger. Chariot, looking at Gordon, who still maintained his arrogant demeanor, Dominic felt very displeased. Haddon's senior brother? The internal competition is about to start. You should hurry inside. Gordon, seeing that it was not early anymore and they were also going to watch, decided to remind Haddon. Haddon frowned and nodded slightly, casting a glance at Abby. Abby looked tense, worried that Haddon would not let her enter. But Haddon did not speak. Instead, he turned and walked ahead towards the main gate of the Sword Mansion. You can't go in. As Haddon stepped through the gate, Gordon suddenly reached out, blocking Dominic and Abby. Dominic's expression turned icy. Abby hid behind Dominic, too scared to say anything. They are my friends. If I bring them, we can't enter? Haddon asked Gordon with an unpleased look. Haddon's senior brother, please don't make it difficult for junior brothers. This time, Lord of the Mansion has ordered that disciples from the 6 halls may not enter during the viewing. I am just following orders, Gordon replied awkwardly, trying to dodge Haddon by invoking the Mansion Lord's command. Ultimately, Gordon was deliberately making things difficult for Dominic. Haddon was angered, but as Dominic raised his hand, Haddon acted first, striking Gordon away with a single palm strike. Dominic frowned, realizing Haddon's intention instantly as Gordon wasn't hurt. What are you doing, Haddon's senior brother? Gordon, who had been pushed back several steps, did not sense any danger yet, but glared at Haddon angrily. What? If Haddon wants someone inside, even the Mansion Lord can't stop me. Haddon publicly rebuked Gordon, then took Dominic and Abby inside the Sword Mansion without further ado. Gordon dared not say a word because Haddon's words carried weight. Entering the Sword Mansion, They bypassed the antechamber and saw the martial arena. Currently, many people gathered at the arena, with the competition stage situated in the center. At the front stood a stone platform where 3 middle-aged men were seated. Recognizing one of the 3 as Dao Mansion Lord Cameron, Dominic immediately identified him. The 2 others sitting beside Cameron were naturally the lords of the Sword Mansion and Martial Mansion. Junior brother Dominic? The 3 seated there are the 3 Mansion Lords. Dao Mansion Lord Cameron, whom you are already familiar with. The one in the middle is the Sword Mansion Lord named Hugo, and the remaining one is the Martial Mansion Lord Brant. Taking advantage of the time before the competition started, Haddon introduced the 3 lords to Dominic. I didn't expect the Sword Mansion's internal competition to have all 3 lords appear in person. This visit seems worthwhile, Dominic mused, rubbing his nose. Haddon looked oddly at Dominic, unsure whether he came to observe or for another reason. At this moment, all the Sword Mansion disciples had assembled. A young woman slowly ascended the stage and announced solemnly, "The Sword Mansion internal competition officially begins. There is only one slot to represent the sect in the 9 sects competition. Whoever can last on the stage will obtain it." As she finished speaking, a bell rang out. In a flash, from the crowd of Sword Mansion disciples, someone directly flew onto the stage. This man had black hair streaked with white, looked around 30, and exuded an imposing aura. His sword intent was strong, reaching 9th heaven cultivation level. Such cultivation was only upper middle rank in the Sword Mansion, but strength varied widely among individuals, so it couldn't be used to judge superiority alone. Swordsmanship was profound. The deeper one went, the stronger one became. This was the difference between sword cultivators and law cultivators. Finn requests to challenge for the throne. The man on stage bowed respectfully towards the 3 lords, seeking their approval. Approved. Hugo nodded, allowing Finn's request. Finn, confident and full of pride, cast a haughty gaze at the other disciples below. By asking for the challenge, he sought to determine who had the strongest sword path. The crowd grew restless, and eventually, a woman flew onto the stage. With long flowing hair, she was beautiful but cold, emitting multiple strands of sword chi straight at Finn. A duel of swordsmen was about speed, precision, and ruthlessness, the subtleties of sword techniques. Jade Dragon emerges from the sea. Finn did not dodge but unleashed powerful sword chi, forming a stunning sword formation. With a splash, a black dragon emerged from water, instantly hurling the woman across the stage. She spat blood and was mercilessly knocked off the stage. This woman, though having achieved first-level Spirit Venerable, fell in a single move due to inferior sword strength compared to Finn. Senior brother Haddon? Where does that person on the stage rank in the Sword Mansion? Dominic, having watched for some time, noticed something different about Finn and asked Haddon curiously. According to my understanding, with his strength, he can only rank up to the top 20, Haddon estimated, frowning as he glanced at Finn on stage. Only 20th place? So there are many stronger than him? Dominic lost interest instantly. Others were watching the matches, but Dominic was looking for opponents. He scanned the crowd, trying to find the strongest one in the Sword Mansion. After a while, he noticed a pair of eyes staring intently at him. Dominic turned to see a woman. She was beautiful but cold, with a hint of hostility in her eyes as she stared at him. Cold Xuanhuan noticed Dominic looking elsewhere, and turned to see who he was looking at. Her. Dreamer Alati? Cold Xuanhuan exclaimed in shock upon recognizing the woman. Alati was a famous sword prodigy within the Sword Mansion, reputed to have entered the path at 12, advanced to the Sword Mansion's first stage cutting mundane at 15, and reached the 9th heaven realm at 17. With 9th heaven cultivation, she could slay spirit venerables, becoming renowned thereafter. Now over 20, Alati had already achieved spirit venerable status. Her formidable strength was not to be underestimated. Haddon, noticing Alati among the crowd, was puzzled as to why she showed hostility towards Dominic. The competition continued, but Finn only lasted 2 rounds before being knocked off the stage in the 3rd. Just as Dominic focused on Alati in the crowd, she gave him a cold smile and then flew onto the stage. It's junior sister Alati. Alati's arrival drew cheers from the crowd. Although she was the youngest, her strength ranked among the best in the Sword Mansion, and her beauty naturally made her popular among senior brothers. Seeing Alati, the challenger, lost heart and respectfully bowed before jumping off the stage himself. Dominic was unsurprised. He felt Alati's strong sword path aura that had reached the pinnacle of human sword unity. Ignoring the crowd, Alati turned and looked directly at Dominic, unnoticed by most. Cold Xuanhuan and Haddon had a premonition and instinctively turned to Dominic as Alati pointed at him. What is junior sister Alati doing? Her actions caused everyone to turn and notice Dominic. This brat, how did he get here? On the viewing platform, Cameron's face changed abruptly upon seeing Dominic. Meanwhile, Sword Mansion Lord Hugo also noticed Dominic. To be continued, the Lord of the Martial Mansion, Brant. His expression changed slightly when he looked at Dominic, as he actually sensed traces of ancient martial arts aura from Dominic. You dare to challenge me on stage? On the platform, Alati coldly stared at Dominic in the back of the crowd and publicly issued a challenge. Me? Dominic was quite surprised. He felt it was too early for him to step up, but if he didn't accept now with the atmosphere set, wouldn't he be laughed at? Brother Chin, I advise you to consider carefully. Haddon's face was grave. Alati was very strong, and he did not want Dominic to take unnecessary risks. Consider? Dominic chuckled. His purpose here was to prove himself within the Sword Mansion. Now that someone offered him this opportunity, how could he refuse? Why not? Without waiting for Haddon or Abby to notice, Dominic stepped forward and leaped into the air, directly flying onto the stage. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to belong to our Sword Mansion? Someone in the crowd questioned. Dominic's name was well known, but few truly recognized him. On the stage, Alati saw Dominic approach, her eyes blazing like they were filled with deep-seated hatred. Do you know me? Dominic, standing on the stage, asked Alati in confusion. Is your reputation so great, Dominic, that I would not recognize you? Alati answered, gritting her teeth fiercely. What? He is Dominic who caused chaos in Dao Mansion? Heaven, how did he end up here? The mention of Dominic's name immediately caused a stir among the crowd below. Dominic's name had already spread throughout Kunlun sect. Sitting in the viewing stand, Cameron's old face flushed red, nearly losing his composure. This is interesting. This boy actually came to the Sword Mansion? Is he deliberately provoking us? The Lord of the Sword Mansion, Hugo, narrowed his cold eyes, speaking with ill intent. Cameron remained silent. Brant wore an expressionless face, eager to see what Dominic had to offer. On the stage, Dominic felt somewhat uneasy. Looking at Alati opposite him, she seemed ready to tear him apart. He racked his brains, but couldn't recall where he had offended her. Translation ends here while maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and continuity with the previous content. Hashtag chapter 344. Alati's vengeance ends in defeat. You stop pretending to be ignorant. Do you still remember Linus, whom you killed? On the stage, Alati seethed with hatred, angrily pointing at Dominic to remind him. Who? Linus? Dominic looked taken aback. He certainly remembered Linus, the Dao Mansion disciple he had killed a couple of days ago. She? Below the stage, at the back of the crowd, Isabella, upon hearing Alati's words, seemed to recall something and immediately turned pale. Haddon furrowed his brows. While he didn't know Linus, he noted that Linus also bore the surname Ming. Could it be? What relation are you to Linus? On the stage, Dominic's expression was peculiar. He didn't yet know Alati's name and naturally couldn't guess the connection. You listen up. My name is Alati, and Linus is my older brother. Alati gritted her teeth. Seeing that Dominic didn't even recognize her, she was furious enough to spit fire from her eyes. Oh, Linus has a sister like you? Dominic was very surprised. No wonder Alati looked at him as if he were an enemy. Whoa. The crowd below gasped in shock upon learning the truth. Even Cameron on the viewing platform was taken aback by this news. Hugo, the master of Sword Mansion, grew solemn. It was only natural for a sister to seek vengeance for her brother, so he naturally wouldn't interfere. At the same time, he was also curious about how Dominic could have sparred with Cameron nearby. Humph. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid. Dominic, today I will take your life to comfort the soul of my deceased elder brother. Alati clenched her teeth, barely able to contain herself before her enemy. Whoosh. Before Dominic could protest, Alati suddenly attacked. A streak of sword light tore through the air, as swift as lightning. Thud thud. Dominic took several steps back. Since this was the Sword Mansion, he directly tapped into the power of the sword path. Swoosh. A streak of sword light swept across the void, instantly defeating Alati. Scattered petals in the sky. Alati leaped with fury, petals raining down in an instant as a wave of sword chi surged towards Dominic. Dominic's brows furrowed. Alati's sword skills were formidable, so he released the art of sword mastery, condensing myriad sword chi to counterattack. Boom. On the arena, sword chi raged, the collision of the two forces instantly creating a terrifying surge of energy. So powerful. This boy's sword path isn't inferior to Alati's? On the viewing platform, Hugo exclaimed upon seeing Dominic's display of sword power. After all, Alati was one of the top talents in Sword Mansion, a rare genius in the sword path. However, Dominic held his ground, deftly countering each of Alati's attacks. Annihilation. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Dominic activated the heaven-cleaving technique on the stage. Streaks of meteor-like rocks rained down, relentlessly striking towards Alati. Alati's expression turned panicked. No matter how she dodged, the meteors always locked onto her position. Under the relentless barrage of meteors, Alati was already in tatters. This is a celestial rank sword technique. How formidable. Is Dominic here just to disrupt things? Witnessing Dominic's impressive sword skills, the disciples of the Sword Mansion felt aggrieved. His prowess dealt a significant blow to their morale. Knowing they were all cultivators of the sword path, their mental state could influence their performance. Dominic's display made them feel hopelessly outmatched. At this moment, dust rose on the stage, thoroughly diminishing Alati's resolve. You can concede now? Dominic, sword in hand, looked at the breathless and dirty-faced Alati coldly. Concede? I haven't lost yet. Alati, burning with anger, would not let herself, a genius disciple of Sword Mansion, be defeated by an outsider. Roar. Alati shouted loudly, unleashing a terrifying sword aura from within her body. Dominic's expression changed. Even the heavenly residual sword in his hand trembled. Such a powerful sword intent. Haddon was amazed, sensing a formidable sword intent rapidly awakening within Alati. Sword cultivated for 1,000 days, used in a single moment. Cameron frowned deeply, having observed Alati for a while, guessing what she intended to do. Beside him, Hugo stroked his beard, his face turning grim. He knew well the cost Alati would pay for this move. Whoosh. On the stage, Alati vanished before Dominic's eyes. Her speed was astonishing. Dominic couldn't even catch her shadow. In an instant, Dominic sensed terrifying sword intent surrounding him. Hadn't seen your brother? Will Dominic be alright? Isabella's heart tightened, fearing that Dominic might truly die at Alati's hands. It's hard to say. Alati hasn't used her sword yet. Haddon's brows furrowed. Even he couldn't predict what Alati intended to do. Bang bang. Suddenly, Dominic was attacked from all sides. Alati's sword strikes were fast, but Dominic narrowly managed to block them all. Sudden strike. As Dominic scanned his surroundings, Alati's voice echoed from all directions. Whoosh. Just as Dominic failed to lock onto Alati, a white streak of sword light pierced directly towards his chest. Dominic! Isabella's face paled as she urgently shouted out. Just as everyone thought Dominic was doomed, they realized that Alati's strike hadn't penetrated his body. It was because the Heavenly Wrath battle armor had appeared in time, its astonishing defense blocking the attack. Unwilling to give up, Alati increased her strength to break through the armor. but she underestimated the Heavenly Wrath battle armor, which, powered by the Golden Dragon Pearl, possessed impenetrable strength. Give up. You can't kill me. Seeing Aladi's persistence, Dominic had no intention of killing her. He didn't want to cause carnage here. You, dream on. Stubborn Aladi only thought of avenging her brother and refused to stop. Bang. As Aladi stubbornly persisted, her sword suddenly snapped in half. Startled, Aladi, unable to retract her force in time, smashed straight into Dominic. Clang. With a bloody forehead, Aladi was thrown several meters back, landing at the edge of the stage. Dominic frowned. Seeing Aladi unable to continue, he retracted the Heavenly Wrath battle armor and merely watched her coldly without further action. Did Aladi lose? How infuriating. Dominic didn't win fairly. True. If not for the Heavenly Wrath battle armor, Aladi would have won. The disciples of Sword Mansion, witnessing Aladi's defeat, blamed Dominic for unfair play. In their eyes, swordsmen should rely solely on sword skills, not external aids. Dominic, leveraging the Heavenly Wrath battle armor, had only narrowly won against Aladi. Facing the disciples' dissatisfaction, Dominic wasn't bothered. This boy is extraordinary. From the looks of it, he seems to have held back. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hugo had to admit Dominic's talent in the sword path. You guessed right. This boy used Dao techniques when he fought me at Dao Mansion. Cameron smiled slightly, verifying this to Hugo. Oh, sword and Dao cultivation? Rare indeed. No. He practices martial arts, sword, and Dao, 3 disciplines. If I'm not mistaken, his martial path is the strongest. While Cameron and Hugo marveled, Brant suddenly interjected with a serious tone. Cameron didn't argue. He had seen Dominic's martial path skills but couldn't ascertain its true strength. With such talent, he should represent the sect in competitions. Hugo's brow furrowed. The sect needed the best disciples to participate in the 9 sects contest on behalf of Kunlun sect. Undoubtedly, Dominic was the most suitable choice. This matter, I have already discussed with the sect leader, but he has yet to respond. Cameron had always planned this. He was the first to acknowledge Dominic's capabilities. Hugo and Brant glanced at Cameron, each lost in their own thoughts for a moment. There were only 3 spots available. If Dominic took one, that left just 2, meaning one of the 3 residences would lose its chance. At this moment, all eyes were on Dominic on the stage. His victory over Aladi in the first battle was like a declaration of war against Sword Mansion. Cough cough. Injured Aladi's shattered sword had caused her mindset to plummet, and her cultivation dropped to the Heavenly Passage realm. Dominic, don't be smug. I will kill you sooner or later. Aladi stood up, her body trembling slightly as she glared at Dominic with intense hatred. I'll be waiting, Dominic replied calmly, meeting her gaze unflinchingly. Aladi trembled with rage. Just as she was about to fall due to her unstable stance, a figure suddenly appeared and caught her before she hit the ground. The newcomer was a handsome young man with sharp features. He had arched eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura, his expression cold and hostile towards Dominic. It's Dwight. Senior brother Dwight is out of seclusion? The crowd from Sword Mansion couldn't help but gasp in surprise when they saw the man appear on stage. Dwight ranked 3rd in strength within Sword Mansion and had reached the 9th stage of spiritual respected realm. Senior brother Dwight? Seeing the newcomer, Aladi's eyes welled up with tears, feeling wronged and almost crying. Junior sister Aladi? Don't worry, whatever he did to you, I will return it tenfold. Unable to bear seeing Aladi's pitiful state, Dwight gritted his teeth in anger and promised her. Dwight and Aladi were deeply in love. When his beloved was wronged, Dwight could not suppress his fury and felt compelled to retaliate. Senior brother, be careful. He has the protection of Heavenly Wrath battle armor, Aladi whispered, nodding appreciatively as Dwight stepped forward to defend her. Dwight's expression changed momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. Once Aladi left the stage, Dwight's presence intensified dramatically. His sword path stemmed from anger. The more enraged he became, the stronger his sword path power grew. Furthermore, he only mastered 3 moves, earning him the nickname Lu 3 Swords. Chapter 345. The challenge from the first disciple of Sword Manor. Dwight appeared on the stage, instantly drawing cheers from the crowd. Dwight, nicknamed Lu Sanjian, due to his technique of striking only thrice with his sword to decide the winner. At Sword Manor, no one had been able to withstand Dwight's 3 strikes. Such feats were few and far between. After Miriam stepped down, Dwight moved forward, a shocking wave of sword intent bursting forth from within him. He practiced the Furious Sword Codex. To unleash its maximum power, it required fury as a catalyst to ignite his latent potential, amplifying his strength instantaneously. However, practicing this sword codex could not be done in a prolonged state of rage, as it would harm oneself or even lead to sudden death. Facing Dwight's overwhelming aura, Dominic felt suffocated. Kneel down, and I will spare your life. Before Dominic could react, Dwight roared suddenly. His voice thundered, shaking the space around them. Whoosh! As the sound faded, Dwight summoned a black giant sword, glaring fiercely at Dominic. This was Dwight's momentum. He aimed to seize the initiative by using his terrifying aura to crush his opponent's spirit. Sensing Dwight's killing intent peak, Dominic knew he couldn't give Dwight the chance to strike first. Roar! Like a mountain unmoved, Dominic lifted his hand to wield his sword. The sky darkened as powers from all directions converged into his blade, radiating an awe-inspiring force. What? His sword codex is eerily similar to Divine Arrow Sect's 4 Symbols Arrow Codex. In the audience stands, Hugo noted that Dominic's move leveraged the forces of the 4 divine beasts, reminding him of the Divine Arrow Sect. That's right. He truly is a prodigy. Brant nodded, confirming that Dominic indeed utilized the 4 Symbols Arrow Codex. Such a powerful strike. Cameron's expression turned grave. Dominic's strike had overshadowed Dwight's furious sword style, revealing a noticeable gap in their abilities. Bang! On the stage, before Dwight could unsheath his sword, Dominic made the first move. A single sword strike caused the weather to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. Edit. A single sword strike made the heavens darken and the world seem to lose its light. The destructive power almost dismantled the stage. Wow poo. Dwight barely intercepted the strike, but was injured by the sword's power. Feeling internal organs convulse painfully, he spat out blood. Thud. Dwight fell to one knee, pale-faced, his sword intent diminishing instantly, and his furious sword codex was forcibly broken by Dominic. Do you wish to continue? As his power dissipated, Dominic stood before Dwight, sword in hand, pointing it towards Dwight's forehead. Lou Sr. brother lost? Dominic is insane. Sword Manor's members felt humiliated. They were sword geniuses yet fell so easily before Dominic, tarnishing Sword Manor's reputation. On the observer stand, Hugo's face turned unpredictable. The internal competition became an outsider showdown? Bang. Enraged, Hugo pounded the table, glaring fiercely at Dominic on the stage, bellowing, "Enough! Are you waiting for me to lose my temper?" Upon hearing Hugo's outburst, Dominic reined in his sharp edge. Turning around, he bowed respectfully to Hugo, saying, "Sir, calm yourself. I didn't intend to cause trouble. I fought because someone challenged me publicly." Humph. This master isn't blind and doesn't need your explanation. Now, you have two choices. Either leave the Sword Manor, or apologize publicly. As the master of the Sword Manor disciples, Hugo wanted to maintain his authority and pacify the other disciples. Dominic's expression turned grim. Hugo was deliberately humiliating him, forcing him to bow in public. But alas, Dominic wasn't someone who submitted willingly. Since master puts it this way, I can only choose to leave. There's nothing spectacular about the internal competition here anyway. Before finishing, Dominic sneered contemptuously and turned to leave the stage. This is too infuriating. He is too arrogant. Dominic's words instantly riled up the Sword Manor crowd. What did he mean, there's nothing spectacular? Clearly, he was belittling them, mocking their lack of talent. Hugo's face turned beet red, unsure of Dominic's true motives. Brant and Cameron watched amused. Now it was Hugo's turn to be embarrassed. Hold it. Just as Dominic leaped off the stage to head back, a hand stopped him. Blocking him was a seemingly ordinary young man carrying a broken sword, appearing low-key but only a transcendent realm in cultivation. Chariot, when Dominic saw him, he sensed a piercing sword intent. We greet the eldest disciple. When Dominic met the eyes of this person, the surrounding Sword Manor members were taken aback, bowing deeply to the man with the broken sword. The number one on the heavenly list of 3 residences, Xavier, hadn't recognized the man immediately. Xavier consistently held the top spot on the heavenly list and represented the sect twice in the 9-sect competition. He was undoubtedly formidable, considered the pinnacle fighter among the 3 residences. Hadn't seen your brother? I heard Xavier is always at Transcendent Realm, but his sword prowess is unmatched. What does this mean? Kimura asked curiously. Suppressing. He intentionally suppresses his realm breakthrough. Sword cultivators are divided into external and internal cultivation. Xavier is an internal cultivator. Haddon looked oddly at Kimura, explaining what he knew. So, isn't he extremely powerful? Kimura was astonished. Haddon remained silent. To him, Dominic was also formidable. Between Dominic and Xavier, only a real battle could reveal who was stronger. Seeing the Sword Manor members' reaction, Dominic understood Xavier was their strongest disciple. Dominic, right? Xavier smirked insincerely, sizing up Dominic. Dare you fight me? Oh. Dominic pretended to be surprised, then shook his head, glancing at Hugo in the stands. Not that I don't want to, but your Manor Lord isn't welcoming me. Hearing this, Hugo blushed. Xavier frowned, looking at his master Hugo, who gave a slight nod. With your influence, Senior Brother Tsong, I'll gladly oblige. Dominic no longer hesitated, eager to test if Xavier could make him use his full strength. Please. Xavier invited Dominic to step onto the stage. Whoosh, whoosh. Without further ado, both ascended the platform. Senior Brother Tsong, you must teach him a severe lesson. Sherry's. Our Sword Manor won't tolerate outsiders making a mess. You mustn't hold back. Xavier's participation gave hope to the Sword Manor members. Dominic defeating 2 of their geniuses was like slapping their face. Man fights for a breath of air. Buddhas fight for incense sticks. The honor of Sword Manor was paramount, not to be trampled upon. You've managed to stir up both deities and humans against you, Xavier remarked, watching his fellow disciples cheer. I can't help it. The weak are envious, while the strong are admired. I wish to be admired, but some people insist on being self-righteous. Perhaps Senior Brother Tsong can teach me how to handle it. Dominic shrugged, feigning worry and asking Xavier humbly. Xavier's face darkened. How incredibly annoying. Someone in the crowd cursed aloud, frustrated by Dominic's arrogance. Even Haddon wished to pummel Dominic on stage. Dominic was indeed over-the-top arrogant at this moment. Chariot, Kimura felt incredibly nervous inside. Xavier was the strongest disciple of Sword Manor. His strength couldn't be underestimated. On the stage, Dominic and Xavier locked eyes. A swordsman's prowess lies in their mental state. Achieving a heart as still as water allows one to unleash the fullest potential of swordsmanship. Clearly, neither Dominic nor Xavier dared to underestimate the other. In a duel between formidable opponents, life and death hang by a thread. Whoever seizes the initiative first has an edge over the opponent. Dominic was at a disadvantage now. He had already showcased his swordsmanship, giving Xavier a significant insight into his abilities. However, Dominic knew little about Xavier and thus did not dare make any hasty moves. Down below, the crowd fell silent, each pair of eyes fixed on the stage with anticipation. People were tense. Some gnashed their teeth while others clasped their hands tightly. With a gentle breeze blowing through, Dominic and Xavier suddenly unsheathed their swords, engaging in direct combat without hesitation. Clang. Their swords clashed, sending out sparks. Before anyone could fully comprehend what happened, Dominic and Xavier were fiercely exchanging blows. In a blink, they had already exchanged over 100 strikes, still evenly matched. Although Xavier was only at the transcendent realm in cultivation, his sword power rivaled that of someone at the profound venerable third stage. Dominic appeared calm but was actually exerting his utmost sword power. His swordsmanship had reached its limit. Wind and waves rider. Suddenly, Xavier unleashed his sword intent, forcing Dominic to retreat several steps. Swish. Seeing Dominic retreat, Xavier pressed forward, targeting Dominic's vital points, making him fall back steadily. Sherry's, go, brother song. Witnessing Xavier gaining the upper hand, people from the audience cheered loudly, rallying for him, pulling out the firewood from underneath the pot. Realizing he was about to fall off the stage if he retreated further, Dominic suddenly leaped behind Xavier, striking a sudden blow. Xavier's expression changed dramatically as he turned to defend his chest with his sword. Clang. Dominic's strike met the blade in front of Xavier's chest. Wild geese descending on the sandy beach. Xavier narrowly escaped by releasing intangible sword chi, pushing Dominic back several steps. Swish. Before Dominic could steady himself, Xavier was instantly upon him, stabbing straight at Dominic's brow center with a swift sword strike. Chapter 346, The Strongest Sword. Dominic. The atmosphere suddenly became intense. On the stage, Xavier's sword was aimed straight for Dominic's brow. Below the stage, Isabella shouted loudly out of anxiety. The crowd from the sword mansion were on tenterhooks, eagerly watching as Xavier's sword was about to pierce through Dominic's head. But how could Dominic just sit there and accept his fate? At the moment the sword tip approached, a golden light appeared, deflecting Xavier's sword. Swoosh. Seizing this opportunity, Dominic quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Xavier. However, Xavier instantly counterattacked, grabbing the broken sword behind his back with his left hand. Slash. Without giving Dominic any time to react, Xavier unsheathed the broken sword behind him. Puff. Unable to dodge in time, Dominic's right arm was injured by Xavier's sword energy, spraying a thread of blood. A broken sword named Xianxia. At the sight of the broken sword in Xavier's hand, Haddon couldn't help but exclaim in shock from the back of the crowd. The Xianxia sword was the ultimate divine weapon of the sword mansion, forged by the founding ancestor of Kunlun sect, almost reaching the level of a divine artifact. Few knew this sword. I can't believe Xianxia would end up in Xavier's hands. Haddon was utterly astonished. Xianxia had immense power but wasn't easily recognized or wielded by just anyone. Beside her, Isabella was extremely tense, realizing that with such a formidable weapon, Xavier posed an even greater danger to Dominic. When Xianxia appears, even celestial sovereigns must step back. Hugo, isn't it a bit unfair? Asked the Marshall Mansion's Lord Brandt, feeling compelled to speak up for Dominic upon seeing Xavier use the Xianxia sword. I don't think so. Dominic wields one of the 10 great swords, Tiancan, while Xavier uses Xianxia. What's inappropriate about that? Hugo smiled slightly. In his view, this marked the true beginning of Dominic and Xavier's battle. Brandt frowned, glancing at Hugo without further argument. Xavier is unmatched in swordsmanship, but I still believe Dominic is better. Don't forget, he's only using swordsmanship without unleashing his full power. Cameron intentionally dampened Hugo's spirits. Hugo's face darkened. Cameron's words reminded him that even if Xavier defeated Dominic, it would only prove his superior talent in swordsmanship, not a true victory over Dominic. Dominic, show your true strength. I know that swordsmanship is only part of what you can do. On the stage, Xavier looked solemn, wanting to see Dominic's true power. You're too eager. To defeat you, I don't need to resort to other powers. Dominic glanced at his wounded arm, then shook his head, unwilling to fulfill Xavier's wish. He hadn't lost yet because he had one final move left. I've seen all your sword techniques. You have no chance of winning. Where does your confidence come from to say such things? Xavier frowned, believing Dominic was at his limit while he held the upper hand, leaving Dominic with no chance to turn the tide. Is that so? Try breaking my next strike first. Dominic smiled, stepping forward, as his Tiancan sword erupted with blinding light. Boom. Instantly, the sky and earth trembled, clouds churned and changed color, a devastating pressure descending from above. Heavenly resonance? What kind of sword aura is this? Can he communicate with the heavens and harness their power to enhance his attack? Even before the sword struck, its overwhelming aura resonated with all beings and shook the heavens and earth. People's faces paled. Those with weaker cultivation levels fell to the ground, terrified by the overwhelming pressure. Some people's minds faltered, causing them to spit blood. On the viewing platform, the 3 mansion lords stood up, startled, staring intently at Dominic on the stage. At this moment, Xavier felt an unprecedented sense of pressure as he witnessed Dominic's astonishing sword aura. His Xianxia sword hummed incessantly, affected by Dominic's sword intent, resonating deeply. Slashing the sky, annihilating gods, I stand alone supreme. As Dominic advanced, swinging his Tiancan sword, the world shook and ghosts wept. This was the final move he had comprehended from the Kurt divine art. With this sword, all gods shall perish. Slash. Dominic unleashed his sword, clouds gathering around him, accompanied by thunderous might, unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, Xavier gripped Xianxia tightly, leaped into the air, and unleashed his strongest sword intent, meeting Dominic head-on. Boom. Their peaked strikes collided, producing a deafening explosion. The fragile arena turned to ashes in an instant. The spectators were thrown off balance by the terrifying sword energy, and some fainted due to their weak cultivation levels. Inside the arena, strong winds howled. The shocking wave nearly leveled the entire sword mansion. Such destructive force rivaled that of a celestial sovereign. The 3 mansion lords were taken aback, watching intensely as the smoke slowly cleared. Finally, as the dust settled, a lone figure stood in the center of the arena. It must be senior brother. All hearts raced among the Sword Mansion members, each praying fervently that the standing figure was Xavier, for it concerned the honor of their mansion. Kimura and Haddon clenched their teeth, their minds filled with conflicting emotions, only hoping Dominic was unharmed. However, as the last of the smoke dispersed, the standing figure came into clear view. Dominic? How is that possible? No. Did senior brother lose? Seeing the figure clearly, everyone was mentally shattered, struggling to accept this reality. Kimura smiled through tears, overwhelmed with joy to see Dominic alive. Haddon gasped in disbelief. Dominic winning Xavier was beyond imagination. Xavier kneeled opposite Dominic, disheveled and dejected. Dominic wasn't much better, panting heavily, exhausted and shaky. In this battle, Dominic emerged victorious. Lord Hugo, witnessing this result, felt humiliated, clenching his teeth in anger. Brant and Cameron admired Dominic greatly. Defeating Xavier through swordsmanship was a rare feat. I lost. Xavier still couldn't accept the reality on his knees. He had devoted himself to swordsmanship, believing he reached its pinnacle, yet he still lost? You didn't lose. We ended up in a draw. Seeing Xavier's dejected state, Dominic shook his head with a bitter smile. Are you sympathizing with me? Xavier glared angrily. I'm not sympathizing. Your swordsmanship is indeed superior to mine, but I remain standing because my constitution is stronger. In terms of swordsmanship, I am inferior. Dominic spoke honestly. His martial training gave him physical strength several times greater than Xavier's. If they were at the same level, Dominic might not have been Xavier's match in swordsmanship. Hearing this, Xavier felt somewhat relieved. If he knew Dominic had practiced for merely a dozen years, it would surely enrage him. Alright, let's meet again another time. I must leave now, or the Lord will target me again. Dominic noticed the destruction around him, worried Hugo would be furious. So he hurriedly bid farewell to Xavier. Before Xavier could respond, Dominic had already turned away. Don't just stand there, let's go, or we won't be able to leave soon. To Isabella and Haddon's astonishment, Dominic urged them and quickly led them out of the Sword Mansion. Chapter 347. Aftermath of the Sword Mansion visit. Dominic's solo performance at the Sword Mansion had overshadowed everyone else, leaving the Sword Mansion's reputation in tatters. He truly made quite a spectacle. This kid? Isn't he being too wicked? It's as if he came here to smash the Sword Mansion. Cameron put on a very angry face, but sneakily observed Hugo's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Humph. If he dares to disrupt our Sword Mansion today, tomorrow he might dare to do the same to the Marshall Mansion. Brother Brant, you should be careful. Hugo, annoyed, gritted his teeth and glanced sideways at Brant to deliberately give him a warning. Be careful? What's there to be careful about? In fact, I'm looking forward to this boy visiting our Marshall Mansion. Brant smiled grandly. He wasn't someone who would act merely for appearances. At the same time, he was eager to see how Dominic performed in martial arts. Hugo felt rather embarrassed. Seeing that Brant didn't seem to care, Hugo felt he might have been too petty. Looking at the chaos around him, Hugo couldn't shake off an unpleasant feeling. So, he declared the internal competition over. At the Sacred Spirit Valley, Bartolomeo, upon hearing what happened at the Sword Mansion, rushed here immediately to inform his Uncle Master Clinton. Uncle Master? This Dominic is really full of surprises. Single-handedly, he outshone all the disciples of the Sword Mansion, infuriating Hugo. Bartolomeo couldn't help but marvel. Upon learning that Dominic had defeated the strongest disciple of the Sword Mansion, he felt immensely proud. After all, it was he who personally brought Dominic back to Kunlun sect, proving that he hadn't misjudged Dominic. Give him some more time, and even the three mansion lords wouldn't be a match for him. So what? Clinton held Dominic in high regard because he knew Dominic wasn't an ordinary person. Bartolomeo nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. Now only the Marshall Mansion remains among the three mansions. Uncle Master, do you think Dominic will go there? Bartolomeo was quite looking forward to Dominic visiting the Marshall Mansion. After all, among the three mansions, the Marshall Mansion had the strongest power. Hard to say. He has already achieved his goal. Unless he seeks to prove himself further, perhaps he might visit the Marshall Mansion. Clinton frowned. Currently, Dominic's rising fame had spread throughout the entire Kunlun sect, enough to draw the attention of the sect leader. Just as Clinton finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed as he turned to look beyond the mountains. No good. Someone from the Heavenly Dao Palace is coming. Note, the provided content seems like it should follow after Chapter 346. The chapter number mentioned, Chapter 347, is a continuity choice made based on the previous content structure. Please adjust the chapter numbering as needed to fit your novel. Chapter 347. Uninvited guests at the Dao Palace. The Sacred Spirit Valley. Holding himself in a wheelchair, Benito suddenly sensed an enigmatic presence. Using his heavenly eye, he identified the visitor. Tian Daogong? Uncle Teacher, are you joking? Chiemo Kurt's expression changed dramatically. It was no laughing matter that someone from Tian Daogong had arrived. The person is already within Kunlun sect. You must return immediately and ensure that the people from Tian Daogong do not recognize Dominic's identity. Benito's face was stern as he gave orders to Chiemo Kurt without any explanation, urging him to return to the inner sect. Chiemo Kurt stood momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily bowed and left. After Chiemo Kurt departed, Benito's face grew increasingly grim. Why would someone from Tian Daogong come here? Is it a coincidence? Or could it be? Benito was most concerned about Dominic's identity being exposed. If Tian Daogong discovered that Dominic was a descendant of the Qin family, they would surely seek to eliminate him thoroughly. It might even implicate Kunlun sect. Grandpa? What's wrong? Just as Benito looked troubled, Beth emerged from inside the house. Seeing her grandfather's unusual demeanor, she asked curiously, "It's nothing. Grandpa is just tired. Take me back to rest." Benito shook his head, not wanting to worry his granddaughter. Beth saw that her grandfather was behaving unusually, but didn't press further. She pushed him back to his room. #####intersect. Since Dominic had defeated the Sword Mansion's experts, his name had become well known. Did you hear? Dominic defeated the Sword Mansion's top disciple. Not only that, I heard that Dominic excels in Taoism, swordsmanship, and martial arts. His sword technique alone can overwhelm anyone at the Sword Mansion. So powerful, no one from the Tao or Sword Mansions can match him. Will he challenge the Martial Mansion? The disciples of the 6 inner halls were all discussing Dominic's remarkable achievements. Dominic's name had spread throughout Kunlun sect, his reputation reaching far and wide. Dominic? On the road to Kunlun Palace, a young man dressed in white suddenly overheard discussions about Dominic and couldn't help but pay attention. The man's name was Burke, hailing from the mysterious Holy Land of Tiandaogong. Behind Burke walked 2 attendants, a man named Lorenzo in black robes, with a cold and merciless look, and a woman named Kylan Red, whose beauty rivaled that of celestial maidens. Master, everyone along the way has been talking about someone named Dominic. Sounds like he's quite formidable, Kyle said oddly. Formidable? Burke frowned, turning to glare at Kyle. Even if he is formidable, can he be stronger than this master? Kyle realized she had spoken out of turn and quickly lowered her head. Who in this world can compare to you, master? Humph. Burke snorted, still feeling somewhat displeased. Hearing the Kunlun sect disciples praise Dominic so highly piqued his interest. He reached out to stop a passing Kunlun sect disciple. Hold it. Where can I find Dominic? The startled disciple hesitated, but dared not offend Burke, who looked menacing. Dominic? He is a disciple of the law hall in the Kuan court. You can find him there. Don't treat me as an outsider. Burke's face turned cold. Lorenzo stepped forward, grabbing the disciple by the neck and growling, show us the way. Fine. I'll lead you. The frightened disciple nodded and obediently led them. Meanwhile, Dominic had returned to the law hall and had been secluding himself in his room to heal from his injuries sustained during his battle with Xavier at the Sword Mansion. Excessive use of spirit energy had left him weakened, and he needed to recover quickly to his peak condition. With such fame came danger. Someone might seek him out. Dominic? Sitting in meditation, Dominic paused his healing upon hearing a frantic voice call out from outside his door. He stopped and opened his eyes just as Abby burst into his room breathlessly. Were you chased by dogs? Dominic scowled, looking at the panting Abby. Spit. Abby spat in response, then grabbed Dominic's arm without a word and pulled him towards the door. Abby, what's gotten into you? Dominic angrily shook off her hand. Don't ask. Elder Chi told me to bring you to see him immediately. Abby was anxious and didn't know why either. She followed Chi Imo Kurt's instructions to fetch Dominic. What does he want with me? Dominic was bewildered, sensing something amiss. Just go. Elder Chi ordered me to take you now, or he'll question me. Abby, fearing delay, pulled the reluctant Dominic out of the room. As Abby dragged Dominic out of the Kuan court, they encountered Burke. Abby, seeing unfamiliar faces, hesitated but continued pulling Dominic away. Dominic felt a strange sense of hostility upon spotting Burke. Ignoring Dominic, Burke followed the leading disciple into the Kuan court until the guide stopped. He's the Dominic you're looking for. The guide had missed him initially, but now confirmed the identity. Burke, Lorenzo, and Kyle exchanged glances, turning to see Dominic being dragged by Abby. Stop him, Burke ordered. Lorenzo dashed forward and blocked Abby's path. Who are you? Startled by the sudden appearance, Abby backed away angrily. Standing behind Abby, Dominic felt a jolt of surprise from Lorenzo's imposing aura. Despite Lorenzo's apparent youth, early 20s, his martial prowess rivaled Dominic's. At the 6th level of profound respecting realm, Lorenzo's strength was unmatched among the 3 mansion's disciples. Lorenzo shoved Abby aside without a word. Hey, Abby, angered by the abrupt push, quieted when Dominic gestured her to stop. You're Dominic? Lorenzo faced Dominic coldly. Cherries, what business do you have with me? Dominic furrowed his brow, unsure of Lorenzo's intentions and slightly defensive. Without waiting for a reply, Lorenzo threw a punch at Dominic. Dominic narrowly dodged, feeling the strong wind from Lorenzo's fist nearly knocking him back. Without giving Dominic time to ask, Lorenzo launched relentless punches. Frustrated, Dominic unleashed his martial power, engaging Lorenzo in a brutal fight. Bang bang. Lorenzo's strength was formidable, forcing Dominic to use 80% of his power. Master, Dominic seems skilled, Kyle observed, noting Dominic's endurance against Lorenzo's strikes. Lorenzo is at his limit. But that boy hasn't used his full strength. Burke watched Dominic closely, impressed by his abilities. What? Lorenzo couldn't force him to exert fully? Kyle was surprised. In her surprise, Lorenzo was pushed back several steps by Dominic. Now enraged, Lorenzo entered a berserker mode, attacking frenziedly. Undeterred, Dominic roared. Flying dragon in the sky. A punch shattered the air, and a dragon's roar echoed through the sky. This chapter maintains the structure and tone of the original Chinese text, ensuring coherence and fluency in English while preserving the story's intensity and character dynamics. The berserk Lorenzo was instantly spitting out blood, his body flying horizontally away. Lorenzo? Kyle rushed to Lorenzo's side upon seeing him injured. Dominic? Are you alright? Abby approached anxiously, hurriedly checking if Dominic was hurt. I'm fine. Dominic shook his head. The turmoil of chi and blood within him made him feel unwell. At that moment, Dominic suddenly felt an intense, prickling sensation on his back. Turning around, he saw Burke walking towards him step by step with a malevolent gaze. Abby's expression turned tense. Seeing Burke's approach was not friendly, she whispered to Dominic, "Shall we go?" "It's too late. They came for me." Dominic shook his head. "It was impossible to leave now. Why do I sense the aura of the Qin family from you?" As Burke walked closer, his expression was icy cold, his sharp eyes trying to pierce through Dominic. During Dominic's battle with Lorenzo, Burke had detected the unique aura of the Qin family in Dominic's strength. Upon hearing Burke's question, Dominic's heart skipped a beat, and the inexplicable hostility became even stronger. He is from the Tian Dao Gong. Be careful. Suddenly, Aemon inside Dominic's body warned him when he couldn't figure out why he felt this way. Tian Dao Gong? Dominic's expression changed slightly. He had just heard about the power of Tian Dao Gong, and now he was encountering someone from it so soon? What's your name? Knowing the other party's background, anger surged in Dominic's heart. He clenched his teeth and asked, "You are not worthy to know my name. You will die for hitting my attendant." Burke showed disdain, and as his pupils suddenly widened, he extended 2 fingers and thrust them toward Dominic's forehead. Dominic's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, a dragon-shaped mark suddenly appeared between his brows, releasing a burst of force. Bang! Ah! Burke suddenly screamed in agony, quickly retreating while staring at Dominic with eyes wide open, filled with intense fury as if facing an enemy. Dominic's face was peculiar as he raised his hand to touch his forehead, but didn't feel anything unusual. The Imperial Divine Dragon Seal. You are a member of the Qin family. Opposite him, Burke shouted furiously at Dominic, grinding his teeth. Chapter 348. Escape from Death. Disaster strikes the clan. Imperial clan? Seeing Burke's furious expression, Dominic couldn't help but frown. Who dares to call themselves an emperor? That would be the ruler of heaven and earth, an utmost existence. Looking at Burke, it was clear he wasn't lying. Only then did Dominic realize that their family's background was the root cause of the disaster. And the Divine Dragon Seal was precisely the protective amulet of Imperial clan members. Those who possessed it were direct descendants of the Imperial clan. With this information, Burke could deduce that Dominic in front of him was a fugitive from the Qin family. Harboring remnants of the Qin family, the Kunlun sect harbors ill intent. I will report this matter to the Heavenly Dao Palace. The infuriated Burke clenched his teeth and roared with anger, turning around to leave after glaring at Dominic. Dominic's expression changed slightly. Realizing that exposing his identity would bring trouble to the Kunlun sect, he stepped forward to prevent Burke from leaving. Bang! Taking advantage of Dominic's approach, Burke suddenly turned and struck a palm against Dominic's chest. Pooh! Caught off guard, Dominic spat blood and fell heavily to the ground. Humph! Idiot! I'll send you on your way right now. Burke sneered coldly. Just now, he had feigned to create an opportunity to ambush Dominic. Now, seeing Dominic seriously injured, how could Burke miss this chance to eliminate him? Despicable! Seeing Burke attacking Dominic, Abby angrily stepped forward to block him. Get lost! Burke frowned, raising his hand to strike, sending the interfering Abby flying with a mouthful of blood. Xuanhuan. The wounded Dominic saw Abby get hit, causing his rage to flare up. Whoosh! Ignoring his injuries, Dominic suddenly leapt up and charged at Burke. Burke showed no fear. As he attacked, mystic light blazed brilliantly, rippling through space. Bang! Before Dominic could reach Burke, a mysterious force suddenly sent him flying back. Pooh! Dominic spat out a blood spurt, his face immediately pale. A mere ant wants to stop the cart with its arms? Seeing Dominic wasn't quite there yet, Burke sneered disdainfully and teleported closer. What? Burke's sudden proximity caught Dominic off guard. In response, Dominic summoned the Heaven's Wrath battle armor. Boom! Burke's deadly strike was partially deflected by the armor. But even so, Dominic still felt the impact, retreating several steps. If not for his injuries, Dominic wouldn't have been in such a pitiful state. Heaven's Wrath battle armor? Burke's expression faltered upon seeing Dominic wearing the battle armor. Then, his lips curled upward. Too bad. Your armor isn't complete. You won't escape death today. Saying this, Burke condensed a white light in his palm and hurled it at Dominic. Furious and desperate, Dominic unleashed all his strength in a sword slash. Boom! A loud sound echoed, spreading terrifying waves of energy. Dominic staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Across from him, Burke remained unharmed, stepping forward with a jade white sword in hand, piercing straight through Dominic's Heaven's Wrath battle armor. Aya! Dominic screamed in pain, blood gushing from his chest, staining the battle armor red. Just as Burke said, Dominic's Heaven's Wrath battle armor was imperfect, and the sword Burke held was the palace treasure of the Heavenly Dao Palace, Qing Tsang Sword. The Qing Tsang Sword, a divine artifact, wielded the power of Heavenly Dao, making it easy to pierce through the battle armor. Thud! As Burke retracted his sword, Dominic collapsed to his knees, the light of his battle armor dimming. Dominic! From afar, the injured Abby called out in tears upon seeing Dominic kneeling helplessly, powerless to assist further. Lorenzo and Kyle returned and saw Dominic critically injured. Lorenzo suddenly rushed forward, punching towards Dominic's face. Want to kill me? Not a chance. Kneeling Dominic's expression suddenly twisted. Roaring furiously, the dragon soul within him suddenly emerged. Bang! Lorenzo's fist was instantly shattered by the dragon soul, blood splattering everywhere as he flew backward. Cursed! Kyle became enraged, waving his hand to unleash a sword chi towards Dominic. Kneeling Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot as his martial arts energy surged. Boom! The incoming sword chi was shattered by the surge of martial energy. At the brink of death, you dare resist? Angered, Burke flung the Qing Tsang sword with all his might. Dominic's pupils widened. Just as he was about to use his devouring skill, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Clang! The newcomer waved his hand, sending the Qing Tsang sword flying back. Chi! Senior brother Chi? Dominic, seeing the newcomer, couldn't believe it was Chi-Mo Kurt. Chi-Mo Kurt only needed a wave of his hand to deflect the Qing Tsang sword. This was certainly beyond what anyone at the heaven-penetrating realm could achieve. Brazen! Daring to obstruct the Heavenly Dao Palace's extermination of Qin family remnants. Do you want a rebellion? Kyle stepped forward, berating Chi-Mo Kurt. Who in the world would dare to obstruct the Heavenly Dao Palace when they intended to kill? How does the Heavenly Dao Palace feel? This is the Kunlun sect, not a place for the Heavenly Tao Palace to act recklessly. Chiemo Kurt stood proudly, exuding authority without needing to raise his voice. This was a side of Chiemo Kurt Dominic had never seen before. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. You. Enraged, Cal wanted to attack but was stopped by Burke's hand. Sir, you should be an elder of the Kunlun sect, yes? I wonder if your words represent the sect or are merely personal opinions. Burke frowned, realizing he couldn't read Chiemo Kurt. He spoke in a calm tone. Of course, they represent the Kunlun sect. You, Sir Burke, came uninvited, acted rashly, and injured people, showing no respect for the Kunlun sect. Even our patriarch wouldn't tolerate your reckless behavior here. Chiemo Kurt stood with his hands behind his back, embodying the demeanor of a master. Burke's expression changed, realizing Chiemo Kurt was determined to oppose the Heavenly Tao Palace. He had nothing more to say. Under these circumstances, killing Dominic was impossible as it now involved matters between the Heavenly Tao Palace and the Kunlun sect. Fine. I give you this face today. But the Kunlun sect harboring Qin family remnants, we will demand an explanation at your doorstep. Burke gritted his teeth in anger, using a humble tone to deliver firm words. We'll await your arrival. Chiemo Kurt remained unfazed. Master? Lorenzo? Shut up. Let's go. Reluctantly, Cal wanted revenge for Lorenzo but complied under Burke's stern command, leading the wounded Lorenzo away with him. Watching Burke leave the Kunlun sect, Chiemo Kurt's face turned pale, his heart pounding nervously. He had pretended to be composed. If a real fight had ensued, he would have had no chance of winning. Senior brother Chi? Thank you for saving me. Dominic thanked Chiemo Kurt. Had Chiemo Kurt not intervened, he surely would have died at Burke's hands. Not feeling strong anymore? Didn't I tell you not to participate in the 9-sect competition? But you wouldn't listen. Without participating, you've already attracted the Heavenly Tao Palace. Now the entire Kunlun sect will suffer because of you. Seeing Dominic's pitiful state, Chiemo Kurt couldn't help but feel irate. This outcome was due to Dominic's stubbornness, and he didn't know how to resolve it. Dominic felt ashamed and couldn't argue with Chiemo Kurt's rebuke. He had underestimated the Heavenly Tao Palace. One Burke alone had left him powerless. How could he possibly stand against the Heavenly Tao Palace? What position does he hold in the Heavenly Tao Palace? With reluctance, Dominic tightly clenched his fists and asked Chiemo Kurt through gritted teeth. Him. Chiemo Kurt's expression changed. He is the son of the Heavenly Tao Palace's leader, named Burke. What? The leader's son of the Heavenly Tao Palace? Dominic was shocked, thinking, no wonder he's so powerful. All right. I can't control this situation either. The patriarch will definitely summon you. For now, I can only take you to my uncle. With his protection, even the patriarch can't touch you. Translation notes asterisk. 1. Character names. Used pinyin for character names to maintain consistency and accuracy, e.g., Dominic, Burke. 2. Style and tone. Preserve the original narrative style, ensuring the translation feels natural and fluent while maintaining the story's continuity and logic. 3. Paragraph structure. Retain the original paragraph structure and line breaks to keep the format identical to the source text. 4. Names and terms. Translated terms like Heavenly Tao Palace and Kunlun sect for clarity while preserving the flavor of the original content. Bartolomeo wore a worried expression. Offending the Heavenly Tao Palace was too significant an issue for him, a mere elder, to bear the responsibility. For Dominic's safety, Bartolomeo could only have Dominic hide in the Holy Spirit Valley. After speaking, Bartolomeo took the injured Dominic away, leaving Abby powerless to intervene as she watched them leave. Night fell. The Holy Spirit Valley was illuminated by bright lights. At this moment, Dominic knelt before Clinton, his head bowed low, not daring to meet Clinton's eyes. Junior uncle, what do you think should be done now? Bartolomeo was at a loss. He couldn't afford to offend the Heavenly Tao Palace. Hold your ground against soldiers and block water with earth. What is destined to come will eventually come. This is a calamity. Clinton had a dark look on his face. Knowing that the Heavenly Tao Palace had already uncovered Dominic's identity, this was bound to bring disaster to the Kunlun sect. Bartolomeo's expression was strange. This matter was no trifling affair. With the Kunlun sect's strength, they were no match for the Heavenly Tao Palace. One must take responsibility for one's own actions. Master, since this incident started because of me, I am willing to die so as not to drag down the Kunlun sect. Kneeling Dominic didn't want to implicate the innocent, and chose to take full responsibility. You talk bravely, but if this gets out, where will it leave my face? Clinton glared at Dominic. If he couldn't protect his own disciple, how could he be worthy of being called a master? Sikong Chongkong wishes to see Junior Uncle Han urgently. Just then, a man's voice came from outside the bamboo grove. Hearing the name, Bartolomeo's expression turned tense. Clinton raised an eyebrow and looked into the depths of the bamboo grove. The sect leader graces us with his presence. What is this about? The sect leader? Dominic's expression changed drastically. He had been at the Kunlun sect for so long without ever seeing its leader. Turning his head towards the bamboo grove, he saw a middle-aged man in a red robe emanating a powerful aura, calmly walking out. The man in the red robe was extraordinary, exuding an air of dominance. He was none other than the current sect leader of the Kunlun sect, Frederick. Upon Frederick's arrival, Bartolomeo hurriedly greeted him with a salute. Bartolomeo greets sect leader brother. However, Frederick merely glanced coldly at Bartolomeo before shifting his gaze to Dominic, who was kneeling on the ground. Translation notes asterisk. 1. Character names. Maintain consistency using pinyin for character names. 2. Style and tone. Preserve the original narrative style and tone to ensure natural and fluent English. 3. Paragraph structure. Retain the original paragraph structure and line breaks for continuity. 4. Cultural terms. Translated terms like Holy Spirit Valley and sect leader for clarity while preserving cultural context. 5. Dialogue and action. ensured dialogue and actions flowed naturally, maintaining the storyline and logic from the previous content. Chapter 349, Force Breakthrough, 9 Kirk achieved. Sacred Spirit Valley. Patriarch Stuart's sudden arrival made Bartolomeo immediately uneasy. Clinton, seated in his wheelchair, appeared calm but was inwardly disturbed. At that moment, Stuart's gaze was fixed on Dominic, who was kneeling on the ground. He had come specifically for Dominic. Cough. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Clinton coughed deliberately and then said to Dominic, still kneeling on the ground, "Why haven't you stood up to greet your senior brother, the patriarch?" Dominic was taken aback for a moment, understanding his master's intention. He stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed towards Stuart, saying, "Dominic greets senior brother." "Hold your tongue. This sect has no disciple like you. You'd best not call me rashly." Dominic thought that calling Stuart senior brother might alleviate the awkwardness. But unexpectedly, Stuart showed no mercy, openly rebuking Dominic, clearly harboring dissatisfaction with him. Embarrassed and at a loss, Dominic turned to look at his master Clinton. Clinton frowned, his old face darkening as he retorted, "My disciple. Is it not appropriate for him to call you senior brother, Patriarch Sima?" Stuart's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Uncle Master, when did you take him as a disciple? Why didn't I know about it?" As Stuart questioned, he shot a cold glance at Bartolomeo nearby, clearly refusing to acknowledge Dominic as a fellow disciple. "Must I seek your approval when I take a disciple? Aren't you setting yourself too high as the patriarch?" Clinton felt angry and no longer gave face to Stuart. Seeing Uncle Master angered, Bartolomeo tried to smooth things over. "Brother Patriarch, this is my oversight. I failed to report it in time, which is why brother didn't know." Stuart remained ungrateful, casting a sidelong glance at Bartolomeo and sharply asked, "That's a minor issue, but I heard today, the young palace lord of the Heavenly Dao Palace took action in your enforcement hall. What's going on there?" Bartolomeo was startled by Stuart's sudden question and looked helplessly at Uncle Master Clinton. "As the patriarch, you don't know of such a significant event happening in the sect. This is dereliction of duty." Clinton bluntly accused Stuart of negligence. "Uncle Master, how long do you plan to keep hiding this from me? Heavenly Dao Palace has already sent word. Tomorrow they will bring people to Kunlun sect, demanding Dominic be handed over and an apology made publicly to Heavenly Dao Palace before they let Kunlun sect off the hook. This matter concerns the reputation of the sect. If I don't act as such, Kunlun sect faces catastrophic disaster. Uncle Master, as the Brogan and my elder, aren't you aware of the severity of the situation?" Stuart was enraged. For Kunlun sect to provoke Heavenly Dao Palace would surely lead to their doom. Heavenly Dao Palace was a revered sanctuary protected by celestial beings. Even if all 9 major sects joined forces, they might not be able to stand against Heavenly Dao Palace. Enough. How much have I sacrificed for Kunlun sect? If not for Kunlun sect, how could I remain secluded in Sacred Spirit Valley, unable to meet the world? Clinton exploded in fury. He had sacrificed so much for Kunlun sect, even enduring the crippling of his legs by Heavenly Dao Palace for the greater good. And now Stuart dared to criticize him. Stuart fell silent. His uncle had indeed made significant sacrifices for Kunlun sect, but as patriarch, he had to consider the entire sect. Then, he abruptly turned to face Dominic. Dominic tensed, sensing Stuart's hostile intent. "Are you Dwayne's son?" Stuart asked abruptly, frowning. "Sherry's." Dominic nodded without denying it. Dwayne's son is nothing special, losing to the young palace lord of Heavenly Dao Palace and still admitting to being a Qin. This is just asking for trouble. Stuart's mockery left Dominic speechless, infuriated but finding no rebuttal. "Humph. Whatever your intentions tomorrow, when Heavenly Dao Palace arrives, regardless of any obstruction, I will hand you over to them." Coldly speaking these harsh words, Stuart ignored Clinton's displeasure and left Sacred Spirit Valley, determined to placate Heavenly Dao Palace to save Kunlun sect. Dominic fell silent, feeling uncomfortable yet recognizing Stuart's actions from the patriarch's perspective were justified. "Uncle Master?" Bartolomeo realized the situation turning worse, fearing Stuart's resolve. "Silence." Clinton waved a hand to stop Bartolomeo. "Leave Dominic here. You may go." Perplexed but obedient, Bartolomeo left alone. Watching him leave, Dominic felt increasingly uneasy. Looking at the stern-faced Clinton, he spoke gravely, "Follow me." Turning his wheelchair, Clinton headed toward the bamboo hut. Uncertain, Dominic hesitated before following. Entering the bamboo hut, Dominic saw Beth eyeing him with malice. "Grandfather? Why did you let him in?" she questioned, still disliking Dominic. Xiao, leave. Grandfather needs to speak with him privately." Clinton instructed solemnly. Unwillingly, Beth complied, shooting Dominic a dirty look as she left. Dominic, uncertain, said nothing as the door slammed shut behind her. "Dominic, do you know why I kept you here?" Clinton asked, facing away from Dominic. "Is it because you fear I will be handed over to Heavenly Dao Palace?" Dominic probed. "Not just that. Do you know how I lost the use of my legs?" Shaking his head, Clinton patted his legs, urging Dominic to guess. Dominic furrowed his brow, wondering how a recluse like Clinton couldn't heal his own legs. Could it be Heavenly Dao Palace? Considering, Dominic's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sherry's. My legs are thanks to Heavenly Dao Palace. Sherry years ago, to dominate, Heavenly Dao Palace covertly persuaded the 9 great sects to oppose the Qin family. Because I refused, I was crippled by several Heavenly Dao Palace elders, forcing me into a wheelchair ever since." Clinton, full of hatred, remembered those days, his anger surging. This enmity burned deep within him, vowing revenge. "Teacher, I will help you avenge this." Dominic's eyes blazed with determination, furious upon learning the cause of his teacher's suffering. Hearing this, Clinton suddenly turned, looking intently at Dominic. "This is what I waited to hear." Dominic was puzzled. "I have great abilities but cannot protect you. Chariot, I will not watch you fall into the hands of Heavenly Dao Palace." Remember what you said. Kill everyone at Heavenly Tao Palace for me. It won't be in vain, preparing the way for my disciple. And so, he concluded. Before Dominic could understand the situation, Clinton suddenly grabbed him with one hand from a distance. Golden threads emerged from within Clinton and swiftly surged into Dominic's body. Master? Dominic was shocked, feeling the 9 Kirk scripture within him rapidly spinning. The 8 Kirk power inside his body was frantically absorbing Clinton's strength. The 9 Kirk scripture is the supreme art of Kunlun sect. I managed to cultivate it to the 9th level by sheer luck. Now, your strength is far inferior to that of Heavenly Tao Palace. If you can break through the 9 Kirk scripture to its 9th level, even if you cannot win, you can at least protect yourself. And someday, if you can awaken the Imperial Dragon Seal, you will surely stand against Heavenly Tao Palace on equal terms and avenge the Qin family. Clinton no longer held back, revealing everything he knew to Dominic. The ancestor of the Qin family was an unrivaled divine respecter realm powerhouse, even more formidable than those who call themselves celestials. And the Qin family, being descendants of the divine respecter, were also known as the progeny of deities. Every member of the Qin family had divine blood flowing in their veins. The dragon-shaped mark on Dominic's forehead was the slumbering soul seal of the divine respecter within him. Listening to Clinton, Dominic felt a surge of boiling blood within him. With Clinton's assistance, Dominic's cultivation soared from the 3rd level of Spirit Venerable directly to the 5th level of Mystic Venerable. As his cultivation broke through, the 9 Kirk scripture also advanced to the 9th level, reaching full completion. However, seated in his wheelchair, Clinton, having lost too much internal power, aged several decades in the blink of an eye. His face was lined with wrinkles, his eyes clouded, and his former vigor gone, leaving him exhausted and on the verge of fainting. But Clinton smiled gently, for Dominic was his hope, the only one who could fulfill his wish. Grandfather? Outside the door, Beth sensed her grandfather's rapidly weakening aura. Her expression changed dramatically, unable to think clearly. Bang! Beth turned and forcefully pushed open the door. She saw her grandfather looking old and frail, barely holding on to life. Dominic, how dare you harm my grandfather? I'll kill you! Beth shouted in fury, lunging at Dominic. Chapter 350, Battle with Burke, Part 1. Beth, you? Beth burst into the room. Seeing her grandfather Clinton barely alive, she mistakenly blamed Dominic and immediately attacked him. Dominic, seeing that Beth was not listening to his explanations, had no choice but to dodge passively. Bang bang. But Beth, in a rage, didn't care about anything else. She only wanted to kill Dominic to avenge her grandfather and cleanse their family's honor. In desperation, Dominic suddenly retaliated, pushing Beth back before grabbing her hand and saying, "Calm down first, it's not what you think." Making excuses. To think my grandfather thought highly of you, yet you turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. Let go of me. I'm going to kill you to avenge my grandfather. Beth couldn't listen. In her fury, she tried to break free from Dominic's hold. Dominic's face darkened. To stop her nonsense, he made a swift decision and struck her with a palm, knocking her unconscious. As Beth fainted, Dominic held her in his arms, looking gravely at Clinton, who sat in a wheelchair. Master, thank you. Don't worry. As long as Dominic lives, I will destroy the Heavenly Tao Palace and fulfill your wish. Dominic was immensely grateful. Clinton had given him years of accumulated power, a debt greater than any other. His task now was to fulfill Clinton's final wish. He looked helplessly at Beth in his arms. After settling her down, he personally laid Master Clinton on the bed to rest. Due to excessive loss of strength, Clinton's realm plummeted, but this did not endanger his life. Completing these tasks, Dominic bowed 3 times with 9 kowtows to thank Clinton before leaving the bamboo house and the Holy Spirit Valley. The next morning, ding dong, the entire Kunlun sect was alerted by the tolling of bells. The bell of soul shaking has sounded? Is something major happening? Upon hearing the bell, everyone in the Kunlun sect went on high alert. The bell of soul shaking could only be rung during significant spiritual events, similar to when a great enemy was approaching. At the law enforcement hall, Elder Bartolomeo walked outside with a grave expression, gazing up at the sect sky. All disciples were gathering towards the martial field. Has it come? Bartolomeo had an ominous feeling, watching the distant clouds moving toward the Kunlun sect. At the Kunlun hall, sect leader Stuart, the 3 mansion lords, and 18 elders of the inner sect were waiting inside for some time. Leader, are you really planning to hand over Dominic to the Heavenly Tao Palace? Lord Wu's head, Brant, asked while frowning at Stuart seated above. Are you suggesting we become enemies with the Heavenly Tao Palace? Stuart, as the sect leader, must consider everyone in the sect. Not exactly. But, handing over Dominic like this would make our Kunlun sect a laughingstock. Brant knew the stakes were high, so even if reluctant, they had to think of the big picture. Reputation can be salvaged, but there is only one Kunlun sect. Stuart replied casually, prioritizing survival over pride. Cameron and Hugo exchanged strange looks, aware of Dominic's exceptional talent. If Dominic participated in the 9-sect competition on behalf of the Kunlun sect, he would surely win glory. However, Dominic's unique identity drew attention from the Heavenly Tao Palace, forcing them to weigh the consequences. Just then, unexpected visitors arrived at the hall. They were from the Heavenly Tao Palace. Outside the door, 16 members from the Heavenly Tao Palace stood, led by Lesser Lord Burke. Among them were 2 elder-level figures whose formidable powers rivaled those of Stuart. Burke, stern-faced, walked into the hall with the 2 elders as Stuart rose to greet them. Stuart pays respect to Lesser Lord. Stuart greeted, and everyone bowed in respect. Burke remained cold and indifferent, simply stepping past Stuart and sitting on his throne. Unable to resist, Stuart gritted his teeth but remained silent. The Heavenly Tao Palace, supported by the Celestials, outranked the 9 sects. Sect leader Sima, you know why we are here. I don't want to waste words. Hand over the Qin family remnant, Dominic, and I will let the Kunlun sect off easy. Burke spoke arrogantly, looking down at Stuart. Stuart's face fell. It irked him to be ordered around by a young man. The Heavenly Dao Palace sure boasts might. While we may not match you, we are not to be trampled on. How do you prove Dominic is a Qin family remnant? Hugo interjected, voicing the doubts many in the sect shared. Audacious! An elder named Carlo, standing beside Burke, retorted angrily. Lesser lords saw Dominic's divine dragon mark yesterday. Do you doubt my eyes? Hugo flushed, finding it hard to argue back. Stuart, do you wish to oppose us? Carlo pressed furiously. Bring Dominic here. Stuart reluctantly ordered. No need. I'm already here. As the order was given, Dominic's voice echoed from outside. Brant, Hugo, and Cameron were stunned to see him enter alone. Stuart was equally surprised, wondering if Dominic had accepted his fate. Dog, you dare show up? Burke sneered. Ignoring Stuart, Dominic locked eyes with Burke, remembering yesterday's humiliation. Burke, didn't you want me? Do you have the guts to fight again? Really? You want to fight? Too bad, you're no match. Burke laughed arrogantly. Killing me suits you just fine. Scared I'll kill you? Dominic smirked, deliberately provoking Burke, knowing how arrogant he was. Ridiculous. Will the great heir of the Heavenly Dao Palace fear a loser? Burke roared in anger and stood up. Fine, let's fight outside. Do whatever you wish if you win. Dominic left the hall, leaving Burke puzzled but determined to follow. Beware of tricks, Carlo warned. Humph, I fear him? Burke scoffed and left. What does Dominic plan? Cameron wondered, skeptical of Dominic's actions. Brant and Hugo were also bewildered, so they followed to watch the battle. Stuart's expression was uncertain, and after a moment of silence, as he followed everyone out of the hall, he saw Dominic and Burke already standing in the center of the martial field. At this time, disciples from the 3 mansions and 6 halls surrounded the martial field. They had all gathered here upon hearing the bell. What's going on? Isn't that Dominic from the law enforcement hall? Goodness, Dominic is about to fight someone from the Heavenly Dao Palace? The crowd from the Kunlun sect were astonished, seeing Dominic and Burke standing in the middle of the martial field, making them look forward to what would happen. Haddon and Isabella, among the crowd, were both worried about Dominic. There was no doubt about Burke's strength. Being from the Heavenly Dao Palace, he certainly couldn't be underestimated. So, how do you want to die? The arrogant Burke already regarded Dominic opposite him as a dead man. Isn't that too confident? What if you lose? Dominic raised his hand to touch his nose, giving a cold laugh as he shot back at Burke. Me lose? Are you still asleep, or has your head been hit by me? Burke laughed in derision. You must be afraid of losing, right? If I lose, I'll give my life to you. Don't you think you should give something in return? Dominic shook his head, noticing Burke's complacency, feeling it needed to be fairer. So, what do you want? Burke became annoyed, having lost his patience. Killing Dominic was like crushing an ant, so he didn't want to talk anymore. It's simple. If you lose, take your people and leave the Kunlun sect, never setting foot here again. Dare you agree? Dominic smiled, setting the terms for Burke without any hesitation. Hearing this, Burke chuckled. He thought that the demands of a dead man weren't much different from hot air to him. Fine, I agree. Burke gave a perfunctory smile, agreeing with Dominic smoothly. No, Dominic, make him swear to heaven. Just as Burke was treating it lightly, Bartolomeo's voice suddenly came from the crowd, reminding everyone. Burke's face darkened immediately, glaring at Bartolomeo, who spoke up from the crowd. As a prestigious young master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, shouldn't you keep your word? Swearing an oath shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Dominic smiled slyly, deliberately provoking Burke to do as he said. Hashtag chapter 351. Reversal against Burke, part 2. The esteemed lesser palace master of the Heavenly Way Palace. Are you afraid of losing to Dominic? Indeed? Since when have the people of Heavenly Way Palace become so cowardly? In the arena, Dominic demanded that Burke swear an oath to the heavens, but Burke's expression turned cold, believing this was unnecessary. However, at that moment, mocking voices emerged from the onlookers. Those who spoke were Haddon, Isabella, Ezra, and others. Unable to directly assist Dominic, they resorted to stirring up trouble. Nonsense. We of the Heavenly Way Palace always keep our word. Just making an oath? The outcome will be the same for me, just redundant. Unable to endure the ridicule, Burke glared angrily at Dominic and loudly swore before the crowd. I, Burke, swear by the name of Heavenly Way Palace, if I lose, I will honor my commitment. Should I violate it, I will be destroyed body and soul. Whoosh. As the oath was made, the sky changed color, lightning flashed in the air, signifying the oath had been accepted by the Heavenly Way. Witnessing this, Dominic felt a great relief. For himself and Kunlun sect, he could not afford to lose this battle. Good. Begin. With resolve, Dominic prepared to engage Burke in combat. Dominic, this time, you are certainly doomed. An enraged Burke said confidently. Enough talk. With his goal achieved, Dominic stepped forward without further ado and took the first strike. Boom. A punch unleashed, shaking the heavens, releasing a terrifying martial aura. Opposite him, Burke showed disdain as he easily countered with a wave of his hand, emitting a white light that neutralized Dominic's attack. Boom boom. In the next second, Dominic closed in on Burke, unleashing his imperial supreme power with powerful martial skills, engaging in a fierce battle. Initially, Burke thought Dominic was making a last stand, but after 100 moves, Dominic remained fiercely combative, growing stronger with each exchange. Heavenly God's wrath. Burke, now serious, unleashed the full power of Heavenly Way Palace's celestial techniques. His internal strength erupted, granting him a nearly invincible physique, doubling his speed and significantly increasing his attack power. Dominic's expression grew grave, seeing Burke finally unleash his full potential. He also stopped holding back. Unleash. Dominic roared, his 81 martial meridians simultaneously erupting. A storm of martial energy enveloped Dominic, 9 golden dragon souls appearing around him, aiding his combat. This ancient martial inheritance? To condense dragon souls, and not just 1 but 9? Brant, watching Dominic unleash his ultimate state, was stunned. He had never heard of such extraordinary ancient martial techniques. Even Sect Master Stuart was taken aback. Dominic's current fighting prowess was fearsome. Even he would struggle to suppress it. Facing Burke, who was furious at being overpowered so quickly, Dominic struck with all his might. In less than a day, Dominic's strength had transformed dramatically, almost unimaginably. Boom. A fist from Dominic sent out a force like a tidal wave, shocking Burke back several steps. Several elders of Heavenly Way Palace watched Dominic's ferocity with heavy hearts, concerned for Burke. Damn it. Falling into a disadvantageous position, Burke called forth his divine weapon, the Xianxia sword. Die. Though weaker in martial prowess, Burke used the Xianxia sword to slash at Dominic. Roar. Dominic drew the Heavenly Remnant sword from within him. Clang. The Heavenly Remnant sword deflected the Xianxia sword but was knocked back toward Dominic. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Manifest. Frowning, Dominic summoned the 4-symbol sword technique, invoking the 4 divine beasts of the compass points. The 4 divine beasts? Heavens! Dominic can actually harness the power of the 4 divine beasts. The sudden appearance of the 4 divine beasts caused an uproar among the spectators. Even Stuart and company were amazed. This was originally the Divine Arrow Gate's 4 symbols arrow technique, but Dominic had modified it into the 4-symbol sword technique. 4 symbols unite. Exorcise evil. Raising his sword, Dominic absorbed the power of the 4 divine beasts, maximizing the 4-symbol sword technique. Burke, seeing Dominic's overwhelming sword momentum, clenched his teeth in anger. As he swung the Xianxia sword, the sky darkened, and a bolt of lightning descended. Roar. With one slash, a lightning dragon soared from Burke's sword, accompanied by thunderous howls. Slash. Dominic's pupils dilated as he roared. Whoosh. The swords clashed, causing the earth to shake and the wind to rise, filling the air with sand and dust. Boom. The collision of their strongest strikes sent shockwaves through the crowd, forcing them to vomit blood. The ground fractured, debris flying everywhere, distorting the space around them. Stuart, Brant, Cameron, Hugo, and others looked on in horror, while the Heavenly Way Palace members tensely observed the battle that exceeded their expectations. Clank. Amidst the spectators' focus on the arena center, a metallic clash echoed through the smoke. Immediately, sparks flew, and 2 figures clashed violently amidst the smoke, the intense fighting sound tautening everyone's nerves. Ah! Just as the audience grew tense, a cry of agony erupted from the arena. All eyes widened, trying to identify the source of the scream amidst the smoke. Moments later, a figure emerged from the smoke, crashing onto the edge of the arena, covered in blood and looking disheveled. It's the Lesser Palace Master. The Heavenly Way Palace members rushed forward, shocked to see their Lesser Palace Master, Burke, severely injured, bleeding profusely from his chest and with his dantian destroyed. Stuart and others were visibly alarmed. Seeing Burke in such a state, they were concerned about Dominic. However, as they turned their gaze back to the arena, they saw a murderous Dominic, clad in the Heaven's Wrath armor, gripping the Heavenly Remnant sword, emerging from the smoke. Witnessing this scene left everyone in awe. At this moment, Dominic seemed possessed by a war deity, emitting an incredibly violent aura. Daring to injure our Lesser Palace Master, I'll tear you apart limb by limb. Elder Carlo of Heavenly Way Palace, hair standing on end with fury, lunged at Dominic. Carlo was a celestial respected realm cultivator, unleashing a devastating strike. Dominic, undeterred, swung his sword effortlessly through the air. Bang! Carlo was forcefully pushed back by Dominic's single sword strike. Dominic's strength had evolved beyond recognition, reaching the celestial respected realm. After pushing back Carlo, the other members of Heavenly Way Palace swarmed forward, determined to kill Dominic on the spot. Boom, boom. Facing the onslaught of Heavenly Way Palace, Dominic refused to retreat, ready to fight until the end. Among the crowd, Haddon, seeing Dominic in danger, clenched his teeth and decided to help. Observing Haddon take action, Xavier of the Sword Mansion also charged out to face the Heavenly Way Palace's formidable opponents. Witnessing this, the disciples of Kunlun's sect, although agitated, supported Dominic. Despite being despised, Dominic hadn't disgraced Kunlun's sect. Moreover, Heavenly Way Palace's unwillingness to accept defeat and breaking their previous agreement stirred strong emotions. Brant, Hugo, Cameron, Bartolomeo, and others, seeing Sect Master Stuart still watching, joined the fray to aid Dominic against the onslaught. Instantly, chaos erupted in the arena. Seeing their teachers engage in battle, the 3 Mansion disciples also joined forces. The battlefield expanded under the leadership of the 3 masters, and Heavenly Way Palace fell back steadily. Outnumbered, they struggled against the combined forces of Kunlun's sect. Within half an incense stick's duration, Heavenly Way Palace found themselves cornered, becoming fish in a barrel. Stuart, do you intend to wage war against Heavenly Way Palace? Carlo, livid, hadn't anticipated that Kunlun's sect would protect Dominic and confront them. Elder Carlo? They had an agreement beforehand. It's Elder Carlo who isn't keeping his word. This doesn't seem to be the fault of Kunlun's sect, does it? Simichanking frowned, his heart shaken after witnessing Dominic's strength. Dominic was very powerful. Given enough time, Heavenly Way Palace would surely not be able to handle Dominic. Moreover, Burke had previously sworn to the heavens. Now, it was Heavenly Way Palace breaking their promise. Our Lesser Palace Master is so severely injured. Doesn't Patriarch Sima fear that our Palace Master will hold you accountable? Carlo fumed with anger. He knew they were in the wrong. But with Burke's severe injuries, there was a high chance he would become a cripple. Carlo couldn't report back to the palace in this situation, and thus could only persist in his mistake. Life and death duels are decided by fate. If Dominic had been killed, our sect wouldn't have batted an eyelid. What? Can't Heavenly Way Palace accept defeat? Or do you intend to break your oath? Simichanking stepped forward. Since he chose to stand by Dominic, he wasn't going to show any courtesy to Carlo. Carlo was speechless. Breaking the oath would result in destruction both in body and soul, which would instead harm Burke. Humph. Simichanking, you'll regret this. This matter won't end between our Heavenly Way Palace and you. Carlo left his threat, turned around, lifted the injured and unconscious Burke, and led the Heavenly Way Palace people away quickly. Today, Heavenly Way Palace lost face, while Kunlun sect gained respect and confidence. It should be known that, except for the once mighty Qin family, no one dared to oppose Heavenly Way Palace under heaven. Dominic felt a mixture of guilt and gratitude. Looking at Simichanking, he gave a respectful bow. Simichanking, however, had a dark expression. Today's quick retaliation would bring about frenzied retribution from Heavenly Way Palace in the future. Dominic? You're incredible. Ezra ran up to Dominic, filled with admiration, almost worshipping Dominic as an idol. As Ezra patted Dominic on the shoulder, Dominic suddenly spat out blood, startling Ezra. Dominic? I didn't mean to. Ezra panicked. With his level of strength, how could he possibly injure Dominic? It's not your fault. Dominic shook his head. During the fight with Burke, he had also sustained considerable injuries, causing chaos within his body's chi and blood. Chapter 352. The Great Demon in the Demon-Subduing Palace. Junior Brother Qin? As Ezra stood there, at a loss, worried about Dominic's injuries, Haddon hurried forward. He took out a golden pill from his robe and placed it in Dominic's mouth. Hurry up and take it. It will greatly help you recover, Haddon said with furrowed brows. He knew Dominic had been enduring his injuries to defeat Burke. Dominic nodded gratefully at Haddon before swallowing the pill. Instantly, he felt a warm stream spreading throughout his body. Beside them, Ezra was astounded. The pill Haddon gave must have come from Master Alchemist himself. It was invaluable. Just as Dominic's complexion began to improve, Lord Archer, Hugo, and Cameron personally approached Dominic. Well done, young man. Truly heroes emerge from the young, just like your father. Cameron laughed heartily, clearly favoring Dominic. You sure have guts. But did you think of the consequences when you dealt that heavy blow? Hugo asked, admiring Dominic's courage, but concerned about the ramifications of stripping Burke's cultivation. Consequences? I considered them and decided not to kill Burke because of them, Dominic replied straightforwardly, meeting Hugo's gaze without hesitation. You. Hugo was furious, but couldn't find a reason to reprimand Dominic for what he said next. With your strength, killing Burke would be more than manageable. But Burke is the son of the leader of Tiandagong. With Kunlun sect's power, we may not be able to protect you. Archer looked solemn. They could take risks today to help Dominic, but they might hesitate next time. Dominic did not get angry at the blunt remarks from the three lords. This matter was personal between him and Tiandagong, having nothing to do with the Kunlun sect. With a tight jaw, Dominic turned to Stuart, who stood far away. He stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully. Sect leader, to avoid implicating Kunlun sect, I have decided to leave. Please issue an order to expel me from the sect. Upon hearing this, the three lords were stunned. They knew Dominic wanted to sever ties with the Kunlun sect, so that Tiandagong had no reason to act against the sect. Stuart's face darkened. If it were anyone else making such a request, he would have agreed immediately, but he had changed his mind. Follow me. Without waiting for Dominic to ask questions, Stuart turned and walked away. Surprised by this turn of events, Dominic hesitated, but quickly followed after considering for a moment. Where is the sect leader taking Dominic? Isabella asked anxiously, noticing Stuart leading Dominic away. This direction? Is it toward the demon-subduing palace? Ezra remarked with a strange look, familiar with the various areas of the inner sect due to his patrol duties. The demon-subduing palace? Feng Stevian frowned. The demon-subduing palace was forbidden territory, off-limits to all sect members. Few knew what existed inside. A cold wind suddenly arose, making everyone uneasy. As Dominic followed Stuart, he felt like this road was familiar. When they arrived near the demon-subduing palace, his expression drastically changed. He had been here alone before and found it terrifying. Outside the palace, elite disciples guarded the area, and none dared approach without orders from the sect leader. The door of the demon-subduing palace had a massive iron lock that weighed thousands of pounds, creating a suffocating and bone-chilling atmosphere. Suddenly, Stuart waved his hand, and the chain on the gate fell to the ground. He stepped forward, placing his hand on the iron lock. The lock clicked open, and the door slowly swung open. As soon as the door opened wide, a terrifying aura rushed out. Dominic's expression shifted. He recognized this demonic energy very well. Is there really a great demon imprisoned here? Dominic felt uneasy. Why did Stuart bring him here? Stuart remained silent and stepped inside the demon-subduing palace. Heart racing, Dominic gritted his teeth and followed reluctantly. Inside, it was pitch black, and Dominic could only see a few meters ahead. The terrain was complex. After following Stuart for a while, Dominic sensed a powerful demonic force. As they continued, he heard the sound of chains clanking below. They had reached the lowest level of the demon-subduing palace, a dungeon with no light. Multiple empty cages lined the dungeon, except for one at the front where someone sat cross-legged on the ground. The person's hands were shackled by thick chains, his hair disheveled, and clothes tattered. You've come. Stuart approached the cage, and the prisoner greeted him with a raspy voice. Standing close, Dominic felt inexplicable unease, with his blood churning. Have you still not let go after all these years? Stuart asked gravely, looking at the prisoner with another meaning behind his words. Don't meddle in my affairs. Release me now. I will destroy Tiandagong and kill Tiangang with my own hands. The prisoner stood up, eyes turning bloodshot. roaring at Stuart like a madman. Dominic frowned, confused about the prisoner's hatred towards Tiandagong. The Tiangang mentioned was the leader of Tiandagong, Burke's father. Release you? Don't delude yourself. Today, I brought someone here for you to meet. Stuart shook his head firmly, knowing how dangerous the prisoner was. If released, chaos would ensue. Hearing Stuart, the crazed prisoner's eyes widened, focusing on Dominic outside. Why you, Dwayne? Impossible. This can't be. I saw with my own eyes that Big Brother died at Tiangong's hands in Tiandagong. How could he be alive? Mistaking Dominic for his father, Dwayne, the prisoner was clearly deranged. That's right, he isn't Dwayne, but he is Dwayne's son. Stuart confirmed Dominic's identity, seemingly reminding the prisoner. Dwayne's son? The prisoner scrutinized Dominic closely before nodding. Too similar. May I ask, sect leader, who is this person in the cage? How does he know my father? Dominic asked Stuart, puzzled. Let him tell you. Stuart shook his head and glanced at the prisoner. Curious, Dominic focused on the caged man, who called his father Big Brother. Had his father had a brother he never knew about? To think, Big Brother still has descendants. The prisoner seemed moved, tears welling up as he looked at Dominic. You should call me uncle. I'm your father's sworn brother, Malcolm. What proof do you have that what you say is true? Dominic doubted. His father's sworn brother? But why was Malcolm a demon? What proof? I fought side by side with your father and introduced your mother to him. What more proof do you need? My current state is all for avenging your father. Isn't that enough? Malcolm was somewhat agitated. He would do anything for his brother, even risk his life. Dominic's expression was strange. Malcolm's words still lacked enough convincing power. Instinctively, Dominic glanced at sect leader Stuart beside him. Stuart had deliberately brought him here. It couldn't be just to introduce them as relatives so simply. He is not wrong. Back then, your father, me, and him were the best of friends. Stuart frowned, nodding at Dominic to confirm everything Malcolm said. Stuart, you suddenly bring him to see me. Is there something you need my help with? While Dominic felt unfamiliar with Malcolm, Malcolm stared wide-eyed at Stuart. You're right. Stuart no longer concealed anything since Malcolm guessed his intention. Directly, he recounted Dominic's predicament in full detail to Malcolm. Tiandagong? These bastards want to finish us off? Stuart, quickly let me out. I'll massacre Tiandagong and avenge Big Brother Dwayne. Malcolm was easily angered. Learning that Tiandagong was targeting Dominic, he knew Dominic's situation was dire, so he demanded to be set free. Releasing you is impossible. However, now I entrust Dominic to you, hoping you can make him stronger so he can avenge his father himself. Stuart firmly shook his head. Malcolm had become a demon. Once his demonic nature flared up, it could obliterate humanity and cause great devastation. Moreover, everyone knew Malcolm was confined in Kunlun sect. If Malcolm were released, Kunlun sect would bear the world's condemnation. Therefore, Stuart could only entrust Dominic to Malcolm, believing Malcolm could make Dominic much stronger in a short time. Malcolm fell silent. Dominic's expression was solemn. Handing him over to a demon, he suspected Stuart wasn't helping but rather harming him. How long can you hold on? Malcolm suddenly asked Stuart after a long silence. 3 days. Stuart's expression changed slightly, giving the maximum estimated time after careful consideration. All right, I will do my best. Malcolm gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement with Stuart. Chapter 353, Selfless Contribution. In the pitch-black dungeon, after seeing Stuart off, Dominic felt his scalp tingle and an inexplicable fear arise in his heart. The imprisoned Malcolm stared with bloodshot eyes, making Dominic involuntarily shudder. Big nephew? Uncle sees that your aura is mixed. You seem to have practiced different martial arts. Am I correct? Malcolm's gaze was exceptionally serious as he studied Dominic. Stuart had given him 3 days to strengthen Dominic as quickly as possible, so he could not afford any delay. Sherry's, I practice martial arts, swordsmanship, and sorcery. Dominic nodded, although uncertain about Malcolm's strength. But if Stuart respected him this much, he must be formidable. After all, Malcolm had just boasted about charging into the Heavenly Dao Palace to battle its master, Hobie. These words alone were enough for Dominic to take Malcolm seriously. However, the fact that Malcolm was a demon practitioner made him uneasy. Oh, so you're missing demon path, right? Malcolm was surprised, understanding Stuart's intention only after learning Dominic practiced the 3 paths. Among practitioners, the strongest paths are martial arts, swordsmanship, Taoist spells, and finally, the demon path. Dominic already mastered 3 of these paths, surpassing ordinary capabilities. If he were to also practice Malcolm's demon path, he could assimilate various strengths, evolving into an even stronger being. I don't want to practice demon path. Dominic frowned, outright refusing Malcolm's offer when he realized what it entailed. Don't want to? Do you think demon path is inferior or disgraceful? Malcolm disliked such sentiments. Although discriminated against, the demon path was as powerful as martial arts. Demon practitioners were numerous worldwide, and Malcolm saw nothing wrong with them. Demon practitioners have unrighteous hearts, disregarding good and evil, thus becoming enemies of righteous forces. Dominic sternly gave his reasoning. Ridiculous. Good and evil exist within the human heart. What defines the righteous path? What defines the demon path? The righteous path can also breed hypocrites, like the Heavenly Dao Palace, which, under the guise of righteousness, secretly colluded with the Celestials to eliminate the Qins as a stumbling block. Malcolm rebuked Dominic to show there was no clear distinction between righteousness and wickedness on the path of cultivation. This sparked anger in Dominic, but Malcolm's words rang true. Remember, demons can be good or evil. Evil originates from one's heart. If you want to become stronger, to avenge your father, you must grow stronger. I won't waste more words. As a Qin family member, you should know about the Divine Dragon Jade, right? Tell me, have you entered the Divine Dragon Jade and received recognition from the Celestial Prison? Malcolm asked bluntly about the Divine Dragon Jade, having known some secrets about the Celestial Prison from serving Dwayne for so long. Dominic hesitated, wary of Malcolm's sudden interest in the celestial prison, and asked, "Why do you ask?" "Why do I ask? If your father had gained the celestial prison's recognition back then, he wouldn't have died at Hobie's hands. I don't want you to meet the same fate as your father." Malcolm wanted Dominic to trust him, knowing the celestial prison was a Qin family heirloom. Unfortunately, Dwayne couldn't activate it, or else how could he have been killed by the Heavenly Dao Palace? Dominic fell silent, Malcolm's words stirring his heart. His father never received recognition from the celestial prison? While Dominic pondered, Malcolm suddenly reached out, drawing Dominic toward him. Dominic's pupils dilated as his body adhered to Malcolm's palm. Unnoticed, Malcolm's demonic soul entered Dominic's body and quickly found its way inside the divine dragon jade. This is the legendary celestial prison? Malcolm marveled inside Dominic's body. Dominic's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated Malcolm entering the space within the divine dragon jade. As Dominic grew tense, Malcolm's demonic soul penetrated deep into the celestial prison, reaching the 9th level. What does he plan to do? Dominic was on edge. Malcolm's unpredictable actions left him guessing. Soon, Malcolm's soul reached the 12th level, beyond where Dominic had ever gone. Pang pang. Standing outside, Dominic heard intense fighting sounds coming from within. In moments, Malcolm reached the 17th level, almost to the end. As Dominic debated whether to investigate, the celestial prison violently shook. Light streamed from the upper levels, merging into Dominic's body. Instantly, Dominic felt his strength surge, his martial veins increasing to 101. In awe, Dominic noticed the sword suspended above the celestial prison emitting brilliant light. Buzz. Sensing movement within, Dominic watched the sky remnant sword appear beside the other sword, beginning to merge. Ah! Dominic stood dumbfounded when he heard a sigh. Fraser? Dominic was shocked. The sigh came from Fraser. Confused, Dominic watched the two swords perfectly merge. Fraser then appeared, looking down at Dominic regretfully. Dominic, this sword is called the Kurtshin, a supreme divine weapon. I thought you would never awaken it in this lifetime, but I didn't expect. He turned to see Malcolm emerging from the celestial prison. Malcolm's demonic soul was immensely powerful, radiating an ominous aura. Confused, Dominic did not understand what Fraser meant. Suddenly, Fraser flew into the Kurtshin sword, becoming its spirit. With a wave of his hand, Malcolm drew the Kurtshin sword into his possession. Nephew, this is a supreme divine weapon, now infused with a supreme divine spirit, greatly enhancing its power. With this sword, even if you can't defeat Hobie, you can protect yourself. Approaching Dominic, Malcolm still exuded an imposing presence. He handed the Kurtshin sword to Dominic, who instantly felt his swordsmanship reach perfect harmony. Perceiving Fraser's aura within the sword, Dominic returned to reality with Malcolm. As Dominic remained solemn, Malcolm struck his chest with a palm. To Dominic's surprise, he felt no pain. Instead, 4 dragon pearls transformed into the heavenly wrath armor, covering his body. The heavenly wrath armor is composed of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But lacking the wood element, its power is reduced by a fifth, unable to reach its full potential. Now time is short. Finding the wood dragon pearl is likely impossible. Nephew, today Uncle has another grand gift for you. Malcolm's expression revealed that recognizing the armor's incompleteness led him to consider a remedy. Grand gift? Dominic was astonished. Malcolm had helped him immensely. What could this new gift be? Watching Malcolm pull a black pearl from his abdomen, Dominic was stunned. It was Malcolm's magic elixir, formed over years of cultivation. Don't underestimate it. It's the Demon Clan's magic dragon pearl. Although I've refined it into my magic elixir, its power far surpasses that of the 5 elements dragon pearls. Now, integrate this magic dragon pearl in place of the wood dragon pearl and see what happens. Malcolm gritted his teeth, enduring intense pain. His face was pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably, but he persisted through sheer will. Seeing the bloody magic dragon pearl in Malcolm's hand, Dominic felt an immense sense of guilt. How could he ever repay such a debt? What are you standing there for? As long as you can destroy the Heavenly Dao Palace, that will be enough to make up for it. Noticing Dominic's eyes redden with tears, Malcolm gave him a stern glare. A man should not cry easily. Dominic swallowed hard, nodding firmly before reaching out to take the magic dragon pearl. The moment Dominic pressed the magic dragon pearl onto the heavenly wrath armor, a violent surge of energy erupted from within the armor. Boom. Instantly, the surrounding cages were obliterated, yet the area where Malcolm lay remained intact. With the integration of the magic dragon pearl, the heavenly wrath armor transformed. Its crimson surface bore a fierce dragon head, and its fiery wings turned black. The perfected heavenly wrath armor propelled Dominic's cultivation to the 9th level of the celestial sovereign realm. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through him, prompting him to let out a roar. Ah! Seeing this, Malcolm managed to smile. Dominic's combat strength was now 10 times greater than before. His mission was accomplished, and he felt immensely relieved yet exhausted. Thud. As Dominic was still reveling in his newfound power, he saw Malcolm collapse to the ground. Uncle Lin. Dominic's expression turned frantic as he tried tearing open the cage barehanded, but no matter how hard he pulled, the cage remained unyielding. This cage had been specifically designed to prevent Malcolm from escaping. Tears welled up in Dominic's eyes as he looked at the unconscious Malcolm, his teacher Clinton, Master Fraser of the Celestial Prison, and now Malcolm. They had all given him their entire lives' worth of cultivation, selflessly. This kind of grace surpassed everything. There was no way he could ever repay it. Heavenly Dao Palace. In this life, if I do not destroy the Heavenly Dao Palace, I vow not to remain human. Hashtag chapter 354. Knowing the mountain has tigers, still heading toward Tiger Mountain. One day in the dungeon feels like 3 days have passed in the outside world. The entire Kunlun sect has entered a state of readiness. However, after 3 days had passed, no one from the Heavenly Dao Palace came to confront them, which made sect leader Stewart increasingly uneasy. At this moment, Inside the Grand Hall of Kunlun, sect leader Stuart and various elders gathered here with grave expressions. 3 days have already passed, yet the Heavenly Dao Palace hasn't come seeking vengeance. Is something not quite right? Cameron, the master of the Dao Pavilion, stroked his beard and was the first to break the silence with a doubtful question. With the personality of the Heavenly Dao Palace, it would be impossible for them to let our Kunlun sect off the hook. This matter is indeed suspicious, Wu Fu's master Brant said with a heavy expression, nodding in agreement with Cameron. However, they have been waiting, which only disturbs everyone's peace of mind, and could lead to unnecessary panic throughout the Kunlun sect. Stuart frowned deeply. Originally, according to his estimation, within 3 days, the Heavenly Dao Palace would send someone to demand accountability. However, 3 days had already passed, and there was still no movement from the Heavenly Dao Palace, making him even more vigilant. Report. Sect leader, a disciple sent by the Heavenly Dao Palace delivered a letter to me and instructed me to hand it over to the sect leader. Just as everyone was anxious, a disciple outside the hall reported and presented a letter. The elders were puzzled. After waiting so long, what they received was just a letter. When Stuart opened the envelope and carefully read through the letter, his expression suddenly changed. Sect leader? What does the letter say? Brant noticed Stuart's change in expression and was the first to ask. After all, everyone was uneasy and couldn't understand what the Heavenly Dao Palace was planning. The letter says that the 9-sect assembly is scheduled for tomorrow, reminding us not to forget to attend. Stuart's expression fluctuated as he looked at the gathered crowd and informed them of the contents of the letter. What? The Heavenly Dao Palace didn't mention anything about handing over Dominic? Incredible. The 9-sect assembly is starting earlier than expected? Could it be that the Heavenly Dao Palace is letting the Kunlun sect off the hook? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This did not match the character of the Heavenly Dao Palace. With their young lord incapacitated, the Heavenly Dao Palace would definitely retaliate fiercely and crush the Kunlun sect. But why did the Heavenly Dao Palace make no mention of it? Not even a word about Dominic? Is the Heavenly Dao Palace trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain, then take advantage of our unguarded state? Hugo's expression changed slightly as he looked up at sect leader Stuart, voicing his suspicion. It's possible. We need to be on our guard. Stuart nodded. Hugo's thoughts aligned with his own. He, as the sect leader, had to attend the 9-sect assembly. If he did not, with no one leading the Kunlun sect, the Heavenly Dao Palace could easily exploit the opportunity. For the 9-sect assembly, should we participate? Cameron suddenly asked. Sherry's, of course we must go. The 9-sect assembly without the Kunlun sect isn't a true 9-sect assembly. Stuart gritted his teeth in response. If the Kunlun sect did not attend, it would certainly be mocked by the other sects. If we're going, who will represent the Kunlun sect? Brant looked at Stuart with a strange expression. All of this trouble started because of Dominic. To ensure we can act without any worries, Dominic must leave the Kunlun sect. Therefore, I have decided that Dominic will represent the Kunlun sect at the 9-sect assembly. After careful consideration, Stuart proposed that Dominic should participate in the assembly. The sect leader's decision is indeed wise. With Dominic's strength, he can definitely excel in the competition and bring glory to the Kunlun sect. Additionally, it will divert the Heavenly Dao Palace's attention and prevent them from taking advantage of our unguarded state. But if Dominic participates in the assembly, it would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. His fate would be perilous. Although Brant agreed with Stuart's suggestion, he was concerned that Dominic might not return. Cameron and Hugo fell silent. There was no perfect solution, and a sacrifice would have to be made. I will speak with Dominic about this matter. You all do not need to worry. That's it. The strongest disciples from Wu Fu and Jian Fu will accompany me to the competition tomorrow. Let's end the meeting here. Stuart dismissed everyone's concerns decisively and stood up to leave, looking deeply preoccupied. The 3 pavilion masters exchanged glances, showing signs of helplessness as they shook their heads with sighs. In the Holy Spirit Valley, after waking up, Beth learned from her grandfather that she had misunderstood Dominic, which deepened her resentment toward him. Grandfather, why are you always helping him? Beth was displeased. Seeing how much older her grandfather seemed, she couldn't help but grumble. One day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. My cultivation may have fallen, but my soul power remains. It's better to help Dominic through this crisis. Clinton, sitting in a wheelchair, still thought about Dominic despite his diminished abilities. Though his realm had dropped, his soul power allowed him to perceive events happening outside. Why do we owe him anything? Why should we help him? Beth did not want to hear this. A gentle breeze blew as Beth murmured. Clinton's expression hardened as he looked towards the bamboo grove where someone was approaching. The person was none other than Kunlun sect's leader, Stuart. Stuart arrived with a serious face, approached Clinton, and deeply bowed. Have you made your decision? Clinton knew why Stuart had come. Master Uncle, I have made my decision. Please grant me this request. Stuart met Clinton's eyes and earnestly requested. He had come to the Holy Spirit Valley to retrieve something crucial. Only with this item would he feel assured. Sect leader, what are you two talking about? Beth was confused and asked Stuart. Stuart glanced at Beth, but did not answer. Clinton, with a solemn expression, turned to Beth and said, Xiao, push grandfather to the back mountain. Grandfather, what are you doing there? Beth felt puzzled upon hearing this. The back mountain of the Holy Spirit Valley was a cliff above molten lava that had burned for 10,000 years. I'll push you. Stuart stepped forward and pushed Clinton towards the back mountain. Beth looked peculiarly at her grandfather and the sect leader, suspecting they were hiding something from her. I need to check it out. Worried, Beth followed closely behind. The back mountain of the Holy Spirit Valley was essentially a volcanic crater shrouded in thick smoke, radiating unbearable heat. Without a cultivation level beyond the ordinary boundary, one couldn't get close. Soon, Stuart wheeled Clinton to the edge of the cliff, overlooking the boiling lava below. Beth watched secretly from behind. Suddenly, Clinton bit his finger and dripped several drops of blood into the lava. The boiling lava began to churn violently, and from beneath it emerged an enormous creature. Chirp! Amidst the heavens' cry of a phoenix, a fiery bird soared into the sky, blazing brightly like the midday sun. This is the half-step divine weapon, Sky-Burning Sword's sword spirit. Beth was greatly surprised. The Sky-Burning Sword was once the weapon of Stuart's master. Infused with phoenix blood, it carried immense malevolent energy. After the master's death, no one could control it, so it had remained submerged in the lava. If not for the urgency of the situation, Stuart wouldn't have considered retrieving the Sky-Burning Sword. The phoenix is the spirit of the sword. Only by taming it can you wield the sword. Clinton furrowed his brows, looking up at the furious phoenix and warned Stuart. Stuart nodded, leaped into the air, and attempted to restrain the fiery phoenix. Chirp! The phoenix, being the deity of fire, responded fiercely with winds and flames swirling around it. Bang! Stuart was pushed back several steps, nearly scorched by the eternal flames. Abominable beast! Simic Chongkong flew into a rage, unleashing the Kunlun blaze palm to drive back the fire phoenix. Take this! Seizing the moment while the fire phoenix was unsteady, Simic Chongkong cast the Nine Kirk Sutra, releasing 8 solar forces that forced the fire phoenix to revert to its original form. The sky-burning sword was entirely red, with its blade emitting scorching flames. Its hilt was adorned with a phoenix head and tail, exuding an imposing aura. Simic Chongkong stepped forward and grabbed the sky-burning sword firmly. Buzz! Buzz! The sky-burning sword struggled fiercely, emitting a piercing hum. Simic Chongkong's brows furrowed as he bit his finger and smeared his blood on the sword. After a short while, the restless sky-burning sword finally calmed down. Success? Beth was surprised. Seeing Simic Chongkong subdue the sky-burning sword, she couldn't help but feel envious. Thank you, Master Uncle. Having obtained the sky-burning sword, Simic Chongkong returned to the mountaintop and bowed to Clinton. This sword was always meant for you. I merely kept it in trust. Clinton shook his head, indicating he had done nothing much. However, just as Simic Chongkong was about to leave, Clinton suddenly grabbed his hand. Do your best to ensure Dominic returns unscathed. Simic Chongkong paused at Clinton's words. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly and said, I will. With that, Simic Chongkong left the Holy Spirit Valley. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already dawn of the second day. Outside the Kunlun Hall, the 2 strongest disciples from Jian Fu and Wu Fu were waiting impatiently. Representing Jian Fu was Xavier, while representing Wu Fu was Brandt's prized disciple, Gillis. It's already this late? And this Dominic still thinks he can be so arrogant? Who does he think he is? Gillis grumbled impatiently, growing angry at Dominic's absence. Do you know who he is? Gillis? Haven't you heard? Dominic is the closed-door disciple of Brogan Clinton. We should address him as Master Uncle. Xavier laughed, amused by Gillis's lack of restraint. Did he not realize the situation? Dominic was no longer just an enforcement hall disciple from a few days ago. Chapter 355, Gathering at Tianren Peak. Nonsense. Does he even qualify as the Brogan's disciple? I think you're just spreading rumors. Why haven't I heard about this? Gillis's face turned bright red. Suddenly calling Dominic Uncle Master was more unbearable than death to him. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xavier didn't feel like explaining. He now admired Dominic greatly. Since the battle between Swordmanor and Dominic, not only had his mental state not declined, but it had also improved significantly. He owed Dominic a debt of gratitude. As Gillis looked visibly uncomfortable, sect leader Stuart and the 3 manor lords walked out from the hall. Stuart glanced at the sky and saw that the time wasn't far off, yet there was still no sign of Dominic. This made him somewhat worried. After all, it was he who sent Dominic to Jinma Palace and feared something might have happened to Dominic. The 3 manor lords wore strange expressions. Not seeing any sign of Dominic around, they wondered if their sect leader had forgotten to inform Dominic about today's 9 sects competition. He's here. Just as Stuart's expression became heavy and impatient, Xavier spotted Dominic approaching from afar at a fast pace. One should view an old friend with new eyes after a long absence. Now, Dominic exuded an extremely terrifying aura, even causing the 3 manor lords to reveal stunned expressions. Stuart furrowed his brows, seeing the vibrant spirit of the approaching Dominic, which reassured him considerably. Dominic, pay respects to brother sect leader and the 3 manor lords. Dominic came close, greeted Stuart and the 3 manor lords with clasped hands without bowing deeply. Stuart nodded slightly, and the 3 manor lords returned the gesture. However, Gillis's face turned crimson again, doubting himself so soon after dismissing Dominic. When Dominic turned to look at Xavier and Gillis, Xavier smiled, clasped his hands and bowed saying, Disciple greets Junior Uncle Master. At Gillis's turn, he struggled to speak, feeling awkward with a thick neck and flushed face, reluctantly saluting Dominic without speaking. Dominic paid no mind and turned to ask sect leader Stuart, Leader, when do we depart? If we weren't waiting for you, we would already be near Tianren Peak. Stuart glared at Dominic before leading the 3 manor lords away into flight. Embarrassed, Gillis, due to unfamiliarity with Dominic, followed his master, Archer, into the sky. Xavier, however, deliberately waited for Dominic. Junior Uncle Master? The 9 sects competition is perilous. Are you sure you want to go? Xavier knew that the Heavenly Dao Palace would guess Dominic would participate, setting a trap for him. Whether for Kunlun sect or myself, I must go. Dominic understood Xavier's concern but felt he had no choice. With that said, Dominic soared away. That top spot is undoubtedly his? Looks like I can only strive for second place. Xavier had an odd expression. With Dominic participating, the first title wasn't his anymore. Slightly disappointed, Xavier shook his head in self-mockery and quickly followed Dominic out of Kunlun sect. Tianren Peak is located in the central part of Beihai. Because it lies over the sea, hardly anyone comes here. avoiding arousing attention and allowing 9 sects competitors to display their full abilities freely. In the air over Beihai, leading Dominic and others, Stuart flew for an incense burner's time and saw a huge island ahead. And at the center of the island stood a towering peak, Tianren Peak, where the 9 sects competition would take place. This peak stands high above the clouds. Legend has it that climbing to its summit allows one to see celestial beings, hence its name, Tianren Peak. By midday, many participants from the 9 sects had gathered on the peak of Tianren. Among them were representatives from Tai Stevie sect, Qingyun sect, Taiyin sect, Tianshui sect, xuanhuan sect, etc., all present. When Kunlun sect arrived at the peak, they noticed peculiar gazes from other major sects, all looking at Stuart and company. Without doubt, Kunlun sect's enmity with Heavenly Dao Palace was widely known. Other sects believed Kunlun sect wouldn't dare come, underestimating Kunlun sect's courage. From Tai Stevie sect, Dominic recognized 2 people, one being Alicia, clearly representing Tai Stevie sect for the competition. The other was her master, Chuck, who had once shown kindness towards Dominic. Apart from Tai Stevie sect, Dominic also spotted Christiana and Adlai from Qingyun sect. Just as Dominic was about to retract his gaze, he felt an unfriendly stare intensely focused on him. The owner of the stare came from the Taiyin sect camp, Chu Hiyun, an enemy of Dominic. Seeing Dominic, Chu Hiyun's eyes flared with anger, teeth clenched tightly, brimming with murderous intent. But Dominic gave a cold smile, not minding finishing Chu Hiyun right then if possible. On Tianren Peak, powerful figures from the 9 sects had gathered. Any one of them could shake the world with a mere stomp. With the 9 sects present, members of Heavenly Dao Palace couldn't be absent. Dominic met Carlo, who had previously accompanied Burke to Kunlun sect. Along with Carlo were 6 other Heavenly Dao Palace members, all reaching the Heavenly Venerable Realm. As Dominic gazed at Carlo, Carlo also stared back unfavorably. Eyeing each other from afar, Dominic sensed the intense hostility directed towards him. Xavier? Does the Heavenly Dao Palace Master never attend the competition? Dominic asked softly, frowning. Junior Uncle Master speaks truly. Each time, only a few elders from Heavenly Dao Palace attend. However, this time, they sent more than usual, Xavier politely replied, respecting Dominic's seniority. Learning that the Heavenly Dao Palace Master wouldn't appear, Dominic felt somewhat disappointed. He wanted to meet the leader of Heavenly Dao Palace, Tiangang. Thank you all for arriving on schedule. Today, I, Carlo, will oversee this competition. Following tradition, the results of the disciples' trials will determine new rankings among the sections. Now, please let the competitors draw lots. Those remaining last will win the title of the top sect and earn a chance to join our Heavenly Dao Palace. Carlo stepped forward to the center of the arena atop the peak, addressing everyone. The sect ranking is determined this way? Dominic was surprised, understanding why the 9 sects valued the competition so highly. You don't know? The competition not only offers entrants a chance to enter Heavenly Dao Palace, but also brings substantial resources to the winning sect, Xavier explained kindly to Dominic. Rich resources were paramount in cultivation. That was the most important aspect the 9 sects valued. Soon, Heavenly Dao Palace officials distributed lotteries to each contestant. If the lottery was red, the contestant would be the first challenger. Unfortunately, Dominic, Xavier, and Gillis all drew black lots. Please, those with red lotteries, step forward. Carlos scanned the crowd coldly, flying down from the stage after speaking. A black-clad man from the audience immediately flew onto the stage. He exuded robust energy, having reached the mystic venerable realm, likely coming from Taiyin sect based on his attire. Who dares challenge me? The man looked down at the crowd below, issuing the first provocation. Xavier and Gillis, seeing Dominic remained uninterested, stayed silent. Indeed, someone less impressive than the black-clad man did not warrant their attention. Sure enough, a woman from Tianshui sect appeared on stage and defeated the black-clad man within 3 moves. Tianshui sect's Luo Yuding? Seeing the woman from Tianshui sect on the stage, Xavier was surprised. Because this Luo Yuding was Tianshui sect's strongest current disciple, having already reached the 9th level of Mystic Venerable Realm, Dominic merely glanced at Xavier and still showed no intention of making a move. Chariot, Xavier could hardly contain himself. The Chan Shang's sword on his back trembled, sensing Xavier's eagerness for battle. Just as Xavier was about to step forward, Dominic suddenly extended a hand to stop him. Junior Uncle, you? Xavier's expression froze, mistaking Dominic's gesture as his intent to take the stage. But Dominic shook his head. Xavier was puzzled. When he looked back at the platform, someone had already taken the lead. Xavier's face darkened, thinking if not for Dominic's obstruction, he would be the one on the stage now. What Xavier didn't know was that the person who went up was precisely Qingyun sect's Christiana. Dominic stopped Xavier because he wanted to see how strong Christiana had become. Christiana had already entered the Mystic Venerable Realm. Her rapid advancement was closely related to Dominic's actions in Wuxia City, where he helped her auction off the Lingxiao Decree, which garnered her significant recognition within Qingyun sect. Moreover, Christiana had cultivated the Lingxiao Decree, qualifying her to represent Qingyun sect in the 9 sects competition. On the platform, Luo Yuding had an advantage in cultivation level, but she appeared somewhat strained when facing Christiana. Christiana's sword realm had significantly improved, and combined with the Lingxiao Decree, she now possessed the strength to challenge Luo Yuding. 9 Heavens Stirring Sword. On the platform, Christiana, eager for victory, unleashed the strongest sword technique from the Lingxiao Decree first. Seeing this, Luo Yuding used all her might, clashing swords with Christiana. Bang! A loud boom echoed as Luo Yuding was forced back several steps, while Christiana only swayed slightly. In this battle, Christiana held a slight advantage. She can actually defeat Luo Yuding? Xavier was stunned. In his eyes, Luo Yuding was someone who could match him in combat. She has reached her limit. Dominic shook his head. In his view, Christiana's victory was just a stroke of luck. After defeating Luo Yuding, Christiana took a pill and quickly regained her vigor. Once restored, Christiana turned her gaze toward the direction of Kunlun sect, locking onto Dominic directly. ##### Chapter 356. Easy to dodge the spear, hard to guard against the arrow. On the arena, Christiana's gaze landed on Dominic as she pointed her delicate hand at him. Dominic of Kunlun sect, dare you step onto the stage for a battle? As soon as Christiana spoke, everyone in the audience was taken aback. It was known that Dominic had defeated the young lord of Heavenly Dao Palace, Burke. This incident had spread, so participants from other sects avoided confrontation with Dominic. However, Christiana dared to publicly challenge Dominic. Her courage was indeed commendable. When all eyes turned to Dominic, he appeared hesitant, raising his hand to rub his nose. It wasn't that Dominic was afraid. It was that he didn't want to fight Christiana. After all, they were old acquaintances. This girl is too reckless, Xavier observed Dominic's reluctance and stepped forward, looking up at Christiana on the stage. Little junior sister of Qingyun's sect? My little uncle doesn't wish to engage with you. How about letting me take on this challenge? Humph. Who is your little uncle? I'm challenging him. Dominic? Christiana frowned, having no idea about Dominic's current status. My little uncle is Dominic, Xavier replied awkwardly, trying to explain. Christiana was greatly surprised, thinking, what's going on? Isn't Dominic a disciple of Kunlun sect? Not wanting to overthink, she bit her lip and stared intently at Dominic. Dominic, are you scared? Do you want to be a coward? Is this woman crazy? Xavier felt humiliated by Christiana's disregard. When did people from Kunlun sect become such cowards? While Dominic hesitated, someone maliciously mocked Kunlun sect. The voice came from Egon of Tyne's sect. Simas Hang Kong and others remained silent, viewing Christiana as merely seeking attention while others were just envious. Little uncle? If you're afraid, you can refuse to step onto the stage. Claude, one of the Kunlun sect representatives, probed Dominic, testing his resolve. If Dominic lacked the courage to step onto the stage, he would not acknowledge him as their little uncle. Dominic frowned, giving Claude an unfriendly look before leaping onto the arena. Huff. The moment Dominic landed on the stage, he emitted a terrifying aura that forced Christiana to retreat 2 steps even before any blows were exchanged. You've improved quickly, Dominic. Christiana's face paled, unable to gauge Dominic's cultivation level and feeling suffocated by his presence. You're not bad either. Please bring out your full strength. Dominic stepped onto the stage unwillingly. He wouldn't hold back against Christiana. Christiana's expression changed. Seeing Dominic's dismissive attitude, she gritted her teeth and said, all right, don't expect me to be polite. Immediately, she emitted a dazzling green light, with a green sword shadow appearing behind her. Illusory form sword. Human sword unity? Xavier exclaimed in surprise from below. Christiana's sword realm was impressive, and this sword was certainly worthy of engaging with him. However, Dominic remained unperturbed. Christiana, infuriated by Dominic's arrogance, shouted, heaven-shattering sword strike. A massive green sword burst forth from her back, emitting world-ending power aimed directly at Dominic. This was Christiana's strongest strike, derived from the Lingxiao art. As everyone watched, Dominic remained calm until the sword was inches away. Suddenly, he raised a fist and struck. Bam! A thunderous punch echoed through the air, instantly shattering Christiana's sword. Drip! Christiana spat blood and staggered back, ultimately kneeling on one knee. Defeated, Christiana's strongest strike sealed her fate. Below, Adlai of Qingyun's sect smiled faintly. Even though she lost, it was an honorable defeat. Using the opportunity to test Dominic boosted Christiana's mental fortitude. Adlai hadn't expected her to win but admired her courage. Moreover, Dominic's single punch exceeded the capabilities of the mystic venerable realm. So the rumors are true. Adlai nodded, confirming that the Heavenly Dao Palace young master's downfall wasn't exaggerated, leading him to worry for Dominic. Damn, this brat has become stronger than even me? Egon of Tyne's sect seethed upon seeing Dominic's strength. Christiana should have been enraged by her defeat, but instead smiled while kneeling. Dominic was confused by her smile, which made him even more perplexed. Dominic, our past grievances are settled today. But be cautious, I won't disturb your defense anymore. Christiana stood up, smiling warmly and making peace with Dominic. Dominic had killed Christiana's brother, leading to several attempts on his life. Instead, Dominic spared her multiple times and helped recover the Lingxiao art, leading to her decision to confront him on the arena. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat Dominic, releasing her grudge and elevating her mindset. As Christiana left the stage, Dominic felt oddly unsettled. Just as Dominic stood silently on the arena, a young woman from Tyne sect prepared to step forward but was stopped by Egon. Elder Chu, what do you mean? The young woman, named Leah, was Tyne sect's strongest disciple. Egon leaned in close, taking something from his pocket and placing it in Lee's hand. Remember, don't let him live. Lee's expression stiffened. She clenched her teeth and nodded to Egon. Swoosh. Leah leaped onto the arena, her face cold as ice. I am Leah of Tyne sect, and I seek to challenge Brother Qin. Upon hearing she was from Tyne sect, Dominic's eyebrows furrowed. Noticing Leah was at the 9th level mystic venerable realm, he shook his head, advising her to withdraw. Do you think I'm not qualified to be your opponent? Leah was furious, perceiving Dominic's words as a grave insult. It's not a matter of qualification but capability, Dominic retorted coldly. You, arrogant. Swoosh. Leah launched into action, using Tyne sect's phantom technique to create multiple clones, attacking Dominic from all directions. But Dominic, with narrowed eyes, casually waved his hand. Bam bam bam. All approaching shadows shattered. A formidable aura blasted Leah away. Drip. Leah struggled to maintain composure, spitting blood while angrily sending a black glow toward Dominic. Dominic frowned and unleashed his martial might. Bam. An overwhelming frost blast sent the black glow hurtling back, turning into a blade-like weapon in Lee's hands. Enya Road sword? Someone in the crowd identified the weapon, gasping at its name. A half-god grade Een Erode sword from Tian sect? They're willing to spend such resources? One sect leader mocked. The Een Erode sword, a treasured artifact of Tian sect, possessed a unique corrosive force, inflicting excruciating pain and causing flesh to rot if injured by it. It was considered an evil weapon. Tian sect's leaders laughed silently, used to these criticisms. Winning mattered most. Back on the arena, Dominic felt dark energy closing in, capable of corroding his strength, forcing him to focus. Translation notes asterisk. 1. Names are kept in pinyin for consistency. 2. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original Chinese text. 3. Effort has been made to preserve the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and grammatical accuracy. Humph. Dominic? I've heard you're quite formidable. Even the young lord of Heavenly Dao Palace was crippled by you? You should be more than just this, right? Opposite her, Leah sneered triumphantly. She taunted Dominic in public to distract him, allowing the poison from the Een Erode sword a chance to take effect. If he was struck by the poison of the Een Erode sword, victory in this battle would be assured for her. Since you want to see my true strength, then I'll oblige you completely. Enraged, Dominic's lips curled into an ominous smile. Before Leah could react, Dominic broke through the corrosive black aura and instantly appeared right before her. Leah panicked, raising her sword to stab at Dominic, but Dominic met her head-on with a direct punch. Clang. At the critical moment, Leah used her sword to intercept Dominic's punch, but the force of the blow sent her spitting blood as her body was hurled backward. What? The leaders of Tian sect changed expression sharply, their hearts tightening at the sight of Lee's injury. Swoosh. Before Leah could regain her balance after being thrown out while spitting blood, a streak of sword energy shot toward her in an instant. Thud. The sword energy pierced directly through her dantian in the abdomen. Ah! Leah screamed in pain, her body crashing heavily to the ground. Isn't that a bit too harsh? To cripple someone's chi-si and dantian in one strike? The crowd below expressed dissatisfaction, angered by Dominic's heavy-handedness. But Dominic didn't care. Not killing Leah already counted as leniency on his part. The leader of Tian sect, Johan, glared daggers and clenched his fists, turning to steward of Kunlun sect angrily. Your Kunlun sect really does produce exceptional talent, huh? Don't you consider the relationship between our two sects? Thank you for your compliment. Our people from Kunlun sect have never favored those who are deceitful and despicable, Stewart retorted without reservation, noting that there was no substantial interaction between Kunlun sect and Tian sect. You, Johan, enraged, was about to burst out when Egon suddenly stepped forward and caught him, giving a deliberate look to calm him down. Johan frowned, not understanding Egon's intention. Just then, on the arena, the Dantian crippled Leah suddenly pulled out an object from her chest. Seizing the opportunity while Dominic wasn't expecting it, she launched a surprise attack. Chapter 357. Supreme Martial Realm, Unparalleled. Dominic, be careful. Standing on the stage, Dominic had just turned away from Leah, who was injured and seemed no longer a threat, when someone from below suddenly shouted a warning. Swoosh. As Dominic swiftly turned around, a streak of black light pierced directly into his chest. Humph. Dominic grunted, his body involuntarily retreating 2 steps. Blood flowed from his chest, revealing a black, nail-like object that had embedded itself into his body. Dominic tried to pull it out with his hand, but as soon as he exerted force, an excruciating pain shot through his organs as if the nail had taken root within him. What's happening? Little Uncle Chin seems to be in great pain, Xavier asked anxiously, noticing Dominic's beads of sweat and his expression of extreme agony. Claude stood nearby, equally bewildered. He's been hit by the Tian sect's bone-piercing nail. Recognizing the object that had struck Dominic, sect leader Stewart angrily turned to look at the Tian sect members. How despicable! Does the Tian sect have any sense of shame? Lord Brant raged, clenching his fists and about to fly up onto the stage. You can't go. Just as Brant moved, Cameron pulled back the impulsive young man. Why? Brant asked, puzzled. Anyone hit by a bone-piercing nail would be in grave danger without prompt removal. But Cameron's expression grew solemn, gesturing Brant to look towards the Heavenly Dao Palace group. Haven't you noticed? The Heavenly Dao Palace is responsible for ensuring fairness, yet they've said nothing. If you help Dominic now, they will certainly rule against him. Hearing this, Brant was fuming. How hateful. Do we just stand here and watch Dominic suffer until death? Brant was beside himself with worry, fearing Dominic wouldn't endure the torment caused by the bone-piercing nail. Cameron and Hugo felt powerless. Now, they could only hope Dominic could overcome this calamity on his own. However, on the platform, Dominic was already in unbearable pain. Every movement drove the nail deeper, causing indescribable agony. Ha. Seeing Dominic immobilized, Leah, her dantian destroyed, managed to stand again. Despite bleeding from her mouth, she smiled grimly. Dominic, even if I lose, I won't let you win. Pale-faced, Leah raised her sword to strike at Dominic's head. Dominic? Seeing Dominic in mortal danger, everyone watching, Lindsay, Christiana, and Xavier, all wore looks of shock. Even sect leader Stewart's heart pounded with concern for Dominic. Bang! Just as the moment seemed dire, there was a sudden deafening noise on the stage. With a spurt of blood, Leah flew off the platform along with her sword. Thud. Still stunned, everyone saw Leah crash to the ground, dead instantly. Leah! Tian sect master Johan rushed over, seeing his beloved disciple lying motionless on the ground. Her internal meridians were shattered, killed by a terrifying force. Sect master, we cannot let Leah die in vain. We must avenge her. Chu Hiyun seized the opportunity to incite Johan to act against Dominic. Johan's eyes blazed with fury. Holding the lifeless Leah and glaring up at Dominic on the stage, he suddenly felt an icy chill. Dominic, still on the platform, emitted a powerful martial aura. The torture by the bone-piercing nail had driven Dominic to the brink of despair. As Leah prepared to deal the final blow, Dominic released his martial power, forcefully expelling the nail from his body. So strong a martial aura. Has he reached the supreme martial realm? Johan's face showed astonishment. Feeling Dominic's aura reminded him of the peak martial realm. Martial artists are those who enter the Dao through combat. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts is the supreme martial realm. Great kid. Even I haven't achieved the supreme martial realm, and he has surpassed me. Brant couldn't help but marvel. He, being the lord of Wu Mansion, possessed one of the most extraordinary martial arts strengths in the world. Jared, after years of practice, he hadn't stepped into that final realm. Hugo and Cameron smiled approvingly, their faces filled with pride. Stuart, however, couldn't smile, noticing Carlo from the Heavenly Dao Palace staring menacingly at Dominic above. Just as Carlo prepared to step up, Stuart moved forward, blocking him. What does Elder Carlo intend to do? Stuart's tone was cold as he stared unwelcomingly at Carlo. Humph. Do I need your permission, Kunlun sect? Carlo sneered, harboring significant resentment towards Stuart. Don't say it like that. If anyone dares to harm a Kunlun sect member, I won't sit idly by. Stuart smiled ominously, issuing a veiled warning. Carlo's face darkened. Realizing Stuart's readiness to fight, he reluctantly reined in his aggression. Reluctantly, Carlo glared at Dominic one last time, clenched his fist in anger, and withdrew. Stuart secretly sighed in relief. This stance indicated to the Heavenly Dao Palace that the Kunlun sect stood firmly behind Dominic. On the stage, Dominic's brilliance shone brightly. Sensing his martial aura, participants from all major sects fell silent. To be able to expel the bone-piercing nail using sheer strength was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Is anyone willing to challenge me? Seeing no one stepping forward, Dominic called out boldly. All participants from Tianshui sect, Qingyun sect, Taiyin sect, Xuanhuan sect, and others lowered their heads, avoiding Dominic's formidable presence. Only from the Taishu sect, a young man in a green robe slowly stepped forward. Senior brother Taching? Seeing the green-robed man move, fellow Taishu sect disciple Lindsay called out to him. Junior sister Nangong? What is it? Taching replied politely. Known as a rare genius in Taishu sect, Taching had earned much respect. Please be gentle, Lindsay requested shyly, her cheeks slightly red as she glanced at Dominic on the stage. Taching frowned, pondering briefly before understanding her intention. Don't underestimate him too much. I might not even be his match, Taching chuckled sadly, remembering how Dominic had disabled the young palace master of the Heavenly Dao Palace, stripping him of his confidence. Without further ado, Taching leaped onto the stage. Recognizing him as a member of the Taishu sect, Dominic was slightly surprised. Your reputation precedes you, Brother Qin. I dare ask for your guidance. Taching bowed respectfully. Guidance? That's too much. It should be I who seeks guidance from the talented members of Taishu sect. Dominic modestly responded, maintaining his respect for the Taishu sect. Nonsense. Someone in the crowd muttered, finding Dominic's humility pretentious. Dominic glanced down without reacting. Taching smiled calmly. Brother Qin, I will start. With those words, Taching stepped forward, launching a straightforward punch, a direct and simple approach to engage Dominic head-on. Taching knew Dominic's martial strength was formidable, especially in close combat. Jared, he chose this method to gauge who was stronger between them. Surprisingly, as Taching's fist neared Dominic, Dominic remained completely still. Just as the fist was about to touch him, it was stopped by an invisible barrier of martial energy. This was Dominic's martial chi field, capable of defending against blades or aiding in attacks. How strong! Taching realized he couldn't even break through Dominic's defenses. Swoosh! Taching decisively retracted his move, swiftly retreating to create distance between himself and Dominic. Rustle! With a wave of his arms, Taching conjured the scene of a tsunami behind him, with surging waves that emitted an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Brother Qin, receive my attack? Taching had already exerted all his strength, manifesting his Dao, for the final showdown with Dominic. Buzz! Sensing Taching's formidable power, Dominic ceased holding back. Instantly, a beam of sword chi condensed above his head. As soon as the sword chi formed, it abruptly cleaved through the air with a swift, powerful slash. One strike of the sword cut through the waves, its momentum unstoppable like splitting bamboo. Taching's tidal force was shattered, and he was wounded by Dominic's sword, leading to his defeat. Thud thud. Taching stumbled back several steps, his face turning pale. Friend Taching, you have done well. Dominic retracted his power without causing harm to Taching. Brother Qin's prowess is unparalleled. You are a model for us all. I admit my inferiority, truly humbled. Taching shook his head with a bitter smile. After engaging with Dominic, he was certain that Dominic hadn't used his full strength, because otherwise, he would surely be dead. Even Taching of the Taishu sect is not a match for Junior Uncle Qin? Xavier was greatly surprised. Taching was the renowned top expert of the Taishu sect, possibly even stronger than him. But no matter how strong he was, it still didn't help. Taching had still been defeated by Dominic. In this one battle, Dominic became an instant legend. The title of the first among the 9 sects undoubtedly belonged to Dominic. Standing on the stage, Dominic had already overwhelmed all rivals, leaving no one daring enough to challenge him. Seeing Dominic win, Carlo from the Heavenly Dao Palace's face darkened. Stepping onto the stage, Carlo cast a cold glance at Dominic and then addressed the crowd below. The first place has been decided. Next, we will determine the second and third places. The competition continues. Because Dominic stood out, he rightfully earned the title of the first among the 9 sects, but to finalize the results for the other 3 positions, the contest must continue. However, shortly after Dominic descended from the stage, Carlo from the Heavenly Dao Palace brought people forward, blocking Dominic's path. Seeing this, Stuart and the others remained solemn but did not make any rash moves. What? Can't wait and want to start here? With fearless resolve, Dominic saw Carlo and the others surrounding him and asked with a smile. Young man, Don't celebrate too early. Our palace master wishes to meet you. Dare you go? Carlo's face was grim as he suppressed his inner rage. Chapter 358. 3 Sec step in, shaking half the heavens. Dominic? Don't be rash. When he learned that the master of Heavenly Dao Palace wanted to see Dominic, Sect Master Stewart hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. The 3 manor lords arrived one after another, each with a grim expression as they glared at Isidro and his group. Dominic remained silent. The master of Heavenly Dao Palace wanting to see him was clearly not out of good intentions. It felt more like a weasel wishing chickens a happy new year. Sema Sect Master? What do you mean? Isidro's face darkened. Seeing Stewart interfere, he no longer held back. According to the rules, Dominic must come with me. Tisi, do you really think we don't know what your Heavenly Dao Palace intends? If Dominic goes with you, it's like sending a lamb to slaughter. No return trip. Brant stepped forward, directly pointing out the hidden agenda. He simply didn't trust the Heavenly Dao Palace. Right. What's so great about Heavenly Dao Palace? Dominic can still ascend to the heavenly realm without going there. There's no need for your fake compassion. Reed nodded. Given Dominic's talent, he would succeed anywhere. Moreover, who could be unaware of Heavenly Dao Palace's true intentions? Isidro's face turned crimson. Seeing the 3 manor lords from Kunlun sect determined to protect Dominic, he realized there was no point in further argument. You few, entertain these friends from Kunlun sect properly, Isidro said. Immediately, 6 celestial venerable realm experts behind him stepped forward. Stewart's expression grew solemn. With their current strength, they were no match for those 6. Don't worry, Brother Sema. My Green Cloud sect is willing to help. At this moment, the master of Green Cloud sect, Cristobal, accompanied by Adlai and several elders, approached. Stewart was surprised. This was a matter between Kunlun sect and Heavenly Dao Palace, yet Green Cloud sect was offering help? Actually, Stewart was unaware that Dominic had helped Green Cloud sect retrieve the lost Brevin decree, greatly benefiting the sect. Additionally, Adlai had high hopes for Dominic, so sect master Cristobal took this opportunity to repay the favor. Cristobal greeted Dominic with a slight nod. This made Dominic feel unexpectedly honored. Christiana stood beside her master Adlai, making it clear she intended to intervene. Haha. As Isidro's face turned cold, someone suddenly burst into laughter. The source of the laughter came from Tai Stevie sect. When Kunlun sect faces difficulties, Tai Stevie sect cannot stand idly by. Elder Isidro, perhaps adding our 6 people will cool your temper? Under everyone's watchful eyes, the master of Tai Stevie sect, Iggy, led Gale and 5 other elders towards Isidro. Stewart was astonished. Tai Stevie sect, despite losing the top ranking to Kunlun sect, did not harbor resentment but chose to help Kunlun sect against Heavenly Dao Palace? With Tai Stevie sect's assistance, Isidro's face flushed red with anger. Dominic was grateful. Turning to Gale, he bowed deeply, recognizing that much of this owed to Gale's efforts. Sect Master Iggy was a 9th-rank celestial venerable, possessing near heavenly manpower. His presence carried significant weight. As the leading sect, Tai Stevie sect's formidable background alone was enough to intimidate Heavenly Dao Palace. Now, 3 of the 9 major sects had stepped up. Isidro, despite his frustrations, dared not escalate the situation on Heavenly Person Peak. I never imagined that one disciple from Kunlun sect could cause such a stir among 3 sect masters. Seems I've underestimated Dominic. Facing Isidro's dilemma, he laughed bitterly, narrowing his eyes at Dominic. It was his own miscalculation. In front of you stand 3 sect masters who can shake half the heavens. As an elder of Heavenly Dao Palace, I certainly can't touch Dominic. Underestimate? It seems you've overestimated your Heavenly Dao Palace. Dominic is just a disciple of Kunlun sect. Why does the palace master want to personally meet him? I doubt we have that qualification. Iggy grinned. Being the strongest among the 9 sect leaders, he had the right to speak on behalf of all. Isidro's face reddened. He dared not flare up, knowing they would suffer if things escalated. Is Sect Master Shin joking? As the leader of the top-ranked sect, if you're not qualified, then who in this world is? Isidro gave some humble compliments to ease the tension. Fine. The palace master rarely shows himself. Today's a good opportunity for me to meet him. Could Elder Isidro make that possible? Iggy spoke confidently. Among the 9 sect leaders, only he could dare address Heavenly Dao Palace this way. Isidro's face flushed. Iggy obviously aimed to disrupt the situation. Meeting the palace master of Heavenly Dao Palace wasn't something anyone could casually request. Dominic, do you want to see your father Dwayne? The palace master promised that if you come with me, he'll let you see your father. Isidro gritted his teeth. Seeing force wouldn't work, he decided to persuade Dominic willingly. My father is still alive? Dominic was shocked, having long believed his father dead. Moreover, Malcolm once claimed he witnessed Dominic's father's death. Certainly. I won't force you. Think about it. Isidro feigned calmness, sensing Dominic's hesitation. Dominic, don't listen to his lies. Your father is long dead. Stewart whispered urgently, aware of Isidro's ploy. But Dominic wasn't foolish. How could Isidro use such a serious matter to lure him? After deliberation, Dominic decided he ultimately needed to meet the palace master. Biting his lip, he finally said, all right, I'll go with you. Isidro breathed a sigh of relief, then grinned wickedly, looking at Stewart, Iggy, and Cristobal. Any last words, sect masters? Iggy and Cristobal exchanged uneasy glances. This was primarily Kunlun sect's affair, so they deferred to Stewart. Stewart's expression hardened. Seeing Dominic determined, he clenched his teeth and said, Dominic, if you insist on going, I'll accompany you. And me. And us. The 3 manor lords of Kunlun sect, along with leaders from Green Cloud sect and Tai Stevie sect, also chose to join. Isidro's face turned grim. He hadn't anticipated these 3 sects would openly defy Heavenly Dao Palace for Dominic. Isidro, aren't you supposed to lead the way? Dominic now felt emboldened, urging Isidro. Isidro seethed but remained silent, giving orders for 2 men to stay behind before flying off Heavenly Person Peak. Dominic followed closely, while Stuart led the 3 Manor Lords, followed by Cristobal and Iggy. Are they heading to Heavenly Dao Palace? On Heavenly Person Peak, Claude watched his sect master and others leave with Dominic, feeling uneasy. They've moved to another battlefield. We need to focus on completing our own battles and bring no shame to Kunlun sect. Xavier felt disappointed. If not for his ongoing trials, he would have followed Dominic. Claude glanced at Xavier, his expression turning serious. Heavenly Dao Palace was located at the end of the Northern Sea, within an uninhabited restricted zone. Beyond the Northern Sea lay endless darkness. Legend had it that Heavenly Dao Palace resided here to guard against darkness invading the human realm. Additionally, this place was believed to be closest to the heavens, where one could reach out and touch the sky. Led by Isidro, Dominic and company traversed the sea. Approaching the end of the Northern Sea, Dominic felt an icy chill, almost as if walking on thin ice, shivering involuntarily. Beyond the end of the Northern Sea stretched boundless icy wilderness. The climate here was extremely cold, and due to the harsh environment, no one dared venture here. Upon leaving the Northern Sea, Dominic and the others were met with biting cold air. Chapter 359. The Heavenly Dao Palace's deeper intentions. The Heavenly Dao Palace was located deep within the extremity of a frigid land, atop the peak, hidden among the sea of clouds, making it difficult to be discovered. Without Isidro leading the way, no one would have thought that the Heavenly Dao Palace would be situated in such a place. Flying over the vast expanse of white mountains and seas, Dominic and company finally arrived at a peak. From their vantage point, the Heavenly Dao Palace looked like a floating city suspended above the cloud sea. All disciples of the Heavenly Dao Palace wore pure white robes, adorned with white capes. Even the guards at the gate had cultivations at the Tongtian realm, showcasing just how formidable the Heavenly Dao Palace truly was. Entering the Heavenly Dao Palace, they were greeted by an opulent palace adorned with patterns of flying dragons and phoenixes, emanating an aura of solemnity and sanctity. At the sight of the Heavenly Dao Palace, Dominic's expression turned solemn, his heart filling with anger. He had been here before, but only in his dreams. In those dreams, he saw his father fall within this very palace. Approaching the entrance of the palace, Isidro cupped his fists and loudly announced to the palace interior, "Palace Master, I have brought Dominic. Only he may enter to see me," a resonant voice replied from within the palace. Isidro frowned and turned to look at Stuart and the others behind him, then said sternly, "The Palace Master will only see Dominic. Please wait outside the palace, esteemed sect masters." Stuart's expression grew grave. Naturally, he wasn't comfortable letting Dominic go in alone. Cristobal and Iggy exchanged glances and stepped forward simultaneously, intending to force their way into the palace. Bang! But in the next second, a white light barrier emerged, pushing them back and blocking the entrance. Iggy and Cristobal's expressions changed slightly. Given their own strength, they couldn't breach the barrier, which clearly demonstrated that the Palace Master of the Heavenly Dao Palace was far superior to them. Having experienced a similar situation before, Stuart could only reluctantly say to Dominic in a serious tone, "Be careful, don't act rashly." Dominic nodded at Stuart and walked toward the palace entrance alone. Under the watchful eyes of Stuart and the others, Dominic effortlessly entered the palace. Brant's complexion turned ashen. Realizing the huge disparity between their strength and the Palace Masters, he feared Dominic might not return. "The Hobie wants to make a move against Dominic. Probably no one can stop him," Brant muttered, his face ashen. He realized the gap in power between them and the Palace Master of the Heavenly Dao Palace was too great, and he worried Dominic might not return. Dominic stepped into the palace and found himself in a spacious hall, filled with an eerie silence. The walls were adorned with murals of celestial beings, adding an otherworldly atmosphere. In the center of the hall stood the Palace Master, clad in resplendent garments, his presence commanding yet enigmatic. "Welcome, Dominic," the Palace Master spoke with a calm and measured tone, his eyes piercing yet serene. Dominic bowed respectfully. "Respectable Palace Master, you summoned me?" "Sherry's," the Palace Master replied, stepping closer. "I wish to speak with you about important matters concerning your future." Dominic remained cautious, aware of the potential danger but determined to uncover the truth. "I am all ears, Palace Master." The conversation unfolded as both parties weighed each word carefully, neither willing to show their hand prematurely. Chapter 359. Heaven's Wickedness, Battle Against Hobie. Tian Dao Palace. Dominic entered the palace alone. The 3 sect leaders wished to accompany him, but were unable to step beyond the palace gates. The words of Brant weighed heavily on their minds like Mount Tai pressing down. The master of Tian Dao Palace was as elusive as a dragon seen only in parts. Even the 9 sect leaders had never set eyes upon his true form. However, it was rumored that the master of Tian Dao Palace had already reached the celestial person realm, being the only one in the world who could attain this level without entering the heavenly gate. Stuart clenched his fists tightly. He had promised Clinton to protect Dominic, yet now he could only watch helplessly as Dominic walked into the tiger's den. Inside the Tian Dao Palace, Dominic saw a man in white sitting at the dais. This middle-aged man exuded an imposing presence, his eyes twinkling like stars as he gazed at the approaching Dominic. Undoubtedly, this was Hobie, the master of Tian Dao Palace. Seeing Hobie, Dominic felt a burning desire for vengeance. At the center of the hall, Dominic faced Hobie. Despite this confrontation, he couldn't discern Hobie's realm. "You resemble your father." Hobie, seated above, scrutinized Dominic for a long time before finally remarking with a sigh, "Resemble? Does that mean you plan to kill me just like you did my father?" Dominic frowned, probing Hobie. Hobie's expression changed momentarily before settling back into calmness. He stood and approached Dominic, who remained vigilant every moment. "If I tell you that I did not kill your father, would you believe me?" Hobie asked sternly, standing face to face with Dominic. "What difference does it make whether I believe you or not?" Dominic's heart raced. He remembered Carlo's words. If he came here, he would see his father. Even after hearing Hobie's statement, Dominic didn't trust him. In his dream, he had seen Hobie strike down his father, Dwayne. Whether you believe me or not, you must die, Hobie said coldly, revealing murderous intent. Kill me? To avenge your son? Dominic's demeanor grew heavy. Not entirely. My son Burke may have lost his cultivation due to you, but he is still alive and can restart. But you are different. You should not bear the surname Chin, nor continue to live. Hobie shook his head, a chilling smile on his lips as he looked directly at Dominic, unsettling him. If I am destined to die, can I at least die knowing why? Dominic suppressed his anger, tense and waiting for an answer. Sherry's. Ask what you will. I will tell you whatever I know. Hobie seemed frank because Qingyan Temple was, in his view, a dying entity. All right, tell me why you killed my parents and why celestial persons attacked my family. Dominic's pent-up questions finally found a way out, causing him emotional turmoil. Listening to Dominic's inquiries, Hobie's expression wavered as if he did not wish to speak. What? So quickly going back on your word? Dominic scowled, gritting his teeth. Humph. Do you know what it means when the heavens cannot be defied? As long as there is Tian Dao Palace in this world, there should not be your Qin family. Regarding your parents? Hobie suddenly grew angry, shouting at Dominic, then abruptly stopped when mentioning Dominic's parents. Defying the heavens? Those behind the attack on the Qin family were undoubtedly the celestial persons. Dominic should have guessed this long ago. As for Hobie, he was merely a dog for the celestial persons. Don't you dare speak? Enraged, Dominic clutched his hands tightly, testing Hobie. Don't provoke me. You believe I killed your parents, fine. But I want to tell you, I only extinguished their physical bodies. Their spirits still exist. Angry, Hobie revealed the hidden truth. Years ago, acting under orders from a celestial person, he captured Dominic's parents, severely injuring them and sealing their spirits to be handed over. You're lying. How can someone's spirit remain after death? Furious, Dominic believed Hobie was toying with him. I am not lying. Their spirits do indeed remain, but... Hobie hesitated, unwilling to reveal anything connected to the celestial persons. But what? Dominic's eyes widened. Hobie didn't seem to be lying, kindling a glimmer of hope. I can only tell you they are no longer in this world. With a dark expression, Hobie sought to quell Dominic's thoughts. Not in this world? Dominic was shocked. After pondering Hobie's words, he realized the answer, instinctively looking upward. In the heavens? Why? Who did this? What do they want? Dominic roared angrily at Hobie. Why? They wanted to lure you out. But even divine plans can fail. They did not catch you, while I did. Hobie laughed mockingly, revealing his murderous intent openly. The celestial persons want to kill me? Why? What good does my death do you? This last question baffled Dominic. Hobie, willing to be a dog for the celestial persons, surely harbored secrets. The celestial persons fear the Qin family. The Qins are descendants of the heavenly emperor. Calculations foretold the birth of an emperor among the Qins, who would rule the heavens once more. Therefore, someone closed the heavenly gate to prevent any Qin from ascending, trapping me here too. Without entering the gate, mortals cannot achieve immortality. My end approaches, and only by ascending can I break free of life and death. While the Qin family exists, the heavenly gate remains closed. What benefit is there in that? A killing aura emanated from Hobie as he revealed the reason for the celestial person's actions. So, it's those in the heavens who fear the return of the Qin family? Understanding this, Dominic realized their true enemy lay in the heavens. I've said all I need to. You can die peacefully now. As Dominic was distracted, Hobie suddenly struck, hitting him squarely in the chest. Pooh! Caught off guard, Dominic spat blood, flying several meters away and kneeling on one knee. What happened? You're not dead? Hobie was astonished. His blow, strong enough to fell even a celestial emperor, failed to kill Dominic. Watching Dominic rise calmly from the ground, black energy coalesced in his chest, emitting an evil aura. This black energy absorbed half of the force. This energy, the demon dragon pearl? Hobie immediately recognized it. Have you met Malcolm, the demon sovereign? Hobie's expression changed dramatically. You know him? Dominic was surprised, realizing Malcolm's significance given Hobie's apprehensive tone. More than that, Malcolm, the demon sovereign, is a supreme powerhouse among the demons. Back then, your father mistakenly entered the Xianxia of the Northern Sea, met the demon sovereign Malcolm, and even became sworn brothers with him. How could I not know him? Note, the term Xianxia seems out of context in English. It would be better to replace it with a more fitting term like prohibited area or restricted zone. However, without full context, I kept it as Xianxia in this edit to stay faithful to the original text. If Xianxia refers to a specific place with a designated name, it should be translated accordingly. Hobie gritted his teeth, revealing Malcolm's true identity. Beyond the Northern Sea lay endless darkness, home to the demon race, where Malcolm resided as one of their greatest powers. The demon dragon pearl was the holy artifact of the demons. Possessing it meant ruling the demon realm as king. Malcolm has such a background? Dominic couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seems I truly cannot let you leave today. Hobie's anger boiled. Dominic, having obtained the power of the demon dragon clan, would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains if he entered the dark prohibited zone, causing endless calamity. Whoosh! Hobie struck with the force of a thunderbolt, lightning shooting from his palm to eradicate Dominic once and for all. Dominic did not dare to slacken his efforts, immediately summoning the Heavenly Wrath battle armor. Boom! The Heavenly Wrath battle armor appeared, instantly multiplying Dominic's strength. Bang! A single punch shattered the incoming lightning. Bang bang! Dominic and Hobie engaged in a fierce battle that shook the heavens and earth, with thunder crashing incessantly. A fight has broken out inside the palace? Iggy, standing guard outside the palace gate, sensed the combat within and urgently alerted Stuart and the others. Damned! The venerable master of Tiandao Palace is actually this shameless. Stuart roared in fury, stepping forward, when suddenly Carlo attacked him. Get lost! Stuart erupted in anger, his voice accompanied by a burst of fiery light. Bang! Carlo, who had made the move, was thrust back several steps by the firelight, his right palm scorched. That is the sky-burning sword? Carlo, annoyed, showed surprise upon seeing the flaming sword in Stuart's hand. The sky-burning sword was the weapon of the previous leader of Kunlun sect. He certainly knew of its terrifying power. Iggy and Cristobal, upon seeing Stuart wielding the sky-burning sword, were also taken aback. After all, the sky-burning sword was nearly a divine weapon, housing the soul of a fire phoenix as its blade spirit, making it far more powerful than ordinary semi-divine weapons. Break through for me. With the sky-burning sword in hand, Stuart's eyes blazed like fire, and his body emitted a raging flame. With a mighty cry, the fire phoenix spirit within the sword instantly flew out. Chirp! The phoenix cried out into the sky, and with one slash, Carlo was split in two. Boom! As Carlo's body exploded, the restriction on the palace gate was also shattered. Iggy, Cristobal, and Brant were all stunned. Such a strike was no less powerful than an attack from a celestial person. Whoosh! Stuart rushed into the palace and saw Dominic and Hobie fiercely battling. At this moment, Dominic fought more courageously with each passing moment. Empowered by the Heavenly Wrath battle armor, Dominic did not fear Hobie at all. Good lad. He can actually hold his own against Hobie without falling behind? Rushing into the palace, Iggy saw Dominic fighting Hobie evenly, which greatly surprised him. Chapter 360. Severing Hobie, Defying Heavenly Mandate. In the Hall of Heavenly Tao, Dominic fought against Hobie alone. With the enhancement from the Heaven's Wrath battle armor, he was unbeatable. However, Hobie, enraged to the point where his hair stood on end, was the lord of the Hall of Heavenly Tao and the world's sole celestial being realm powerhouse. How could he be defeated by an inexperienced child? Sword come. With a roar, Hobie waved his hand, and suddenly the Qinging sword appeared in midair. The Qinging sword was a true divine weapon, with power strong enough to double Hobie's combat strength. Swish, swish. Holding the Qinging sword, Hobie pressed down on Dominic move by move, forcing him into defense. Watching the battle were Stuart, Iggy, Cristobal, and others, who couldn't help but worry about Dominic. Wielding the Qinging sword, Hobie's combat prowess had reached the realm of unmatched invincibility. Phoenix Dance of 9 Heavens. As Dominic retreated step by step, Stuart decisively struck out. He wielded the burning sky sword and executed the strongest strike from the Phoenix over Heaven technique. A phoenix rose from the sky, emitting terrifying flames as it headed straight for Hobie. Hobie, after repelling Dominic, sensing the imminent danger from behind, swiftly turned around and swung his sword in the air. Splash! Fireworks erupted as the Phoenix soul instantly shattered, the frightening wave of fire recoiling backwards. Ah! Struck by the backlash, Stuart was sent flying away, spewing blood, letting out a tragic cry. Master! Casey, Hugo, Cameron, and the 3 housemasters' expressions changed drastically, each rushing forward quickly to catch the injured Stuart. Jarrett, Stuart's injuries were severe, rendering him unable to continue fighting. Seeing this, Iggy and Cristobal, the 2 masters, exchanged glances and simultaneously attacked Hobie. Humph! Do you 2 also want a medal? Truly believe that I fear you? Hobie roared furiously. Seeing Iggy and Cristobal attack him for Kunlun sect infuriated Hobie. In a moment, his sword swept across like sweeping thousands of armies. Whoosh! The sword's energy soared through the air. Although Iggy and Cristobal resisted with all their might, they were still sent flying back by this single sword strike. Iggy's face turned pale, while Cristobal spat out blood, clearly suffering considerable harm. Just as Hobie was about to strike again to finish off Iggy and company, Dominic teleported and attacked. Furrowing his brow in anger, Hobie suddenly turned around and slashed at Dominic with his sword. Clang! Unfazed, Dominic raised his hand instantly, causing Hobie's Qinging sword to be forced back. Swish! As Hobie regained his footing, Dominic suddenly swung his sword overhead towards him. Blocking with his sword above his head, Hobie managed to fend off the attack. Clang! A metallic ring echoed as Hobie was pushed back several meters. The Qinging sword in his hand trembled, his right hand grip splitting open, blood flowing freely. What kind of sword is this? Hobie's complexion changed greatly upon seeing Dominic's black sword, which seemed extraordinary yet unfamiliar to him. That was because Dominic's sword was no ordinary blade. It was the supreme celestial godly weapon Kirchen, passed down from the ancestors of the Qin family, a sword that once accompanied the celestial emperor in battles. What sword? This sword specifically targets those fools who call themselves celestial beings. Today, even if the heavenly gate reopens and celestial beings descend, they cannot save you. Dominic sneered disdainfully. This was the first time using the Kirchen sword. With his current strength, wielding this sword wasn't easy, thus requiring swift action. Arrogant. With just you? Daydreaming. Enraged, Hobie transformed his Qinging sword into a mighty dragon that emitted a formidable aura, rushing towards Dominic. Stuart and the others were all knocked back spitting blood. Even the formidable Iggy collapsed to his knees under the weight like Mount Tai, unable to rise. But Dominic stood firm with killing intent. His sword radiated with immense power. 9 heavens and 10 earths, I alone am supreme. With Dominic's roar, as if possessed by a war deity, his sword cut through the air in an instant, shattering the entire palace into pieces. An overwhelming destructive force easily disintegrated the approaching dragon, and the fearsome sword chi engulfed Hobie. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from within the force that annihilated all things. In an instant, everything on Recall Mountain was flattened. Above the sky, thunder rumbled, and amidst the dark clouds, the shadow of the heavenly gate reappeared. This single sword stroke exceeded the human realm's limit, shocking the heavens and making the heavenly gate reappear in the mortal world. Poor Iggy and the others were left in dire straits, nearly buried alive beneath the rubble. The heavenly gate reappears? Ascension is possible. Iggy and Cristobal gazed up at the enormous gate appearing in the sky, full of excitement, seeing the dawn of hope. For cultivators like them who had reached the pinnacle of human cultivation, the dream of ascending to the celestial realm and achieving immortality was always there. For them, the heavenly gate was the only entryway to ascend to the celestial realm. Supported by the three housemasters, Stuart stood up and anxiously looked towards the smoky area in front of him, searching for Dominic's figure. Finally, when the smoke cleared, Stuart and the others saw Dominic kneeling on the ground, mouth covered in blood, disheveled, severely wounded. That single sword strike had drained him of too much spiritual energy, leaving him exhausted and almost overwhelmed by the Kirchen sword's power. But Dominic did not regret it. Clenching his teeth, he caught the Kirchen sword, leaning it against the ground, slowly standing up. Just then, he saw Hobie crawl out from the ruins. Hobie isn't dead? Stuart's expression changed drastically. If Hobie lived, it would be unfavorable for Dominic. He urgently told the three housemasters, "Quick, kill Hobie." Casey, Hugo, and Cameron exchanged looks, gritted their teeth, and moved forward simultaneously. Just as Hobie, having barely escaped danger, had not even caught his breath, Casey and the others approached. Crack! Suddenly, amidst Hobie's despair, a lightning bolt descended from the sky, sending Casey and the others flying back. Is there a celestial being stopping us? Casey frowned and looked up, seeing a figure overlooking them from the heavenly gate. Hugo and Cameron's faces were grave. If a celestial being protected Hobie, they were no match for a celestial being. If Hobie lived, it would be a significant threat. Haha, you can't kill me. I have protection from a celestial being. You defy heavenly will and shall suffer divine punishment. Hobie laughed suddenly, relying on a celestial being's support, ensuring his survival. If he lived, Dominic and the others would die. The three housemasters' faces darkened, enraged by Hobie's arrogance but powerless to stop him. Stuart, Iggy, and Cristobal also dared not act recklessly. Celestial being's power was beyond the reach of mortals. Even at his peak, Hobie was weaker than a true celestial being. But Dominic, seeing Hobie's audacity, eyes bloodshot, felt rage surge within. Aya! With a roar, Dominic leaped forward, swinging the Kirchen sword, aiming a slash at Hobie. Dare! As Dominic attacked, the celestial being in the clouds suddenly shouted, a bolt of lightning racing towards Dominic. Dominic! Stuart and the others were horrified. If hit by celestial lightning, one's soul would dissipate. Chariot Dominic showed no fear, determined to deliver the final blow. No! Hobie's pupils widened in terror. Seeing Dominic's sword descending, he screamed, but his body was split in two instantly. Spurt! Blood soaked the ruins as Hobie met his end. Boom! Simultaneously, a bolt of celestial lightning struck Dominic, producing a loud boom. Pooh! Struck by the lightning, Dominic spewed blood, plummeting from the sky into the ruins. As Stuart and others rushed forward, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, attempting to obliterate Dominic. Struck by the lightning, Dominic lay in the rubble, bleeding from all 7 orifices, staring at the second incoming bolt of lightning. Defeated and despairing, he said. Heavenly beings, do not be arrogant. Even an ant can shake the cosmos. Note: throughout this translation, proper names like Dominic, Hobie, Stuart, etc. are preserved in their original form to maintain fidelity to the characters' names in the source text. At that moment, a roar came from the sky, and a puff of black gas coalesced into a black-robed man. Malcolm. Seeing the figure, Stuart was greatly shocked. The person who appeared was none other than Malcolm, the great demon locked in the demon-suppressing palace. As Malcolm appeared, he lifted his hand skyward, shielding Dominic from the second heavenly lightning strike. Boom! Thunder resounds across 9 heavens. With my demonic body, I defy the universe. As the thunder exploded, Malcolm's body dissolved into black gas, vanishing from everyone's sight. Dominic, lying amidst the rubble, his eyes bloodshot, saw Malcolm sacrifice his life to protect him from the heavenly lightning. This filled him with grief and rage. Crack! After the second lightning bolt was blocked, the celestial being released a third one from the clouds, determined to slay Dominic. This was an unrelenting assault. Refusing to die meekly, Dominic gritted his teeth and stood up again. He raised his sword in defiance at the celestial being, refusing to yield. Good disciple, your master will give you another chance at life. Just as everyone thought Dominic was about to die under the heavenly lightning, a familiar voice rang out from the distant sky. Master Uncle? Stuart's expression changed as he recognized the voice of his master uncle, Clinton. Dominic's face showed surprise as he turned to see his master uncle Clinton appear out of nowhere. Clinton was not sitting in his wheelchair, but instead floated in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. Celestial beings may be heartless, but if they want to bully my disciple, old man here won't allow it. Appearing before them, Clinton's body radiated blinding light. As he looked up at the celestial being guarding the heavenly gate, he transformed into a golden crow and charged directly into the descending heavenly lightning. Boom! The thunder exploded, scattering electric sparks everywhere. Master! Master Uncle! Dominic, Stuart, Brant, Hugo, and Cameron shouted in anguish as they watched Clinton use his own primordial soul to block the third heavenly lightning strike, ultimately causing his soul to dissipate. Once a teacher, always a father. In the Holy Spirit Valley of Kunlun sect, miles away, Clinton sat in his wheelchair, his eyes closed as his breath suddenly stopped. Grandpa! Grandpa? Beth, who had been bringing tea to Clinton, walked into the room just in time to see her grandfather's demise, which terrified her so much that she called out loudly, her face losing all color. Chapter 361. The alchemy venerable stabilizes the turmoil. The clouds gathered again, and thunder shook the heavens. On a mountain, after 3 bolts of celestial lightning struck, Dominic was gravely injured, while Malcolm and Benito sacrificed their lives to save him. Dominic, swaying unsteadily, had bloodshot eyes filled with sorrowful tears as he clutched his fists tightly, glaring up at the towering celestial being above. Frederick, Brant, Hugo, and Cameron were enraged, gritting their teeth in hatred towards the guardian of the heavenly gate above. Iggy and Cristobal, though harboring resentment, could do nothing more due to their limited strength. Not everyone can selflessly give up their life. Fascinating. I'd like to see who will save you now. Seeing that Dominic's soul had not been shattered after 3 strikes, the celestial being laughed out of frustration and raised his hand again. Boom. Above the clouds, thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, aiming to annihilate Dominic as if wrath itself descended from the heavens. Head can be severed, blood can flow, but I will not bow before the celestial beings. If the heavens doom me, I shall defy them. If the gods seek to kill me, I shall slay the gods. Enraged, Dominic unexpectedly activated the divine dragon seal within him during this crisis, releasing an internal force. Swoosh. Dominic flew straight into the sky, confronting the incoming heavenly thunder. Boom. A sword sliced through the air, shattering the thunderbolt, its shockwaves shaking the heavens and earth. The 4th bolt of thunder broke through, yet Dominic's power was ultimately limited. Struck by the thunder's force, he spat blood and fell from the sky once more. Dominic! Brant rushed forward fearlessly, catching the falling Dominic in his arms. At this moment, Dominic was covered in wounds. His breaths grew weaker. Without timely treatment, he would perish on this mountain. The divine dragon seal of the venerable emperor? The celestial being's cold gaze narrowed sharply, having sensed the revival of the seal for an instant. Luckily, the divine dragon seal has not fully awakened. It seems I cannot spare you today. The celestial being's killing intent reappeared as he no longer held back, raising his arm with a shout. Boom. Thunder rumbled with tremendous force, cascading down like a waterfall. The ferocious power of the lightning threatened to destroy everything in its path. What? Brant's face changed dramatically, terrified by the approaching thunderfall, nearly causing him to collapse. Whether it was Iggy or Frederick, they both felt suffocated, trembling uncontrollably as the relentless thunder approached like a waterfall. This was the power of destruction, beyond human capacity to resist. Do I have to die here? The injured Dominic gritted his teeth in frustration. He refused to accept his fate, but was powerless to change it. Desperately, Dominic pushed away Brant, shouting to everyone, "Run!" Seeing Dominic's plea, Frederick could not bear to leave. But Brant, Cameron, and Hugo quickly took Frederick away, fleeing along with Iggy and Cristobal. "Kiera, I'm sorry, I won't be there when you wake up." Heartbroken, Dominic waved weakly toward the distance, saying farewell to the woman he loved. Then he closed his eyes, waiting for his complete annihilation. "I shall use heaven and earth as my furnace, the sun and moon as my chi, combine the power of the stars and rivers, and harness the fire of the divine thunder to refine the supreme elixirs of the world." Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and a booming voice echoed all around. Hearing this voice, Dominic opened his eyes hastily. He found himself inside a massive alchemical cauldron, exactly as described. A transparent cauldron formed by sheer willpower. Alchemic Venerable? Dominic immediately thought of the Alchemic Venerable, one of the 3 venerables of Kunlun sect. Looking up, Dominic saw Alchemic Venerable seated on a cloud, instantly channeling the power of the Star River into the cauldron. Unable to move, Dominic suddenly felt a mysterious force within him, healing his injuries. "Dominic, my highest level of alchemy is refining people into elixirs. Today, I will seize this opportunity to assist you in ascending to the celestial being realm." Alchemic Venerable transmitted his words telepathically, shocking Dominic greatly. Before Dominic could respond, a sea of thunder engulfed the cauldron. Alchemic Venerable, seated on the cloud, continuously cast runes, using the fire of the thunder to achieve the perfect conditions for refining Dominic into a celestial being. This? Escaping from E-Mountain, Iggy was stunned by Alchemic Venerable's astonishing feat. To think alchemy can reach such heights. Frederick was astonished. Though aware of Alchemic Venerable's prowess, he never imagined such a grand undertaking. Elixiring oneself with the body? This is the highest realm of alchemy? Can Dominic truly become a god? Cristobal's expression tightened, fearing the consequences should Alchemic Venerable fail. Both he and Dominic would perish. Crack! Bolts of lightning struck the cauldron violently, releasing destructive energy. Inside the cauldron, Dominic sat in midair as his 108 martial veins rapidly fused. Meanwhile, a golden crow shadow solidified in his sea of consciousness. In his dantian, stars converged, radiating brilliant light, providing Dominic with endless power. The divine dragon seal on his forehead glowed brilliantly, almost coming to life. Daredevil! Daring to use the power of thunder to awaken the divine dragon seal for Dominic? The celestial being raged, sensing Dominic's rapidly growing strength, which made him increasingly uneasy. With fury, the celestial being left the heavenly gate, striking the cauldron directly with a palm. "My alchemy cannot be interrupted by anyone, even a celestial being." Alchemic Venerable stood up angrily. "Hold!" Alchemic Venerable shouted, emitting a burst of celestial being aura. "Does Alchemic Venerable also possess celestial being strength?" Brant exclaimed, seeing Alchemic Venerable's power. "No. Alchemic Venerable is reversing his chi, burning his life essence to temporarily reach the celestial being realm," Frederick said grimly. "When his life essence is exhausted, so too will Alchemic Venerable's life end." Iggy's expression was heavy. Kunlun sect had already paid a heavy price for Dominic. Whether it was Benito or Alchemic Venerable, both were pillars of Kunlun sect. As Alchemic Venerable fought the celestial being, his mouth began bleeding after 100 exchanges, his face turning pale. Humph! You dare defy the heavens? Die! The celestial being, seeing Alchemic Venerable's imminent end, unleashed his full might. Boom! Alchemic Venerable struggled to fend off the attack, spitting blood as he was hurled backward. As he stabilized, his internal energy surged chaotically, prompting another bout of blood spitting. His aura weakened drastically, his strength plummeting. Alchemic Venerable. Frederick, Brant, Hugo, and Cameron rushed forward, catching Alchemic Venerable before he plummeted into the void. Alchemic Venerable's time was running out, his life force fading fast. Why did you do this, Alchemic Venerable? Frederick couldn't understand why Alchemic Venerable risked so much. Without him, Kunlun sect would lose a vital pillar. I owe this to Dominic, and today I pay it back. Alchemic Venerable looked at Dominic amidst the thunder, his gaze melancholic. On the day the elixir is completed, even you with your celestial body will taste defeat. The celestial being's expression changed, feeling a sense of foreboding. He instinctively turned to look at Dominic in the cauldron. Patriarch, celestial beings are not to be feared, but rather the hearts of men. I hope you will separate my soul before I die and seal it for Dominic, allowing him to take me to the heavenly realm. Taking advantage of the celestial being's distraction, Alchemic Venerable grasped Frederick's arm and made his final request. Iggy's expression froze. The Alchemy Venerable's words made him understand something profound. The soul still existed, and entering the heavenly realm would allow for resurrection. The Alchemy Venerable was risking his life, aiming to enter the heavenly realm himself. Alright, I agree. Realizing the Alchemy Venerable's intent, Frederick gritted his teeth and nodded. Taking advantage of the lingering spark of life in the Alchemy Venerable, Frederick immediately acted, restraining the Alchemy Venerable's soul and sealing it within a medicinal bottle. By the time he finished, the Alchemy Venerable's body had already turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. Brant, Hugo, and Cameron furrowed their brows, each turning to look at the celestial being. At this moment, the celestial being's face was cold and grave, his inner turmoil reflecting uncertainty about whether to continue. The Alchemy Venerable's words had instilled unease within him. Celestial beings feared death too, and he certainly did not wish to perish in the mortal realm. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the thunder abruptly shattered into pieces. Whoosh. The terrifying force of the lightning whipped up a fierce wind, causing immediate chills down their spines. The heavenly furnace where Dominic was located was now covered in dense cracks. Mist swirled within the furnace, occasionally emitting the sound of dragon roars. The divine dragon seal has awakened? He actually awakened the Emperor Venerable's legacy in the mortal realm? The celestial being was shocked, fear rising within him as he realized the danger here had escalated, threatening his very existence. No, the heavenly gate must be closed. I cannot let him return to the heavenly realm. Clenching his teeth, the celestial being, realizing his mission was backfiring, directly ascended into the sky, intending to reseal the heavenly gate. Boom. But just as the celestial being was about to enter the heavenly gate, a sudden loud noise erupted from below. Focusing his spirit, the celestial being hurriedly looked down. Bang. Just that glance revealed a streak of light, striking his face with great force. Unprepared, the celestial being spat blood from his nose and was hurled away by the unexpected blow. The onlookers were stunned. Had the celestial being been injured? They hadn't even seen who had struck. Dominic is gone? Cameron looked towards the mountaintop, only to find no sign of Dominic. Chapter 362. Furious decapitation of a celestial being, ascension awaits. He's up there. Dominic suddenly vanished from the mountaintop. While everyone was in shock, someone spotted Dominic appearing near the heavenly gate. Standing before the heavenly gate, Dominic appeared as if adorned with stars and moonlight, his entire body radiating brilliant light, exuding an aura that had surpassed the celestial sovereign realm. Ebert and others were utterly stunned, seeing Dominic at this moment like a celestial deity descended to earth, with an overwhelming presence that left people breathless. Observing the celestial being opposite, he was already disfigured and looked as though he had suffered greatly. Damnable! When have I, Stephen, ever endured such humiliation? The celestial being on the opposite side flew into a rage, glaring at Dominic across from him, screaming madly as if he had gone berserk. As a guardian of the heavenly gate for thousands of years, he had never been so disgraced. How could he not be enraged? Humiliation? In the face of death, this is still mild compared to what you deserve. Dominic's face was cold and stern, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Thinking of those who had died at Stephen's hands earlier, Dominic instantly flared up with rage, clenching his fists tightly before stepping forward. Stephen's expression changed slightly but did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and faced Dominic head-on, wanting to redeem his honor. Bang! In one move, Stephen's pupils widened, spitting out a stream of blood, tears welling in his eyes, his body flying backward like a broken kite. Whoosh! Dominic moved swiftly, catching up with Stephen instantaneously, not giving him a chance to counterattack, and delivering another heavy punch to Stephen's head. Ah! Stephen screamed in agony, rapidly falling from the sky and crashing onto Ishan Mountain. Boom! Ishan Mountain trembled, instantly raising a cloud of dust. Everyone looked toward the mountaintop, only to see Stephen buried under the rubble, his condition unknown. Ebert and others held their breaths, eyes wide open, observing the debris when it suddenly erupted with a loud noise. Whoosh! Sand blew fiercely, and a purple glow shot out of the rubble, heading straight for Dominic in the air. Dominic stood defiantly, raising his fist to unleash a dragon roar reaching the 9 heavens. A 10,000-foot golden dragon appeared out of nowhere, colliding with the purple light instantly. Boom! The purple light exploded, and Stephen hidden inside it was sent spitting blood back to the mountaintop, nearly killed by this strike. Falling to the mountaintop, Stephen kneeled on one knee, his clothes torn and ragged, his energy at its lowest ebb. Swish! Dominic descended from the sky, frightening Stephen immensely, yet still stamping down on him ruthlessly. Stephen's face was pressed deeply into the mud, unable to move an inch. This? Ebert, Iggy, and others stared dumbfounded. Stephen, despite being a celestial being, was actually trampled under Dominic's feet? How could Stephen be anything but furious? But at this moment, he was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, completely helpless. Dominic, if you dare kill me, Divine Sovereign will never let you off. Under extreme humiliation, Stephen lost all composure. Afraid of dying, he tried to intimidate Dominic by invoking the name of the Heaven Realm's Lord, the Divine Sovereign. Do you think I fear him? He is merely a dog of my family's ancestor. I will enter the Heavenly Gate and massacre the Heaven Realm after killing you. Hearing the name of Divine Sovereign invoked, Dominic's murderous intent surged. For he had learned from the Divine Dragon Seal that the real culprit behind the extermination of his family was indeed the Divine Sovereign mentioned by Stephen. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. With these words, Dominic stomped down with sudden force. The body beneath his foot exploded instantly. Seeing Dominic crush the celestial Stephen's head, Iggy and others' expressions changed dramatically. Ebert clenched his teeth, flying to the mountaintop in front of Dominic. With a serious look, he asked, "Do you really plan to enter the Heaven Realm?" Ebert knew very well that everyone in the Heaven Realm wanted Dominic dead. If Dominic entered the Heaven Realm now, it would be like entering a tiger's mouth willingly. After all, Dominic had just ascended to celestial status, and his strength wasn't enough to contend with the leader of the Heaven Realm, the Divine Sovereign. Facing Ebert's question, Dominic looked up at the open Heavenly Gate. Currently, although the Heavenly Gate was open, no celestial beings appeared, which was highly unusual. Even with a burning desire for revenge, Dominic wouldn't foolishly walk into a trap. The Celestials pride themselves on purity, not wishing to involve themselves in the affairs of the world. They won't easily come down to deal with me, as it would significantly weaken their powers. So, I plan to stay here for a while to recover. Once I have fulfilled my wishes, I will then enter the Heavenly Gate. After some thought, Dominic shook his head. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't go to his death. Similarly, staying here ensured his safety and gave him time to strengthen himself, aiming to gain complete control over the heavenly prison. Upon hearing Dominic's words, Ebert sighed in relief. It was wise of Dominic to stay. Currently, the Heavenly Dao Palace existed in name only. Without the power of Tiangang, the Heavenly Dao Palace was a scattered mess, incapable of suppressing the 9 major sects. Moreover, the reappearance of the Heavenly Gate offered hope to many powerful figures in the world. Many would certainly join Dominic in his assault on the Heaven Realm. Iggy of the Tai Stevie sect and Cristobal of the Green Cloud sect had assisted Dominic partly to seize this glimmer of hope. Even if one were invincible in the mortal world, immortality was impossible. Therefore, the Heaven Realm was the only hope for those nearing the end of their lives. Dominic, our Tai Stevie sect has a few seniors willing to follow you into the Heaven Realm. Iggy approached Dominic, offering the proposal with a salute. Though the Heavenly Gate was open, surviving entry into the Heaven Realm was fraught with danger. Only by following Dominic was there any chance. Our Green Cloud sect also has several seniors willing to join Dominic in the Heaven Realm. Seeing Iggy's direct approach, Cristobal was no longer formal either. The old veterans of the sect would soon pass away if they couldn't enter the Heaven Realm, so following Dominic offered a sliver of hope. Thank you both for your trust. Dominic is grateful beyond measure. However, entering the Heavenly Gate will surely meet resistance from celestial beings, dangers which need no explanation from me. As long as your elders dare, I, Dominic, am willing to clear the path for them. Facing Iggy and Cristobal's request, Dominic naturally wouldn't refuse. But the risks involved were unpredictable, and they needed careful consideration. Your word is enough. Iggy smiled, aware of Dominic's formidable strength. Master Sim, we shall discuss again later, farewell. Iggy saluted to Ebert before turning to leave. Cristobal nodded to Dominic and then saluted Ebert, following Iggy away from Ishan Mountain. Dominic, are you ready to return to Kunlun sect with me, or? With matters settled, Ebert felt they should evacuate this place but didn't know Dominic's intentions, so he asked. Kunlun sect is my home. Without Kunlun sect, there wouldn't be the Dominic of today. Dominic felt indebted to Ebert. Kunlun sect had sacrificed much for him. Now, with 2 celestial sovereign level experts lost, Kunlun sect's strength had diminished greatly, inviting the ill intentions of other sects. Hearing Dominic's words, Ebert felt reassured. As long as Dominic was around, no one would dare move against Kunlun sect. This was why Ebert wanted to save Dominic. 3 days later, at the Holy Spirit Valley of Kunlun sect, Dominic appeared alone outside the bamboo house door. Seeing the wheelchair outside, his heart ached deeply as he bowed his head in sorrow. The once vibrant Holy Spirit Valley now felt desolate without Han Bingming's presence. Few visited this place anymore. Creak. As Dominic bowed in penitence, the bamboo house door opened suddenly. Dominic looked up to see Beth, dressed in mourning, emerge from the door. Already feeling low and distracted, Beth's demeanor changed sharply upon seeing Dominic. She seemed possessed, her eyes blazing with fury. Dominic, pay with your life. Whoosh. Beth attacked ferociously, blaming Dominic for her grandfather's death and harboring deep resentment towards him. Xiao, please listen. Feeling guilty, Dominic did not retaliate, only dodging, while Beth aimed for his vital points. You beast, you killed my grandfather, what's there to explain? Beth was consumed by hatred and couldn't listen to Dominic's words. The more Dominic endured, the angrier Beth became. Beth, have you finished causing trouble yet? In desperation, Dominic grabbed her arms and roared loudly. But Beth's hatred was intense. As she glared at Dominic, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his right arm. Pain made Dominic grimace, but he did not get angry. Instead, he pushed Beth away. Puff. Recoiling, Beth took advantage of Dominic's distraction and suddenly stabbed him in the chest with a sword. Dominic's expression changed slightly. Seeing the sword embedded in his chest and blood flowing, he still did not blame Beth. Because it was his fault that Han Bingming lost his life. If he could, he would have given his own life in exchange. Beth, seeing Dominic still not retaliating, burst into tears, threw the sword to the ground, and hugged her grandfather's wheelchair, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Dominic suddenly hated himself. Beth had always lived with her grandfather since childhood. He had caused her to lose her only remaining relative. I'm sorry. Words failed him, so all Dominic could say was, I'm sorry, to express his guilt. I hate you. I'll hate you for my entire life. Beth, her eyes red from crying, glared fiercely at Dominic and vented her inner anger. Dominic lowered his head. He knew he wouldn't gain Beth's forgiveness, nor dared he hope for it. He came here just to see Beth and reminisce about the place where his master once lived. Dominic bowed deeply to Beth and then turned away dejectedly, leaving the Holy Spirit Valley. 3 days later, Dominic went to the Heavenly Dragon Academy, said farewell to Burke and Dusty, and arrived at the place he couldn't let go, Peach Source Mountain. Here, there were people he cared about and people he wanted to see. When Dominic appeared at Peach Source Mountain, he easily passed through the boundary. The master of Peach Source Mountain greeted him. Seeing Dominic now, he remained silent but bowed deeply from a distance. The master of Peach Source Mountain understood that Dominic was already invincible in the mortal world, and this visit was solely to take one last look at Jaylene. Chapter 363, A Dreamy Departure. Peach Blossom Mountain. Here, Dominic had ties and someone he couldn't let go of. As soon as Dominic set foot on Peach Blossom Mountain, its master appeared from a distance and bowed deeply to him. The battle at the Heavenly Dao Palace had established Dominic's dominance far and wide. Now, with his unparalleled strength that could even bring down celestials, it was only natural for the lowly master of this forbidden land not to dare neglect him. Dominic's expression was melancholic. Returning to familiar grounds stirred emotions within him. Ignoring the master of Peach Blossom Mountain, he strolled through fields of flowers, finally reaching the Peach Village behind the mountain. The residents here lived in isolation, still maintaining their peaceful existence. However, when Dominic, a stranger, appeared, people on the streets avoided him as if he were a plague. Dominic paid no mind. He continued slowly walking alone. When he arrived at the courtyard where Jaylene resided, he hesitated. Meeting again meant they would soon part ways. How could he speak the words of farewell when he cherished this destined relationship so much? Last time you left, Kiara showed signs of waking up, said the master of Peach Blossom Mountain, appearing suddenly. Seeing Dominic standing outside the door, he couldn't help but share what had happened that day. Dominic's body trembled at the news. Learning that Jaylene had shown signs of awakening, he pushed open the door and entered her room. Seeing her still lying motionless on the bed, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. The master of Peach Mountain had mentioned that Jaylene practiced the Heavenly Dream Divine Art, which required her to train within dreams, possibly sleeping through millennia in the real world. Then, he resolved to try whether he could awaken her now. Walking closer, Dominic placed his hand on her forehead, closed his eyes, and used the power of the Divine Dragon Seal to project his consciousness into her soul sea. However, upon entering her soul sea, he found her soul spirit missing. What's going on? Dominic was shocked, withdrawing his consciousness instinctively and looking at the master of Peach Blossom Mountain with a hint of anger. Why is Kiara's soul spirit absent? The master's expression was peculiar. Not wanting to anger Dominic, he explained. She has reached the final stage of the Heavenly Dream Divine Art, meaning her soul spirit has entered the realm of divine travel through the void. Divine travel through the void? Dominic frowned, skeptical about the term. Divine travel through the void implied an ability to traverse all realms through dreams, or transcend boundaries through a single thought. He found it hard to believe such a technique existed, as even he hadn't achieved this level. I wish to meet her once. With your capabilities as the master of Peach Blossom Mountain, I trust this should be possible, right? Dominic forced the issue, knowing the stakes were high. The master's demeanor grew serious. Seeing Dominic's resolve, he knew refusal might lead to dire consequences. Nodding reluctantly, he said, I can attempt it, but I'll need your cooperation. Oh, how do you plan for me to cooperate? Dominic remained cautious, unsure of the master's intentions. I will perform the Heavenly Dream Divine Art and guide you to find her by entering my dream space. Dominic's face darkened. Entering the master's dream space meant putting his life in his hands. How can I trust you? Dominic had to tread carefully. You don't have to trust me. Helping you also benefits me, the master replied, rolling up his sleeve. Black spots appeared on his arm, emitting a deathly aura. Seeing this, Dominic felt reassured. The master didn't have much time left, and thus wouldn't jeopardize Dominic's life. Begin. Dominic sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes. The master immediately cast the Heavenly Dream Divine Art. Instantly, Dominic's soul detached from his body and found itself somewhere else. When he woke up, he was floating above the clouds. Below, endless fog spread out, while the vast expanse of the cosmos loomed overhead. Is this beyond the heavens? Dominic was astonished, finding it hard to believe those glowing orbs were stars. But locating Jaylene here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Dominic, Jaylene's soul isn't far from you. She seems to be asleep, perhaps residing on one of these stars. The master's voice echoed in his mind as Dominic stood bewildered. Gritting his teeth, Dominic determinedly began his search. Time passed swiftly. Days in the void equaled years in the mortal world. Despite covering numerous star fragments, he found no sign of Jaylene. Damn it! Losing patience, Dominic released his soul power, shattering surrounding stars. Amidst his frustration, he saw a figure seated on a meteorite in the distance. His heart raced as he flew closer. Recognizing the figure, he was overcome with joy. This was indeed Jaylene. Radiating faint light, she sat serenely on the meteorite, her soul power formidable enough to send chills down his spine. He wanted to reach out, but feared disturbing her. She was undergoing her final transformation, and any disturbance would spoil everything. Kiera, seeing you again is enough. Knowing she was safe, Dominic felt relieved. Wait for me. When I return, we shall reunite. After watching her for some time, tears in his eyes, Dominic decided to leave. As he flew away, Jaylene, sitting on the meteorite, shed tears. Hearing Dominic's words, she tried opening her eyes to say goodbye, but couldn't manage it. I'll wait for you. Her voice whispered in Dominic's ears just as he departed. He smiled softly, nodding towards her before returning to Peach Blossom Mountain. Chapter 364, The Hope of All. In Jaylene's room, Dominic, who was seated cross-legged on the floor, slowly opened his eyes. Standing before him, the master of Peach Spring Mountain had visibly aged, with white hair and an even more pronounced aura of death. Is this? Dominic was shocked. One day in the Void Realm equals 1,000 years in the mortal world. I spent 10 years helping you, which shortened my lifespan considerably. The voice of the master of Peach Spring Mountain was now weak and breathless. 10 years? How did it feel like just a nap? Dominic was astonished. A short trip to the Void Realm had actually taken 10 years? He checked his body and found that his strength had indeed increased significantly. Many changes have occurred in the world during these 10 years. You should return now, the master of Peach Spring Mountain said seriously, as the outside world had undergone tremendous changes over the past decade. With Dominic gone for 10 years, the 9 major sects had been sending people to search for his whereabouts, even speculating that he had secretly entered the Heavenly Gate. Dominic stood up. 10 years was indeed a long time. Thank you. Facing the help from the master of Peach Spring Mountain, Dominic bowed his thanks and quickly left. When do you plan to enter the Heavenly Gate? As Dominic stepped out of the door, the master of Peach Spring Mountain suddenly asked. Dominic frowned and paused before replying, in 3 months. With that, Dominic left without looking back. The master of Peach Spring Mountain's expression changed slightly, realizing he had only 3 months left to restore his strength. After 10 years, Dominic remained missing, making Kunlun sect extremely anxious, causing unrest throughout the sect. Master, it has been 10 years. Other major sects keep coming here every few days, asking if Dominic entered the Heavenly Realm alone. Sherries, all 9 of our major sects are waiting for this opportunity. This Dominic disappearing without a trace is deliberately bringing trouble to Kunlun sect. For a moment, complaints filled the Kunlun hall. Upon learning that Dominic intended to enter the Heavenly Gate, the elders of the 9 major sects were eager to follow him into the Heavenly Realm. Outside the 9 major sects, the various restricted zones and reclusive immortals who had lived for tens of thousands of years also emerged, hoping to gain immortality in the Heavenly Realm. Over the past 10 years, Kunlun sect's doorstep had nearly been worn smooth by visitors, but Kunlun sect consistently claimed that Dominic was in seclusion. Rumors now spread that Dominic had already entered the Heavenly Gate, leaving everyone behind and causing unnecessary troubles for Kunlun sect. Stuart, the patriarch, felt like sitting on pins and needles. If Dominic didn't show up soon, Kunlun sect would face catastrophic consequences. Report. Patriarch, the leaders of Tai Stevie sect, Kailine sect, Taiyin sect, Xuanhuan sect, Tianshui sect, and others have personally visited and are now approaching the main hall. At this moment, a disciple reported that the leaders of the other 8 major sects were arriving. A clear confrontation. What? The 3 house masters and various elders' expressions changed drastically. 8 patriarchs appearing together was no small matter. Stuart's face darkened. He wished he could tear Dominic limb from limb at this point. Iggy of Tai Stevie sect, Cristobal of Kailine sect, Johan of Taiyin sect, Lu Xianxia of Tianshui sect, Gu Tongtian of Shangyuan sect. Before Stuart could decide what to do, the voices of the 8 patriarchs echoed from outside the hall. Stuart's expression turned grim. As the leader of Kunlun sect, he couldn't avoid greeting them. Led by Stuart, the high-ranking members of the sect walked out and saw the 8 patriarchs with icy expressions gathered near the hall entrance. Brothers Taoists, may I ask why you have personally come to Kunlun sect? Stuart awkwardly smiled while asking, pretending not to know. Humph. Patriarch Sima, can you tell me if Dominic entered the Heavenly Gate alone? Iggy coldly snorted, getting straight to the point. This is baseless. It never happened, Stuart stammered, feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure if Dominic had really entered the Heavenly Gate, but to placate the 8 patriarchs, he denied it firmly. Is that so? If it hasn't happened, then could you please bring Dominic out to give us peace of mind? Lu Qianqian of Tianshui sect, though a woman, was not to be underestimated. She didn't mince words, putting Stuart on the spot. Everyone knew that Kunlun sect had been searching for Dominic's whereabouts, so the 8 patriarchs wouldn't have personally come unless they were serious. Stuart was speechless. How could he possibly fulfill Lu Qianqian's demand? The 3 house masters also looked worried. Dominic could now influence the entire world and make Kunlun sect an enemy of everyone. Why? Isn't Patriarch Sima unwilling or unable to do so? Johan of Taiyin sect smirked, clearly enjoying watching Stuart squirm, caught between a rock and a hard place. If Stuart revealed the truth, the 8 patriarchs wouldn't believe him, worsening Kunlun sect's situation. Brother Sima, is there something you can't say? Cristobal of Kailine sect offered an opportunity for explanation when Stuart hesitated. Stuart gritted his teeth, looking at Iggy and the others, and was forced to say, I swear to heaven that Dominic has not entered the Heavenly Realm. But as to where he is, I honestly do not know. Joke. If you don't know, who in the world would? Is that right, Patriarch Sima? Are you mocking us? Hearing Stuart's words, the 8 patriarchs grew skeptical. Dominic belonged to Kunlun sect, and Stuart was its leader. How could he not know Dominic's whereabouts? Patriarchs, we genuinely do not know where Dominic is. However, since he promised everyone, he will definitely not go back on his word, Brant, House Master of Martial House explained. Right. From my understanding of Dominic, he is not one to break his word. He may need some time, so please don't panic. Maurice chose to speak up at this critical moment, knowing Dominic better than anyone else in Kunlun sect. The 8 patriarchs fell silent. They wanted the truth, but Stuart and his people seemed to expect them to believe empty assurances, which was a difficult request. How could their followers trust these claims? This was putting them in a tough spot. 3 months later, meet at Celestial Man Peak. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resonated across Kunlun sect, catching the 8 patriarchs off guard. Chapter 365. May you live and die with us. It's Dominic. This boy has finally decided to return. Upon hearing the voice from beyond, Stuart and the 3 palace masters heaved a sigh of relief. If Dominic didn't appear soon, they truly had no idea how to resolve the situation at hand. The 8 patriarchs exchanged uneasy glances when they heard Dominic's promise of 3 months. The voice can be mimicked. I suspect this is Kunlun sect's deliberate deception. Tian sect's Johann frowned, boldly doubting the authenticity of the voice in an attempt to sow suspicion among the other patriarchs. Johann, you're overstepping. Stuart was immediately furious. They could not possibly engage in such dishonorable behavior to fool these great leaders. I'm overstepping? Without seeing Dominic in person, I won't believe it, Johann retorted. This is most likely just another stalling tactic by your Kunlun sect. Don't fall for it. Johann clenched his teeth, undeterred and speaking convincingly, making the other patriarchs take notice. Stuart was fuming. The 3 palace masters gritted their teeth as well. Johann was clearly stirring trouble. Brother Seema? What Johann said makes sense. If convenient, could you bring Dominic out so we know who is sowing discord? Iggy frowned, looking at Stuart and supporting Johann's statement. Patriarch Shun? Don't forget that Dominic is a celestial realm cultivator. Even though I'm the patriarch, I have no authority to command him. How could Stuart concede? With Dominic already returned, he would not humble himself further, especially not let Johann get away with this. Iggy's expression turned grim. Stuart's reluctance only made him more suspicious. I see that you, Stuart, are feeling guilty? Even your own disciple you cannot summon. How disgraceful for a patriarch. Taking advantage of the moment, Johann further criticized Stuart. You. Stuart was furious, but could not directly retaliate. Rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared from the sky, sending a terrifying pressure descending upon them. Iggy and others gasped, feeling suffocated and powerless. Bang. When Johann felt uneasy, a beam of sword light suddenly descended from the heavens. Ah! Unprepared, Johann was split in 2 by the flying sword, blood splattering outside the hall. This? Seeing Johann killed, the remaining patriarchs quickly backed off, visibly shaken. Who could kill a 9th-tier heaven respecter with a single strike? Without needing to ask, they knew the assailant was none other than Dominic. Stuart's lips curled into a smile, finding a form of justice in Johann's death. The 3 palace masters grinned broadly. With Dominic defending Kunlun sect, killing 1 patriarch mattered little. Iggy, Cristobal, Leora, and others were tense, finally realizing the consequences of their words. Fellow Taoists, do you still wish to see Dominic in person? Stuart smiled, looking at Iggy and the others, asking rhetorically. Upon hearing Stuart's words, everyone changed expressions. Patriarch Seema, you jest. We won't disturb the peace of your sect any longer. We'll take our leave. Iggy laughed awkwardly, bidding farewell to Stuart. They wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. Within moments, 7 patriarchs left Kunlun sect one after another. Stuart exhaled deeply but then scowled. This Dominic is getting more unruly. Hearing this, the 3 palace masters exchanged glances, unable to help but laugh. Dominic now stood above them all. Even a patriarch had to treat him respectfully. How could anyone truly blame Dominic? 3 days later, in the holy back mountain of Kunlun sect, once the training ground of Kunlun's ancestors, it was now Dominic's domain, symbolizing his supreme status. Outside the peak's temple, several young women appeared, each stunningly beautiful. These women were Alicia from Tai Stevie sect, Christiana from Qingyun sect, Xiaomu from Wuxin city, Paula from Tianglong Academy, and Isabella from Kunlun sect. Each had ties to Dominic that neither of them could sever. Learning that Dominic would enter the heavenly gate in 3 months, they each came to bid farewell or join him. Dominic, meditating inside the hall, opened his eyes slowly when he sensed visitors. Murmurs filled the room as Paula and the others entered, familiar faces greeting Dominic. When Dominic saw these women, he felt both awkward and ashamed. He had failed their expectations, unintentionally hurting them. Facing them now, words stuck in his throat. These women held irreplaceable memories with him. Dominic? I said it before, you can't stop me from loving you. Don't think you can just abandon me. I will go with you to battle the heavens. Alicia looked at Dominic with tears in her eyes, stepping forward and declaring her decision. That's right. Dominic, wherever you go, I am your senior sister. If you ascend to heaven, I will go with you, sharing life and death together. Hannah spoke boldly, joining Alicia's declaration. Dominic, you promised to marry me. Though I lack talent, I understand wifely duties and will follow you into the heavens. Xiaomu, seeing Alicia and Paula fight for love, could not be left behind. However, hearing Xiaomu's words made Alicia, Paula, and Christiana jealous. Why did Dominic make such promises to Xiaomu but not to them? Dominic, don't misunderstand. My elder sister goes wherever I do, Isabella said nervously, admiring Dominic but lacking the courage to express her feelings openly. Dominic was taken aback. What virtue did he possess to deserve such dedication from these women? Turning to Christiana, who bit her lip as if hating herself for hesitation, she shyly declared, Dominic, I have no reason, but I want to stand beside you. Please don't think I'll hold you back. Hold back? Dominic laughed bitterly. In just 10 years, Christiana, Alicia, Paula, Isabella, and Xiaomu had all become powerful heaven respecters. We won't accept any refusals. We can make our own decisions regardless of your answer. Alicia interrupted before Dominic could speak. reaffirming their unshakable resolve. But I don't want you to get hurt. Dominic, torn between feelings, did not want them harmed because of him. Although he couldn't give them promises, he knew he truly cared for them. The 5 women exchanged determined looks, speaking in unison. We wish to live and die with you. Chapter 366. The Lord of the Demon Realm. Inside the hall, Paula and others' sudden visit left Dominic already caught off guard. Now, seeing these 5 women united in their resolve to join him in a celestial war, it would truly hurt everyone's feelings if he refused again. All right. Since you're not afraid of death, I will agree. Dominic chose to compromise. He was not heartless and could never do heartless things. Paula, Christiana, Alicia, Isabella, and Julianne all beamed with joy upon Dominic's nod of consent. Dominic, have you been to Peach Source Mountain? While chatting with everyone, Paula suddenly asked Dominic. Dominic's expression tightened as he looked at Paula, hesitating for a moment before finally nodding. Sherry's, but I only went there to say goodbye. Why? With your strength, couldn't you defeat the master of Peach Source Mountain? Alicia frowned. Who in this world could match Dominic? No. It has nothing to do with the master of Peach Source Mountain. It's just that she is currently in an inconvenient position. Dominic did not elaborate, unwilling to revisit some matters. Alicia and Paula had peculiar looks on their faces. They knew very well that Dominic couldn't let go of Jaylene. Charlotte, despite clearly seeing her, Dominic didn't stay with her. This baffled them. Dominic? Just as Dominic fell silent, reluctant to discuss Peach Source Mountain, a man suddenly burst into the hall. Ezra, why are you here? Dominic saw the newcomer and curiously asked. Dominic, our sect leader ordered me to call you over. Someone from the demon realm wants to see you, Ezra replied. His brows knitted tightly. Upon seeing Dominic, he respectfully relayed sect leader Stewart's order without being too casual. The demon realm? Dominic's expression froze. Why would anyone from the demon realm come now? The so-called demon realm lay beyond the northern sea, shrouded in darkness. The great demon Malcolm was the Theo from the demon realm. Concerned about matters related to the demon realm, Dominic didn't delay, immediately leaving with Ezra. Seeing Dominic rush out, Paula, Alicia, and Christiana turned their attention to Julianne. Noticing the situation, Isabella quickly stood up and pulled Julianne aside. Sister, why don't we take a stroll outside? Julianne's eyebrows furrowed slightly. How could she miss what was happening? Having lived in Wuxia City for many years, she had met countless people and wasn't easily frightened. No hurry. I need to introduce myself to these 3 sisters first. Julianne pushed away Isabella's hand, stood up, and smiled as she approached Paula, Alicia, and Christiana. While we might be friends of Dominic, we aren't necessarily friends with you. Besides, who says Dominic is your lover? Alicia retorted coldly. Sherry's. Dominic has someone he loves. How can he possibly consider marrying you? Christiana frowned, also disapproving of Julianne's coquettishness. Ladies, I genuinely wanted to make friends with you. Why are you treating me like this? We're all women. Why make life difficult for each other? Julianne remained unperturbed, still smiling. Hearing this, Alicia and Christiana couldn't say more but were puzzled by how Julianne knew Dominic. Meanwhile, following Ezra, Dominic arrived at the Kunlun Hall and saw 2 unexpected visitors standing outside. These 2 men were fierce-looking, dressed in black fur, emitting demonic aura. These 2 are servants who came with the visitor from the demon realm. Our sect leader is waiting inside for you, Ezra whispered, noticing Dominic's curiosity. Frowning, Dominic noted that even as mere servants, they possessed formidable strength not inferior to celestial sovereigns. This indicated the true power of the demon realm. Pausing briefly, Dominic entered the hall alone. Inside, sect leader Stewart sat majestically atop the dais. Below, apart from the 3 palace lords, only one man wore a tiger skin and black cloak, a middle-aged man from the demon realm. Glancing at him, Dominic identified him as a Theo. Upon Dominic's appearance, the demon realm visitor stood, eyes wide, approaching him closely. You indeed have the aura of the demon dragon pearl within you. Feeling the demon dragon pearl's aura, the Theo knelt, right fist pressed to his chest. Surprised, Dominic felt at a loss with such formal respect from a first meeting. I am Demon Commander Xiong. Tuesday greetings, Demon Lord. The kneeling man addressed Dominic as Demon Lord. Stewart and the 3 palace lords remained composed, showing no surprise. Hold on. I'm not your Demon Lord. Are you mistaken? Dominic hastily clarified to avoid misunderstanding from Stewart. You are not mistaken. According to demon realm laws, whoever gains recognition from the demon dragons becomes our lord. Xiong Tu explained earnestly. The demon dragon pearl was the demon realm's holy relic, usable only by successive demon lords. Malcolm, the previous demon lord, died under heavenly thunder, having bestowed the demon dragon pearl on Dominic. Speechless, Dominic realized that Malcolm had foreseen this possibility. If Dominic lost to Hobie, he could retreat into the demon realm and rebuild with its power. Demon Lord? Heard you plan to challenge the celestial realm. We, representing all from the demon realm, wish to follow you to slaughter through the heavenly gates. Xiong Tu explained his mission. The demons were known for their fierce combat skills. Their brutality was notorious, and the demon realm longed to invade the celestial realm, hence aligning with Dominic. Dominic? This alliance benefits you. Why not accept Commander Xiong Tu's offer? Stewart interjected, urging on Xiong Tu's behalf. Confused, Dominic wondered about the potential dangers of letting demons into the celestial realm. However, seeing Stewart's signals, he reluctantly nodded. You may prepare and wait for my orders. Dominic dismissed Xiong Tu. As you wish. Xiong Tu bowed and left the hall. Sect leader, why did you want me to agree? Once Xiong Tu departed, Dominic questioned Stewart, puzzled. Chapter 367. A long overdue challenge. Inside the Kunlun Hall. Following the departure of the demon realm's overlord Xiong Tu, Dominic looked at Stewart with a doubtful expression. In Dominic's view, while the demon realm was indeed powerful, demons were still demons, and and their nature could not be changed. Dominic, who disdainfully refused to rely on the demon realm's power, did not understand Stuart's intentions. Stuart's expression grew serious. He stood up, slowly walked to Dominic, and said in a deep voice, "As long as the Celestial Dao Palace has guarded the edge of the heavens, it has kept the demon realm from daring to set foot in the North Sea. Now, without the Celestial Dao Palace, the demon realm can cross the North Sea at any time." Having said that, Stuart didn't continue. There was no need for him to elaborate. Dominic would naturally understand the consequences. The demon realm was inherently brutal. If the demons invaded en masse, they would surely wreak havoc, causing countless innocent people to suffer and live in misery and resentment. Realizing the importance of the Celestial Dao Palace to this world, Dominic also understood Stuart's concerns. "So, you mean to have me bring all the people from the demon realm into the heavenly realm?" Dominic frowned, looking at Stuart and asked. "No, not all of them, just take away the strongest ones. First, they can help you resist the Celestials. Second, it will weaken the demon realm." Stuart shook his head. He wanted the demon realm's strong individuals to serve as cannon fodder for Dominic. As for the remaining demons, the combined strength of the 9 great sects would be enough to eliminate them. This was why Stuart had pleaded for Xianxia. Hearing these words, Dominic felt a surge of anger inside. Malcolm had shown him kindness, yet Stuart wanted him to use this opportunity to deceive and slaughter the demons? Such an act of disloyalty and injustice, how could he agree? Though the demons were indeed detestable, they had good and bad among them, much like Malcolm, who could risk everything for his brothers. Dominic? A man who is not ruthless cannot become a hero. I know this matter is very difficult for you, but only by doing so can we achieve peace for the world? Seeing Dominic sullen, Stuart's resolve wavered, but he believed he must prioritize the greater good. Dominic met Stuart's eyes. After a long pause, Dominic gritted his teeth. After numerous internal struggles, he nodded and said, "But you cannot utterly annihilate them. If you can agree to this condition, I will do as you ask." This was Dominic's final concession, his last Ishan, bottom line. / edited version. This was Dominic's final compromise, his absolute bottom line. Stuart's face turned grave. Seeing Dominic speak thus, he had no other choice. "All right, I agree." Hearing Stuart's agreement, Dominic nodded in relief. "Dominic? Wait." Just as Dominic was about to leave, Stuart suddenly called out to him. "Is there something else?" Dominic frowned, suspecting that Stuart might be reneging on his promise. "Do you remember Danzun?" Stuart's expression was solemn as he mentioned Danzun's name intentionally. "Danzun?" Dominic's expression changed. How could he forget? If not for Danzun, he, Dominic, would have died long ago at the hands of the Celestials. It was Danzun who fought to get him to the Celestial realm, and this great favor he would never forget in this life. Stuart stepped forward. A vial appeared in his right hand, which he handed to Dominic, saying, "Here lies Danzun's sealed divine spirit. When he passed away, he told me to take his spirit into the heavenly realm with you." Dominic was shocked. Danzun's divine spirit still existed, meaning Danzun had a glimmer of hope for revival. The heavenly realm is different from the lower realms. Entering there gives one a chance to rebuild a celestial body. Danzun must want to be reborn in the heavenly realm. Stuart voiced his speculation. As long as there is a way to save Danzun, I, Dominic, will not hesitate. Dominic took the vial and discovered that Danzun's divine spirit was now in a state of deep sleep, a way to delay its dissipation. "Dominic, what are your plans now?" With hidden masters emerging one by one, all waiting to enter the heavenly realm with you, you are their hope. Stuart had been anxious for Dominic every day, because Dominic's success or failure determined the future of the human realm. Dominic's expression was grave. The higher everyone's expectations of him, the greater the pressure on him. "Well, no matter what, I believe in you." Seeing Dominic unwilling to answer, Stuart smiled, patted Dominic on the shoulder, and didn't want to make Dominic too tense. "I'll go back first then." Dominic, with a blank expression, bid farewell to Stuart and left the Kunlun Hall. Whoosh! Soon after Dominic exited the hall, he suddenly heard an arrow whistling through the air from beyond the heavens. Looking up, he saw a streak of light pierce through the sky, heading straight for him. Dominic furrowed his brows and released a sword chi to intercept it. Bam! A dazzling explosion of light and thunderous sound startled Stuart, who rushed out of the hall. What happened? Stuart's face showed shock. He couldn't figure out who dared to attack Dominic. Dominic's expression darkened, recognizing the move. A strike from the divine arrow sect's 4-elemental arrow technique? Could it be him? Dominic thought of someone specific. That person was none other than the grandson of Saint Izzy, Ian. Years ago, during the expedition into the Heavenly Rift, Ian opposed him due to the incident with Paula. Afterward, Ian also helped him quite a bit. In short, Ian could be considered half a friend. Lifting his gaze, Dominic saw Ian, dressed in white, standing on the clouds with a bow slung over his back, advancing toward him. A member of the Divine Arrow Sect? Stuart immediately recognized Ian. The Divine Arrow Sect was legendary, and he never expected anyone from it to appear in this era. Seeing Ian, Dominic smiled faintly and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Has your archery reached a godlike level?" "Himph! Are you mocking me?" Ian came closer with a sour expression, clearly displeased with Dominic. "I'm not mocking you at all, rather, I'm happy to see you here." Meeting an old friend always evoked memories for Dominic. "Happy? I'm not here to see you. I'm worried that if you leave, I won't get another chance to fight you." Ian still maintained his arrogant demeanor. He had come down from the mountain specifically to challenge Dominic. "You're still the same prick. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime." Dominic wasn't offended. Instead, he felt somewhat gratified. Years had passed, and Ian's archery had grown stronger and more mature. With Ian's current strength, even Stuart would not be his match. Of course, he qualified to challenge Dominic. "Good, but let's make sure, don't cry if you lose." Ian grinned broadly. He was no longer the competitive Ian of the past, but today, he had to determine the winner between him and Dominic. Hashtag chapter 368. Resolving old grievances, attacking the heavenly gate. Whoosh. A gust of clear wind blew, and sand was scattered by the breeze. Inside the Kunlun sect's inner sect arena, Dominic and Ian stood upright, facing each other intently. The news that Dominic was going to duel with someone from the Divine Arrow sect quickly drew a crowd of inner sect disciples, all eager to see who dared challenge a celestial realm expert. Is that Ian? Why would he come here? In the crowd, Paula, Alicia, Christiana, and others recognized Ian immediately, their expressions turning strange. Back during the journey into the sky pit, Ian and Dominic had been like water and fire, completely at odds. Meeting again under these circumstances, how could it not be worrying? Dominic, I've spent the past 10 years diligently practicing, all for the day I can defeat you. So, I have prepared 3 arrows. If you can withstand these 3 arrows, I, Ian, will admit defeat. How does that sound? On the battlefield, Ian looked at Dominic coldly, confident in his ability to determine victory with just 3 arrows. Oh, only 3 arrows? Then I'll do my best to let you shoot these 3 arrows. Dominic's expression shifted slightly. He could underestimate anyone else, but never Ian. Ian's talent in archery was extraordinary. Back then, with the 4 symbols arrow technique, he could kill across realms, leaving even Dominic impressed. After 10 years of refining his skills, Ian's archery must have made significant strides. You, wait and see. My first arrow is called Heaven's Wrath. Focused and determined, Ian became even colder, refusing to hold back. Standing before him was a celestial realm expert. There was no room for mercy. As he spoke, Ian drew his bow and aimed skyward. A red arrow appeared instantly. Whoosh, drawing and releasing the bowstring in one smooth motion. The arrow shot toward the clouds, and in an instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds gathering and lightning flashing. Is this the legendary arrow force? Watching the battle, Stuart noticed Ian using the highest realm of archery techniques and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. There's a legend that the arrow god once settled the world with a single arrow. It seems this young man has inherited the true teachings of the arrow god, remarked the mansion Lord Brant, his brows furrowing as he recalled the founding patriarch of the Divine Arrow sect. Paula and others tensed up, finding it overly presumptuous for Ian to think he could determine victory with just 3 arrows. Standing on the battlefield, Dominic merely glanced upward and then raised his hand overhead. A rainbow of light descended and was easily blocked by Dominic. Boom. Ian's first arrow shattered harmlessly against Dominic's defense. Ian's face turned grim as he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Second arrow, thunder charge." Crack. The second arrow was released, a purple lightning bolt piercing through the air with terrifying power, like a wild horse running rampant, sweeping across the void with thunder and lightning. Slash. Seeing this, Dominic narrowed his eyes, stepped back, and summoned a sword aura in his right hand, delivering a powerful slash. Rumble. Thunder charge shattered, its electric remnants whipping backward in a fierce wind. Ian's expression changed dramatically as he quickly flew upward, dodging the counterattack. Either one of those 2 arrows would be enough to kill a 9th level sovereign expert. But unfortunately, in front of me, they're still insignificant. Dominic shook his head. Getting him to use his full strength was probably impossible for anyone in the world. Oh, you're jumping to conclusions too quickly, aren't you? Instead of anger, Ian smiled. He knew those 2 arrows wouldn't affect Dominic, but he had one final arrow left. This last arrow was the key to deciding his battle with Dominic. Third arrow, Godslayer. Upon speaking, Ian split into countless forms, all aiming their bows at Dominic, forming an encircling position. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows were fired simultaneously, engulfing Dominic in a rain of arrows. Everyone gasped in shock. This final arrow seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. But just as everyone held their breath and hearts raced, the raining arrows stopped just above Dominic, seemingly frozen in place. Below the sea of arrows, Dominic looked up at the numerous images of Ian and smiled faintly. This arrow can indeed slay gods, but it cannot slay me. Dominic realized Ian had reached his limit. With a wave of his arm, the sea of arrows shattered instantly. Thud, thud. With the 3rd arrow broken, Ian was forced to reveal himself, landing a few steps back, breathing heavily and clearly weakened. I lost. But I lost honorably. If you didn't have celestial realm cultivation, the loser would be you. Ian was visibly upset. He believed Dominic had the advantage because of his cultivation level. Do victories and losses really matter that much? Dominic shook his head. Talking about winning and losing now felt distant. Hearing Dominic's words, Ian laughed awkwardly. We erase our past grievances. But I also want to venture into the heavens. Will you take me along? Shaking his head, Ian smiled bitterly, then seriously asked Dominic. You are still young. There's no need to rush. Dominic wanted to refuse but feared upsetting Ian. If you can go to the heavenly realm, why can't I? I'm resolved on this matter. Refusing means you don't consider me a friend. Ian was displeased. To him, only Dominic was worthy of being his rival. Hearing this, Dominic was speechless. If Ian could set aside old grievances, how could he reject him? All right, then let's charge into the heavenly gate together. Nodding, Dominic realized from that moment on, he wasn't alone. He had friends, confidants, and the support of the world. What did he have to fear? 3 months later, at the peak of the Celestial Summit, top experts from around the world gathered. Among them were elders from the 9 major sects, the master of Taoyuan Mountain in the Forbidden Zone, and many strong figures from the Demon Domain, all half-celestial realm experts. Above, led by Dominic, followed by Ian, Paula, Alicia, Christiana, Abby, Mitzi, and others, they all wore solemn expressions as they gazed up at the heavenly gate above the clouds. Clouds gathered from all directions, and a fierce wind blew. From within the heavenly gate, horns blared. The divine honors order that any who dare enter the heavenly gate will be killed without mercy. All you mortals should retreat immediately. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from within the heavenly gate. Celestial realm, so what? We mere mortals can still slay celestials and crush divine honors. Why should we fear you? Hearing the threat, Ian sneered and loudly replied. With Ian's words, a group of white-clad men suddenly rushed out from the heavenly gate, all claiming to be celestials. Father, mother, I'm coming to save you. Seeing the celestials appear, Dominic's eyes turned bloodshot. Thinking of his parents still in the heavenly realm, he couldn't wait to rush in and rescue them. Charge! With a roar, Dominic charged forward first, sword slicing through the air with overwhelming power. Kill! 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 Seeing Dominic cut down enemies left and right, Ian, Paula, and others shouted encouragement, leading the assembled group into battle. Led by Dominic, they pushed forward relentlessly. Just as they were about to breach the heavenly gate, a giant hand emerged. Bang! Bang! Several independent cultivators trying to break through were instantly shattered by the giant hand, unable to escape even with their souls. Everyone, fall back! Dominic's expression changed drastically as he urgently ordered everyone to retreat while stepping forward to strike the giant hand with the curt divine sword. Boom! The giant hand was cleaved in two but transformed into a chain, binding Dominic tightly. Dominic! Seeing Dominic in trouble, Paula and others tried to approach, but another wave of celestials surged out of the heavenly gate, mercilessly slaughtering the crowd. Veins on Dominic's forehead bulged as he exerted all his strength but still couldn't break free from the chains. This was the power of a divine honors, far beyond Dominic's ability to escape. As he was trapped, those who had followed him were killed one after another by the celestials. A merciless slaughter unfolded before Dominic, fueling the rage within him. Infinite anger. Dominic's eyes blazed with fury. Witnessing the massacre, his face contorted into an extreme expression of savagery. Dominic suddenly roared towards the sky, and the divine dragon mark on his brow glowed brilliantly. An immense force erupted from within him. Boom! The chains around his body shattered instantly. At the same moment, a towering shadow, resembling both a sword and a tower, appeared behind Dominic. This was the heavenly prison inside Dominic's body. The heavenly prison, originally a treasure of the supreme divine honors of the heavenly realm from Qin's ancestors. With the appearance of the heavenly prison, even gods and demons tremble. Splash! As the heavenly prison was activated, countless chains flew out from within it, piercing through the bodies of all the surrounding celestials. The celestials pierced by the chains screamed in agony. Their faces twisted in pain as their powers were cruelly drained by the chains, being sent into the core of the heavenly prison. Dominic felt an influx of immense power surge through him, boosting his strength to new heights and elevating his realm further. Not only could the heavenly prison seal the heavens and lock the earth, suppress demons, and imprison gods, but it could also absorb others' powers for its own use. This was precisely why the divine honors went to great lengths to prevent Dominic from returning to the heavenly realm. So what if they are celestials? So what if they are divine honors? Everyone, will you follow me to charge into the heavenly gate and cleanse the heavenly realm with blood? With newfound confidence, Dominic no longer feared. Glaring at the heavenly gate, he shouted loudly to the group behind him. We swear to follow you to death. Inspired by Dominic, everyone became fearless, filled with fiery passion, disregarding life and death. Seeing that no one retreated, Dominic took the lead, charging towards the heavenly gate first, carving a bloody path forward for the group. Kill! With Dominic leading the charge, Ian and others followed closely behind. The strong figures from the 9 major sects led the rest, swarming into the heavenly gate in a mad rush. As they entered the heavenly gate, cries of agony echoed incessantly, and celestial corpses fell one after another. Thank you for your support. This book is now complete.